The Peng family of Hebei has always been famous for its divine heritage and incredible physical strength, even among the 5 great clans. However, in the past, their glorious family was brutally destroyed. He was the only survivor of the tragedy. While he was kneeling, the enemy lifted his chin with a blade and sarcastically asked him how he felt about being the only one left alive. With one hand, he pushed the razor-sharp sword blade away. Not about to give up, he swung his sword back, shouting, "Shut your mouth!" But the enemy easily deflected the attack by putting his sword out. In response, the enemy swung the blade and cut off his arm. The pain sent an impulse through his entire body, forcing him to his knees. Another man said that the main enemy demanded only one thing: Peng's life and their family's flag. Peng Dehyuk agreed. Then he asked him not to take it personally. "It's all over now. All of Peng's bastards are dead," he added. He made a promise that after his death, there would be no one left with Peng's blood in their veins. Sitting on his knees, he continued to listen to this nonsense that he was saying. Giving up was not in his rules, and he decided to silence him. However, all he heard in response was loud laughter. He wanted to see the light in the guy's eyes, but instead he saw a bloody glow without a doubt. There are people whose eyes shine with life, even when they are on the edge of an abyss. Sometimes, however, before they die, that glow seems to fade. As he looked at the blade approaching him, he said to the last that he would be able to kill the head of the magus who held the sword and promised to revive the Peng family. The light in his eyes faded, leaving only emptiness. "Farewell, last of the Peng family," was the last thing he heard. After taking the sword out of his body, the enemy returned, and the boy fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Was this supposed to be his end? But he knew that the current head of Peng considered him just a victim. 15 years ago, when the past head of the Peng family from Hebei came up to him, he asked him to raise his head and gave him the name Peng. He instructed him to be the sword that protects the Peng family of Hebei. Peng Dehyun looked at the boy as an inferior, without clan or tribe, not understanding why his father chose him. If he had been born into the Peng family, if he had the power and strength to change the rotten elite, would he have been able to fix everything? But no, it was too early to give up. For him, the orphans, the Pengs of Hebei, became his family. At the last moment, smelling the smell of death, he kept telling himself that he could not give up so easily. He forced himself to pick up his sword, reminding himself that the battle was not over. "Open your eyes, Peng Ji-hyuk. Protect the Peng family. Open your eyes." "Fourth Master, have you regained consciousness?" Gawol and Chulho tried to wake him up, standing over him. When he opened his eyes and woke up on the bed, he did not expect to see people who had died long ago, and he did not understand why they were greeting him. It was a real relief for them, and the guy said that after the attack he was unconscious for 4 days. Peng thought about how they called him the Fourth Master, and immediately asked for a mirror. Holding the mirror in his hand, he could not believe what he saw in its reflection. After that, he immediately went to the grave of the Peng family's ancestors. He approached the grave of Peng Ji-hyun. Kneeling down by the grave, he could not say a word. Tears streamed down his cheeks, and holding his head, he began to realize what had happened. He realized that it was all extremely strange, because he had gone back in time, and for some reason found himself in the body of Peng Mu-son, who had died during the attack. Seeing his bad condition, the guys immediately picked him up and began to carry him. However, he broke free and pushed them away. As he approached one of the tombs, he whispered, "How could this happen?" and hit it with his hand. He could not understand whether he was destined to see the destruction of the Peng family again. At that moment, Peng Dehyun, the elder master of the Peng family from Hebei, appeared. Sun considered him a traitor and immediately clenched his fist tightly. But Peng Dehyun put his hand on his shoulder. He noted that Song had not yet fully recovered and looked weak. Then he asked if he was worried about the attackers. Hugging him, Peng Dehyun asked him not to be afraid, and added that he had already given orders to look into the matter, so it would soon be known who attacked him. He also noted that it was a pity that Sun was so weak in spirit. "You should have thought more about your health instead of rushing to the grave," Peng Dehyun said. At that moment, Song began to recall moments from the past, which rolled in like flashbacks. The sword at his neck, the cuts on his cheek, the pleas of his elder master, who repeatedly reminded him of his worthlessness. He constantly pointed out to him that he had no roots. Standing by the grave, he believed that he had died a worthless man, without bringing any benefit. A young man who died miserably, unable to properly protect Sun and his master. Sun repeated this over and over again, lifting his leg while standing next to the grave. Kicking the grave, he destroyed the flower that was lying on it, saying, "The name of the Peng family did not suit me." After that, Peng Dehyun turned to Sun, adding that there was nothing to take from him, because he himself was not much different from the deceased. "You were born with the name Pen, but you don't even know martial arts," Peng Dehyun said. After that, he called him a worm. Turning around, he started to walk away, asking him to take care of his health and calling him brother. Finally, he added that it would be good if both of them were dealt with. When Song was Peng Ji-hyun, his fate was determined by his ancestry, and now he had become the fool of the Peng family.
Furious, he shouted, "Gawol Chulho!" thus calling them. They came running and immediately fell to their knees when they saw the fury in his eyes.
He promised himself that this time he would be the head of the family. The boys immediately felt a new energy coming from him and wondered what kind of change it was. They realized that he was really going to fight for power with the other heirs. Gawol thought he was being too reckless, as the other heirs would not let him do that. Chulho also realized that the fourth master had little knowledge of martial arts and doubted his success in such a fight. Sung himself realized that he was weak now, and that this could put them all in danger. But he asked them again if they would follow him. "We'll follow you," came the response from Gawol, the girl, and Chulho, the boy. Peng Ji-hyuk is dead. He died in his past life as well as in this one. From now on, he is Peng Mu-sung, the youngest son of the Peng family from Hebei. A candle was burning, adding peace and comfort to the atmosphere. Meditating and filling himself with inner peace, he tried to realize what he had at the moment. He decided to start with martial arts techniques. It's a big secret, but Peng Mu-sung has always been afraid of sword and blood, so he didn't learn martial arts. Despite his superior physical and energy gifts, he wasn't the most respected member of the family, but he still had Peng's blood in him. I need to see if there is still hope, he decided. He focused all his energy on one point. The energy that began to flow out of him was fierce. The wind spread throughout the room, and his body shone with chi energy. After a while, a whole month had already passed on the 4-column training field. Everyone noticed that he had changed beyond recognition. However, the girl wondered why he suddenly wanted to become the head of the family. It meant that he was going to participate in the competition for the election of the head. In the competition for the selection of the head, the sons of the Peng family take part in official fights to determine the next leader. They are judged on martial arts skills, integrity, wisdom, and courage. Even image affects the distribution of power. The boys didn't understand why he didn't strive for it from the beginning and decided to become the leader so late. Some wondered if he had started striving for this goal too late. But only a month has passed, and he has already started to look impressive. When people saw him in the office, they couldn't understand what he was doing here, because he rarely left the house before. However, rumors were already spreading that he had been training regularly lately, as if he was going to practice martial arts again. People wondered why he was doing it now, since the competition was coming up. Peng asked Young-ho to wait here while he went to the 3rd floor. He couldn't understand how this was possible, because only the direct heirs of the family and those who had received special permission from the head could go up to the 3rd floor, because all the secret techniques of the Peng family were kept there. He thought he wasn't strong enough to learn the techniques there now. As he climbed the stairs, Sun felt that they became easier for him. In his past life, everything was different. These stairs seemed insurmountably high to him. Previously, he had only watched others climb them, and he was able to get up there only once, when the Magi had taken over the entire Murim. This is the difference between direct descendants and everyone else. Right in front of the entrance, there were 2 swords in front of Sun, and he was asked to stop. It was explained to him that it was ordered not to let in those who did not have sufficient knowledge of martial arts. Sung decided not to be nice to them and said that if they did not retreat, there was nothing he could do. He grabbed one of the wooden swords and squeezed it tightly. "What kind of power is this?" the guards asked themselves as he squeezed harder and harder. His energy was unrecognizable, and no one had ever expected anything like this from him before. As they flew apart, the guards asked themselves once again, where does the 4th heir get this inner energy from? They asked him how he managed to use the best spiritual technique of the family. He was not going to explain anything to them. He just decided to go through if they didn't mind. Soon he was inside the room. Now that he had this book in his hands, he knew exactly where this technique was hidden. The King of the Mountains Victory March is the best technique of the Peng family, based on the actions of the tiger, the King of the Mountains. This technique is characterized by courage and agility. Sun needed to master the King of the Mountains Victory March to show his true strength. Since he was not a direct descendant of Peng, he had to learn other techniques. But if he can combine the King of the Mountains Victory March, which symbolizes freedom and dignity, with his fierce technique, the family technique will become much stronger than the one described in the archives. Hogol was already waiting when his name was called. The dream asked him to bring the sword. A few days later, on the training field, the sword was in his hands and he was practicing every move. Since he hadn't even learned the basic moves yet, Ho was worried about whether he would be okay. At first, Sung was surprised, because the real owner of this body, who was considered a nobody, turned out to be much stronger. He was born for martial arts. Swordmaster Peng Ji-hyun's fighting technique, the movements of fury, has always been admired. But everyone was delighted with it alone. And if you add to it the victory march of the King of the Mountains, perfected by Mu-sung, and the iron teeth sword of the unrestrained tiger technique, it was truly unbelievable. as if he had been mastering sword techniques all his life.
Master, is this really a sword technique? Asked Ho.
He explained that he had created this technique based on the rampaging tiger, and it was called the Iron Teeth Sword of the Rampaging Tiger. The boy could only swallow his saliva and admire what he was seeing. This power, which seemed to be one with his master and the sword in his hands, was incredible. Sun kept thinking about what level Mago was at now. At that moment, he was lying under a tree.
His younger brother was running to him.
He was praising him for his excellent work and efforts. The kid said that he had heard rumors that he was going to leave the broadcast and asked when he planned to return. He replied that it was nothing serious. He just decided to go for a walk in the good places because there are so many delicious things in the world. He promised the kid that one day they would go traveling together when he was a little older. He was already a little hungry, he told himself, standing on human blood, and it was clear that he was satisfying his hunger. Meanwhile, the table was filled with food, and Seong was sitting at it with Gawal and Chul-ho. It was Sung's birthday, which he didn't consider a special day, just an ordinary one. The girl was very upset and apologized to the host because it was the first time no one else had come. Sun promised them that in 10 years his birthday would be completely different. There would be guests, gifts, everything. At that moment, someone was approaching them. Hearing the voice behind the door, she recognized it immediately. It was her older brother who shouted outside the door, "Little one, come here!" Then he came in and addressed Sun, saying, "If your big brother is calling you, why don't you run to him, wagging your tail?" He added that he had brought a gift. His name is Peng Seo-hyun, and he is the third heir of the Peng family. His abilities and diligence did not match his ambitions. Because of this, he was always compared to his other brothers. Since childhood, he liked to bully the younger ones. Most of his victims were Peng Mu-song, whom he was especially cruel to. Song asked him what he had come for. Holding a box in his hands, he approached Sun, emphasizing that he could not leave his younger brother unattended on his birthday. As he got closer, he opened the box and threw its contents, disgusting bugs and worms, right into Sun's face.
"Eat it, but don't get it all over yourself," he said, calling it a wonderful gift.
Sun took one of the beetles and examined it carefully, trying to remain calm. Squeezing the beetle so that its blood flew in all directions, he looked at his older brother. "You come to the birthday party of your younger brother, who almost died, and you make such stupid jokes," he said. "You're all grown up, but you haven't gained any wisdom." Peng Seo-hyun started to get angry at Sun's words about intelligence. Clenching his fist, he asked if he had gone crazy and had become immortal since he had managed to escape once. With a wave of his hand, he decided to hit his younger brother, but Sun reacted in time, easily dodging to the right. Then he grabbed his older brother's wrist. At that moment, he felt all of Hyun's heroic strength. Sun had a sword hanging from his belt. Noticing this, Hyun asked if it was true that Sun had decided to take up martial arts again. He then offered to fight, even giving Sun a 5-strike advantage because he thought he would win easily. Great, thought Sun, preparing to show his brother where the crayfish hibernate. Sun told his older brother his conditions. If he won, he would no longer address him as his older brother. Sun's sword was already above his head, and his fit, muscular body was hovering over his older brother. The older brother's eyes showed shock at the speed he had just witnessed. He barely had time to put his sword under his younger brother's blow. It was quick and silent, but he did not understand how it happened. "There are 4 more strokes left," Sung said, and Hyun was already begging to wait. It was very hard for him, his body was shaking. When Sung asked him a question, "Are you okay? Or are you fighting like a girl?" Hyun was speechless and began to freak out. Embarrassed, he was furious. In response, his older brother attacked. The lone spirit rolls out the thunder and the shining lightning of the 3 thunderbolts. He really hoped that this attack would bear fruit, and that he would be able to put the younger one in his place. But the raging tiger, an attack that Hyun had not expected, ruined his plans. The blow left him on the ground, lying on his back and coughing. Chul-ho could not believe his eyes. The lone spirit rolling thunder had been stopped by the basic technique of the unrestrained tiger. It seemed that they had switched roles. The dream made it clear that if you can't make fun of your older brothers, you shouldn't pick on your younger ones, and that people like Hyun have no right to be called big brothers. After that, he punched his brother in the nose pretty hard, making him think. After that, in the house of the head of the family, Peng, Hyun's hand was on his knee, trembling, and he had no strength at all. Sun came up to him and greeted him. Peng Jin-young, the current head of the Peng family, was coughing with his hand over his mouth. "How are you feeling?" asked Song, to which the head replied that he was doing quite well. Sun was very eager to see the family head, and it was a pity that he came at a time when he was already sick, to get the family off its knees. Peng Jin-young tried to perfect the lone spirit rolling thunder technique, and this eventually led to his current state. The head had already heard that Song had beaten Seo-hyuk. He asked him if it was true. Sung was confused, and there was a moment of silence between them. Then he bowed low in front of the leader and apologized. But the head laughed and explained that he did not blame him, because brothers always fight. He was just a little surprised to hear that it was not the older one who had beaten the younger one, but the other way around. At that moment, Sun thought about how good it was that he had returned to the past and could see the head of the family again. The head noticed that Sun's energy had changed a lot, and when he looked at him, he remembered the late Ji-hyuk. He then explained how much he cared for Ji-hyuk, who was like a son to him. Despite the opposition of the family, who did not want to accept him and give him their surname, the head made him a member of the family. Ji-hyuk always aspired to become a weapon with which the leader could protect Peng. He remembered how much the kid loved their family like no other. The loss of Ji-hyuk was a great pain for him, and listening to this, Sung couldn't hold back his tears. Sung did not hold back and promised that he would fulfill Peng Ji-hyuk's dreams and will. That's all the leader wanted to hear from Sun and asked him to do his best. In the past, he had appointed Ji-hyuk as Musung's bodyguard, so that his younger brother could look up to him as an example. After that, he thanked Sung and told him he could go get some rest. Finally, the leader mistakenly called Sun Ji-hyuk, thanked him, and apologized for not being able to protect him. The monthly meeting of the main persons of the Peng family is a gathering held every month. It is attended by Peng Yong-hu, the younger brother of Peng Jin-yong, who is the deputy head, Peng Seo-hyun, the third heir apparent, and Peng Chui-hyun, the second heir apparent, and Peng Dai-hyuk, who is the first heir. Only the direct descendants of the Peng family, and those officially appointed to leadership positions can attend this meeting. Everyone is finally there, and this time the head of the family is absent again. As soon as the conversation began, the door opened and the fourth heir entered, unexpectedly ready to attend the monthly meeting. Chul-ho was working with metal when a girl came in and asked him where the heir had gone. He replied that he had met with the head. After that, he immediately went to the monthly meeting. While pouring water on the metal, Chul-ho heard the girl ask why the heir would go there. Looking at the finished sword, he told her that it was time. Meanwhile, in the assembly hall, all the family members were sitting in their seats. Some of them, having been beaten by their younger brother, were furious, while others were calmly drinking tea from a cup. Sun listened attentively to the question addressed to him. They asked when the aura of the weak younger brother had changed so much. The deputy head announced the beginning of the meeting. The head of the overseers was ready to report on today's report, which concerned the investigation into the attack on the fourth heir. He noted that all the participants were caught and tied up on the spot. It turned out that they were warriors who held a grudge against the Peng family. They chose the fourth heir because they thought he and his bodyguard were the weakest among the others. That's a lie, thought Sun. In his past life, when Sun was killed, it was proven that the third heir, Hyuk, was behind it. Because of this, Hyuk lost his influence and was unable to claim the place of the next head. Later, of course, it turned out that this was a mistake, but it happened after the new chairman was elected. Sun wanted to add something. He explained that although he was not the main heir, he was also almost killed, and the family did not say a word about it. He asked if anyone was obstructing the case. It was an insidious plan to kill two heirs at the same time. Sun realized who actually organized this murder, and that culprit was Peng Dae-hyuk. Song then stood up from his chair and said that this incident made him realize many things. I, the fourth heir of Peng Mu-song, will compete to become the new head of the family. These words caused a storm of emotions in the third heir. Some people were very interested in them. Song continued and asked to be given a chance to show his abilities, as there has been a serial killer wreaking havoc in Hebei lately. This is the White Yin Demon, who has already killed 7 girls with yin energy. According to rumors, he is a master of his craft. No one knows his exact location, and that's why Sun asked me to entrust him with this task. He promised that he would definitely catch him and bring him back. The third heir couldn't hold back and started to get up from his chair. He grabbed Sun by his clothes and called him a bastard. Seo-hyun said that he was tracking down the White Yin Demon himself and asked Sun not to interfere. Sun turned to his third brother. That's why I'm telling you, third brother, that I'm taking this case. He asked if it was because of him that Seo-hyun was in such a miserable state. Seong said that he had a duty to take responsibility for beating him. The second heir approached Song and said that he had not seen such decisive action from him for a long time and said that he supported the fourth heir's wishes. The head of the military did not hide his desire for this to happen. Everyone started asking the deputy head to give Sun this chance. The deputy head reasoned that the second heir had always protected the younger one, so it was expected. But the head of the military had always maintained neutrality, and now he suddenly decided to intervene. This noise was due to Musong's changing aura. He didn't understand why he was surprised, because a tiger gives birth to a cub. Then the first heir also spoke up, saying that Musong was part of their bloodline and should be given this chance. Song knew that the first heir would do just that, because once he left the estate, it would be easier for the first to get rid of him. At that moment, the third heir jumped up again and asked everyone what had gotten into them, because Sun had never shown any interest in family or martial arts. They began to calm him down, but Seong put his hand on his shoulder and explained that Seo-hyun's current condition might be related to the White Yin Demon, and suggested that he would try to catch it himself. Then he leaned down to his ear and suggested that he go to training again. On behalf of the head, who could not attend, the deputy announced that the fourth heir was allowed to catch the White Yin Demon to prove his worthiness to compete for the next head. After this decision, a smile appeared on the faces of the other family members. Song thanked them for this chance and promised to catch the White Yin Demon. The first heir had a very interesting question, which he asked. How did Song manage to locate the criminal, and where will he be next? After all, no one knows how Yin chooses his next victims. Sun explained that, according to the information he had gathered so far, the next target is the Twin Ghost Mountains, where a small family's fortress is located. The second daughter of the head of this family is the next victim. After a while, they were already traveling through the ghostly mountains, and a servant asked Song if the White Yin Demon had really appeared here. Song replied that he had learned something important. All the victims had one thing in common. They all have moles on their necks. Since this detail seems insignificant, everyone missed it. Of course, without the memories from his past life, he wouldn't have been able to realize this. In his past life, Peng Hyuk always missed the White Yin Demon, and the number of victims only increased. An interesting question arose. How did Song find out about the mole on the neck of the second daughter of the fortress, Sarin? He explained that he had acted in the same way as the White Demon Yin. Rumors that wander here and there can tell a lot. Ho apologized to Sun, but he mustered up the courage to say that he hadn't been like himself lately. Even his manner of speech had changed a lot. As a warrior, he really wanted to know from Sun how he trained, how he got this energy and sword technique. A slight smile appeared on Sun's face. He told Ho that it was Peng Ji Hyuk who showed him. At that moment, they quickly grabbed their weapons when they heard sounds that caught their attention. It was very foggy around them, and it was hard to see anything. They thought it might be an imagination and let go of their weapons. They still had a long way to go, so they decided to move faster. Did they really see me? Thought Go Wall. Among the fragrant flowers in the courtyard of Sarin Fortress, a little girl sat, inhaling the magical scent. Gently stroking the flowers, she knew how to find joy in life. She always noticed the beauty of the world in the simplest things. But Yin, the rascal, was sitting on a branch nearby, watching her intently. Yin, the White Demon, was hunting her, the second daughter of the fortress's lord, Sarin. In a moment of despair, he grabbed his throat and screamed, "Mom!" At the same moment, the girl also felt a sharp pain. She whispered a word. Dirt. He clutched his throat with all his might, trying to muffle his own scream. After that, traces of dirt remained on his neck. He jumped to the ground from the branch he had been sitting on and found himself even closer to the girl. A moment later, his feet stepped on the flowers, crushing them. The dirt was everywhere on his hands and clothes, all over him. After a while, Yin's shadow fell on the girl lying on the bed. His hand slowly reached out to her. He was ready to grab her with his claws, just one step away. But suddenly, Sun appeared behind him and asked Yin if he had noticed that the mole had disappeared. "Who the hell are you?" asked Yin, shocked to see someone here. Sun only replied that Yin did not need to know. He asked Yin if he was really the Ice Demon's disciple. Yin White Demon. Sun grabbed his sword and began to approach Yin closer and closer. Yin warned him that it was not too late to retreat, and anger burst out of him, changing his face. But Sun looked absolutely calm, and a smile played on his face. Together they jumped out of the room through the window, deciding that they would find another place to continue the fight. Yin was concentrating all his energy on his hand, which had long, sharp claws shining at the tips. Sun was preparing his sword to parry the coming blows. But the blows were so powerful that it was almost impossible to hold the sword in his hands. However, a swing of the sword allowed him to push the demon back. Yin demonstrated impressive acrobatics, doing 2 backflips and maintaining his balance perfectly. Calling Sun a bastard, Yin warned him that he would turn him into an ice statue. Yin launched a whirlwind of blue ice directly at Sun. What a massive amount of energy Yin had absorbed to carry out such attacks. Knowing Yin's fighting techniques, Sun had no intention of retreating. By saying this, Sun made the demon realize the situation. Yin realized that his opponent was no ordinary person. His skill might even be higher than Yin's, and the energy enveloping the sword was powerful yang energy. From this, Yin realized that Sun had not been sent by his mentor. He realized that he was facing a descendant of the Peng family from Hebei. The guy's energy was really extraordinary, it overwhelmed him. Gawol was sitting on the roof of one of the buildings and watching them fight. Gawol was ready to grab her sword, which was hanging in a scabbard on her belt. Yin and Song both came from northern clans. Yin from the An clan and Song from the Chinju clan. Yin believed that the Peng family were just children compared to his clan. This was quite a loud statement on his part. The iron teeth sword of the indomitable tiger. A powerful tiger strike that made the trees tremble. These 2 attacks silenced the demon and made him pay for his words with the loss of his arm. He finally saw the real power in front of him. The dream looked powerful. His gaze was confident, his face was serious, and his soul was eager to punish the offender. A moment later, Yin was sitting in the middle of the flowers, unable to contain his emotions from the pain. He curled up in a ball and knelt down. Suddenly, Sun began to feel something strange. His body did not obey itself, and a sharp pain appeared in his head. Could it be energy paralysis? Why? If Sun hadn't lost much energy. Could it be the Peng family's big secret? Was Song afraid of swords and the sight of blood? Heaven had given him the body of a tiger and the heart of a deer. Would he be able to plunge his sword into a human being now that the enemy had suddenly rushed at him, grabbing him by the neck? Feeling superior due to Sun's inability to kill him, Yin began to shout, "Die!" while holding his neck. At that moment, Sun's hand trembled and reached for the hilt of his sword, but the sword slipped and fell on the beautiful flowers that were growing right under their feet. In his predicament, Sun began to pull Yin's arm away from his neck. This was followed by a powerful right hook to the head, which made his opponent's legs stagger. Drops of blood began to fly out of Yin's mouth. "That's enough!" came from Sun, who swung for an uppercut. The punch landed not in his beard, but right in his chest, where breath is caught at the very moment you feel pain. With the loss of breath, Yin began to spit out blood. Then a powerful punch to the right side made his body trample the flowers, flying backwards. But the strength in Yin's hands was incredible, and the energy helping him strangle forced Song to kneel down next to the sword that had fallen from his hands and made him cough. Chulho hurried to his master when he saw that he was barely able to stand. But Sung raised his hand and asked him not to interfere, signaling him to wait. After a suffocating moment, Sun reached for his sword. Now Yin will deal with him alone, without wasting time to help. The one-armed demon got up even after such strong blows, but taijutsu will not harm this enemy. After all, in his arsenal, in addition to a strong body, there are many more attacks that he begins to use. Although the body belongs to Pengmu Sun, the soul inside belongs to someone else, and the owner of this soul is good with a sword. This gives him the opportunity to win, and perhaps he is already winning. The victory march of the King of the Mountains is the next attack he used. Yin no longer knew what to do and how to restrain such strong attacks from Song, but the attacks came one after another as if Sun had unlimited energy. One more swing of the sword, and the enemy lost his other arm and was left armless. Sun honorably fulfilled his task, leaving the enemy no chance. Meanwhile, the daughter of the second man was sobbing with emotion, shouting, "Dirt! I didn't want you," she said, crying bitterly. In her mind, she grabbed the white demon Yin by the neck, but in reality, as if hearing these words, he knelt down without hands and asked, "Am I the mud?" These were his last words, and he kept asking again and again, "Am I dirt?" It was the last thing he said before he fell to the ground among the luxuriant flowers that shimmered brightly under the glow of the night moon. Ho, terrified, immediately rushed to his master. He noticed with alarm that the white demon Yin was lying unconscious, as if lost in his own thoughts. Sleep had sealed his martial techniques, closing off the energy flows and leaving him defenseless. The man wondered why the cruelty was directed at innocent girls and why he clung to those moles so much. But the dream warned him not to ask questions he didn't want to know the answers to, and not to delve into the darkness of another's soul. The softness can confuse the blade of your sword. Yet he listened to this and did not understand anything, as if he had lost the thread of understanding. The master's martial arts skills in this fight were not inferior to those of the best swordsman, it was obvious. But there was one something he could not yet overcome, and that was the fear of blood and battle. Now Ho was sure that his master would become the next head, and the day when his fame would spread around the world was not far off. After that, Dawn told the man that he would now have to finish everything here and do something else before returning home. The man did not understand and asked what exactly the dream meant. Without answering, the dreamer silently began to walk away, and the man asked where he was going. "To the top of the Phantom Mountain," replied the dreamer. The cleft of the twin Phantom Mountains, impressive in its scale, the crevasse was surrounded by tree roots that hugged the rocks all along the slope. Dream was approaching them. He stood in front of the trees, and with one swing of his sword cut them down because they were blocking the way. They prevented them from going to the cave, which was hidden under the roots. Once upon a time, the white demon Yin was fleeing from the pursuit of Peng Seohyuk. By chance, he found this cave near the gap between two peaks. There was a rare find there that dramatically increased his skill. Because of this, the masters were able to capture him only when the number of victims became even greater. Thanks to the pure and powerful energy flows, Song easily mastered the Lone Spirit Thunder Roll technique, but because he had only just begun to study martial arts, his body lacked enough energy. For his last birthday, his second brother gave him a 10-year-old ginseng, but even that was not enough to restore his lack of spiritual energy. In addition, the gift box contained a pill that emitted an extremely unpleasant odor. It had been sent by someone who sends gifts anonymously every year, and it had a strange note attached. It was a remedy for 100 poisons. Is this remedy capable of neutralizing 100 poisons? Who would send such a rare thing? It is certainly rare, but it cannot increase Sonu's spiritual energy. Therefore, he would have to look for another way to gain power, and that is why he came to this cave. Who would have thought that the May ice flower grows here? It is certainly very valuable, but it only increases yin energy. For the White Yin Demon who used techniques based on it, it might be useful, but for Sun, who uses yang energy, this find is useless. But suddenly he remembered something, namely, that there was someone who might need this flower. He thought that he would have to go to distant lands, but now he was lucky, because thanks to the flower he didn't have to worry about money. After picking the flower, Sun left the cave. Standing on a stone, he said that he did not even think that she would pursue him, because he had felt her long before. He asked her to come out and said that at first he was not sure, but now he could see her. He reminded her that he had ordered her to wait for them in the fortress. Gawal reached for her sword, which already had traces of blood on it. She pulled out her blade and realized that her master knew about her presence. He had sensed her from the moment he left the Peng family home and told her that she must be an assassin sent by her older brother. But she didn't ask about that. She asked him why he wasn't surprised to see her like this. He asked her if she wanted to know how he had realized. Her silent steps and breathing distinguished her from ordinary people, and it seemed that all this time she had been playing a role that didn't suit her, as she was hiding her true identity. She was surprised that he noticed, but he knew because they spent more time together than apart. She was always there for him and protected him. Then she confessed that, as he had guessed, she was a killer, from a clan of heavenly chosen assassins. These words stunned Sung. He did not expect such a confession and was very surprised. Is Gawal really from the same clan where the head is the king of assassins and is one of the top 10 mercenaries? Her clan is one of the 3 main mercenary clans in Murim, and she's one of the best there. She threatened Sun, saying that even he would have a hard time avoiding death if she decided to act. Maybe, Sung replied and asked what she wanted. In response, he heard that he needed to give up the competition. At that moment, he realized that she had been hired by Hyuk and said that he couldn't give up, so he refused. Her speed was incredible, and she rushed at Song with lightning speed with a blade. We can recall how she used to take the lady's hand. There were tears in her eyes that she could not hold back. She begged to be called sister for the last time, like in the good old days. Even on her knees to the last, she wished for the mistress to live and asked for her son Musung to be protected. Her life ended like the last drop of water that dried up in a lake that had asked for nothing in return all its life, but only gave its water to the birds and fish that lived in it. Her pain was unbearable, and she fell on the sheet that covered her and cried. And now her blades were pointed directly at Sun's throat. He said to her, "You can't do this. You won't succeed." "I don't know about the others, but you won't betray me," Sung said right in her face, knowing that she would do nothing because her emotions had already gotten the better of her. "Why the hell?" she asked, and dropped the knife from his hand. Grabbing his clothes, she began to ask him why he was choosing the most dangerous path, and in her mind she apologized to her sister for having to protect her master, and now it seemed she would not be able to be there for him. He took her tender hands and apologized for making her worry, but said he could not change his mind. Even her eyes pleading with him could not make him change his mind. At that moment, she brought up the subject of his late mother. She was the only daughter of a clan leader, and Pengmu Sun's mother was the daughter of the King of Killers, which means that Sun's grandfather was the same King of Killers. The girl began to explain that Peng's family was very famous, so it was impossible to reveal the fact that the lady came from the assassin clan. Sun could not believe it. Was the antidote he had recently received as a gift from his grandfather, and all the other gifts were also from his grandfather? It seemed impossible. Sun knew the truth about Gawal being a murderer from his past life. After Sun was murdered, Gawal, knowing it was Peng Daehyun's handiwork, secretly infiltrated to take revenge and died. Her identity was never revealed. At that moment, the girl was sitting on her knees and explaining to Seong that she had been trying to protect him from danger all this time. But now she accepted his decision not to refuse to participate in the competition for the election of the head. In accordance with my late mistress's last will and testament, I, Gawal, from the clan of heavenly chosen assassins, will protect you at the cost of my own life. It was unexpected for Seong, but he found a reliable ally and thanked her for it. The next day, he and Chulho left the city with the last white demon Yin. Gawal followed them, but she wasn't the only one watching them. She was the only one who dealt with all the unnecessary problems that came their way. In particular, she got rid of the assassins hired by Hyuk. Rumors spread that Sung had defeated the white demon Yin. On their way home, they were warmly welcomed on the main road in Jeonjin. Finally, they reached the Peng family home. As promised, the vice chief kept his word about Sun catching the white demon Yin. The deputy head allowed him to participate in the competition. This did not make the other heirs very happy. The first heir could hardly contain his anger, and he was even shaking. The water in the glass in his hand was almost overflowing, because the tension caused cracks in the glass. In the pavilion of the first master in the house of the first heir, Peng Daehyuk, the dishes were flying in all directions. When he returned home, he was able to throw out all the anger that had accumulated in him. It was unexpected that the owner, who usually takes no interest in his brothers, was watching the younger one. But he replied that he had no particular interest in this, only a slight interest. However, this jock said that he did not blame him for anything, and at some point the whole Peng family began to pay attention to the fourth owner. He then asked the first one if there was any news from the hired killers. The next thing the owner heard was that the head of the family, his grandfather, was relying on his grandson. Kachok came closer, took the owner by the shoulder, and said that the Peng family should belong to Mr. Ono of Chinju. The deputy head's reception.
It had been so long since they had last met. How many days have passed?
Gong Songjin, the head of a region in Murima, an organization similar to the United Nations in the martial arts world. It is often used as a concept for factional alliances. What can you do? Both are very busy people. The deputy really did not expect to have to personally accompany the white demon Yin to Murimi, but he explained that it was more important than it seemed at first glance. It was no secret that he was the lover of the heavenly ice demon, one of the 5 great representatives of Sadokon. After that, Gong asked if the fourth master had managed to capture him. And was this true? Since the fourth was a weak child of the head who could not even master martial arts? Swaying the cup of tea in his hand, the fourth master replied that he was right. The fourth was the one who brought great changes to the Peng family. Meanwhile, the fourth man was standing by the cart on the street. Suddenly he was addressed. It was the deputy head, whom Song greeted, bowing to him and Gong's master Song Jin. When Gong looked at Song, he was amazed. Such a powerful aura at such a young age. It was even hard to appreciate the power of his energy. It was the first time in a long time that he had felt such strength and power, and the last time he had felt it was with the genius of the Namgun family, Namgun Hyuk. Without hesitation, he approached the fourth heir and offered to work for him. He promised that Sun would be able to study, accumulate energy, and he would write a letter of recommendation for him. With such abilities, he would quickly take an important position in Murim. Gong promised him all this. Hearing this, the deputy head could not understand what was happening. Song explained to Gong that it was a very good offer, but he was busy with family matters at the moment. This was a bit of a surprise for Hong. After saying goodbye to everyone, he realized that Musung would bring big changes to the Peng family. In a moment, he was already sitting on his horse, ready to leave. He realized that this young man would not only bring changes to the Peng family, but would also shake up the whole of Murim. After that, on the training field, Sung continued to improve his martial arts skills. Together with Chulho, they competed in sword fights, honing their skills to the max so that they could always remain in a dominant position in close combat. They would always come from uncomfortable positions to create maximum difficulties for each other. This helped to make the picture as close to real events as possible, so that it would seem as if they were really fighting on a real battlefield. They were exhausted to the limit. Chul experienced firsthand that Sung's flickering sword technique was lightning fast. It was a really good fight, after which they shook hands. Both left on a note of optimism and shook them. Sung sincerely wanted Chul to become stronger and warned him that there were many more challenges ahead. Suddenly, Gawol appeared in front of them. She handed them a book and asked them to hold it. It was a martial arts book that Sun had written for Chul. He had asked him to focus on learning the technique of the iron teeth sword of the unrestrained tiger. Chul couldn't contain his joy at this gift, as it was really valuable to him. In his past life, Chulho was so dedicated and skilled in martial arts that other young masters wanted to engage him. But he died while remaining loyal to his master, the fourth heir. However, Song was sure that in the near future, everything would be different. Chulho would not die and would only become stronger. He would be the only one to take responsibility for the new Peng family security unit that Sun was planning to form. Sung approached the girl and asked her about what she had said earlier, namely about having assassins to bring in. She immediately asked him if he had any errands for her. He asked her to gather information about the heirs, especially to pay attention to the first heir and the situation in Hebze. If anything unexpected should arise, he asked her to inform him through the clan of heavenly chosen assassins. After entrusting her with this task, he said goodbye to her and the others. He asked her not to pursue him this time. Chul Hoseong was given a task, to become even stronger by the time they met again. The fourth son of the Peng family from Hebei, Peng Musung, embarks on a 2-year journey through Murim, which is a tradition for participants in the competition to choose the head of the family and is known as the spiritual path of the tiger. After a while, he was walking through the streets filled with people. Children were laughing and running around happily. Vendors were offering their wares, and as he watched, he asked himself a question. How long has it been since I walked along the shopping streets? This seems to be the first time since he became Peng Musan. After he adopted this name, he had no free time because he was adjusting to his new role and practicing martial arts. But now that he was able to enter the competition to choose a chapter, and everything was going according to plan, although there was still a long way to go, he decided to celebrate the beginning of the spiritual path of the tiger. He decided to take out his money and have a few drinks. He heard that there was a good inn nearby, so he went there. On the way, however, he met a very unexpected person. He was so surprised that he even dropped his money. Could it be the head of the Mogyo, an organization whose members worship evil demons and wield magic, and who are Murimin's main opponents? After a second of thought, Sun realized that if he got rid of this bastard now, there would be no war. He immediately started running towards him, but suddenly his legs began to disobey. His whole body began to tremble, and he could not understand what was happening. His body refused to fight, but why? Was it because of the initial fear of him? Don't be a laughingstock, Sun told himself. He asked himself if he was reborn to be afraid of every other person in Murim, because this was his only chance. He began to stalk him, asking himself where the head of Mogyo was, where he had gone. Having overcome his fear, he began to move forward with all his might. But it didn't last long, as sweat broke out on his face, and everything before his eyes began to darken. When he opened his eyes, ordinary people were leaning over him, asking if he was okay and could not understand what had happened to this guy. Not yet recovered from the anger he had just felt, he could not even hear the words of the people who said that maybe they should call a doctor. He clenched his fist as hard as he could and slammed it on the ground. It was impossible not to blame himself for missing such an important target. In Taiyuan, Shanxi, near this house, there was a conversation about the mission and its simplicity. After all, their target was just a young man from the Peng family. It even somehow touched on his honor. Why send us for anyone, especially for some boy? He asked. But the other asked him to be quiet because they were on duty. They were the Black Death and the Red Death from Sadakon. Red Death kept telling Black Death that he was grumbling again, adding that he really felt sorry for the guy because he dared to confront the Heavenly Ice Demon, knowing that he was the third great criminal. He was sentenced to death, and members of the Murimin took him away and reported him to the Heavenly Demon. It was also reported that he was captured when he was operating under the name White Demon Yin in a province belonging to the Peng family. Peng of Hebei repeated the name in an angry voice. He considered them to be a family that had lost all its power, but he himself was a celestial ice demon. He was infinitely angry that they were not afraid to hurt his best student, whom he had raised with great love, considering it a challenge. Two shadows of the Red and Black Deaths appeared in front of the tavern door. They kicked the door down with a bang and went inside. None of the people present could understand what was happening, and Sun was having a drink at that moment. Red, with his hand to his head, looked around and said that he heard that there was a guy from Hebei. He exclaimed in surprise, "Oh!" and then said, "Here he is," and then he saw Sun in front of him. People around him started whispering, "Isn't that the Red and Black Death? They are partners known for their strength even among the Sapa warriors. Their martial arts are extraordinary, and alone they are terrifying. But when they attack in pairs, it is a real terror. People have even heard that many great masters have left this world because of them." They told everyone present that if they didn't want to die, they'd better leave this place as soon as possible. Soon, screaming, all the people left the room. Red's hand was already on Sun's shoulder, and he asked if he was the son of the Peng family. He looked at the bowl of food in front of Sun and noticed that he hadn't even touched it. "You're so young, but you eat like an old man," he said. Taking the noodles, he started eating, laughing and saying how delicious it was, suggesting that Black eat here when they were done with their work. After all, they hadn't even had lunch yet. Sung told them that he had searched the entire neighborhood, but hadn't found the head of the Mogyo. He had already realized that they had been sent by the Heavenly Ice Demon. They were also famous partners in his past life. Sun thought to himself that he could not be defeated by such scoundrels as them. The silence from Sun angered Red. Sun decided not to be silent and told them that he believed they had been sent by the Heavenly Ice Demon, but they had come at the wrong time because he was in a very bad mood. He asked Red for permission to give him a drink and poured water directly on his head. "I want to give him a drink so that he doesn't suffer in the afterlife for not even drinking before he died," he added. Sun hit Red in the chest with his knee, which is the most effective technique against those who take away someone else's food. Black immediately grabbed his sword when he saw his comrade thrown to the side, and with his sword, he rushed straight at Sun, trying to attack him from behind. But he didn't hit him in the back, only in the void, as Sun skillfully dodged the attack, concentrated his energy on his arm, and swung straight at Black Death's head. Black Death flew into the wall, grinding the floor on his way. Feeling the wave that came from Black Death hitting the wall, Red Death sat on his knees and looked at his opponent. He urged Black Death not to pretend and to get up quickly because he saw Sun, whose energy exceeded all possible limits, forming a field of power around him. Red Death took out his whip and realized that this mission would not be easy. The Red Death offered to fight in earnest, noting that the blow was in view of the fact that he had yielded to him as a junior. After that, he swung his whip right at the place where Sun was standing, but with incredible speed, Sun easily dodged this blow. He reached for his sword, which he had with him, and was almost at Red Death's side. The Red Death tried to do something, pulling out his whip, thinking that he could now punish Sun. A whip, compared to a sword, is a weapon for longer-range combat, and you need very high speed to get through the whip's blows that can tear the skin. The Black Death only had time to warn the Red that the dream was above his head. Sun showed real skill with his sword and was already close to the enemy. Red Death was lucky that Black jumped up in time. He wondered what kind of power Sun had. Before that, they hadn't even considered him a serious opponent. But it was only after they got their asses handed to them that they realized he had such a perfect skill. Phew, Sung finally exhaled. I just have to clean up this mess. He thought to himself that this was a complete failure. At first, he made a few winning moves, but, as expected, it was a tough bet, because Sun's inner strength was less than the amount of energy they had accumulated over their lives. In the best-case scenario, he will survive 3 more clashes. But if the battle drags on, Sun will be finished. Without giving up, the opponents immediately rushed at him, releasing all their energy outward. Am I really going to lose? Sun asked himself, looking at the 2 bullets flying at him in the form of opponents who had now become super fast. One with a sword like lightning, and the other with a whip and even in a jump. Both of them were shouting the same thing, their desire for him to die quickly. With one hand, Sun defended himself against the whip, and with the other hand he deflected the sword. But the whip wrapped itself around the sword's blade. Behind him, the Black Death decided to attack from the rear. Sun, with great effort, put his hand directly under the blade, putting all his energy into this point so that the blade would not cut through his hand. It was difficult to even move, because one hand was occupied with the sword to which the whip was tied, and the other was holding the sword. But his 2 legs remained free, and he lifted one of them up. Then, kicking it to the floor, he released energy that threw both opponents back. Black Death barely stayed on his feet, and Red Death flew backwards, flying over the boxes that were in his way. This attack took a lot of strength from Sun, and blood flew out of his mouth. The internal injuries caused by the reverse energy flow were serious. He could only hope that he would hold out, but it was very risky. You're losing shape, Red Death said. He added that it seemed that the young master from a famous family was at the end of his rope, as it was obvious how hard he was having a hard time even in this battle. Black Death reminded Red Death that complacency was forbidden, but he asked him not to grumble, which he usually does, and said he would quickly finish Song off by throwing himself at him. Song realized that he couldn't die so stupidly right there, since he hadn't even started his business yet. He remembered his family who were killed in his past life. He had not yet fulfilled his mission of revenge for that day. The whip cut through the air again, making loud pops. Sun, with a gaze colder than the ice of Antarctica, looked at his opponents. Looking at them, he felt no pity. He had finished with the Red Death first. The Black Death saw it with his own eyes and could not believe it, but Sun's ruthless and cold gaze now turned to Black Death. The sword whistled in the air. All the power was directed to this strike. The sword passed from top to bottom, and in its path was Black Death, whose blood flew in all directions. His body was cut into 2 parts. This surge of power and energy used by Sun took a lot of strength. He spent all his energy in this seemingly simple battle. With such strength, not only would he not be able to become the head of the family, but he would not be able to deal with the head of Mogyo. He remembered the words of the monk who had asked him if he had heard of a fate worthy of the name Buddha of Shanxi province, and he realized that, as he had thought, he needed to go there. He held a bag of money and put it on the bar, apologizing to the owner for the mess. The owner, meanwhile, was hiding behind the counter from the bloody battle that was taking place there. On the floor, there were only traces of 2 deaths, red and black, which were ruthlessly dealt with by Sun. Shanxi Province. Datong is a city in Shanxi Province, China. Yonggang Rock Cave is a Buddhist temple in Datong. It was in the vicinity of this place that Song was wandering. Next to him was a man who was carving a sculpture out of stone. He turned his head and saw Sun. At that time, Sun was walking toward a nearby cave. When he entered it, he saw a giant statue of Buddha made of stone. Sun bowed down to the Buddha with Amitabha, which is an exclamation in Buddhism that is uttered when praying to the Buddha. Sun apologized and said he would make some noise. He then concentrated all his energy in his fist and swung. The bright red glow of this energy illuminated the statue. Sun struck it with all his power right in front of him. Shanxi Province, the center of Taiwan, the streets remained as lively as ever. Meanwhile, in the Songhang Inn, beautiful music was playing, and the girl was completely immersed in it. The guests were drinking delicious teas that completely soothed their bodies. A nervous man opened the door. It was clear that he wanted to say something, but he couldn't. The girl immediately greeted him. "Hello, long time no see." He answered, stammering, "A long time." She asked him if he wanted a Comtech as usual, and suggested going up to the 3rd floor. He followed her, and she led him to the 3rd floor. Opening the door, she greeted him again. She was quite surprised by his visit, as she had not seen him for a long time. When she asked how he was doing, the man asked her not to ask. He told her that recently there had been a big fight in his guest house. She realized from his tone that the damage was serious. He said that there was not a single intact bowl left and put a bag on the table. He explained that he had paid generously for the damage. Is this really what I think it is? The girl thought. Has the little king finally become stronger? She asked herself and reached out for the sack. She was the mistress of the Songhung Inn and the leader of the clan of heavenly chosen assassins in charge of Shanxi province. Her name was Hua Ran. Song left a message inside the compensation bag. In it, he asked for information about a person in whom he had a personal interest. Kim, young man from the Kimjok group of traders. This is someone who has recently become much more powerful. She wondered why the fourth master needed this man. Then she realized that if it was about that temple, she immediately asked where the fourth master was now, and emphasized that she had to hurry because the person he was looking for might die within the next few days. Meanwhile, when Sun hit the stone with all his might, the stones shattered, making a loud crash as they fell to the ground. After using enough force, a cave opened up for him to enter, and it was just as the monk had said. When he went inside, he noticed the monk sitting there, his skin dried to the bone. The dream greeted the 1,000-year-old killer monk from the Shaolin Temple. Later, when it was already dark, a very calm atmosphere reigned on the roof of one of the buildings. A great swordsman was drinking juice with the monk. He had a scar on his eye in the form of 3 claw scratches. The monk turned to him and asked if he knew the Iron Fist of Sadachan, as it is said that the destiny worthy of the name Buddha, which he attained at a young age, is the legacy of a 1,000-year-old killer monk. A killer monk? The great swordsman asked the monk curiously. The monk took another sip of juice and began to explain. He was talking about the legendary Hongyong of the Shaolin Temple. A long time ago, when the war between Chiangpa and Sapa broke out, the monk Hongyong vowed to avenge his disciples and went to the battlefield. However, he committed too many murders, so he decided to leave the temple and later began to wander the expanses of Murim. Feeling remorseful, at the end of his days he dug a cave in the rock using fist-fighting techniques and power attacks. In the process, a certain truth was revealed to him. This truth was later described in a very valuable manuscript. In his past life, this manuscript was given to Sapa, and Sun could do nothing but be angry with that monk. As soon as Sun reached for the manuscript, he was distracted by sounds behind him. Turning his head, he noticed a man who was pumped up. It was the eldest heir to Sadojong, the Iron Fist, Cholmu Ryong. But why did he come here right now? Asked Sung. I've heard about the 1,000-year-old killer monk, so I've often looked into Yonghang Cave, said Iron Fist. He added that he hadn't expected to find a place like this. He laughed and asked Song how he found the place. He replied that Sun had simply sensed the place and asked him to back off, explaining that the manuscript had nothing to do with Sapa. But Iron Fist tightened his fist with all his might and told Sun that it seemed they had the same goal. He then suggested that they use their skills to determine the true master of destiny, the one worthy of being called a Buddha. Sun realized that this was a tough competition, because the Iron Fist was very strong, and the monk could not overcome it even once. But sometimes there are moments in life when there is no retreat. Song knew this better than anyone else and told him who he was, namely the 4th heir of the Peng family from Hebei, Peng Musong. The man working with the stone got up from the stone he was sitting on and finally waited for them to arrive. The one who could fulfill the cherished wish of the monk observer had arrived, the one whose strength is amazing. The battle between them began. They looked at each other with greedy eyes and rushed into battle. Iron Fist put all his strength into his fist, gathering all the energy there. Sun held his sword in his hands, which had no less energy. Luck was not on Sun's side this time. He was in a lot of pain, but the opponent still did not expect Sun to last so long. He noted that these skills did not look like those of a person of such a young age. Sun began to look for strength in himself and found it to get up at least one leg. He then said that he never liked and would never like to be distracted by chatter during a fight, gathered his strength, got to his feet, and picked up his sword. He promised to break Iron Fist into small pieces so that he could never return to martial arts again. The enemy took this with the hope that it was not a bluff, and he was the first to rush at Sun. A moment later, he was already standing and breathing heavily. He watched as Sun's hand tried to reach for the sword lying on the ground, and Sun's body was next to the sword. The difference in energy seemed to be too great, and Sun had not yet recovered from the battle with the Red and Black Death. After that, the Iron Fist decided that the winner was already determined, and he would get the manuscript. But suddenly, the sound of Sun's energy reached Iron Fist's ear again. Once again, Sun was able to rise, demonstrating his willpower. It seemed to Iron Fist that he would resist until he died. However, his thirst for victory was enormous, and he asked Sun to accept that the fight was over. Again, like a bolt of lightning in the sky, he thrust his fist towards Sun's body. It was amazing how Sun dodged it. But it wasn't over yet. This fighter still had a lot of strength. The blows were so loud that they could be heard even outside the cave. "Who are you?" asked Iron Fist when something unexpected happened. This man grabbed his fist in flight as if it were a flake of fluff. He introduced himself as the one who was protecting the cherished wish of the monk observer, and he asked in return who they were to make a ruckus here. Does the 1,000-year-old killer monk have a descendant? Iron Fist wondered. and said that he was the Iron Fist of Sedojin, Cheol Mu-ryong. Song also bowed and introduced himself as the fourth heir of the Ping family. The monk's descendant noticed that if we compare the time of arrival at the cave, Song was the first to arrive here, and said so. He then said that the wooden chest should be given to the person who first arrived at the cave. But if that person dies, won't that change the conditions? Asked Iron Fist. Sun only looked him in the eye and remained silent, waiting for the next words from his descendant. The monk's descendant immediately noticed the cruelty and did not hide it, saying that it was clear that Iron Fist was a member of the Seipa. He asked him if he had decided to make a play on words. He didn't deny it and asked, "What if it is? A 1,000-year-old killer monk is the man who brutally murdered our soldiers from Sadakon a long time ago." He added that it was impossible to count all the victims who fell at his hands, and his manuscript was not a way to atone for the wars before the soldiers of Sedojin. He then declared that he could now take what was rightfully his. These words sent the elder into a rage, and Seong tried to bring him back to his senses, shouting, "Come to your senses!" Without waiting, Sun picked up his sword again, let his energy flow freely, and rushed straight at Iron Fist with his sword. The force in the blow was incredible. Iron Fist was very lucky to dodge such an attack. He hit a rock, which broke into small pieces. Iron Fist couldn't understand where so much energy came from in a man who had just recently been on the verge of death. "Do you remember the cherished wish of Monk Hong Yun?" asked Song, and added that this manuscript was really meant for the Sadochan soldiers who brutally killed the monk's disciples. At this point, let's return to the monk's conversation with the great swordsman about how Kiyomu broke his promise, studied everything himself, and then simply burned the manuscript. He didn't want to pass on Monk Hong Yun's knowledge to the Qianpa members, which made the monk think he was a damn bastard. He knew that the monk wanted only one thing: to pass on the knowledge of the Shaolin martial arts, the knowledge to which he had devoted his entire life. Because of his sinful soul, the monk could not return alone, and wanted at least the manuscript to reach the temple. The dreamer shouted that the place where the manuscript should return is Mount Sun Shan, where the Shaolin temple is located. He continued to ask his descendant if the monk hadn't been longing for the embrace of the Shaolin temple all his life. The descendant was even more amazed, not understanding how Song knew all this. Then Song asked him if he really thought that this henchman of Sapa, pointing to Iron Fist, would sincerely fulfill the wishes of Monk Hong Yong. At that moment, Iron Fist charged at him with his sword. He had already channeled all of his energy into his fist and called Song's words a lie. After that, he hit Sun hard in the face with one of his strongest punches. He was going to tear out Sun's tongue, because after saying that, he thought he was incredibly arrogant. He continued the attack by throwing Sun's head back. Everything before Sun's eyes went black, and he could only hear the noise of such powerful blows. But this did not stop him from finding the strength to grip his sword even harder and swing it as if it were his last fight. These blows made blood flow from his mouth. He could only cough up blood because the pain was unbearable. Trying to climb higher, Sun upset the balance of energy in his body. It seemed that he could rejoice at least in the fact that he was not dead yet. To Iron Fist, he seemed like an annoying opponent. Now Iron Fist decided not to restrain himself and swung at Sun with the words, "Goodbye." At that moment, the Scion must have thought, "I'm not going to let Iron Fist kill this guy," and rushed right towards him. Sun just came to his senses when he heard the words, "Kid, wake up!" When he turned his head in different directions, Iron Fist was no longer visible. When asked, "Where is he?" the descendant replied that Iron Fist was a young master and had gone away on business. But it seems that the truth was different, although this is not so important. Iron Fist was one of the simple rivals. He and the old man had a fist fight, and the old man struck first, slamming him against the wall. After that, he offered to encrypt his forehead with his fist again. But Iron Fist realized that if he tried again, his jaw would probably fall off. He was sorry, but he knew it was better to leave. He looked again at Sun, who was lying down. Sun could not understand. Who would have thought that the swordsman Namgun Hyuk in Cheonpa had a distinguished personality? He asked the descendant to tell young Baekpen when he came to that he should be ready to take his own life by the time they met again. After these words, Sun realized that it was better not to meet him for a while. The descendant extended his hand to Sun, asked his name again and said it was amazing how he had found the manuscript, and asked how he had learned about the desire of the contemplative monk. He decided to add sarcasm and said that he had learned from a friend. Sun decided to risk his life, which was very reckless, and if it weren't for the old man, he would have died by now. Ever since he dropped the head of the mage, Sun has been losing control and making rash decisions. Now he needs to act carefully, because this is the only way to become the head in the future. Meanwhile, the old man asked Sun to come over to him. He knelt down on one knee next to the withered monk. The old man began to explain that the contemplative monk was like a father to him. He raised him and taught him to perfect every movement. All his life he had watched the monk suffer from guilt. He even refused to have a funeral, saying that he would repent even after death, and that's why his body is here now. After that, the old man reached for the box. He handed it to Sun and asked him to open it. Sun pressed the lock on the box, opened it, and inside was a small box and a note. For many years I made vows in front of the Buddha, but the burden of such a sin as murder hung like a dead weight on me. In the end, I was unable to return to Mount Sunshine. Lord of Fate, who reads this letter, I give you the Dawandan from this box. In return, I ask you to give this manuscript to the Shaolin Temple. This is the least I can do to atone for my guilt before those who swore to believe in me and wait for me. This is what was written in the letter. The monk could have passed it on to the descendant, but he did not, choosing to trust fate. After that, Sun opened the box, which contained a very interesting thing. It was a Dawandan containing pure Shaolin water, which purifies the energy and blood and increases chi energy many times over. Now Sun had this thing. He told the descendant about it and asked him for one more favor if he would go to take the manuscript. He asked him to tell him that the monk did not find peace after his death. The descendant said with tears in his eyes. The dream would definitely fulfill this request. He made this promise to the descendant in front of the Buddha. It was a dark night outside, and a few dry trees stood among the stone cliffs. Sun sat down to meditate, letting go of his thoughts. But he couldn't, because he was thinking about Dawandan, which is rarely available even to students of the Shaolin Temple. Who would have thought that it would end up in the hands of Song, a divine power that enjoys overwhelming authority even among the most powerful? This power changes the contents and liquid of the bowl containing chi energy. The body that takes this medicine will have strong blood vessels and unearthly strength, and for Sun, who was severely lacking in chi energy, it was a lifesaver. Even if you try to control fear, it will not be as effective as Dawandan. With this newly acquired energy, he could easily cope with fear, risking his life and achieving a state of explosive power that he had only partially achieved in his previous life. This power is known as the Gate of Life and Death. If he is able to awaken the power given by the Dawandan, he will be able to resist the head of the Magus. After thinking about this scoundrel, Sun had a strange feeling that the head of the Magi was close by. He remembered how the bastard had stabbed him in the body with his sword, how he fell face first to the ground. The head stood over the fallen body with a wound incompatible with life and only laughed. The dreamer asked the head how he got here, but he said that this is the sky of the day you died, and asked, "Doesn't it look familiar to you?" The bastard did nothing but repeat the cries of everyone in his family who asked for salvation. It was very hard to listen to. He said he had killed every single one of the Pens, everyone he cared about, even his friends and Sun himself. Sape, the first of the 8 detachments of Sungnara's army during the Joseon dynasty. Afterward, the leader asked him, "Why didn't you follow me then?" He asked, "Why didn't you follow me then?" But Sun grabbed the king's hand and thanked him, saying that thanks to him he had realized something. He realized that thanks to him, he had almost succumbed to his inner demon, and if he had overcome it, the head of the Magi would not have known that he was a great swordsman. "I can't stand you," he said, and he focused his energy and decided to push those thoughts out of his mind. After that, he looked at that wasteland as if the head had just really come to him and asked him to wait a little while. At that moment, he promised himself that when he overcame all the difficulties, he would face him again and would definitely defeat him. This is the first gateway to the state of explosive power. Now the question arose, where to go now? It would probably be better to go to the Shaolin Temple right away to hand over the manuscript. But he remembered something else and reached into his inside pocket. He took out a box and told himself that there was something more important. Suddenly he heard sounds and turned his head. He saw several well-trained people, a whole group. Thanks to the opening of the gate, Winter can sense energy flows over long distances. Judging by their movements, they were well-trained assassins. Did Hyuk send them? But it wasn't. It was the Gawul of the Shadows, the heavenly chosen assassins who greeted Sun. They called him the Younger King, which made him wonder why. One of them said that he was the only heir to the head of the Assassin King. Since this was quite unexpected, another girl asked him not to push them away. She introduced herself as Quoran, the person in charge of Shanxi province. To begin with, she handed him a golden plate and asked him to accept it, as the head had given it to him. It gives Sun the right to dispose of the mercenaries of their clan, and now all their services are free for him. Only 10 people whom the clan considers the most worthy have such plates. Sun did not refuse, thanked her, and asked her to convey his gratitude to his grandfather. But why did they suddenly decide to visit him, he thought, and asked them about it. Then he came up with an idea himself. He asked, "Did something happen to the person I asked to find?" It was true, although it is not known how he realized it. That person was really in danger. The matter was urgent, so he decided to tell all the details on the way. It was very strange because the events unfolded earlier than in his past life. A few days later, near Taiwan Shanxi province, the flag read Kimjok Traders Group. Kim Wolil, the head of the group, did not know what to do, even though the trip had been successful. But he hadn't managed to get the thing, and he didn't even think that he would be able to find it on the black market, where you can buy anything for a lot of money. Under such circumstances, his son might not have lasted long. Because of this, the pain in his chest was very severe. Others tried to convince him to stay calm. The head of security, Homujin, explained that the North Sea Ice Palace would have what he was looking for. He had already sent a message for them. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by arrows flying directly in their direction. The horses were very frightened and began to stomp on the ground in fear. Luckily, this guy had a great reaction and pulled out his sword in time to cut through the arrows flying in their direction. "Who is there?" he shouted at the top of his voice. But people with spears and knives were already flying at them. Blood was flying in all directions. A real bloodthirsty fight broke out. Carts with horses were overturned, and blood was flying everywhere near the flag. Something happened, and many people's heads were flying off. No one could understand what was happening because it was hard to even see. He appeared and asked them not to hope that they would return home. But behind him was the mercenary Heil Rando. "Isn't this the best of my acquaintances?" the head thought, and remembered what he had heard about Heil, that people like him could be counted on one hand. They met face to face. The leader tried to negotiate and said he would give them as much money as they wanted in exchange for their release. He said this in fear of Heil's eyes, but he explained that he was not here for the coins. The leader was intrigued by what he meant, but Heil did not explain anything and immediately attacked the criminal. The criminal couldn't believe what was happening because Heil was too fast for his size. The sword he was holding had sharpened teeth that could cut through enemies. He quickly dealt with his target. One stroke was enough to put an end to Mujin. In one fell swoop, he killed him, and the head could not believe it. The mercenary explained that it would have been better to stay in the market. That's when they could have avoided such a fate, and greed leads to such consequences. He asked them to go to the next world, and slashed his sword straight at the ground, creating a crack. The man screamed loudly as he saw the crack approaching him. The crack, like lightning, went along the ground right to his feet. It was stopped by Sun, who appeared like a savior. "He stopped my equipment with his bare hands," thought the mercenary, not realizing what was happening and who this monster was standing in front of him. Sun ran like crazy and was very tired. He asked the mercenary if there was a Jokryon clan in Shanxi, and if he was the adopted younger brother of the head of Heil Rando. The leader had even more questions. Why would the Jokryon clan attack them? Rumors from his past life said that this Randu had almost exterminated all the members of the Gimjok. But this time Sun was going to go ahead with his plan and told him that not only he, but his entire clan would go to the next world today. Ran stood with his men in front of Sun, on a field covered in blood. Where did this asshole come from? Ran wondered. Judging by the fact that he had deflected his sword energy with his bare hands, Ran concluded that the enemy was not simple. Was he hiding his energy? Having come to the conclusion that delaying would not end well, he decided to destroy Sun immediately. He ordered his soldiers to attack. They immediately rushed at the guy with spears. Sun lifted his leg and looked at his opponents running toward him with a confident look. All he had to do was kick the ground, and the ground shook, and cracks appeared. All the fighters who ran to him were scattered. One of these heroes flew straight into a tree behind the mercenary. It hadn't been long since Sun had increased his chi energy, so it was still difficult for him to control his powers. With fear in his voice, the mercenary asked Sun if he was a transcendent master, as someone who was superior to others was called. Not yet, Sun answered, and approached the enemy without even holding a sword. One fist was enough with which he struck the mercenary powerfully, and he flew like a bullet into the bushes with a whistle. This blow was well practiced, as Sun held his stance professionally. The mercenary was knocked down by this strong blow, and his body hit a tree. A little more, and it would have been too late. Just in time, Sun turned to the clan of heavenly chosen assassins for help. The merchant who had been saved by Sun wanted to express his gratitude and asked him who he was. But Sun took a few steps toward the merchant first and asked, "Are you the traitor Kimjok, Kim Wal-il, and do you want to save your son in the main house of a group of traitors?" The traitor could not even keep up with Sun. His son was seriously ill, and the matter was urgent and could not be delayed. Because of his son's serious condition, the traitor asked Sun to let him prepare. So they arrived at the door where his son was. His father jumped in front of the door and asked Sun not to come in. He began to cry and said that even though Sun had saved him, he couldn't just barge in. Sung apologized to the head and explained that he was in a hurry, without going into details, and had embarrassed him. He then began to explain that he did know about the young master's condition. After returning from a trip to the south, he was bitten by a Fire King snake. The traitor was amazed at how Sun knew this, but he continued his story. The venom of the Fire King snake, which feeds on flames and is filled with yang energy, makes you feel as if you are burning from the inside, and eventually the poisoned person will die. To neutralize the poison, you need a medicine that absorbs yin energy. Suddenly, behind their backs, someone said that the conversation seemed to be going to be very long. His son asked not to keep the guests on the doorstep and said he was fine, inviting everyone inside. Mang had already heard from the messenger his father had sent earlier that he was meeting the fourth young master of the Pong family. First of all, he expressed his gratitude for saving his father from the sudden attack. He introduced himself as Kim Yongman, the son of the head of the Kimjok group of traders. This is the same man who later became famous as the King of Gold. He was an inventive genius who was able to lead a small trading family to prosperity, a master of Murim, and even the imperial family desperately tried to establish relations with him. However, at this time, Kim Yongman lost his father and almost died of grief and illness because of Rondeau. Sung thought that it would be great if man could regain his health faster than in his past life and become his ally. At that moment, the man asked Sun to sit down. He said that his guess that he had been bitten by the Fire King's snake and the venom had spread throughout his body was true, and he lifted up his sleeve. His father was shocked to see what was under his sleeve. Man explained that for his sake, his father had been searching everywhere for a medicine with the properties of yin energy. It is said that the ice crystal, which is located in the North Sea Ice Palace, or the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, are effective medicines. But the North Sea Ice Palace does not sell its crystals, and the location of the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng has not been found. Although he tries to be treated with other medicines, if things continue like this, death will sooner or later be inevitable. Without thinking twice, Song listened to this and took out a box and put it on the table next to Man. He explained that inside the box was the May Ice Flower. The father and son's eyes nearly fell out when they saw the May Ice Flower, and they both exclaimed, "Really? This is a medicine filled with yin energy that suppresses the venom of the Fire King snake. It is not inferior to the ice crystal and the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng." It was good that Sun remembered Mana in time. Although he was going to make contact with him anyway, luck was on his side. The help of the King of Gold would be necessary in the war with the Magi that would happen in the future. After that, Sun said that he was giving them the flower, but in return, he asked for their help. Since he was going to become the next head of Pen, he would need the wisdom of his master to restore his family to its former glory. Before he could say the word master, the merchant grabbed his arm. He began to express words of gratitude that he could not put into words. Man will now become a man of Sun. He now has a medicine in front of him that will save his life. It was really hard for him to believe it, and he could not express all his gratitude. But he said he could not accept this gift. But his father could not understand why his son refused. Man believed that he shouldn't be in a financial debt to Sun because his father's life was priceless, and he was just giving this medicine away without any demands in return. The reason for his refusal was his distrust of Sun, and he did not hide it by saying so directly. Suspicions were raised that Sun had learned about his condition, because only a narrow circle of people knew about it, and it seemed that he had known about the Jokryon clan's attack in advance. He added, however, that he did not think Song was a bad person. However, he didn't believe in so many coincidences, so he apologized to Seong and asked him to take the thing and just leave. This really hit Sun hard because Man had put his life on the line to avoid making a deal with unknown terms, which was worth mentioning from the King of Gold. Sun apologized, stood up and said that he had disrespected him. He explained that his grandfather was an assassin king from a clan of heavenly chosen assassins. Man could not hide his surprise when he heard this. Song went on to say that he had been lucky enough to get the ice flower in May, and since he didn't need it himself, he decided to find someone to give it to. He also said that he learned not only about the trouble that happened to Man, but also about the attack that was planned for the near future. That's how Sung learned that the clan was behind it all, planning an attack on the traders. He concluded by explaining that, regarding his family on his mother's side, he had to keep it a secret, so unfortunately he hid his source of information from him, apologizing for the misunderstanding. Although Sung had learned about it from a past life, he barely lied when he said that his maternal clan had told him. He wanted to keep this secret, and he even refused Huaran's offer to accompany him to Taiwan to do so. However, in order to gain the trust of the Gold King, Song had to keep his true intentions hidden. Sung waited to see what decision Man would make, but Man said that he now had reason to trust him, but he still didn't understand one thing. Why me? What did you see in me that made you decide to invest in me, when I'm just the son of the head of a small group of traders? Sun also knew the phrase that Man often repeated, "A merchant must know the price of everything." Sun added that he had heard Man repeat this phrase often. Rumor has it that he was the reason the street vendors were able to become a prosperous group, and today was the chance to see for myself. The dream continued, addressing the young owner, calling him someone who carefully thinks through every step and acts wisely despite his illness. He extended his hand to him and said that he could not help but notice his potential. Sun asked him what he thought of himself. "Am I worthy of your trust and cooperation?" These words made Man think hard. Man told Sung that he was exaggerating, but added that he still had the strength to think straight. Shaking hands, Man said that maybe Sung was the person he had been waiting for. My father, crossing his arms, just prayed that Man would agree. That was the end of the conversation. Man promised Sun that all the riches of the world would be in his hands. Tears stood in his father's eyes as the flower's glow fell on his face. The May ice flower was striking in its beauty and blue color. For the father, it was true happiness to save his son. For him, Sun was like an angel who came down from heaven. First he saved him and then his son. Then Man continued, saying that he had arrogantly promised to give Sun all the riches of the world. But even if his body was soon cured, it would be very difficult to keep this promise right away. He realized that Sun knew a lot, so there was no point in hiding anything now. All the traders and their groups in Taiwan, except for theirs, are in a bad situation. They are under the influence of the Jokryon clan, which belongs to Sape. They are trying to conquer them as well, but Noman explained that they refused this offer. Because of this, the Jokryon have hired a gang of bounty hunters called the Mukjin, and have been putting pressure on them, and today was the first time they acted so openly. Because of this, Man is now a little confused, and doesn't know how far they are willing to go, but what has already happened is worrisome. It wasn't hard to understand. If Jokryon disappears, all the problems will be solved. After that, Sung said he would be gone for a while. His sudden decision surprised them, but then he asked where the Mukjin were. Soon he was already in the gang's fortification. These idiots were lying on the ground under the sun and warming themselves. Suddenly a shadow stepped over the body of one of them and blocked the warm sun. The other was woken up by his friend's question to the newcomer. "Who are you, and are you not going to leave?" Sun asked them, "Is this the hideout of the Mukjin gang?" They were immediately outraged that a boy with milk on his lips was calling them a gang. One of the idiots asked Sun, "What are you going to do if we are the gang?" Sun lit up with joy, smiled right into his face, and realized that he was right. Meanwhile, these people had no other entertainment than to drink sake in the barracks and make these stupid jokes one after another. They were talking all kinds of gibberish while drunk, and this was called their vacation. Sun helped them to lie down by flying into this barracks, opening the door with the body of one of the fools who was outside. He flew right into the barracks, punching a hole in the wall. "What the hell?" the others asked when they saw it. I adjusted my shoulder from the impact and asked them what kind of idiots drink in broad daylight. The fools, who saw a neatly dressed guy in front of them, gave up immediately. But this time they took up swords. But Sun didn't need a sword, he just tensed his fist. First he hit one of them in the nose, hitting him squarely in the center of the face. It was rumored that after this blow, the guy's nose remained on the back of his head for life. Then Sun hit another guy with a nice deuce. The one who had flown to the wall finally stuck to it and fell face first to the ground. The others noticed this monstrous power with fear and asked Sun who he was.
He took the bottle in his hand and said that they did not need to know.
"But if you are really curious," Sun added, "I'd advise you to go to the other side and ask Hyul Rando." How does he know Rando? Neither of them understood. At this point, Sung tipped the bottle and took a few sips. The sake flowed over his lips, and in this state, he had much more fun dealing with idiots. Since he didn't have much time, he intended to send the entire Jokryon clan to the next world today. So less words and more action. He invited the others to attack him, saying that this was a ticket to heaven, or in their case, hell. The reception of the Jokryon clan. The head of the clan, Doc Ando, was worried about Rando because he hadn't heard from him yet. He was asked not to worry, but without any news, it was hard not to worry. They believed that the clan leader's foster brother would sort everything out and return safely. He told them that he did not ask them to yap, but ordered them to send people there immediately. He reminded them that he was in a bad mood and did not want to hear excuses. He warned them that if they didn't deal with Kimjok this time, their lives would be at risk. One of his henchmen came running in, screaming in panic, and reported the problem. He asked him to go outside immediately. When he went outside, he did not understand what had happened, and could only guess that perhaps news had come from Randu. One of his beaten men was lying on the ground. "What happened?" he asked the other. The victim's hand grabbed the bearskin draped over the head, and sobbing, he told the head that someone had come to their hiding place. It was unclear who he was. He called Sun a monster, saying, "The monster has come." This angered the leader, and he clenched his teeth hard. He then ordered everyone to immediately call the Red Sword Squad. Meanwhile, in the center of Taiyuan City, the best warriors of the Jokryon clan, the Red Sword Squad, were walking. Ordinary people noticed them and realized that there would be trouble because they attracted these psychos who were obsessed with murder. Rumors said that they were all first-class swordsmen, and the fact that they were coming meant only one thing. They were out for someone's head, and it would be difficult for that person to stay alive. Meanwhile, they had already reached the clan's hideout. Sweat broke out on their faces from what they saw. When they opened the door and saw a mountain of people scattered all over the barracks, it became clear that they had not rested with a glass of sake, but had rested with Sun's fist. Sun did not go anywhere, but was already well drunk with the sake he had taken from them. He told them that he had finally waited. His body is not used to killing yet, so he has to drink a little to keep himself calm. When he noticed their headbands, he realized that he was dealing with the Red Swords. His knowledge surprised them greatly, and they asked him a question. "Who are you? "Why do you need my name?" he said pompously, and then added that it was very annoying to answer pompously every time. But he decided to introduce himself and said that he was the fourth young master of the Peng family from Hebei Peng Musong. The Peng family from Hebei made the others tense up at what they heard. Without wasting any time, they took their swords into a fighting stance and rushed at Song. He grabbed the edge of the table and exerted a little effort. He then flipped the table over so that it flew straight into the crowd. Judging by the way he cut this table, their combat skill was greater than the previous ones. The skill was greater, but the attention wasn't, because of the table. He didn't notice where Sung, who had just been right in front of him, had gone. "Peekaboo!" he heard behind him. Sun was standing behind him, holding a sword. This seemed impossible for the enemy because he did not even notice when Dreams was behind him. In his past life, there were many such cases. People often begged him not to do this anymore. They asked him not to constantly fight alone against everyone, and warned him that it was very dangerous. But he always replied that he had to act as usual, and standing in front of a large group of people, he would say that he would go first. He would ask the others to follow him. When they saw him rushing into the crowd, they would only shout after him, "Master!" To reduce the losses among his soldiers, he always did this. He fought alone, reducing the number of enemy swordsmen. Now, with sarcasm, he sincerely regretted that his opponents would not be able to cope with him. His movements were honed to perfection, and he put down the red swordsmen one by one. He was more skilled and agile, so his opponents could not cope with him. They thought it was completely impossible. How a person with such a large body could be so fast. They could not even predict his numerous attacks to dodge. The Dream was blowing their squad to smithereens. He appeared as a shadow over their heads. He hadn't used any serious attacks up to this point. But now he decided not to hold back and used the iron teeth sword of the Raging Tiger. Then he used a flying Raging Tiger punch. Opening their mouths and watching death fly towards them was the only thing left for the enemies to do. That was the end of their business. Sun approached one of them, put his blade to his cheek, and asked him to stand up. By doing so, he woke him up and he began to crawl backwards, wheezing in fear. How he could reach such a level at such a young age was on the mind of this now toothless enemy. The fact that at least one had survived made Sun very happy. He approached him and asked if he wanted to show him the way. Meanwhile, people were walking on the street, unsuspecting. But not him. You could see on his face that he was looking for suspicion in every rustle of this world. It seems that when he saw someone, he was even more surprised. The bound body of this toothless idiot with a red bandage on his head was right in front of him. Ordinary people, when they saw this, just laughed non-stop, because it was the head of the Red Sword Squad looking like that. Then he received a kick in the back, saying that he should look ahead when walking. "What the hell are you looking around for? In case you fall," Sun warned him, walking behind him and pointing him out to all the people on the streets. When people noticed who was leading him, namely Sun, they did not understand how this young man could defeat the Red Sword Squad by himself. That's impossible. One of the residents had seen the young man earlier, coming out of the main building of the Kimjok merchant group. At the sight of the beaten Red Sword leader, people were only relieved. The merchants could not feel at ease because of them. Are they really heading to the Jokrian clan? People wondered, looking after Song and wondering what kind of idiot would go there alone. But Sun was not walking alone. He was walking with this idiot who was showing him the way. After that, Sun no longer needed the toothless man, and he threw him aside. Sun was not the kind of person who enjoyed senseless killing. He had only deprived him of the opportunity to practice martial arts, and now he would not be able to harm people, for which he was grateful to Sun for not killing him. But he warned him that if he caught him again, he would tear off all his limbs and asked him to live like a dead mouse. After that, he ran away from Sun, squeaking, waving the rope behind him like a mouse's tail. Indeed, a senseless murder was not what Sun needed. Looking down at his hand, he noticed that the trembling was not as bad as when he had fought the White Yin Demon, but the fear had not yet been completely overcome. However, his condition had improved to some extent since the battle with the Black and Red Death or Chilmyung. If his body gets used to fighting, it will become even stronger someday. Now, standing in front of the door, Sung was ready to enter. Holding the sword in his hands, he was already on their territory and assessed the situation through the feeling of energy. He was surprised that they all came out to greet him. Even their elite swordsmen were unable to do anything, and Sung doubted that they were hoping to take him by sheer numbers. It seemed to them that the pride of this young brat was propping up the sky. The head of their clan had been waiting to meet him and, standing right in front of him, said, "At last we meet, Penmuson." The fact that he knew his name surprised Sun. But thank goodness, to be honest, because Song had introduced himself so many times today that he was getting tired. The fact that Sun was also joking with them made them even angrier, and the clan leader decided to take revenge on him not only for his faithful brother, but also for the White Demon Yin and for the Black and Red Deaths. Have SAPE members always stood up for each other? He asked the head, and then asked him to wait, and asked how he knew about the White Demon Yin, the Black and Red Deaths. But he didn't wait for an answer, because the leader ordered his men to attack, and they all rushed at him as one. Do they really think they'll succeed? Sun thought. His mind began to wonder if they were servants of the heavenly ice demon. When he asked the head about it, he became even more angry. From this reaction, Sung realized that he was guessing correctly. His chain dogs are everywhere. He was tired of it. Wherever he goes, it's always him and his men. Were he and the old man enemies in a past life or something? No, they didn't seem to be. Then why? The attack of the Jokryeon clan happened a little earlier than in his past life. Perhaps it was because of him, or maybe it was because of the old man. Because he had lost his disciple, and his loyal servants at the same time. When the one-eyed man heard this, he couldn't believe how Sun had the nerve to call his mentor that. He waved his sword right in front of Sun, seemingly missing, and shouted, "Die!" The calmness did not leave Sun's face. He held his sword even more confidently when he saw the threat. As he repelled the attacks one by one, only the clash of swords could be heard. Then he looked at his left hand and remembered something. He remembered that he could give the enemy a good slap. Such a slap that would impress all his men. And then he would slap him again so that he could taste his cheek with the tip of his tongue. Since he was from Sape, he should have been in his own Sadachan, not here. Then maybe he wouldn't be crying right now, sitting on my lap because of those 2 slaps. But no, he dared to come to Cheonpa's territory. And not only did they get to Hebei, but they got to Taiwan as well. Having said all this, Song addressed all those present. Don't think about returning safely. Their leader screamed loudly, his eyes filled with red blood. It was running down his teeth, and he was ready to tear everything and everyone apart. He was screaming so loudly that the waves around him broke. What happened? Sun wondered, because the enemy's internal energy had increased dramatically. Is this really the same technique? The hidden bloody explosion technique that was in his arsenal? Now Sun will have a hard time, as he will have to withstand the enemy's very strong attacks. The blows even make the ground shake. Previously, Sun had heard that this technique is like a deal with the devil. It takes all the energy forever. In return, it only repeatedly increases its initial amount for a while. This means that the opponent has put his life on the line. But the power is so impressive that when he kicks off the ground with his foot, he even throws away stones. What annoyed the clan leader the most was that Sun despised him, saying, "How can you insult me?" Even if it cost him his life, he was ready to send Sun to hell. Sun needed to stay calm and act concretely, which he did. But because of the lightning speed that the enemy had acquired, it was difficult to even keep track of him. 1 minute he was in front of you, and the next he was behind you. All you could do was turn your head and try to keep up with him. You had to put your sword under every move of this frantic fighter. His men just watched, believing that this was the only way to expect their leader. They believed that he was a superior master for them, and asked him to deal with this bastard in one blow. But one of them realized that this was not the case. The leader was not superior to Sun. Besides, the effect of the hidden bloody explosion technique would soon end. So their swords came together, hitting each other. Why are my attacks so precise and powerful? Why? The clan leader asked himself. And then he could only turn to the devil saying, "Devil!" like a child holding a branch trying to move a heavy stone. Why? Is this guy really an outstanding elemental master? The opponent was thinking, seeing Sun's incredible accounting. Song addressed him. "Hey, clan leader, why are you lounging around? Why don't you make more effort?" Then he pointed out that he didn't have much time left. This was noticeable because he didn't look good at all. He could only see out of one eye. After that, the leader pushed off the ground, leaving a trail of his running footprints, and rushed towards Sun, loudly shouting his name, "Pengmu Song!" He swung his sword once again, hoping that this blow would solve everything. But Song's cold eyes told him otherwise. "The sword of iron teeth is not to be eaten." Sun's words were followed by a lightning attack. It was followed by the strike of a flying inedible tiger, which left a deep mark on the stones underfoot. Such loud attacks could be heard far beyond this house on the street. After that, the only thing left in the house was rubble, under which the enemies were lying. And Sun exhaled a calm breath. But not now, it seemed, because the enemy was still on his feet, but in fact, he had already died standing up. Looking at him, Sun thought, he shouldn't have been in such a hurry. Behind Sun, the people of the clan were shouting that this could not be true. They couldn't believe that some kid had defeated their leader. As expected, they knelt before him and began to ooh and ah. Showing his dominance, Sun told them that he was releasing them to go without any further talk or movement, because he was definitely not up to it today. He was very tired. He warned them not to set foot on Taiwan. He asked them to tell the heavenly ice demon that he would soon come for his head. Just let him wait a bit, he added. After that, he went to the main house of the Peng family. He could not believe what he was told, that the fourth heir had personally defeated the head of the Jokryeon clan. In addition, the fourth lord had entered into a cooperation agreement with a large group of traders in Taiwan, the Kimjok group of traders. To prevent retaliation from Sape, Song asked to send their warriors to Taiwan for 2 years, and the city would receive 100 silver yangbok. At the end of this period, they would receive 500 silver yangs, an amount that could even cover their family's expenses for several years to come. The deputy head, hearing all this from the messenger, almost fainted. How did this guy's son do the impossible? Meanwhile, a week or so had passed. Sun was being fed very well and treated to good alcohol. He already wanted to ask to stay with them for a long time as a breadwinner, laughing and adding sarcasm to the conversation. Man said that they would be only too happy to do so, as Song was their benefactor who had saved their father, Man himself, and the whole of Taiwan. He added that he would not have enough life to thank him. But anyway, Song himself was happy that Man recovered, and it was thanks to the May ice flower that Song gave him. His father even started to cry because sometimes he thought that Man would never recover, and he was so scared by these thoughts. Then, after wiping away his tears, he reached into his inside pocket and said that he had forgotten something. He handed Sonu an interesting thing and asked him to take it. It was an iron plate with the inscription, Heavenly Dragon Vault. Sun said he didn't even think Man would think of such a thing and added that he was out of money, so he would take it without a problem. Man added that he would definitely keep his promise to give Sun all the riches in the world. In the future, the Kimjoks, united with other Taiwan merchants who have freed themselves from the oppression of the Jokryon clan, will be able to extend their influence to the entire Zhongyuan. The 500 silver yangs were just the beginning, and they promised generous support for the Peng family of Hebei and Song himself in the future. They shook hands. Song also promised them that he would become the head of the Peng family, which would be the sword of their group of traders in the future. "And where are you going now?" they asked Sun. He answered without hesitation that he was going to Luoyang, although he was very late. He remembered that girl and said that he wanted to keep the promise he made 10 years ago. Everyone in the restaurant was delighted with the meat dishes, which were very tasty. And then they ordered dumplings. But the waiter could not bring them because the ingredients for their preparation had already run out. The girl apologized and asked what he meant. The waiter replied that all their dumplings were already sold out. Sun was listening to their conversation and heard them reply to the waiter, "No way." She fell to her knees because she hadn't put even a small piece of food in her mouth since the morning. She was very hungry, and then she was told that there were no dumplings at all. Sun came up to her, apologized, and asked why she was sitting on her knees. He told her that he had ordered a lot of food, and if she wanted to join him, she could. "Oh, this popularity of mine," she said to herself. She didn't know who this man was in front of her, but he was more than ever on time, and he seemed to be offering it without any intention. "I'll take it," she said, but Sun did not understand the meaning of this word. He had 2 whole servings of dumplings, the same dumplings she had heard so much about. "Bon appetit," she wished Sun, smiling and unable to contain her joy. And so, dumpling after dumpling, she threw them into her mouth. "Oh my God, it was delicious," she said, and Sun looked at her and thought, she is still the same. In her past life, she was his sister. Even in that life, she always wanted to go to that restaurant and eat dumplings, and there was alcohol there, she added. But in the last life, he couldn't save her and kept her dead, sitting on his knees in a pool of blood. And in this life, he couldn't stop watching her smack her lips as she tossed dumplings at herself. He couldn't help but look at her. Tears streamed down his cheeks from his beautiful blue eyes. "Why did you cry so suddenly?" she asked, and thought it was because she had eaten everything. She said that was no reason to cry. Sun replied that something just got into his eye and continued to wipe his tears with his left hand. Then he said that there was so much dust. She put down the chopsticks she had been eating with and apologized for not even introducing herself. And he bought her a meal. "My name is Dan Huariong from the Dan family of Sichuan. It's nice to meet you." It was strange for Sun to hear her voice again. But how could he not know her? Because in his past life they were called Sape because they were inseparable friends. After she introduced herself, she asked him if he was the 4th master of the Peng family from Hebei. When he asked how she knew, she replied that it was impossible not to recognize the Peng family's form, and he was quite a popular figure among the young masters of Cheongpa. The victory over the White Demon Yin, the defeat of the Red and Black Deaths, and even the incident with the Jokryon clan. After that, she told him that his travels were very interesting, and he was even called the Perfect Tiger Blade, which he did not expect to hear. She began to tell him that they even say that he looks like a brave tiger when he performs techniques. Looking at his physique, she wondered if everyone in Peng's family was so well built. She also wondered what kind of energy he had, and if he was hiding his strength because he couldn't feel it. But she was sure that this guy was definitely not ordinary. Then, although it was not polite, she asked him to show her his skills, at least to have a look. After that, she asked him why he had come to Luoyang. He explained that he liked to go to restaurants where the food was good, and this one was famous. One of the employees of this restaurant looked at Sun and thought that this guest had been sitting here since the morning for several days. Hasn't he been waiting all this time for this girl sitting across from him? He and his aunt laughed, saying, "Oh, that youth." After that, The girl told Sun that her purpose for coming to Luoyang was to participate in a black market auction. It was good that things hadn't changed much. Sun smiled to himself and said that if we are talking about the black market, this is the place where you can buy anything for money. Auctions are held there regularly, and all items are very rare. Only those guests who have previously used black market goods are invited. This is a good opportunity to get a rare weapon, a valuable manuscript, or a miracle cure. Sun wanted to go with her, and then she invited him herself, and said that she could get him an invitation. But she had one condition. What condition? He asked her, and did not notice how he had already found himself in a field planted with ears of grain. He was very surprised by her desire to fight him. Let's get started, she told him, and asked him to fight with his full strength. Her face was full of positive emotions and a smile that was striking in its beauty. She was just as he remembered her, poisons, delicious food, and martial arts. Hua Ryong had her own unique tastes, and he was overjoyed to experience a day like this with her again. She warned him that her weapon was not poison to reassure him and threw herself at him. This wonderful day was already over, and night had fallen outside. This guy was told that there were no more dumplings, and he thought about it. Others looked at him and thought he seemed like a rich heir. His appearance aroused their interest because they thought they could get rich off him. But it didn't take long for them to beg for mercy. He was not going to spare them, and he squeezed the face of one of these easy money seekers with his hands so hard that coins almost fell out of his pockets. As he squeezed harder and harder, he wondered where to eat in Luoyang, and decided to go to a restaurant nearby because they had spicy chicken. We'll have chicken for dinner tonight. Her attacks were so ferocious that he could not even give in to her. All he could do was to deflect her blows with his sword. She acted so quickly that even the dream could not find the moment to strike. But at that moment the dream chose a very interesting option. She looked around and could not understand where he had disappeared. As soon as she raised her head, she saw the dream with the sword flying at her, but there were already shurikens between her fingers. She threw them right at the dream, and they flew, creating a whistling sound in the air. Is this really happening? She thought as she looked at the dream. It was a triple flip technique that he performed, dodging the shurikens and landing. He guessed that the Dan family's secret weapon was a fusion of small fish scales, because their shape resembled fish scales. The Dan family, experts in secret weapons and poisons, consider this weapon, made in the image of fish scales, to be deadly and very difficult to use. It is said that in the hands of a master, even fish scales become dragon scales. Now it became clear to him that she had been able to use this weapon all along. This meant that he could not just stand there and watch the victorious march of the King of the Mountains. When did he manage? She thought, seeing his face right in front of her. But at the right moment, she miraculously managed to defend herself from the sword. In fact, she was pleased that the dream had shown its true face, as he was fast and strong. It was foolish to compete with a warrior from the Pong family. She warned him that he should now prepare for a serious battle as she began to use the ferocious dragon scale storm technique. There was nowhere to hide, but the dream held the sword in its hand. There was only one solution left. Take the sword and be ready for battle. The girl expected that nothing would help against this technique in the open. The scales would catch the enemy, and the dream would feel them everywhere. She wondered how he would react. As if with an all-seeing eye, he deflected every scale that flew at lightning speed. Impossible. He calculates the trajectory of each individual scale. How did it happen that such a young master became famous only now? She asked herself. After the attack was over, he complimented her, saying that it was not bad, and acknowledged that there was a real threat of turning into a hedgehog. When asked to continue, she refused, saying that she had lost because the secret weapon had failed, and she had no chance of winning in close combat. But the dream said that she won because she did not use poison. What would I be like if I used poison in a fair fight? She added. The dream would still hide its power to the last, and there would be no winner. When she said this, the dream realized that he had fallen into her trap. She might be right, but if the dream hadn't experienced her secret technique in his past life, he would have suffered now. His every scale was saturated with inner energy, and his hands still ached. She noted that the dream was worthy of its nickname, and asked if he happened to know about the Dan family's martial arts. She wondered how he had managed to repel the attack, but it didn't matter anymore, because a promise is a promise, and she said it was time to go to the black market auction together. First, she suggested going to the market nearby, where there was a restaurant with delicious duck meat. This suggestion made Sun smile. It was already dark outside, and they were traveling in a carriage. The carriage, oddly enough, had no windows to hide the auction venue as much as possible. As they rode in the carriage, the dream was thinking that everything was very well thought out. At one point, he asked her why she was looking at him so closely. She replied that it had been a few days since they had met and suggested that they could skip the formalities. She also mentioned that he was 2 years older than her. Sun wanted to say something, but she interrupted him, asking him to forget about it. She emphasized that she would call him brother, and he should treat her like a little sister, without any formalities. This agreement ended with them smiling. She changed the subject, saying that it was good that they had gotten out of the house, and that was how she had met a master like him. He asked her if she had heard of the 5-family way, where representatives of 5 large families visit the other 4 to share knowledge, gain experience, and strengthen the family union. Peng's family used to be one of the 5, but now the dream doesn't even know how it came to this. She smiled and simply asked him to look at her hands, calling him brother. She asked him if he thought they were too ugly and emphasized that they were so because of the use of knives and working with poisons. She explained that it was logical that a child from their family would eventually learn martial arts, but it seemed difficult at first, and her hands were a separate story. Most men are terrified when they see them. Sun took her hands and began to examine them closely, saying that if you look at them as the hands of a warrior, he said that there are no more beautiful hands in the world. At first she blushed and could not find the right words. Then she laughed, asked if it was true, thanked him for the compliment, and called him brother again. "What's wrong with me? I told a person I've known for only a few days everything I could think of," she thought, blushing and not realizing what emotions were overwhelming her. Then she asked him if they had met before, during the fight, because she thought they had known each other for a long time. He only replied that they had already arrived. They went out and ended up at the same auction she had only heard of before. Everything had been going smoothly up to this point, but everything important was about to begin. If the future hasn't changed, then tonight a magician will appear. In her past life, she had a dream about a scar she got at a secret black market auction. She got this scar a long time ago when she was a representative of her family at the auction. Now the black market has become a source of income for the mage, but things were a little different back then, she explained to the son on the battlefield in his past life, when he was not a son. She told him that since the first time the mage had attacked, the market had been under his control. As for the scar, she asked him not to worry because it was still alive. She joked that if no one would take her as a wife, then he should take responsibility for her, and asked why he was silent, brother. This question carried over into real life, and she turned to him. "Why are you silent, brother?" But he was immersed in memories. She asked him what he was thinking about so deeply, and asked him to take the mask she had handed him. She explained that if he was participating in a black market auction, he had to hide his face under the mask. Taking the mask she gave him, he said to himself, "Waryong, in this life I will not let you get hurt. I will never let you get hurt," he repeated again and again, and he walked with her to a huge building. Inside there were many auctioneers, and everyone was wearing a mask. Sun sat down, his face was a tiger mask, and she was wearing a white fox mask. His excitement was immediately noticeable, and she asked him why he was so worried. Sun did not know the details of the attack, as in his past life she had only dismissed it and did not tell him the details, which is why he decided to be on the alert. Suddenly a voice rang out. "Dear guests who have responded to the black market's invitation." Son instantly turned his head. This person expressed his joy to see everyone present. It was the person in charge of the secret black market auction named Kim Ryong. He explained that all the items prepared by their market always surprise and satisfy the participants' desires. However, drawing special attention to one of these items, he said that he was sure that everyone would like it. He ordered the item to be taken out of the box and announced that he congratulated everyone on it. It was the first item in their silent auction, and everyone couldn't wait to see it. "What's that piece of paper in his hand?" they asked, because it didn't look like a regular map. Sung told Hui that it was a Changbodo, but she only asked again, "What did you say?" Kim Ryong announced that this piece of leather depicts the cities where the lost martial arts manuscripts and Changbodo weapons are hidden. However, this is only a part of the map, and they do not know what exactly this fragment indicates. The warrior who single-handedly stopped the Hyohian, who were trying to conquer all of Gyeongung 300 years ago, is a legendary figure, the strongest person who ever existed, the God of War. This map shows the place where his weapons and remains are hidden. "Wow, the weapons of the God of War, the location of the manuscripts and weapons of the God of War." People's interest instantly rose. They began to discuss among themselves that if Muchan, the heir to the God of War, found out about this, there would be real chaos, because they are obsessed with everything related to the God of War. In a whisper, the girl asked sleepily if it was true, and the map was not a fake, but he explained to her that since it was put up for auction on the black market, there was a high probability that it was real. Not a high probability, but 100%. In the past, the weapon of the God of War was found only a short time after the discovery of this Changbodo fragment. Kim then announced that since this was the first lot and fragment of the map, he proposed to start the bidding at 50 silver nannies. The bids immediately began to rise, with people raising their hands to offer 70 and then 80 nannies. When the bids reached 100, 120, the girl realized that these people were really rich, because 1 silver neon was the monthly salary of a small official.
The fat man wearing a pig mask made a bid of 200 neon.
Hua grabbed her head, thinking that she couldn't spend money on that, because she needed to buy the deadly poison that would be the next item. Kim asked if anyone would bid more than 201 and started counting to 3. If no one raised the bid, the lot would be sold. I guess it's about time, thought the dream as he reached into his inside pocket. As soon as he heard 3, he pulled out the sign he had been given earlier. Raising his hand, he said, 500 nannies, and a smile appeared on his face under his mask. Hua almost fainted at what her brother had just done. The fat man started grunting something like, 500 nannies? What the hell? And Sun remembered the words of the mana who said that he was now his personal bank card, and why deny himself if he could not deny himself. Hua grabbed the dream by the collar and started shaking it. She asked, Brother, do you have a lot of money? Does it mean that the Pengs really have a lot of money? Sona began to feel dizzy from her emotional swings. Kim warned her that he was counting to 3, and if no one made a better offer, the goods would be sold to this guy in a tiger mask. The fat man was clutching his heart when he heard 2, and then the word 3 was called. His body flew across the floor, crushing everything in its path. What happened? Kim asked, while others shouted that the man had fainted. The Sung's mask began to melt and melt. He didn't understand what was happening, and he noticed smoke seeping in. The air became very stifling, and this smoke was not from the smoking pipe, as Hua realized. An incense burner is a small container for burning incense. She noticed people falling to the floor and screaming loudly. Then she realized it was a poisonous fog. Chaos broke out at the auction. The building began to shake, and people inside could barely keep their balance from the shaking of the building. They could barely keep from being poisoned by this poisonous smoke. A question sounded in my head. What the hell, can it be like this? He thought he had everything under control, but he was wrong. Magyo appeared with a scythe on his shoulder, attached to a long chain, and sitting on the roof asked them, Aren't receptions like this supposed to involve the guests in singing and dancing? He then ordered them to sing and dance until their intestines fell out of their ripped bellies. Sing and dance! Have fun! Who are you? Mercy, came from all the auctioneers, while Sun and Kavu stood holding their weapons. It was extremely difficult because the visibility was no more than a few centimeters. Sun felt someone's energy behind him and turned his head back. He asked the girl to be careful, warning her that someone was there. The enemy's appearance was terrifying, his clothes were tattered, and he was approaching the dream. His speed was like lightning. Using this speed, the enemy rushed straight at the dormouse, trying to attack. However, he did not take into account that the dream is not an easy enemy. As a result, the new enemy was left without his right arm, and if he is lucky enough to survive, his life will become much less fun. But unfortunately, he still has his left arm, which also needs to be dealt with. The rascal reached for his katana, grabbed it, and approached the Sung from behind. Hua screamed loudly, trying to warn her brother about the threat behind him that he had already noticed. The girl did a brilliant job, slicing through the enemy like a blade. She dealt him one more blow, after which he no longer posed any threat. Sun survived thanks to her and nothing else. The enemies did not look like people at all. They didn't scream even when they received fatal wounds. They attacked without thought, and Hua couldn't understand what was happening. The dream explained to her that it was a fake demon squad, a cult of killers created by a mage from birth. After that, they took a fighting stance, and the dream added some energy to his sword. Then the Scarlet Blade swept through the enemies. It is said that they gather orphans from Zhongyuan, destroy their will and true self, and then teach them martial arts. They feel no pain and will not stop fighting until they die. We shouldn't jump to conclusions, but most likely the dream is right, he explained to Hui. Who would have thought they would send a fake demon squad? Now I understand why I didn't feel their presence. He told the girl that if this continued, everyone would be dead. We need to gather the people on the tribune, where there is less poisonous smoke. She immediately understood the task and knew that people who did not know martial arts would not last even 30 minutes. Meanwhile, the dream decided to find the killer because if the dolls are here, their puppeteer must be nearby. And since he decided to go alone, she gave him something. He knew what it was, and they agreed to meet later. They scattered in different directions, each knowing their task. The puppets kept getting stabbed with blades. How many times do we have to cut him into pieces before he calms down? He is a human being after all, the dream thought. Kim was also fighting and did not understand who dared to attack the black market. She appeared like a shadow over his head. Then she grabbed him by the robe he was wearing. But the puppets rushed at her and had to be dealt with. But this was not a problem for her, because she was fluent in the use of the blade. Kim just watched as this girl skillfully dealt with the enemy. He thanked her and asked her who she was and how she managed to do it. I am the daughter of the Sichuan family, Dan Huariong, she explained to him, adding that there was no time now, and asked him to help gather the guests who did not know martial arts in the stand where there was less poisonous mist. She entrusted him with this task and asked him to try to save everyone. She said, "Cursed magician, how dare you use poison where there is a member of the Dan family? You will regret it." The puppets felt neither the smoke nor the blade stabbing, and it seemed that nothing was scary to them. But they could be destroyed with a quick stroke of the sword, which is what the dream was doing. The problem was that the fog was getting thicker and thicker, and even if you created a vortex with the help of techniques, it would hardly be possible to disperse it. Behind him, he heard the words that all the black market warriors and survivors should gather at the Tribune. Sung was pleased to hear this, as he realized that the fake demon squad would also go there, and only this place would need to be defended. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his pant leg, begging for help. It was the fat man who had fainted first. Sun sat down next to him and asked if he was okay. It was immediately obvious that he had already shown symptoms of poisoning. Sun asked him to calm down, take his hand, and do it quickly. "Thank you." The fat man did not have time to finish as he heard the whistle of a blade passing over his neck. Then came the jingle of a chain. Sun immediately realized who he had to wait for. Magyo appeared right in front of the dream, holding his weapon, 2 scythes on chains, and asked the dream if it was a nice night. Poisonous metal chains and poison demonic energy. The dream guessed who he was, but the dreamer did not recognize him and asked how he knew about him. The dreamer began to take off his mask and said, "How can I not know the one with whom I have fought so many times? I am tired of you." Picking up the mask, he said, "Long time no see, you poisonous demon family," calling him a dirty henchman of the Magus. It was strange to him that after a decade out of elementary school, and from the Murimus, he asked for an explanation of how the dream had learned about his connection to the poisonous demon seed. The dream set a condition that he could find out only after defeating it. He accepted the challenge and began to twist the scythe in his hands. Then he threw it straight at the dream. The sound of the sword hitting the scythe was heard and it flew away. This attack did not satisfy the Dormos at all, and he said that if he wanted to learn everything, he had to fight in a real fight. The enemy laughed and squeezed the scythe even harder. He confirmed his confidence by saying that even the absence of limbs would not prevent the dreamer from speaking. He asked him not to die, calling him a baby. Meanwhile, the auction participants who could fought against the enemies, but not everyone was doing well. Hua wanted to save everyone, but she was not enough. She did everything she could, everything in her power. She left behind traces of blood that covered the floor of the mansion. Kim held the line against the 2 enemies flying at him. It seemed to him that he would have to say goodbye to his life, as he was 300% exhausted. He was doing his best when Hua appeared next to him. He explained to her that he was doing his best. Noticing her, he was surprised that this young girl was doing as much as was expected of a member of the Dan family. They had to act, there was no time for hesitation, let alone thinking about who could do what. It was the energy that Hua felt that motivated them to act. She told Kim that it looked like her friend had found the killer. Hua held the dragon scales between her fingers, feeling the dream still lingering. She threw the scales at one of the puppets. It clearly hit the puppet's body, piercing it through. Then she explained to Kim that Brother Peng is very strong, and seems to have almost reached the level of a mysterious master. She offered to deal with the current situation, and then help him. "But how long will we last in this poisonous fog?" Kim asked. She replied that he seemed to have forgotten who she was. "The Dan family of Sichuan will not allow their comrades to suffer from any poison." Meanwhile, the dream fought against its opponent. He repeated his attacks, swinging his scythes one after the other. Suddenly, the tip of one of the scythes came right up to the pupil of the dream's eye. He barely managed to dodge the attack, saving his eyesight. The enemy continued to wave and swing this scythe on a chain. It was said that this chain could withstand more than 1,000,000 tons, and such was the fame that preceded it. The chain was very strong, and its advantage was that it was flexible and could twist around the one it was attacking. This time, it was a dream. He held the chain around his neck as best he could, pulling it away with his hands. The problem was that there was another scythe at the other end of the chain. There was almost no time to think. The situation was critically dangerous. Sun decided to pull the chain in one motion quickly and hard, because it would not work otherwise. With his left elbow, he felt the enemy's beard and made him taste the lower jaw on his tongue. This attack was furious and forced both fighters to act at the limit of their strength and show each other everything they could do. Sun decided to continue using his sword, holding it in his hand. The enemy was surprised by Sun's fighting skills, which was a separate topic of conversation for him. He noticed that the poisonous fog had no effect on the Dormus and asked why. The Dormus immediately noticed his curiosity. It was strange that being so curious, he hadn't even scouted out who was going to participate in the auction today. When it comes to poisons, there is one family that the mage boys don't even try to compete with. Hua made this antidote herself and then gave it to her son. She explained to him that one such pill neutralizes the effect of absolutely all poisonous fogs. The girl asked the dragon to win. The enemy believed that simply drinking the antidote would not help the Dormouse win. The dream agreed with him, saying that victory depends only on the ability to fight, and rushed at the enemy. He cut the enemy with his sword and the enemy flew away like an illusion. However, the dream realized that even the antidote that the girl gave him had a limit. and he wondered how long it would last, as the fog grew thicker and the poison stronger. His current immunity to such tricks lies not only in the girl's antidote, but also in the 100 poisons potion given to him by his maternal grandfather, the King of Assassins. Davandon was also involved. The scythe took on a different color, its energy changed, and it began to fly faster. Sun did not notice how the enemy was behind him. Spinning the scythe, he hit him right in the back of the sleeper. The blow was very strong and painful, but Sleep found the strength to use the energy on his sword. He stabbed the enemy again, but the enemy dispersed again, like an illusion. With a cut on his back, the dream heard a question coming out of thin air. "How do you like it?" It seemed as if the fog had just stroked him. He had already withstood the 3 strongest poisons of the enemy's organization, and the enemy was surprised that he was still standing. But how long would the sleep last? There was no way out. And even though it was dangerous even for the dreamer himself, he realized that he had no choice but to take the risk. The enemy had the most disgusting laugh, like a chuckle. He laughed so hard when he saw that the dream could not even move in his eyes. But his curiosity about how the dream knew about him kept him from killing the dream right away. He wanted to ask everything, but first he decided to cut off one of its arms. The ringing of metal resounded in the air, and the scythe flew off in the other direction. This was definitely not part of the enemy's plans. "Is it an accident?" he asked, not understanding anything. Because according to his calculations, the scythe should have already cut off the dreamer's arm. And then the dream disappeared from before his eyes. As if it had quickly emerged from under the ice in winter, the dream appeared under the enemy. The sword clashed with the scythe, and they froze in one place, trying to see who would overpower the other. The enemy pulled as hard as he could, his hand even trembling with effort. What annoyed him even more was that he was doing it with his eyes closed. This made the enemy jump back with his scythes. He took up a fighting stance and thought about what to do next, watching the sand right in front of him. He decided to abandon sight and fight, relying only on the feeling of energy. The art of controlling the energy of the sun was a real miracle for the enemy. But he continued to believe that sleep can lose its head at any time. Sleep did not open his eyes for a second, was completely immersed in concentration, and dodged the enemy's weapons as if he could see them. However, he did not avoid the last attack from below, which hit him in the leg and cut it. The enemy asked the sun, "Well, what are you going to do with your body, which will wither from the poison? Will you wait until death overtakes you?" The dream was silent and did not answer. But he was not silent with everyone. He told himself that it was time to end it. The iron teeth sword of the inedible tiger is a martial technique belonging to the great swordsman Peng Ji-hyuk. Not being the first descendant of the Peng family, he was unable to learn higher martial arts, so he only developed his skills, repeatedly repelling the attacks of death that tried to take his life using only his sword skills. His desire to protect the Peng family carried him to the grave. But the question remained, was that why it happened? Hyuk was standing face to face with the enemy, barely holding his sword because of the wound on his arm. The enemy was strong enough to pierce his body with the blade. At that moment, the dream stopped breathing. But he did not stop living. He believed that he could defeat the enemy. Despite the fact that his wound was incompatible with life, he carried the sword through the enemy's body. Everyone watching could not understand whether this guy was a human being or some kind of creature. Hyuk could have died at any moment, and no one would have been surprised. His sword technique was practiced in extreme conditions. Over time, it got better and better. He did not dodge or block the attacks. The enemy's sword pierced his body once again, completely cutting through his chest. Hyuk cut, pierced, and cut again. Although he had almost no strength left, blood was flowing from his mouth. There is a phenomenon. The closer you are to death, the more you want to avoid it. And after that, the second wind opens, and internal reserves are released. This is the essence of his technique, the sword of the iron teeth of the ravenous tiger. Sun's aura at that moment changed beyond recognition. His sword skills became many times, hundreds of times better. The enemy did not even have time to blink when the dream appeared behind him. He was devilishly fast, and the enemy only asked questions. "Where are you going?" But once behind the enemy's back, the dream ran into his scythes, which pierced his body several times. The dream was open to attack, blood was flying from his body. The enemy said that he was going to let the dream live, but now he was very sorry. He promised the dream that he would die, but the dream did not feel pain. His eyes were cold and eager for the enemy's death. He cut the chain, which was considered to be powerful, with a sword. Before the eyes of the enemy, the weapons that had been passed down from generation to generation were shattered into pieces. Now the time has come for the enemy to be like a chain that has kept the dog tied up all his life, not giving him freedom. The enemy did not allow the nature of humanity to act for good. It had to be broken into pieces. The enemy called the sun a crazy bastard as he flew at him and tried to dodge, believing that he could still deal with him with a scythe. But the dream used the iron teeth sword of the inedible tiger technique, which the enemy could not handle. This put an end to this battle, an end that would forever take the enemy's life. Sun used the 5 claws of the inedible tiger, and everything around him turned red from the energy that devoured the enemy upon impact. This battle took all the strength he had. Blood was running down his cheek from the blows of the enemy's scythe. His body was pierced, but he had the strength to hold on. He had the strength of mind not to end the fight, and not to lose to the enemy, proving to himself that he never gives up. Hua turned her head just as he was about to deliver the final blow. It was hard not to notice, because the explosion was heard very far away. She was worried because she thought her brother had been hurt, but when the cloud of smoke cleared, she saw him sitting on his knees, his hand covering the wound on his body. How is he still standing? Was that the last blow of the sword? She thought. Who would have thought that the young master would be in a state of wu-wei, said the enemy, miraculously staying on his feet. He was covered in blood, half alive, but still able to talk and stand. He realized that he wouldn't last long in this state. But he was damned curious to know who this guy was. The dream told him that he was a good fighter. If you were a poisonous demon family, you would have passed out after the first attack. Sun decided to introduce himself, thinking that the enemy should know who he was. My name is Peng Mu Song. I am the 4th heir of the Peng family. Revealing his identity would be called respecting the master, which is why he said who he was. The enemy asked him to remember that he was a representative of the demonic Hosayan family. He promised that their organization would destroy the Peng family one by one, and asked Sung to believe that it wouldn't take long. There was a very dangerous thing in the enemy's stomach that started to act. He rushed at Sun and promised that he would die with him. The dream barely had enough strength to dodge him. It seemed that the dream had already spoken before, that he knew all their techniques so well that he was tired of them. The enemy only had the strength to cough up blood a few times. All he could see was the light on the ceiling. That was the end of all his life's aspirations and loyalty to his leader. As expected, the Magi warriors are very strong. Today's dream was saved not only by the antidote, but also by the timely taking of Daewondan. Otherwise, its ending would have been sad. "Brother!" he heard behind him. Hwaryong ran to him, losing all her thoughts, thinking only that he was safe. His clothes were stained red with his blood, but he told her that everything was fine. She took his face in her hands, looking at him, and realized that he was not okay. The color of his face said otherwise. She saw heavy bleeding and signs of poisoning, and asked him to wait a second to get some medicine for the cuts and an antidote. She warned him that he shouldn't treat his body like that. Otherwise, he would grow old and suffer. He thanked her from the bottom of his heart. But suddenly, when she was taking out the medicine, one of the magician's puppets appeared behind her. She could see it only in the reflection of the eye of the sun sitting opposite her. This immediately plunged the Dormouse into memories of his past life. Her gentle smile had always warmed him. But this time, he was not ready to let anyone hurt her, and he pulled her away from the attack in time, saying, "No way." The sword pierced the puppet's head. His hand weakened, and the sword fell to the ground. He still had impulses in his body, and he wanted to touch the girl's face with his hand. She was very frightened at that moment. The dream was no less frightened for her because she almost died. Now he sat down next to her and asked if she was okay, if she was hurt. A smile appeared on her face when she realized that her life had been saved. She thanked her brother. It was really something incredible. He had saved her life. After a while, the person in charge of the black market auction, Kim, would like to formally express his sincere gratitude to young Miss Dan and young Mr. Peng. He noted that if it were not for them, the black market would have been in extreme trouble, facing an unprecedented situation. The black market decided to compensate the distinguished guests who had almost been injured. However, he wanted to thank them in a slightly different way, and asked them how they felt about it. To Mrs. Hua, he offered the strongest poison of the southern barbarians, which was up for auction today. And to Mr. Penn, he wanted to give a fragment of the map he had previously purchased for free. Kim thought about it and asked who dared to attack the black market. Sung immediately answered, "Magi." "These are Majeo that were thought to be long gone," he added. Sung asked to inform the owner of the black market. Kim replied that he would definitely do so. That was the end of their conversation, and after a while Hua's feet were walking on the forest floor. They were walking through the forest. It had been a crazy day, and she still couldn't believe that the evil that had been rampant in her grandfather's time had returned. The dream asked her if it was not difficult to write a letter to her family to inform the world about the return of the mage. He then thanked her, but that was not all. She had one more question. She asked where he was going to go now. He explained that he had to hurry home to prepare for the battle with the Meiji. She was sad because it seemed that this was the end of their journey. But it was not so. The dream invited her to go with him. A flurry of emotions overwhelmed her when she heard this from the dream. And she asked again, "What did you say?" He explained that he would need a partner like her in this battle. The atmosphere around them was tense, and she was already thinking that this was an unexpected confession, saying to herself, "Is this a confession?" And on the word confession, he interrupted her. He said, "Can I count on the help of your family, Dan?" He was annoyed that the word of his Pong family carried little weight. He added that if she told everyone, other families would take their side. She replied that she was very pleased to hear that, but she chose to refuse. Is she angry? The dream thought, and could not understand why. When she'd been angry with him in the past, she could just drill him with her eyes for a whole week. He remembered being told that he should always be honest. After that, the dream said that he just wanted to be honest. But the main reason he called her was because he wanted to be there for her in the future. These words were much more pleasant for her. The last phrase was so touching that they shook hands and she agreed to go with him. After that, they found themselves on Mount Shunshan, where there was a Shaolin temple. The children in this temple worked hard to learn martial arts. The coaches never spared the students and ordered them to work even harder. During one of their training sessions, Sun came and greeted the coach. He apologized for being a distraction and told the monk that he just wanted to meet the head monk of the Shaolin temple. The head monk of the Shaolin temple, Hyunjin, sat quietly and waited for nothing. Suddenly, a guy ran in and started shouting that something unusual had happened. "What's all the fuss about?" asked Hyunjin. He started mumbling something about a 1,000-year-old monk. Then he said that a man with the will of the late monk Hong Yong had appeared. A young master from the Peng family, Mu Song, has just arrived in Shaolin with a manuscript left by the monks, the guy went on to explain. The head monk ordered him to bring Song to him immediately. A moment later, the son was sitting at the table opposite him, and they were talking. That's how it was written in the postcard, that he missed Shaolin to death. The head monk folded his hands near his beard and prayed. Then he told Master Peng that he had done a great thing and thanked him. The monk asked if he had taken the Dawandan that the monk had. Sun replied that he had. The monk was only glad that it had happened, and that the Shaolin temple had been able to help Kang Ho's new achievement. At first glance, the monk thought the dream was a natural warrior and a straightforward person. The monk was eager to find out what the future held for him. The appearance of this young man in Shaolin was probably the great will of the Buddha himself, and he wondered if it would be right to send him back so easily. The monk then warned him that it would be unexpected, but he suggested that he stay for a few more days, since he, as the leader of Shaolin, could make such an offer. If he didn't mind, the monk offered to help him with his studies. This meant that the dreamer would now be able to learn the martial art of Shaolin, the temple with the longest history in Murim. Given his past life experiences, the mage would probably be quiet for a while, and that is why Sun should take this opportunity to improve his martial skills and level up. Sun thanked him for the opportunity and said that he could not refuse. The master was pleased to hear such words from the young man. Then the master said that he would like to ask him one more thing. "Since I am the only one who can compare to you," the monk said. The monk then slammed the box in which he had placed the manuscript. He said that this man would be the owner of this manuscript. At a young age, he has profound martial arts skills, and Shaolin has high hopes for him. But he is a real daredevil, not knowing the limits of heaven. His training always takes place in extreme conditions. When he puts his fist to a rock, he just needs to move it 3 centimeters to the rock, and the following happens. The rock shatters into pieces. That's who he is, this guy. Monk Jin asked if sleep could pacify this young man. Meanwhile, Hua, humming a song, walked across the bridge and looked around. Suddenly, a voice came. "There you are!" It was the dream, which apologized and asked if she'd been waiting long. She replied that no, that the time had passed quickly and she hadn't even noticed how it had passed so quickly. He then explained that he had decided to stay, and she did not hold back her emotions because she was also very interested in expanding her knowledge. What a blessing that she is interested in martial arts. But before that, she needs to meet someone, he went on to explain. The monk was amazed to hear this and asked the son, "Have you really decided to meet him now?" "But what's the problem?" the dreamer asked. He explained that he would have to face some difficulties in any case. He added that he wanted to apologize in advance, which sounded rather strange. Then the monk explained that the man they were going to see was a psycho. Sun recalled his past life and realized that people's opinion of him was the same as in his past life. He asked them not to worry, as he was already used to this type of people, although he did not think that they would meet in this way. They went to meet their old friend, as the dream called him. There were sounds coming from the cave, which was destroyed. It was him sleeping and snoring, his body pumped up to such a figure that it was scary to look at in a word, an ideal. Hearing the sound of someone coming, he began to rise. "Who are you?" he asked when he saw the people in front of him. The dreamer immediately apologized for interrupting his training. Then he asked if he was the promising student of Shaolin. Mugak was the name that fell to him. He was a friend of Sun's in a previous life. But Gak asked them to introduce themselves and asked them again who they were. Sun was indeed a little late with his greeting. He then greeted them, said his name, and explained that he was from the Peng family of Hebei, and introduced the girl who came with him. He explained that the head monk had asked to meet him and called him a talented Shaolin martial artist. Mugak's teacher called him an idiot in an angry voice and asked him if he wanted to introduce himself. He smiled and apologized to the older man for not introducing himself. Then, doing something incomprehensible, he hit a stone and jumped. Everyone braced themselves because they did not know what to expect from him next. He threw a few stones up and jumped after them. In the air, he began to shout loudly. He spun around and hit one of the stones, then the second, then the third, and so on. The stones flew straight at the dormouse, aiming for his head.
This idiot thought he could just overpower the dormouse.
The son had to use some of his energy to deflect the stones that were flying right at him. You could easily see the excitement that the opponent felt in his eyes. He sent even more stones in the direction of the dreamer. Everything was flying at him. But the dreamer decided to grab his sword and act more seriously. He began to cut every stone that came at him. The teacher became angry, very angry. He asked Mugak, "What are you doing?" And he asked him not to interfere. He said that he was going to teach the guests politeness. His eyes seemed to be sleeping heavily, and this was primarily a challenge for Hawk. Hua watched and did not understand what was happening. Who else needs to be taught politeness? Hawk explained that, first of all, they were spying on his training and disturbing him. And most of all, he was outraged by the fact that the son had a cheeky look. Yes, he really is everyone, Hua said to herself. And the older monk only agreed with her words. Hook decided to use the highest spiritual technique of Shaolin, the power of wisdom. Sun did not even think that this guy had been so rude from his earliest years. In his past life, they had fought badly as soon as they met. But the dream knew that to make friends with him, he had to show his skills. The dream accepted this challenge with excitement, and he saw only positive things in this battle. It was even interesting to him.
Hook's punch was so strong that the counterattack created a large wave crater in the ground, which spread apart. This is the 72 techniques of the Shaolin martial arts school, the ultimate power of wisdom. Hua shouted when she saw this punch. She told herself that she had done the right thing when she followed the dormouse. Who would have thought that she would see with her own eyes the martial arts that she had only heard about in legends? Then she shouted a question. Who will win if the secret weapon of the Tang family and the martial arts of the Shaolin Temple collide? His hand, as he struck the ground, created cracks so strong that they went in different directions. It looks like this madman is really trying to kill Song. Gak! This is the guy with the iron fists, the Buddha's best disciple! But even Sun himself doubts that he can defeat him. Great is the power of wisdom. To comprehend this Shaolin martial art, one must excel not only in combat but also in Dharma. There are only 2 people who have mastered this martial art. One of them is the teacher of the young warriors, Murim, the Buddha. And the other is now rushing at Sun with his fists, screaming with rage. He moves so fast that it is impossible to notice him. The lonely spirit of thunder and the great power of wisdom clashed in battle. The girl realized that it was better not to interfere. She realized that it was better not to interfere, and she remembered the words of her teacher Hook, who also said that he did not trust his swords. The one who had always been full of discontent and anger could not believe that he saw him so happy. My brother really looks happy, Hua thought. He's excited, like a child who has met a friend after a long time apart, and they are behaving in a way that he can't even intervene. After losing his parents and warrior friends, Sape met his teacher and became part of the Buddha. It was through blood, through the loss of his dearest people, that he became who he is. When he was young, he tried his best to prove his strength. It was extremely difficult for him to find his place in this world then. Anger and sadness over the unjust death of his family forced Guok to study Buddhist sutras, master martial arts, and finally get rid of these feelings. However, the stronger he became, the deeper he felt lonely because he did not want to deal with the weak and lazy. He needed an opponent who could fight him on equal terms. And finally, he met someone who was able to answer all the questions he had been accumulating, risking his life. That's why he is happy now, fighting with Sun. When the teacher saw the stance Hook took, he immediately realized that he was preparing for decisive action. Once again, he accelerated like a bullet and flew at Sun. The 72nd skill of the Shaolin martial arts school is 18 palm strikes. But Sun was not going to be silent. He prepared for the iron teeth sword of the unrestrained tiger strike. And after that, the great tiger shaking the trees strike. Like fire and water, they merged together, raising a huge cloud of dust. When the dust began to settle, a laugh came from behind it, a silhouette of a muscular guy laughing loudly. Hook said that no matter what he thought, his eyes were right. He was liking Sun more and more. But Sun was only thinking about how much strength this crazy monk had already taken from him. His fists were filled with such powerful energy that it was impossible not to notice it. The energy was so strong that the stones lying nearby began to rise into the air. The chakra grew larger and larger, enveloping his fist in a yellow glow that grew brighter and brighter. The girl thought it was a trick, because he had already used the 72nd skill of the Shaolin martial arts school so many times. But the teacher explained that this is why he is called a monster. His endurance and strength are admirable. Caught up in the excitement of the battle, he began to attack again, shouting to Sun, "Can you withstand this?" and hit the wall with all his might with the divine fist of the Archete. With all his strength, he rushed right into the center of the attack, taking no damage. Sun repeated his sword of the iron teeth of the unrestrained tiger attack.
He used the Great Tiger Shaking Tree's strike again, repeating these 2 attacks, and he struck with his sword right at the area where Hook had used his attack. Now it was time for Hook to defend himself. The 2 attacks used by Sun became dominant and broke down Hook's defense. He put up his hands, enduring the full force of this wave of energy, focusing on survival. But then he got even angrier and started shouting at the top of his voice.
Don't play games with me like this, he shouted, full of rage.
He had one more trick up his sleeve that he had been hiding and hadn't used yet, and now he lunged at Sun again. It was impossible to tell from Sun's reaction that he had expected this turn. Even his teacher and the girl who didn't know him that well were amazed at what was happening before their eyes. The Buddha statue standing in front of them was one moment away from destruction, and the next second it was shattered into small pieces, leaving no trace. Sun turned to Hook. It looks like you exaggerated your strength. Huck was in great shock, not knowing what to do because he realized the consequences. The consequences will not be long in coming. The teacher will kill me, said Hook, full of fear. A bird landed on one of the pieces of rubble and suddenly began to sing. Later, when the time came, Sun was immersed in training, and it was at this point that he meditated. However, his meditation began to be distracted by laughter from next to him. "What are you doing here, brothers?" One of the monks came over and asked them. Many beaten monks were lying on the ground, and only one stood over them, laughing. They had been forced to get up immediately, saying that they had asked for more power, but now only those who could try to get up, saying that they had not asked for it. Thanks to Sun, who had come along with an older Shaolin monk, they watched Hook, who was in a great mood. Jin noticed that since Sun's arrival, a smile had not left Hook's face. Afterwards, they greeted each other. Sung explained that he was training, and the head monk allowed him to learn the martial arts of Monk Hongyon.
Then Jin immediately took a stance and started kicking. Sun's arms were pumped up strong and strong.
He put his hands under this kick. The kick was so powerful that even smoke rose from his hands as they made contact with Jin's leg. It was a test as the powerful kick stopped a millimeter away from Sun's face, but he managed to hold it back. Jin noticed that the skin of his entire body was getting harder and harder. This martial art, contained in an ancient monk's manuscript, is called Iron Tiger Skin. The head monk said that he wanted Sun to name the technique, and Sun named it out of necessity. He was grateful to him for allowing him to study this technique. Jin added that even the right decision by the head monk could not fully repay Seong for the kindness he had shown in carrying out the will of the late monk Hongyon.
"There you are, Mugak," a voice said next to them.
"Are you ready?" asked Hua, approaching him with her blade in hand. She had promised herself to win today, and someone asked who she was. He replied that she was Miss Tan, who had lost to him yesterday. He then asked her if she would accept her defeat, because in the last few months he had won 12 games and she had 8 losses. But she promised that today would be different, and she wanted to put a stabilizing agent on those overly pumped muscles. However, he did not believe that she would be able to pierce his iron hide with what he considered to be an insignificant weapon. Sun watched and realized that her weapon was poisoned, but Mugak, like Mr. Peng, had mastered the Iron Tiger Skin technique and was very excited. Jin noticed that someone who had already reached great heights was rising to an even higher level and thanked Song, thinking it was thanks to him and Madame Tang. But Sun said that he was the one who should be thanking, because by training with the Shaolin students, they all became much stronger. Yes, it is true that Hua's skills with the secret weapon have become more accurate as she interacts with the monk's martial arts. The speed with which Hook is mastering the Iron Tiger Skin technique is truly impressive. He will no doubt be able to reach a higher level faster than in his past life. The same goes for Sun, but I'm going to touch on it. It's been 3 months since he arrived in Shaolin, and now it's time. At the end of this intense day of training in the main hall of the Shaolin Temple, Jin was sitting at a table, sipping tea, brooding. Suddenly he felt an energy that seemed to be right next to him. This child, he thought, hoping that the late monk's will had helped Mr. Peng. At the same time, Mr. Peng was deep in meditation, his body radiating powerful energy, electrifying the space around him. His power was incredible. He had complete control over it. He was able to overcome the poisonous demonic seed. In his fights with the masters during his Shaolin training, he was even able to master the Iron Tiger Skin. He realized that all the pieces were assembled, and it was all done for a reason. After going through this thorny path, he overcame the wall. Upon reaching this level, an illusion that looks like 3 flower buds appears overhead. And because of this phenomenon is often called 3 flowers on the top in Kano. It may be too early, but Sun is running out of time. If not now, then never. After a long meditation, he went outside and looked at the moon shining in front of him. Had he ever felt like this before? So peaceful? Hua appeared next to him and said that he had beaten her to the punch. Sun didn't even notice that his sister and Hak were there, and asked them how long they had been here. He was holding a bottle of wine and said that he had been holding it for a long time, offering to drink it together. Wine is alcohol. What else could you expect from a crazy monk? Like a true fearless adventurer, he suggested that we get drunk tonight. It was a warm evening, and the 3 of them sat on a bench drinking wine. Hook congratulated Sun on reaching the 3 flowers at the top level. They raised their glasses and he said, "This is not just breaking the wall, but reaching the level of a transcendent master." "Damn, who did that?" was the question in the house. Hook was holding one of the elders by the neck and asking if he was responsible for what had happened. The girl explained that she had heard him receive a message from his teacher, Buljong, who said, "You have committed a crime. Come to the place of silence." The place of silence is a cave where Bodhidharma practiced continuous contemplation of a stone wall in sitting meditation. In other words, this is forced training as punishment. How did a person who is currently in closed training know that Hook broke a Buddha statue and drank rice wine on his knees? This question was a mystery to him. "That's a blessing from the Buddha himself," said Sung. Ahua asked him if he had also received a letter from home, and he replied in the affirmative. The deputy head of the family allowed Seung to attend a celebration of 100 families, where the secret activity of Magyo was to be revealed, where all Murim's families would gather. "Great," she said, adding that she had been told the same thing. After that, Jin approached them and asked if they had finished their preparations. Jin came over with the head monk. They expressed their regret that Sung and the girl were leaving, but the young warriors thanked them for everything they had learned, and the girl jokingly exclaimed that she would come back to eat with the girl. Jin was proud that they had grown up in Shaolin and hoped they would use their power to save people. Afterward, Jin put his hand on Sun's shoulder. He noticed that his shoulders looked heavy. He went on to say that although he didn't know all the details, if Sun tried to do it alone, he might get sick, and asked him to take care of himself. Bowing before the head monk, Sun said he would remember these words. Hook came up to them and, holding back tears, asked how he would live now, because it would be very boring when they left. But the girl came up to him and assured him that they would come back, and asked him to hide the wine well. Sun asked him to practice, and not to get caught with wine again next time. Hawk promised that next time he would win the fight and go unnoticed. In response, Sung and Hua gave him a warm smile. They shook hands and agreed to see each other again soon. After that, they traveled to Hebei Jinju. The local food with poppy seeds impressed the girl, and she bought as much of it as she could. It looks like it was the first time she had ever eaten tanghula, because it is hard to find in Sichuan. After the 100 families celebrated, they decided to go to local restaurants together. Then they went to Ong's family in Jinju. She was finishing the last of the candied fruit she had bought earlier. Before entering, she admitted that she was very scared. The thought that they had spent several months together, and now they would have to leave, was frightening. "Indeed," Sun replied thoughtfully, pausing for a moment. He planned to explain the whole situation with Maggie as soon as he met his family, and asked her to convey it to them as well. They then said goodbye, promising to meet again later. One man apologized to Sun and asked if he was Peng from Hebei, and told him that he would take him to the house where Peng's family was receiving guests at the request of his relatives. Walking with him, Sun looked around, noticing how big the place really was. It looks like they collected a lot of taxes in the past, he thought. In a past life, members of the An family, Peng's maternal relatives, had betrayed the Cheongpa alliance. They had even attacked the Peng family, and meanwhile, the young warriors had already met the fourth master. They all bowed to him and said, "Welcome." Sun went up to them and asked how things were at home, but they explained that it was a little noisy because he was away. They asked him to tell them about the spiritual path of the tiger, and asked if it was true that he had defeated the Jokryun clan. They also said that they had heard that he had stayed in Shaolin for a long time. After that, the first heir appeared and said, "I thought that something serious had caused such a fuss, but it was just the junior who arrived." The appearance of Pende Hayek inside the song caused a storm of emotions. However, he couldn't show it. So Song greeted and congratulated the first heir, but he just laughed and said that he didn't need to be so formal because they were brothers. After that, he approached Sun from the side and put his hand on his shoulder. He remarked that they hadn't had a heart-to-heart for a long time, although it was quite strange coming from him. Then looking at Sun, he said, "You don't seem to like it." He kept calling him his little brother. He added that if Sun wanted to survive, he should obey his older brother. It was all quite strange. And after that, he took his hand off Sun's shoulder and walked forward. To the others, Sun told them that he was sorry, but he couldn't explain anything right now and promised to talk about it later. Sun immediately noticed that the first heir had become stronger. The tables almost broke under the weight of the food, which was plentiful. He was treated very generously, considering that it must have been very difficult for him. At least those were the words of the first heir, who then brought up the topic of the Sapa alliance, noting that Sung continued to mess up relations with them, and that it could affect their family. He also noted that the conflict with the Celestial Ice Demon was problematic, and asked Song if the Moran clan was not in Hangbei. He explained that now was not the time for their family to target Kong Ho, and asked Song to temporarily refrain from confrontation. However, Sun only laughed in response. He apologized and explained that he had no choice but to do so. Chongpa was offering a joint arrangement, and that was a reason not to worry about Sape's opinion. He went on to explain to the first heir that their Baek family shouldn't be afraid of anyone. But when Song mentioned the An family as their enemies, the first heir became very angry. and asked if Song had forgotten that the On family were their friends and maternal relatives. Sun's next question about why they were looking into the sphere of influence of their friends, the Peng family, only added fuel to the fire. Everyone knows that when the main family that ruled in Hebei many years ago was broken, the Ong family slowly began to absorb the Peng family's territory. When Song continued and asked if it was true that even members of the main family were being replaced by those closer to Jinju, the first heir slammed the table and asked where Song had heard such a lie. Sometimes I'm even confused. Are you a person from the Peng family or the On family? Continued Song. The heir was very outraged and said a lot of things in Sun's direction, but Sun decided to get up and just walk in the other direction. The first heir thought he was being too arrogant. He realized that when it came to this rascal, it was becoming difficult for him to control his emotions, and he wondered why this was happening. Meanwhile, Iron Fist was walking down the hall. The first heir explained that he wanted to lure Sun to his side, but it seemed that nothing would work. He asked for an opinion, and was told that he was halfway to becoming a transcendent master. Is he really stronger than me? The first heir thought. However, he was weaker than the future head of the On family, the Dragon Fist. He asked if it was true that there would be a small martial arts competition during the 100 Families celebration, and suggested asking the head to smash the younger man to smithereens. As expected from Sun, he did the right thing by hiding his martial arts skill level. The Dragon Fist realized that they had set the table for Sun. All that was left was to eat. The vice chairman was handed the Iron Tiger skin technique and asked him to take it. He couldn't believe that he was holding a secret manuscript of a 1,000-year-old Buddha obtained from Shaolin. Song asked to give this manuscript to the head of the military, as it would be a good help to the soldiers, to ensure that all members of the Peng family, regardless of their direct or sideline affiliation, would see it. Song wanted them to place the manuscript on the first floor of the family library. Song intended to raise the skill level of the entire Peng family, and this made the vice chairman realize that the junior's feelings ran very deep. The vice chairman immediately understood Song's desire and told him so. He then asked if Song had had a run-in with Ma Guo. The evidence was not enough, but Song had sensed Ma Guo's characteristic dark energy coming from the demon from the poisonous demon family that led the group. He recognized it and explained the situation. It had been a very long time since they had disappeared from Murim, and because of this, the vice chairman was worried whether the other families would believe them. But no matter how much they didn't want to believe, the Ma Guos would take action anyway. No one can escape from this, Sun explained. After the conversation, he looked around, noticing how much fun the celebration was having, and wondered if the brother would show up today, since he should have come by now. A young man approached him and asked him if he was Mr. Peng Monsoon. When Seung said yes, the young man lit up with joy, saying that he thought so. He introduced himself as Seok Jung-ho of the Seok family of sword warriors, and said that he had heard a lot about the fame of the perfect tiger blade. People nearby also heard these words. Like fans, they ran up to him and asked if they could meet him. They were all from different families, but each of them was honored to meet Song. His fame among the young masters was so great that their blood boiled when they heard the story of how Song defeated the Jokryun clan. Some of them stood aside, thinking that these people were being too fawning in front of someone from a fallen family. Hua walked by them, nudged one of them with her shoulder, and apologized. Mrs. Tan was incredible. It was impossible not to notice her because her appearance impressed everyone. In the eyes of others, she was an incomparable beauty. She came up to Sun, stood in front of him, and said that she had been looking for him for a long time. Grasping the edge of her dress with 2 fingers, he pulled her closer and said that he had wanted to see this face for a long time. Standing opposite each other, very close, feeling each other's warmth, she said, "Let's go, brother." After they greeted each other, rumors began to circulate among others. Could the perfect tiger blade and young Madame Tang be close? They said they had spent several months together in Shaolin and trained together. Are these two really dating? People wondered. Meanwhile, they were left alone. She thought that Song would stay within the 4 walls, but he decided to take part in the celebration, even though he thought it would be better to just sleep. His popularity was impressive, and she asked him how he felt about it. He replied that it was nice to be recognized for his achievements, but it was a bit confusing, and even added that it was a bit burdensome. She explained that he would have to get used to it because he would be in the spotlight at tomorrow's competition. They talked some more, and that was the end of the day. Sleep was in his room and enjoyed the peace of sleep. He was finally able to rest properly. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide. He felt as if someone was calling out to him, and he sat up, sitting on the bed. A moment later, he was outside, where someone was waiting for him. However, this man said, "I was looking forward to one child, but another came. Son came here just in case, and just as he thought, it was him. Peng Musong of the Peng family from Hebei," he said, punching his fist to introduce himself. And in front of him stood the head of the On family of Jinju and the 10th Murim master, Fist King Ongahu. Fist King Angahu is an evil Jinju personality who hides his power under a shell, keeping it in his hands even after he leaves the post of the head of the family. Afterward, he told Sun that he had heard a lot about him. He had heard about him from his grandson, Dae Hyuk, because he is the grandfather of the first heir on his mother's side. Sun's whole body tensed up. This inner energy was a sign of someone who had achieved transcendence. Very good, Sun can feel the energy, said the Fist King, and explained that he was radiating a wave that ordinary masters could not notice, but Sun could. The Fist King took a few steps and came closer to Sun. He asked if Sun knew that he had been calling for someone else, but he had come anyway. Sun explained that he was just wondering who the Fist King was calling for. The Fist King realized that Sun's skills were beyond what people knew. He then added that he was happy that the first heir had such a talented younger brother. He put his hand on Sun's shoulder and continued the conversation. Sun apologized and explained that he was not going to help his older brother.
The Fist King laughed and grabbed Sun's head with his hand.
The energy was so strong that it was hard to hold back, as if lightning had struck his cheeks. The Fist King sarcastically asked to repeat these words, adding that he was getting hard of hearing with age. It was impossible to lose to this man, because Song realized that this man was using the first heir to absorb the Peng family. Even at this moment, he could not show his weakness. After this energy surge that Song felt, he gathered his courage and decided to tell the Fist King something important. He said that he would be the head of the Peng family. The fact that Sun was able to repel his attack impressed the Fist King. He felt as if he were watching the brightness achieved by a thousandfold spell. The Fist King felt sorry to give away such natural abilities to the Peng family, and he thought that it would be better if this guy was of his own blood. However, he decided not to leave any cause for concern and immediately rushed at Song. But then someone else appeared who said he was a little late because of his slow pace and didn't think the atmosphere would be so tense. It was the heir of the Namgun family, Namgun Hyuk, who greeted the King of Fists. Song was happy to see the unsurpassed swordsman Namgun Hyuk, a genius who would later be called the best. He was also the eldest of their 4 sappes. Namgun Hyuk approached the King of Fists and said that he thought the elders of all the families had gone to meet the sunrise and noticed that he had not joined them. The Fist King replied that he did not like places where there were many people. He then turned to Sun and said that he had joked a bit by calling him a baby. In the presence of the Namgun family, the Fist King could not use his skills so recklessly and considered Sun lucky. He went first and added that the morning exercise was very hard. The guy asked Sun to be careful. Then he asked him if he was okay, and Sun replied that he was fine. In Hyuk's eyes, Sun was a young master who was no match for the King of Fists. A moment later, a flask appeared next to Sung's head.
Would you like to have a drink with me? Hyuk invited him.
After a while they drank, discussing Monk Gak and how funny he was. Hyuk remarked that Gak would fit the role of a madman and would love to meet him one day. Sung said he thought it would happen soon, raising the glass of juice in his hand. They poured another one. And Hyuk was very interested in hearing stories about Tiger's spiritual path from Seong personally. When Seong addressed him by name, Hyuk asked him not to be so formal and just call him brother. He will turn 30 this year, and he doesn't consider himself a young master, but he wants to build a closer relationship with Sun, so he asked to be called that. He asked Sung if he could call him younger brother, and Sung replied, "Yes, brother." People who like to talk say that Hyuk will become the best swordsman in the future, and Hyuk himself believes that he will become the best in the world. Afterwards, he stood up, stretched, and said that he realized something when he saw Sun fight the King of Fists. He realized that he might become the best swordsman in the future, but he would not be better than Sun. In response, Song said that no one knows what the future holds. However, Hyuk thought this was modesty on Sun's part, and asked if he would participate in the upcoming event. Soon the event started and people gathered around the tatami. Everyone was waiting for the person they were rooting for. Hua asked Sung if he knew what kind of prize was offered for winning. She told him that the winner would receive a Sosanden that had been absorbing chi energy for 20 years. This is a great opportunity to improve your inner energy. However, while listening to all this, Sun cast his eyes on one person. It was a man with a pumped-up and very strong body. This person was the future head of the An family of Jinju, the Dragon Fist O Tai-gyun. He looked at Sung and realized that this was the guy that the first heir asked him to take care of. The thirst for battle immediately arose in his blood, and he was eager to see what this young man was capable of. Meanwhile, the other participants took to the tatami and began to fight. Their skills were quite good, and Sung estimated that the guy with the spear would win. Hua remembered that those young masters who had pretended to know Sun yesterday were now participating in the battle. Sung asked her if it was true that everyone could participate in this competition. "Yes, anyone can enter," she replied. She explained the rules. The loser leaves the site and the winner waits for the next participant. The battle continues until there is no one left. As Sun expected, the guy with the spear won. After this battle ended, Hua said she would go next. Sun did not expect anything else, but suddenly he heard the words on the tatami, "I refuse to continue." The guy with the spear was afraid to participate against this red-haired big man. This person was Huangbo Seun of the Huangbo family, one of the 5 great families.
Dragon Fist! He started shouting loudly when he got on the tatami.
He asked Sung if he wasn't bored just watching it and asked to go up on the platform. Hua was outraged that he had stolen her opponent from her and said that no one could stop the two from fighting. Sun asked her what she meant, and she explained. She explained that among the young masters of Yonbong Chinja, those with outstanding abilities are given the nicknames Dragon and Phoenix. Now Cheonpa has 5 dragons, and among them, the Dragon of the Fist is the name of the heir and future head of the On family, On Taegyun. Now, Sun began to realize that this nickname had belonged to the Huanbo family for generations. But recently, members of the On family from Jinju have been called the Dragons of the Fist. Perhaps this competition was organized for their duel. The Fist Dragon remarked that if he received the prize prepared by the On family, it would be amazing. He told his opponent that even if he won, he could take the Sosendan for himself. But the red-haired man would gladly accept his gift, and even the nickname 13th Heavenly Royal Fist, and immediately launched an attack. But the Fist King put him down with a single punch. The screams from the audience and their shock left everyone stunned. To put someone from a big family down with one punch, who would have thought there was such a big difference between them? Others said it was completely predictable. The Fist Dragon was too bored to leave the court, and he and the first heir exchanged glances. After that, the Fist Dragon said that he would like to see the perfect Tiger Blade skills that were so much talked about. He turned to young Master Peng and asked him to come up to the platform. Song himself was looking forward to it, and said that if he wanted to, he could try at once. The duel between the Dragon Fist and the perfect Tiger Blade began. His brother looked pleased, Sung noticed, but that was for now. Hua watched and was jealous of Sun, because he was the one who came out, not her. As he walked out onto the court, he turned his head to her and asked her for something. He threw her a sword and asked her to hold it. Dragon Fist did not understand what his opponent was going to do without a sword. "It's nothing special," replied Dawn, stretching her arms. "I'm going to defeat you using only fist-fighting techniques." Neither the Fist Dragon's past opponent nor the Fist Dragon himself could understand what this guy meant, but they didn't know that Song was trained in Shaolin. The Fist King added that Hyuk's younger brother was as dear to him as his own brother, and pretended not to have heard anything, asking for the sword back. Sun did not remember having a brother like that, but the words sounded very convincing. Since words did not work on Sun, the Fist Dragon decided to help him realize the harsh reality. However, he saw a shadow in front of him and thought he could easily attack it. He decided to show Sun what it meant to be one of the 5 dragons and threw himself at him with his fists. The blow was so strong that Sun's feet came off the tatami. At first, the Fist King thought he had hit him too hard and wondered if he had overdone it. But then he heard the words, "Your fist is slow." Sun simply skillfully dodged and made it look like he had been hit to cheer up the audience. The Dragon Fist was so close that it barely touched the hairs on Sun's head. The Dragon Fist realized that something had to change and stepped back. He broke the distance to think about what to do next. However, he wasn't going to think for long, and he threw his fists at Sun again to end the fight as soon as possible. But every punch flew by because Sun was so fast that his fists seemed invisible. What kind of technique has this kid mastered? Everyone wondered. Hua watched this and told herself that her brother's Iron Tiger Skin technique level was already quite high, and it would be difficult for the enemy to hit Sun. Her brother had studied fist fighting and swordsmanship with Shaolin masters, and with the genius hook. In the battle against the Dragon Fist, Sun was only dizzy, and he told the enemy that his skills were worthless. When Sun realized that he had entertained the audience enough, he decided to strike out himself. "I am disappointed, Dragon of the Fist," said Sun. He said this as he stopped his fist a few centimeters from Fist Dragon's nose, which was already bleeding. Turning around, he told his opponent that he could leave the site. The Fist Dragon was very angry that he had been humiliated in front of the audience. The fact that he decided to attack Sun from behind was a fatal mistake. "Stop, Dragon Fist!" came a voice from the audience. Namgun appeared and inserted his sword right next to the Fist Dragon's neck, explaining that if he was unable to accept the result and was going to deliver a fatal blow in an official competition, then he should be ashamed as one of the 5 dragons. After that, he solemnly announced that the perfect Tiger Blade had won this duel. Their location changed, and now he was sitting at the table, raising a glass of wine, congratulating everyone on the victory of the perfect Tiger Blade. Everyone, in unison, raised their cups, enjoying the delicious appetizer, and congratulated Sun on his triumph. Drinking was not a problem. Everyone did it with pleasure, savoring every sip. It was a bit unusual for Namgun to participate in the feast after such a long break, but he couldn't help but pour his brother some wine on such an important day. "Anyway," Namgun said, "I should have warned you that he likes to drink." He told her that in 6 years she had turned from a girl into a real woman. He got a good slap from her for saying that. And then another one just as Song was telling her how she used to play war games as a child and, during his nap, tested her secret weapon on him. This made Sun very happy, very much. But as he looked at Namgun, he could not think of anything else but that he had survived only because of him. The very incident when he stopped the fight with the dragon could have had serious consequences. Yes, he said, I showed you a weakness on purpose to see how you would behave in such a situation. A red-haired boy approached the young master. He asked him to analyze the fight he had participated in and point out the mistakes he had made. Sun immediately began to explain what had gone wrong. He pointed out that he had a lot of strength, so it was better to devote more time to carefully mastering the techniques of fist fighting. Everyone else listened to him with the utmost attention, not missing a single word. They wondered if he remembered their martial arts. Each of them asked him for his opinion of themselves, as it was very important for them to hear an assessment from Sung, whom they respected immensely. Huan noticed that the dragon fist was nowhere to be seen after the fight was over. The red-haired man suggested that perhaps he was ashamed, so he didn't show up. However, everyone understood that being embarrassed in an official duel was the reason he really had something to be ashamed of. Song also noticed the absence of Peng De-hyuk. He speculated that they might have gotten together again somewhere to come up with a devious plan. Meanwhile, the first heir questioned Iron Fist about how this could have happened, because he said that Song was halfway to becoming a transcendent master. For the first heir, it was like falling face first into the mud. His younger brother, who had never practiced martial arts before and whom he had ignored, suddenly became a serious threat even to him. The first heir was faced with the task of finding another solution no matter what happened, because if something went wrong, the fourth could become the head of the family. He could not allow this to happen. Meanwhile, Sun was walking down the corridor. He met the deputy head, who asked him if he was ready for anything. "Let's go, uncle," Sun replied, and it became immediately clear that he was ready for any challenge. The main character, Seung, the head of the Namgun family and the leader of the group, Baekka, were already waiting for him. They were immediately invited to join the meeting. At the official meeting of Baekka's group, representatives of the strongest families of Murim gathered, and Sung had to gather his thoughts, as he needed to prove that the Magyos had secretly begun to act. One of the participants greeted him, saying that he was glad to meet Tiger Blade. This member turned out to be Hwaryong's father. He then told Sung that he had heard a lot about him from his daughter. Sun couldn't look him in the eye, even though he had met him thousands of times in his past life, and this had never happened before. However, the conversation turned to a serious topic when it turned out that this meeting was initiated by the Tan and Peng families. They claimed that the Magyos had attacked a secret black market auction, and if true, the blood wind would descend on Murim. Another participant remarked that it was foolishness to believe the words of a young man who had not yet dried the milk on his lips. He continued by asking what if Seung was just confusing sap with Magyo. This question was asked by a representative of the An family, An Sa-in. Seung immediately realized that he was just trying to take revenge for his son, An Sa-in, which seemed very childish. After that, he asked a question. "Isn't the perfect Tiger Blade just a young master? Perhaps we should listen to Sung since no one else has done it yet." Finally, Sun began to explain that a follower of Qianpa's spiritual energy is subject to the will of heaven, and everyone listened attentively. He continued, "A person must follow the path of justice to keep the energy pure, otherwise it turns into the energy of a Sapa follower. Magyos, as part of Sapa, act against the will of heaven, and so their energy is contaminated accordingly." Sun added that the energy he felt at the time was undoubtedly demonic. "Young man, and already he has noticed this," the others thought as they listened to his words. They recognized that he had insight and eloquence despite his young age, and the reflections of the perfect Tiger Blade had increased their level of trust in him. Then the conversation turned to the news that Murim had received. A group similar to Magyo had been spotted moving today, and it seems they had discovered the location of the god of war. Huang Bo Hong, the head of one of the families, said that their family also received similar information. They say that the burial site is probably in Shandong or Jiangsu province. They concluded that Magwo's group did not know the exact location of the grave. It was decided that they needed to find the entrance before they did, and start searching as soon as possible. Sun interrupted them and stated that they would need the artifact he had brought with him, showing the map he was holding. The head of the Jigal family, Jigal Mayong, jumped up and shouted, "Is this really Changbodo?" They were right. It was an authentic artifact that Sung had obtained on the black market, and he explained that the map seemed to indicate the entrances to the burial place of the god of war. We held the map in our hands, not believing that this was true. Sung asked the head of Namgun if he could make an inquiry. Since he was Magyo's first witness, and the owner of Changbodo, Song said that he would like to be part of a group that would go in search of the war god's burial site. He also added that he wanted to take a few people with him. This request from Sun was unexpected for everyone. After that, he announced who he wanted to take with him: the heavenly swordsman Namgun Hyuk and the poison flower Hwaryong. After a while, the mountains were enveloped in fog, gently embracing them with its warmth. He stood on a tree branch and the shadow that fell on his body gave him a harsh and ominous appearance in this atmosphere. A speaker suddenly appeared behind him. The Dark Lord was expecting a report, and he said that they had discovered several places that were likely to be the tombs of the god of war, and were now investigating each of them. This made him very angry, since all of Murim was flocking here, smelling the lucre, and he still hadn't found the entrance. He believed that things had gotten so bad because Hosa Yan had failed to bring the map from the black market. The Dark Lord, a member of the Nine Lords, which includes young Magus Masters, considered them to be real lowlifes. He already knew Peng Musong's name. Known as the one who dared to disrupt the plans of a powerful Dark Path Master, Song was to be wiped out. Meanwhile, in the Sandong Fortress on Mount Taisan, two men bumped into each other on the road, almost bumping shoulders. One of them made a remark, taking the other's life, smiling and saying that he would be more careful next time. It became clear to everyone that it was a vile scoundrel from Sapa who did this, and people instantly grabbed their swords. Rumors were already circulating around the neighborhood that in recent days all of Murim had been flocking to Mount Taisan, where both Cheonpa and Sapa were gathering. Rumors were spreading that the tomb of the god of war had been found somewhere here. Meanwhile, Seong was sitting at the table and overheard a conversation about the treasures and secret teachings of the god of war that all of Murim wanted to find. He also heard people talking about how a great battle would soon begin on the mountain, because it is not without reason that this place is associated with the god of war. The heir of the Jeagle family, Jeagle Moon's son, asked Song if there was any news from Heavenly Swordsman and Poison Flower. They hadn't been in touch since the morning when they went on a scouting trip. They should be back soon, but Sun was worried because there were so many more people here than he had expected, and he assumed that he could forget about secretly entering the tomb of the god of war. It was rumored that not only the strongest families of Murimu and the 10 schools, but also the whole of Sadojiang had gathered here, and both small and large-scale clashes were already taking place. "Welcome," was heard in the same restaurant where Sung was sitting. At that moment, as they walked in, Sun assumed that someone was deliberately spreading rumors to sow turmoil, and it could definitely be the machinations of Magi's followers. These people came closer to Sun and greeted him. They said that they had just come to Taisan from Mushon Palace, looking for interlocutors, and noticed that something was being discussed lively, so they asked permission to join in. Finally, people from Mushon Palace showed up. This is a huge clan that stands apart and practices only the way of the warrior, founded by the god of war himself. In other words, they are his rightful heirs. Sun immediately invited one of them to sit next to him. As expected, he immediately gave way to the older man. Thanking him for the opportunity to join him, the young man explained that he was with the elder, and he was the heir to Muchon Palace, named Han Baek-yu. Sun immediately realized who he was. Sung began to explain who was where in Sadachan. Iron Fist is in Jiangbei, Heavenly Swordsman is in Jiangnan, and Blade of Light is Han Baek-yu. After that, he introduced himself as well. Peng Muman also introduced himself along with them. The elder began to talk about how Baka's group and Murimans were misfits from Cheongpyeong looking for self-proclaimed alliances. He then continued, saying that he was not surprised that everyone flocked like moths to the light as soon as the legacy of the god of war appeared. He called their alliances a pathetic faction. They tried to explain to him that he was overstepping his bounds since Becca had sent her warriors to quell the riots. But he sarcastically asked if they also wanted a piece of the pie. Didn't they? Song pointed out that the elder believed that the tomb's treasures were the property of Mushon Palace. The elder continued by stating that all of the god of war's legacies should belong to them, the heirs. In that case, Mushon Palace should take responsibility for any disorder that occurs on Mount Taesan, as well as for the information about the tomb.
Song asked again, didn't he? Are they planning to seize the treasures without even thinking about the rivers of spilled blood? The elder indignantly asked how Sun dared to put the responsibility on them. At that moment, Han Baek-yu laughed. He agreed with Warrior Peng, saying that although they considered themselves the heirs of the god of war, they had arrived too late and had no right to claim the tomb. The elder turned to the heir, shouting loudly at him, but he raised his hand, begging him to be quiet. He explained his opinion about the god of war, and noted that he had a good reason to build the tomb and keep its existence secret. For example, so that the strongest could take possession of the treasures. He stood up and asked everyone to remember that the way of the warrior of the god of war is the greatest martial art, which has no equal. Only those who are truly worthy of this power will be able to master it. After that, they solemnly turned around and began to leave, thanking him for the conversation, of course. He addressed Sun separately, saying that they would meet in the tomb. This conversation seemed extremely awkward, but Sun realized that this young man knew him. It was a surprise to Sun that Sun was so eloquent, but in fact he was just saying what he was thinking. The 10 schools of Baeka, Sadojiang, and Muchon Palace are all gathered in one place, and at this rate a war could break out here. If the Mayo showed up, the tomb of the god of war would become a place of mass murder. Sung realized that he could not delay any longer.
so he looked into his cup and came to this conclusion. Suddenly, Hua ran in and began to shout loudly, "Brother Peng!" Then excited, she ran over to his desk. She whispered in Sun's ear that someone had found the entrance to the tomb. It was a group of soldiers and officials who did not belong to either Chionpa or Sapa. But fortunately, they were not detained for long, she added, and they lay on the ground asking who this crazy renegade monk was. It was in vain that they called him a renegade, because he could have shown them the renegade's fist that would have sent them straight to heaven. Hook was, as always, in his repertoire. He looked at them with such eyes that it was scary to even be around him, let alone to follow his orders or attack him. The excitement to strike again completely took over Hook. He continued, sparing no one, hitting everyone who came across his path. His punches sent them flying in all directions, and his kicks brought him real bliss. As soon as he noticed someone with a weapon, it immediately flew out of the enemy's hands. The benevolent Shaolin monk, a Buddhist ordained teacher, was already waiting for it to be over. He was standing right at the entrance to the cave, and they approached him, all with weapons, asking why he had blocked their way. He begged them to come to their senses, because at this rate the tomb would turn into a place where everyone would be buried. But his words did not reach them, and they replied that everyone knew this and asked him to get out of the way. In the face of the treasures and secret techniques of the god of war, everyone lost their minds, and a bloody battle would soon break out. What to do? The mentor thought. Suddenly, an explosion sounded above their heads. Hawk did not expect to meet them here when Sun and his comrades appeared right in front of him. But Dormouse came just in time, as the monk had predicted. The people were already completely caught up in their frenzy and ran to their mentor. Like a pack of dogs, they rushed forward, and Dormition decided to deal with them all in one fell swoop. The four of them ran at the whole crowd, feeling no fear at all. They wanted to deal with everything as quickly as possible. Their goal was to neutralize these people who do not understand words and always want to move on to action. During the battle, Sun took time to talk to Hook, asking him where he was from and how his training was going. Hook, while striking, explained to Sun that his teacher had told him to personally learn the path of Asura. In Buddhist psychology, the state of consciousness of the Asura world is understood as an experience of rage and force, when one is looking for a reason to engage in battle, irritation with everyone, and the inability to remain calm and solve problems peacefully. Sun was almost upset that Hook might not have joined, but fortunately everything turned out well. Suddenly a question was addressed to Mugun. "Is that you?" Namgun asked him, then said that he was glad to meet him because Peng had told him a lot about him. He explained to Sonu that he was the heavenly swordsman and that he was like an older brother to him. After that, Hook walked over to the swordsman and said that he would call him Big Brother too. Hua, fighting beside him, asked them to stop talking and join the battle. Meanwhile, the mentor was defending the passages. Sak ran up to him and greeted his respected mentor. Sak explained that he was accompanied by the heavenly swordsman, the perfect tiger blade, and the poison flower from the Tang family, who are the strongest representatives of their families. His mentor was most surprised that the heavenly swordsman was with them. He ordered Sak to bring the swordsman inside as soon as possible. After that, Sak told the swordsman to go to the tomb as quickly as possible, as the matter was extremely urgent. "Monsoon, Mugan, Huarian, follow me!" he shouted to them. When asked, "Where are we going?" he explained that they were going inside the tomb. They had to hurry because they were already late. One of the monks was standing right in front of the entrance, pointing his finger at the entrance and explaining that they needed to go there. They ran as fast as they could, trying to get inside as quickly as possible. But something made them stop and prepare their swords for battle. Hua was already behind them, running with them. Both fighters focused their energy around the swords to give them more power. There was a loud explosion, and dust rose around them. In this way, they decided to fight their way forward. The mentor heard this, and realized that these boys were smart enough, so now he could be calm. He silently asked them to put things in order in Murim. After they went inside, Hua asked them to look up because there were pearls shining. One such pearl is worth a fabulous amount of money, and the tomb of the god of war really deserves the attention of all of Murimu, she thought. So maybe it's worth taking a couple. Hook didn't have a single scratch on him because no one could pierce his iron tiger skin. Finally, we're all together, Sun thought as he looked at his friends. They had become really close friends, and as Hua and Hook looked at those pearls, preparing to tear them apart, Namgun tried his best to stop them. Watching this, Sung just smiled, admiring them. Hua noticed this radiant smile on his face and asked him what was wrong. Did something good happen? Sung replied that it was nothing special. Then he added that it was time to move on, and they all immediately set off together. But there was an unpleasant surprise on their way. They came across a pile of corpses lying right in front of them. On the bodies, they found needles that were most likely poisoned. Apparently, the traps were new, and the poison had been applied recently. It seemed that someone had gotten here before everyone else and placed these traps. Sung immediately asked if it was possible that the Magyos had arrived before them. Namgun suggested checking it out for themselves, and where there was the most glow, he assumed that was the entrance. When they got there, They could not believe their eyes. About 50 people were lying with swords in their bodies. The words were heard. Did we really think that we had already killed everyone, and here are new guests? The bloody old man was sitting soullessly on a stone. Baek Sang-gom was standing with his sword in his hand. Dragonhead Blade was crouching with his sword slung over his shoulder, and Hyun Hongguan was standing in the foreground. Namgun knew them all and couldn't believe his eyes that he was seeing them here. What the hell happened here? He asked himself, not understanding why Champa had joined Sapa in such a matter. The bloody old man guessed without a soul that the sons of the 5 great families and a Shaolin disciple were standing before him, judging by their appearance. Baek Sang-gom was glad to meet the great swordsman, because he had not seen him for a long time. To think that the valiant warriors of Cheongpa are now allied with Sapa, he said ironically. Is this senseless massacre also their doing? He added. However, this is a dangerous battle for them, and the way to take possession of the tomb's treasures, according to Gom, makes sense only if they force others to renounce wealth. But the old man said that children from rich families would not be able to understand what they understood. Son, not understanding one thing, asked if someone had already gone on. Why did they stay here? The old man explained that there was no point in confronting Sadojin and Mushan Palace at the same time. They would kill each other anyway, and they could wait for them at the exit. According to the map fragment, there is only one way out of the tomb. So they would have to come back here. And from what the Heavenly Sword didn't say, the old man realized that if the fight happened, one of them would definitely die. After that, he suggested that Sun's team put aside their rivalry and team up. He asked them not to worry about the rumors and promised to destroy anyone who could defile their name. Listening to this old man was getting tiring, and Sung told Namgun that there was no time to waste here. The great swordsman began to draw his sword and offered to deal with the situation quickly. Hook noticed that only scoundrels had come here and decided to break his vow not to kill in order to finish off these idiots. Hua also took a fighting stance, ready for battle. That's why young people annoy me so much, the old man said. Then he shouted loudly and ordered his team, "Kill them all!" At the old man's order, they immediately charged, shouting loudly and swinging their weapons. Sun's team was in full combat readiness, and Hook was already straining his fist to the maximum. One punch, and the enemy's blood flew in all directions. The windpipe was not only punctured, but completely knocked out. One opponent was smart enough to come at Hook from behind, but he didn't expect that Hook's lightning-like speed would allow him to turn around in time to punish his opponent. To punish him so that he would never want to come in from behind again in his life. It's not adult-like. With his face, he tasted the floor. Like lightning, the girl flew between them, dealing with 3 opponents at once. She didn't even notice them in her path because she was determined to end this battle as quickly as possible. The old man was thinking about how to minimize his losses because otherwise he would have to fight Sadojin or Mushan Palace. He realized that this young man next to Namgun Hyuk was unpredictable, and the main thing was to disable them both, and then the battle would be won. The old man said, Baek Sang-gom, Hyuk Hongguan, the heavenly swordsman, against the 3 of us. Dragonhead Blade then began to receive orders, but quickly interrupted the old man, saying that he knew what to do. The great swordsman told Sun that he was taking on the main opponents and rushed to attack. The old man had long claws that could easily inflict serious damage, and he flew at the sky swordsman with them. The other opponents approached Song, called him a young man, and said they were curious to see how he wielded the sword. The Dragonhead Blade offered him to fight like a master swordsman. For Sun, this was not a problem. On the contrary, it only made him smile. Such an interesting offer could not but please him. Meanwhile, the great swordsman was fighting an old man who turned out to be a difficult opponent. In addition to the old man, there were 2 others attacking him from behind, but his gaze was so piercing that he noticed everything. Namgun saw right through them. Clenching the hilt of his sword, he spun 360 degrees, not allowing his opponents to get any closer. Then he decided that he was done joking with them and formed a blue chakra around himself. This energy did not give his opponents a single chance, only one, to lose their blood. The old man watched and could only say one word: incredible. After all, the great swordsman was standing alone against 3 opponents who had attained the transcendental master level. The great swordsman was not even out of breath. On the contrary, his expression showed that he was enjoying it. The same could not be said for his allies Guan and Gom, who looked like worn-out sponges after a month of use and had not cleaned the toilets for the past 7 days. The great swordsman reminded them not to forget about shame, and was determined not to address them as elders anymore. Full concentration, and he went at them. This blow could break everything in its path, and that is exactly what the great swordsman intended to do against Gom, who stood in his way. Gom's wrist could not withstand the pressure. With one hand, the great swordsman pressed his sword against Gom, and with the other hand he put up a barrier to the side, because the other opponent was trying to attack from the side. It was not just a barrier, but a barrier that tore through the enemy's internal organs. The azure fog appeared, when the Namgong family's endless sky technique was used. Ham was shocked that the great swordsman had mastered this technique at such an early age, but Hyuk asked him not to talk about his age, as it had been a sore subject for him lately. His grandfather, like a real rat, jumped to the side with his claws. The infinite heaven sword technique is embodied in the Namgong sky. Would they be able to reach the heavens with such abilities? The old man's last words were, "Heavenly swordsman. Bastard, who knew? Who knew that you were on the level of a transcendental master?" And on this note, the old man's breathing stopped. Now the great swordsman could exhale calmly, for this battle was over. He only hoped that his brother would do the same. But when he turned his head toward them, he realized that he had been worrying in vain, for Sun was holding his sword at the head of his opponent. The Dragonhead said that he had lost, not because he was on Sun's team, but because they were also shedding blood to win. He claimed that they were no different. Sun didn't even argue, saying that they were not the same. The clash only happened because their paths were different. The first to fall would be the one who spent his strength first. This is the whole of Murim, its essence and its truth. This is also the essence of martial arts masters. The Dragonhead asked Sun if he was really a rising talent. Then he asked why his spirit was so strong, and fell to the ground right in front of Sun's feet. Sun's strength lies in the fact that he never doubts and always looks for the right path. This is Cheomp's path, a long and thorny path. Having finished with this opponent, Sun gathered his team together and said that it was time to go forward, into the depths of the tomb. Suddenly, the third young master of Satachan, Haziz Mugak, appeared. He asked if he was not the same Master Gak who had been ousted from the Battle of the Airs. He accused him of taking over the treasures with the blessing of the head of Sadojeong. The young warrior asked his master to calm down, explaining that vagrants without a home cannot cause him serious problems. But Hook could not understand how the cursed scoundrels of Mushan Palace dared to reject his offer of an alliance. The Blade of Light! That cunning fox was planning to suck him dry and stab him in the back, the third master thought. The elder asked Yu how much more time they would waste. Yu asked the elders not to be so tense. He explained that although he was weak, he felt that a real strong man was approaching them, and most likely 2 others were with him. He couldn't rashly get involved in a fight, because it would be embarrassing if they arrived before he had settled things. There was a whistle and a rustling of fabric in the air. It was the ribbons tied to the arrows, and the arrows hit the ground. This made everyone pay attention. Smoke began to come out of the back of the arrows. In a moment, everything was shrouded in smoke, and it became very difficult to see anything. The soldiers had to realize that this was an organized attack. Suddenly, a sword pierced the back of one of the fighters. He looked left and right, trying to understand where the attack came from. But when he turned his head again, he received another blow. The third host began to realize that they were being attacked by the Magyos. Yu heard this thought and asked if it was true, because if so, they had perfectly concealed not only the view, but also the traces of their presence. One of the men shouted at the top of his voice, "Mushon Palace!" and attracted the attention of everyone around him. He then announced that the enemy was on the way and ordered them to quickly form 2 lines. The heir was also about to take part in this, but a hand fell on his shoulder and someone called out to him. Meanwhile, the third lord could not see anything in front of him because the smoke was blinding his eyes. He was only clutching the sword in his hand tightly. A suggestion was made in the air to kill each other in this pitch blackness, and everyone present there was called worthless natives of Murim. The bodies of the people began to fall to the ground, without any chance of life. Cries for rescue could be heard. Meanwhile, the heir apparent told the elder that he was responsible for the order. He decided to take a short walk at night. At least that's what he told the elder. Meanwhile, blood was flowing from the mouths of the soldiers, and from those who no longer had the right to live, who were ending their journey in this battle. The enemy acted very skillfully, snapping one by one, throwing them face first to the ground. A silhouette appeared out of the smoke. A big, muscular man with long hair. Everyone who was there paid attention to him, because it was impossible not to notice such a big man. And then the attack flew directly in his direction from the enemy. A wide smile appeared on his face because he felt it without any problems. He made a characteristic gesture with his hands, as if he were pulling his finger to pinch. Then he let go, and a jet of air flew forward, whistling so loudly that one could even go deaf. He knocked out one of the enemies with just air. It took him only 4 steps to reach the enemies who seemed too weak for him. In fear, they asked him who he was. Without hesitation, he introduced himself, saying that although he was ashamed of his nickname, his name was the Blade of Light. They say that his saber is so fast that nothing else is visible but flashes of light. It was interesting to see if they could get into his shine, or if the Magi would fall victim to his saber. The third master could hardly breathe because of the thick fog. It was difficult not only to see, but even to breathe. He felt someone's energy behind him, shouting, "You're here!" He punched his fist, but only hit a shadow. Without hiding his courage, he shouted at the demonic rascal, calling him a coward who was afraid to even stick his nose out, and summoned him to appear before him immediately. "Is the Sappa warrior talking about cowardice?" asked a member of the enemy clan. Then he waved his saber and said that now he understood why the 5 great guards did not support him, because he was too weak. "But I can't die here," he said to himself, because he wanted to be recognized. However, he believed that he had been brought a boring opponent and regretted his wasted time. In the meantime, the opponent appeared to be anything but boring. The Blade of Light was standing before him. At this moment, the enemy had hoped that this guy could entertain him. He knew the name of this young man, the Blade of Light, Han Baek-yu. Looking at this, Hook and Hua said, "Holy Buddha!" They could not understand what kind of creature this was in front of them. It didn't look like a simple smoke screen or poisonous fog. It seemed alive and breathing, Hua noticed. Sun realized that it was a hidden Dark Heaven demonic formation. It was a martial formation of the Dark Dragon clan of Magyo. Song had read about it in his family's ancient books. The fog hides not only demonic energy, but also traces of presence, sight, and even sounds. For the Dark Demon clan, there is no better environment to use their martial skills. The question is, how to destroy it. First, you need to break the flagpole with the flag, which is set as the center of the dark mist. The most important center of the formation is hidden in the depths. After that, Sun approached Hook and put his hand on his shoulder. He asked for his forgiveness and warned him that he would have to be patient. After all, only he could cope with this task. Meanwhile, the arrows were guarded by 2 soldiers who stood near them, making sure no one came near. It was uncomfortable when you can't see anything and can't feel the energy around you. But they heard someone approaching and grabbed their weapons. They probably did it in vain, because the great swordsman was standing in front of them. They even tried to put their blades to his beard and neck. What kind of idiots could think of such a thing? As expected, the great swordsman rushed through them and was already behind them. They still had the strength to turn their heads and exclaim, "Oh no!" They said this as they saw the great swordsman cut through the arrows that were emitting smoke. Just as he thought, Brother Pen was right. But while he was thinking, 2 enemies appeared behind him, flying at him from the air. The blue sword energy whistled through the air. After that, the enemies could do nothing more. Perhaps they should have stayed at home instead of climbing caves. The great swordsman had accomplished the most important task, and now he could put his sword back in its sheath. He looked to his left and decided to walk in that direction. As soon as he started walking, he stepped on another arrow as a joke. Hua noticed him walking, and the smoke began to dissipate. The others who had fought with the Magwo clan could not help but feel the strong energy that was approaching. Suddenly, the dark fog began to dissipate. "Wonderful," said Sun as he looked up and noticed the fog was clearing. Song ordered Mugak to take the center. Mugak gladly accepted the task, asking for the opportunity. He was in a great mood and wanted to warm up a bit. If the enemies had known in advance what Hook was preparing, they would probably have scattered at the very beginning. But not knowing what this guy was going to do, they decided to attack. One of them was stopped by Sun, who met him. The enemy did not even have time to notice where this guy came from, but only saw the glow of the sword that flashed across his body. The enemy's strength became less and less, because the Shaolin martial art carried the power to destroy demons. There is no better technique for destroying a demonic formation. One had to be always on the alert, and because of this, Sun shouted to Hook that he was in danger. But Hook was completely absorbed in preparing his attack that he was preparing for the enemies. This attack was called 72 Arts of Shaolin, and by its energy, one could tell that anyone who stood in its way would be severely punished. "Almighty Diamond Palm!" he shouted, then punched the stone under his feet, and everything began to fall to pieces. Along with the stones, the enemy fell, suffering under the rubble. And at that moment, even my mother could not help them. The man swung his sword, hoping to destroy his enemy. But when his strike hit the villain, only a shadow remained on the spot. He realized that his attempt had failed again. The young man asked if he was surprised by the disappearance of the blow, since they were fighting on equal terms in the middle of the demonic Dark Heaven formation. The perimeter of their battle was engulfed in dark energy. The warriors could not make up their minds because of the enemy's strange fighting techniques and thought for a long time about how to act. The demon rejoiced at their confused faces, deciding to put an end to it. At that moment, a bright light came on in the distance. The man noticed that on one side was the center of a formation, and one could only assume that it was the world of Shaolin. The 72nd Shaolin art rushed towards the battle, and Mugak struck a gingerbread man at the warriors. The all-powerful diamond palm brought down the ground on the glassy terrain where the warriors stood, and one by one they began to fall into the abyss. Their colleagues looked at their friends and didn't understand what was happening right here, right now. The entire perimeter was enveloped in darkness, and only the light of the star illuminated them. One of them assumed that the heavenly sword and the perfect tiger blade had taken pity on them, and when the darkness began to recede, they revived their spirits to attack. From the side came a voice that polluted the minds of the people and sounded like this. "Let my followers of the Dark Demon clan use the demonic explosion skill so that no one can leave this place alive." The eyes of the soldiers glowed with red energy, and they seemed to lose control of themselves.
They began to rush at each other like zombies at their victims. Their requests echoed like zombies. They only wanted to eat. At the moment of the collision with other soldiers, a huge explosion occurred, which filled the entire space. After the explosion, everyone began to worry about the air. But they should have been worried about themselves, because Chul-Ho materialized and turned to the Blade of Light. He will have to determine who will be the winner next time. But in his opinion, there will be no next time. It simply will not come. When the darkness dissipated, the Blade of Light saw that all the fighters were lying unconscious on the ground. He was the only one left, and Jung-Ho continued to fight. Flying up like a dark fog, he lit up the entire space with his power. The plan to defeat the scum in Murim had failed, and it was time to hide the treasure of the god of war and flee. As soon as he spoke these words, a strong firebolt rushed past his body. He realized that a rat was hiding somewhere nearby. Acting in favor of the enemy, Monsoon came out of the explosion unharmed, and he approached Chul-Ho saying that the leader of the Dark Demon clan was himself, the Dark Lord, and offered to talk to him. The Dark Lord, looking at the boy who survived such a violent explosion, thought, "What the hell?" There were heavy losses on the battlefield, and the survivor wanted to help the wounded. The most important thing was to save the survivors. The guy runs to Sergeant Major Ka and asks if he is okay. The petty officer was leaning against a rock and was unconscious, but he had no serious injuries. After a while, a young man in excellent shape, the swordsman, who had not seen the Blade of Light for a long time, emerges from the darkness. They have dealt with all the followers of magic in the area, so he doesn't have to worry. The Blade of Light has spotted the swordsman with a huge number of techniques, but they use a technique that provokes an explosion. If you destroy their Dantian, you can prevent this explosion. A special agent told him about it, but who is this guy? Soon the battle gained new momentum when the two legendary warriors locked eyes. The Dark Demon felt that his opponent was much stronger than he was. His strength was equal to the Mad Lord's. If there are still strong warriors like in Bonchija in martial arts, then in magic there are 9 young masters, 9 powers. Here, only the strongest survive, and natural selection reigns supreme. Warriors and magicians were born and raised following the unquestionable mottos. They are the 9 Avengers. From the age of 5, they began killing an endless number of competitors to take their place in the sun. However, this young man with such power, who is he to look at the Dark Emperor with such eyes? Has he experienced more chaos than they have? The Dark Knight deflects his blow and tries to move as far away as possible. Having gained enough distance, he didn't expect this guy to be one of the young masters, because only the Heavenly Swordsman, Blade of Light, and Iron Fist could fight him. The way this scoundrel struck such strong blows, his sword techniques, were simply stunning. His power demolished everything in its path. Running up to the villain, the guy strains his arm to hit him with all his might. His tactics were flawless. He deflects the enemy's blows with his sword and hits the Dantian, the guy's inner chakra, with his hand. A strong blow pierced the Dark Knight so much that blood began to flow from his mouth. Stopping and gathering his strength, coughing a little, the Dark Knight wanted to breathe in. Looking up, he saw the boy in front of him again and asked who he was. The boy approached him and answered with confidence. "Have you heard the news? If I say that I stopped you on the black market, will it be accepted in society?" The Dark Knight was shocked to hear these words. This wasn't just anyone. This was the guy who was legendary, the perfect Tiger Blade Peng Musong. He could have hidden the format, but now he was admitting his defeat before it. However, he had one more trick up his sleeve, and at that moment his hand began to accumulate incredible energy. The flawless blade, seeing this power, did not even hesitate or blink an eye. The Dark Knight declared that he would not go to the other world alone, because the existence of this guy was a great obstacle for magicians. The young master noticed this technique, but the demonic explosion did not frighten him. In an incredible way, this guy's technique moved to the Dark Knight himself. All of this was meaningless against our hero. He simply subdued the energy of the Dantian, knowing that it was going to be used against him. The Dark Knight realizes that the counterattack was very successful. He did a good job, but now he can't do anything but stare at the flawless blade, feeling that this is his last breath in life. The flawless blade pointed his hand at him and ordered him to disappear from his sight, never to be seen again. The battle was over, and red blood was spilled on the ground. The warriors were scattered all over it. How senseless is this war that stains the earth red and takes away the young warriors of the Murim. The flawless blade stood completely unharmed. He thought it would be harder to fight, but everything turned out to be easy. The survivors saw the young master of the flawless blade. To them he was just Brother Peng. They ran up to him and began to wonder if he was okay. But when they got close to him, they saw an amazing scene. Brother Peng had dealt with a demonic follower that even he had found difficult to fight. After seeing his brother's strength, he wanted to see the greatness of the Tiger Blade. Looking at the dead demonic follower, his brother realized that this man was a real villain.
and Brother Peng had done a good job of defeating him. There was no need to fight anymore. They decided it was time to go back. When the old man regained consciousness, he said one thing: "The battle is not over yet." Now they had to choose the true owner of the tomb of the god of war, and everyone was surprised by these words, except for the flawless blade. The elder began to shout that they had better retreat if they had not yet reached their goal, because they could save more of Murim's followers. Muga could not stand the old man's ravings and discovered that he had already gone mad. He expressed this by saying that they had all poured blood on the table together, and he was going to eat it all. The brother asked the elder what kind of nonsense he was talking about. But the old man, like a madman, kept telling the heir that they would probably find the treasures of the palace, the divine weapons of the 5 regions, and that they could not give them to strangers. Everyone knew about this, so it was necessary to reassure the elder, because the heir would take on this responsibility himself. After that, the heir turned to the flawless Tiger Blade. The heir pointed his sword at him and reminded him of their conversation in the inn, when Tiger Blade had said that everything would turn out like this. They knew perfectly well that the strong possessed treasures. "Do you still think that's true?" he asked, offering to compete and arrange a duel. Instead of the impeccable tiger, his brother comes out holding a sword. He asks his brother to rest, as this matter cannot be resolved with words. The swordsman, seeing this scene, began to approach from behind to protect the heir. They all created tension in the space, looking at each other as rivals rather than allies. One of them shouted out, "What do you think about this?" Apparently, the Council of 100 Families wants to prevent bloodshed and disorder. Just as Elder Ka said, their goal has already been achieved, so they are giving up the treasures of the tomb of the god of war. It was a strong statement, and even the fellow soldiers of the flawless Tiger Blade were impressed by his words. Everyone just opened their mouths and listened to the conversation. He stated that there is a Buddhist monk among them who will stay here and rest the souls of the dead. The heir realizes that this is a great shame for his family. He expresses his gratitude to the heir to Mikan Palace and asks them to accept his gratitude. They will not forget the favor he has shown them. It seemed that the conflict was closed, but words appeared that added fuel to the fire. The conflict was lost, and the heir and the elder had to leave. As he was leaving, the heir looked into the eyes of the flawless Tiger Blade and promised that they would see each other again. Looking at it, he realized that it was not just an ordinary person. This was a bird of high flight who would surpass them all. The Buddhist monk, seeing these scoundrels go ahead, leaving him without treasure, began to tremble. He did not understand his brother for such a stupid act. If he had cooked this porridge, why was he giving it to a nasty dog? The sisters supported the Buddhist. They had come all this way for what? The tension did not subside. One brother decided to protect the Tiger Blade by asking them not to attack him. If they got the treasure, their relationship with the Mikan Palace would be ruined, and Brother Peng had foreseen this moment. Peng had been watching his brother's reactions the whole time and noticed that one of them was very shrewd. He remembered that in his past life, the alliance of the Mikan Palace and the Murim had been defeated and lost a great war due to a senseless psychological war. The map showed that there was the last platform ahead, and that the treasure was probably hidden there. However, when he accidentally set fire to the back of the map, he unexpectedly discovered a secret passage. His fellows were amazed by this news. If this is true, even more exciting opportunities open up for them. Now the true treasures of the tomb of the god of war could be in their hands. These treasures are the divine weapons of the 5 regions. In addition to the yellow dragon armor already in Mikan Palace, 4 items had long been hidden from view and from the hands of others. Brother Peng approached the stone and placed his hand on it as it was supposed to be the opening of a secret path. As soon as he offered these 4 divine weapons at the edge of God's tomb to Elder Ka, he remembered that there were more than just things resting there. They went down the secret path for a long time, and then, when they finally arrived, they noticed something mysterious in the darkness. A green ray of sunlight was falling on the water, and the water refracted this light and illuminated a chest on the rock. They quickly hurried to open the chest, and soon their hands were scooping up what was in it. They opened their mouths wide as the bright light of the treasure shone on their faces. This chest contained more than just an object. It contained secret sword training. Secret sword, saber, fist, and flying training. They found divine battle techniques that contained the heavenly martial arts. In their past lives, mages had obtained everything from divine weapons of the 5 regions to secret techniques. When he picked up this item, he was sure that the head of the mages had seen them too. At that moment, they turned their attention to the Buddha, who wanted to say something, but their sister Tan Hua Ren began to accumulate energy while sitting in the lotus position. Peng realized that they had to keep the teachings they had found secret and promised each other that now everyone could learn them. The magicians had lost both their treasure and their army. Their strategy had failed forever, and now they would gain the upper hand. Soon, a few weeks later, on the training grounds of the main residence of the Peng family, the commander ordered the swordsmen to keep their legs wider from the beginning and repeat the training. One of the soldiers approached the place of his training. The soldiers were practicing their strokes because there were many new recruits in the army and the teachers did not have time to teach them. One of the masters noticed that one of the new recruits sighed during the training, and he was about to punish him. But when he turned his face, he noticed a young master who had personally come to check on the training. Peng walked up to Chulho, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, and greeted him warmly. He told him that he had finally returned safe and sound, just as he had promised. Soon after, the two men met for a cup of aromatic drink. Zhang Sung was informed that young Master Peng had distinguished himself in the battle of the God of War, saved the followers of Murim, and even destroyed the people of the magicians. Our hero said nothing to these words, just sipped his glass in silence. The master praised him, proud of this guy. He didn't think that one of the legitimate sons of the Peng family would complete Tiger's spiritual path so quickly. But Peng decided to answer that the reason he had hurried to return was worth hearing. The master bowed his head, realizing that the heir had learned of the circumstances. The elder brother had been left without his energy while honing his martial skills and had fallen into unconsciousness. His brother spent enormous effort to revive the family, pushing himself to the limit for them, even though they had given up all their efforts to restore him. His condition was so serious that he could not even receive guests, and yet they asked him not to worry too much. Musung was worried about him, and he would soon be able to get back on his feet. However, Musung did not feel at ease. The only thing he could do now was wait. Instead of suffering, he went to the Peng family library. Once inside, he realized that he hadn't been there for a long time. The people who were the abbots of this library and who visited it all the time were amazed to see him there. He was the fourth master to return, and rumors quickly spread throughout the library. Despite this, the owner walked forward, went to the bookshelf, and wanted to take a book. After picking up a few books, he heard people whispering, discussing whether the owner had really saved the black market from demonic beasts, magicians, and the tomb of the God of War. There were also rumors that he had defeated the Jokrum clan single-handedly, and that they had gained the support of the Kim Trading Guild because of it. Though their gazes expressed distrust, the master ignored them. Despite everything, he simply read the book without looking into their eyes. And even when night fell and the candle was burning down, the master read and mastered the knowledge to obtain the secret teachings of the God of War, but it was simply impossible to master it all. He would need long training. Right now, he didn't have anyone who could realize the technique that was called the strongest in the Peng family. The Thunder Saber of Chaos was primordial, and the head of the family tried to restore it. The young master promises that he will complete it with his own hands, no matter what it takes. An hour later, at the training ground of the fourth master, all the masters gathered at a lavish table with lots of different food. The main guest at this banquet was Master Peng, who had finally met his brothers, but everyone was waiting to see how he would start the conversation. After a 5-minute wait, he picked up his wooden chopsticks and headed for the food. Looking at everyone, he just wished everyone a pleasant appetite without continuing the conversation. The brothers were waiting for some words, things, motivation, but there was nothing. Why didn't they touch the food? Are they not hungry? Asked the master. Realizing that they had to act, the warriors began to eat greedily and thanked him for the food. They were still hoping that the master would say something, but it was even more terrible than a few words. The master looked at the soldiers and noticed several familiar faces from the Peng family that he had seen in his past life. He focused his gaze on one of the boys who was pouring himself a glass of alcohol. He began to recall this young man from his previous life and saw a familiar picture before him. While he was thinking, his attention was interrupted by a man who addressed the young host. Introducing himself as Xiong Hu, he asked to fill his glass with fine alcohol, if he did not mind. It was clear that Xiong Hu was nervous, feeling uncertain about his actions. Looking into his eyes, Master Peng came up with an idea. He grabbed the bottle of alcohol from his hands, saying that it was not necessary, he had not realized. Master Peng would fill the glasses himself, and the soldiers loved the news. Soon all the glasses were filled, and the soldiers were laughing out loud. After drinking his glass, one of the warriors just sat there looking at his empty glass. The master approached him and said that he would pour him a glass. But this guy surprised everyone by expressing his disrespect for the master, by taking the bottle himself and pouring it for himself. It was a gross violation, but he simply said that if the fourth master wanted to become the head of the family so badly, the first thing he would do in the family would be to change the rules. Obviously, that would leave the Peng family weak. Hearing this, the warriors fell to their knees, realizing the consequences. This was a serious violation of table etiquette, and the warriors began to apologize to the host for their friend, explaining that he was drunk. But this warrior was kicking and not letting himself be broken. He simply said that he was telling the truth and was not drunk. In his previous life, the young master had experienced this situation in his head. At the moment when Doxon was lying on the ground, dying, he turned to his commander. He had a deep wound and he was lying on the ground dropping his sword. Master Peng was by his side. He was holding the hand of the dying Doxon, who had sacrificed his life for him. The master could not console with his words and did not say a single word of comfort to this man, because the situation was quite difficult. Returning back to reality, at the moment when Doksun was being packed by his friends, the master recognized that they were weak now, and the boy was right. Their family was not capable of great things. The warriors reacted to this message with shock, and the master took a drink of sake. After that, he confidently said that he would create a new Peng family that would be much stronger. Pouring more sake into his glass, he continued, "He will make the family much stronger so that they can go through life and be proud of it, and proud of the title of warrior. So that they would know the value of the drops of sweat and blood they shed, and the family, other clans, and the whole world would know about it." The boy accepts these words and raises a glass to them. Handing Doksun the glass, he drank with him. Doksun in turn supported his words, because he must keep his word. After drinking the glass, Doksun hit the table. He felt warmed by the young master's words. He turned to the fourth master with a promise to follow him for the rest of his life. The young master saw in these words his directness and his influence on them. But this guy was just drunk. That was the end of his dialogue, and Doksun fell face first into the salad, losing consciousness. After dinner, the young master went to the building. He was drinking with his family, and they were just talking about Doksun, who was still drunk, and yet he was having a hard time. Master Peng admitted that he thought the drink was weaker than it seemed. Then his brother asked, "What's the reason, though?" He did not distinguish between their ranks and backgrounds, gathering all the capable men with the will to fight. Master Peng said that he liked them. It was enough to look at their love for the Peng family, their talent and character. If he had time, the master would sometimes drop by to watch them practice. His sister had been watching him closely all evening and looked at him strangely. Lifting his arm, she checked to see if he was hurt anywhere. Noticing that she was worried, Master Peng was more interested in whether she was okay. Frowning and closing her eyes, she admitted that it seemed that the senior master had studied her surroundings. When asked what environment meant, she replied that she thought he knew she was in danger, and it was still hard to believe. He became close to the H-Bai clan, the Blood Tier clan. Hearing this legendary clan name, one of the people present strained his gaze. Master Peng didn't believe in their superiority, calling them just a bunch of killers who couldn't harm them. But the girl realized that these enemies were not so simple and not so easy to get rid of. Hearing this, Master Peng felt anxious for his family. After all, not only the life of the fourth master was in danger. These murderers were also traveling in their caravan to commit unworthy deeds. Next, we will find out what they will do in general. Thank you for watching. Let's continue. The tiger moves through the bamboo forest surrounding one of the most magnificent tombs that grace this mysterious landscape. Musang completed his spiritual journey like the bright star in Bonchije that rose in the sky. The perfect sword of the tiger once fought against the magicians, protecting the tomb of the god of war. The friends were standing by this sacred tomb when one of them raised his foot, ready to do something daring. He wiped his soul on the tomb to show his disrespect. He said that the pretender to the title of heir, Peng Musang, was weak and pathetic, and who would have thought that his younger brother would witness these words? The young man then looked at his friend, waiting to see how he would react to what he had said. The friend in turn said that Peng Musang is liked by the head of the Peng family, but the family from Jinzhou is not going to spare them, and seems to be planning to destroy the warriors of this family before making Musang the heir. The impression of these words was overwhelming, because the truth that everyone knew only emphasized the seriousness of the situation. A young man with brown hair asked Jiguan what he should do, because he felt that all his efforts were going to waste. The tiger moves through the bamboo forest surrounding one of the most magnificent tombs that adorn this mysterious landscape. Musang completed his spiritual journey like the bright star in Bonjie, which rose in the sky. The perfect sword of the tiger once fought against the magicians, protecting the tomb of the god of war. The friends were standing by this sacred tomb when one of them raised his foot, ready to do something daring. He wiped his soul on the tomb to show his disrespect. He said that the pretender to the title of heir, Peng Musang, was weak and pathetic, and who would have thought that his younger brother would witness these words. The young man then looked at his friend, waiting to see how he would react to what he had said. The friend, in turn, said that Peng Musang is liked by the head of the Peng family, but the family from Jinzhou is not going to spare them, and seems to be planning to destroy the warriors of this family before making Musang the heir. The impression of these words was overwhelming, because the truth that everyone knew only emphasized the seriousness of the situation. A young man with brown hair asked Jiguan what he should do, because he felt that all his efforts were going to waste. Ohel was aware of his master's distrust, for they had indeed seriously screwed up. He hoped that this was just a one-time failure, and that the disgrace would not become an eternal stain on their clan. But his eyes burned with bloodlust. He was determined to use this chance to restore his reputation. The next time that man came back, his two younger brothers would already be buried. We return to the familiar city, where a training session is taking place on the tribune. The young master actively trains his swordsmen. and today he decided to personally attend their training. The swordsman attacked him, and the young master masterfully fought back, demonstrating his skills. His skill was incredible. He effortlessly dodged the blows, and none of the warriors could touch him with their swords. After the warriors showed their best strokes, Master Peng began to scatter them in different directions. Unlike the swordsman, he had no weapons, but the warriors still flew in different directions, unable to defend themselves. He emphasized the mistakes of each of them. For example, the attacker who had just fallen from his blow had too wide a stance, which made him vulnerable to a counterattack in the open chest. Nevertheless, the warriors were eager to fight and train further, determined to try again. Some of his colleagues watched their comrade, who, despite the constant blows, felt satisfied and continued to fight as if he wanted to test himself again. The young man tensed his muscles and brought his arms forward, ready for another challenge. The young master, watching all this, realized that a month had passed since his return, and there were already some results that showed progress. He listened intently to the shouts of the soldiers and the sound of metal sabers clashing in a fierce battle. During this time, he trained the warriors who were to become the backbone of the Peng family's army during the day. And at night, he honed his fighting skills that would come in handy in future battles. Night was a new day for him as he practiced his sword, perfecting his movements on training dummies. Testing the strength of his stroke, the young man focused all his efforts on perfecting each movement. In order to free the sword of the god of war, you need to make extraordinary efforts and not stop there. And after this night's training, when he had wiped himself and washed off his sweat, a woman suddenly appeared out of the darkness. She greeted him, and the young master merely remarked that she was late. She knelt down in front of him, telling him the important news. The Blood Tears clan had taken action. The young master remained calm, for everything was going according to plan. They will be one step ahead too. We are transported to the inn in Changzhou, where one of the Peng brothers was writing something for a long time by candlelight. He was irritated because nothing was coming out. Someone had brazenly misappropriated his money again. But what to do next? He felt that the window open for ventilation could become a trap for him. The candle began to fade, and he was afraid that this might be a bad sign, as if he sensed the presence of danger. His anxiety grew when he thought his brother was standing behind him. Even though he had decided to replace his sword with a brush and settle the score, this man was filling his hand with energy, ready to strike. He aims his blow at the rascal who appeared in the night to attack him, but when he turned around and struck, the enemy easily intercepted his hand without much effort. The brother looked closely into the eyes of his attacker, and was surprised to see that it was his brother Mu Song, who was clearly furious. Mu Sung asked if his brother had stopped his fun with women and his addiction to alcohol, or if he had perhaps decided to delve into the trade. His brother explained that he had had enough and was looking for something new. However, his brother's activities confused Mu Sung so much that he felt afraid of his brother's excessive activity, which he was already tired of. Mu Sung was tired of having to work all the time because of his brother's antics. In any case, even if his brother struck him, it would not hurt him, because Mu Sung has an unrivaled martial art. His brother asked him irritably why Mu Sung had come to bother him in the first place. Mu Sung looked at his brother and realized that he was acting like a real fool. He had come for a reason to save this idiot from certain death. When they asked what kind of nonsense this was, they heard the cries of battle coming from the side of the building where they were staying. The corridor where the young master's guards used to stand was now empty. Only the bloody bodies of the guards were lying on the floor. They had not expected such a sudden attack. The soldiers, dressed in black suits and armed with sharp swords, moved forward, and there were many of them. Looking out of his room, the brother saw that the villains were about to attack. The soldiers pointed their swords at the young man, who looked out and said that they had been sent here by his younger brother. Realizing that these villains were going to kill him without disclosing any details, the brother realized that things were bad. The young master could think of nothing better than to stand there and watch a sword-wielding warrior rush toward him. The ninja warrior who was running at him with his sword drawn clearly had no intention of being nice.
All the while he was shouting, "Die, you rascal!" And just as the blade touched the young master's clothes, Mu Song stopped the enemy's sword with lightning speed, saving his brother from certain death. Using a fist technique, he threw the attacker aside, causing him to fly a great distance, receiving a crushing blow. The warriors behind him saw Mu Song appear out of nowhere and realized that they had not expected such a turn of events. My brother at that moment opened his mouth in surprise, unable to say or understand anything. He was not even able to answer Mu Song's question whether he was really his younger brother. Mu Song turned to the soldiers, clearly furious that they dared to attack the two sons of the Mu Song family. Looking at them, he gripped his sword even tighter, and although he could have praised their courage, his gaze remained cold. Pointing the sword at his enemies, he reminded them of their foolishness, for only he could beat his brother. With a smile on his face, he joked, addressing not only the soldiers but also his defenseless brother, who stood there not knowing what to do.
The battle did not last long, and the formidable ninjas were already lying on the floor, having gone to uncharted lands forever. Their leader had been defeated and was holding his head, realizing that this was his end. Musong approached him, sarcastically asking him how he was doing, because this sight was pathetic and was proof that they should not have come here, even if the three great clans in Hebei are considered the best. But they chose the wrong enemy, and Musong strikes the scoundrel's jaw with his fist. He emphasizes that the Blood Tears clan was created by Peng Dehek, right? After all, Peng Dehyuk is the very villain who must suffer a just reckoning. With the leader of the assassins in his hands, Musong heard his brother behind him muttering something and decided to ask him if he was surprised. Of course, his level of surprise knew no bounds, because he was one of those who could stab someone in the back with a smile on his face, and this man was exactly that. The ninja who was in the hands of the young master asked why Musong decided to come here. Musong replied that it would have been better if the ninja had shut up and just answered a simple question by stabbing him in the liver. Musong realized that it would have been better to just finish off this scoundrel at that moment. Remembering his past life, he realized that these people were the ones who had tried to kill him before. The ninja continued to insist that now Musong would definitely die at their hands, because the entire Blood Tears clan would come after him. Musong looked into the eyes of the killer until the very last moment, but did not have time to finish him off. After all, the assassin had deliberately killed himself, using the poison he had in his mouth to prevent him from revealing any more secrets. Musong threw his soulless body aside and walked forward. He told his brother that there would be no more ambushes and that they should return home. When his brother asked him to explain everything in more detail, Musong did not answer. The brother was interested in why Musong was here and why Peng Dehyuk was trying to kill him. Musong realized that there was little evidence yet, but he believed that they were being framed to get rid of them both in one fell swoop. His brother tried to justify himself by saying that no matter how much he loved Musong, he had no intention of killing him, and that was why Musong saved him, because he understood that. The brothers started shouting in the whole courtyard that the Blood Tears clan and those behind them were complete scoundrels, and that they would get rid of them with their own hands. But Musong, seeing this performance, told his brother to stop standing out, because they needed to be on the lookout. Musong firmly stated that he would take care of everything himself, to which his brother reacted with indignation, not believing that his younger brother would dare to say such words. He asked what Musong was going to accomplish on his own. Musong confidently replied that no one said he would act alone, because only murderers should deal with murderers. He went to one of the walls of their fortress, where a girl he knew who was a professional assassin was already waiting for him. Gawal, as agreed, came to the meeting. Sitting on the roof of one of the houses, she asked about the third master and was told that he was safe. They approached the Blood Tears clan estate and, looking at the huge buildings, realized that the scale was amazing. After a detailed inspection of the territory, Gawal concluded that these scoundrels had set many traps outside, and an ordinary martial artist would die as soon as he approached them. And of course they were already surrounded by warriors on all sides. The heavenly chosen assassins flawlessly fulfill their tasks, and they appear out of the darkness in front of the young master. They show their respect by greeting him with honor and devotion. Musong is not yet used to such courtesy from these people, but when he looks at his soldiers, he realizes that they are ready for any scenario. He focuses his gaze on the top of the building and realizes that the night will begin sooner than they think. Blood will be shed this night, and the assassins will face their enemies. The soldiers took up their positions, not realizing what was happening, because they were in for an unexpected ambush. For some reason, the traps set by the warriors of the Blood Tears clan did not work. A warrior named Sanhel from the Blood Tears clan realizes that things are bad. Not only had the strangers entered their building, but they had appeared so unexpectedly. The warriors quickly launched an attack, taking the enemies by surprise and starting to tear them apart. The battle did not last long, and soon the soldiers saw their comrades fallen. It was almost impossible to figure out who was who in this chaos. The battle unfolded so rapidly that it was difficult to realize the tragedy of the situation. One of the warriors of the Bloody Tears clan survived the blow, looked around and saw that mountains of bodies were already covering the ground. He called out to his comrades, urging them to fight like they had in training, but their voices were no longer heard. A ninja came out of the darkness and asked if he was in charge. Looking around, the warrior spotted the girl he had already been told about. She was next to Peng Musong. She turned out to be an assassin, but he did not expect to meet her on his territory. Activating his equipment, the killer dissolved into the darkness, preparing for further action. He quickly moves forward to attack the woman with his sword. In the midst of this battle, he notices that his soldiers are defeated and lying motionless on the battlefield. With a quick glance, he missed the girl's strike as her sword was able to handle even his ghostly skill. He couldn't feel her presence even though she was standing in front of him, and he realized that this girl was different from the others because of her skill. The moment the girl jumped high above him, skillfully wielding her weapon, the warrior realized it was time to act. He threw down his swords and activated the claws on his hands. He throws his knives upwards, hoping to catch the damn ninja girl. All the blades that were thrown at her were deflected, and the fragments from them hit him, causing a deep wound on his arm. The leader of these murderers realizes that it was a fierce battle, and although he is wounded, the battle was really difficult. He's overcome with curiosity. Who are they and why did they come here? The girl didn't want to talk much, so she pulls out balls that look like bombs from her pocket. Without introducing herself, she throws these balls in the direction of the killer, and thick smoke fills the room. The warrior from the Blood Tears clan closes his eyes against the choking smoke, but he hears the sound in his head that these attackers are the chosen assassins of heaven. When he finally opens his eyes, he sees only the last movements before his death. The girl, having dealt him a fatal blow, passes by and destroys him, saying that they are reapers who will lead the Bloodstar clan to destruction. They have invaded their master's territory, and now it is their duty to get even with them. The remaining warriors see the smoke clearing and realize that these enemies are superior in every way. At the same time, the celestial assassins put them in imminent danger. Seeing that their leader had been killed, Sanhel was overthrown and lay on the ground. The ninjas, realizing their desperate situation, could not think of anything better than to run away from the squad of celestial assassins. Young Master Musong was in the center of this squad, and although he expected difficulties, he did not think that the difference between the squads would be so great. The girl had told him that they belonged to one of the 3 great assassin clans in Murim, and it was simply impossible to compare them to these miserable bastards. The warriors, celebrating the victory, bowed before their master Musong, and the girl pointed to the building, asking the young master to go upstairs. On that day, the heavenly selected assassins completely destroyed the Blood Tears clan, forever ruining and erasing their history. The head of the Blood Tears clan, Yahello, quickly heard the news that they had been attacked by the heavenly chosen warriors. He could not understand why they suddenly attacked and began to destroy them. The fact is that when Sangheol was killed in battle, the report went directly to the clan head, and their people saw it with their own eyes. They mobilized all the forces of the clan, but it was only a matter of time before these enemies got to them. The head of the clan became very nervous, and when he got up from the throne, his heart was trembling with fear. The deputy tried to help him somehow, but the fear in the clan head's eyes did not disappear. What is Peng Muson's connection to these murderers? He wondered. They couldn't believe it was happening again. The clan leader could not accept that such a fate could befall them, but the deputy did not understand what again meant. He asked about it, and then the head told him a story. 30 years ago, when his name was Sibhelm, he was trying to expand his influence. They had disagreements with the heavenly chosen assassins and the Hebai clan. Because of this, they were defeated and their formations were disbanded. And all this happened in one day. The realization that the same day could happen again today did not give the clan leader any peace of mind. He realized that if they had not retreated that day, the clan would still be known to everyone. When he heard this, his deputy suggested that they flee, because even though the paths were blocked, they could break through. However, if they kill even one of these killers, they will be pursued to the grave. This way of the king of killers leaves only one way to survive. The heavenly chosen band of killers was doing a great job with the mission they came here for. Their army of assassins fought so fiercely that it even amazed the master. The girl suggested that perhaps they should act more quietly and offered to tell the warriors about it. But the master had something else in mind, because he realized that the matter was coming to an end and decided to step aside. The girl noted that it was very dangerous to go alone, but he turned, looked her in the eye and asked if she was even aware of who she was talking to, because there was no danger to him. She realized this and respected the young master's wishes. He went forward, approached the stairs, and began to climb them. Suddenly, arrows began to fly incredibly fast in his direction. He didn't even look at the arrows, he just felt them coming. With his sword, he cut the wall of arrows in half, leaving them no chance. Walking on, our hero inadvertently steps on a trap. Huge iron blocks start falling on top of him, right on his head, but he skillfully cuts them with his sword, showing that his weapon is far from a toy. The blocks fall under his feet, but he continues walking as if nothing had happened. After he stepped on a few more traps, knives started flying at his back. But this also did not cause him any serious injuries. He repels all attacks with ease. Monsoon moves forward, noticing that traps are set at every step, and how they pass them remains a mystery. When he reaches the wall, he realizes that this is the place he was trying to get to. He knocked out the wall and the fragments flew in different directions. The head of the clan had been waiting for him for a long time, and when they saw that someone had broken into their domain, they only noticed his shadow. Without thinking twice, they realized that the master had come to take their lives. The young master approached the head of the Bloody Tears clan, not intending to introduce himself, as he was already known. The Blood Tears clan chief knew exactly who this young man was, and why he had come to him. Watching him, it was clear that he had come alone, even though his subordinates had not yet finished clearing the floor. The clan leader thought this was great news because the guy had come alone. He approached the fourth master of the Peng family with a proposal. The leader promised to reveal the identity of the person behind the attempt on the fourth master's life and provide all the necessary evidence. The leader asked to stop this battle, as usually the assassin clan hides the identity of the client. But if he left this invasion, they would reveal everything. Without hesitation, the guy replied that he didn't want to do that. Fear disturbed the old man's nervous system, and he screamed, asking what the young master wanted. All that the young master wanted sounded like fire, like a lightning strike, to destroy their clan. The old man was not at all satisfied with this. How could this young man dare to go so far? But there was an important reason why Musong stood in front of the head, looking him in the eye. The reason was that he had hurt the Peng family members without any fear. This was enough to destroy and wipe out their clan. The clan leader and his deputy prepared for battle. They were afraid of the chosen celestial assassins. But what was their unity? But fighting him personally was worth it. Suddenly, the roof was pierced by ninjas who began to sharpen their blades on our hero. Landing right in front of him, they surrounded him, hoping for a surprise attack. But the young master quickly destroyed these warriors with one swing of his sword, not even waiting for them to land. Some of them, despite the loss of their comrades, still kept their blades ready, despite their diminished strength. But the moment they approached Musong, their actions suddenly stopped. Musong felt the excitement of this duel, catching all the daggers with his hand, knowing full well that the attack would be unexpected. With the hand he used to catch the daggers, he began to break them apart, scattering the pieces with ease. The clan leader and his henchmen, looking at this, realized that the situation is completely out of control. After Musong had dealt with all the scoundrels in front of him, he stuck his sword into the floor. With his bare hands, he slowly approached the bastards, asking if they were such great masters and called themselves the best in all of Hebei. Why were they such losers? While kneading his hands, the guy emphasized that maybe they deserved to be destroyed. And if he was wrong, let them say at least one word against it. Tavern, having coped with the task perfectly, walked across the floor, which was now covered with the blood of her enemies. She approached the young master, who had by now finished his work and put his swords on the floor. He sat on the throne, all red as if he had fainted. But when she approached, he opened his eyes because he was tired of pretending to be asleep. She paid her respects to her master and apologized for keeping him waiting, but told him that they had gotten rid of all the members of the Blood Tears clan. Stretching after his nap, the young master was pleased, for it was a job well done. It was clear that all the enemies had been defeated, and the only question left was what to do with the large amount of money and other valuables found in the warehouse. However, the books were written in a mysterious language, and it would take time to decipher them. The young owner briefly replied that this was fine and instructed Gawal to complete all the cleaning and dealing with these issues. However, that was not all. When they went down to the basement, they found the children who were being trained to become assassins. All of these children were exhausted and had probably been kidnapped for this purpose. Musong, standing by the throne, felt no pity for this clan of miserable bastards and said that he would meet the children himself. As he walked forward, all of his enemies could be seen in the background, scattered on the floor like garbage. As he walked forward and looked back at this chaos, the young master turned to Peng Ji-hak, asking him about the meaning of his life. Holding all his hatred in his hand, he carried out his revenge for them. Suddenly, a huge explosion rang out throughout the building. The young master had blown a huge hole in the wall of the building, symbolizing the end of the Blood Tears clan. Looking ahead at the moonlit night, he vowed that the next person he would deal with would be Peng De-hek. As the Blood Tears clan left, they set fire to everything around them to burn this ominous place to the ground. After the young master visited the basement, he noticed the poor unfortunate children who were there. The children were scared and did not expect anyone to come to rescue them. They thought it was another test or some new task for them. Gawal noticed that these children had been kidnapped, and it was obvious that they had already participated in real battles. The young master approached one of the boys, and he automatically began to beg for mercy. The children were so frightened and devoid of hope for the future that, looking at them, Musong realized that he had once been the same. The boy begged for mercy, promising that if the master needed anything, they were ready to do whatever he wanted. Musong asked the children what they wanted. These children did not ask for much. They just wanted hot water. Some of them dreamed of seeing their mother, or at least sleeping all day, playing with their friends. There was nothing unusual in their wishes. They were simple dreams that could easily come true, and the young master took them to the shelter. On his way back, Musong met with his brother. He reported that the Blood Tears clan had been completely destroyed. His brother could not understand how this happened because Musong had just left. But Musong quickly shut him up and asked him to keep his voice down, explaining that he shouldn't make too much noise because it was getting late. He said it was time to go back and asked why his brother was still in the building. Musong, covered in stains that looked like ketchup, was serious, and his brother couldn't believe he had to argue with such a madman. But he still wondered how it had happened, even if the murder had been ordered by Peng Dai-hyuk. They still needed proof. Musung pulled out a book of commission records, and if they could decipher the text, that would be enough. It sounded good enough, but there was one thing left. Musung suggested that his brother do the cleaning. When asked what it was all about, Musung told his brother not to pretend he didn't understand, and said that he would not become the head of the family after he tried to prove his competence. Musung did not plan to drag his brother into this struggle. He believed that once he got rid of the eldest heir, everything else would be much easier. Therefore, he offered his brother to work under him. The younger brother, impressed by his elder brother's cunning, wished him to think carefully about the offer. After that, Musung left the office, leaving his brother alone with his thoughts about this decision. His brother, who had always fought for leadership, felt for the first time that this moment might be his last chance. He couldn't accept the fact that he had to submit to his younger brother, but he knew it was better to be on the winning side. A few days later, Peng's family received shocking news. The head of the family was told that the assassination attempt on Peng So-hyun had failed, and the Blood Tears clan was destroyed in just one day. The Fist King, Ongahu, was simply shocked by this news and was angry about it. No one could even imagine where the commission book could have disappeared, and it remained a mystery. The servant who brought the news felt that the energy of the chapter was so powerful that he could barely breathe. In such a state, the chapter could have said goodbye to his life, and it seemed that this was the work of high-ranking assassins who had cleaned up all traces so thoroughly that they left no evidence. The only thing that remained was the disappearance of the orphans who had been raised in the Blood Tears clan. Gahu was shocked that the orphans had disappeared. However, the servant continued that unfortunately, they did not know what happened to the children, but that they were reportedly sent to the Peng family's children's yard. Hearing this, Gahu was filled with incredible rage. He realized that he had underestimated his brother, and now he realized that he should have destroyed him immediately. If Peng Dehek's crimes became known to the whole world, all his efforts would be in vain. Realizing this, Gahu began to adjust his energy, going downstairs and accepting that it was time to act. He ordered his servant to gather the Moran clan. Upon hearing this, the servant realized that things had gone too far and they needed to put the plan into action immediately. Their family had decided to become the most powerful in Hebei, and now they had to get down to business with all seriousness. Our hero's swordsmen trained even at night in the rain, honing their skills. Half a month had passed since the destruction of the Blood Tears clan. Life was going on as usual, but there was one but. The decoding of the secret language is almost complete, and soon they will have irrefutable proof in their hands. Peng De-hyuk had probably already made a move, but nothing was known about it yet. Musung felt that something was wrong, and he found it hard to believe that his brother would stay away. He realized that his brother could not give up so easily. Soon a young messenger came running to the master. This messenger brought urgent news and said that he was summoned to the pavilion. He had to leave immediately, because such calls and news do not come just like that. Arriving at the pavilion, he went inside and saw all the representatives. The atmosphere was tense and far from the best. Apologizing for his tardiness, he took his seat. Upon entering, he immediately noticed his brother staring at him. They exchanged glances, and his brother's jealousy was felt even through the silence as he muttered to himself, staring maniacally at Musung, as if to hint that now they couldn't even hold a meeting without him. Chairman Jiang Ho began his speech by reminding everyone that everyone knows about the three great families, including the Peng family, and the Moran clan, who are called wolves in the world of the seas. However, a few days ago they began to perform strange actions, as if combing the territory of the Peng family. The Hingren serves as the border between them and the Moran clan, the head said, unfolding the map. They left the battlefield in a hurry, and the head asked people to check the situation, as he did not know how urgent the issue was. However, he noted that the Moran clan was provoking them, and now they needed to use this opportunity to deal with the situation. Hearing these words from Musung, the advisors began to reject his proposal, because a clash with the Moran clan could lead to war, and the Peng family would be at a disadvantage. Realizing that in his previous life, Musung had faced wolves constantly looking for weaknesses in their defenses and harming the Peng family, he decided to act. His brother raises his hand, stating that the advisors are going to do nothing and just watch. They have 3 profitable businesses in Hingren, and he asks if they want the Moran clan to have it. The more he listens to this senseless talk, the more he feels indignant. He declares that their family has the right to defend what is rightfully theirs. He supports his brother, the third owner, and people begin to realize that they cannot leave things as they are. They cannot back down. They must stand their ground. The brother looks at Musung carefully to see his reaction. Musung understands the situation and accepts his brother's point of view, seeing that he is on his side. Looking at his rival Peng De-hyuk, the only question left is what he's going to do next. With a heavy sigh, he accepts this point of view and prepares for further action. Musung realizes that the majority is not on his side, and if he doesn't want to lose his reputation, he has to agree. He turns to his fourth brother, saying that although he has outstanding fighting skills, he should be sent along with the squad to reduce possible losses and speed things up. Chonggu adds that the defect is also suitable for this mission, and after hearing this, Musung felt a bit uneasy. It became clear to him that this bastard was undoubtedly up to something. Looking into his eyes, our protagonist's soul does not find peace. He feels that there is some kind of trap here. The swordsmen in the battle camp made a halt, and it seemed that they decided to have a little rest. The young master in turn went to the resting room. Ga Wall was waiting for him there. He was glad that the rain had finally stopped. Talking to her, he told her that Peng Dai-hyuk was doing strange and impulsive things, so she needed to be on guard and remain vigilant until he returned. He had already warned his third brother that if anything happened, he should contact him immediately. As a last resort, if the situation got out of hand, he instructed her to write him a letter, and Gawal realized that this was the safe way for her master to go. At that moment, our hero went to his soldiers on the red carpet. They all froze in anticipation of his words, waiting tensely. When he stepped onto the red carpet, he dusted it off. He began his speech by saying, "The Moran clan of Sadachan has set its sights on Hingran, which is the property of the Peng family. They are currently being held back by my second brother, but the situation remains unstable." He decided to take a fighting squad with him and send a few assistants. He asked the soldiers if they were ready to follow him, and they all answered as one that they would obey any order he gave them. They said that the master was their great leader forever, and everything he did was always right. Addressing them, he said that from that moment on, they would become part of the Peng family's squad. He announced that Jung-ho would be their commander from now on. Hearing these words, tears of joy appeared on Chung-ho's face, because it was a great honor for him. From now on, they would always follow Seo Munyo and fight for the honor of the Peng family. The soldiers answered in unison, "Yes, master." Leaving the red carpet, they walked through the mud, and the master led his tiger squad only forward. After all, their first battle awaits them, and everything is going well. Shortly after these events, we moved to a man we know. He was sitting at his desk, exhausted after a difficult negotiation. He was asking his servant about what was happening to Seo Munyo. Was he really headed to Hingran with his personal detachment? If so, why was the master so worried about it? He closed his eyes and tilted his head. He opened his eyes again and they were full of fear, for the thought that they might all die was troubling him. He could not calm down, but a servant told him that there would be no Black Tiger troops there, so they should not worry, because the head of TNEH Sana had sent the Phantoms. Hearing this news, the master was shocked. If the Phantom Squad and the An family intervened, then it was a different story. Gritting his teeth and keeping his hand ready, he realized that he could not retreat, because this was their last chance. He must seize the opportunity and destroy Musang so that he can eliminate the entire Peng family of heirs. A few days later, we moved to Hingran, to Habuk. The soldiers were lying on the ground, many of them seriously wounded. A doctor was trying his best to help these soldiers by closing their wounds. This was Habuk, the second son of the Peng family. Chun-hek, the warrior he was helping to heal the wound, asked him to be more careful. Habuk apologized for his slowness, but explained that it was necessary to avoid festering of the wound. Soon they were interrupted with news from the main court. They received a letter that reinforcements would arrive tomorrow morning. But if the Moran clan ambushed them, they would have a hard time. The warriors began to doubt their abilities, losing faith that they would be able to save their family, because last year they had avoided a clash with the Moran clan. Chun-hyuk thought that if he had known what was going to happen, he would have taken more soldiers with him. Giving up the Peng family on a platter was too heavy a burden for his soul. After that, Chun-hek resolutely gets up and goes forward. He urges his soldiers not to think about the consequences and not to worry, because if reinforcements arrive, they will 100% defeat the Moran clan. But suddenly an unfamiliar voice pierces their ears, and someone nearby shouts that their family will never abandon them. Pengchuk turns around, but he can't make out who it is that has come to visit them. A man appears on the horizon, looking quite menacing. He was walking along with his big henchmen in dark clothes, mocking the boy, wondering how he could stay so calm. He said that his motivation was overwhelming him. When he saw the Black Squad, the main Black Wave Squad, invading their territory, Chun-hyuk hesitated. Could they allow it? But a stranger approached the young master, offering him time so that they could get their family out and leave the place. Realizing the shameful situation for their family, the boy thought about it. They had the numerical advantage, and his soldiers were wounded and bleeding, but they still held their swords. The man continued to intimidate them, saying that their master was about to appear, and if they believed in victory, death would be much worse than defeat. However, he asks Chun-hyuk not to be stubborn and not to act as usual. Power begins to fill Chun-hyuk, and he cannot stand this kind of neglect. Reaching for his sword, he decides to show the enemy what the Peng family is all about. He will always act according to the laws and rules of his family, not backing down. The representative of the Dark Squad has already warned him that if he does not listen, they will destroy them. And if he accepts this challenge, it will be a fight to the death. At the moment when they are attacked by a huge number of troops, the second master of the Peng family orders everyone to be brave and hold the line. The first warrior who dared to attack him receives a slashing blow to discourage him from being so confident. Chun Hyuk's skill was impressive, but even he could make a mistake. Looking ahead, he wonders how to prevent his squad from suffering heavy losses. Taking his sword forward, Chun Hyuk began to strike at the enemies of the 7th squad, demonstrating his determination. The enemies noticed how incredible the sword power of the second son of the Peng family was. Known for his heavy blows, he surprised them by how quickly and skillfully he maneuvered such a heavy sword. Looking at his performance, they realized that he was indeed a strong young man. But today his strength might not be enough. As he was cutting down one enemy, another snuck up behind him and struck him. The wound was quite serious, hitting him right in the side. The battle began to lose control, and it seemed that everything was heading for defeat. However, the owner did not give up. He continued to move forward, despite the pain and losses. As he crouched down on the ground and held onto his sword, he saw a villain from the Black Squad flying at him. Although he dodged a strong blow and dropped his sword, he remained alive, ready to continue the fight. The rascal who was close to Chun Hyuk started laughing, full of arrogance. He was sure that he was about to finish off one of the Peng family members, despite his high position. And then, like a bolt from the blue, Musong bursts into the battle, his aura filling every cell of the battlefield. The warriors did not immediately realize who this man was who suddenly burst into their battle and began to skillfully maneuver among them. The second master noticed with one eye that the atmosphere had changed dramatically, but did not immediately realize what had happened. However, when he sensed his brother's aura, he realized that it was Musong, and he did. Musong saw how the rascal had invaded Peng's territory and even dared to be rude to his older brother. Reinforcements arrived very quickly, and this was a big surprise for the enemies. Musong was confident that now that they had stuck their heads in the trap, the Peng family's Tiger Squad would take that head from them. He ordered his squad to attack.
The battle began, and all the villains who invaded their territory were crushed. The swordsmen ruthlessly slaughtered the Dark Squad, leaving them no chance to hold their ground or continue the attack.
Their commander, watching the defeat of his Dark Squad, is at a loss to understand who this mysterious warrior is who has ruined their plans. The warrior, introducing himself as a member of the Peng Tiger family's special squad, expresses his desire to see if this opponent can prove worthy of his sword. As the main force of the Peng family holding the sword on his shoulder, Monsoon confidently approaches his opponent, ready to strike. Staring at Monsoon, the commander of the Dark Squad finally realizes that he is facing none other than the leader of the swordsmen.
This is the very perfect blade of the tiger, whose warriors fight with the fury of real predators, taking the lives of everyone who stands in their way.
The screams of one of the warriors of the Dark Squad attracted the attention of the commander, who looks at the battlefield. Monsoon realizes that only in a real battle will the true power of his squad be revealed. All the hard training has not been in vain. It has paid off at this moment. One of the members of the Dark Squad suggests that the perfect tiger blade begin negotiations in an attempt to avoid further bloodshed. He warns that their master will arrive soon, and if they kill him, it will not bring any benefits. If they seek to start a war with the Moran clan, it could have disastrous consequences. But the young master has no desire to negotiate with him. He is sure that he will only talk to his main enemy, and despite the chance, plans to destroy him without mercy. Pushing off the ground with incredible force, he creates cracks in it, showing his strength and determination. The young master decisively rejects the doubts in the mind of the commander of the Dark Squad, activating the technique, Royal March of the Mountain, which threatens to completely destroy the enemy. Where the monsoon rushed through, a path of mud and broken stones remained, testifying to its relentless power. The young master was sure that he had let his guard down and thought that the soldiers of the Dark Squad would be able to take advantage of his weakness. But he was wrong. Their tricks were in vain. A friend of the owner brought his brother to him and asked him if he was all right. Chun Hyuk replies that he survived only because of him, and he is endlessly grateful for his support and help. They discuss that the Moran clan's owner will soon arrive. The young master wonders what will happen if they kill the squad leader, and how the Moran clan will react, as they are already sending reinforcements. In response to these actions, the Peng family's squad moves forward, ready for another battle. The Tiger's squad, known for its ruthlessness, warns the enemies. It is better not to put your hand in the tiger's mouth if you do not want to lose it. A minute later, his squad contacts the master, reporting that they have completed the task. They have successfully eliminated the Black Wave squad and are now waiting for new orders from their commander. It was an impeccable job, and he promises to join them soon, ordering them to wait for further instructions. Watching Monsoon, his brother can't understand when he managed to grow up so much. Not long ago, he couldn't even put together a band, and now he leads a powerful squad. His brother noticed that Monsoon used the victorious technique of the Royal March of the Mountain, which even he could not have performed. He feels proud to see his younger brother become so strong. He never thought that the rumors about his younger brother would be true, but it seems that Sun has become a real warrior. Meanwhile, the action shifts to the Hingran border forest, where battles are raging. People in red clothes are talking, not realizing what is happening around them. Among them are the young master of the Moran clan and the commander of the detachment. They notice that they were attacked by the Peng family's tiger squad. Confident in their abilities, they prepare for battle, hoping for a numerical advantage that can ensure their victory. But Zhang Homoon noticed an important detail. Something was wrong. The Peng family warriors are not attacking, only watching closely, as if waiting for something or someone. Something is clearly wrong, and he cannot believe that the Peng family could react so quickly to their attack. The reality is very different from the host's words. He thought that now would be the best time to capture the Peng family, but events are not developing as expected. Seeing how confident the Peng soldiers are, Jung Ho-moon can't believe that such a chance could be lost because of the overly hasty actions his father pushed for. Although the soldiers of the Tiger Squad were outnumbered by the Marin family's army, they held their ground with unbending determination. The Moran warriors wanted to quickly finish off these renegades, but the Peng family waited patiently for their enemies to make the first move, preparing for battle. Finally, Jung Ho-mun could not stand the long tension and ordered his soldiers to attack.
And Tiger's squad immediately sprang into action, attacking from all sides and surrounding the Moran warriors, creating chaos in their ranks.
The Peng warriors rushed into the battle like a whirlwind, as if it were their natural element, enjoying every blow. One of the warriors, swinging his sword, looked intently into the eyes of his opponent, ready for the decisive blow. The opponent could not believe his eyes. Such power and technique were something incredible for him, something he had never seen before. The Moran warrior's sword began to crack under the pressure of his opponent's strength, and soon the fragments of the weapon fell on his face. All he could say at the last moment was, "Bastard, this is just goodbye." However, the battle was not so successful for the Tiger clan. Suddenly, someone stabbed the master in the back, but his fellow soldier managed to cover him, losing his arm to save his master from certain death. The scoundrel who dared to stab him in the back was immediately punished, as Tiger's squad acted in concert as a single unit. They fought with all their might, and although they were outnumbered, their unity and determination gave them the upper hand. As one of the warriors rolled over with the trappers who had arrived in time, he apologized for being late, recognizing the importance of every second in battle. Master Chehan began to assemble the entire Tiger Squad, preparing for a decisive offensive. Despite their numerical superiority, they decided to attack the Moran warriors, regardless of their losses.
"Bid farewell to your heads!" the master shouted, and these words made the Moran warriors nervous, feeling the approach of inevitable defeat.
Fear gripped their souls, and they could not understand how it happened so quickly and inevitably. Some of them even began to retreat, and at that moment one of the masters rushed to their aid, promising to return soon. The heir to the Moran clan was left alone, not realizing what was happening around him. But as soon as his assistant left him, the sword of Master Monsoon was at his throat, turning his fear into terror.
Monsoon approached him with all courtesy, holding the knife to his neck, showing that fate was now in his hands.
After greeting him, he sarcastically asked how he was doing. The Moran clan leader almost fainted from shock, because he hadn't even heard this scoundrel approach him. However, this young man, our hero, tells him that he is Peng Monsoon, a famous name that causes awe and horror. He is the fourth son of the Peng family of Hebei, the very perfect blade that is the stuff of legend. Monsoon whispers in the ear of the Moran clan's heir, offering him a choice. Either he will lose his head after using it, or he can earn a chance to survive. And of course, John Ho-moon decides that the chance to survive is much better than certain death. Soon, Tiger's squad wins, and Moran's warriors find themselves in a real hell. Master Monsoon, looking at this, asks his captive if he came here only to listen to the orders of the assistant chairman. Perhaps he had been bribed by the An family, and he sincerely believed that he was contributing to his family's well-being. The owner pulls out the log of transactions with the An family and hands it to the assistant chairman, allowing him to hold this incriminating document. When asked why he gave it to him, the guy had only one condition. Soman decided to announce this condition to him. If he met it, he could survive. The condition was to never encroach on the Peng family's land again. He was sure that the young master would understand what he was talking about. If the prisoner understood everything correctly, then they can come to an agreement at this stage. Thus, our master releases the representative and heir to the Moran clan, allowing him to escape with important facts about his unit.
The warriors plunged their swords into the ground, symbolizing the end of this fierce battle.
It was a grand and stunning victory for them, which they celebrated with joy and triumph. They had managed to defend Hingran, and the soldiers shouted, "Hurrah!" incessantly to celebrate the victory. Monsoon and his brother were watching this, and his brother hugged him, saying that he was a real good man, and that everything had been possible only because of his efforts.
Monsoon looked at his brother and replied that it was a joint achievement. Thanks to their determination, the Murim clan will no longer dare to encroach on the Pong family's property.
When the head of their clan finds out about the On family's plot, infighting will begin among them, further weakening their strength. Their warm conversation was suddenly interrupted by an eagle bringing an important message. Opening the letter, the young master began to read it carefully, becoming more and more anxious with each line. When he learned the contents of the letter, he was furious, feeling the situation spinning out of control. He told his brother, Chung Hung, that he had to return home immediately because a great disaster had occurred. The scoundrel Peng De Hek had started a rebellion in their land, and now the family was in danger. Soon a group of people came to the main entrance of Peng's house carrying torches, creating a tense atmosphere. They had no idea why they had been called up in the middle of the night and could not even imagine what awaited them. Some of those present only prayed that it was not related to the war. Soon the organizer of this unexpected gathering appeared before them. He thanked everyone for responding to the unexpected call. It was the young master who was going to tell them important information. He said that the Peng family was in unprecedented decline, and that the clan's unofficial head, the third master, together with his accomplice Peng Monsoon, were plotting a coup. The warriors still couldn't understand what he was saying, but De Hek continued to explain his brother's treachery. The results of their investigation confirmed their suspicions, providing irrefutable evidence, emphasizing that there was no time for detailed explanations. If they don't believe his words, De Hek is ready to show them living proof of his case. He pulls a small sign out of his pocket and orders the soldiers to look at it carefully. In his hands was a token that indicated plans to eliminate the head of the family, as if his fate had already been sealed. De Hek holds up the token, saying that his father realized the seriousness of the situation and instructed him to restore order in the Peng family. The warriors, believing his deceptive words, bowed their heads in front of him as a sign of loyalty. They assured him that they were at his disposal and would carry out all his orders. Looking at these warriors, De Hek feels this sight gives him strength and confidence. Meanwhile, Gal Wall is watching all this closely from the roof of one of the houses. She realizes that things are going very badly. Things have gone too far, and even the head of the family, who was in his study, was puzzled because he was not expecting guests. However, someone suddenly knocks on the door, and this causes him to be surprised. It was already late for visitors, and he wasn't expecting anyone. However, a girl entered his room, and her appearance was not accidental. She bowed her head to the master, and he recognized her. It was Galval. Apologizing for intruding at such a time, she asked him to listen. She told him that the young master, Piet De Hek, had rebelled against the family. He had taken advantage of the weakened vigilance and seized power in the family, now planning a crime against him, as well as the fourth and third masters. The soldiers are on their way, and he needs to escape immediately, otherwise he will be killed. The master, reflecting on the situation, realizes how bad it is, although he suspected but could not predict when it would happen. 2 of his sons have left, and the head of the family will not last long because there is no time for reflection. However, he could not allow the Peng family to be taken over. He had to act and protect the position of the head of the family. The girl said that the fourth and second heirs were already on their way back, and he just needed to hold out until they returned. She advised him to go to the base, where he would be protected by a combat team. Having accepted this information, he said goodbye to the head of the family, making a decision to act. Everything pointed to the fact that De Hek was a real scoundrel. What he was doing was unacceptable in their family and would be severely punished. The head of the Northern Tiger Squad did not understand what was happening. When he asked why they were locked in a room, he was not answered. The explanation was not enough, and the situation remained tense, so it was decided to wait until things stabilized. They ordered them to stay put to avoid anything stupid, but when they saw the badge, the North Tiger Squad decided to support the rebels. This angered the men, who did not understand how they could have been misled. The scoundrel had managed to deceive everyone, and now everything was going according to his plan. All that remained was to take control of the last point. A servant came to report to the young master that the building of the hand-to-hand unit was empty, because the deputy had disappeared. It looked as if Galval had gotten ahead of them, and the master wondered how they could have let this happen. He asked if they hadn't heard his orders, according to which they were to detain her and not let her escape. If the plan failed, he would have to act faster than expected. However, the servant heard that Galwal was still alive and suggested that he go to the head of the family, where he could gather a group and a third master. De Hek hoped that his father, the head of the family, was sleeping soundly, because a difficult battle was expected ahead. He moved forward with his warriors, and everything went according to plan. He doesn't remember seeing this Jaren squad before, and this may be their first appearance. De Hek hopes that there will be no more problems, and that everything should be over by tonight. By dawn, the Peng family should be in his hands, and he will become their new head. The young master's horses were riding so fast that they kicked up dust in the forest, leaving only dust behind. Monsoon, realizing all the consequences of the uprising, did not give his soldiers a moment's rest. They had to get to the place as soon as possible and give his brother a fierce rebuff.
Monsoon ordered the second master to go to the main house immediately. They had to be ready because everything could change in a matter of minutes.
Looking at his third brother, Monsoon still couldn't believe that the oldest of them was no angel at all, and that his last act was despicable. Looking around, the young master noticed a group moving against them. These were unusual people. Dressed in black and wearing masks, they jumped through the trees like real killers. One of the leaders of this group looked directly into the eyes of the young owner. The group started moving even faster, blocking their path, and forced them to stop. Monsoon realized that these guys were not ordinary, but rather strong warriors. Each of them had the technique of the On family, even though he had never met them before in his life. He warned his squad that these warriors were extremely dangerous and ordered them to be careful.
When Monsoon asked them who they were and why they decided to interfere with them, he asked them to move away and not to disturb the Pong family.
The masked soldiers exchanged glances, saying that they had come to interfere with them. Their leader said that the situation had gotten out of hand, and now the Pong family members had to face them.
Monsoon, without thinking twice, realized that this was not going to end easily and asked who they were, drawing his sword. However, these warriors were not verbose. They decided to attack and quickly end everything so that they could go back to their home.
The warriors with a fiery aura attacked the young master ruthlessly.
His sword met the blow of one of the warriors, but when their hands and swords touched, huge sparks flashed, and his opponent remained unharmed. Only one question remained in Monsoon's mind. Did these scoundrels really belong to the On family?
But even his master's sword could not stop these warriors. Moreover, they were skillful with throwing weapons, which made them even more dangerous. Their attacks were so effective that they began to destroy the swordsmen from Tiger's squad. The warriors took them by surprise, because the family members were not used to fighting such agile and elusive opponents. The second master shouted to his warriors to get down from their horses immediately and fight back against these villains. They would be stronger in an equal fight, and they should have attacked the enemy in a crowd. Looking at these ghosts approaching with their bare hands, it was hard to believe where they came from.
But the swordsmen were ready to fight to the last, and with their swords drawn, they began to attack these villains.
However, the sword blows did not harm the enemies, who could stop the blades with their armor and hands.
It seemed that these people were armored, because their bodies stopped the swordsmen's blows without any effort.
Monsoon fought non-stop, even though he had never met such enemies in his life. This did not stop him from taking away what they valued most, their limbs, leaving his enemies unarmed. He promised his brother that he would stop them while he was doing other things. Everyone, following Monsoon's order, began to group up and tried to repel these attacks. But the young master moved forward, destroying everything in his path. Even these warriors fell one by one under his sword. He led his swordsmen forward, and only their leader stood in his way. This masked old man realized that the battle would be quite serious and difficult.
As the young master approached him, a powerful explosion sounded.
The old man was not an easy opponent and blocked the young master's punch with his own hands. Although the young man's strength was so great that he could have cut through anything, the old man remained unmoved. In addition, Monsoon used another technique that began to create clones of his attacks from all directions. The old man noticed that the young man he was fighting now was not just a random warrior. He had heard of this young man, but he did not believe that his skills were really that high. The old man realized that this guy would not be easy to deal with, and it became obvious.
After all, every punch of Monsoon's could be the old man's last.
Soon the old man decides to dodge, bending down to avoid the young man's next punch. He was planning to strike from below, kissing right into Monsoon's face.
His fist flew straight into Monsoon's head.
But this was not enough. This blow was followed by a whole stream of crushing fists aimed at Monsoon.
The young man deftly blocked all these blows with his heavy and cold sword.
Nevertheless, some of them still reached their target, showing that the old man is not just an opponent. I wonder if he even knows Monsoon's name. After numerous crushing blows, the boy still stood up, and this impressed the old man. Dust rose over the battlefield as the battle gained momentum, and it seemed that this chaos was only getting worse. Everything stopped when the young master struck the old man, and blood flowed from his hand. This moment of silence was broken by the old man asking how long Monsoon had been serving the Pong family, and what his sword technique was called. Monsoon looked at him, wondering if the old man knew about the Iron Tiger Skin technique, or perhaps he wanted to know how this technique could take his life.
Realizing the full power of this technique, and the words that Monsoon has spoken, the old man realizes that he is facing a real opponent. They will see who will take whose life, because the well-being of the family is at stake, and our hero cannot afford to lose.
Meanwhile, terrible things happened in the Pong clan that night. The guard of the family head refused to let his brother, who decided to get together and rebel in the clan so foolishly, to the head. In response, Peng Daihyun could not stand his steadfastness and destroyed him with his sword, saying that loyalty is meaningless, and that one should not pretend to be a loyal dog.
This made him very angry, and when they went inside,
They saw the people they had come for. Peng Dai-hyun admitted that it was not easy.
All this time he was looking for where all the rats were hiding and finally found them. One of the clan leaders, in a voice choked with indignation, asked how the heir could betray his own family by organizing a coup. Peng Dae-hyun pointed his sword at his uncle, emphasizing that he was no longer a boy and should not be told off. The uncle shouted that he knew who was behind all these dirty deeds in the family, and that he, Peng Dae-hyun, was the real traitor. He warned that if the heir hoped to destroy the top with the help of these scoundrels, and the rest would meekly submit, he was deeply mistaken. Nevertheless, Père de Heck was confident in his actions, because he was holding a token that misled the soldiers. One of them began to applaud, standing, and said that he should not even try to pretend to be normal. He had always known that Père de Heck was a real scoundrel. Nevertheless, he decided to give him a chance. Don't be afraid, third brother. I will spare you if you obey me, because you may still be needed. Perhaps this guy had already gone completely mad. Père de Heck, looking at all these rats, thought that they were all talking too much. And so, when the time came, it was time to start the battle. He ordered that the Peng family's Zero Squad guard the main house. A great battle broke out between them again. The clan was collapsing before our eyes, torn apart by internal disputes. In this battle, a lot of blood was shed by brothers betrayed by their own families. Père de Heck is watching his elite unit, Unit Zero, created to protect the head of the family. He could not even imagine how long they would be able to hold out when this elite unit bursts onto the battlefield. The top of the clan is watching all this and realizes that they will have a hard time dealing with the third master. A girl named Gal Wall thinks about the young master she is waiting for and prays that he will hurry. At this moment, an extremely fierce battle is taking place on the battlefield among the Tiger Swordsmen. Some warriors of the On clan die, while others continue to fight without giving up. The head of the swordsman's squad notices that these enemies are extremely strong, and this must be the secret of the On family's training. The second master realizes that there are too many enemies, and he can't imagine how much longer they can hold out. He turns to Chulho and Iduksum, asking where their leader, Monsoon, is. Chulho replies that the young master is currently fighting their main enemy. The fiercest battle is taking place not far from them. The two elements merged in a whirlpool resembling a deadly dance. The pressure is so strong that all the smoke has risen on the battlefield, enveloping them. The purple aura belongs to the old man, and the red aura belongs to our hero. They fight to the death, crossing their techniques, each trying to defeat the other. At one point our hero missed, and the old man walked past him, hoping for his victory. But at the moment when the old man thought everything was fine, he saw that his arm was cut off by the young man. The young master, looking at the old man, realizes that his time is up. The head of the On clan notices that Monsoon does not look like an ordinary young warrior, and wonders how he has reached such a level of skill. He takes off his armor and prepares for the last battle. Monsoon, in turn, wonders how this old man has such power, surpassing all the famous warriors, and he doesn't even know his name. Monsoon wonders who the hell this old man is. The old man laughed in response, because no one had ever been interested in him before. He had usually just destroyed everyone by this point. He also said that even now, when he is fighting his own brother, it is not too late to stop everything. There are rumors that the younger brother will never defeat the older one, and it is true. The old man takes off his mask, revealing his face so that the boy can see his possible future. Standing in front of him was On Shahan, On Gahu's younger brother. Going back to the story of this old man, when he was young, he fought with his older brother, and the latter left him with a scar across his face. After the fight, his older brother approached him and asked why he had become so quiet. Wasn't he disappointed with his defeat and started crying like a girl? Taking off the mask from his face, the older brother looked at On Gahu with contempt, as if he were a loser. He threw him this mask and told him to choose. Does he want to die now? Or perhaps he would prefer to choose the life of a ghost. And this mask became his first artifact. Of course, young On Shahan did not want to die and chose the life of a ghost. Since then, his heart has been filled with endless discontent, which has grown more and more intense with each passing day. Perhaps the old man's words awakened some memories in Monsoon, because he thought for a moment. Our hero looks at his opponent and realizes that his skill is quite unsurpassed. He can't believe that such a strong man lived his life as a punishment for rebelling against King Fist. The young master begins to replay moments with his brother, recalling how he mocked him, showing his cruelty. His older brother was always a scoundrel, using his position to dominate and humiliate others. Guhu was disfigured by his older brother, who rejoiced in his status as the head of the family, and the old man is not lying about King Fist. Looking at this old man, he realizes that they are kindred spirits, and the same thing happened to them as it happened to him. At this point, the Fist King approaches the boy, ready to fight, saying that he does not forgive old grievances, and asks Monsoon if he's afraid of repeating his fate. Even if he manages to win, his older brother will still find him. Monsoon, looking at his opponent, declares that he has no intention of running away and would rather behead King Fist himself. Hearing these words, the old man laughed, because no one in the world has ever managed to do this. If he was going to behead King Fist, his courage was admirable. The battle broke out with renewed vigor, each warrior wanting to prove that he was the best. The old man struck his powerful blows like thousands of hands at the same time, and mockingly asked the boy if he thought his strength was not enough. He also ridiculed all the words that Monsoon spoke in his direction, considering them childish nonsense. The confrontation was difficult, and Monsoon felt how difficult it was for him to defeat this opponent. The old man's blows were so powerful that the young master began to literally push the ground under him. However, it was not just like that. Monsoon activated his technique, and finally his sword pierced the old man's body. At that moment, he released a power equal to that of hundreds of masters, and he must reach that level if he wants to become the winner. Looking at the old man, Monsoon promises him that he will definitely reach it, and even surpass it. He remembers how he managed to do it in his past life, despite all the obstacles, and this memory gives him confidence. The old man laughed at Monsoon's words as if not believing him to be serious. It looked quite ridiculous, and the old man wrote it off as youthful naivety, finding it hard to believe that today's youth are so determined. Hearing the young man's words, the old man decides that it's time to end this fight. Getting into a fighting stance, he points his fist at Monsoon. He makes the young boy watch to the end, demonstrating a fighting technique similar to that of the King Fist. Although his arm is not in the best condition, for the sake of this battle, he will show a phantom stream of crushing fists, forcing the young warrior to keep his eyes on him. If Monsoon can't withstand this blow, he won't have a chance to win. But if he can withstand it, this experience will help him in his battle with the Fist King. At this point, the old man is filled with boundless energy, and his arms seem to swell with power, as if on steroids. His aura and energy descend on Monsoon like a dragon, sending a stream of hundreds of ghostly fists at him. Realizing the impending danger, the young master activates the Wall of Souls sword technique, and heavenly energy begins to fill his sword like lightning, ready to repel the attack. He becomes an incarnation of a god, a tiger master, absorbing all this heavenly energy. Filled with it, he is ready to accept any challenge and withstand any blow. After this strike, it will become clear who emerged victorious and who died. The smoke gradually dissipated after the impact, and a huge cloud rose over the mountains. Blood remained on the ground, and someone was constantly staining the green grass with it. It was an old man who had been defeated. He was at the end of his journey. Looking at the young man, he realized that perhaps this boy could surpass him and defeat the Fist King. At this point, his mask begins to crumble. And finally, the old man experiences this feeling of liberation from the burden of the past. He looks at the fragments of the mask and realizes that he's finally free. His vital energy leaves him, and the old man goes where he has to go. The boy approaches him, takes his mask, and promises that he will lead the family and lead them in the direction where their clan was located. The one who could not win lost to his older brother. We return to the Peng family, where a fierce battle has broken out between their own warriors in this house. The soldiers are lying on the floor. One of the commanders orders them to retreat, and the fourth group to stay alert and remember to maintain order. The master notices that they are in trouble, but they are holding on thanks to their self-improvement. But this will not last forever. Many soldiers are wounded. Many of them need urgent medical care. The enemy's army is growing. They are continuously advancing, not even allowing them to rest. Penda Hek is standing next to his advisor and did not expect the unit to hold out for so long. Penda Hek begins to worry that they are losing more and more men and need to end this battle as soon as possible. He asks where the damned ghost troops are because they should have been here long ago. The voice of the young Nadezhda pierces their ears. They pay attention to it, go inside, but the ghost squad's cry is not heard. Everyone holds their breath, and for a moment, all the fighting is quiet. Young Monsoon-san walks out, holding the sword and mask of the head of the ghost squad. At that moment, no one could believe it. It could only mean one thing. He had defeated the strongest warrior. One of the brothers who was waiting for him even started to joke that Monsoon was always late. Although the boy is confident, he goes to his traitorous brother, bypassing his warriors, who do not even resist. He comes close to Penda Hek, who looks at Monsoon with hatred, not understanding how he could do this. Monsoon looks at his brother and realizes that he can no longer talk to him. He throws the mask of the head of the fist fight and the ghost squad to the ground. The ghost he has been waiting for is now dead forever. Monsoon looks at his brother Penda Hek with hatred and prepares to put an end to his treacherous act. Holding his sword on his shoulder, Sun calmly walks past his brother's guards, who are watching him closely but not even trying to counteract his actions. Counselor Penda Hek looks thoughtfully at the mask of the leader of the ghost squad, wondering if Monsoon has really surpassed the human. This may indicate that his level of skill far exceeds each of them. But how did he manage to achieve such a result? Coming closer to his brother, dropping the mask of the leader of the ghost squad, the young master begins to tell him that they have left many guards at the entrance.
and it will be extremely difficult to break through. The Peng family's squad will arrive soon, and he asks his brother Dehek to surrender and be punished. Dehek, on the other hand, is furious at these words. His ambitions and goals do not end there, and he is not going to give up, because no one can resist the owner of the family head's token. Raising the token up, the guy orders his soldiers to arrest the culprit of the last fourth heir, or simply kill him, as it will even be easier for his soldiers. Monsoon, in turn, realizes that the people have obeyed him only because of the token of the head of the family. Looking back, he doesn't want to kill the members of the Peng family because they are extremely important people. And during their internal struggle, the clan leader could not stand it and got out of bed. This shocking news hit everyone in the room, leaving them stunned. Even our hero, with his jaw wide open, could not believe his eyes, as he had never expected such a turn of events. The head walked over to his chair and, breathing heavily, sat down in it, watching everything that was happening around him. He was trying his best to contain his indignation, but his eyes showed that he was not happy with the situation. The leader's stern gaze swept over everyone in the room like a cold wind that penetrated to the very heart. He turned to all the members of the Peng family, ordering them to stop fighting among themselves. Everyone turned their attention to the master, who had been lying in bed for a long time, and now got up to settle the matter. At this point, Dehek realized that things were going badly. Everyone began to show their respect for the owner, paying him tribute. And it immediately became clear that this could mean only one thing. They had lost. The head of the clan had learned all about Dehek's son, and now he was wondering if he really served the An family. Hearing this, Dehek became even more angry. He clutched the clan leader's sign in his hands and realized that even his own father was putting spokes in his wheels, even at the very end. He asks his father why he didn't stay in bed, hinting that it would have been better not to interfere. With indignation in his eyes, he starts yelling at his father, blaming him for everything. If his father hadn't gotten up, the family wouldn't have been subjected to such terror. Monsoon looks at his brother with a desire to kill him, because he is facing a crazy traitor. This scoundrel declares that the Peng family is doomed, and only he can continue its existence. Monsoon, standing behind his brother, can barely contain his anger, unable to bear his insolence. How can he insult his father like that when he himself betrayed his family out of greed? Dehek, looking at his brother, orders him to shut his mouth, calling him a sucker who does not understand real life. The father, hearing all these arguments, realized who was really who. He saw the real faces of everyone and realized who was who in this family. The head of the clan decided to calm everyone down and said that every member of the family should bend the knee before the head's token, which was now in his hands. And it was at this moment that the warriors noticed that the young master was not holding a real token of the head of the family, but a fake one. It turned out that he had deceived everyone, using their lives to achieve his selfish goals. It was too much for everyone present. He had to answer for all his sins. The counselor realized that the situation was becoming too dangerous, realizing that his master would now be killed. The best decision for him was to run away as fast as possible. He ran as fast as he could, but Gavel noticed him, realizing where he was going, and decided to intercept him. The father orders the warriors of the Pen family to kill the traitors. It was an order that came from the leader of the clan. Everyone understood that this order had to be carried out immediately, because the soldiers who were defending Dehek would not last long. Dehek realizes that there is no way out of the situation, and things are going from bad to worse. Only certain death awaits him and his family, and everything has come to a standstill because of his stupidity. When he sees the swordsmen pointing their blades at him, he realizes that this will be the last thing he sees in his life. As the warriors continued to fight for their master, the battle was approaching its climax. He had already said goodbye to his life and thrown the sign, realizing that his chances of survival were almost zero. When he conceived this plan, he could not even imagine that everything would turn out so tragically. His younger brother, a famous fool in the neighborhood, took everything from him and ruined his life. The warriors of the head of the Peng clan fiercely fought these red bastards, not giving them a single chance. Monsoon had only one question left. Why did his brother choose the An family? Although his mother was from the An family, he was the master of the Peng family. How could he betray them like that? It was all just a cover. The mask behind his brother's soldiers hid the truth. They fought and died for only one purpose. The young master neglected the Peng family, putting only the An family first. He endowed his body with an aura in preparation for the final battle. He gathered all his strength and rushed at his brother, wanting to finish him off once and for all. Realizing this, Monsoon decides that he understands his brother's ambitions and, clutching his sword, decides to put an end to these criminal ties. With one powerful stroke of his sword, he strikes his brother Dehek, who has acted unworthily by betraying his family. Monsoon wanted to cut off the traitor's head, but decided only to cut off his arm, leaving his brother humiliated and defenseless. This is the end of their criminal relationship. The boy looks at his brother Dehek, who is now lying on the ground, missing his arm. Dehek is screaming and crying because he has lost everything he had and now finds himself in a hopeless situation. He will be severely punished, but Monsoon left him alive for a reason. Dehek still has unpaid debts. When it began to dawn, Dehek's counselor ran as fast as he could, trying to leave this dangerous place. Everything did not go according to plan. Everything went wrong. He can't go back, otherwise he will be killed. He is going to hide somewhere near the river. But suddenly he sees Gavel standing right behind him. She coldly remarked that perhaps he had seen her before, and curiously asked why he was running alone in the morning. The counselor yells that Gavel is not worthy of being Pen Musong's informant, and if she had just kept quiet, they would have won. He accuses her of making everything go wrong because of her efforts. How dare she stand in their way? The counselor points his fist at her, trying to hit her. But she is no ordinary girl. She is a first-class swordsman of the clan of the Chosen Celestial Assassins. And when she said that, it was too late to stop. He flew straight at her, not realizing that he was facing a celestial assassin. As a result, his head instantly flew off his shoulders. Gavel not only found him, but also fulfilled her mission. Looking at the waking sunrise, she realizes that they are closer to their fate, which is approaching them at a rapid pace. After the incident, the Peng clan's chief commander gathered all the dignitaries around a table, wanting to make sure everything was under control. However, most were concerned about the state of the chief himself, as he had recently gotten out of bed, and everyone feared that he might be overworked. To this, the leader confidently replied that he was fine, and that he could not stay in bed when such important events were taking place. Even though the Peng clan leader looked exhausted, he still started the meeting, showing his determination. He started with Monsoon, who had conducted an independent investigation and shared his findings. The medicine left behind by the Bloodtear clan was evidence of their previous attempts at attack, and after using the antidote on the third host, it became clear that they wanted to kill him. One of those present at the meeting shouted out that the Bloodslime clan had been defeated by the fourth host, and the rumor proved to be true. Monsoon also presented the clan's memos, which revealed evidence that the attackers on Hygron were linked to Pektahak. Senior officials carefully studied the memos and realized the full extent of the threat. All the pieces of the puzzle finally came together, and given what had happened, the head decided to make an important decision. He realized that his son Baek Daehyuk and the O family had been misleading them all along, scheming behind their backs. During an audit of expenses, it was discovered that some of the Peng family's property had been illegally transferred to the On family. After this information, the clan head felt a severe headache, realizing that the traitor was right under their noses. Monsoon watched his father and saw how difficult it was for him to make such a difficult decision. Monsoon said that the Peng family was rotten to the core, but they had the opportunity to pull out the cause by the roots and cleanse the clan of this rot. The head asked his son Monsoon what he thought about this and what they should do first. Since his father asked him about the problem that was of paramount importance and significance, Monsoon replied that they should start with the most rotten place. The young master went to the basement where his bound brother, Dehek, was being held. Dehek was tied to the wall. One arm was missing, the other was tied, and the smile on his face had long since disappeared, leaving only pain and hopelessness. When Monsoon got closer, his brother's greedy eyes, full of hatred, met his gaze. Dehek was completely broken and disfigured, but he did not retreat from his goal. He coldly asked why his brother had come to him. Monsoon only looked at him sternly with contempt and disdain, not hiding his feelings. The anger in his soul raged, and he sharply asked how much money Dehek had taken from the family, and how much wealth he had spent on his nefarious plans. At this point, Dehek starts laughing, realizing that his deception has been exposed and all the secrets have been revealed. But laughter will not save him, because the punishment is inevitable and has been chosen for him personally, without the right to pardon. To prevent any future attempts at rebellion, Dehek will lose the ability to fight, because his limbs will be deprived of veins, and if he thinks that's all, he's deeply mistaken. His brother, Dehek, a miserable traitor, will rot behind bars for the rest of his days, and Monsoon will constantly come to him, forcing him to listen to his accusations. Dehek started screaming at the top of his lungs, saying that he would never believe Monsoon and would not obey him no matter what. But there were words that sounded like salt in the wound. When Monsoon becomes the head of the family, the Peng family will be reborn from the ashes and return to the strong five in the Murim. Then he will become the true head, and I will personally come to him to tell him about my achievements, he continued with bitter mockery. Dehek will forever regret betraying his family, choosing the wrong path over the family that gave him everything. And when he realizes his loss, when Monsoon gets what everyone dreamed of, he will feel humiliated, asking himself, how will he feel when his younger brother, whom he considered unworthy of respect, surpasses him? This will force him to accept eternal imprisonment, and the suffering of realizing this will be even worse than the physical pain. Imagining this, Dehek began to beat his head against the wooden bars, promising that he would kill his brother. The fact that Monsoon dared to humiliate him was unacceptable to him, causing him to become uncontrollably angry. But the young master stretched out his hand to the scoundrel and said, "I am now the senior heir of the Pong family of Hebei." And a strong blow of energy fell on the traitor, striking him with extraordinary force. Dehek flew to the side, breaking the wall beneath him, and the young master, not feeling satisfied, thought that this punishment was not enough. The traitor, thrown back by the force of the blow, hit the wall, leaving a huge dent that symbolized his final collapse. As Monsoon began to walk away, the traitor began to laugh, calling him an arrogant bastard, not hiding his hatred. He said that if Monsoon thought that the Peng family would just stand by and watch him rot in prison, he was wrong, because soon they would come, free him, and destroy the Peng family. As he was leaving, our hero paused for a moment, remembering that he had forgotten to tell Daehyuk something, and returned to remind him. He informed him that he had already sent a letter to Beck's group detailing all the atrocities of the Peng family. Dehek was shocked by this news, as it could seriously undermine his family's reputation and cause a scandal. However, Monsoon noted that in Murim, all secrets sooner or later become apparent, and sometimes everything that was hidden comes to the surface. Monsoon was intent on destroying the On family in response to recent events, and if that happens, they could lose their place among the 5 strongest families. His brother can only endure in prison, because his punishment has already begun, and will continue until the end of his days. A great pain pierced Dehek's heart when he realized that everything he lived for was destroyed, and his despicable actions destroyed everything he had. We move on to one of the messengers who is on his way to meet the king to deliver this important letter that could change everything. The messenger was holding a huge scroll that needed to be delivered urgently, as its contents could change the course of events. The soldiers noticed that the messenger ran so fast that he almost knocked them down, demonstrating his determination. Although they had not yet heard about the conflict between the On and Peng families, he now intended to tell them all the details. They didn't understand why one of the strongest families was staging a coup in the weaker house. It was a great shame, and such a clan did not deserve to be called noble. The Murimen and the Beka group made their verdict. "The On family has lost its honor," proclaimed the head of the On clan. He gathered all the high-ranking members of the On clan to deliver this bitter news and discuss further actions. The head of the On family, Sa Ying, asked his father for advice in this difficult situation. Given that they have incontrovertible evidence against them, it will be very difficult for them to deny their involvement in the Peng family's uprising. The Peng family was one step ahead, and they couldn't believe that the Peng family had reported it so quickly and gathered all the necessary evidence. And now even the 9 sectors are condemning the On family, who are trying to find a way to pay off and settle the situation with Peng and Monsoon. The head of the On family realized that the situation had gone too far and was becoming increasingly confusing, causing him to become anxious. They also found out that Peng's family had stripped the traitor of his ability to fight. But they didn't care what happened to this jerk. They had enough other problems, such as the death of the Ghost Squad. The head ordered that On Chahan's body be brought to the meeting room. Although their family had lost respect in the eyes of the people, it had not yet been completely trampled. The clan members wondered what this could mean. The fact was that if the On family pleaded guilty, they could avoid problems with the Murimen. My father left the main meeting he was holding feeling immensely ashamed, as he hadn't felt in years. He realized that the rascal Peng Monsoon would have a chance to prepare this year, and once they ascended to these lands, the Peng family would be finished. Meanwhile, the Peng brothers gathered at a round table, just the 3 of them, to celebrate the Peng family's victory. The second host offered a drink, recognizing that it was a great job and deserved to be celebrated. The 4th host, however, grit his teeth and refused to eat or drink, feeling deeply troubled and doubtful inside. Monsoon was also worried and had several unresolved issues that kept him busy. The 4th host asked about the situation with On's family, confident that they would find a way to get out of the situation. Pouring himself some alcohol, he suggested that Monsoon could predict their actions. As soon as the On family felt threatened, they would immediately try to negotiate. This year, he believes the Peng family should focus on strengthening their foundation to be ready for possible threats. "Starting today, all members of the Peng family must act as a united front," the young master said firmly, showing his determination. His brother heard these words and, looking at his reflection in the sake glass, finally realized why Monsoon had gathered them all at this table. Monsoon said that they must know something important, and Peng Seo-hyuk agreed to follow him, trusting his determination. Monsoon asked his second brother, in whom he had high hopes, "What do you have to say about this? What is your view on this situation?" The younger brother, listening to his second master, realized that he would have to find out the truth someday, since he had agreed to follow him. It was important for him to see how his brother would react to this, and whether he thought that a new head should be elected to strengthen the family. The second owner turned his attention to the third brother and was surprised to see that he suddenly sided with the youngest brother. However, the third brother just ate and hid his anger, realizing that it was better to be on the side of the winner. At this point, the second master decided that the best way to decide who should take the throne was to fight, although he was not as interested in the position of head of the family as he was in martial arts, which had always been his passion. Monsoon completely agreed with him, because the second heir was known for his exceptional skill in combat. He was so skilled and talented that even Pendahek avoided competing with him. The second lord could not allow his younger brother to simply take over, because frankly the third lord was not really worthy of the position. Enraged, the second owner broke the glass in his hand, but immediately apologized for his outburst, claiming that he had not intended to offend the third brother. Despite everything that had happened, Monsoon decided that it was necessary to follow the traditions and rules of their family. Thus, it was decided to hold a competition to determine who would become the head of the family. The second owner challenged his younger brother to a fight, saying that if he wanted to become the head of the family, he had to defeat him in a fair fight. To win the title, Monsoon had to defeat his older brother, and when asked if he was ready for the battle, he answered firmly, "Absolutely."
"Tomorrow you must come here to this place," the second master announced. "This will be the last battle for the position of head." The next day everyone gathered to see this majestic spectacle, a grand event for the Peng clan.
A huge crowd had gathered to see who would become the new head of the family, and everything depended on this battle. Last night, they contacted all the members of the Peng family, and in one corner sat the third master, who congratulated his brother. Monsoon exchanged greetings with him as well, showing that he was keeping his cool before the important competition. Soon after, the second master appeared and greeted his younger brother with a respectful salute, showing his readiness for battle. Together with his bodyguards, the second master approached the arena, amazed at how many people had gathered to witness this fight. But he knew that it didn't matter, because it would be a great fight, and let the entire Peng clan gather to see him triumph. When they finally faced each other, the second master said that it would be an interesting fight, and advised his younger brother to be ready for anything. Monsoon turned to the side, abruptly feeling a pain in his body, as if something had suddenly made itself felt. Gavel, watching the young master, began to worry if he was okay, suspecting that something might be wrong. The young man, taking his swords, felt that this day had been coming for too long, and now he was finally ready to show everything he could do. His emotions were on the edge. Joy and excitement overwhelmed him, and he could hardly restrain himself from excessive emotions. Going into the fight, he did not promise everyone that he would return victorious, but his determination was written all over his face. They came face to face, looking into each other's eyes. The time had finally come for the younger heir to demonstrate his secrets and talents. Everyone present held their breath as they watched the start of this important duel, on which the future of the clan depended. One of the main questions that worried everyone was whether Monsoon would be able to defeat the second master in this decisive duel. After all, this competition would determine who would become the new head of the family, and each of them understood the importance of this battle. As they faced each other, they began to fill their bodies with aura, and it became obvious that the second master was much stronger than expected. Monsoon also charged his sword with energy, which spread like lightning across the battlefield, and their heroic gazes met in each other's eyes. The elder brother waved his sword, showing that he was ready to attack and had no intention of retreating. He jumped high up and like lightning began to cut through space, aiming his strike directly at his younger brother. There was a huge explosion where Monsoon was standing, and its sphere spread across the battlefield, enveloping everything around him. The older brother's skill was amazing. He moved as fast as lightning, leaving his opponent no chance. But Monsoon managed to block his blows with his sword, which surprised all the warriors watching the fight. The technique he used was the Renchun Heck-Chain Wall, and although it seemed invisible at the beginning, it revealed its incredible power during the fight, even when Musang was already exhausted. His movements were so sharp and fast that the second master's skill could only be compared to the lightning of Hinabek Baklimka from the bright palace of Muchon. At that moment, their swords clashed face to face, sparks flying all around. Using the unrestrained tiger technique, the young master released 5 claws of a true tiger, which rushed straight at his brother, who was not expecting such a powerful blow. The older brother tried to deflect the blow with his sword, but all his efforts were in vain. The force of the blow threw him to the side, and he fell to the ground. It was obvious that the blow had not only damaged him, but also caused dust to rise from the ground. The people watching the fight realized that this technique was incredibly difficult and could not be taught to anyone. This skill proved to be extremely destructive, making everyone wonder about the young Monsoon's true capabilities. After all, the true skill of the Peng family, according to the young master, is the ability to fight against all odds and use strength in any situation. He realized that victory in this battle depended on the ability to fight despite any limitations. The place where the huge explosion had occurred was completely destroyed, and the brick floor was broken into small pieces, showing how powerful the equipment was. The brothers met each other's eyes, assessing their skills. At first, the young owner was confused, but now he understood why they were urgently brought together. Apart from Dehake, all the important family members had gathered here to see who would become the new head. Yesterday at the table, they had agreed that uniting the Peng family members around one of the contenders would be a difficult task. Everyone had to follow whoever was chosen as a result of this competition. That is why today's fight was strongly initiated by the second master, who was already preparing for a possible defeat. The second master agreed with Monsoon's words, but the fight was not over yet, and he intended to fight with all his might. The fourth master took responsibility and promised his brother that he would show what he could do in this battle. Meanwhile, a chariot was approaching not far from them, heading toward the two guards. The guards did not want to accept strangers. They were offended that while the third and fourth heirs were fighting, they were just standing in the sun. They did not understand what kind of trade caravan was approaching them, and why it was moving in their direction. The caravan was so long that it raised even more questions, because the guards were not expecting guests to arrive. They stopped the caravan and demanded that its members introduce themselves and explain who they were. One of the boys on horseback introduced himself, explaining that it was their first time. "I am a young master from the Gimchok Traders Guild, and my name is Gim Onaman," he added, confirming his affiliation with the Venerable Guild. The enormous energy ball formed by the clash of swords gave the competition an epic and grandiose feel. The brothers confronted each other at the highest possible level, demonstrating all their skills. The battlefield was filled with sword maneuvers that merged into a single dance of battle, impressing everyone present. People turned their attention to the fourth heir, noticing that his speed had increased significantly, and he was as fast as the second heir. His technique resembled the lightness of a feather. His shimmering sword and the iron-teeth sword of the Raging Tiger were classic Peng family techniques that aroused the admiration of the onlookers. The warriors could not even believe that one of them was so good at martial arts, demonstrating a skill that was on the verge of perfection. The high-ranking officials realized that these young men had mastered all the techniques of their family, and they were especially impressed by the fourth heir. The second brother landed a powerful blow that caused him to fly to the side, but he quickly regained his position. The distance between them was considerable, but they all continued to demonstrate impeccable skill in combat. It was not just an amazing fight, but a real legendary duel that will go down in the history of the Peng family. The second master had almost exhausted his strength, feeling it gradually leaving him. In contrast, his younger brother seemed completely untired, continuing the fight with the same determination. Monsoon looked at the second heir and realized that this was indeed the most legendary fight of his life. But suddenly, the second master stopped suddenly, declaring that it was enough. He said that he would not pretend anymore, and his fiery aura filled the entire space around him. Swinging his sword, which seemed to cut through everything around him like fire, he showed his true power. Incredible energy surrounded the second master, and he decided that he would end it all now. He gathered all his strength, trying to impress the audience and create an unforgettable sensation. His younger brother, seeing the initiative, supported him, and people watching these techniques could not believe that such things existed. One of them had just created the Stan Soul Power Sword. It was a young master who was also ignited with a new energy so powerful that it even heated the air around them. Their confrontation was so powerful that Monsoon's colleagues began to worry, sensing the danger of this duel. They recalled how the young master had used this technique to kill on Shahan, using the sword of Stan's soul power and a piercing red lightning strike. A sword capable of creating an entire wall of souls, and piercing it with red lightning was a true miracle. The young master, burning with energy, looked at his brother and promised that he would do his best to win. The second master had been looking forward to this moment, and even the asphalt under his feet was beginning to boil from the fiery energy he was radiating.
And so they rushed at each other, ready to cross their swords in a decisive clash.
Their fight shone with new colors, and the energy of their duel exploded, filling the entire battlefield.
At this time, the head of the clan did not watch his children fight for the throne, but went to the cemetery, seeking peace.
He stood by the grave and remembered how he used to walk with the boy who was everything in his life. He remembered that beautiful boy with a book and a thirst for knowledge, who was always there for him.
But now there was only a brick plaque at that spot, testifying to a past that would never return.
The clan leader asked his advisor if his sons were still fighting. This was incredible for the head. Who would have thought that the younger brother would someday claim the position of head? And all of this is happening because Jin Hake was protecting Monsoon. If you recall, they also once fought for the right to become the head, and now history seems to be repeating itself. It seemed like the defeat was quite recent, but so much time has passed since then. Every time it rains, he recalls his fight with his brother, feeling mixed emotions. The head also remembered the fight very well, and these memories permeated him, causing him to smile slightly. He thanked Enzuyu for doing all the work for him. But Yanhu, his advisor, responded by asking him to shut up and focus on getting better. But suddenly, The clear sunny day turned into stormy weather, and lightning from the fight cut through the sky. The head and his advisor looked in astonishment in the direction from which the lightning came. They were not imagining it. It was red lightning, and it was the same wall of souls that his grandfather had shown him as a child. The head knew that Monsoon was interested in ancient manuscripts, but now he wondered if his son was trying to achieve what his father had failed to do. The clan leader asked his advisor if his sons were still fighting. This was incredible for the head. Who would have thought that the younger brother would one day claim the position of head? And all of this is happening because Jin Haik was protecting Musang. If you recall, they also once fought for the right to become the head, and now history seems to be repeating itself. It seemed like the defeat was quite recent, but so much time has passed since then. Every time it rains, he recalls his fight with his brother, feeling mixed emotions. The head also remembered the fight very well, and these memories permeated him, causing him to smile slightly. He thanked Enzuyu for doing all the work for him, but Yanhu, his advisor, responded by asking him to shut up and focus on getting better. But suddenly, the clear sunny day turned into stormy weather, and lightning from the fight cut through the sky. The head and his advisor looked in astonishment in the direction from which the lightning came. They were not imagining it. It was red lightning, and it was the same wall of souls that his grandfather had shown him as a child. The head knew that Monsoon was interested in ancient manuscripts, but now he wondered if his son was trying to achieve what his father had failed to do. He was not far away when he heard about the duel, and he immediately rushed over. The young master was happy to see him. The guest asked how their merchants were doing. Everything was fine. The situation had stabilized, and they had decided to pay more attention to supporting the Peng family. He opened a box that he was going to give to the young owner. It contained bijutidans, rare artifacts, each of which can provide 10 years of inner energy. This man had heard that the young owner was trying to create an independent structure, and decided to help him in this endeavor. Taking the box in his hands, Monsoon realized that it was a very valuable gift. He asked why he was receiving such a gift, promising to put it to good use. The trader was grateful to Monsoon for his kindness, and also brought several other things that could help in running the pavilion. The trader emphasized that he had remembered to check all these things and had heard about today's duel for the head position. This made him realize that the young owner had won, and the decision was made in favor of Monsoon. The merchant was happy to hear this, because now Monsoon was the head of the Peng family. Suddenly, the third owner runs in and exclaims with joy, "Little brother, where have you been? Share your joy with your big brother." He hadn't noticed that the young owner had visitors, but Monsoon decided to introduce them. "This is the young owner of the Kimjak Trading Group," he introduced the guest. Kimjak also introduced himself as Yongman from the trading group, and this immediately aroused his brother's interest. The fact is that the On family is in decline now. The influence of the Moran clan has weakened, and they want to take this chance to expand trade in North Hebei. This was a great idea for the merchant, and he could hardly believe that his older brother was interested in trading as well. They should talk about it in more detail. However, the third owner did not want to discuss trading at all, and could not believe that his brother really wanted to do it. Monsoon, noticing his hesitation, whispered in his brother's ear that this was a great opportunity for him to learn something new and expand his horizons. Of course, the young master organized this meeting to discuss all the details. A few days later, the Peng clan raised the tiger flag over their home, symbolizing a new stage in their history. All the warriors gathered to greet the new clan leader and celebrate this solemn moment. It was the head of the clan who stood in front and waited for the new heir who would become the head today. Today, his journey begins, and it was a moment that everyone was looking forward to. Monsoon walked along the high road, passing by all the legions of his army, accepting their tributes in confirmation of his leadership. The boy climbs the stairs to the pedestal, feeling the importance of each step. In his head, he hears words that sound like a bad dream. "Warrior, answer me. Who will be the last survivor?" The words of the demon that haunts him. He recalls his path from the very beginning of his existence to this moment, and how many difficult trials he had to go through. Along the way, he recalls the moment when his father gave him the name Pen, making him part of the family. As he climbs up, the boy realizes that all his efforts were not in vain. The father looks at the young heir, at the boy who was just a child recently, and now will become the head. Is the fourth heir ready to take responsibility for the future of the Peng family? Monsoon promises to lead the family on a true and stable path, vowing to fulfill this duty. He vows to protect the Peng family even in the next life if necessary. The clan leader approves of his promises and hands him a symbol of power, a tadema. The box is held out to the boy, and he receives the tadema directly into his hand, feeling its weight and significance. As part of his inheritance, he is also given the Sword of the Air, a symbol of power and protection. The warriors watch this solemn moment closely, realizing its significance. Musin himself did not expect such a gift from his father, as it was a special honor. The family heirloom, a red bone blade, is a real jewel for their entire family. The head of the clan emphasizes that one should not be surprised. Along with the status of the head, Musin receives this sword. This blade is given to him to protect the Peng clan, as a symbol of responsibility and strength. With its help, it must become a sword that will protect the clan from all enemies. Monsoon felt a lump in his throat and almost burst into tears as he realized the greatness of this honor. His father put his hand on his shoulder, giving him support and confidence. He addresses everyone present, officially announcing Musan as the new head of the Peng family, and this moment will be remembered forever. The brothers accepted him, the warriors supported him, and everyone shouted with one voice, "Glory to the new head!" Feeling the weight of the sword in his hands, Monsoon realized that it had been used by the leaders of the Peng family, and this sword was extremely heavy, just like his new responsibility. Unusually for a young master, he raised this sword up and solemnly declared that from now on he would do his best. His goal is to make their family invincible, to make their clan prosperous, and to make the people in it live well. And this is only the beginning of his journey, not the end. A few days later, Monsoon was walking down one of the book streets to an important meeting. Inside, he was already met by many hosts who wanted him to join the council. Monsoon thanked his uncle for the invitation and expressed his gratitude to everyone for the honor of taking the seat of honor. He began with a report on the state of the army, noting all the key points. Later, he began his conference with the army chiefs, where he addressed important strategic issues. Monsoon asked a lot of smart questions that a head of a family has to solve. His advisor watched the young master and was impressed by his quick wit and ability to react quickly to all situations. Monsoon was able to easily manage both combat and words, setting the right tone for the discussion. The test was passed. He could be trusted with the family. The representative who was responsible for the army report waved his hand, recognizing that Monsoon was going to change the family's fighting traditions. He was amazed that the new head had decided to abandon some of the established practices to adapt the family to modern requirements. "Our family has been pushed out of the top 5 strongest, not only because of the Stand-Soul Sword of Power," said Monsoon. "We need to say goodbye to all the outdated techniques and replace them with ones that are in line with modern progress." The second host asked Musang what techniques he wanted to replace in the family's combat system. Monsoon replied that many Peng family warriors use cold steel, and he plans to remove the restrictions on access to the Yangsogak library, allowing even those without their blood to use all the resources. Even members of the Tan family will be able to use this knowledge depending on their bloodline. "If we don't get rid of this relic of the past, the Peng family will always be inferior to others," concluded Monsoon, emphasizing the need for change. "We need change until the family can cope with the difficulties," continued Monsoon, emphasizing the need for reform. Suddenly, a young man ran into the room, apologizing for interrupting the conversation. He had an urgent message for the clan leader that needed to be delivered immediately. Everyone present began to worry, trying to understand what kind of urgent message could have disrupted their meeting so much. After reading the message, Monsoon became visibly nervous as several armed men in black were seen approaching the meeting place quickly. There were about 60 of them, which meant a possible threat of attack. The men in black were probably from the Demon Squad, which caused even more anxiety among those present. Up until this point, the demon sect hadn't made itself known, and this seemed rather strange, raising suspicions. "The head will take care of everything," they reassured him, but advised him to be careful because it could be a trap. Back to these people who seemed very strange. A group of 3 people walked along the trail, approaching the meeting place, attracting attention with their strangeness. They finally reached Hebei, although there was still a long way to go. The younger boys walking behind the old man complained of fatigue and wanted to find a place to rest and drink. The old man stopped, listened to the wind, and noticed that it seemed they were in for an unexpected encounter. And indeed, the wind whistled, and suddenly soldiers appeared, surrounding them on all sides. The soldiers took the people into a ring, intending to interrogate them and find out their intentions. One of the warriors approached the old man and noticed that he had keen hearing and eyesight for his age. It was the head of the Wind Demon Squad, Ma Ying, who was considered the first and third blade of the Soul Alliance, if he was not mistaken. The old man noticed that the warriors were emanating powerful energy, and he asked curiously who the efforts were directed at. Was it not the Peng family? Ma Ying replied that he wanted to use the old man as a bait to get to Chihong, and that his plans were non-negotiable. "But you don't need to know that," he said, stalling for time and pointing his sword charged with demonic energy at the old man. The old man realized it was a trap. He smiled, comparing the Hebei tigers to dogs, and decided to take off his mask. The warriors who were coming to meet the Hebei tiger watched in amazement as the old man took off his mask, saying that they could see the real one. The amazed warriors saw that the mask was made of human skin, and the man known as the strongest in the world was standing before them. "If you have heard the legends about me, then do not let your guard down, because the strongest man in the world is standing right in front of you," he said. looking at them menacingly. Only those personally chosen by Hong can become members of this order, strictly following the traditions of Keonam. These warriors are obsessed with the art of using cold steel, and their fighting spirit is incomparable. They are led by Do Hong himself, one of the 3 most powerful warriors who fights for the title of the strongest. The moment the mask was ripped off, the attacker realized that he had messed with someone he should have avoided. He planned to kill several members of the alliance to provoke chaos, but something went wrong.
How did he even get here? This old man should have taught his children to hold a sword a long time ago, not to interfere in the affairs of warriors.
Hearing his opponent's words, De Hong just laughed, as if he had heard a long-known joke. He had come to sanctify the tiger with his gaze, but on the way he met only miserable insects. His journey was not in vain, although he did not catch a large prey. But the encounter with the pack of young men spurred him on to action. By activating his demonic illusion, the old man made the man feel as if he was facing death itself, his gaze piercing the soul, turning it into prey. The atmosphere suddenly became so heavy that his soldiers could not take a step, as if they were paralyzed. They fell one by one without even engaging in combat. But their battle was interrupted when the historian appeared, boldly addressing them. Who could dare to do such a thing? Suddenly a horse rode right into the battlefield, kicking up a cloud of dust. And it was the tiger himself in person. The enemy looks at him and does not realize what kind of beast is in front of him. The old man instantly realizes that he has met the tiger earlier than he expected, and this makes him change his plans. The barbarians, seeing the tiger's blade, realize that they had better run away while they still have the chance. The young master arrives at the scene to find out how the clan's demons dared to set foot on the territory of the Pong family. He swings his sword to harm his enemies and teach them to respect his authority. But their leader suddenly disappears, moving to another point, avoiding the blow. The warriors notice him climbing a high mountain, intending to observe the events from above. Using his demonic techniques, he prepares to attack the head of the Peng clan himself from the mountain, like a predator waiting for its prey. His goal is to assess how strong this master is and see if he can withstand his mighty power. As he watches from the top, he sees the battle between the demonic sect and the warriors of the Peng clan gathering momentum. The young master skillfully deals with his enemies, smashing them one by one like cracking nuts. However, when he looks up, he notices the old man, who is terrifying with his eyes alone. The owner felt a cold fear grip him as he recognized the familiar face. It was the same old man, the head of the alliance, from his memories. But what was he doing here? The young master's thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected attack from a warrior who rushed at him with a sword. The attacker swung, trying to inflict a fatal blow that would have ended the master's life. However, the young master easily repelled this attack with his sword, as if he had incinerated the mosquito with fire. Judging by the techniques, these soldiers belonged to the Wind Demon squad, so he needed to deal with them as soon as possible to finally meet the head of the alliance. He rushed at this scoundrel who dared to attack him, deciding to quickly finish off the enemy. They clashed swords, and the enemy barely deflected his powerful blow, feeling incredible pressure. The young master realized that he had to act even more forcefully, and his crushing attack fell upon his enemies. They could not understand how this young warrior could be so powerful. The head of the demonic alliance watched the battle from the sidelines, amazed at the young master's extraordinary strength. Hong's daughter decided to just watch from the top of the mountain as they fought, not interfering in the battle. They shouldn't have waited for help. They had to find a way to act on their own. However, the young master cut everything in his path with his incredible strength, and some of them, seeing his techniques, began to run away in panic. They pushed off the ground and began to retreat immediately, trying to escape. One of them, taking a desperate step, activated 3 gusts of demonic wind, directing an attack at the host. The attack was quite strong, creating a whirlwind around him. But for the clan leader, it was just a game. He managed to create a hurricane with a single sword strike at the point where he directed his power. His opponent could not believe that his technique, which he considered a masterpiece, was dispelled with such ease. This guy was much stronger than their entire army. Even the most powerful warriors of the demon clan would not have been able to withstand him, but the young clan leader had destroyed them ruthlessly. The young master looked at his sword, feeling proud, for this blade made of red bone was a true divine weapon. It deserved to be called divine, because no one survives a collision with it. Some of the warriors who survived the battle began to run away, realizing that their fate was already sealed. But the guy, quickly maneuvering around the perimeter, ruthlessly destroyed them one by one. He crushed his opponents, literally trampling them into the ground, leaving them no chance of escape. When he caught one of them, he declared that he would not escape, because death had already overtaken him. He wanted to show the servants of the Wind Demon their fatal mistake. He lifted the head of the leader of their group and coldly said that he was already dead. The master had ordered them to surrender, or they would all die, and they had no other choice. The soldiers looked at each other and realized that they had only one way out. They knew what to do in such a situation. These scoundrels activated the self-sacrifice technique, which illuminated everything around them with a purple light, and the young master found himself right in the center of the action.
This technique meant that they were all about to explode, causing a huge explosion that could destroy everything around them.
The master glanced towards his soldiers to warn them of the danger, because these scoundrels were about to explode and they had to retreat immediately. These traitors staged a mass suicide, which was an extreme form of madness. The head of the alliance was watching and realized that it would soon be over if they exploded. His old ears might not be able to take it. The warriors could not believe that it looked like this, the pinnacle of martial arts. But coming down from the top, Do Hong managed to prevent the explosion. The head of the Peng clan looked up and realized that it was still the same former head of the alliance. The young master then ordered the capture of all these cultists to learn more about their intentions. Soon after, he returned to his main center, pondering the events. He was not alone. He took with him the head of the alliance, who still could not forget these events. He said that the Wall of Souls was not that important, but he was very ashamed of everything that had happened. Yet, watching the head of the alliance, the young master realized that they knew each other. In his past life, the head of the alliance taught him many arts, and that's why he nicknamed him the King of the Sword. It is a great honor for our host to meet Do Hong again in this life. The former head of the Peng clan asked Do Hong what the purpose of his visit was. Was he here to visit his young master? And it turned out that he was, for the old man had not visited them for many years, and much had changed in that time, and the old man himself looked much stronger. The former head of the Peng clan invited the old man to feel at home, to recuperate and rest, and Monsoon would keep him company. Du Hong noticed that they were trying to keep him as a teacher, and he was interested. But having assessed the young man's skills, he realized that he could really use a teacher. Do Hong turned to Monsoon and ordered him to come along with him. The young man was shocked by this order, realizing that the master would teach him again. When he met Master Do Hong face to face, the young master was even a little shy, feeling the greatness of this warrior. The old man, taking up his sword, emphasized that as the head of the Peng clan, he must always be ready for anything. Pulling his sword out of its sheath, the old man decided to have a duel with the young man to test his strength. Without hesitation, Monsoon expressed his desire to attack first, and the old man led him, watching as the nimble boy swiftly rushed to attack. Noticing the spark of determination in Monsoon's eyes, the old man realized that he was looking at a real rebel, full of confidence. Do Hong skillfully dodges the young opponent's blow without losing his cool. He just wants to evaluate the skills of this young man, to find out what secrets he is hiding. Having dodged the first blow, the old man continues to masterfully avoid attacks, as if playing with his opponent. After the third unsuccessful attack by the young man, the old man crouches down, swings his stick, and points it toward the boy, demonstrating his superiority. The boy managed to deflect the unexpected blow of the master, trying to keep his defense, showing his endurance. His reaction was quite good, especially for a young man, but the old man quickly found himself behind him. Suddenly, the old man activates his terrible technique, and the power of his energy fills the fight with unprecedented intensity. The boy sees many blades moving directly toward him. Of course, he expected something like this from Do Hong. Dodging the attack, the young hero maneuvers with incredible agility, deciding to change his tactics since the old man has already figured out his previous techniques. The boy dodges the blows like the wind, twisting the opponent's technique, and filling his sword with energy, he shines like lightning, rushing at the old man. The old man likes such fights because he has always preferred strong opponents to weak ones. The warriors watched the fight from the sidelines, and the head of the alliance was in a great mood, not believing his eyes at how skillfully he fought the guy. Indeed, the head of the alliance skillfully maneuvered, dodging blows and moving like the wind past the young man's attacks. He warned him that he would now strike much faster and spun in the air like a spinning top, preparing for a lightning attack. Having accumulated his energy, the old man mastered his technique, and the sword flew out of the cloud and almost pierced the boy. The force of the blow was so powerful that the boy was thrown to the side as if from an explosion. It was the first time in a long time that he was thrown to the side like that, and he broke all the barriers on his way. The warriors watching this fight could not believe that the training could be so tough. The head of the Peng clan stood up, shook himself off, and noticed that the wall he had crashed into had cracked as if it had been hit by a bomb. He wiped the spittle and blood from his face, deciding that he would attack again despite his wounds. The old man, seeing his persistence and perseverance, was pleased and allowed the boy to attack as long as he had the strength. The boy decided that he would fight until the old man recognized his skills. The head of the alliance, not supporting with words but only with actions, taught in practice, not in theory. He imitated his opponent's martial art to recognize his weaknesses, and directed these shortcomings against him. The warriors, observing the boy, noticed that although he fought desperately, his strength was still insufficient. For his own amusement, the head of the alliance began to hit the boy on the head every time he made a mistake. The boy knelt down in front of the head of the alliance because the blow was quite painful. The old man warned him that they would start by punishing every mistake with this kind of retribution. The warriors, seeing the old man about to give another slap to Monsoon, realized that this blow to the forehead is quite severe. They watched as the old man gave him a shulban, and the boy fell over on his back from the force of the blow. From early in the morning they practiced until late in the evening, starting over again and again. The head of the alliance, Murim, made the boy repeat everything endlessly, despite his fatigue. Soon the sun began to set, and evening shadows fell on the battlefield. Our hero was lying on the ground, exhausted from the battle, with a big bump on his forehead. An old man asked him if he was okay. The guy was looking at the sunset, and everything was fine. But at that moment, he was immersed in memories of his past life. Suddenly, he disappears from this place and moves to the time when he was a student of the head of the alliance. Back then, the old man used to beat him almost to death to achieve results and temper his spirit. The old man noticed that the boy was the first to smile after being beaten, and he liked it because he was looking at a real warrior, persistent and strong. Approaching the boy, the old man ordered him to stay where he was, putting his hands on his forehead. Touching with 2 fingers, the old man transferred his energy, which began to fill the young master's body, and he began to use the technique he had seen before. It was the sword of the iron teeth of the rampant tiger, a technique that could heal his wounds. The old man noted that the iron teeth sword of the raging tiger was an imitation of a great warrior's technique. Looking at the young man, the old man assessed him as very mature for his 20 years, but still understood that his path would be difficult. He should not boast, but walk this path steadily, and the old man knew what choice this young man would make. The old man stretches out his hand and hands the boy a tablet, emphasizing that he will have to establish a connection with the sword of the power of the walls of souls. If he fails, the tablet can be exchanged, as the head of the family also mentioned. The boy is grateful for the training, but realizes that this plate shows his affiliation with the Soul Blade Alliance. Having realized the value of this thing, the boy begins to rejoice, realizing that it opens up new prospects for him. He sincerely thanks the head of the alliance, Murim, for such a generous gift. When the soldiers saw the golden badge, they began to envy the boy, because only a few people in the world managed to get it. They knew that the owner of this golden token could ask for anything, even from the head of the alliance. The boy, realizing his situation, decides to take advantage of the opportunity and ask for one favor. Having noticed his trick, the old man realizes that he's a real hooligan with intelligence and wit. A few days later, the sign in the yard above the gate of Pendahek's pavilion was removed. The martial arts system that had been perfected was now available to all the squads training the Peng family's abilities. The traditional training path was systematized, and the elders continued their research. Il-Du and Du himself would be the teachers for the next 2 years, honing the martial art with the students. The old man, walking along with the boy, could not believe that this cunning young man had used the token for this very purpose. The boy asked the old man if he would be treated well here. The old man replied that we'll see next time, and he hoped that Monsoon would get fewer bumps when they met again. The young owner promised that the next time the old man came, he would be pleasantly surprised. After that, our hero went to the cave of the 5 tigers. It was time for a very important event in his life, and he put his hand to the stone gate. Activating his power, he sent an impulse to open the door. It was a place where only family heads and their heirs could enter. Everything in the cold cave was scattered. Books, including the Old Testament, were lying chaotically, giving the impression of an abandoned place. The owner, who was going his way, passed by this mess without stopping and continued to move forward. The walls of this cave were made entirely of black river stone, which gave the place a sense of gloom and mystery. There were sword marks on the walls, which not every intermediate-level master could do. This showed the incredible skill with weapons that had been passed down in the Peng family. He approached one of the walls and put his hand on it, as if trying to feel its hidden power. Recalling the old man's words about the need to unite himself with the sword of power, he realized that if the spirit of the wall did not respond, he should simply exchange that plate. Looking around him, he realizes that this place holds traces of the first head of the family's progress, and the insights he gained in the later years of his life. With the introduction of the 5 techniques, the number of possible options has increased to 10, and he begins to realize that this brings him closer to the Iron Teeth Sword of the Ravenous Tiger. The Iron Teeth Sword of the Raging Tiger will become the new technique of the Peng family, and Chulho will teach their warriors while the boy is in isolated training. And now in this cave he stands alone in front of a wall that seems to hide the key to his future path. Picking up his sword, he swung and performed a technique that shone with bright light. The energy rushed toward the wall, as if trying to reveal its secret. The boy noticed that there were no visible marks on the wall, and realized that this was not just an imitation. He had to understand the deeper meaning of this test. This is only the beginning of his stone test, which awaits him in this gloomy cave. It has been 2 years since he trained in solitude in this cave, hardening his body and spirit. His body has changed, becoming a perfect tool for wielding a sword, and his skill has reached new heights. He even learned to cut through a drop of water in which he saw his reflection, demonstrating absolute control over the sword. The tiger technique was breaking out, and it seemed as if the tigers that broke free from his sword were trying to attack him. The boy actively destroyed these illusions, proving his worthiness to the technique he had mastered. But standing in front of his own reflection, he realizes that this is still not enough to achieve perfection. He notices some old books lying untouched and sees that someone has left him a box, as if it were a clue to his future path. Picking up one of the scrolls, he decides to read it, believing that it might be an important letter with a hint or instruction. In the letter, written by Gawal, he saw words that assured him that the main house had not been harmed during the time he was in the cave. This news brought him great relief. Tang Hua Ren and Mugak from Shaolin said they would also join the isolated training, giving him more confidence in his own abilities. When he opened another scroll, he saw a letter from the head of the family, immediately recognizing the handwriting, which he knew well. In this letter, the head of the family wrote that he had fulfilled his duty when he wrote these lines, hinting that the young master should follow his destiny. The young master pondered the words of the letter, realizing that he too would have to fulfill his duty and do what was right, as required by the family's honor. He realized that his task was to bring the fruits of his efforts and present them to the head of the family for judgment. A year later, after 3 years of training, he reached the last wall of transcendence, feeling that he was approaching the end of his journey. He believed that he had done his best, but deep down he felt that he was wrong. A part of his heart remained blocked, preventing him from achieving full insight and completing his mission. And he does not fully understand whether he has truly comprehended the power of the iron teeth sword of the raging tiger. Or perhaps he was defeated by an inner demon hiding inside him. He calls out to this demon, demanding that it come out of the darkness and appear before him. A bloody hand emerges from the darkness, as if reaching for him from the past. It was a corpse, the lifeless remains of his former days, from which he could not escape. He came face to face with himself from a past life that seemed long forgotten. He invites this personality to start the battle right now, without delay. His dark self asks if he wants to ask him a question that torments his heart first. But if such questions do not matter to him, then only in battle can he find true meaning, his dark side declares. Monsoon quickly grabs his sword, ready to confront the dark personality, and instantly deflects its unworthy blow directed against him. He realizes the gravity of the situation he is in, feeling the pressure hanging over him. The great law of the great tiger's defense protects his mind, but the one standing opposite him has no less power. His dark personality activated a power he hadn't known before. It was an incredible technique that had helped him in his past life. But can this technique help him in his battle with himself in this reality, where the stakes are much higher? In this competition, he will either become a winner or die, surrendering all positions to his own fear. The battle with oneself seems strange and incomprehensible, but it is the most difficult of all. It is only in such battles that the truth of human nature, its true strength and weakness, is revealed. Every day we compete with ourselves to face a new day, overcoming doubts and fears. Our habits and the dark side often lead us to defeat, but by sticking to the right path, we overcome these difficult trials in spite of everything. Likewise, the characters in this manga fight with themselves to win and unlock their hearts, to open up new opportunities for the future. This opens the way to incredible strength, and his dark personality, seeing these techniques, is amazed at his skill. The guy deals a serious blow to his former personality. Feeling the excitement of this fight, the dark personality declares that this is just a technique for fun. But this is not the end. At this moment, our hero accumulates lightning in his sword, preparing for a decisive blow. Like an arrow, he throws this lightning at his dark personality, trying to finally destroy it. The lightning pierces the body of the old self, symbolizing the farewell to the unworthy way of life. The dark personality hits a stone, leaving only a tiger's footprint behind, and says that the sword of iron teeth of the raging tiger cannot be broken so easily. She asks if this technique was the white tiger that jumped nearby. The boy, noticing the complexity and beauty of the technique, admits that it was a truly remarkable achievement. He wonders if he could defeat the heavenly horse with this skill, to which his dark personality replies, "The head of the demon sect is strong, but he is only human. Did you know that?" "Yes, I am aware of this fact," the boy replies, recalling how they met and how this truth was revealed. His dark personality points a finger at him, dissolving like sand. All the laws of battle that he had developed now belonged to him alone, and at that moment, his dark personality disappears, crumbling into ashes. It was a majestic ending. The boy had overcome himself, gaining an inner victory. Feeling the presence of the heavenly lotus, which opens only when the level of transcendence is reached, he realizes the greatness of his achievement. Realizing that the time has come to act, he goes out, saying goodbye to the past and leaving behind everything that has hindered his development. Moving forward, the guy realizes that everything he has experienced has become a huge achievement for him, opening up new opportunities and horizons that previously seemed unattainable. One moonlit evening, voices kept ringing in the establishment, and only the lanterns flickered softly, creating a mysterious atmosphere. The young owner's deputy tried unsuccessfully to cope with the documents he was assigned, because the monsoon was still in the cave. Chun Hyuk was sent instead. Come to think of it, the young master of the Namhood family came to deliver a letter, and his name was Hek. He wanted to meet the young master in person, but when he learned about his training, he was disappointed. But that same moonlit night, the deputy received important news, but because it was late, he didn't want to hear it. But it was different, and it meant that the young master had finally returned. The deputy reacted quickly to this information. If he is in the yard now, bring him here immediately. The young master was just climbing the stairs to the main house of the Peng clan. The deputy and the swordsman could not recognize him when they saw Monsoon. He looked completely different, as if he had become a different person. When he arrived, he paid his respects, apologizing to the head for his late visit. Looking at him, the clan leader realized that this young man had actually worked hard and achieved great success. Despite his tired appearance, the young master had something important to demonstrate. Picking up his sword, he showed a new power that surrounded the blade, radiating invisible energy. His incredibly precise movements reflected a skill of a completely different level, and his sword technique filled every corner of the space around him with incredible power. He was able to illuminate even the darkest night with his power. It was simply incredible. Was his son really able to achieve this? A huge energy wave rose into the sky above the village, blinding everyone around. After this line of fire died down, the dust did not subside for a long time, enveloping everything around. The clan leader saw that the technique demonstrated by the young master was not at all like what he had seen in the cave of the 5 tigers. It looked as if the monsoon had created a new technique. The head asked if this technique had a name. The young master smiled and replied that yes, it had a name. This technique is called the Resolute Sword of the 5 Tigers, he said proudly. From now on, instead of the Iron Teeth sword technique, the Peng family would use this new technique. Tears appeared in his father's eyes. He did not expect such a success from his son and proudly said so. After a long stay in the cave, it was time to have a good meal. The food flew off the table so fast that the young master, hungry after a long journey, ate bowl after bowl. Even though it was late, Gavel, even without an experienced cook, prepared many delicious dishes and showed her culinary skills. He missed all these people very much, and while he was away, the food became even more delicious than he remembered. The third heir apparent, who is now studying under Kim Jok, is trying to run the family business, and he informs the young owner about it. Chohun also reports that there have been several unexpected attacks since the fall of the Yang family. The young owner asked what these unexpected attacks were, and why he hadn't been warned about what was happening, to which he was told that the head had ordered him not to interfere with his training. Nevertheless, the Peng family was able to stop all the attackers, and the Tiger Squad assembled by the young master played an important role in the defense. Since the Peng family's Tiger Squad is a symbol of their strength, young Master Chul Ho killed the head of the Yang family's deputy. He made a decisive and victorious maneuver that put an end to this battle forever. After he had eaten, the young master acknowledged that Chohan had done a great job, but that success would not have been possible without persistent training. According to Chohan, the Peng family's confidence in their strength has increased significantly, and they have become much stronger. It was a great relief for the Peng family, and they will soon gain new strength. Monsoon realizes that he must go to the training ground to check the situation and demonstrate his skills. The next day, the warriors trained hard from early morning, honing their skills. The key to success is constant training and practice. Swinging their swords, they perfected their new skills, and the young leader of Peng rejoiced at their every move. His close observation was interrupted by a man who addressed him. This man explained that they had not returned to the alliance, and that the training of children was rewarded differently, and they had decided to stay a little longer. The young master left them here, and they still asked if the Solman wanted to see another master. Despite the fact that they were worried about this city, he had been waiting for a long time to meet him. The warriors looked at him and could not understand what level the young master had reached, because no one could determine his level of cultivation. Realizing his power, the young master went to another master. The other master received him in his room, and at that moment he was attentively reading a book. Together with his brother, they sat down at the table, and the other master opened the book. They both looked at it, trying to understand what it said. And yet, afterwards, Monsoon admitted that he had done well to leave the battle pavilion on them.
If his brother trusts him, he will never let him down.
But it's not over yet. There are still marks from the blows on the wall of the 5 game. If they can learn this technique, they will get a great result, and the second master began researching. Monsoon, on the other hand, is not worried because he has seen his brother put their battle pavilion back on its feet. However, he leaves his brother because he has to prepare to leave, and so he leaves. The brother understands his condition, because he has many responsibilities after his stay in the cave. The young owner asks his brother to take care of the house while he is gone. The second owner can handle this without any problems. The main thing that Monsoon has to do is to take care of himself. After a while, the young man went to a town called Naken. He passed by the shop where he used to walk with Hua Ren and felt that he had to be somewhere nearby. The soldiers around him began to bustle, sensing something important was coming. At that moment, the young master did not realize that he was being followed. One of the warriors ran up to his friend and told him that Monsoon had appeared here, and they had been looking for him all this time. But the moment they found him, the soldiers suddenly rushed to attack. All this time, Monsoon was unsuspecting, but suddenly he heard movement behind him. He turned around sharply, and it was then that a vase was thrown in his direction, which he caught with lightning speed. Someone wearing green boots approached him, loudly clomping on the sand. It was Namgun Haik, who was happy to meet his brother Monsoon, whom he had not seen for a long time. Next to him was the monk Mugak. Suddenly, a strong wind rose, and all the people around them began to fuss, trying to protect themselves from its sudden strength. The friends of our hero noticed that the monsoon had reached a new level, but they could not determine its power, even approximately. The young master felt that Namgun Haik would soon reach transcendence, as he had predicted. Soon the monk hurried to come between them. They were to go to Nakyang and then head to Sangcheon. Who would have thought that the battle would begin here? He stood between them, proclaiming, Amitabha. All this was interesting, but it was time to enjoy the food and go to the restaurant. The dumplings were divinely delicious, with a flavor that surpassed even the family recipe. Namgun Haik was grateful for such a satisfying meal. But all the host needed was satisfaction. They noticed that one of them had many bottles, but only one was non-alcoholic. They planned to drink the rest in Hanshin. This liquor is called airing. They poured it for the young master, and he liked it very much. Mugak didn't drink from a glass. He quickly took a drink directly from the bottle, wasting no time. Haik asked the young man if he had ever been to MANHUA before. They both replied that they hadn't, and then the Namgun boy invited them to visit Mount Huangho together on their way to Sancheon, assuring them that it wouldn't take long. It was impossible to refuse such an offer because it was really very tempting. It is known that a master with incredible abilities lives on the mountain where the 24 Plum Blossom sword technique is trained, and that he also has a teenager living with him. We are transported to this place, where the warriors were marching one after the other, keeping in line. They followed the trail that pointed to the right place and decided to take turns entering the cave. Once inside, they felt the coldness of the cave and the darkness hanging over them. When they went further, they saw a terrible scene, a dried-up corpse holding a man by the neck. The man greeted the young masters, who bravely approached him. If they were students of the swordmaster, he was glad to see them. Soon one of the soldiers stabbed his sword into the ground. He was the last one left alive. Thinking that he was the only survivor, his younger brother was able to escape, leaving him bewildered but hopeful that his brother would make it to the top. This man and the teenager had defeated all the warriors, leaving only one alive. As he approached him, he looked at the warrior and realized that he wanted a tasty snack. Soon they came to the mountains, where a beautiful view opened up, but the air was filled with the smell of blood. The master could smell it from afar and was alarmed. She wondered how these mountains could smell like blood. They set out to follow the smell that led them. When asked where they were going, the young master did not answer until they found a bloody warrior on the ground. His clothes showed that he was a disciple of the Hua sect, who was lying seriously wounded. After examining his body, they noticed that it was not just a cut or even an ordinary wound. It was a sword-like technique that had almost killed this young man. Monsoon gave him a pill that was supposed to stop the internal bleeding, and the warrior was supposed to regain consciousness. When he opened his eyes, the warrior began to ask them who they were. Introducing himself as Peng Song from the Peng family, the young man asked him what had happened, why he looked so bad. But the warrior only asked him to help his older brother. The brothers were trapped on the other side of the cave and needed help. Haik realized that this young man would not last long without help, so he decided to monitor his condition while he and the monk checked the situation. The maniac playing with his victim in the cave noticed that these warriors were different from the foreign bastards. The warrior, looking at this master, realized that it was he who had arranged this, slowing down the trail to lure everyone. But they were much slower. It turned out that this rascal had purposely left a trail to lure them in, because from the beginning his goal was human life force, which has internal energy. Because of this, he did not kill them immediately, but controlled the flow of blood by taking the young warrior by the head. He pointed his hand at him and began to radiate incredibly strong energy. But the young man tore the enemy's hand from his head with his sword, preventing him from realizing his plan and destroying himself. The dungeon master jumped aside, asking why such a miserable creature was stalling for time with his weak movements. But the warrior shouted that this was his way as a warrior, and he would not give up. Like the Hua plum flower that blooms even during the harshest winter, He will fight for his sect and will not stop. The cave master was curious to see how his mouse was trying to escape from him, and he noticed that this warrior had a rather long tongue for such a weak person. But the young man attacked him with a technique of the plum family called the Flower of Swords. Pointing his sword, he tried to destroy the unworthy master with thousands of blows. However, this rascal repelled all his attacks, easily breaking each one and approaching the warrior. He asked him not to waste his energy, because he wanted to enjoy a delicious snack. Grabbing the warrior's neck again, he warned him not to waste any more energy so as not to reduce his meal. All these actions were aimed at luring the main prey that this master was waiting for out of the cave. He understood that if all 8 of his disciples disappeared, the sect's sword master would definitely come to deal with it. Holding the warrior's neck, the master was about to taste his intense inner energy. But suddenly the warrior began to charge his sword with internal energy, preparing to use it. The cave master was angry that the warrior was wasting his energy, making himself less tasty, and he threw him into the wall with all his strength, breaking the stone layer of the cave. Taking his disciple, he decided to postpone the meal, ordering the warriors to stop the bleeding and lock them in the dungeon. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful blow swept past him, filling the cave with explosive energy. It was Monsoon and the monk who burst into battle with this cave rascal. The cave master had noticed that he had been visited by these rascals, and he did not expect to see Peng Monsoon himself here. If it was really them, then it was great, because there were still many battles to come with the Poison Demon and Wind Demon warriors who were determined. Monsoon looked at the maniac and realized that he had lost his mind, and said that he and the monk would kick his ass. However, watching them, the maniac felt confident in their words. The monk said that the master from the cave was a real scoundrel, and asked why he did this to the people outside. But for the maniac, it was incredibly delicious, so he just threw them away because he was bored with them. The monk was filled with power, enraged by this scoundrel, and asked Monsoon for permission to torture him. It would be difficult because this rascal looked quite strong. But despite this, the monk was ready to tear him to pieces. However, the maniac looked at the monk, seeing him as a great prey. The moment the monk filled with his energy and jumped over the maniac, he decided to wipe that desire and smile off his face forever. Mugak struck at the cave maniac, but he skillfully dodged, not believing that the monk was using such a deadly fist. He looked at the funny monk, who seemed incredibly tasty to him. The rascal slashed his claws at the monk, striking with demonic energy. Mugak felt blood start to flow from his hand and lacerations appeared on it. Landing on the ground, he grabbed his hand, feeling incredible pain. The rogue beast that had struck him began to lick his hands, stained with the monk's blood, noting that he was appetizing. Mugak realized that the enemy in front of him was a real crazy bastard. Despite his wounds, the monk decided to see how this cave scoundrel would laugh when he was torn to pieces. Monsoon stood aside and the warriors paid attention to him, feeling a huge pressure coming from him, which made them unable to even move. One of them ordered to kill Muson and not to stand there with his arms folded. The guy did not even move his hand when his enemies attacked him. He just looked at them with his eyes, doing nothing. And the moment they attacked him and surrounded him, the red light of his energy began to emanate from him. His incredible power scattered these villains everywhere, killing them on the spot. The young master felt even more confident, realizing that he had no equal. After all, he had not made a single move to scatter these fools, and there was not a single drop of blood on him after he had dealt with them without any effort. He warned the rest of the warriors, looking at them, not to expect an easy death. The leader of the warlords, standing behind him, wondered what he could do to defeat this powerful opponent. He grabbed 2 of his warriors by the neck, holding them with both hands. He began to suck out their life energy, filling his veins with it. After that, he throws his exhausted soldiers to the ground and confidently walks forward. These warriors are now ready to sacrifice their lives for the sake of victory and honor. Suddenly, all the soldiers surrounding the young master begin to burn with demonic energy. Watching this, the young master realizes that perhaps a demonic explosion is about to occur. The bodies of the soldiers are filled with demonic energy, which seems to echo from them, threatening to explode. So the boy picks up his dagger, preparing for action. He makes decisive stabs right at them, trying to stop this explosion. After everything has been cleared, he notices that the main culprit of this battle is not visible. Moreover, the enemy seemed to have dissolved into darkness, but his energy began to pulsate from different directions, and a voice echoed through the cave, recognizing that Monsoon was stronger than all of them. However, the young boy cannot have more internal energy than them, and suddenly warriors from all sides grab our hero's hands. Putting their demonic hands on him, the enemies began to suck the energy out of him. They felt the incredible power in his vital energy, and realized that by taking it away, they could overcome all obstacles. To steal someone else's blood through the secret wheel of the demonic void, you need to have powerful inner energy. But how could this rascal speak, they thought, when they cast their spell on the boy? However, our hero began to radiate red energy, not allowing the villains to think that they would succeed. His inner energy was many times, even thousands of times stronger than all of them combined. The scoundrels who put their hands on him could not even take them away, realizing that he was standing still on purpose to catch them. They could not even imagine how great his power was. The energy they tried to take away from Monsoon turned against them. At that moment, they fainted, realizing that it was not easy to break the protective lock. The cave maniac, seeing the right and left generals destroyed in one fell swoop, was overwhelmed by Monsoon's power. But he could not be distracted, because the monk did not allow him to concentrate, constantly attacking. The monk was distracting the maniac all the while, not giving him time to rest. As he flew up, Mugak was about to activate the 70-second Shaolin art technique. Incredibly, all his strength began to concentrate in his body, and he activated his powerful diamond palm with 6 and 10 fingers. But the cave maniac immediately cut off all his palm strikes with a purple snake tooth. Like a puppeteer, he manipulated his dark energy, sending an infinite number of snakes toward the monk. The power was so great that even the defense could not hold them back. These snakes coiled around the monk, binding his arms and legs with their snake bodies. They tied him up so that he could not even move, and the cave maniac wanted to eat him. He drew the monk closer to him, looking him in the eye, and declared that it was the end, sticking out his tongue. But the monk, looking right at him, said that the real demon bastard had never heard of the iron headbutt. Of course, the maniac did not understand, preparing to strike with his claws. But the monk didn't hesitate to hit him in the head with his skull. The blow was so strong that all the maniac's equipment was shattered, and even his head began to bleed. After that, several blows of the monk in the face of the villain were very successful. The villain flew away with a broken forehead, broken teeth, and a bloody face. Falling to his knees before the monk, it was the end not for him, but for this demonic bastard. The monk, standing before the defeated enemy, proclaimed, "May you go to heaven, Amitabha." The demonic bastard could not believe that he was defeated and could not accept it. Soon, the monk struck an incredibly strong blow that should have killed the scoundrel through and through. Everything around them began to crack and collapse, and the rocks split right below them. It was an extremely powerful blow. Sweat was pouring out of Mugak after such a hard fight. Monsoon came up to Mugak and said that if he continued to fight like this, he would quickly die in this place. But the monk, looking at the guy lying on the ground, replied that he was much stronger than he looked. And at that moment, when he fought with this rascal, the monk felt that he had overcome his inner limit. Although he worked hard, soon came what would be called sape. After a fierce battle, he needed to recuperate. They went to the hospital to get treatment. Namgun Hek was happy for the boys. They did a great job. Although he was a little uncomfortable thinking about it, he was grateful that they had saved the people who were captured and those in the steam rooms. As they were enjoying delicious dumplings and resting after the battle, some warriors from the Hua sect came to them and asked how they were doing. They were fine, and everything was going well. But Namgong still asked if they had definitely gotten rid of the demonic rascals in the cave. The warriors confidently stated that all the enemies had been defeated, and admitted that the boys were simply incredible. Monsoon, in turn, boasted that it was not for nothing that he was called the Perfect Blade. However, even after the victory, something disturbed the young master, and he couldn't shake the thought that the demon sect was only part of what was really going on. Sect Master Henyu was meditating alone on a stone, but his meditation was interrupted by a disciple. The disciple said that the reason for the name 5 Sacred Peaks was of great significance. The group with our master climbed the mountain, hoping that there would be good food, but Namgun asked the monk to drink more tincture to heal his hand. Namgun gave the monk just water, but the monk was surprised because there was a wonderful liquor. But what kind of medicine if he had not yet recovered? However, the monk didn't like this approach to treatment, and said that Namgun was wrong. He should drink the medicine right away. Suddenly, our heroes stopped, and the warriors behind them also stopped, because one of the masters was looking down at them. Monsoon noticed the tide of energy slowly approaching. As they approached the entrance, Namgun noticed that Monsoon was acting strangely. He decided not to give in to his feelings and proceed with caution. When the soldiers were the first to enter, our lord stayed behind them. In front of them stood one of the dignitaries, the head, whom everyone greeted with respect. His name was Hua Kunrin Jinying, and he greeted everyone there with joy. He expressed his gratitude to the people who had saved not only the sect's disciples, but also other people. Namgun and Monsoon admitted that they were a little embarrassed by the gratitude, and asked not to go so far in showing gratitude. However, the head noted that if they had not intervened, the damage would have been much greater, and he believes that their help is irreplaceable. MANHUA will never forget their kindness and support. The head also heard that they were slightly injured, and if they are not in a hurry, they can stay on MANHUA as long as it takes to recover. The young master asked Namgun what would happen if they stayed here for a while and stayed a little longer. They decided to stay because nothing bad would happen from such a delay. The locals are going to celebrate the 90th birthday of the former head of the Tang family, and on this occasion there will be a retirement ceremony, which was announced on local signs that everyone noticed. Monsoon decided to play a joke on Mugak, recalling a past fight when he had distinguished himself with his iron headbutt. He suspected that something was wrong, perhaps jokingly insinuating that he was a little unintelligent. Mugak never thought he would use this technique in real combat, but who could have predicted that he would hit the demon bastard with his skull? One of the warriors warned the boys that they would be holding a memorial service in a few days and asked if they would join. The boys agreed to come. At a beautiful tree, the warrior said he would wait for them there and now advised them to rest. The plum blossoms were simply magnificent. They looked like a paradise from legends. They were just beginning to bloom, and the fruit was still far away. Monsoon felt that the holy sword was somewhere nearby, somewhere here. The boys moved away from Monsoon a few meters and did not understand why he was standing there, assuming that he was enchanted by the blossoming plum tree. A few days later, they arrived at the memorial service. The service was held in a shrine, not in the temple, because the head decided so. The soldiers were asked to go forward. The service was about to begin because many people had died because of the demonic sect. The young warriors held a memorial service in honor of the dead, playing a sad melody on their pipes. The head of the clan, Huang, placed signs with the names of the dead. This event created sadness in their hearts. MANHUA will always remember them. The head of the clan laid these souls to rest in peace and wished them a better afterlife. All the soldiers bowed their heads as a sign of respect for the dead. Looking at everyone present, the leader said that 67 souls had been unjustly taken by fate, and the demonic sect must be held accountable. He raised his sword in the air and announced that from today he was canceling the decree to close the flowering peaks of Mount Hua. This was incredible news because it meant only one thing. The rescinding of the decree was tantamount to the sect resuming its usual activities. Evil has begun to rear its head again, and there are signs that a great upheaval is coming. The masters of Mount Hua will raise their swords to destroy evil forever. All the warriors listening to the head's opinion accept it. The young master realizes that the actions of Mount Hua have become much more active than in the past. If the sect goes forward, they will gain a great advantage. A few days later, everything returned to normal. The monk, for example, began to eat much better. Namgun Hek trained with the soldiers, improving his skills, and the young master walked the streets of this beautiful place. One day, walking along the path, he hoped to meet the master today. He was sure that the master walked somewhere nearby every day, and this reassured him. Suddenly, an old man appeared in front of the young master, looking at him intently, and like the wind, he was right in front of him. The old man asked the young man what had attracted his attention so much. It was the Qichun Jin and Holy Sword. After introducing himself to the Holy Sword, the younger disciple greeted him with respect. The Holy Sword could not believe that this young man was not yet 30 years old, and had already attained transcendence. The master was amazed, as if he were seeing Chun himself, one of the greatest cultivators of his time. Surprisingly, the master invited the young man to walk with him, and the young man agreed without hesitation. They were heading to a mountain, climbing for a long time. On the way, they saw many flowering trees, which were simply amazing this year. Saint Sword said that he had been meditating at this place for a very long time, ever since he joined Mount Hua, and this place on the mountain was like another world. Recently, the old man noticed that his inner energy had begun to dissipate, which meant that his life's journey was coming to an end. In the past, the Holy Sword had disappeared into thin air after a great war against a faction, the young master recalled. He probably concealed his approaching death so as not to undermine the morale of the Union. As if through a fog, the young gentleman asked the old man how much longer he had left. Holding out his hand, the old man said, "The main point of life is that even the greatest petal will fall one day.
It has fully blossomed thanks to the legacy of its predecessors, accepts the weight of its life's journey, and will become fertilizer for future generations."
Looking at the beautiful tree, illuminated by a ray of light, the old man asked the young boy for forgiveness. Standing on the edge of the mountain, the old man said that he wanted Somun to receive his sword, and he would do so. This would be the last dance for the old man, he felt. He thanked the boy for his choice, and expressed his desire to have a few students present for this ceremony. The only thing the old man is worried about is his disciples, but what kind of disciples are they if they cannot continue to grow and become the first swords of Mount Hua? If they continue their development, they can become the strongest swords of Mount Hua. It is said that even a tiger appears if you say its name, and if not, you have to leave this place. A disciple of the elder, the Holy Sword, appears on the horizon. He climbed the mountain and shouted loudly to his teacher that he had come as he had asked. This disciple introduced himself as Ilhian, and he was pleased to meet the young master. After paying his respects, the young master introduced himself as Xiaomun of the Peng family. The student had heard a lot about him and his older brother, who were able to return because of him, for which he expressed great respect. Looking at Ilhian, Xiaomun felt that he had seen him somewhere before. The student asked the master to come back later because he saw that he had guests, but the master replied that it was better to focus on his training. The swordmaster asked So-moon if he would like to see his student's skills. Of course, Seo-moon agreed. Il-hyun took the sword and began to demonstrate the technique, and Seo-moon watched, realizing that he had seen these movements before. Looking more closely, he suddenly remembered this face from his past life. It might be impossible, but he recognized it. Just by seeing the technique, the young master immediately realized that it was the drunken flower sword from his past life. He could feel the enthusiasm and power in Il-hyun's technique, and he could not believe that he was the same pathetic drunkard from the past. The one who had been a disciple of the Holy Sword had died a lonely death on an unknown battlefield. The Holy Sword said that this boy had miraculously survived in a village that had been destroyed after being attacked by demonic sectarians. Holy Sword found him, took him here, and raised him. In his opinion, Il-hyun was a very valuable and talented student. However, Il-hyun was not soft-hearted. He was often deep in thought, and he was very concerned about whether he would be able to live well after the master left. At a young age, Il-hyun mastered complex sword techniques that other masters spend a lifetime practicing to reach a similar level. He is eager to prove his talent on his own, and his 24 words of the plumed swordsman technique is truly remarkable. This guy is a gifted person who is capable of incredible achievements. But instead of using his potential in his previous life, he wasted himself on alcohol. Now this young man looks completely different, full of hope. The death of the Holy Sword revealed his weakness, and out of his soft heart, drunken flower sword emerged. Doesn't Il-hyun need time to accept this news? It will be a big shock for him when Master leaves. Like a flash of lightning, this thought awakened some reflection in the Master. The next night, illuminated by the moonlight, everyone gathered for an important event. The Holy Sword spoke very important words. Tonight will be the last time I will raise my sword. These words stunned everyone present, like a wave washing over the shore. They sounded quite abrupt. Peng Monsoon stood right in front of him, knowing that this night he would receive the Holy Sword. The people around him knew little about this young man, but would Peng Monsoon be able to stand up to his teacher? Everyone present could watch, but it was decided that what would happen tonight would remain a secret. The warriors promised to keep it in memory, and the old man, holding his sword, decided to demonstrate his skills. The battle began. Looking at the incredible strength, Monsoon saw the old man create a barrier to block the waves and noise that would arise after their blows. With the 24-part technique, under the magnificent fragrance of flowers, the old man began to demonstrate his techniques one by one. He chose not to confront them with the usual techniques, but instead used a new technique of the Pong family, the 5-stance resolute sword. When Monsoon's colleagues heard about this technique, they were amazed because no one had ever seen it before. The old man used the smiling power technique, which sounded like music from afar. This technique, like the wind in the field, was used today. The boy cut this wind, demonstrating that everything is possible. The soldiers watching were amazed that he repelled the attack with just one glance. Monsoon's incredible speed was impressive in its effectiveness. He had reached a certain level through solitary meditation. The old man watching him used the blossoming plum technique and filled his sword with his aura. A sphere of pure energy exploded from his sword, and the plum blossom earth salt technique was flawless. Tension could be felt in the air as everything swirled with incredible power and headed towards Musin. Incredible technique filled the air, and the scent of plum blossoms was intoxicating. Monsoon pushed himself off the ground, deciding to counter this attack. Pointing his sword, the head of the Peng clan rushed into battle like an angry beast. He pointed his legendary sword and cut the enemy's equipment in half. Only pink ash remained from the petals of the blossoming plums. After dispelling the magic, he rushed forward, for this time he intended to attack first. The sudden attack made the ground tremble, and the old master had already expected it. They crossed their swords in a fierce duel, opposing each other with all their might. Their blows were so powerful, and their opponents so strong that the ground split beneath them. Mugak, observing Monsoon's skill, saw the Peng family's new art. Holy Sword, in turn, noted that the boy was not inferior to the blossoming plum technique, and this art was unsurpassedly beautiful. After they attacked, the old man barely had time to retreat, but he rushed back to attack, seeing no other chance for action. The incredible power of the old man's technique overwhelmed the young master. However, he was focused only on the battle. He raised his hand, and plasma energy swirled around it, releasing a rapid charge. The 5 tigers' martial arts clashed in battle against the winter-surviving plum blossom, and a bright light flashed across the battlefield. Soon, the entire world was overwhelmed by the incredible power of this strike. Without wasting any time, the young master used the Fist of the Lord's Victory. But the old man sliced through his aura with a single movement and repelled the attack. It all came down to the fact that the old man was flawless, and a dazzling energy was surging from his eyes. A deadly beam flashed with fierce power on his arm, but even then, the old man did not give his young opponent a chance. He used the sunlight-depleting plum blossom technique, and an aura lit up around the old man. All of this accumulated in his sword to deliver an incredibly powerful blow. Like a dance with the deep fragrance of a plum blossom in the air, this power swept past the young master. But when he skillfully dodged it, he did not expect it to come back and strike him in the back, almost taking his life. After this blow, he felt vulnerable, because the shadowy wave of energy cut through space, and only slightly missed his body. His brothers watched from the side and even began to worry about Monsoon, because the energy strike left nothing in its wake. The legendary swordmaster was closely watching the outcome of the battle. The guy stood there, pierced by this blow, which he successfully deflected, but his clothes were damaged and he was almost burned. However, he still held on. If the old man had known that he had a trick up his sleeve, he would have used it and struck harder. The young master, feeling that he was about to die, unwittingly used the iron blood of the voracious tiger technique. The old man has already controlled the strength of his techniques, but there is still a huge gap between them. However, by holding on tightly to his sword, the boy can also move forward no matter what. Looking directly into the old man's eyes, he declared that he was ready to attack again. The young master's sharp movements, the aura that envelops his sword and fills every cell of his body with incredible power. Flying upward, he uses the 5 lightning technique, and a mighty force explodes from his sword. The old man responds to this attack by using the rain-making plum blossom technique. All these forces merged into a single storm in this battle, where incredible, restless warriors competed for victory. The young master cut through the air with incredibly fast and sharp movements with his sharp blows, aimed at the old man. These blows, like a hurricane, approached the old master, cutting all the flower petals around him. Seeing this technique, the old man himself tensed up, as if the elements were standing up to defend his attack. Faced with this impulse of anger, the old man was ready to destroy him. His sword was filled with the power of lightning, and he quickly cleared and dispelled the young man's attack. All the old man did was direct the young master's attack into the ground, and the ground split in two. After that, the old man said that he would now use his full power and asked if the boy could handle it. Seo Moon accepted the challenge and prepared for an active battle. The old man warned that what he was about to show him would be useful to the boy in the future, and ordered him to watch carefully as his body was filled with power. The warriors around them saw something incredible. The old man turned into something like a demon. Not like a teacher or a master, but the fact is that the boy was also unusual. The boy's eyes shone with blue energy like a tiger meeting another strong opponent. The aroma of plum blossoms spread throughout the training yard. He felt what he had experienced in his past life come to life again. Just as the fragrance of the plum blossom on MANHUA spreads throughout the world, this sword would leave no place unreached. The many swords were energized. Plasma power swirled around them, and these swords rushed at the enemy like a rapid charge. The incredible power of the magnificent plum blossom fragrance technique enchanted everything in its path. Monsoon, as if he was in a completely different world, the world of blooming plums, could not understand how to direct his sword to deal with so many petals. Everyone around him watched in disbelief. Monsoon was standing in the middle of a sea strewn with plum blossoms, but this was exactly the level he had to overcome. He decided to face it head-on, filling his sword with energy to repel the attack. Swinging his sword, he began to slash the petals, trying to surpass the old man's technique. The old man was watching closely, and his face was visibly sad. The boy's eyes were full of achievement and self-confidence. The sword in his hand seemed to whisper to him that he was ready for this challenge. Cutting all the petals in his path, he rushed to attack. His sword broke through the petals, moving forward. His eyes shone with the energy of a tiger. He used the 5 claws of the gluttonous tiger technique, and it was as if a nuclear explosion had gone off on the battlefield. The warriors simply opened their mouths in amazement, not believing what they saw. The master's disciple, watching this incredible sight, was shocked to the core. He remembered the words of his master who had once addressed him. "Ilhian, in the future you will be able to surpass me. Do not neglect your training." These words, spoken in his childhood, are deeply etched in his memory. He believed in his student that he would turn out to be not only capable, but wise. The student seemed to be locked in an eggshell created by the teacher. And he himself, overcoming all obstacles, eventually broke out of this shell, meeting face to face with the real world. And he will come to this world as a new victorious warrior, not only with a sword, but also with the spirit of his teacher. After the huge explosion, the battlefield was silent. The techniques of the master and Seo Moon subsided, leaving behind a huge ruined hole created by their energy. The master admitted that he had seen the resolute tiger sword, and it was majestic. The boy thanked him for these words, having learned a lot from this sword dance today. The old man said that there was no need to grab everything at once. It is enough if he gradually comprehends new knowledge. Expressing his respect, the boy promised that he would never forget this fight. The old man stretched his hand forward and began to catch the petals. After a harsh winter, the plum tree always blooms, and if you can withstand the hardships of winter, you can easily make the plum tree bloom. An incredible energy of warmth and kindness emanated from his hand. This energy was directed to his student, and he did everything as he had promised. He released his energy towards the new generation, passing on his strength and wisdom to them. After the battle, Seo Moon and his team were leaving the battlefield. They had stayed here longer than they had planned, and were now heading to Sichuan. The old man thanked them for everything. He had seen how well they all trained and thought it would be right for him to teach them many things. So he did. He taught them for one reason. A heavy burden would be placed on the young master's shoulders as he would be participating in the war against the demonic sect. The master himself would go to his last retreat with his disciple. This was their last meeting. He leaves the future in the hands of the young master, and despite this, it is necessary to move forward. The old man's pride shone in his eyes as he looked at the young master. Just as the back waves of the Yangtze River push the front waves, so a new person replaces the old one. Soon, in Chengdu, Sichuan, the guys arrived in the city of Chengdu. They are glad that they made stops for the last few days and were able to arrive on time. Soon they checked into a hotel. After cleaning up, Monsoon decided to go to one place, saying they could wait for him. His colleagues were eagerly awaiting the return of his brother Peng. He went to a place where bells rang at the entrance. Upon entering the place, he was greeted by a beautiful woman. She stood behind the counter and asked how she could help. The young man was looking for a red moon jade pin, and when she took out the box, she recognized that it was a very rare item. She handed the pin to the young gentleman, who asked her to hurry. Looking at the pin, he realizes that there is something more than he expected. The girl said that this pin had arrived here a few months ago, and if it hadn't been an order from Salvan, they wouldn't even know about the latest trends here. She said that the guy needed to visit the Heaven's Chosen Assassins sect. He replied that he would come here himself if the young master didn't come to him, and now he had no choice. Walking through the city, he could smell the strong odor of medicine spreading through the streets. Namgong recognized that the Tang family home was a unique place where the best doctors in Sichuan were gathered. They approached this place where people were asked to keep order. The young gentleman and his colleagues were asked to write their names on the list of visitors. Namgun realized that he needed to show his ID to enter the Tang family's property. All of these bureaucratic tasks were tiring for the monk, but they went ahead and introduced themselves with their names. They were greeted warmly, saying they were glad to see them, and it was clear at a glance who they were. They would be personally escorted through if they presented their IDs, and then they moved forward. Rumors that Seo Moon had killed members of the demonic sect spread everywhere. The young master's actions were considered incredible by everyone. As they continued walking, they heard a voice that was very familiar to them. It was Huaren who had been waiting for them. She felt that she had been waiting for them for an incredibly long time, almost an eternity. Seo Moon did not say anything in response, but looked at her for a long time without saying a word. He noticed one important thing. The girl had become stronger. Hearing these words, Huaren literally blossomed before their eyes. As if in a dream, the girl tried to get rid of her stubborn character. She went through very hard training with older family members, and after 3 years, she realized that her methods were wrong. However, she did a great job and became much stronger. There was a passionate look between them, and the monk decided to stand between them to draw attention to himself. The girl, without thinking twice, jokingly hit him on the head to keep him out of the way, explaining that she hadn't noticed him because he was standing aside. Although it sounded a little awkward, she graciously made her way forward, especially for Seo Moon, and took a seat at the table prepared for them. The bump on the monk's head resembled the Eiffel Tower. Walking along the road, the monk noticed some objects. There were various small things lying on the road that looked like beetles or something similar. It seemed very strange to the monk, and he began to kick everything. Huaren, seeing this, told him to stop because those objects were poisonous herbs. But the boy could not understand why the family was growing poisonous herbs in their garden. A young man approached Namgong with greetings, welcoming him to the Tang family. A lot of time had passed, and it was a representative of the Tang family, a young head named Wagan. He sent a letter to Monsoon and asked if he had received it, and expressed his respect by welcoming them. Namgun in turn apologized, explaining that he had not read the letter. After greeting young Mr. Monsoon, the Tang family members said they had heard a lot about him. They were all pleased to meet him, but looking at him, the Tang family representative could not determine his level of energy and strength. There was a monk standing behind him who was hesitant to approach because of a large bump on his head. The master approached the monk because he could not help but notice him, and he was also pleased to meet him. However, the monk was acting strangely. He was being held by his arms and legs, and the girl who was next to Monsoon decided to show him his place. Namgun took the monk aside to calm him down, but the monk was angry because the couple of relatives were ignoring him, which he did not like. When they went inside, they saw a magnificent painting. A scene of Sichuan cuisine unfolded in front of them, which consisted of more than just spicy dishes, and they had to find time to try it all. As he stood there looking at the food, Monsoon felt a close and impudent stare from the other side. The man looked at him carefully, analyzing and describing him in detail, evaluating his physique, height, and demeanor, and finally said that he was the perfect partner for Hua Ren. Afterwards, the head of the Tang family left his guests to meet others and emphasized that they should enjoy the evening. As he left, he reminded them that his father wanted to meet with Monsoon that evening. Monsoon was not going to ask to meet the head of the family, but as it happened, it was appropriate. Namgoon picked up a bottle of liquor and decided to pour it for everyone to celebrate their reunion. He had prepared this liquor especially for this meeting. As he poured it into the glasses, he realized that it wouldn't be easy because Hwaryong was going to drink it too. He called it the four-color liquor, adding that it used 4 different kinds of flowers. Everyone began to raise their glasses, and the monk snatched the bottle from Namgoon's hands and began to drink directly from it. After everyone tasted this divine drink, it turned out that it was very sweet. The monk even joked that brother Namgong should put down his sword and start producing liquor, and was going to open a production facility in retirement. In response, the monk jokingly said that he would open a temple nearby and could come to drink the liquor every day. Monsoon has not seen its 4 tyrants for a long time. Even Hua Ren, who was the weakest of them, has reached her peak. If they continue to grow like this, they will move to a whole new level that will surpass their achievements from their past lives. Monsoon realizes that they need to start with the poison sect, and it will be a good step if they focus on that area. We move to the Sichuan province, to Blackwater, where representatives of the demon sect are sitting. They did not expect the boy to show up here. One of them loudly bangs on the table, saying that the devil of the wind, if he were in their place, he wouldn't talk like that, because they had just lost 2 generals and hundreds of their sect members. The advisors stopped Longwind because his accusations made no sense. They needed to unite the forces of the 5 poison sect against the enemies that were the Tang family, because those bastards who had killed their comrades were no ordinary people. The general was well aware of this, and it annoyed him greatly. The fact is that the girl's sword will be involved, and if that's the case, they will have to change their strategy. Devil Sword is the shadow of the young sect leader, which means that the sect leader is interested in a guy named Monsoon. Among the 9 demons, Devil Sword's ranking is much higher than the others, and if such a person takes part in this operation, everything will change. They are confident that the guy named Monsoon who contacted them will end up getting what he deserves. One of them emphasizes that the old goblin has decided to use his last strength to take revenge on the Tang family and make a great contribution to the victory. The old goblin raises a glass of alcohol. He solemnly promises that he will personally take care of this matter and see it through. The next day, everything went on as usual and nothing portended trouble. The young owner and his team were sitting in one of the establishments. Suddenly, some soldiers came in, stomping loudly on their boots. They looked quite confident and stood together as a unit. When they approached the young master, they paid their respects, introducing themselves as John Jihan. This young man was from the Yimei family and sect. Looking at his appearance, the soldiers could not believe that this was Monsoon. They wondered how he could possibly have destroyed the demon sect if he looked so simple. Next to him was the famous Mad Shaolin monk. They felt somewhat contradicted as to how such a strange man could be here and follow this path. And yet he could drink alcohol passionately without even washing it down with water. The Shaolin monk put the bottle of alcohol on the table, clearly not satisfied with the stares of those around him. He started shouting at them, asking what they were looking at, as if they were seeing a crazy monk drinking grain tea for the first time. Calling the alcohol grain tea, the soldiers apologized, realizing that they were facing a real madman. This guy was glad that he was lucky enough to meet such a person and offered to drink a glass of alcohol together. Monsoon analyzed him carefully, feeling that he was very strong based on the level of energy he felt. His actions aroused suspicion because he was giving off a rather negative energy. As Monsoon accepted the offered alcohol, he stared intently at the glass. The guy from the Yimei sect began to sweat with worry as he watched the young master, for he seemed as unyielding as a stone. After accepting the glass of alcohol from the Yimei sect member, the young master offered to drink from his glass in return. And no one could refuse, because at the moment when Monsoon poured the alcohol, a strong energy was felt. A representative of the Yimei sect felt incredible power when Monsoon poured alcohol. It seemed to him that the liquid he was pouring was on fire and spreading all over his hand. He couldn't even hold the cup as this force squeezed it, and soon the energy began to destroy the cup, which fell to the ground, shattering in midair. The boy apologizes for his short-sightedness, realizing that he is facing an extremely strong opponent. He apologizes to Monsoon. In response, Monsoon pours him a penalty glass, offering to drink it and forget about the incident forever. Holding the glass with trembling hands, the boy takes it from Monsoon, and at that moment, the well-known old man enters. Going inside, the delegation from the Tuyu clan greets Monsoon with joy and looks at him intently, because, in their opinion, he was the perfect match for Waren.
One of the sons turns to his father and informs him that the preparations are already complete. Hearing this, the clan leader was pleased that everything was ready and said it was time for them to leave. Before he spoke, the old man thanked everyone who had come from afar. Today he turned 90 years old and he wanted to announce something important. Having lit the candles with his energy, the master and head continued his speech. He said that last year at the ceremony he got rid of his resentment thanks to 4 warriors. If people hadn't appeared who could lift the curse, he would have poured his hands into this cup himself and retired. Everyone was watching this moment closely, looking at every detail. The warriors were waiting for the incense to burn to start a new chapter in the clan's history. Halfway through the incense burning, the master looked up at the sky to think about his life, but suddenly someone appeared, jumping towards him and falling at his feet, exclaiming that he had kept him waiting. It was the head of the Tang clan, Murim. It was a representative of the demonic sect known as the Goblin. Despite everything, the old man greeted him, remaining calm. Murim emphasized that the Goblin had to come alone and asked why he brought so many people with him. The Goblin replied that today they would not only break their ill-fated relationship, but that this day would also be the end of everything. After these words, the Goblin felt an incredible inner energy, which constrained his hand, almost tearing it off. He realized that someone had found out about their attack, and he asked the old man how he could even think of it. The fact was that one of the children had warned him in advance, but the Goblin thought it was even better. He promised that he would do to his eyes what the old man had done to his eyes. His demonic energy filled his body, and he vowed to kill the old man, no matter what it took. Meanwhile, the demon squad, standing on the roof from afar, already suspected that the plan had almost failed. However, it didn't matter, because the more blood on the demon sect's swords, the better. And the demon sect's warriors began to rush in from all directions like mud. It was a special strike team affiliated with the 8 demon swordsmen anti-faction that began attacking the Tang family warriors from all directions. The courtyard was filled with blood as the warriors killed everyone in their path. However, this did not mean that they had won, because the opposition was extremely tough. The Tang family rushed into the battle from all sides, destroying the members of the demonic sect. One of the Tang family members shouted out where their armed forces were. His servant replied that they were fighting off the 5 Poison sect, and it was clear that the enemies had found a way through the gorges. Despite the preparations that had been made, the situation began to turn into a crisis. The demonic sect's warriors did not even stop, despite the fact that they had the senior masters of the Tang family in front of them. The people from the anti-faction were incredibly strong for their level, and the Tang family general began to doubt whether the Tang family would be able to withstand this onslaught. Monsoon, seeing that his intrigues had begun on this perimeter, began to act. Monsoon turned his attention to the roof where the demon sect members were standing. He instantly moved there, to the roof, to find out who this enemy was, who possessed such power. Before him stood one of the very first fist demons, whom his followers called the Fierce Demon King. Looking at him from one rooftop, Monsoon noticed that someone was looking at him from another rooftop as well. Demonic energy began to accumulate between them, creating the conditions for a new battle. Will our hero be able to survive? One of the representatives of the demonic sect scared everyone around him with his dangerous technique. He tried to destroy everyone with the demonic sword of the burning ghost, cutting and tearing his enemies apart. The warriors scattered in different directions, running for their lives in panic and terror. One of the warriors gritted his teeth, thinking he was doomed as the claws of this villain flew at him. But a light blue energy strike saved his life, breaking the demonic bonds. The demon was amazed to see who dared to resist his technique, and was horrified to find out that it was the flowing trap technique, which belongs to the Imperial Sword, cut through all his demonic actions. Filled with rage, the demon decided to destroy his opponent by pointing his claws in his direction. An incredibly strong demonic blow swept through the air, cutting through it with great speed. But despite the demon's best efforts, this guy was strong enough to resist it. At the moment when the demon ran at him, he did not lose a single drop of calm. They fought in a fierce battle, repelling each other's attacks. The demon turned to him, asking if he was really the heavenly swordsman, as he had guessed. And before him stood the devil of the sword, who had long dreamed of meeting him. His face showed surprise that their strength level was the same. They decide to end their talks and put an end to all this once and for all. Namgun Haik attacks this sword demon without paying attention to his words. A strong blow cut one of the Tang family warriors, who was also a demon general destroying someone else's family, and he became bored. He shouted, asking where this rascal Monsoon was hiding. At the moment the demon ran at him, he did not lose a bit of calm. They clashed in a fierce battle, repelling each other's attacks. The demon turned to him, asking if he was really the heavenly swordsman as he had guessed. And before him stood the devil of the sword, who had long dreamed of meeting him. His face showed surprise that their strength level was the same. They decide to end their talks and put an end to all this once and for all. Namgun Haik attacks this sword demon without paying attention to his words. A strong blow cut one of the Tang family warriors, who was also a demon general destroying someone else's family, and he became bored. He shouted,
asking where that rascal Monsoon was hiding. As they moved forward, they noticed that it would not be easy for them to go further. Their path was blocked as Hua Ren and her soldiers blocked their entrance. The demon was surprised to see this unexpected resistance, although he had a feeling that something like this might happen. Hua Ren, looking at the poisonous demon, was happy to see him, and the demon wondered how she knew him. She replied that it was obvious who else could have appeared here. She warned that these rascals would not advance more than a step, but the poisonous demon responded by warning that her madness was over and ordered his sex warriors to kill everyone. Hua Ren in turn ordered her soldiers to do the same.
Kill all the rascals, every last one of them, and spare no one! All the warriors rushed into battle, regardless of the possible consequences, because today they had to protect the Tang family.
Monsoon reacted intuitively, because he was facing one of the 4 demon kings, and it was a danger he had long been expecting. He was standing right in front of him and had been waiting for this encounter for a long time. This attack on the Tang family did not happen in his past life, and now the events are unfolding in a completely different way. Everyone is facing their opponents, and despite the changes, many have already overcome them. The ferocious demon looked at Monsoon and noticed something in his eyes that he hadn't seen before, a look similar to his own. Monsoon confirmed that their bodies and destinies were unusual. The demon wonders why Monsoon chose to act this way, even though he could have cleared the area in an instant. But his choice was the right one, and he decides that this time he will fight, showing Monsoon how to resist. The demon has heard that Monsoon has survived 3 times in battles against their sect, and now he will see his skills with his own eyes. At that moment, the stones torn from the ground began to fly towards Monsoon. But Monsoon skillfully slices them, turning them into pieces. Suddenly, however, a large explosion thundered nearby behind our hero. A fierce demon was controlling the stones like a thread, directing them into battle. He clenched his fist and straightened his hand again to activate the great power he had been gathering in his palm. This power flew like a blaster toward our hero. Faced with such a powerful energy, even the earth could have collapsed from the force of this blow. But our hero deflected this blow and escaped from the trap of the demon's technique, sending a counterattack in his direction. From this blow, Monsoon stumbled, but quickly pushed off the ground to avoid further danger. The fierce demon also pushed off the roof to face the young master. He accumulated incredible energy in his hand, filling it with chakra. Incredible power burst from his palm, creating a flash of purple light that turned into a shockwave that was meant to destroy his opponent. Monsoon, faced with this wave, still dodged it, even though it was very close. A passing stone turned out to be a good opportunity to push off from it and fly even faster. The moment Monsoon flashed in front of the angry demon, he tried to grab him. Their fists clashed with the sword, but Monsoon deflected the blow without even being injured. They approached each other, breathing into each other's chests. The ferocious demon wanted to kill him after playing around a bit, but saw that Monsoon was fighting well and decided that this was a great reason for all demon warriors to die. Because of this, the demon decides to quickly end the rascal. Demonic power fills the fierce demon's body, and he is confident that luck is on his side, and there is no time to waste. His power increases several times, and he directs it against the young master. When confronted with such a powerful opponent, Monsoon did not even expect such a strong blow. The ferocious demon recognizes that Monsoon is out of luck and directs his big, powerful punch at him. A giant wave of dark energy hits Monsoon, throwing him aside. We will find out what happens next in the next chapter. The battlefield was covered with blood. Incredibly fierce fighting covered the entire territory. Some of them did not even manage to escape. They begged for mercy, but the demon squad remained ruthless. One of the demons, holding his sword with blood glistening on it, attacked unarmed soldiers, or rather ordinary people. The people were unprotected, but this demon rider wanted to destroy them. One of the strong warriors concentrated his energy of green color and directed it towards this ninja from the demon squad, hitting him right in the back. In front of the people, he burned him to ashes. He asked if everyone was okay, and if this squad was a secret unit of the Sichuan Tang clan. Soon, the head of the Tang clan was informed of important information. The Black Shadow unit had just completed its mission on the eastern flank, and soon they would come for reinforcements. The members of the secret squad told him this, adding that everything was completed on the northern flank as well, and the soldiers were waiting for their assembly. The head was concerned about what had happened to the main house, and he was informed that the situation was very difficult. Demonic sects had broken through the defense line. He could not understand how this happened, because he had ordered his men to defend the city and prevent the killing of innocents. No wonder the leader was worried about the main house, and now he had to act as quickly as possible. A huge number of people were in the streets, the fighting was ongoing, and weapons were flying in all directions. Swords, shurikens, and bombs were used. Everything was completely saturated with the smell of war. The demonic bastards had to be destroyed, and the head of the secret squad ordered them to start from the edges and gradually approach the main house. The warriors steadily fulfilled their duties, scattering enemies on their way. The power that the secret squad had was simply incredible. The demonic bastards even felt pressure from them. One day, someone suddenly appeared from the demon bastard's side. When asked who he was, the only response was to strike him because it was none of his business. He was a demon bastard who had to be destroyed. The strong blows of the secret squad mixed with the chaotic dance of the battle, adding incredible dynamics to it. However, the situation remained difficult, and suddenly a large explosion sounded at the entrance to the Tang clan's mansion. Even the crows flying nearby fell to the ground from the force of the battle. Hua Ren was at her best, pushing the enemies away from her clan. Using her techniques, she sent thousands of stabs in different directions. The demon Yadu directed his chains, spinning them and creating incredible vortices. The girl fought this rascal alone, perfectly coping with his cunning techniques and chains. He even began to retreat under the blows of Hua Ren, who attacked him with incredible speed, like hail on a clear day. Realizing that the girl was not so simple, the tension in the air grew. With a lightning-like movement, the demon released its power, the chains almost disappearing from sight. But Hua Ren, just as lightning fast, dodged them, breaking the silence with her actions. She furiously clashed with the demonic bastard, causing him to become frightened. It seemed as if daggers flew out of her hands from another world. The demon Yadu fought them off, but one of them pierced his defense and entered his body. The blood of this demonic bastard splashed on Hua Ren's clothes as she landed next to him. She looked flawless on the battlefield, twirling around not just like a girl, but like a real warrior. Striking a fighting stance, she informed the demonic rascal that they had finally exchanged blows. Fury flashed in his eyes, for this stubborn girl had angered him. He grabbed his sickles, outraged that her stupid tricks had worked on him only once. The demon attacked her with all the deadly force of demonic techniques, promising to tear her mouth open with his sharp claws. His scream was overflowing with energy, and his power spread around. But the girl remained indifferent to his words, for skill could only be proven in battle. She stubbornly dodged his attacks, and the demon began to think that she was taking it like a child's game. But her tricks would no longer work on him, and he continued to attack. However, the girl's counterattack was so powerful that the ground shook, and the demon's pupil dilated in shock. The girl used the bussy downpour and dragon windwheel techniques, which, like rain in a clear day, fell on the villain. He was enveloped by energy daggers flying in his direction. They approached his face and inflicted wounds on him. The Yadu demon had never felt anyone inflict damage or even injury on him before. Her weapons moved at different speeds in different directions, and it was difficult to use this skill even once. But why did the girl use it several times, and so skillfully? Even when her daggers bounced off something, they maneuvered to continue attacking him. He grabbed his braids and chains, filled them with demonic energy, and threw them everywhere, trying to catch Hua Ren. He flashed past her, and the chains whirled around her. Her hands and entire body were bound by these chains, and it seemed like it was the end. Demonic venom felt his superiority because the girl was bound before him. He asked her if she had calmed down now and started to approach to destroy her. But Hua Ren had a trick up her sleeve. On one of her fingers she held a knife hidden on her leg. Demon Venom noticed that she was able to escape his grasp and break the chains that bound her. Moreover, her dagger flew past his head, almost hitting him and killing him. She jumped up, ignoring her opponent's contorted face to use the flower rush technique. A sphere of pure energy exploded, directing a strike at the demonic bastard. The ground shook from this technique, and the energy pierced every point of the demon leader's body, causing him excruciating pain. Like lightning in a gloomy sky, this strike cut through the darkness and caused the old man to cough up blood. It was obvious that the situation was becoming critical, and it would be difficult for the old man to survive, because all the girl's blows, including the daggers she stabbed into his body, contained 7 categories of poison. She was standing in front of him, and he was suffocating right in front of her. Realizing that he needed to immediately use all the resources of their demonic sect to save himself. Realizing that he couldn't lose to the girl, he decided that she couldn't be a demonic arts master and clenched his scythe, directing the rest of his power directly at her face. The blow was so strong that it took out the girl's eye. It pierced her, causing the ground to shake beneath her feet. She had not expected such an injury. The Yadu demon laughed, enjoying her suffering, thinking that now he would win this fight. But Hua Ren, pulling the dagger out of her hair, decided it was time to end it. He tried to block the blow, but he didn't have time. The girl skillfully plunged the blade into his body. The blow that was supposed to kill him was precise. The blade hit the target, and a flash of red light burst from the wound like a shockwave. It was the end of the demonic bastard who had come to her land and was defeated, as it was meant to be. And in the last moments of his life, while he was still alive, she answered his question. She did not intentionally avoid the blow to his face because she is not only a woman, but also a martial artist. Soman instantly sensed the powerful aura radiating from the demonic being, like a dark cloud over the battlefield. The demonic aura that emanated from the poisonous field suddenly disappeared. The young master assumed that Huaran had won and everyone was safe. Unbelievably, the young man pulls his sword from its sheath and slashes through the dark aura that threatened his life. A beam of light seems to break through the darkness as the boy directs his strike directly at the demon. Activating the fire circle technique, he creates a high-energy stream that covers the demon, approaching it with relentless force. The demon cuts off the young master's punch with one powerful fist, but this is only the beginning of a fateful battle. Saman begins to accumulate energy by swinging his swords, preparing the 5-game crescent technique to deal a crushing blow to the demon. The demonic creature, using its gigantic strength, destroys everything in its path, breaking every barrier. But suddenly he notices that something has gone wrong, which makes him wary. For a long time they exchanged blows. More than 300 times their blows crossed in a deadly dance before the eyes of onlookers. The demonic creature notices that the boy does not get tired at all. On the contrary, the longer the battle lasts, the stronger he becomes. A purple aura enveloped his body, penetrating every cell, filling his muscles with new, incredible strength. The demon did not expect to have to unleash his strongest technique in a battle with a newcomer. Dark energy enveloped his arms, preparing him for a crushing blow. Just as Hurricane Katrina destroys everything in its path, so his technique will fall on the young master, destroying everything around him. It was the first time in his life that Soman had ever encountered such a powerful technique. So strong that he didn't even know how to react to it. But pulling himself together, he grips his sword tightly. He activates a lightning strike to dispel the sinister energy and defeat this villain. With one well-aimed strike, he is able to cut the enemy's equipment to pieces, proving his strength. The demon's face changes, and his amazement knows no bounds. He could not have imagined such a development even in his worst dream. The battle took on new, unexpected colors. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Nam Gunhek is fighting a fierce battle with the demon. They unleash their strongest blows on each other, leaving no room for mercy. I felt like my sword was almost ready to rise to a new level, and this was reflected in the power of each of my attacks. As they approached each other and repelled the blows, they realized that their strength levels were almost the same, each feeling the strength of the other. Looking into each other's eyes, they were two completely different worlds. The demonic darkness and the pure world of the Namgong clan. The demonic sword rose from the ground and rushed toward Namgun, ready to attack again. As it waved its sword in the air, it felt tense, for the demon techniques were incredibly skillful and strong. Namgun, realizing that he was also a difficult fighter, skillfully deflected the blows with his lightning-fast movement, reflecting the enemy's attack. The demon sword, keeping a safe distance, pondered for a long time what kind of technique this was, since he had never seen it before. Namgung, in turn, warned the demon that this sword technique was an imperial technique, and he had never shown it to anyone before. After these words, the demon sword began to behave strangely, like an angry beast preparing for a new attack. From its maneuvers, it was clear that it was trying to distract the young master by misleading him. The fierce jerk of his punch twisted the air, and the powerful energy was directed directly at the young master. Using the imperial technique, he skillfully dealt with the dark force that was coming at him. But this was only the beginning, and the battle only gained momentum, becoming more and more fierce. Namgong realized that the technique that was approaching him could not match the power of the 5 unrestrained monsoon tigers. He proudly held his sword and accepted this blow of darkness, ready for any development. With his imperial sword, he sliced through the darkness that was coming at him. His fierce strength filled everything around him. The power of his family was felt. He directs a powerful imperial blow directly at the demonic enemy. The demon can no longer withstand the power of the imperial sword, and looking at the young man, realizes that he is facing a meritorious warrior. The ghostly cry of the demon sword and the emperor's technique had completely different characteristics, but their clash was epic. The sword devil tried to limit the enemy's field of vision by using strange movements that were almost impossible to recognize. However, Nam Gun Hyuk, despite the darkness that surrounded him, illuminated everything with his imperial sword, destroying the darkness and winning. The demon sword noticed that this guy's level was lower than his own, but after exchanging blows, he no longer felt that way. Anger gripped his heart, for he could not afford to lose to this young warrior. Holding his demon sword, the demon was filled with rage, and the dark energy flashed like a flame. But something went wrong, and he suddenly turned his eyes to the side. The monk who was fighting the demon sword's comrade suddenly attacked him, and with his kick, he passed through the enemy's face. When he looked at his comrade, he saw that his face had been shattered by the monk's blows. As his jaw dropped in shock and his amazement knew no bounds, a phrase was uttered, "The infinitely blue sky." Namgong continued his attack, and it seems that the demonic sword succumbed to this ghostly cry, and the young warrior points his sword at it. Looking into each other's eyes, it was clear that the young warrior's strength was many times greater than his demonic opponent's. Their clash, full of fury and power, was instantaneous. The demon realized that his hope for victory was almost gone. Analyzing the situation, he realized that he had to look for a way to retreat. Raising his swords high, he summoned the darkness that enveloped the entire battle arena, and his hand was filled with demonic flames. Using the confusion of darkness technique, he released darkness that quickly spread around, enveloping everything around him. It covered the young master like a dark blanket, trying to suppress his light. His eyes reflected this darkness that enveloped him, and a sudden bright flash illuminated the battlefield. Namgung recalled that the Imperial Sword has tremendous power that can break any darkness, even if it cannot see anything. This sword contains a great dignity that cannot be compared to anything in the world. The technique of the Imperial Sword is a vertical order, like a star that illuminates all other stars. This is its technique. The Imperial Sword not only destroys everything in its path, but also breaks through with a deadly beam, leaving behind the destroyed barriers. Namgung performs an incredible maneuver that seemed impossible even for the strongest elements, and cuts through the enemy's dark sword. The fragments of the legendary demonic sword fall to the ground, indicating its defeat. The demon stands there with his sword cut off, and all his hopes have dissolved forever in the darkness. Blood began to gush out of his body, and the incredible blow of the young master inflicted a fatal wound on him. He falls to the ground, resigned to his fate forever, because the Emperor's virtue does not allow even the slightest confusion. With these words, Namgun Hek defeated the legendary demonic villain. After the battle, an incredible aura reigned over the field, rising with Namgun's victory over the demon swordmaster. The demon looked at his blood running down his arm. It was a great shame for him, but despite all the resentment, he was grateful to Namgun because he had managed to do the impossible. This aura brought him to a new level, but the sword unfortunately was broken into small pieces. A giant hand filled with the fury of a demon manipulated in the air, about to make its final move. It lifted the demon swordmaster along with the sword fragments up. At the same time, her hand grabbed another defeated demon to take him with her. He stood on the roof, resting on it with all his powerful legs. Looking at the picture he had created, he could not believe his eyes. How could these rascals call themselves demons? It was a real shame. He saw that the giant scoundrel had finally gone mad and ordered him to leave the guy he was beating and get out of here. Instead, he decided to give the monk a little pipe cleaner and directed the sphere that had accumulated in his hand at the mad monk. The guy who dared to confront them watches as a huge blob of energy rushes right at him. He deftly dodges the blow like a bee, despite its incredible strength. But because the blow flew by and slightly hit him, the monk finds himself on the ground, looking at the demonic enemy. All the while, the huge beast is saying that these scoundrels will become martyrs, for they are the swordsmen of the Wind Demon, capable of destroying anything they wish. The giant creature addresses his warriors, ordering them to obey him, and they will do whatever he commands. Meanwhile, someone behind him is confidently walking forward, stopping at nothing. All this time, Monsoon has been looking for the demonic rascal, who reappeared here after escaping. Our hero approaches the Wind Demon and draws his sword in front of him, ready to attack if the enemy dares to attack. The demonic scoundrels rush into the attack with all their might, leaving no chance for a peaceful resolution. They didn't care who was standing in front of them, because it was their home, and they defended it to the last. Our hero, grabbing his sword, was not going to just stand by and watch his enemies. Surrounded by warriors on all sides, he quickly began to deal with them, leaving them no chance. His blows, like a sharp blade, destroyed the lives of these scoundrels, cutting their defenses to pieces. He looked at them like garbage, like an extra load that appeared on their land. He destroyed their aspirations for war, like a shadowy force of energy cutting through space. These scoundrels fell one by one under the strong blows of the young master. The warriors spotted a huge giant above, who had to be stopped. They realized that if they left him, the damage to their family would be catastrophic, and they would have to chase this demon, a master of transcendental techniques. Namgun Hyuk approached the young master, looking tired, but he felt great. After using powerful techniques, his whole body ached, but seeing his friend Namgun, who had won a clean victory over the enemy, he felt proud of him. Next to them, a monk lay holding his broken nose, answering questions about his health. The monk's internal organs were in terrible pain, as if they were being burned by fire. Everyone at the site looked exhausted from the battle. Hua Ren came in, not in the best shape, but with the realization that they had not spent this day in vain. Musung noticed the wound on her face and wanted to help, but she assured him that she was fine and that it would heal as soon as she applied the ointment from the main house. Looking at her and all the soldiers who fought with honor today, the young master felt proud. He realized that their unit, the 4 tyrants, had successfully defended the village and repelled the attack of the demons who thought they could attack innocent people so easily. After the battle, the demonic villains, as usual, hid in a cave to save their lives. One of the healthy warriors had a huge wound after the battle, which testified to the ferocity of the clash. Each of them was seriously injured and lost a battle that they had no right to lose while defending their honor. The demon swordmaster realized that the young sect leader in Murim was right when he spoke of the impressive potential hiding in the warriors. They had to confront it. Shortly after, the young demon master entered the cave and picked up the broken sword of the swordmaster, demonstrating his power. Everyone reacted with surprise at the appearance of this licked-up rascal, who caused them to have mixed feelings. Everyone was surprised that this was the young sect leader, but no one understood why he had come here. Despite this, everyone expressed their respect, but it was painful for the young leader to see the demon swordmaster in such a state. When asked by one of the sect members why the young sect master had not been to the Tang family's house, he replied, "I was there, but I watched from the outside because it was quite a sight to behold." The demon general was filled with rage when he heard these words, for this rascal had simply watched his soldiers die without understanding why. The head of their sect turned to the shadow demon, the gluttonous demon, and the poisonous demon, who were present with the wind demon. These four were the ones who could make a difference. When the general asked what he meant, he received only a silent response. The young master, the head of their demon sect, reacted incredibly quickly, demonstrating his skill. The stump of the demon sword spun in the air and flew away, indicating that it was powerless. The sect leader looked the wind demon straight in the eye and warned him that he had chosen the wrong path. By looking him straight in the eye, he forced him to devote his insignificant life to the service of peace among demons. In the forest and the cave, a huge scream was heard, echoing off the walls. As the young master was leaving, he felt something that caught his attention. He turned around, not seeing anything special, but he felt an incredible burst of energy in the distance. The head of their demon sect had absorbed his warrior, the swordmaster, taking his energy. The warrior fell to his knees, no longer moving. This was the punishment from the head of their organization. But the young master, our hero, sensed something wrong in the yard. He felt that there was a demon on the grounds. A demon whose power surpassed all other demons fighting on the battlefield. The next morning, in Sadokon, the elite Crimson Blood Squad was preparing to leave. They had to go towards Sichuan, their leader told them. The heavy caravan moved forward at a rapid pace, wasting no time. The monk wrapped his head because it hurt so much after the battle. He had been wearing these bandages for several days now, and they seemed to have become part of him. Next to him was Monsoon, who could see that his friend was in great trouble. If not for the equipment, it was the first time Monk had ever met someone who blocked his punch using his own head. Despite all the difficulties, the fight was great. Huaren came into the room and asked Brother Namgun where he had been. The monk told her that he had gone to train, and it seemed that he had learned something important in the battle. All this time, the monk had been unable to quench his thirst. All the medicines he was taking were extremely bitter, and after he drank his elixir, he felt very sick inside. He looked at Monsoon, who was being fed candy by the girl, and was angry that he didn't get any candy. But Huaren dashed his hopes, saying that there was only one candy left, and there was nothing more she could do. However, according to Buddhist law, there should be no discrimination, and he could not believe that he had been treated like this because of a small candy. All the while Monsoon was enjoying the candy, looking at Huaren. The girl was gently bandaging his wounds and was happy to see that many of the bruises had already faded. Monsoon in turn remembered Hwaryong's face when she was bruised and covered in blood after the battle and felt proud of her. Expressing his gratitude and respect, Monsoon took the ointment. He applied it to the wound on her face, and of course she liked it. At this point, Monsoon noticed an unusual energy coming from the girl in his direction, and even began to worry. The girl laughed, and Huaren began to feel awkward, bowing her head in front of him. Soon they stepped out into the white light, leaving the darkness of the cave behind. Even though their bodies were wrapped in bandages, Monsoon still felt pain in his chest. He was glad to finally be able to move, even though it had been 3 days since the attack. His recovery rate had increased significantly, possibly due to the fact that he had created a natural shield. After leaving the cave, his body felt incredible strength that spread throughout his body. But as he was looking at the sun and thinking, a man approached him. He introduced himself as the head of the Tang family, and said that he held an important position in the family. However, Monsoon noticed that the man did not say his name. In response, Monsoon decided to say hello too and told him his name. Monsoon from the family, after which the man invited him to take a walk. While walking, he was thinking about the 4 demon kings who were extremely strong on the battlefield, and if there were 3 more like this fierce demon, they would have a very difficult time. Looking at him, Monsoon realized that despite his young age, his martial arts were even stronger than the head of the Tang family. He was one of the highest level masters that existed in this generation of the Tang family. But such a person did not prove himself during the war between the factions. Why was that? Monsoon asked him if the position of the head of the Tang family was unique. The man replied that it was just as he said. and he did not expect to meet the young heir of the Tang family if it were not for the serious crisis that hit their family. If not for this crisis, they would not have revealed their strength. Monsoon recalled that in the past, when the Tang family was wiped out, it was likely that this person would have died as well. As he walked, he noted that he was a little afraid. If he agreed to protect the Tang family from invasion, he could have a huge impact, but... Looking at him, Monsoon interrupted, saying, "If you stay with the Tang family in this position, it will be difficult for them to defend it. But if the young master who invited him for a walk protected Murim, it would be no different than protecting the Tang family." The young man replied that his position in the Tang family was unchanged, just as he had said. But Monsoon asked, "Are you willing to die for the Tang family?" At this point, the man tensed up and clenched his fist behind his back. He shouted out sharply that of course he was only living to protect the Tang family no matter what. Monsoon was glad to see a man who was not afraid of death. But he also pointed out that someone who is not afraid of death is afraid of discipline. This question broke off their dialogue like a bolt from the blue. The boy, being the head of the family, was shocked by such provocative questions. But Monsoon continued, noting that one person could not cope with the anti-faction, and asked him to think about how to achieve his goal. These words made the head of the Tang family think seriously. Walking forward, the young master did not notice that Hua Ren was standing behind him. She told him that she had been waiting for Monsoon alone for a long time, but he had not made any promises to her. The head of the Tang family jokingly said that the young master of the Peng family should hurry, because the poisonous flower had released its thorns, and it might not happen next time. Walking along with Hua Ren, Monsoon suggested that she go to the store and buy some cold dessert, but Hua Ren did not agree, saying that she was not a child to accept such suggestions. The head of the Tang family pondered over Monsoon's words for a long time, realizing their significance for all of Murim. He looked at his hand and felt his strength, but if he burned 100 demons and joined Murim, he would not be able to protect the Tang family. If he fought for Murim, then they would not be able to do anything against the Tang family. Incredible energy ignited in his hand, filling it with fiery power. He looked at the green flame of his chakra for a long time, and he decided that these words made sense. He needed to radically change his life. He went to the head of the Tang family because he had to meet with him urgently. Like an angry beast, he rushed to implement his decisive plans. People dressed in black, representatives of the Sichuan Five Poison sect, gathered near the wall. Master Yu Heng asked when Sadajan's troops would arrive. "They passed through Sunpan last night and should be in this very place soon," replied Nam Seokiz, head of the Sichuan branch. "They don't know what these troops are planning to do." Master Yu Hyun could not believe that they would stay in Sadojong for a long time. The Five Poison sect is an anti-faction, and this time the issue is the demon sect. If they attack quickly, they can win. Soon the cavalry arrived at their gate. The leader of the Crimson Blood Squad rode up on his horse and shouted, "Who is the anti-faction here?" Soktae, the head of the Sichuan division, came out and paid his respects. One of the riders introduced himself as Chonggun-san, the fifth elder of Sadojong. Looking into his eyes, Soktae began to analyze their behavior. They didn't like the fact that these arrogant newcomers rode in on their horses and thought they were important. Even their elder had come, which showed that Sadachan was serious about this matter. When asked if they could go back, the boys did not understand. When the sect leader asked what he was talking about, the rider replied that he seemed to have trouble understanding. The Five Poison sect is an anti-faction, and because of this, Sadachan decided to take control of the situation. The head did not understand when the demon sect conspiracy happened, and why the Five Poison sect suddenly became part of the association with Sadajan, but this rider didn't care. If Sadajan said to take care of it, then it would be done. However, the guys from the Five Poison sect were not going to back down, as their leader loudly stated. At that moment, seeing the resistance with his own eyes, the rider swung his stick. He struck the head of the Five Poison sect leader, but only lightly to scare him. Having suggested a fight for survival, he thought it would be fun to provoke each other from the start. It has been 10 years since this rider first wet his sword with the blood of hypocrites. One of the Five Poison sect's warriors shouted, "Bastards, get off your horses, we're going to fight!" Suddenly the person they feared the most appeared. All of the leaders were shaking with fear, and even the smell of this man terrified them. The warriors on horseback who rode in trembled from the powerful energy they felt. "Who is this rascal who has disturbed their peace and come to destroy them?" they asked. Suddenly, one of the Sadachan turned and shouted forward to the man who had come, demanding to know who he was and why he was radiating such energy. Monsoon calmly replied that he was the next head of the Peng family and told them who was in charge. The young master began to act at his own pace, swinging his leg. He kicked the ground with all his might, and even the ground trembled from the impact. It was clear that this was the same tiger that could destroy everything in its path, and its energy was simply off the charts. The rider saw that this person who had just appeared had single-handedly fought against one of the demonic sects. He felt such incredible power as if he were standing in front of a huge giant tiger. The rider could not believe that a human being could possess such incredible strength. But Monsoon's eyes were glowing, and soon everyone felt such energy that it was scary to even move. The horses began to stand up and lose control, and Monsoon, like an angry beast, was moving forward, scaring everyone in his path. The horses were running out of control, and the soldiers were falling off them, unable to hold on, even before they had entered the battle. The head of the sect did not understand how to cope with such an incredible force, and the tension on the perimeter only increased. The enraged beast approached the head without even engaging in combat, and the rider found himself on the ground, unable to resist the guy's strength. The rider started shouting and waving his hands so that the master of the Peng family could understand him, asking for mercy, because they are all human beings. He fell to his knees, begging for mercy, and asked the young master to restrain his strength so as not to hurt them before the battle. The young man agreed that this was true, and since they were on flat ground, why shouldn't the Crimson Blood Squad show off their strength? If they decide to join the vanguard, then the spirit of the Five Poisons sect will definitely be broken, and everyone agreed to this since they were sent on these horses for just that. They asked the boy to talk to them because they could no longer withstand his incredible energy. The horses were falling down, people were stunned, and could not even get up. And at that moment, the master gave his consent. The rider could not believe that he had to bow his head before this guy. One moonlit night, the young master and his team gathered to discuss the way forward. Nam Gong said that if it were not for him, blood would have been shed for no reason, and his presence brought great gratitude. It wasn't just a war of nerves. Monsoon was sure they were going after the Murim alliance, and if the anti-faction sect made even a little bit of headway, it would attract attention. Nam Gun felt that this was not a good thing, but since there were those who opposed the demons, they should join the anti-faction forces. After the huge war of good and evil, no one expected the differences between the two sides to worsen. The great war of good and evil ended in an incredible way, and this complex theory has remained unsolved to this day. Nam Gun Hyuk never stopped praising Pan for making this decision, but he realizes that today their main goal is to defeat the head of Sadakon. However, given his martial arts, strength, money, and respect, it won't be easy, because he has everything he needs to stand up to the demonic Sadakon sect, and even sections of the Murimu alliance. He realizes that everyone must unite, and this could not be ignored or put off. The next day, a huge number of soldiers stood at the gates of Sadojeong, and they probably already knew about their joining. They did not understand why the soldiers opposite them were so quiet, and the leader realized that if they were acting like this, then Sadojin had some kind of insidious plan. He approached the head and ordered him to begin. Raising his sword and banner, the soldiers were ordered to go forward. And at that moment, as they stood under siege and stormed the enemy's building, the lights of battle came on. Young Master Monsoon watched all this with wide eyes. He expected something new, something exciting to happen now. But this was a war, and whatever happens, happens by the will of the gods, and the battle can end in any way. The beautiful flowers were shaken by the fierce fighting. The area was covered by bloody warriors who besieged these buildings. Soon an arrow pierced the wall, and the bricks that had been built for a long time were scattered like garbage. The Sichuanese cavalry chief ordered his soldiers to attack and go inside. Their squad broke through to the center of the building, shouting victory. However, the Tang clan's backup could not understand the logic of these soldiers, as they rushed forward without taking any precautions. Like a huge horde of hungry orcs, these warriors ran into the poisonous fog that hung before them. Their leader realized that this fog came from the Five Poisons sect. When he turned back, he saw that the warriors had begun to lose consciousness, and some were being attacked by warriors with chains. Arrows and spears flew in their direction, aiming directly at their throats. They ruthlessly killed those who had run so fearlessly into their traps. One of the members of the demonic sect held sickles in his hands and skillfully threw them, striking at his enemies. Although they broke through the walls, it was completely useless. He looked directly into the eyes of the head of the Sichuan horsemen. They had met many times before, and now it was time to fight. Poisonous smoke hung to his right, and in front of him stood a warrior who was out for blood. Suddenly, the horse began to buck uncontrollably and became afraid of the battle. Because of the poisonous oil fumes, all their troops could have died on the spot, for they could not move on because of the poison alone. The head recalled the words of the young master, who warned them that there might be traps inside, and that they should not attack hastily. But the head did not listen to them, thinking that everything would be fine. Realizing his mistake, the leader orders his soldiers to dismount. Are they really going to retreat under these circumstances? Now they would have to run without horses, but their soldiers were not used to fighting on foot, and this increased the danger. The warriors who ran forward quickly lost their heads as the maneuverable shuriken of one of the dark demons hit them with precision. The warriors see their comrades falling to the ground like fallen trees, and it seems that their luck has finally run out. Suddenly, an unexpected energy strike made the ground shake, and the warriors looked up as something dispelled the poisonous fog above them. Monsoon, along with his brother Namgun, could not accept that these stupid warriors had listened to their leader. He wondered what they were thinking when they marched forward in such high spirits. Suddenly, the chain of one of the demon rascals caught up with Monsoon, but he skillfully repelled the attack. Swinging his incredibly strong sword, his hand was filled with lightning energy that cut through the enemies like a beam. As they moved forward, they were already tired of this poisonous fog, and the young master decided to take care of it. Namgun Hek jumped forward, preparing to clear the way for Monsoon. He rises high above the ground by leaping upwards. He was above all the buildings and above the poisonous fog, having a clear view of the situation. Looking up at him, Namgun prepares to use his lightning sword to clear a path, to defeat the army of demonic villains and clear the way for his friend. Using his power, the boy fills his hand with energy, and at that moment Monsoon rushes towards him. A stream of blue energy comes out of his hand, cutting through the darkness like lightning in a stormy sky. Monsoon moves away from his palm, activating his power. Namgun throws him up with incredible speed. Our hero flies towards the enemies to quickly clear them out. In flight, he pulls out his sword and rushes right into the thick of these villains. Like a hurricane, he rushes past a large number of soldiers, filling the battlefield with their blood. The leader of the riders, looking at Monsoon, cannot believe that he himself is capable of such incredible things. In an instant, the elite Crimson Blood Squad was completely cut off, and all thanks to the young master's actions. Taking a cue from Monsoon, the leader raises his spear in the air and tells the warriors to gather. With such strong warriors, they can overcome any obstacles in their path, and victory will be on their side. Soon, the demonic wickedness finally saw these warriors on their way. It was the left minister and the old goblin disciple who were amazed at the appearance of these warriors they had been waiting for. Drawing their swords forward, they rushed into battle. Namgung, attacking one of the villains, looked him in the eye and asked, "Why are you standing behind me? You could have survived if you had run away." But the goblin's disciple did not understand what was so special about this rival who had killed his master. He was determined to take revenge on Namgun for his poisonous demon master. At that moment, Monsoon was fighting with the minister, who was maneuvering his scythes to deflect the young master's blows. Watching the minister's maneuvers, Monsoon realized that he had not yet shown his full strength. He also realized that shortening the distance when using ranged weapons was tantamount to shooting himself in the foot. But the minister had a trick up his sleeve, and his face showed that he was up to something. At that moment, he reached into his pocket to use that trump card. Monsoon warns his friend to be careful because it could be a huge explosive. The minister pulled the explosive out of his hands and threw it in Namgun's direction. He warned that it was already too late and the explosion would happen in a moment, starting to laugh ominously and menacingly. But Monsoon instantly cuts off his arm along with the bomb, which flies off to the side. Monsoon, trying to control the situation, does not have time to cover everything, but despite this, he wants to help his friend and throws his sword forward. At this moment, Namgun is fighting with the goblin's disciple, who is also holding a bomb. Namgung thought he would die from the explosion, but suddenly Monsoon's sword flies between them. With his tiger energy, Monsoon fills the entire space, and this blinding force turns the deadly explosion into a protective circle. Namgun, amazed that he was saved, even though he thought he would not survive, realizes that Monsoon really did save him. Looking at the minister, Monsoon notices that this villain, despite his severed arm, begins to throw more bombs out of his pockets. The other bombs could have been even more dangerous than the first, but the sword had already been thrown aside. Monsoon begins to accumulate bright chi energy from all his internal reserves. He directs a huge bolt of energy toward the rascal minister. Like an enraged beast, Monsoon rushes into battle even without his sword, accumulating an incredible amount of energy and strength to tear his opponent to pieces. To save himself, the young master spent a huge amount of energy, and after the explosion, everything went quiet. The explosion was incredibly powerful, and Monsoon's counterpunch was also strong. His clothes were scorched and he had wounds on his hands. He survived this colossal explosion. After that, the young master needed to see what had happened around him, and first of all, to catch his breath. He ran up to his friend Namgun, asking if he was okay. The young master's sword saved Namgun. He admitted that if it hadn't been for his technique, Namgun would have died in an instant. Looking around, the young master saw the soldiers who had stayed around them and had not run away from the explosion because there was a reason. He helped his friend up and stared at the warriors. Namgun Hyuk jokingly said that they seemed to be looking for comrades to travel to the afterlife. Even the anti-faction doesn't use thunder bombs. These enemies are much more dangerous than he had assumed. Their loyal soldiers run up to their commanders, asking if they are all right. The soldiers heard a loud sound and smelled gunpowder everywhere. Perhaps it was a thunder bomb or an energy bomb. Anyway, whatever it was, the young master pulled out his sword. He stabbed it decisively into the wall and realized that he had to move on. The situation with the walls required attention. and Monsoon was informed that the resistance was very strong. But because they stopped the enemies, their army would no longer suffer heavy losses. The leaders of these troops recognized that Namgun Hek and Monsoon did a good job. With such strong young men, they don't have to worry about the future of the faction. But still, some of them are worried. A few days later, the walls of the demon sect were destroyed, and the warriors were tied up and under the supervision of riders. This all happened in the hall of the Five Poison sect. Initially, this sect was under the jurisdiction of demons. But what happened now? Why are they opposing it? The second question was voiced quite loudly. They cannot allow these non-traditional sects to enter Sichuan at will, using the events as an excuse. One of them admitted that he did not know what the problem was then. There is currently no strong anti-faction sect in Sichuan, and the influence of the large non-traditional sects has diminished. If they were allowed to establish a branch, the balance of power would change dramatically. They decided they had to act decisively and prevent this from happening. One night, in exchange for a branch, the head of a large non-traditional sect offered them a deal. He wants them to meet with all the great young masters of the pro-faction, such as Peng, Monsoon, Namgun Hek, Tanhua Ren, and Mugak, and 4 of them will be present at the meeting. The host says that this is as ridiculous as it gets, but these young masters will become the pillars of the pro-faction in the future, and regardless of the importance of this issue, we cannot allow their paths to be blocked. He promised to treat them with respect and honor. Therefore, he asks them not to worry and to meet him halfway. Looking at this young man, he said that it was necessary to find out the opinion of each of the young masters, and not just rely on the Murim Alliance's decision. The tension in the air was rising, and the man was given a few days to think about it. The silence before the storm was broken when the young masters were invited to a large, non-traditional sect. What were they really up to? All the important people gathered at a meeting in the hall of the Sichuan governor, but no one understood what the alliance's position was. According to the leader of the alliance, in the worst-case scenario, they are thinking about coming to Sichuan. Monsoon asks if they have any idea why the head of a large non-traditional sect invited them to his place. Perhaps information about Monsoon had reached him, especially about his swords, which were important to this sect. In his opinion, it might have something to do with the demon that had appeared in Hansa. The 4 tyrants, hearing this information, thought about it, because the statement was significant. The head continued that the name of this demon implies its madness, and it is said that in the main fortress of the great unconventional sects in Hans, this demon completely killed all the high-ranking officials and seriously injured the 4th elder. Realizing that even the 4th elder who had previously pursued him was injured, the major sects also suffered significant losses. Hua Ren wondered if the rascal had even been caught, but it was rumored that he had escaped from Gansu, which was why the mood of the major non-traditional sects was at its worst right now. After drinking some alcohol, they decided to think about the situation. One of the heads said that they wanted to regain their honor, and suggested that the head of a large non-traditional sect was interested in a hero named Monsoon. It was to him that the head turned. His fantastic squad is capable of confronting any enemy with its strength. But now, addressing his colleagues, Monsoon said that they intend to strike a blow against a large unconventional sect. His colleagues looked at him with a hint of doubt. Namgun Hyuk reminded them that they had recently discussed this together, and he had convinced his father that they would be up to the task. However, the Tang family could not let their children go so easily, considering this task to be very dangerous. But Hua Ren smiled, feeling excited about the task, and assured them that they should not worry about them. However, there is no need to do this for the sake of the Murim alliance, and the head of the family is absolutely right. It is too dangerous. To interrupt these skeptical thoughts, the young master slapped his fingers on the table. Interrupting everyone, he confirmed that this was a dangerous task, but also a great opportunity for them in the alliance. It had been 20 years since the Great War between the factions, and this was the first time a non-traditional sect had been the first to approach them. They must take this opportunity to re-establish ties with these factions, and the young master has plans to do so. He has a letter from the Blade King and plans to use it in this mission. This information, like a ray of clear moonlight, illuminated their understanding of their advantage. A few days later, they arrived at Hansulanzhou Fortress with the young master and his team. Hua Ren looked out of the window to look at the surrounding scenery and was surprised at how beautiful everything looked. She expected it to be boring and dirty, but it was much better than she had imagined. The monk also noticed that there were many people here who looked very threatening. They almost reached the sect and stopped to look around. When they got out of the chariot, they saw a huge building. The walls of this building were much higher than the walls of the Murim Alliance. The monk approached one of the people on the street and asked if there were any inns nearby. However, it would be dangerous to stay anywhere nearby, and it was not worth mentioning. They moved on, and soon the door opened. Sichuanese warriors in armor showed their respect. They bowed before the people they considered important. One of these people was the young master of the great non-traditional sects, Chol Mu Ren. He had come to greet the guests for having traveled a long way to this city. The young master of the great non-traditional sects stood before them. He enveloped the dignitaries with his gaze. Monsoon in turn remembered his name, for they had met again. In a previous life they had fought, and although Chul had not lost, he had barely survived. Now he said goodbye, but nothing had changed. If not for the help of the monk's descendant, he would have died on the spot. Cho Ren, looking at the young master who came to visit him, saw him as a tiger swordsman, a tyrant. Once in his life, he had sworn that he would kill him the next time he met him. But he restrained himself only because of the order of his master. His eyes were riveted on the young master's hands. This time, he could not understand Monsoon's true strength, which seemed impressive. The master even opened his mouth in surprise at how strong the young master had become. Soon, he kept the guests waiting and apologized for it, inviting them inside. Monsoon immediately noticed that Cho Ren didn't want to attack, and he wondered if it was an order from the chairman. They came to a battlefield that they had created on purpose. Namgun asked, if this is a battlefield, where will the competition be held? The answer was confident. Out of all the faction's supporters, only they would see the evil of the great non-traditional sects disappear in battle. They were the chosen ones. The monk, hearing these words, wondered what they meant. Evil disappears in combat. Zhang explained that old scores are settled here, but it is different from competitions between factions. Instead of martial arts sparring, there are battles for life and death. This explains the phrase, anger is settled in fights, a wonderful phrase. Looking at the door, Monsoon realized that he could be here. After they were shown the area for the fights, they went inside to the chapter, and the warriors lined up so they could walk down the red carpet. As they walked along it, all eyes were on them. These warriors were literally analyzing them with their black gazes. Monsoon felt these stares, and he felt a little uneasy. But suddenly he noticed the heavenly ice demon who was also present. The celestial ice demon looked at the famous Peng Monsoon carefully. When their eyes met, the boy looked at him as if he were an enemy. Incredible power began to fill the ice demon, and he was furious that this rascal dared to look at him like that. Soon they came to the chapter itself and greeted the great head of the non-traditional sects. First Master Kiel Murim greeted him. As the head ordered, he bowed to these young masters. Sitting on his throne, the head of the great non-traditional sects, Sachan, looked at his guests with a keen eye. Monsoon also looked closely at the head and realized that he was using the technique of age regression. The ominous silence before the storm was shattered when the leader asked them who they were. The group of 4 tyrants found themselves in an awkward situation. This man invited them to visit, and now he doesn't remember them. Maybe he has dementia. However, after a short pause, his expression began to change. He began to laugh harshly when he noticed someone among them whom he thought was a funny guy. The monk was stunned by such incredibly inappropriate behavior from a head who was over 3,000 years old and seemed to be losing control. Even the head's warriors looked at him with doubt. Their head of the non-traditional sects laughed as if he were only 10 years old and called the monk crazy, which he thought was the funniest expression he had ever heard. Although they didn't understand what he was talking about, their expressions were as stunned as the sect leaders. Looking around at the other supporters, the leader realized that this was of great importance to the members of the unconventional sect. If they managed to meet with him, they might be a pillar of the pro-faction, or have another important role. Monsoon spoke up, saying that it didn't make much sense, and they were just surprised by his invitation. The head drew attention to Peng Monsoon, who is much talked about, and has a reputation as the king of the blade. He said he would never leave me alone if there was a problem with your safety. What is their relationship? The chairman asked. He had been training him for some time, but what was interesting about what the king of the blade had to say about him? The young man reported that when he was younger, they said that killing you was like lifting the weight of a mountain. But now you are different from the younger ones, and it looks like the next time I see him, I will have to tear him to pieces. The head nevertheless realized that there was nothing special about simply inviting them. If they look, they will see that he is old and bored. He wants to ask them to entertain him in the fighting matches that will take place in 3 days. Monsoon, on the other hand, sees no reason why he is willing to give up the Sichuan branch. But it is not such a big deal. Murim is the path that everyone is on, but it is no different from a small chessboard. If necessary, he can end the game by turning the board over. Therefore, Monsoon decided to ask the chapter to listen to one request they had regarding the fights. Some representatives looked at Monsoon, not understanding how he dared to try to make a deal with the chapter. Although they had heard that Peng had stood up to the Demon King, the move looked like the ultimate madness. But then the head of the non-traditional sects gave the go-ahead and told them about the deal. The young master bowed his head to the head and asked for an audience. Everyone shuddered at this phrase, and swords filled with destructive energy approached the young man.
Opening his eyes, he saw that he was surrounded by sharp blades on all sides. The 4 tyrants also rose to their feet and took their swords in their hands, as their leader was surrounded by warriors with swords. However, the boy remained relaxed and calm, as if all this had been foreseen. The head carefully watched the young master's reaction, and was amazed that he did not even flinch after such a maneuver. Then he said that he would give him a chance for an audience. If he didn't like something, the head would make sure that Monsoon wouldn't be able to say a word. He ordered everyone except Peng Monsoon to leave. When he encountered the Demon King, he discovered that there were 2 masters in the demon sect who had reached the transcendent level. There are only 3 such masters in all of Murim, but the demon sect has 2. The demon sect has accumulated a 300-year reserve of power because they have 4 enlightened masters. Is there any guarantee that they will not attain absolute transcendence? These words aroused great interest in the head, and he asked the young man to continue. The demonic sect is getting stronger and stronger, and if you look at the scope of their activities, this power is only growing. If they want to stop the demon sect, then the pro-faction and the large non-traditional sects must work together. The head expressed his opinion that this looks like a silly story, and there's nothing special for the pro-factions in this house. Once Murim is stabilized after the war with the demon sect, a better world will be determined. The only thing Sichuan doesn't have is the title of the best in the world. If they can say that they are able to get these 2 parasites to oppose him, in which case they will not be able to come out ahead. But when the war eventually ends, young Master Monsoon will be the best in the pro-faction. When the war was over, Sun dreamed of becoming the best in his faction. But instead of support, all he heard was indignation. How could someone like him claim such a title? He was constantly told that it was not just a play on words. With the title of best in the world as collateral, Sun offered the leader a deal. He asked him if he was trying to talk to him as an equal. And then, with a cold glare, the leader offered to check what made him so arrogant. Without wasting a second, Sun reached for his sword and began to draw it. He did so because of how harsh the leader had become, and said that he would judge Sung to see if he had the potential to become the best in the world. It was a life-or-death test. Only one of the 2, the leader said, and took on a very tough appearance as he prepared to attack Sun. With a deft swing of his sword, Sun swung and deflected the fiery attack that was flying straight at him. It was incredibly difficult to resist an opponent like the leader. Sun began to retreat step by step backward on the carpet. The carpet, along with the floor, which was made of hard stone, began to crack and break into small pieces. What the hell? Thought Sun, noticing that the leader had not even taken a stance for this powerful technique. Then Sun decided it was time to act. The leader began to notice that Sun knew more than he had when he was younger. But it had been 10 years since the leader had made his transcendental transition and reached the absolute level. In his hand, the leader began to gather extremely strong energy that was swirling into a ball of fire. He couldn't understand how a novice like Sun could overcome the obstacles in front of him, including time and the sandstorm. Gathering all his strength, the leader summoned a bloodstorm that flew at Sun along with the fire. This attack that the leader used was called the Mad Laughter of the Wind. By speaking the words loudly, he dictated his actions, reinforcing them with his intent. Immersed in full concentration, Sung looked at the back of his sword, trying to figure out how to counter this threat. Absolute transcendence, he thought. Everything begins with simple transcendence. It requires that the human will become one with nature, because one cannot stop only by filling oneself with this will. You need to find the reason. This is only possible when you have completely filled your will. But in order to achieve this, you need to fight against yourself or conquer yourself. Nature has already achieved harmony and perfection with all its many parts. If this is true, then everything should work out. In the midst of the battle, Sun plunged into the reality where he realized this. After that, he opened his eyes and found himself in reality, ready to act. He decided to become a part of nature to confront the enemy whose madness had engulfed his body in fire and whose power seemed endless. The leader began to shout that Sun had already achieved the technique of total surrender. Total surrender is a state in which a person is so immersed in something that he or she is completely impressed by it. A red thunderous pillar of light rotated 180 degrees around Sun as he swung his sword. Did his strength increase during the battle? The enemy thought, not believing his eyes. Indeed, Sun had put all his strength into this attack. After a while, he was lying in the same room, exhausted and wounded. When he regained consciousness, the sun's rays were coming through the window, falling on his body. Although the wound was deep, there were no traces of blood. It looked like someone had stopped the bleeding. Looking at his arm, Sun began to realize what had happened. Looking back, he saw the leader, who said, "You're awake at last." The leader explained that Sun did not have to worry about any internal injuries, because he had given him a restorative potion that he uses himself. It stopped the bleeding from his internal injuries. It seemed to Sun that it was all just a dream, but he clearly remembered the last moment of his technique.
The leader went on to explain that the last technique Sun used was called the Resolute Sword of the Five Tigers. It is a new sword art in the Peng family, and the leader listened intently to his explanation. Song continued, noting that he had only added some flesh to the already existing skeleton of this technique, and that it was not yet complete. With a slight smile on his face, the leader smiled back at Sung. However, Sun objected and said that the technique was already complete. In Murim, there is no such thing as a completed martial art. The dead souls of the art schools spent years perfecting it. Sun apologized for making an inappropriate remark and bowed his head in respect. After that, the leader asked Sun if he really believed he had the talent to become a great master. But in his mind, the leader knew that it was only a matter of time before Sun would achieve absolute transcendence. The leader approached Sun again, asking him if he really intended to become the best in the world. Without hesitation, Sun answered yes, and added that instead of being second, he wanted to challenge himself to be first. The leader then accepted his offer and said he was looking forward to the day when the world's best would be determined. Sun thanked him for that. Sung left a strong impression on the leader because he was able to accomplish on his own what even the leader of the alliance had failed to do. The leader called Sung a brat and asked him not to let the bastards of the demon sect win, because the threat of his life was quite strong. That was the end of their conversation, and Sun found himself in a different place. He went to his brothers and sister. They immediately ran up to him, overcome with emotion, and began to ask him what had happened. Hua said that she hadn't heard a sound, which worried her even more. The mad monk was only afraid of one thing, hearing a sound and feeling the pressure of qi, because they were blocked by the qi shield. Hua ran closer to Sun and began to examine his face, not knowing what they would do next if he accidentally got another wound. Song explained to Hua that participating in the purification battles would not be taxing, and the great swordsman told him that the battles would not begin for another 3 days, so he should rest. His friends were really worried about him. The mad monk was also very worried about Sun. He told everyone that while Brother Span was resting, they should go through a special training. He shouted loudly that they must get the elixir at all costs. It seemed that the large unorthodox sects would lose a lot because of this development, and since they had already chosen this path, they had to get this miraculous elixir from Hans at any cost. At that moment, everyone thought that something was on fire. It was the mad monk, who had burst into flames from behind. When the great swordsman offered to sit down at the table and drink, he got a good kick from Hua for making Sun sick, and him offering to drink. "Don't be such a nag," he asked her, explaining that he just wanted to have some delicacies. The word delicacies evoked very pleasant emotions in the girl, and she blossomed when she heard it. She came closer to the great swordsman. A witness who was in another place fell to the ground. The disciple of the great Chung Bin Yum of the unorthodox sect Chung Bin Su was asked at that moment if everything written here was really true, and replied that yes. The second young master's side had also just learned about it. The third elder of the large unorthodox sect was very angry. He didn't understand why it said that those who were to oppose the young leaders were the forces of the second young master and Chung Bin Su. This means that the leader has made the final decision. But what is he thinking? Surely this is not the price the young master should pay for letting the elder devil slip through his fingers. Is this necessary in order to exalt the first young master? The third elder could not understand this and was very angry. And when he heard that the leader had given the first young master an important task that was different from the task of the second young master, he became even more angry and began to ask what that task was. His disciple, standing before him, was trembling with fear. Meanwhile, the leader was thinking about the purification rite through fighting. He thought it would be 100% interesting and couldn't wait to see how it went. 3 days passed. The day for which everyone had been preparing so carefully had arrived. It was the final battle of the martial arts masters, a fight for the honor of the North and a patient death. All the fans were watching, admiring how hot the fight was going. The participants were giving it their all, because no one even thought about giving up. Killing the elder and taking over his position, won't there be problems with the hierarchy? Hua wondered as she watched the fight. The great unorthodox sect is a federation of sects, and any vacancy will be filled very quickly, the great swordsman answered her, understanding the situation much better than the girl. Sun explained to them both that the purpose of this competition was not just to reduce the sect's power, but to rid it of unnecessary elements. This is how these chaotic factions try to become the best. The leader watched this battle closely. He looked closely at the participants, how they chose the winner, how they fought, and what techniques they used. The third elder sat silently, keeping in mind all the thoughts that had disturbed him earlier. Meanwhile, the young man recalled the words of instruction he had heard from the leader. The leader had asked them to fight face-to-face with the younger faction leaders in the next rounds. The announcement began. "Let's get started. And now the battles with the young leaders of the prefractions will begin," the man announced, raising his hand in the air. The four tyrants sat in their seats, each of them carefully preparing for the battle. Because Hua felt a little out of place, she decided to go first. When the audience saw her, they burst into cheers. "Isn't that the poison flower, the most beautiful girl from Sichuan?" But they all had to be happy to have such a mature martial artist among them, and so her foot stepped into the arena. Before her stood an enemy who believed that the Chaos faction would not be lenient with her, just because she was a girl. He warned Hua that if she was kind to him, he might return the favor. At this point, Hua clenched her fists. She apologized, but only because she was not interested in weak men, especially bastards like him. Irritated, he called her a lowly word and lunged at her, confident that he would win. Not a single nerve on her face flinched. Confidence shone in her eyes, and she began to move. First, she moved away from the line of attack, and then she delivered a powerful punch to the stomach. The blow was so strong that his legs buckled and he sprawled on the ground. This was not an opponent who gave up easily. He was stubborn, and he decided to throw a punch. But Hua, with the same confidence on her face, dodged the punch, leaving the enemy at a loss. After that, Hua decided to show him her kicking skills. After her lesson, he was sitting on one knee, holding his head up and coughing, holding his hand on his stomach, slightly bent over in pain. "What was that?" he asked, trying to get up, still not understanding how the girl could have hit him like that. He hadn't even noticed her using her poisonous technique. She could have easily defeated someone like him, but she decided to teach him a lesson. And when he rushed at her, she simply kicked him between the legs. She was already waiting for her next opponent to make his move. The second young master of a large unorthodox sect preferred to fight with her young mistress Tang. She thought that the second master had a weakness. He would only step forward when she had already defeated 5 other opponents. "Is there no righteousness in victory? Is it enough just to win?" she thought. If so, she was a little offended. She explained this to him, and he listened in silence. Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning, her foot left the ground. Confident of her victory, Hua was already in the air, ready to attack. He watched this sudden attack with fear, but he also had considerable strength and decided to attack her back. The fact that she had such strength left after so many battles was something he hadn't expected when he went into the fight. But he did not expect the girl to start disappearing from his sight during the battle. He looked around but couldn't figure out where she had gone. Then he saw one of the men being pumped out behind him. Hua calmly told him not to worry because it was not a deadly poison. However, the dark energy spread across the ground like a thick fog. The battle gained more and more momentum, and they circled all over the battlefield. Her gaze became even more confident. She struck out with her hand, and although it seemed as if it was in midair, the energy from the blow flew straight at the guy. He put up a barrier in front of him, but he could barely contain her incredibly strong flow of energy. His face twisted from the force he was forced to accept. In his mind, he wondered why his master had given him this task. Meanwhile, the master stood on the balcony and watched the fight. He thought his fighter was a miserable bastard as he watched the girl beat him. None of the officials could have expected this. The previous fight was over, and the feet of a very strong man entered the battlefield. He shouted that he had no pre-assigned opponent, and so he decided to enter the battlefield to challenge anyone. Hua heard the fans shouting words of support for this young man. "First young master, show us the power of the chaotic factions." A monk stood up to him, and everyone realized that a very interesting fight was brewing. The young master noticed something strange. The monk was the only one in his group without a nickname. Stretching his neck, he said that such things did not interest him at all. The monk was the most arrogant of all whom the young master of the great unorthodox sects had ever met before. In addition, he knew that the monk had mastered the secret art of Master John. A real fury began to reign in the atmosphere. Because of the confidence that the monk exuded, the young master decided to smash him to pieces. The monk folded his hands near his face, and suddenly his eyes glowed golden, and a fierce energy began to concentrate around him. Like a hurricane of fire, he stood there, releasing all his power outward. The mighty palm of Vajra was an attack from the monk, to which the young master responded with a strike called Sandstorm in the Blood Pit. A powerful gust of wind pierced to the bone and threw them in different directions. The monk's 100-step fist flew straight to the young master's nose. He reacted in time and began to dodge the attack. He threw so many punches in the air that it was difficult to count them, and thanks to this, he managed to repel the attack. The fact that the young master was able to repel this attack was a surprise to the monk. However, the monk decided to act with lightning speed and flew into the air. While in the air, the young master said, "It's over," as he swung his fist and put all his strength into it. The young master repeated himself again, shouting with clenched fists and flying at the monk, shouting that he would kill him. The monk had to act immediately because the energy accumulating on his opponent's fist was impressive. It glowed green and flashed brighter and brighter. He looked down at the fist as it came closer and faster to him. He wasn't going to back down, so he raised his fist in response. The attack he used was called the Dragon Claw Fist. He pointed it upward, and his fist burst into red flames. The opponent realized that something had gone wrong, as he had not expected such a development. When their fists collided in midair, their energies began to fight against each other. At a certain point, the force the monk began to use turned out to be stronger than expected, and his fist broke through the power of his opponent's iron fist. In a moment, they were standing back to back, both focused on their strategy. The young master immediately noticed the monk's unique strength, but he was not going to give up. He found the support under his foot that he needed. Pushing off the ground with all his might, he flew forward. When he was in the air right in front of the monk, he began to prepare his kick by spinning in the air. He spun to create a comfortable distance for his heel kick, which landed in the monk's block. The monk barely managed to contain this attack, which was extremely powerful. After that, the palm that was open began to approach the monk, and it was a punch from the iron fist. The palm was right in front of the monk's face, and more energy was accumulating around it. It wanted to grab the monk's face. The monk clenched his fist as hard as he could, his eyes glowing orange. It seemed that the iron fist had angered him. They came together in a decisive punch, so hard that everything around him flashed in bright green and yellow hues. The monk's team watched the fight closely, worried about the outcome, even though they knew of his strength and determination not to lose. The spectacle was incredible. The two elements merged into one giant ball of flame right in the arena.
What was that? The audience shouted without restraining their emotions, because it sounded like something had broken. What can one think of a monk's fist?
And what can we say about the fist of the young master known as the Iron Fist? One can only think that they are both extremely strong and master their power at an incredible level. Do they really think they can fight with the strength of their skills alone? Wondered Song as he watched them. Although he had smashed dozens of weapons with his bare hands, Iron Fist was no easy opponent. But the monk was not going to lose. He confidently looked directly into his opponent's eyes during the battle.
This is the last time! The monk shouted loudly, releasing even more of his energy.
The leader watched this fight and was amazed at the power he saw on the battlefield. The energy on the monk's arm began to fade, and blood dripped down his bandages. In the tense atmosphere, the words came out. "I admit my defeat. You have destroyed my iron fist," the young master said, addressing the monk. His authority was as strong as the iron fist, and it took real spirit to admit defeat so courageously. The monk recognized this, and also bowed to his opponent. After that, the monk fell face down on the ground like a stone. His body trembled with exhaustion and fatigue. Raising his thumb up, he said, "Although this was expected, the victory is mine." The body of the young master, Iron Fist, was trembling as he left the arena, for he did not want to lose. After that, the great swordsman entered the battlefield, wielding his sword as if it were his third arm. His opponent fell the moment he stepped onto the battlefield. Breathing in the pleasant air of victory, the great swordsman sheathed his sword. It was over so quickly that the boys didn't even have time to notice. Sun got up from the chair he was sitting on. "I'm next," he said proudly, implying that he had prepared some surprise. When he entered the battlefield, he spoke loudly, "Get ready," to those around him. The legs of his opponents trembled as they looked at this guy and realized that they were facing the very perfect Tiger Blade. Sun's surprise was that he asked his opponents to attack all at once, because there was not much time left. The opponents' legs stopped trembling when they realized that now they would be a whole crowd against each other. They all rushed to Sun, who was standing in the center of their circle. They held their swords, confident that now that they were all together, they would surely defeat him because he was alone. Seriously immersed in the atmosphere of battle, Sun realized that he needed to make an effort and end it all quickly. He took a fighting stance. His foot pushed off the support under it. The power began to boil in his chest, and he began to spin around his axis. All the opponents flew in different directions as quickly as they attacked him. At that moment, time seemed to slow down. Suddenly, there was a shout in the air, "Now!" And one of the enemies, with energy in his hand, decided to attack from the back. A dull sound was heard as the sword plunged into the ground. However, demonstrating his lightning-fast reaction, Sun turned sharply behind his back. He grabbed the scoundrel who tried to attack from behind. Sun assumed that it was Bin Yuma's disciple, but he denied it, claiming that he was not suitable for the role. After that, Sun turned his head back, preparing for the next step. Using soul communication, Sun asked the leader if he had assigned these rivals to him. "What are you talking about?" The leader replied in surprise, beginning to explain that it just happened. It turned out that Sun's opponents were part of the troops of the second young master. "I will catch the snake by the head for you," said Sun, referring to a rascal who had done much evil. The leader listened carefully to these courageous words of Sun. He thought, "The other one is still not good enough to take that place. But now that the power struggle is not over, what would he do if he were attacked by a demon sect right now?" After thinking about this, the leader asked Sun what he wanted. In response, Sun said that it was nothing unrealistic. He simply asked that the leader guarantee that each of the four of them would be given an elixir. Sun did not hold a grudge against the leader, looking him straight in the eye, right into the very stands where he stood. Sun threw the fighter, who was unable to come in from the back with all his might, right onto the steps. In a loud and manly voice, he shouted to Chun to come out.
"Enough hiding!" he shouted, and Chun began to walk down the stairs to the arena.
On the way, Chun was thinking, not believing that he was really allowed to fight this guy. While he was going down, Sung explained to him everything he knew, that Chun had tried to kill him at first by sending the black and red twins. He also tried to interfere in the business of the Kimjok group of traders. Hearing these accusations, Chun had no choice but to call Sun an arrogant bastard. Gathering all of his icy energy, he began to shout, and his voice created a dome of cold over him. His main goal was to kill Song at any cost as he entered the arena. The Heavenly Ice Demon was willing to do anything to destroy Song, no matter what the obstacles or losses, no matter what it cost him. He concentrated all of his power, creating a deadly energy that would leave Sun no chance of survival. Looking at the icy hurricane, Sun covered his face with his hand, realizing that he was facing an extremely dangerous enemy and had to act immediately. Like the first breath of spring, the enemy had used the cold deep dungeon technique, and now Sung was facing a mortal threat hanging over him. Those watching the battle couldn't even see what was happening, as everything was swallowed up in the ice storm. "Where did that damned rascal go?" thought the third elder, watching the events unfold before his eyes. He could only see the giant blocks of ice standing in front of him, hiding everything else from his eyes. Sun was trapped. His leg was chained in the ice. Gathering all his strength, Sun drew the tip of his sword across the ice, trying to free himself from the ice trap. Like a tinkling crystal, the enemy suddenly appeared right above Sun's head, ready for the final blow. Like a distant melody, he flew rapidly in an attempt to attack Sun, trying not to miss the moment to strike. Like a bolt of lightning, Song grabbed his arm and instantly moved out of the line of attack, dodging the fatal blow. The enemy's face expressed sincere surprise, as if something had happened that he could never have expected, but it had. Without hesitation, Sun decided to teach his enemy a good lesson by adding a little wrestling to the fight. He threw his opponent over himself, hitting his head so hard on the ground that the floor cracked from the force of the impact. The blow was so powerful that blood gushed out of the Heavenly Ice Demon's mouth. The enemy's chest was under Sun's control, or rather, under the influence of his energy, which enveloped the ice and prevented the enemy from controlling it. Jin, watching the battle, immediately noticed that Sun had done extremely well. He did not even expect that Sun would realize his actions and their consequences so quickly. It seems that he will soon realize that this is a reliable defense for his body. Jin was eagerly awaiting what would happen next, his heart beating faster and faster with tension. The Celestial Ice Demon tried to get up with his last bit of strength, but his arms were too weak and his attempts were in vain. Like the twinkling of the stars, Sun approached him and said that he was sure that when the demon had teased the black and red twins, he had not expected this day to come. Then, as if through a fog, Sun said that he would cut off his hands. Like a ray at dawn, Sun's sword sliced off the hand of the Heavenly Ice Demon. This stroke was made from the bottom of his heart. Sun had been waiting for this moment for so long, like a drop of rain slowly trickling down a window pane, and he was going to his goal. A hand with long claws that looked like they hadn't been trimmed for a very long time hung in the air, as if waving goodbye to the Heavenly Ice Demon. A moment later, the other hand was already lying next to the first. Although the rule was to kill the Celestial Ice Demon, Song, considering the leader of the great unorthodox sects, decided to end it exactly as he would have done in its place. Like a crystal bell, Sun's fist smashed right into the demon's chin, dealing him a powerful blow. The blow was so strong that the demon flew up 2 meters. After that, Sun began to concentrate chi energy in his hand, preparing for the decisive blow. Having gathered all his strength, he decided to finish off the enemy, leaving him no chance to live. Feeling all the power of Sun, the demon sat under the wall without arms, with his head down in complete hopelessness. Sun approached him to say a few more words, but when he looked at the demon, he realized that there was nothing more to say, as he was already finished. Everyone around him cheered for Sun, shouting that for a faction scoundrel. This end was even better than they could have hoped for. That's why this battle was called the Battle to Eliminate the Rim. Meanwhile, Sung's team, although affected by the chaotic factions, was in a celebratory mood. The only thing that bothered them was the attitude of the unorthodox sects toward those who had been defeated. The first heir reasoned that if he had to face the Sun, he should only hit harder, not realizing how much he was wrong.
"This battle is over."
For all 10 winners, who would be represented by the first young master, it was announced that they would receive awards. After that, the stars of the day were announced. They were Sung, Gak, Hua, and Hyuk. Jin didn't expect such a huge success, but Sung surpassed even his expectations. He asked the chaotic factions if they agreed with this statement. Since their success was so commendable, Jin decided to reward everyone with another elixir. Sun expressed his gratitude, and his team was also delighted. Jin called Hook a little crazy monk and turned to him. He just waited for the leader to continue speaking.
The leader went on and said that everyone else had great nicknames, but Hook didn't. Then Jean said that he would give him one himself. He offered a choice, Mad Monk or Destructive Iron Fist. He then asked Sun which of the two nicknames he liked better. Offering the nickname Destructive Iron Fist, right in front of the Iron Fist of Kiel Muryong, seems very bold. But the head was exactly as they said he would be. The monk chose the nickname Mad Monk. This even surprised Jin a bit, because a name like Destructive Iron Fist would have greatly enhanced his reputation. But Hook chose this nickname because he was known as a crazy scoundrel from the very beginning. It even made the head laugh, and he recognized Hook as a real mad monk. Their team consisted of an incredible girl known as Poison Flower, a harsh and always unpredictable, not pitying anyone but fair mad monk, and brave as a lion who was not afraid to throw himself at a pack of hyenas, the Heavenly Swordsman, and, as Jin said, the perfect Tiger Blade. They infiltrated the enemy camp and demonstrated extraordinary martial arts skills, showing that their fighting spirit was much stronger than that of the factions. The leader Go Sung-jin honored them with the name Four Tyrants. The Four Tyrants? Is this a good thing? Asked Hawk, to which Hua replied that if he didn't know, it was better to keep quiet.
Finally, this is the revival of the Four Tyrants, which marks a new beginning.
The next day, it was time to say goodbye, and he asked them to take care of themselves.
The whole team bowed low to him, expressing their gratitude for everything. Hook asked if he thought Brother Kiel was busy.
Sung explained that the first young master had isolated himself after the battles to eliminate the enemies were over. If the second young master tries to take over in his absence, it could have bad consequences, Song suggested.
It's not that no one is worried about it, it's just that he is determined to be alone. He even said that if he is kidnapped again, then so be it. It sounded like Iron Fist, Huck said.
The man reached into his inside pocket and pulled out something. It was a letter from the leader of the Murim Alliance, asking to talk via correspondence. He handed it to Sun, adding that the leader said he could deliver it whenever he wanted.
Who knew that Sachon would make his move first?
After that, Song asked him to convey his gratitude to the leaders, and then it was time to hit the road. What the Urim Alliance failed to do, the young Master Pen accomplished. Hook asked Sun where they were going now, and he explained that they needed to go to the Murim Alliance. And there was no need to hurry because they had recently experienced several major events, and they needed to rest a bit. The great swordsman confirmed Brother Pan's words because they had worked really hard, and it was time to take a breather. Hua also supported this decision. She liked the way it sounded, because it had been a long time since they had had any free time. The sun was setting over the horizon, and the sky was filling with a crimson sunset, inviting everyone to come and visit.
Luckily, they arrived in Sichuan before evening, which was a relief because the weather was hinting at rain.
It's mostly a migrant population, so there's a night market that's open every night, explained the great swordsman. He also added that there is a sect in this place called the Great Righteousness Sect. Meanwhile, Hua was already stuffing her mouth with delicious food. Everyone else was also eating, but they took one chopstick each while she took 3 as usual. The great swordsman continued to talk about the place, saying that despite its small size, it offered good spiritual counseling. But while they were walking, they heard shouting behind them.
"You still don't understand, you old fool,"
and they turned their heads back. The old man was on his knees, and men were standing in front of him, asking him why he hadn't even paid for the defense. They reproached him for the brazenness with which he was running his business. It looked comical, and Hook asked the great swordsman if those there were filled with the spirit of consultation he spoke of. Meanwhile, the old man, trembling in fear of the men, told them that he had spent his entire life cutting down trees, and asked how he could have accumulated such a large amount of money. But the bald big man waved his hand at him, sarcastically asking if he had gone mad. However, his hand did not reach the old man because something stopped it. It was a blow to it.
"What rascal dared to hit me?" the bald man asked, turning around.
This blow was delivered by the same wand that was in the woman's hand. Hua was not ashamed to admit that she had done it. The bald man asked her if she thought it was a game, but suddenly, like a statue, Sun appeared over the bald man and said everything he needed to know with one look. After that, he calmly asked the bald man to leave immediately. The villains, looking at Sun and the girl, realized that these were not opponents they could defeat. They demonstrated remarkable running abilities, as they began to run away from Sun very quickly. After that, Sun and his team approached the old man, who couldn't even express his gratitude as he thanked them over and over again. When asked if these scoundrels always behaved so terribly, the old man said no. He explained that a year ago they suddenly started demanding taxes and using force. Why on earth? Wondered Hook, and asked his comrades if they should look into it. The great swordsman explained that it was unclear why they had changed so much, and suggested that they observe the situation a little longer. After a while, they were sitting at the table enjoying the nourishing structure of the noodles, which were incredible as always. It had been a few years since Sung was last here, but the taste of the noodles remained just as amazing.
Behind them, people were talking about the 4 young masters who had left for large unorthodox sects. They were discussing that they had been given the title of 4 tyrants, or something like that, and said that they had knocked out 200 martial artists of the great unorthodox sects in eliminating enemies. Hearing these rumors, Hua added that it was good that they had changed their clothes and offered to fill their cups, because it was nice to hear such rumors about themselves from others. Who would have thought that these rumors had already reached Shanxi? Next, they heard from people that the Buddhist monk is now known as the Mad Monk. He is said to be a disciple of Shaolin, and is rumored to have defeated the Iron Fist in the great unorthodox sects by preaching the truth. As expected of a Shaolin disciple, people kept saying. And listening to this, the Mad Monk even blushed a little. They also said that this event was a real blessing for the pro-factions. And even if there was a big war between the factions, the anti-faction would not be able to advance a single step. But another asked not to talk about it, because he did not want to hear it. The words about a big pro-anti-faction war caused Great Swordsman great anxiety, because he was still young and many of his family members were unable to return home. Hua asked if they would be able to avoid the war with the demon sect. Sung explained that one day this war would inevitably begin, and when it did, he would be on the front lines. The hand of the Great Swordsman fell on his shoulder. The Great Swordsman told him that not only he, but all of them would be on the front lines, and asked the others if they agreed. The Mad Monk said that together they would be able to destroy all the enemies, because they were the 4 tyrants. Suddenly, words rang out in the atmosphere. "It's that rascal!" A man approached them and asked if they were the young masters they were talking about. He introduced himself as Li Cho Lip Cho of the Great Righteous Sect and asked them if they were the ones who had interfered with the sect head's teaching. Sung told him that he was indeed talking about them if he meant threatening ordinary people and stealing their money during the teachings. Li Cho Lip Cho grabbed for his weapon and said that words could not solve this, but his hand was stopped by another hand. It was the hand of the Great Swordsman, who told Li that he looked like someone who quickly draws a sword and called him Master. Li ordered all his men not to stand idle and to attack immediately. They seemed to freeze for a moment, but they were ready to act. The problem was that they had heard about the young leaders. Because of this, one of them asked Li if he was going too far. Li replied rudely, calling his opinion that of a frightened toddler, and asked him not to intervene if he was not ready to take responsibility. Li's words sounded like real rudeness, but Song decided not to hold back any longer. The ground shook as Sung pointed the spoon he was holding at their heads. The spoon was filled with destructive power, and he passed it over each of them. After that, they lay on the ground, and smoke came out of their foreheads from the speed and force of Sun's blows. The spoon was also smoking. 5 opponents had been defeated with just a spoon, and Li watched with great amazement. Perhaps he had ordered his men to attack such opponents in vain, as the Great Swordsman and Song looked at him with extremely serious expressions. After that, Li decided to attack himself and grabbed his sword. He headed straight for the one he thought was the strongest, namely Sun, deciding to attack him, with the question, "How dare you attack the main sect?" His hand filled with energy and a burning beam came out of it, cutting through the air like a sharp knife. In that hand was a sword, which he pointed towards Song. But Sun repelled this seemingly incredible attack with a spoon. The fact that Sun was fighting him with just a spoon amazed Li. However, he decided to take a more serious fighting stance. Stepping back a few meters, Li called Sun a scoundrel, deeming it necessary, and pointed his sword at the young man again. Song remained calm, looking at his opponent, because it is not typical for someone who has reached a high level of skill to lose his temper so easily. The more Li showed emotion, the more red his eyes became. Such muddy energy was unworthy of someone who belonged to the pro-faction. A blinding energy erupted from his eyes, and he rushed with his sword directly at Song, once again trying to defeat him. But Sun again put his spoon out to counterattack and held back the powerful sword strikes with just his spoon. "What the hell?" asked Li, holding the sword that he had used to kill thousands of enemies, but now he was being beaten back with just a spoon. He decided to take it to the next level, and a flash of blue energy erupted from his sword. His scream was filled with powerful force that spread around, shattering the rocks like thunder. The 4 tyrants watched closely, realizing that it was demonic energy. Did Sun think that a spoon would not be enough in this battle? He thought. But no, the sky trembled with the sounds of battle as Sun hit him on the head with the spoon. After that, Li fell to the fighters who had previously been defeated by the spoon, and he was no exception, also being defeated by the spoon. The Great Swordsman approached Li and checked his pulse. Hook suggested that they leave right now, as the sun had already set, which was to their advantage. The Great Swordsman asked to take Li's body, but Li, barely conscious, asked them if they were the 4 tyrants. Song gave his name and said that he was from the Peng family, which made everyone realize that they were indeed the 4 tyrants. Although they were not sure before, even when Song stood next to them, there was no doubt about it. They were then asked if Sun was planning to invade the Great Righteous Sect.
The explanation was that the Great Righteousness Sect, which is considered part of the Pro-faction, had been found to be using demonic art, and this was not something that should be overlooked. In Ganjo, this man is known as the Pure White Sword. He had asked the 4 tyrants to let him join them, because if it was demonic art, it must be related to the demon sect, and so he decided to help. A smile appeared on Sun's face, and he agreed, suggesting that everyone go along. Meanwhile, a man and a woman were lying on the bed, listening to beautiful music playing in the background. She was kissing his cheek, and he was listening to the pleasant words he was saying to her, joking and having fun. But suddenly there was a noise that made them get up. They did not understand why such a noise was heard in the middle of the night. They were told that some people had dragged the unconscious leader of the unit here and asked to see him. The leader jumped out of the door and asked who they were. They explained to him that these people seemed to come from different walks of life, and they definitely intended to wait until he came out to them. He asked the girl to wait for him for a few minutes. It all seemed ominous to her, because something like this could not just happen in the middle of the night. Opening the gate, he went outside, wondering who could be looking for him so late at night. A moment later, he came out and saw them. On the floor was a man who had been hit in the head with a spoon, and it was unclear why he was in that condition. The people who went with him were also unconscious. The leader asked what they had done to the leader of the unit. Sun answered with only one thing. He introduced himself as Peng Mu Son of the Habuk Peng family. The same perfect tiger blade, the leader realized, and told Sun that he was highly reputed as the tyrant of Ganho. Sun then noted that he was not eloquent, so he decided to get straight to the point and asked why the Great Righteousness sect smelled so much like demonic art. The leader began to evade the question, claiming that he did not understand what demonic art could be involved, and tried to pretend that he did not know anything. But his nervous face filled with fear spoke more than any words. His eyes began to arouse strong suspicion. As expected, Sun realized that his eyes were filled with blood, which indicated something dangerous. Because he was accustomed to the demonic arts, he had developed a demonic mindset that affects the very essence of a martial artist. Suddenly, his attention was distracted by a loud thud on the roof behind him. Sun immediately raised his head and began to look closely at what it was. Meanwhile, the man began to explain to Sun that he knew him well, because his reputation as the perfect tiger blade was known to everyone. But Sun didn't want to hear it and decided to finish him off right away. He rushed at him and immediately stabbed him in the carotid artery. After that, Sun jumped and flew towards the roof. Pure White Sword watched this and could not believe what was happening. The atmosphere of high speed was felt on the roof like nothing else. This atmosphere was created by Song's hand grabbing the girl's neck. Right in the air while she was running, he grabbed her, not allowing her to run any further. He held her very tightly because he knew who she was. And he asked her if she was indeed the wicked devil. Her face was distorted with pain as she hit her head on the slate. For her, it was as if she had come face to face with a rabid tiger. Adding the word please, she asked the young man to let her go. She realized that any longer and he might get out of control. But as she had planned, she thought she had managed to do something. She thought she was able to pass her demonic energy through Sun. But suddenly a word came out, or rather, a request, that she not try to play with him. And he hit her hard right in the face, so hard that she flew to the side. Sun knew how to teach rascals a lesson, and he did it very well. Then he grabbed her in his hand and jumped down to the ground with her. This woman was the concubine of that man. But Sun said that he did not know that these days concubines can run on the roofs. In the demonic sect, there is a demon known as the Wicked One, and this woman is the same devil, he explained to them. The man drew his sword and asked Sun not to slander his concubine. After that, Sun explained that if he continued to be fond of demonic art, he would lose his rationality just as he was now. He decided that he could harm Sun with his sword and tried to attack him. Without thinking twice, Sun threw the girl he was holding aside. He decided to start a serious conversation and make it clear that this was no place for jokes. With his bare hand, he grabbed the blade of his sword. The opponent could not even move the sword. His grip was so tight. This grip could have broken the blade into 2 parts, even if he had taken hold of the sharp part. But Sun remained as confident and serious as ever. Sun's hand was filled with fiery energy, and a burning beam came out of it, cutting through the air like a sharp knife. The blow from this hand struck the enemy from the back, and all the energy, breaking through the body, came out in a shock wave, like invisible swords that destroyed everything in their path. All the internal organs of the enemy were destroyed. He was not supposed to come near Sun. Sun had no choice but to order everyone else who was with him to drop their weapons and immediately kneel down. The clanging of weapons rang out around him as they began to fall to the ground. From swords to spears, everything fell to the ground. I surrender! I ask for mercy! Let us live! They begged, kneeling before Song.
Their leader Han Yong explained that they had come from the Ankara branch of the Murim alliance. They had arrived even earlier than Sun had expected. Since this was an unusual case, they hurried here without stopping. Reinforcements from the west coast would arrive tomorrow. Most of the members of the Great Righteousness sect have become familiar with the demonic arts. This is a serious situation. They have organized everything to look like pro-faction martial arts, and many of the techniques are only superficially familiar with the demonic arts. Although it's only an introduction, it's with demonic arts, which is a shocking fact. The demonic silkworm art is a technique taught in the low-level sects of the demonic sect. It would not be easy to distinguish them from pro-faction martial arts, because the original movements have been changed. But here are all the differences that the great swordsman helped to record. He described everything in the style he had learned in the Murim alliance, so it would be easy to understand. John was impressed because everything was written down neatly. This information was obtained by the great swordsman during the interrogation of the girl standing next to him. After that, Sun explained that it contained the names of the sects that would be the next targets of the evil devil. In fact, this information was not received from the girl. It was gleaned from memories and knowledge of the past, with the exception of some minor sects. Sun asked them, and based on which sects had the greatest influence on the war, he drew conclusions. Yan took this information seriously and promised that he would take responsibility and pass it directly to the head of the department. After that, Sun went in the other direction. John looked at him and realized that these talented people would be of great help to the Murim alliance. The next day, the flag of the escort agency was flying in the air. The master ordered his men that it was time to leave. Everyone agreed with him and set off on the wagons. Meanwhile, the four tyrants were walking in the forest, discussing the demonic sect, and reasoned that it would simply strike and destroy everything. The mad monk walked behind, muttering that he was very hungry, and Hua continued to voice her opinion, adding that it seemed they had people like this wicked devil. The great swordsman added that if left as they were, they would eat away at Murim like an incurable disease, and in a way, they were even more dangerous than ordinary killers. Sun explained to them that they had to remain cautious, as the demon sect's fighting power had not yet been fully revealed, especially since the sect members had not yet officially declared themselves. Eventually, they noticed the mad monk. He was completely immersed in silence, as he had only one thought in his mind: food. After that, they suddenly jumped forward and started running fast. Not understanding anything, the mad monk ran after them, asking, "Where are you all going?" After a while, they were standing on the cliffside watching the battle below. "What's going on here?" asked the mad monk, catching up with them. "Aren't these the attendants who were at the Great Righteousness sect yesterday?" They were, and Sun said that he had to help them. Hua was the first to act, throwing kunai down the cliff. She easily took down 2 opponents with a single blow. "Who the hell are you?" the other one shouted when he saw this. And on the mountainside, they stood over their opponents like the great 4 tyrants. Tilting his head down, Hook asked them loudly, "Have you not heard of the 4 tyrants?" Like the wind in the field, his words reached the enemy below. After that, Dawn saw the great swordsman who had just been standing on his right disappear as if blown away by the wind. He was already flying toward the enemies, and his lightning-like movement was almost invisible when he appeared below and struck the first blow. The great swordsman never stopped at one enemy and kept moving on. The opponents somehow thought they had the strength to fight a master like the great swordsman, but he did not hesitate to show them everything he could do. After making a few more turns in the air with his sword in hand, he clearly showed the villains where they belonged. First of all, he had to take care of the survivors, and he shouted to Sun to do so. Sun was the second to jump down from the cliff. Immediately, he noticed the survivors who had been wounded. Approaching one of them, he asked if he was okay, seeing that he had a sword sticking out of his leg. Barely able to speak, he asked Sun about some things, explaining to him who his opponents were. He said that they were not just attackers, but were planning a dangerous raid. He then asked the young man to please help them. However, he did not speak in an ordinary voice, but used spiritual communication. He spoke up because there was something he was asking for as a dark trader. The fact that he spoke as a dark trader and on such an important topic made Dawn think about what would be said next. Sun offered to treat the man's wound first, and then talk to him. It was not easy, and the man was in severe pain and trembling as dreams began to treat him. Sun put his hand, filled with red energy, to the wound after he pulled out the sword. "You've held up well," Dreams told him, and in the background, the mad monk could be seen dealing with his enemies by hitting them with his head. Looking in that direction, the man realized that the power of the 4 tyrants was not exaggerated. The mad monk was dragging the 2 enemies along the ground toward Brother Peng, holding them by their clothes. As he got closer, he threw them on the ground in front of Sun. Sun drew his sword and pointed it directly at the head of one of the enemies, preparing him for interrogation. After that, he asked him who had persuaded them to attack. The enemy replied that money was the master of the vagrants, and he did not know who led them. They just received a letter, and that was it. He thought he had answered Sun's question, so he asked if he could let them go now. But Sun noticed a tattoo on his arm. It was a tattoo of the Yahello group. Unlike the 1,000 Wolves group, where a rich leader controls his pirates, this is a group of vagabonds who won't refuse any offer if it can bring profit. And this particular grouping is called the Yan Luo. The dream considered them to be inhuman beings. That is why he raised his sword and swung it.
But he was grabbed by the arm right from the back.
Surprisingly, it was the great swordsman who asked Sun not to do this. However, this was what the great swordsman always said when he met thieves like them. His action was to cut off the heads of his enemies, 2 at a time. This was done in silence, without words. "You reap what you sow," said the great swordsman after he cut off their heads. As expected of the Tang family, their strength was incredible, and the doctor said he would return after he had taken his medicine. Sun praised the girl, saying that she had done a very good job. They all gathered in the room. Everyone in the room was trustworthy, which is why Sun asked the man sitting in front of him not to be shy and tell him everything. The man explained that his name was Gam Seok Tae, and he was the right-hand man of a trader who took care of the day-to-day business. A dark trader is known for having only one master, but the truth is that there are 9 people who are responsible for all the affairs of dark traders, from the first trader to the 9th. Among them, there is a person with the highest rank called the First Merchant. The 4 tyrants listened to his story with rapt attention. This was the first time Sun had heard of this, which was not surprising, because the dark trader is very secretive, and information about him rarely reaches outsiders. But now, due to internal disagreements, the traders have split into factions, Sok explained.
An internal struggle, then. Sung realized what this meant.
And he told Seok that it looked like the demon sect was involved. However, Seok didn't understand how Sung knew this, so he asked him. The wicked devil had already infiltrated the Great Righteousness sect and introduced the masters to demonic martial arts, Sung explained. And that was just one of the options he was considering. Initially, the first merchant wanted to seek help from the Heavenly Martial Arts Palace, but then changed his mind. Sok added that the 4 tyrants had already held back the demonic sect several times, and the first merchant was also betting on their potential. The money, prestige, and information that the dark trader has have a great influence on Murim. If they fall into the hands of the demonic sect, the situation could turn for the worse for them. Sung asked Seok what he wanted them to do. Seok began to take out a pouch from his inside pocket. In the pouch were dark trade seals that, when all 9 parts were joined together, formed a single stamp. These parts originally belonged to the 7th and 8th merchants. Sung then asked if anything had happened to them. Seok explained that they had been attacked, and it was only with great difficulty that they were rescued. Seok thought he had to bring these parts to a meeting of the dark traders to be held in Pingla. Since the first trader was waiting for him, they would be able to discuss all the details when they got there. But he didn't know exactly how to get there, and so he asked Sun for help. "I think we're getting closer," said Seok, wondering if Sun would be able to catch them. The great swordsman came up behind Shung and put his hand on his shoulder. He explained that they had never imagined that they would be participating in a mission to escort the dark trader. Seok added that there were originally 50 of them, but now there are only 3 left, and even if they are the 4 tyrants, they still need to be careful. Like a gentle breeze, Sung said that he and these 3 behind him would be more reliable than the 50 people that were there before. Joining the group of Gam Seok, they moved forward confidently. The unknown attackers made several daring raids, leaving trails of destruction. They continued on their way without stopping, and it seemed like there would be no end to it. The group kept moving forward, and in the evenings they stopped to warm themselves by the fire and have a little snack. Gun was asked to demonstrate his cooking skills, as it had been a long time since he had last cooked. However, he doubted whether he should take on the task. Finding some dried meat and dried foods, he began to prepare the meal. The aroma of the dish was so appetizing that everyone could hardly hold back their saliva. Everyone was very hungry and looking forward to the moment when they could finally eat. After a while, the meal was ready, and everyone ate with pleasure, thanking the great swordsman for such a delicious meal. Sun couldn't help but think about how the demon sect would react this time. Even if their plan against the dark merchants had failed, Song was sure that these scum were ready to move on to more aggressive actions. The memories of his past life might come back, but Song couldn't allow himself to dwell on them all the time. It was clear that he was thinking about something seriously. At that moment, Hua came up to him and gently put her hand on his shoulder. She seems to have been awake, thought Sung. I couldn't sleep, she explained, sitting down next to him. Sung began to talk about how she had been training in hand-to-hand combat in recent days. She explained that she had felt this way before, when she fought the poison demon. She felt like something was missing when it came to close combat. What are you thinking about? She asked, moving closer to him. Sun was thinking about matters concerning the demon sect, and told her frankly about it. Suddenly, she jokingly but strongly hit him on the back. For her, it was a friendly, light blow so that he would not worry. But Sun felt this blow in a completely different way. Then she asked him if he shouldn't just continue doing what he was doing before, because he wasn't from the Jagal family. She suddenly jumped up as if she had made a decision. She said that if someone gets in their way, they should just destroy them and then move on. Perhaps this would be the way to see the end of the demonic sect. Her words were warm, inspiring, and brought a smile to Sun's face. He also started to get up and said that it was probably best to continue what they were doing before. He gently patted her head and complimented her, saying that she had really spoken beautifully. In addition, he emphasized that she had also grown up very quickly. This moment and his words were incredibly powerful, and she became a real support for him. The fire from the campfire they were sitting by cast shadows on their faces, and at that moment, Sun decided to continue his work. After a while, he stood in front of the gate, realizing that they seemed to have finally reached their destination. When they went inside, they immediately ran into a merchant. It was Sok, and the Mad Monk asked him why he said he had a lot of money. He explained that the first merchant was quite frugal, and if an ordinary person wanted to make money, he should start with simple things.
They were surprised that the first dark trader was an ordinary person, which caused them confusion.
After that, Siak opened the door and invited them in. The surprise on their faces caused a storm of emotions. They immediately recognized him because they had met him before. He greeted them and said that he had been waiting for them. Then they sat at the table and had a conversation. Hua didn't understand anything because she thought he said he was golden, but he explained that it was also his name. At that moment, he met young Master Peng and young Mistress Tang. He had thought that this would be enough considering the strength of the dark traders, but now he was embarrassed because of his short-sightedness. Song asked Golden about the current state of affairs with the dark traders. Golden began to answer his questions while pouring tea. About a month ago, there had been constant attacks from the demon sect, but now everything was in a state of calm. Have these attacks from the demon sect stopped? Asked Sendali. Golden explained that it was probably because they had achieved their main goal. The next question came from the great swordsman. Had they managed to find out the whereabouts of the 9 merchants? However, their whereabouts remained top secret. However, these persistent scoundrels, especially the demonic sect's information group, had gathered a lot of information from the people of Murim. Thanks to this information, the 7th and 8th merchants were killed. Their priority is to prevent further losses, and there will be a meeting on the matter soon, Golden continued. Sun realized that by the time this meeting started, half of the dark traders could be captured by the demonic sect. The Mad Monk asked if there would be an even stronger opponent from the demon sect this time. The answer was that it might be even more dangerous than what happened to the Tang family.
Will the 4 tyrants be able to help? The monk continued to ask.
Sun, placing his cup on the table, expressed his conditions, or rather noted that they existed. Golden concentrated on Dormant's words, listening carefully. Sun expressed his desire to unite the 3 forces: the Murim Alliance, a large unorthodox sect, and the Heavenly Martial Arts Palace. He realized that if this happened, the rivalry between Murim and the demonic sect could end. Sun responded to these words with a broad smile. I mean, Golden continued, if that happens and I'm still alive, that's the first thing I'll do. A short time later, Sun and his team were already in another place that was incredibly empty. If it had been a simple gathering, it would have ended with people talking to each other. Golden explained that due to restrictions, only one chaperone could come, and suggested that the others wait here while Sung went with him. The team stopped, watching Golden and Sun move forward. They looked after them, feeling the tension of the moment. Sun kept repeating to himself, the dark traders must never fall into the hands of a demonic sect. The meeting was in full swing, and they arrived just as everyone was waiting for it to begin. As soon as the first merchant entered, everyone stood up and greeted him. Without exception, everyone had been waiting for him to appear. It's been a long time, one of them said, because it had been a year since they had last met, and the first merchant asked them if they were doing well. Sun carefully observed what was happening and the behavior of each of the people present. He noticed a suspicious energy on the wall that caused him concern. He also noticed something strange. One of the men asked where the bodyguard Gamma, Golden's middle name, was, and why he was being accompanied by a new man, meaning Sun. Golden did not answer this, only remarking that he was the last to arrive, and that since all 9 traders were present, the meeting could be declared open. What is the reason for this meeting? Asked the most curious, adding that it had not already been decided to join forces with the demonic sect. The other trader emphasized that the first trader was taking everything very seriously, and said that if only he knew how many members of the demon sect had been sacrificed for them, because the goal of dark trading is money. The dispute between the 2 sides broke out immediately. Some supported the demon sect, while others considered it suicide. Sun remained calm, quietly watching the events. To his left, he noticed a guard. 3 others stood to his right, but he did not see any of his friends from the demon sect. At this time, they were staring at Sun, trying to understand how much energy was hidden in his body. Judging by his appearance, he was undoubtedly a young leader. But who was he really? The argument ended with a loud bang on the table. One of them declared that they had more votes on their side, which made the other side nervous. This caused anxiety among the opponents. Golden sat calmly, but realized that the situation was approaching a climax. As expected, the first trader was the one who took the initiative. One of the men jumped up and declared that the Dark Trader was now relinquishing his leadership over the 9 traders and would start over as a group of Dark Traders. Golden realized that it was the second traitor who had colluded with the demonic sect. The dispute between the parties continued, gaining momentum. "A man without greed is no different from a corpse," said one of the participants. Sun felt the powerful energy spreading around him and jumped up and grabbed his sword. From this purple chakra, a giant arm began to appear, all bandaged and painted with hieroglyphics. Then legs appeared, also covered with bandages. Soon his entire silhouette appeared in front of the guards, forcing them to immediately draw their weapons. He decided to come forward because he could no longer tolerate wasting time on a hearing. The second merchant instantly fell to his knees and began to bow before the Demon King, asking for permission to fulfill all his wishes. However, the king's attention immediately focused on Sonia. He approached him and said that he felt as if Sun knew him. Sun still remembered the fierce soul of the Demon King, because they had already met in a previous life. The king said in Sun's direction that he was incredibly lucky to have been able to take a bite out of the monster, the Demon King. Was he referring to events from the past? The sword that Sun was holding instantly appeared near the fierce king's head. Meanwhile, other people were watching all this from the mountain behind the building. They knew that Ping was here according to the information from the demon intelligence. They realized that this time it would be very difficult. One of them was wondering if they should intervene, because even if it was successful or unsuccessful, they could watch from afar. Golden was extremely concerned about what he saw and even more worried about the young master. The appearance of a true Demon King, not just an ordinary demon, shocked him. It really shows how important the Dark Trader is to the demon sect. "Should we destroy all the evidence first?" came from the fierce king. He then reached out with his bandaged hand toward Golden, releasing a powerful energy from it that was headed straight for him. This madness, which was coming at the first merchant, was stopped by Sun, who jumped between them and cut the energy with his sword. At that moment, Sun really saved Golden's life, who fell to the ground and lay powerless. A stream of scarlet energy burst out of his body and enveloped him, enveloping him like a veil. The tension in the air became palpable as Sun began to release waves of blows from his sword. These waves of energy cut through space, hitting the bandaged body of the fierce Demon King. The king's body, his hands, everything was covered with the power that Sun released through his sword. It seemed that the elements themselves stood in his defense, and he was under the reliable radiance of the god of war as he rushed with his sword straight at the enemy. With all his strength, the Demon King tried to defend himself, although it was difficult. The mighty blade of the tiger was pointed directly at him, and Sun did not hesitate to strike. The king only managed to dodge a little to avoid a direct blow. The radiance of this powerful attack threw everyone present in different directions, but the Demon King was extremely fast, moving in such a way that it was difficult to notice him. Golden stood behind the young master, and with respect for Sun, begged him for protection, adding, "Please." These words motivated Song even more, causing him to become even more serious and determined. With a powerful punch, Sun punched a hole in the wall through which the traitors could escape. And now, having the opportunity to be left alone with the fierce Demon King, Sun felt that it would be better and easier without those who could get hurt. He shouted at them not to dare run away like rats. Putting his hand to the floor, it flew up, covered in cracks. This subterranean attack was rapidly approaching directly to Sun, threatening to strike. Sun held his weapon in his hands and was ready to respond to the attack. Gathering all his strength, he prepared for a powerful counterattack. A sphere of pure power exploded in his body, and waves of energy rushed directly at the enemy. He was almost knocked down, but he withstood the attack, only slightly crouching down from Sun's powerful counterpunch. Suddenly, next to the foot of the Demon King's soul, his staff bounced off the ground. In this way, he summoned 2 more clones just like himself. This instantly transported Sun to the memories of his past life. There, he held his head as he saw what was in front of him. That day in his past life was terrifying. He could have died right then and there if it wasn't for Namgun Hunim. However, even though that day was terrible, now facing the threat head-on, he felt determined to fight. Sun kept repeating to himself, "Not today," because he was sure that he would not die today. The earth trembled as he pointed his sword, filled with destructive energy, and swung it with renewed vigor. The enemy realized that now he had to use all his strength. His bandaged legs pushed off the ground with maximum force. The ferocious soul of the Demon King had a few tricks up his sleeve, and at first he attacked from behind. Then the clones started running around Sun, so that nothing was visible but them. Sun tried to concentrate with all his strength and come up with a plan. He tried to find a plan because the enemy was fast as lightning. Suddenly he noticed a staff approaching him. The staff was trying to pierce Sun's head, but he reacted quickly and deflected it with his sword. Behind him, another threat was approaching. There were a lot of clones, and it was not easy to deal with each of them. But Sun confidently handled it with his sword. He threw them away one by one without missing a beat. The blow was so strong that the soul of the Demon King flew out into the street, Without hesitation, Sun followed to attack as quickly as possible while the enemy was still damaged. The sky trembled with the sounds of battle as Song raised his sword up. A sphere of pure power exploded as he used the giant red tiger's claws. Although the Demon King's soul tried to deflect the attack with his staff, the electrified energy spread through his body, and he felt the full pain of the attack. There was a loud explosion that dispersed the wave around him. Barely able to breathe, the fierce soul of the Demon King knelt down on his knees. Leaning on his staff, he tried to find the strength to get up. He could not believe that the demonic power did not work. Realizing that there was no other way out, he began to tear the bandages off his head, and music began to play. The music filled everything around him, swallowing up reality. Sun felt his mind and body changing. He found himself in the dark, with nothing but a bloodied sword in his hand. Trying to gather his thoughts, he tried to feel reality. A gray wall appeared in front of him, and he asked himself, "Where am I?" Looking around, he could not understand the situation. There was a tension in the air. A black hand appeared behind his leg, reaching for him. This monstrosity grabbed his leg, begging Sun to save them, calling him the leader and asking if he was the only survivor. These were the cries of ghosts. And for a moment, Sun seemed to be transported back to his past life. Behind him appeared a very important person from his past who had died tragically. She was asking him why he hadn't saved her, and tears welled up in Sun's eyes. "Oraboni," she said, addressing him as a younger sister addresses an older brother. It was an appeal from Hua, who was also bloody. "Brother Peng," said the mad monk, yelling at Song for being responsible for Shaolin's death. As he heard this, his heart beat faster, and he could not bear the pain that engulfed him. They held his legs, not letting go, as if he was chained to these thoughts. The voices grew louder and louder, filling his body. Hands reaching out from under his feet grabbed his sword. The sword began to fill with scarlet energy. Song took a deep breath, gathering all the strength he could muster.
"Yes, I am Peng Mu Song," he said, gathering his patience and strength, drawing out all his fortitude.
His hands trembled as he held the sword in them. As he swung the sword, he asked that these illusions in which he found himself shut their mouths. The flow of energy became much stronger than ever when he swung his sword. These were the evil spirits in whose direction he directed all the energy he had gathered in the sword.
"Oh no!" the spirits cried out, and the fierce soul of the Demon King felt everything around him collapse.
The end of the trump card was approaching. Sun overcame the demonic technique that was corroding the soul itself. The illusion dissipated, and he was sitting across the room, sword in hand. Did he really think that dreams would fall with a single blow? The teeth of the Demon King's soul were clenched from the realization of what was happening now. He had no choice. The purple dark energy on his staff began to wrap around him. He pointed the staff directly at Sun. Gathering all his strength, he decided to explode in spirit to change the course of the battle. Meanwhile, the crazy monk was enjoying his chicken wings, washing them down with delicious wine. 3 of the 4 tyrants spent their time waiting for Sun. They even advised the monk to be careful with alcohol, but he explained that he only drinks when his throat is dry. "Hua, hua," she asked if he was too relaxed. He replied that if he was too hungry, he wouldn't be able to use his power. His explanation was cut short by a loud explosion behind him that lit up everything around him. A bone flew out of the mad monk's mouth and he almost spat out the chicken.
"What was that?" they asked, and everyone turned in that direction.
Suddenly, Sun appeared in the air, fighting with the fierce soul of the Demon King. Their blows even split the rock where they were fighting. The incredible masters and ordinary people were amazed at how they used their legs to move. "Should we help them?" Hua asked her comrades. But the great swordsman, judging by his observations, replied that this was not the right enemy to fight. He pointed to the side behind him and said that they should focus on that part. There was a person approaching with an inscription on his robe that read, "Wicked Moon." The girl immediately realized that they were not ordinary members of a demonic sect, and assumed that they were their elimination team. Luna was holding a sword with 80% purple energy in her hand. Obviously, it would be just as difficult for them as it was for their brother Peng. The great swordsman asked the girl not to worry about them and to take care of other martial artists. She promised to be careful in return. The mad monk asked the great swordsman about the 2 opponents. He explained that they should be cut down without stopping. The mad monk approved of the idea, and realized that it was time to settle his debts. The clash of power and fury was instantaneous as the 3 tyrants pounced on the enemy. Meanwhile, Sun stood opposite the fierce soul of the Demon King. The enemy took on a completely different appearance, becoming more and more rigid and formidable. But this power was taking a lot of strength from Sun, and he began to cough up blood. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he looked at Sun. Sun told him that he was in a state of despair. Looking calmly at the enemy, Sun saw him create 3 clones and surround him. Pointing their staffs at Sun, who was standing in the center, dark purple energy began to gather on the handles of the staffs, which looked like the head of a beast. The enemy used the twin Demon King's punch, and all 3 staffs caught fire. When he did this, he asked them to try to dodge it. During such an attack, they found time to engage in a dialogue, and Sun asked if he really thought he could win. Like an enraged beast, Sun swung his sword, preparing it for an attack. An attack called the Sandstorm in the Blood Pit. With a single swing, Sun hit all three of them, crushing everything in its path. This bow penetrated directly into the body of the fierce soul of the Demon King. These rays were so powerful that they cut off one of the beast's two arms. The wave of the explosion was so strong that the stones were scattered in all directions. Step by step, Sun came closer and closer. His eyes went down when Sun saw that the man had renounced his hand and simply ran away. Chasing an enemy in the rain would be quite difficult. Today, however, Sun was able to overcome this stage of his past life. But he looked down and saw the battle unfolding below. He was stunned. His body felt a great shock from this illusion. But he must continue to work to remain worthy of the title of Perfect Tiger Blade. Under the stone was the soul of the Demon King. When he fled, he broke his staff and hit his back hard. It seemed unacceptable to him that some newcomer could humiliate him, but his one remaining arm was trembling with pain. The bandages he was wrapped in were torn and tattered. And why wasn't Sun on the list that showed the members of the meeting? A young sect leader appeared from behind a rock. His appearance greatly surprised the fierce soul of the Demon King. He immediately cried out his doubts that he might be wrong. He did not want to listen to him. But it was clear from his eyes that the fierce soul understood everything. The young sect leader was confident in his judgment. Under this echo, there were shouts, "Why are you attacking me and not Peng Muson?" These were the last words of the fierce soul. These cries were his last words in this world. After killing the fierce soul, he said that Sun was still like a fruit that had to ripen. And from that moment on, he only waited, believing that cherries taste much better when they are ripe. In front of the young master on the floor was a devil's sword, wrapped in an ominous aura. The sword hinted to the master that the fierce soul of the Demon King might have been destroyed by Sung Oh. That sword, sucking all the power from that powerful soul, confirmed his guess, agreeing with the master. It absorbed all the violet energy that had accumulated in it and gathered all the power that remained. The next question the master asked was whether he could leave the Dark Trader alone. But the owner calmed him down and explained that the situation was not that bad. He didn't like the way the elders were trying to understand the demonic world without moving. Again, he turned to the devil's sword, asking if this was the case. The sword, affirming over and over again, agreed, and added that it was aware of the burden the young master was carrying. Under the bright light of the full moon, the master addressed the devil's sword once again. He asked what he thought about the meaning of the word rival. The devil's sword answered the question with a question, a bit unexpectedly. He asked if the master was referring to Sung Ah. The red eyes of the master and his serious expression made it immediately clear that it was Sung Ah he was referring to. At that look, the devil's sword fell to his knees, bowing his head to the ground, and began to apologize, recognizing his mistake. This made the young master smile for a moment, lifting his spirits. The young master agreed with Devil's Sword's words, explaining that he instinctively understood the moment he saw Song Ah. "This young man, Peng Musong, is the end of the heavenly demon's path," the master said, confidently hinting at his opinion. Meanwhile, the four tyrants continued the grueling battle, at the end of their strength. Brother Mu Gak and the great swordsman held the line, but the situation had become so dire that they began to ask each other if they were all right. Only the mad monk, unlike the great swordsman, still had some strength to stay on his feet. However, the enemies surrounded them, and there were too many of them, each holding a sharp sword. The expression on their leader's face was extremely stern, like an icy gaze. He stared intently at the girl standing in front of him, trying to figure out if these four were indeed the legendary tyrants. His hand gripped his sword even tighter, ready for the decisive blow. He reasoned that if he killed them all here and now, perhaps the problems would disappear forever. He then ordered his men to surround them in a tight ring. The dark energy spread like a fog over the ground, filling everything with a purple glow. The great swordsman, Hua, and the mad monk were all alarmed when they saw this wave of energy. This rapid spread of energy was accompanied by a loud explosion of scarlet power. But suddenly, like a true hero who cuts down evil in his path, Sun appeared. His power was impressive and unsurpassed. The girl was very happy when she saw her brother, because before that her thoughts about the battle were quite gloomy. Dawn immediately praised them, emphasizing their excellent work on the battlefield. Then he turned around and decided to put an end to this fierce battle. With the appearance of Sung Ah, the enemy realized that the fierce soul of the Demon King had disappeared forever. The real war had not yet begun, but he died in vain when his head was cut off by Sun Ah at that very moment. It became easier to breathe when the enemy was destroyed, and now it was possible to look around, no longer seeing a threat. The Dark Traders were able to survive this huge crisis thanks to young Master Pen. They helped him because they themselves needed the help of a Dark Trader. In such a situation, Golden said he had to fulfill the promise he made earlier. With almost half of the 9 merchants missing, it looks like the Dark Merchant will have a hard time in the near future. However, another merchant approached Sung Ah and assured him that their Dark Merchant possesses a talent that is spreading throughout Murim. He even explained that they would be able to take over 3 cities at once, and were considering offering one of the spots to the young leader of the merchant group, Kimjok. Sung immediately remembered that young master and thought that he had grown up and become stronger. Golden continued by saying that Kimjok's group's trade had now become a major force in Tiwan, and the young master had already been nicknamed the King of Gold. Sung then said that this was great news for him and his family. After that, Golden reached for one object. It was a jade plaque of the dark merchant that gave Sun the right to buy any item at a 30% discount. It also gave him priority when buying unique items. When Sun took the plate in his hand, a smile appeared on his face, because he would definitely take advantage of this opportunity. That was the end of their meeting. Now the merchants were ready to start a war against the demonic sect called the Dark Merchant's Way. After a while, the four tyrants finally reached Hubei. Wuhan was still a long way away, located on the eastern side of Hubei, and they would have to go a little further. Song turned to the great swordsman and asked if he happened to know a place called Zhongyuan. From what he remembered, it was a unique place, a mountain completely covered by a bamboo forest. The great swordsman asked Song if he had any business there, as the Heavenly Slayer sect was located there. The Heavenly Slayer sect? The great swordsman asked in surprise. Hua asked if Song was planning to completely destroy this sect. The mad monk said that he wondered if the king of the assassins lived there, and added that this would only make their task more difficult. After that, Sun laughed out loud, so loud that no one could understand why he did it. He then explained that the Heavenly Assassin sect was his maternal family. This news came as a real shock to everyone. The crazy monk was so surprised that he even spilled the juice he was drinking, unable to believe that the blood of the king of assassins was flowing through Brother Peng's veins. The great swordsman could not even imagine such a story, and jokingly added that Sun should visit his relatives. Sun agreed and said that he could not put off this visit any longer. After a long journey, they found themselves under a thick fog, where they could barely see what was in front of them, because even at noon the sun's rays did not penetrate. The dreamer noticed another strange thing. The energy flows around them seemed unnaturally altered. The monk suggested that this was true art, and the great swordsman agreed, adding that they had probably created this fog by combining ordinary and true art. Sun decided that they had arrived at the right place and took out one of the signs he had with him. He began to tie the tablet to the hilt of his sword, and Hua asked what it was. Sung explained that it was a tablet he had received earlier. "It's the sign of the Heavenly Assassin sect," he explained to the girl. After that, he swung the sword to which the plaque was tied like a spear. The sword sliced through the air and flew forward, dragging the sign with it. At the top of his voice, Sun shouted that he was the young king, and had come here to visit the king of the murderers. At that moment, they felt the energy around them begin to change, and the fog began to take on a strange shape. Right in front of them, a young man stepped out of the fog, holding the sword of Sung-Ah and confidently walking toward them. The young man stood in front of the four tyrants, bowed, and said that they were waiting for the arrival of a young king. The young man's name was Jin Young, and he was the deputy leader of the Heavenly Assassin sect. Dawn took a few steps toward him, getting closer and closer. Despite the fact that Jin Young was moving directly toward them, no sound was heard from him. Together, they headed deep into the Heavenly Slayer sect. They were greeted by a giant gate that was impressive in its incredible size. The great monk and the heavenly swordsman only exhaled "oh" and "wow" when they saw them. The great swordsman was most surprised that the assassin's sect had its own sign, to which the deputy explained that it was the only sect in Murim that had such a sign. After these words, the gate began to open slowly. When they opened a little, a bright light began to penetrate through the gap. Finally, the gate opened completely, and they were overwhelmed by what they saw. A lively street stretched out before them, with people laughing and children running around playing with wooden swords. This place was full of life. The great swordsman noticed that unlike the sad and gloomy sect of the Blood Tears, this place resembled a real, living town. Jin Young explained that this was because the teachings of the Heavenly Assassin sect were different from other sects. Typical killer sects usually suppress the emotions of their members from childhood until they become cold and ruthless. Essentially, they create soulless killing machines. But our sect instead teaches you to control your emotions, which allows you to surpass the limits of the art of killing, Jin Young explained. "And what are these limits?" Sung asked with interest. The sect's deputy thought for a moment and then began to explain that the main goal of murder is to understand human nature. He said that it was necessary to understand this goal, to anticipate it, and added that he believed that their method of teaching was best suited to developing an awareness of one's own desire for life. Sun realized why the Heavenly Assassin sect was superior to many other sects. The Mad Monk even suggested that Jin Young was more suited to Shaolin than he was. Hua, however, pointed out that there was one but. They asked if it was allowed to tell such things to outsiders, but Jin Young assured them that it was okay. It was not such a big secret, and they were part of the young king's squad. Finally, when they reached the place where Jin Young was leading them, he stopped and told everyone, "We have arrived." This was the place where the sect leader was. Right here, Sung said, looking at the giant building in front of him. Hua walked up to him and said, Brother Peng, we'll meet him a little later. The great swordsman added that this was his first meeting with his maternal grandfather, and suggested that they wait here. It was clear that Sun was nervous, as his tense face betrayed this. He thanked his brothers for their understanding. The great swordsman approached Jin Yan and asked if there was a tavern in the village. He nodded and offered to take them there. Together they went to the tavern, and Sung remained standing in front of the door, hesitating to enter. Finally, he took the first step to meet his maternal grandfather, whom he had not known even in his past life. This made his heart beat anxiously and restlessly. His grandfather stood under a giant sakura tree, its leaves slowly falling around him. He had to take a few steps, and then they would be standing side by side. Sun looked at his grandfather's old, wrinkled hands, which he held behind his back. The first words he heard his grandfather say were that his mother loved magnolias the most. His grandfather smiled before continuing his story. He said that this tree was planted when Sun was born. Sun's mother was short and had a gentle disposition. Observing Sun's magnificent physical structure and tiger-like appearance, Grandpa knew for sure that he had Peng family blood in his veins. Yes, I am Peng Musong, he said, kneeling down in front of his grandfather and bowing to him. This was how he greeted his grandfather, whom he had never known in this life or in the past. Sun was extremely grateful to his grandfather for all the gifts he had sent him on his birthday over the years and expressed his thanks. Grandpa replied that it was the least he could do for his maternal family and apologized to the others for his past mistakes. He added that he had often heard stories about Sun from Ga Wol, and although Sun had changed a bit since then, his grandfather remembered his childhood well. At first, he wanted to intervene himself, but Ga Wol convinced him that he could handle it on his own. Reflecting on this, Sung thought that perhaps she had acted the same way in his past life. However, the current Heavenly Assassin sect, unlike the previous one, was unable to avoid the Second War. Sung asked how things were going with the other assassin sects, including the Lonely Hell and the 10,000 Assassins. Grandpa wondered how Sun knew about this, so he asked him. Sun explained that there was a demonic sect, and there was a possibility that it had roots in these two groups. A demonic sect, said Grandpa quietly, realizing that they were facing it again. The Heavenly Slayer sect had already confronted the demon sect in the past, and Grandpa knew that it had appeared in various forms throughout Murimu's history. The Heavenly Killer Emperor, the founder of the sect to which Sun's grandfather belonged, had once performed a very important deed. He stopped the silent heavenly night, during which demons appeared. Every time a demon sect came into existence, it secretly transferred its power to Murim. After hearing this story, Sung realized why the demon sect had destroyed the Heavenly Slayer sect, to settle an old score. Even if others mocked him, Sung said he would always be proud of the Heavenly Assassin sect. In his grandfather's eyes, these words sounded very strong, and he felt proud of his grandson. Sun kept his fist clenched, because this conversation had caused him to feel emotional. The grandfather put his hand on his fist and thanked him for these sincere words. Then he said he wanted to hear his grandson's story. The grandfather quickly realized that Sun had a deep and intense relationship with the demonic sect. However, Sun said that he was perfectly fine with that. The grandfather also noticed that Sun remained cheerful even when he had to face a powerful enemy like the demon sect. Encouraging his grandson with a gentle tap on the back, the grandfather promised that if they started to act officially, he and his sect would definitely help. In the meantime, they decided to go out to eat. The grandfather brought Sun to one of the local cafes. The vice chairman and Sun's team were already there. They all started to stand up when they saw their grandfather, but he asked them to stay seated. Sun's brave team, Mad Monk, Big Swordsman, and Hua, stood up and greeted him. They introduced themselves as younger students and showed their respect. Grandpa replied that he had heard of them and invited them all to sit down and chat. Grandpa ordered 2 plates of his favorite dish that he always takes. In less than 10 minutes, the food was served. Sun and the grandfather ate the delicious noodles with gusto, because they were very hungry. The guys from Sung's team noticed that they really looked like grandfather and grandson, eating together so sweetly. Hua invited her grandfather to try the dish she had ordered because she thought it was delicious. Grandpa laughed out loud, pleased with her suggestion. He looked at Sung and Hua, realizing that they were perfect for each other. Grandpa also thought that these children could avoid the war with the demon sect. However, they would most likely have to be on the front lines and play a key role in this battle. Reaching for the chopsticks, the grandfather addressed them, saying affectionately, "Children?" Since they had arrived at the Heavenly Assassin's sect, the old man asked them if they wanted to try dying at least once. The other diners in the restaurant heard this and gaped in surprise. The Mad Monk tried to stop the girl from pouring alcohol into his mouth, and Heavenly Swordsman Hua and Sung listened attentively to their grandfather. They couldn't understand what the old man meant, so Sung asked again, "Did you really say to die?" Grandpa confirmed what he had said and promised that it would be an interesting experience for both the killers of his sect and them. "Nothing sharpens your senses like the possibility of dying," he added. The great swordsman has heard that the Heavenly Assassin sect is famous for its killing arts. A sword strike out of nowhere? Impressive, isn't it? Asked the mad monk, and Hua, looking forward to it, replied that she was very interested in the sect's secret technique. A smile appeared on Grandpa's face in response to their words. After that, he got up from his chair and stood in front of everyone. He turned to all the visitors of the cafe and asked them to listen. The old man explained that on the first day there would be first-class sword fighters, on the second day skilled warriors attacking from the shadows, and on the third day he would intervene. And it all starts right now. Sun's team realized that they were in for a tough challenge, but also a great experience. All they had to do was strive to survive the next 3 days. Sun explained this to everyone, and his grandfather confirmed his words, asking them to try not to die during these 3 days. The second day of the hunt for the killers came, and Sun was sitting deep in meditation. Suddenly he opened his eyes, feeling the energy approaching him with lightning speed. An arrow flew next to his neck, and he barely managed to dodge it. "Well, I guess it's time to get up," said Sun to himself. This was the 32nd attack since yesterday, and some had even lost count. To Sun's surprise, it was another ambush. Ninjas appeared from every corner of the gazebo. They were holding long, razor-sharp pins, but Sun, moving with lightning speed, stabbed each of them in the carotid arteries with 2 fingers. The opponents didn't even realize what had happened. They were numb, frozen in place. After that, Sun lifted his leg up and kicked the floor with force. "Very good," he said to himself. Then he raised his foot again, and the energy began to concentrate around it. Kicking even harder, Sun created an explosion that lit up everything around him in scarlet red. The enemies, along with the gazebo where Sun was meditating, flew in different directions. But this time, they were not going to give up, especially Jin Young, who was also among the enemies. He was skillful with his short swords. However, Sun had a much longer, sharper, and more powerful sword on his belt, charged with powerful energy. Sun waited patiently for Jin Young to attack him. Their swords clashed in a lightning-fast duel, 2 swords in Jin's hands against 1 sword in Sung's hands. During the fight, Song told Jin that he would like to exchange techniques with him at least once. Jin was silent and decided to move out of the line of attack by jumping up. After doing a flip in the air, he rushed down with incredible speed like lightning. The energy of Sun's sword sliced through the air, deflecting every attack from Jin. At some points, it seemed to Jin that this fight was too hard. But you couldn't tell by the look on Sun's face. He showed signs of complete calmness and control of his energy. Flying with double blades, Jin realized how dangerous these heavenly assassins were. He swung one blade in one direction and the other in the other, and created an arc from which arrows flew out. The arrows were filled with blue energy, which Sun had to stop, and he decided to do so using his red energy that he had gathered around his hand. He had to act quickly, so he used the Tiger's Feast technique to create a barrier that deflected the arrows. The energy from the Tiger's Feast was so powerful that even Jin, who was in midair, felt its power over him. Suddenly, he began to choke, and he grabbed his neck with his hand. Sun controlled him with his hand, holding Jin by the neck, and then threw him straight to the ground. The blow was so hard that it took Jin's breath away, and he couldn't breathe. Perhaps Sung acted a little harshly, considering that this was just a training session. But after the attack, he walked over to Jin, smiled, and asked if he was okay. Jin, lifting himself off the ground with the help of Sun's hand, replied, "Yes, young king, I am fine." Sun suggested that they take a short walk, and Jin readily agreed. The other soldiers were very surprised. The training was going on, and they went for a walk. However, no one dared to say their thoughts out loud because they knew who was in front of them. Jin ordered the soldiers to stay away, and they bowed respectfully. They continued walking, talking, and Sung brought up a very interesting topic. He asked Jin if it was true that he was being groomed to become the next head of the Heavenly Assassins sect. Jin didn't deny it and confirmed it. Sun became curious to see Jin's face, which was hidden under the mask. In a moment, Jin took off the mask, and Sun was presented with the handsome, sweet appearance of a young man. When Sun complimented him on how young he looked, he replied that he would be 20 in a year. Jin was really talented and managed to beat out 10 other candidates for the role of the next sect leader. However, Sung couldn't help but ask him for one very important thing. He asked Jin to take care of his grandfather and the Heavenly Assassin sect. Jin sincerely replied that he would do everything in his power. Sung, feeling really sympathetic to Jin, said that he would consider him his younger brother and asked him to call him Hyungnim. Jin's trembling and excitement after hearing these words were immediately noticeable. He stood behind Sung and could barely put a mask on his face. "What's wrong? Tell me if there's something you don't like," Sun asked. Jin objected, unable to say anything, only replying that he liked everything. They shared a smile. Sung said that it was time to move on, and added that it was time to welcome new guests. By guests, he meant the soldiers who ambushed them, jumping out of the trees and flying at them with swords. The day was coming to an end. Everyone was very tired from the day's adventures and was getting some rest. Sleep Hua and the great swordsman fell asleep sitting at the table, but they were awakened by footsteps coming from the room and legs that were shaking.
It was the mad monk, who barely made it to the table and fell headfirst onto the table, waking everyone up.
The great swordsman remarked that today had been a difficult day, and the mad monk added that he thought he would be able to feel the presence of other people after attaining transcendence. The mad monk then explained that if this had been a real fight, he would have died at least once and been seriously injured in 2 other cases. He asked, "What about you, Nam-hyuk-hyun?" Nam-hyuk replied that he too had had difficulties, but he had not come close to death. Hua noted that there were some differences between their techniques and those of the Tang family. That's why she had problems during the training. Sung suddenly saw a piece of food appear in 2 chopsticks next to his mouth. Hua handed it to Sun and asked him to eat some because soon they would have to fight the King of Killers. Excitement flashed in the eyes of the mad monk, for tomorrow the King of Killers would make his move. The great swordsman was also looking forward to this moment. The dream smiled a cocky smile. Finally, it was time to see his grandfather in his true form. It was the last day of the assassin hunt, and Sun realized that he needed to meditate even more to maintain his inner peace. A figure was already standing behind him, his shadow almost reaching Sun. It was the king of the assassins, Sun's grandfather. Feeling his energy, Sun reached for his sword. The grandfather just smiled slightly when he saw his grandson's reaction. He realized that it was time to show his true strength. The main question for the grandfather was whether he would be able to evaluate the skills of his grandson, whom he had only heard about by hearsay.
Sun stood up and took the sword in his hand, ready to fight.
Killing intent spread throughout his body. He knew that his grandfather would show him the true skills of an assassin, but he did not expect them to fight face to face. The grandfather began to tell him about the martial arts that their sect was striving for. This art is capable of striking enemies regardless of their personality. The energy that Sun saw this time was completely new to him. He had never encountered such power before. Despite this, Sun bravely raised his sword, ready to confront the wave of energy that was coming at him like an endless ocean. He concentrated all his scarlet-red energy to repel this powerful wave. The sword helped him to keep his defense, and it made him feel a little better. The grandfather praised the young king for his ardor and courage, saying that it was something extraordinary, beyond ordinary possibilities. Sun answered his grandfather with a smile. "I can't believe you have such a strong desire to kill your own grandson." The grandfather just smiled and asked, "What are you going to do next since I am the king of killers?" The energy coming from the grandfather's hands was not his only trump card. He pulled out 2 knives, sharp as razor blades. The trick of these knives was that Grandpa would first throw one of them and then dash for the other like lightning. Sun was lucky enough to dodge in time. The knife flew right by his ear. Sun's hand, which was holding the sword, was also able to accumulate energy, and he held it right in front of his grandfather. By concentrating the energy, its power increased many times over. The energy wove around them, forming a shining halo that flashed at a frantic speed. This time, Grandpa decided to avoid a direct collision. He had a backup plan, and he changed tactics by flying high into the air. It was a distraction to make the next stabbing attack. The ground shook as Sun swung his sword filled with destructive power to counter Grandpa's knife attack. Grandpa had to go down to the ground and stand directly in front of Sun. The second stage of the attack opened when Sun struck the ground beneath his feet, and scarlet-red energy flew around. From this electrified energy, energy tigers broke out. This attack is called the Siege of the 5 Tigers, and they surrounded Grandpa. Looking around, the grandfather realized that this was the decisive blow, the sword of the 5 tigers, and pride for his grandson arose in his chest. Sun watched his tigers with great hope, but suddenly there was a flash in front of him. While he was trying to figure out where his grandfather had gone, he was right behind him. The reaction that Sun had was incredible. At the last moment, when his grandfather's knife almost reached Sun's leg, he managed to draw his sword and deflect the blow. He held back the second knife with his hand, gathering all the energy he could muster. However, this was not enough. The knife cut through the skin, and blood began to flow out. After this attack, they froze for a moment, looking at each other. Sun drew attention to his cut side. His grandfather, seeing this, began to speak, noting that Song was mastering an interesting and unfamiliar technique, and asked if the Peng family had mastered this type of martial art. Song walked over to his grandfather and explained that the technique was called the Iron Blood of the Fierce Tiger. At that moment, his grandfather suddenly disappeared as if he had vanished into thin air, and it was unclear where he had gone. Sun asked loudly if his grandfather could tell him what kind of technique it was. "It's a technique called the Echo Concealment Technique," my grandfather replied. "This trick allows you to hide behind the moon and then suddenly appear behind the enemy's back." Again, Sun barely had time to turn around and repel the attack that appeared behind him. But it was not the end. Grandpa started spinning in the air like a spinning top. His movement was filled with energy, which spread around him like thunder, capable of crushing rocks. With incredible speed, he struck the spot where Sun was standing, and he barely managed to jump away. Sun landed a few meters away from his grandfather, realizing that this opponent was one of the strongest he had ever met. The grandfather noticed that Sun's senses were still weak compared to someone who was proficient in martial arts. He explained that in order to quickly increase your strength, you need to face threats directly. Sun had no trouble understanding these words. It was not just a lesson. It was a sign that his grandfather had decided to attack him directly. Behind his back, the blades he controlled with his energy were already circling. They were pointed directly at Sun and flew in his direction in an instant.
Sun watched them, trying to catch every movement with his eyes so that none of the blades would hit him. It was extremely difficult, but Sun had one more trick up his sleeve. This trump card is the 5 Tigers' Roaring Thunderclaps, which creates arrows of energy that fly quickly to the target. A loud explosion filled with destructive energy spread through the air. A knife appeared out of the fog and suddenly came into Sun's field of vision. He instantly realized what kind of knife it was and where it was going. He and his grandfather faced each other in a duel. Sun's sword against his grandfather's knife, and both looked into each other's eyes. It looked like a supreme skill, how they dodged, how they swung their weapons. But Sung decided not to restrain himself and performed the Howling Windspawn technique. Grandpa repelled this attack with his knife, although it was much more difficult than it seemed at first glance. They locked eyes again, holding each other's weapons with all their might. The grandfather noticed how fast Sun was and complimented him. "And now your grandson will demonstrate something very interesting," said Sun.
The energy that began to appear on his sword was completely different from what it had been before. The energy was much stronger than before, and when Sun struck the ground with his sword, everything around him shook. "It looks like my grandson is making good use of his strong physique," the grandfather remarked as he dodged the attack. But the grandfather's real trump card was his ability to skillfully avoid attacks. Dodging first and then responding with character was his favorite strategy. The King of Assassins directed a huge flow of his chi energy at Song, but he was walking forward as if against the wind. It was hard to contain this power, but Sun managed. He wondered why his grandfather had allowed him to call himself the King of Killers. The nickname Incarnation of Death would have been much more appropriate, Sun concluded, repelling these furious attacks. But his grandfather was well aware that this young man had not yet revealed his true self. "Musung, do you want to be the best in Murim?" asked his grandfather. Without hesitation, Sun answered, "Yes." This answer satisfied his grandfather. He held his knife up and said that from now on he would not address Sun as Grandpa. He would only act like the King of Killers. Grandpa decided to perform his strongest technique. With an intense expression on his face, he prepared for the final blow. Grandfather rose into the air, preparing to perform the technique he had used to kill the evil king. This technique was called the Silver Moon Rising, and no ordinary person could ever dodge it. There was a loud bang and scarlet red energy flew around. The explosion was clearly visible. Sun stood there with his sword in his hands, severely exhausted, barely able to stand. But still, he managed to avoid the final attack with a simple parchment-cutting sword, which amazed his grandfather. After that, his grandfather said that Sun would be able to climb the wall that he himself could not climb. That was the end of their battle. They looked at the place where everything had happened and realized that someone had to clean up the mess. Grandpa said that Sun was the last opponent of that day. It was already very late outside, and since Sun would have to leave tomorrow, his grandfather advised him to go get some rest. Sun said goodnight to his grandfather, and in a moment, his grandfather disappeared, leaving Sun at the battlefield, where he realized what a valuable lesson he had learned today. Sun felt very grateful to his grandfather, and a short time later he was with his team in Hubei, Wuhan. As he approached the great swordsman, Dream congratulated him on breaking the wall, to which he laughed and asked what he was talking about. After that, Sun turned to the Mad Monk and Hua and said that they should all raise a toast to this. The Mad Monk would never have refused the offer of a toast. They had gone through an incredibly difficult training this time, but as they continued down the road, they met a group of people. The Mad Monk turned to Sun and said, "There are so many of them." The great swordsman explained that it was probably because of the meeting of the Blue Dragon and Rising Dragon sects. Song also felt the tension and said that they needed to contact the Murim Alliance immediately. They looked at the crowd of people gathered around them in amazement. Scratching the back of his head, the Mad Monk was worried that they would have to stand in such a long line, but Hua reassured him, explaining that this line was only for identification and they would not have to wait. A man ran up to the great swordsman with his mouth open and asked, "You're Namgun, aren't you?" This meant that the people behind them had indeed recognized the 4 tyrants. The surprised man asked if they were really the 4 tyrants. The great swordsman did not hesitate to ask if he could send a message to the residence of the leader of the alliance, for there was a matter that the leader needed to hear in person. The 4 tyrants followed the man, each of them talking about their own topics, and he explained something to them. The dreamer looked around and was attentive to details. He noticed the stones of righteousness. On these stones were engraved the names of those who had died in the battle for justice and the realization of the aspirations of the Murim Alliance. The last name to be carved was Mugok. Sun decided to approach one of these stones. However, he mentally told himself something very important. In this lifetime, my name will definitely not be carved on the stones of righteousness, he firmly decided. Meanwhile, the young master of the dark sect stood facing the village in flames. The devil's sword sat behind him, sensing the satisfaction that was engulfing its master. He then held out one thing to the young master. He began to take off his robe that he was wearing. After that, he returned to the sword and said that he had a long way to go. He then asked the devil's sword if he had managed to discover the location of the sword hermit. Apologizing, the sword explained that he had not been able to find him. The young master's gaze was so penetrating that it seemed as if he had cut through the devil's sword. My dear devil sword, I have changed my mind. I will have to pay a visit to the Murim Alliance, he said afterward. He believed that the despair that grips people as they fall into the abyss after a long period of peace is the expression on their faces. And for him, it was a real pleasure. The moon was setting behind the roofs of the houses. The four tyrants reached the place where they were going. A very important person was standing in front of them, and they lined up in a row in front of him. It was the leader of the Murim Alliance, the exalted sword Nam Gun-gu. He was waiting for them, and they greeted the leader of the alliance. The great swordsman addressed him, asking if he was in good health and at peace, calling him grandfather. The mad monk almost fell over in surprise when he heard that the leader of the alliance was Nam Gung's grandfather. What's wrong with this monk? Wondered Sun. He doesn't even know who the leader of the alliance is. It was really funny, but a very serious conversation was about to begin. The others were surprised to learn that a bright future also depended on factions. The reputation of the Black Tyrants was not just a rumor, it was something more. Sun walked closer to the leader and bowed before him. Excellent, the elder said, looking at Sun carefully. He raised his hand up and said thoughtfully, I wonder where to begin. He then expressed his gratitude and regret for what had happened to the large, unorthodox sects. Sun explained that he was simply fulfilling his duty as a member of the faction. The leader sincerely thanked him for saying so. Then Sun pulled a letter out of his sleeve and handed it to the leader. The others watched and thought, a letter from this haughty man. The leader held out 2 fingers, around which energy formed. The letter was wrapped in blue energy and seemed to lose its gravity. A moment later, it was in the leader's hands. Impressively, he had gained control of the object. The leader was quite amused to receive this letter, especially considering that it was written by a man who had left him with a scar on his cheek. He opened the letter and began to read it carefully. Afterwards, Gu said to Sun, a great leader of the unorthodox factions would never give this letter away for nothing. And he asked how Sun managed to get it. Song replied with confidence that everyone knew that they, the 4 tyrants, had been involved in battles to eliminate threats. During these battles, I took a blow from a great leader of unorthodox sects, explained Song.
No way, others exclaimed. How is it possible that an ordinary leader of the next generation could withstand a blow from one of the 3 emperors?
Gu wondered what exactly happened in the large unorthodox sects, and he asked Song to explain. The battles to eliminate threats were not just an intermediate stage, Song explained. Hearing this, the leader suggested, the great leader of the unorthodox sects sent a letter. And this letter is about a proposal for partnership with the Murim Alliance. Hearing this, everyone held their breath. Someone remarked, while young Mr. Peng's spirit is admirable, this judgment was rather rash on the part of a mere leader of the next generation. Another added, the 4 tyrants know that the war between us was started 20 years ago. How can we cooperate now? Sun addressed everyone and said, I believe that not only the unorthodox sects, but all of Murim must unite to stop the demonic sect. He could only whisper above him. How can he talk so easily about using someone else's power? He's still young, that's the reason. How can a large faction join forces with a small anti-faction? Meanwhile, the mad monk was getting angry. He considered their opinion to be that of old superstitious people. Hua couldn't help but notice that the great swordsman lowered his head and became sad. Sun wondered how they would react to what he was going to say next. Do you all really believe that one faction can stop the demon sect alone? He asked them. Sun added that he had seen stones of righteousness on the way here. Murim was protected by the blood and sacrifice of those whose names are carved on these stones. We should not take their sacrifice for granted, he continued. These words made others think. After that, the great swordsman in Hua spoke, saying that despite the fact that the anti-faction has a different approach, their doctrines are quite different from the demonic teachings. The anti-faction never attacks ordinary residents, unlike the demonic sect. The mad monk continued and added that the demonic sect is composed of yakshas and devils, and they cannot be stopped alone. Sung summarized their words, saying that he could not say whether the Murim Alliance was fighting for harmony and justice, or only for the interests of a pro-faction. Turning to Gu, he asked him to point in the right direction. Everyone else breathed a sigh of relief when they heard these words. Leader Gu himself was deep in thought. A smile appeared on his face. Finally, they understood Sun's intentions, and Gu said he would inform them when the decision was made. but for now he asked them to leave. "If our words can influence the situation, the outcome in this life will be different than in the past," concluded Song. "Let's continue listening to this fascinating manga." The next day, the boys were already resting. They heard a voice at the door. "Can I come in?" Sun answered. "Come in." It was the leader of the Dragon Ink sect. "What brings you here?" asked the great swordsman as he came closer. The leader explained that he had come on the orders of the Alliance leader. Everyone, like children, instantly ran to him when they heard that he was acting on the orders of the leader of the Alliance. They then sat down at a table, and he explained that he had heard about their presence at yesterday's meeting, and that they had made a strong impression on him. The leader said that the Dragon Ink unit would be responsible for the upcoming Rising Dragon Gate. He expressed his gratitude for any help with the organization. Song asked what kind of help was needed. The leader replied, "Why don't you choose who will become dragons?" A smile appeared on Sun's face when he heard such good news. He said that advancing through the Rising Dragon Gate would be much more difficult this time. The Rising Dragon Gate is one of the events that the Murim Alliance holds in conjunction with the Blue Dragon. Unlike regular entrance exams and trials, this event is held only from time to time, just like the Blue Dragon Conference, which can only be attended by the leaders of the future generation. The difficulty of passing is very high, and the competition is fierce. The leader of the Dragon Ink sect said that no matter how carefully they select participants, no other event has as many people as the Rising Dragon Gate. The Alliance leader is also concerned that demonic sect spies might show up during the event. "It's a reasonable concern," added Sung, "because in fact, in his past life, there was a massacre during the Rising Dragon Gate. 3 devils invaded in the midst of the competition and killed more than 200 leaders of the next generation. This tragedy left an indelible mark on the Murim Alliance. At the moment, the poisonous devil of these 3 demons is already dead, which means that the chance of this happening again in this life is not so great. However, it does not hurt to prepare in advance." At this point, the Mad Monk loudly exclaimed, "What does this mean? Are we going to be examiners?" It sounded like a lot of fun to him. "We're really being recognized as examiners?" asked Hua, also wondering if other leaders of the next generation were participating. "Recognized?" said Sung. "We can just make them recognize us." The sect leader agreed with Xiong's point, adding that it would be enough to demonstrate their techniques, as they were also the leaders of the next generation and should feel like it. He looked at them and said confidently that they could do it. The great swordsman asked if he could ask him a question about the large unorthodox sects. The leader explained that, in addition to all the pros and cons, there are many opinions on the subject, and nothing has been decided yet. For a long time, the Murim Alliance and the large unorthodox sects had been on each other's fingertips. Sun realized that it had been a while. The leader also asked him not to hate them too much. There are still people who burn with anger when they hear the very word anti-faction, and that's because of the long-standing war between it and the pro-faction. The great swordsman added that they are fully aware that those legends who stepped forward and fought for the future generation deserve respect. Sung interjected into the conversation, noting that they hoped the Murim Alliance would not suffer heavy losses in the war against the demonic sect. The leader realized that these guys are much better than the 4 dragons, who only use their martial arts to find out which one is stronger. He said that after meeting them personally, it became clear to him that the Peng family would soon return to the ranks of the 5 great families. The leader realized that he had taken up a lot of their time and noticed that it was lunchtime. He decided to tell them about a wonderful tavern nearby. They all unanimously agreed that they would like to go. Soon they were sitting there waiting for the food they had ordered. When the table was set up with various dishes, their eyes were dazzled by all the deliciousness. Everyone undoubtedly liked it, and the Mad Monk was salivating from the aroma alone. Sun suggested that we start eating, and Hua thanked him for the treat. As usual, as soon as they started eating, interesting conversations started in the background. This time someone asked, "Aren't those the blossoming plum swordsmen from the MANHUA sect? I heard that they received a closure order." Song immediately recognized one of them. It was Il Hian. Song wondered if Il had completed his solitary self-improvement. The great swordsman also recognized him. More specifically, he recognized the blade hanging from Il's belt. It was the blade of the blossoming plum. It so happened that this holy sword had been sent for rebirth earlier. "Who is this?" asked Hua. The great swordsman answered, "This is the boy who inherited the majestic Hua blade." Meanwhile, the competition was in full swing. There were many different participants, and each of them had their own unique powers. One man introduced himself as the leader of the Dragon Ink sect, who was tasked with overseeing the gate, and he congratulated those who had managed to pass the previous 2 stages. He turned to everyone and said that he hoped they would once again show their skills at a high level, and perhaps join the Dragon Ink sect. After these words, emotions overwhelmed people, but the leader asked for a moment of attention. 4 examiners were invited for this round of the Rising Dragon Gate. At that moment, the 4 tyrants appeared, dressed in black clothes. The first to introduce himself was Song. I am Peng Mu Song of the Habuk Peng family. Isn't he from the Heaven's Chosen Assassins clan? The common people discussed them. It looks like the other three are also from this sect. Others voiced their displeasure, but Dawn quickly silenced them by ordering, "Silence!" Those who were muttering in discontent were instantly silenced. The four tyrants stood over the entire audience, listening to the applause in their favor. Song announced that the number of successful candidates in this round of the Rising Dragon Gate was 150. Compared to the results of previous years, this is a very impressive number. Nevertheless, only those who make it to the very end and win will form the new Four Faithful Dragons. The people realized that Song was talking about the future group of Strike Force leaders that is assembled every time a war breaks out. The opponent of the Four Faithful Dragons will be a demonic sect. They are strong. Their fighting techniques are mysterious and enigmatic, said Sung, as he had already met them face to face. The battlefield does not give any advantages to future leaders, and even survival is not guaranteed. But they are all here ready to defend Chiamp's honor, so they must know what justice and negotiation skills are. All of them live in Murim, which was defended by the older generations 20 years ago. Now it is our time to protect the younger ones. Isn't that what Xianpa was founded for? Asked Song after his speech and added, "This year's Rising Dragon Gate is not just an entrance exam. Those who are not sure of their readiness can leave now." There was silence in the room, and then one of the participants shouted out to young Master Peng not to take them for fools. All of them shouted as one that they too were part of the Murim, raising their hands in the air and declaring that they were ready to fight. They added that they had been studying martial arts to fight the demonic sect and that their time had come. Sun saw their morale rise. "Well, let's start the third round," he suggested. On Mount Magyo, the leaders of the future generation divided into groups of 5. They distributed the tasks and began to fulfill their missions. Among the teams, there were those whose tasks overlapped with each other, creating situations in which only one of the groups could win. The examiners put pressure on the participants in a variety of ways. This test was really tough and tested everyone's strength. Some of the participants were very seriously injured and asked to be ignored so as not to delay the group. Mook Youngsa was dragging his wounded comrade and did not even expect that this test would be so difficult. Suddenly, he noticed a threat in front of him. He raised his spear and pointed to a tree right in front of him, shouting, "Come out!" From behind the tree, Sun's red eyes began to peek out. Not bad, thought Sun, noticing that Mook had spotted him. The previous 2 groups could barely stand to be around Sung. I'm really pinning my hopes on these guys, he thought. Mook Yan showed himself to be a true leader. He ordered young Master Gam and Miss Huang to cover him on the right and left. They grabbed their weapons and were ready to act. He ordered Muk Yong to take his wounded comrade from the battlefield. They lined up in front of Sun, and he began to pull the wounded man back. Sun's legs began to glow scarlet. Sun did not remember allowing anyone to leave, and the energy spread more and more through his body. Eventually, this energy became so powerful that the opponents began to tremble, losing control of their bodies. The chance of meeting someone stronger on the battlefield is always high, and if someone is able to show their strength in such a situation, it speaks volumes. This indicates either high mental toughness or an impressive ability to adapt developed through intense training. However, for a generation of future leaders, having both of these qualities is a rarity. Muk was the first to attack Sun with a spear. He had already said this phrase before, but decided to repeat it in flight. "Don't take us for fools, Lord Heavenly Slayer," he shouted. Hearing this, Dawn thought, "Whoa!" Sun recognized the boy. It was his voice that had first protested against Sun's words. This showed his character and that he was not afraid to speak his mind. It shows even more about his character that he is now trying to attack Sun, but his strong attack was easily repelled by Sun. He covered his arm with chi energy. The guy was not going to give up and swung his spear again. The spear shone green, filled with much more powerful energy. Putting all his strength into this blow, Mook decided that he could break through Sun's defense. But this time it didn't work either, as Sung easily deflected the attack, keeping a smile on his face. As he repelled these attacks, Sung thought that the guy was talented, but it wasn't enough. Sun grabbed the tip of the spear with his hand. He squeezed it so hard that the enemy's hand trembled while holding the spear. "What kind of power is this?" asked Mook, adding that it was like fighting an elder, meaning a more experienced and powerful opponent. He couldn't understand why there was such a huge difference between them, representatives of the future generation of leaders. At that moment, Sun was asking himself another question. Should he be done with the boy? At that moment, Sun noticed a powerful energy approaching. He calmly looked in that direction to assess the situation. With a single wave of his hand, using chi energy, he repelled this attack. It seemed that this guy's friends were ready to stand up for him. Having finished the previous task he had given them, they ran up to him, standing in front of Sun with swords in their hands. They even apologized to their leader for the delay. Sun found this scene very praiseworthy. He did not hold back his strength. However, it seems that they are even coping. Laughing, Sun praised all 3 of them, calling them good. He could have stopped there, but they rushed at him again. Sun dodged their attacks, not seeing them as a real threat, but Mook appeared behind him holding a spear. Thanks to his agility, Sun easily dodged this attack as well. He gathered his energy on the tips of his 2 fingers. He must have decided that it was time to get serious. The dream swept past them, touching each of them. They felt this power as never before. Muck decided to try to counterattack once more. He jumped into the air, swinging his spear. The light touch of 2 fingers on his body in flight made it clear what Sun's key energy was. It was painful, because Sun hit the same point several times. Suddenly, something strange happened. Mukom's spear began to fall down. They all wondered what was happening, and then looked more closely at the person standing in front of them. Muck was the first to turn to Sun. He asked if by any chance Sun had taught them a new technique. Sun did indeed point out their weak points, touching each of them with his fingers. Looking at them with a hint of pride for not giving up, Sun addressed the 3. He told them that they interacted well with each other, and at that moment they listened to him attentively. He then noted that they provide decent support on the battlefield when they stand side by side. But now they are still a little weak, he continued, and suggested that they try again. Without hesitation, the trio stood in a fighting stance. Muck held a spear and the 2 behind him held swords. Before they knew it, Sun was already in the air above them, with his sword flying straight at them. A few days later, the results of the Rising Dragon Gate were summarized. It was really interesting, but it turned out that there were not many valuable talents. Sun came to the hut where his friends were sitting and opened the door. The great swordsman asked him how the exam went. Sun replied that he had recently met the 42nd group and that they were smart. Was this group, by any chance, led by a master from the province where the Yang family is located? Asked the great swordsman. The mad monk, holding the food and frying the meat, asked if Sun had seen the master from the Golden Spirit family he had previously described. Hua asked again, is he talking about that experienced Shaolin warrior who uses the red fist? It's a good thing none of the things we were worried about happened, one of them added. The situation seemed to change after they foiled the demonic sect's plans. And in 5 days, the Blue Dragon Conference will begin, the great swordsman continued, telling everyone. Hua added that she had heard that the 4 dragons would also be attending, and everyone around them was arguing over who would win. But the mad monk said that these arguments are meaningless if Ilhang is participating in the competition. Hua understood what he was talking about because it was the holy blossoming plum sword of the MANHWA sect. And so it was that Song couldn't wait for the competition either. But most of all, he was looking forward to seeing Ilhyang's growth and development. And so it all began. The audience was eagerly waiting for their idols. The 4 tyrants were impressed by the arena, which was truly breathtaking. How could it hold so many people? It wasn't made big just for spectacle, explained the great swordsman. Then he asked Sun, I wonder where the best place to see the arena is. A man came up to them and said that the leader of the alliance had ordered the 4 tyrants to be escorted to the reserved seats for honored guests. The man's name was Hutan Dui. To sit in the reserved seats for honored guests? Aren't those seats reserved for people with great influence in the Murim alliance? One of them asked. The fact that they were given such important seats was pleasing to the 4. Hutan Dui explained that they could sit down and not worry. No one would even think of challenging the decision. Song nodded his head and thanked him. As a courtesy, Hutan Dui also showed them to their seats. As the 4 sat in their seats, everyone recognized them. If the 4 are participating, the others have no chance, ordinary people said, thinking that their chances of being noticed were simply gone. After all, the 4 were rumored to be incredible. The mad monk heard the conversation and asked Hua, Do you feel this unquenchable interest in us from other people? Suddenly, someone from the outside approached them, asking how they were doing. It was the respected Hu Yajang. As soon as Hu Yajang approached, Song began to rise from his seat to greet him, but he asked Sun to stay seated, and they sat down next to each other. Song knew that Zhang was against the alliance and had collaborated with the followers of the Wicked Way even after their meeting. Immediately, Zhang brought up the topic of how the 4 had done well during the Rising Dragon Gate. The leader of the Dragon Ink sect said that they had been a great help. Song remarked that he was interested in observing the young talents and aspirants to be the leaders of the next generation. Zhang replied that since the leaders of small and medium sects are participating, this arena allows hidden talents to show themselves. The case is moving closer to forming an alliance with the followers of the Wicked Way. When Sun asked if this was true, Zhang replied that he had participated in the Hunan War. He did not spare anyone. His enemies fell one by one. He mainly fought against the Fire King and the Western Flame sect. Many died in the battle against Sapa, and because of this, he cannot contain his emotions when it comes to the Great Wicked Sect. That's only fair, thought Song. However, Song remembered something else after listening to Zhang, namely the reason he was participating in the war. This reason was not only for Cheongpyeong's sake, but also to stop the endless attacks on Murim. However, he did not fully agree with everything Zhang said. Nevertheless, Zhang once again felt that he had not raised his blade in vain. He thanked Sun for helping him open his eyes, which had been closed for a long time with indignation. The next moment, the leader of the Murima alliance, the great sword Namgungu, approached them. He walked past and came down the stairs. He asked for the attention of everyone who had come to the event. And then he said what everyone had been waiting for. "Let the Blue Dragon Conference begin," he shouted at the top of his voice. He asked the leaders of the next generation participating in the first round to step forward. "As expected from Grandpa," said the great swordsman, impressed by his healthy and sincere appearance. Han Sun from the Udon Cloud Dragon sect stepped forward. It was his turn to fight in the first round. Although he was rarely a guest at such events, this time he came out to fight first. During the enemy's first sword attack, he dodged by ducking down. Powerful energy gathered in his hand, and he struck with it. A moment later, his opponent was already crawling on his knees in pain, and Han Sun just calmly blew on his hand, cooling it from the energy, as expected from a representative of the Wudong sect. It was the turn of the next pair of leaders to enter the fight. Yang Yunjin from the Swordsman Zone, known as the Dragon of Swords, was the next to enter the fray. It was strange that her opponent appeared right after that, trying to calm himself down by convincing himself that it was only a woman. He thought that he wouldn't have to deal with her for long and just decided to calm her down. But before anyone could even blink, his sword was ripped from his hands and flew into the air. A moment later, it was already stuck in the ground. Her striking beauty and incredible sword skills made her worthy of the title of the future Empress of Swords. This was the thought of the audience. Hua watched attentively and wondered if the Dragon of Swords looked as beautiful in Song's eyes as it did to everyone else. Meanwhile, Song sat there, barely able to hold himself up, sweat streaming down his face. It was clear that his mind was somewhere else. Then he simply said that the round was over, which made Hu angry, because she realized that he had just been somewhere else in the world. After that, the long-awaited guy that all the four wanted to see entered the battlefield. With delight, Sun exclaimed, "Here he is, Ilhyang!" It so happened that he was going to fight the Dragon of Fist Fighting. His opponent was from MANHUA, and yet the audience doubted that he would be able to defeat the Fist Dragon. As Ilhyang entered the field, he turned his head to Sun. Addressing him, he said, "If I win the Blue Dragon Conference, I have a favor to ask of you." "What is it?" asked Song. He replied that he wanted one thing from Sun. "The last plum blossoms have left the Holy Blade. Let out their wonderful fragrance, Ilhyang," he said. Ilhyang needs to release this wonderful fragrance as the last plum petals have left his blade. In this battle, he should show his best by demonstrating all his strength. The enemy can feel all the power coming from Hyan. It is extremely difficult for him to dodge Hyan's strikes, which he performs with impressive skill. The sword in his hands moves as if they had merged into a single whole, like one breath. Hyan's enemy, using fist art, is preparing to deliver a powerful blow, gathering all his power in his fist. Hyan's sword has already gathered all the energy to repel this attack, preparing for a counterattack. The blue helmet's heavenly strike crashes right into Hyan's sword, which is prepared for a counterattack. They were thrown back by the powerful collision, but dust was stirred up in the center between them where the impact had occurred. Sword cuts appeared on his fist, and the enemy considered Hyan impudent for repelling his attack. He thought he had the power to teach a lesson and pushed off the ground with all his might. The bright blue glow of his fists shows that he is serious, and he rushes at Hyan with all his might. To put up your sword in time and repel those fists is the right move to defend yourself. He ducked his sword under his fists in time, but he suddenly disappeared from view. A moment later, he was standing right behind Hyan, having managed to get to the rear. These were the steps of a demonic ghost from the Yang family, but thanks to his skills, Hyan was able to avoid this attack.
After that, he managed to slash the enemy with his sword, inflicting an inconspicuous blow.
The enemy was planning to attack from behind, but before he knew it, the swordsman was already behind him. Will the Dragon of the Fist fight be defeated now? After all the spectators already thought that the high reputation of MANHUA was a thing of the past. The fist-fighting dragon gathered his strength, realizing that he had been too relaxed, and decided to act more decisively. But at that moment, his face changed dramatically. He turned pale as he saw the blossoming sword art in front of him.
24 times the blade of the blossoming plum saint whistled around the fist-fighting dragon, and everything around it bloomed with beautiful petals.
But these petals were like sharp bees that stung the fist-fighting dragon. The pain made him fall to his knees in front of Ilhyang, and in a moment the audience's hands were raised high in the air, everyone applauding and chanting the name of the winner, Ilhyang of MANHUA. The new leader of the future generation, who had defeated one of the four dragons, impressed the audience and immediately became their idol. However, his face remained serious as he realized that new challenges awaited him. Hyan's gaze was directed at Peng Mu Sung, and he was well aware of what was ahead of him. At the same time, Song was also looking at him, mentally noting that Hyang had really grown up. The alliance leader was already preparing to say his next words. But as he looked at Ilhyang, he realized that this was the same child who had told them about the Holy Sword's departure to heaven. Had he really become so strong? The leader wondered what his friend could expect after raising such an incredible disciple. What could he expect now that he was no longer with him? After a long stay in this place, the monk began to yawn and the boys were very tired. However, the great swordsman reminded his brother's son that it was time for the finale. He himself had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The mad monk raised his hand to his forehead, trying to see who was standing in the arena. There was Il-hyung and some long-haired girl, but her face was not yet clearly visible. When she got a little closer, it became clear that it was the Dragon of Swords. This was a surprise to her, as she had expected to meet only other dragons in the finals. However, at their age, it was only a matter of time before they would gain the upper hand in martial arts. Perhaps next time, someone else will be standing in Hion's place. At that moment, the girl turned to him. They bowed to each other, expressing the hope that their battle would be really interesting. And now the judge was ready to wave his hand, signaling the start of the battle. As soon as he gave the command, they both reached for their swords with lightning speed. From the very beginning, the battle gained frantic momentum as they clashed their swords together, their energy flying around. With each strike, the swords made a loud ringing sound that echoed throughout the arena. They did not take their eyes off each other, concentrating all their attention on the opponent. With each subsequent blow putting even more force into it, they were thrown a few meters away from each other. With each passing moment, the energy grew and the Dragon of Swords began to glow bright blue. It released so much energy to prepare its next attack. Her meteorite galaxy strike was released, and it raced down from the heights like a real meteorite. Concentrating, Il-hyung was able to dodge this attack by jumping to the side, but the sword managed to hit his clothes, tearing off a piece. All this storm of energy crashed straight into the floor, creating a large sinkhole. The concentration needed to avoid the blow took a lot of strength from Hion, because it was incredibly difficult to do. But true swordsmen always find the strength to hold their sword to the end. The figure of a girl who was not going to end the fight began to appear from the dust cloud. It seemed unbelievable, but they stood against each other again, ready to continue the fight. There had never been such a charming moon lady from heaven here before. Her beauty was astonishing, as her energy radiating with blue light made her incredibly attractive. Without hesitating for a second, she threw herself at Hion again, who realized that he had to act, not stand still. The audience seemed to be blessed, because they would never have the opportunity to see such an exciting fight again. However, Sung was watching everything carefully, and the smile did not leave his face because he was delighted. The Meteor Galaxy Strike technique was used by the Sword Dragon. In response, Il-hyung used his technique, the 24 swings of the blade of the Holy Blossoming Plum. People were now witnessing the clash of two incredible martial arts techniques. To control and fight in such conditions, the girl used maximum support with her foot on the ground. However, it was getting harder and harder to hold on. It felt as if she was swinging a blade across a wide, flowering field, while Il-hyung began to advance on her. Neither of them had ever encountered such strong fighters among their peers. She noticed that young Master Il had reached the limits of self-improvement. Her foot almost slipped off the ground as she held her opponent's sword on her sword. She decided to step back, but her thoughts were straying. Thoughts that she would lose even if she stepped back kept bothering her. Especially when she looked at Hion. He didn't keep the audience waiting long and showed off his best by swinging his sword. The sword flew up once more and he was ready to swing it even faster. And he did so, directing all his energy toward the girl. But she could not let go of victory so easily. A bend in the meteorite stream, and their energies collided again. Hion raised his sword in the air, preparing to meet the attack that came at him like rays of the blue sun. A bloody rain of plum blossom petals illuminated everything around with the color of blooming nature. Ribbons, sharp as sword blades, flew over the girl's head. The entire arena was filled with this beautiful color of the plum blossom floating in the air. A moment later, the girl was standing on one knee in front of the boy. Showing respect for her, Hion walked over and extended his hand to her. At that moment, she realized that young Master Hyung had surpassed the limits of self-improvement, and that she still had some things to learn. This incredible encounter between them ended with a handshake in front of the entire audience. The Alliance leader noticed this result and did not hide his emotions. Sun watched the leader look closely at these fighters. Finally, the leader announced that Il-hyung was the winner of the Blue Dragon Conference. The next question he was asked was whether he was ready to start his final battle. The audience held its breath, waiting to hear who he would name, because the choice was in the hands of the winner. It was his privilege to choose his next opponent, and his choice fell on Tyrant, the owner of the perfect tiger blade. "I would like to learn from young Master Peng Muson," Il-hyung said proudly. It was young Master Peng who received his master's last sword. It is for this reason that Il-hyung wants to fight him in a duel. He wants to show his blade to such a great man. Il addressed the judges' table, announcing his decision to challenge such a serious opponent. However, this was only good news for Sun. Joyfully, he accepted the challenge of the swordsman from MANHUA. All that could be heard at the place where Song was sitting was the crack of a chair, as he rose so quickly that the chair could not hold. A second later, his feet were already on the battlefield. The Their eyes met, and they stared into each other's eyes as they stood opposite each other. The audience was also waiting to see what the popular Tyrant Tiger was capable of. The dignitaries also understood who the Peng family's Song was, and that his every move was imbued with incomparable skill. And in a moment, they were standing opposite each other, swords in hand. Although Haiyan's previous enemy was dangerous, now he needed to concentrate even more. Sung also needed to stay alert, because his opponent was not easy.
"Shall we begin?" came a great suggestion from Sung.
The sword in Haiyang's hands began to blossom, filling with energy.
Light attacks made no sense here, and step by step they approached each other.
Haiyan was already holding a sword filled with power, but the aura that began to gather around Song remained incomprehensible to the swordsman from MANHUA. While Song stood still and did not move, Haiyan decided to make his move.
He pushed off the ground with such force that the sound of it echoed far beyond the arena and rushed at Song like lightning.
However, Sun, with a smile on his face, easily repelled this attack. He did it so clearly that it seemed as if he didn't feel the power in his opponent's sword at all. Meanwhile, Hyang's feet were sliding on the ground from the powerful collision. Song only gripped his sword a little harder, which gave him even more confidence. And deciding not to play around anymore, he swung his sword so that Haiyan flew far back. However, Haiyan's balance was fine.
He landed on his feet a few meters away from Sun without any problems.
Sung asked him what he was thinking and why he had stepped back. He then explained that hasty movements are easy to read and advised Hyang to be more careful. As he got to his feet, Hyang said he had heard his remarks. Sun continued to speak while watching his opponent. He noticed steam coming out of Hyang's mouth, indicating that he was very tired.
He could see that Haiyan was struggling to hold the sword in his hands, putting all his strength into it.
But having gathered the rest of his strength, he rushed at Song again, flying at him with incredible speed. The contrast in their expressions was obvious. Sun was smiling, while Hyang was putting all his seriousness into this fight. Sun asked him to predict his opponent's next move. Hyang silently listened to Sun's advice and continued to act. But Sun, swinging his sword, easily deflected his blows, urging Hyang to strike faster and more accurately. Haiyan tried putting even more speed into his strokes. Sun's next advice was to draw inspiration from his feelings. The 7 strokes of the blade of a blossoming plum tree, the dark scent of an oriental flower. This was the inspiration for the swordsman from MANHUA. A garden blossomed around Sun, and he decided to destroy it with the energy he had gathered on his sword. In one swing, like a wave cutting through space with an invisible sword, he destroyed everything that stood in his way, counterattacking this blow. The swordsman of MANHUA put all his strength and energy into the strike, and it was clear how difficult it was for him. Song asked Xiang to show him 24 swings of the blade of the holy blossoming plum. He could not refuse his master's request and immediately agreed. His sword began to shine with this powerful energy. He began to gather all the energy he had left. The 24 swings of the blade of the holy blossoming plum is the path of the blossoming plum. Now Song is able to appreciate these beautiful flowers that carry deadly power. However, Song again repels this attack with his sword, putting more force into the blow than the previous time. He asks Hyang to let the flowers bloom even more intensely. Hyang's sword began to collect even more energy. The powerful plum blossom almost knocked Sun off his feet. But even though he was holding the sword with only one hand, Song was able to repel the attack. Hyang gathered even more flowers, which can carry enormous power. It was with the help of these flowers that he defeated the previous enemy, the Dragon of Swords, who was amazingly powerful. 9 changes of the plum blossom, and Sun is still on his feet. Watching this, one can say that it is truly majestic. MANHUA can be considered to owe him a lot. However, Master Peng should also be thanked for this help, because he teaches the swordsman from MANHUA a lot. After these attacks, they put their swords down and met each other's eyes, looking into each other's eyes. I wonder if Hyang will be able to withstand the endless plum blossoms. This technique not only ends the fight, but also demonstrates whether the blade has managed to complete the 24 swings of the holy plum blossom perfectly. At this point, Haiyan raised his sword straight in front of him, preparing for the next move. He wondered what Sun would think when he saw this performance. The teacher decided that it was time to pass on the knowledge of Neigong to his student, the so-called art of improving human abilities through meditation, physical and breathing exercises. For if the smell of the plum blossom from MANHUA spreads everywhere, there should be no place that the Hua blade cannot reach. There should be no place that the blade of MANHUA cannot reach. Our ancestors are always behind us, whether they are alive or not. The powerful plum blossom was a whole new level that loomed before Song's eyes. Then Sun decided to use something that could counter this technique. Everything around his hand holding the sword began to come to life. His strength doubled, becoming twice as strong as it had been before. Hyang couldn't have expected anything like this, because he thought that Sung was only showing him a good level of skill. But this was a completely different level, and it was the level at which Sung decided to attack. The 5 tigers ascending to the heavens filled the atmosphere with fiery energy, and a burning beam burst out, cutting through the air like a sharp knife. With each passing moment, it became more and more difficult to stay in this hurricane of events. And in a moment, Sun sheathed his sword in the scabbard hanging on his belt. In front of him was a trace of his attack, which formed a funnel in the ground right in front of him. After that, he walked over to Il Hyang and extended his hand to him. Squeezing Hyang's hand tightly, he began to pull him to his feet. They began a dialogue in which Haiyan, realizing that he had to do better, told Sun that he would try again. However, Haiyan also mentioned that he had seen the holy sword for a moment during the fight. Sun, punching Hyang on the shoulder in a friendly manner, noted that he had made great progress in his training. Hyang really tried his best, but it was not enough for him. The fact that he used all his strength during the Blue Dragon Conference impressed the audience. They were especially impressed by the last move, which caused loud applause. The applause came not only from the audience but also from the Alliance chairman. Even dignitaries joined in the applause. Standing in the middle of the battlefield after a hard battle, the guys could only hear the applause. Blade of the Holy Blossoming Plum and Perfect Tiger Blade. These words echoed in the air. Such pleasant sensations made my soul feel like a balm after a battle. The blade of the intoxicating flower turned into the blade of the Holy Blossom Plum. In the end, Song congratulated Hyang on his new nickname, the Blade of the Holy Blossom. Lined up in a row, all those who made it to the finals stood in front of the head of the Alliance. His servant stood next to him, holding a box. He then handed the box to the head of the Alliance. This time, the prizes were as follows: a large and a medium healing pill, which the divine physician personally prepared for the winners. In addition, the head monk of the Shaolin Temple donated the prize pill, and the current leader of the Alliance handed over the heavenly pill to the Namgong family. The guy with the spear stood there thinking that there would be a reward even for the 4th place. And then a box began to open in front of him, and he waited with excitement to see what was inside. The reason why the gifts of the head monk and the head of the Alliance are given separately is that they must become strong enough to defeat the demon sect. The Alliance also hopes that they will become new pillars to support the factions in the future, and they should not lose motivation just because this conference did not bring any new achievements. The head of the Alliance asked them to continue to dedicate themselves to the new cause, because they did not learn martial arts for the sake of victories. They are in the faction to gain peace of mind and justice. Their elders will be the first to go to the battlefield, and they need to support them from the back immediately. The next day, when it was just beginning to dawn outside, the 4 tyrants were walking along the river. The mad monk had a question for the great swordsman about why his grandfather, the leader of Murim, had called them to him. The girl also had a question, but she understood why it was so quiet around. Only the great swordsman walked in silence, not asking any questions. And after a while, they reached the Yellow Crane Pavilion. It is one of the 3 most popular pavilions in Zanen, where poets used to observe the beauty and gain inspiration for their legendary works. A moment later, the 4 tyrants sat down at a table that was set, and the leader of Murim was the head of this table. The guy sitting next to the leader, when he saw the newcomers, thought he was saved, and the leader was already waiting for them. After paying their respects, they all bowed and greeted the Alliance leader, but he asked them to sit down. When they sat down, the leader said that there was one more person to wait for. The host, Peng Mu Son, expressed his admiration for his performance and said that he liked the way he had performed at the recent Blue Dragon Conference. However, he had achieved such results because of Song's advice and thanked him for it. Suddenly, Hua came to a place where she could see the lake and exclaimed, "Wow!" A moment later, everyone but the Alliance leader was standing next to her, looking forward. There was indeed something incredibly beautiful in front of them. The moon lay in the middle of 2 mountains, illuminating the lake. The Alliance leader liked the yellow pavilion better at night, as it was quiet and elegant. The great swordsman guessed that, judging by the fact that no one was here at this time, his grandfather had pulled a few strings. About once a year, he stays in the yellow pavilion on nights like this, the only advantage of being the leader of the Alliance. Initially, Sung had heard that the main blade was not interested in power or honor. However, holding the position of Murim's leader was a good way to act as the center of power of the Alliance and unite the rest of the forces. But at some point, everyone's attention shifted, and they held their breath when they saw someone in front of them. The leader of the Alliance smiled slightly, for he had been waiting for him, meaning that one more person would come. This person, ignoring the laws of gravity, was able to fly, and the Alliance leader jokingly asked why he would use this method if there was a ladder. After he landed there, he said, "Where I step, the way is paved for others." He was one of the 10 great masters, the Immortal Blade, and how he appears is only his choice. Who is this elderly man, was the question that immediately spun through the minds of the 4 tyrants. Immortal Blade walked over to the Alliance leader and praised the children, calling them outstanding. He then sat down next to the leader at the table and remarked that seeing such young people made him want to become a teacher again. The leader, pouring him a drink, said that it was important to think about the prospects of those you take under your wing. Immortal Blade grabbed a piece of chicken that was on the table. Greedily, he began to bite off piece after piece, As he ate roughly, the 4 tyrants behind him wondered what was wrong with him. The leader of the alliance noticed their concern and told them that he was the immortal blade. When these words came out, the mad monk and the dream held their breath in shock, because they knew who he was. There is a famous story about the immortal blade in Jianggu. It sees the vast expanse of its territory and serves as a mediator in the heart of the world, and even in the face of power and force, it will never break. After the alliance leader introduced him, the 4 stood up and stared at him in silence, holding their breath. Holding a bone with a cut chicken thigh in his hands, he looked them in the eye with his scarred right eye and simply said, "Yes, yes, it's me." Like mad, they ran toward him, shouting, "Welcome!" Waving the bone, he asked them to forget about politeness and formalities. The energy that had gathered on the bone passed into their hands as they greeted him. Pointing at himself, Immortal Blade said, "You don't need this old prick either." At that moment, one of the 10 great masters, Saint Spear, appeared, striking the ground with his staff. They hadn't seen each other for 2 years, and when he came closer to the table, Immortal Blade greeted him. Sun watched him carefully, trying to hide his emotions. Then he reached for his sword. Seeing these masters, Sun accidentally did something he did not expect. He met people he had not been able to meet in his past life. Sun's eyes immediately fell on Saint Kopia, who was already sitting at the table drinking. A surprised smile appeared on Saint Kopia's face, and he told Sun that the seat was already taken. He then slammed his cup on the table and noted that everyone who was supposed to come had already arrived. The Imperial Blade has gone into hiding, and the bullpen is already closed. When Mook and the 4 tyrants heard this, they were stunned. Sun realized that this was an extraordinary meeting. Was this really a meeting of the 10 faction masters? The alliance leader said that because there were only 3 of them here, he felt lonely, so he invited the 4 tyrants and Mook. He would like to introduce them to his comrades, the Immortal Blade and Saint Spear. Saint Kopia expressed doubt that the 4 were really the famous 4 tyrants, and noted that together they might be stronger than alone, but he was not sure if they could be called dragons. The Immortal Blade laughed, amused by the word worms, and remarked that Saint Kopia did not mince words. However, Immortal Blade himself shook his head as he looked at the faces of the 4 dragons. "But that's all in the past," the Immortal added, raising his drink up. Mook sat there wondering why he had been invited, since he was not even one of the 4 tyrants. At that moment, Saint Kopia turned to the leader of the alliance. He asked him who this child was, pointing to Mook. The leader of the alliance repeated the words of the saint, noting that he himself had said that he would like to become a teacher if there was a student who showed promise. That is why the alliance leader invited Mook, which stunned the boy. Saint Kopia shone with hope as he looked at Mook, and he loved the idea of a student. The leader of the alliance apologized to him for not asking his opinion earlier, but there was no way he could have told him earlier, because this meeting was strictly confidential. Mook was asked to understand this, and he, looking at the saint, who could hardly be called such by his expression, trembled with incomprehension, wondering if it was normal for an old man to have such crazy eyes. Saint Kopia addressed him, saying that he had mastered the art of spear fighting, and that he could not have achieved such mastery at his age on his own. He asked him directly who taught him this. But the leader of the alliance answered for the boy, noting that he would not show a child who already had a teacher. Saint Kopia asked Mook how he learned martial arts and asked him to tell him. Mook, trembling, could not say a word. But then, gathering his strength, he began to tell him that he had first chosen the sword and tried to train with it. Later, at the age of 15, he found himself in a strange situation, and he found an elixir along with an untitled volume. This volume had only half of the instructions for mastering spear skills, and he changed his weapon because he liked the spear technique better than the sword technique he was learning at the time. The fact that Mook had reached such a level using an unfinished volume impressed even the Immortal Blade. Saint Kopia, looking at him, realized that there was definitely a certain core to Mook. He then asked why Mook was still learning martial arts. Mook's answer was very simple: to survive. Clenching his fist and drawing a full chest of courage, he replied that he now holds his spear to protect the people he loves. It may not be possible to do it alone, but if the Murim Alliance lends him its strength, won't Wuhan be safe? He said, looking directly into the eyes of the sages. He said this with confidence, looking them straight in the eye. Saint Kopia laughed lightly and said that this would be enough for protection in life. Immortal Blade decided to tease Saint Spear, asking, "Is Saint Spear finally going to take on a disciple?" But the latter shouted loudly that he would not take any disciple, and added that he would only allow Mook to walk beside him and constantly criticize him. The leader of the alliance asked him to raise him to be decent and noted that this child had lost to a disciple of the Holy Blade. The fact that this young man was also claiming to be his student surprised Saint Spear, who asked in disbelief, "What?" But this only made him more excited. In Sun's past life, Saint Lance had no student, and now, to his horror, new connections are forming. The Immortal Blade put his hand on Mook's shoulder and said that now he would have to follow his instructions. Mook felt as if he were in a dream. The situation around him was very strange to him. But they had already discussed the main points, and now the leader of the alliance suggested that they get down to business.
Undoubtedly, they had a lot to talk about, and the alliance leader decided to start with the fact that the Flame King had died.
The first thing he said was that 2 charred corpses had been found at the site, and it was suspected that Sado Cheon had been killed while traveling with his mistress. A scoundrel who played with fire all his life and finally died by it, was the Immortal Blade's version of the story. But the saint didn't believe it, saying that he was more likely to have been ambushed while traveling with his mistress, and that seemed unlikely to him.
Right now, the Immortal Blade asked not to say that they had targeted the 10 Great Masters.
However, it was not excluded, and the alliance leader could have anticipated such a development, because even they, the old men traveling the world, could be in danger. Immortal Blade said that he had heard that the Demon Kings were comparable in strength to the 10 Great Masters. The Dream interjected and said that this was true, and he was sure that their martial arts skills were well known, but they were all masters who had attained transcendence. However, the saint saw this as an opportunity, since it is in their interest to destroy those who wish to do so. None of the great masters died in mysterious battles in Sun's past life. He is sure that the Flame King was killed by the fierce soul of the Demon King. There are more and more situations that didn't happen in the past. The leader of the alliance turned to Seong and said that at today's meeting, it was decided to ally with Sadochan. Sun smiled and said he was glad it had happened. The alliance with the followers of the unclean path, and the saint was trying to observe nobility before fighting demonic freaks. 3 of the 4 tyrants found it a relief, and despite this, they understood each other. Immortal Blade heard that they had done a great job and complimented them, calling them true masters. He asked them not to forget about the experiences they are having now, even after they grow old. Thanks to these guys, Immortal Blade was finally able to take a break, which he greatly appreciated. The alliance leader smiled after saying that and looked at Immortal Blade thoughtfully. He couldn't understand what exactly those words meant, and asked Immortal Blade if it meant that they should now suspect the North Sea people.
That can't be, the Immortal Blade added.
The North Sea Ice Palace is now under the control of a man called the North Sea Warrior God.
The problem is that this warrior god is very ambitious. The saint thought he was crazy because even the 3 emperors did not dare to put the title of god next to their name.
But it's not a madman, Immortal Blade interrupted him and added that it was a girl. As everyone knows, the North Sea Ice Castle follows the imperial court, so the nature and ideology of this sect has changed greatly. It is for this reason that they united with Murim when they were invaded by other powers and then raided Murim.
The current head of the North Sea Ice Castle is not doing anything yet.
But she has the power to conquer Murim, not to mention the whole world. Because of this, after such events, Murim will have to prepare not only for an attack by a demonic sect, but also for a possible conflict with the Ice Castle, as Immortal Blade explained to them. The leader of the alliance noted that he had asked them to find allies, but instead they had made only enemies. He asked Immortal Blade how he knew so many details. Immortal Blade replied that he had simply entered the residence of the god of the North Sea. No one expected to hear him say that, and upon hearing this, the leader of the alliance slapped his hand on his head, expressing that this was a real mess. The leader thought that this old man had gone completely crazy. Because of this, he exchanged a few words with the head of the Ice Castle, and they almost immediately took out their blades, saying that they wanted to test his strength. And then the Immortal Blade escaped after a few blows.
Song sat and thought about what they were saying. The Immortal Blade's body and light techniques were among the best in the world. Even the 3 emperors could not catch the escaping master.
After that, Immortal Blade said that it was obvious that the goddess of the North Sea was stronger than him. She is at least on the same level as the 3 emperors. All this made the alliance leader think more and more. Although the allies have strength, it is also important to build up strength within Murim. After saying this, he asked everyone present if they wanted to lead the squadron of loyal dragons that had been created recently. Sun sat silently and looked at the leader of the alliance. The great swordsman did the same.
Then the great swordsman said that they were honored to receive such an offer.
But there is one but. They, the 4 tyrants, would like to work separately as they do now. The leader of the alliance looked at them with a smile. Then the alliance leader reached into his inner pocket.
4 rectangular signs were already floating in the air above their table.
When these signs were in their hands, it was explained to them that even if their powers were amazing, they would have something else important. Namely, these signs of leadership. The leader of the alliance said that the day would come when they would need their own army, and suggested that they use these plates at that time. After thanking the alliance leader, they all agreed that they would need them very much. The next question to Sun was whether they were going to stay in the Murim alliance. Sun replied that he was going to go to the Pong family, because as the heir apparent, he had been away from home for a very long time. The great swordsman said they wanted to join him. They didn't even think about their homes, the alliance leader said afterwards, and asked them why. If they were both heirs to their families, they were so different. He looked at his grandson and reflected on the fact that he was on the verge of overcoming the level of transcendence. And although the Alliance leader would like to keep him close and teach him, he realized that he did not need to destroy their friendship. The saint got up and said that everything had been discussed and it was time for him to leave. He grabbed Mook by the scruff of his neck, calling him a snotty little brat, and asked him why he hadn't jumped up from his seat.
Jumping up, he began to fly, dragging Mook with him, with the goal of making a real man out of him.
Sun bowed before the leader of the Alliance and said that it was time for them to go too. On this beautiful note, their interview ended. The Alliance leader remained seated with Immortal Blade. The leader handed him one very important thing and told him that he was counting on him very much. Immortal Blade looked at the box and at first did not know what to say, but then he began to open it. Looking at the blade covered in hieroglyphics, he asked the Alliance leader if he was 100% sure, because this was the very dagger that the demon sect was looking for. The Immortal Blade confirmed everything the Alliance leader said. Apparently they were looking for this blade all over the world. A month ago, an attempt was made to break into the house of 1,000 Murim soldiers. The leader said that this blade should be kept in the Tomb of the Sword at the Immortal Blade Gate, because it is the safest place in Murim. The topic is very heavy, and the responsibility for it is extremely great. The Immortal Blade decided to take care of the blade and close the box in which it was kept. He promised that the blade would not fall into the hands of a demonic sect, and that he would guard it as long as possible. At that moment, 2 workers were standing on the roof, wondering when they would finish fixing it all. They were already tired from the work and wanted to finish it as soon as possible. Suddenly, they heard a strange sound behind them and felt the presence of someone nearby. When they saw a man in front of them, they began to warn him that he could not come in here and asked him to go back. But the man grabbed the first one by the face and began to squeeze him with great force. In a moment, he was holding both of them by the face, and the workers were drooling from their mouths. The force in his hands was so great that the eyes of ordinary people almost fell out. In a moment, it happened without words. Their eyes fell out and they went completely blind. That's how they ended their lives, letting out their last loud screams. The young leader of the dark sect stood over their corpses. It was uncomfortable to follow the tracks, but he had no other choice. He walked closer to where the workers were working. Touching the surface with his hand, he concentrated. He saw that at the moment Ilhyang used the powerful plum blossom against Peng Musung, an intruder had appeared among the spectators. This technique allowed him to move into the moment that had already occurred. From there, he could observe what was happening and how it happened. As he increased his concentration to see everything in more detail, he became immersed in memories. He noticed the powerful plum blossoms and the technique that Il used. He found himself in the middle of the battle, feeling everything that was happening there, and he was even able to control the energy that was there. He was also able to directly contact Sun's energy, feeling the full force of his attacks and solving all his secrets. He even solved the attack of the 5 tigers ascending to heaven. The young leader of the dark sect came right under the swing of Sun's sword. Because he was too close, a cut appeared on his cheek. But this only made him smile. He liked it. In his mind, he enacted a brutal scene. His hand ruthlessly passed through the body of his opponent like a sharp sword. Blood began to flow from the victim's mouth, indicating a ruthless blow. The young leader of the dark sect just enjoyed the spectacle, contemplating the suffering of the enemy. The man he had long sought to kill was dying before his eyes, and it gave him pleasure. Sun fell to the floor next to him, and his sword fell out of his hand, hitting the ground with a thud. The head of the dark sect looked carefully at his hand, which was covered in the blood of his enemy. However, when he returned to reality, he saw that his hand was clean without a single drop of blood. Clutching his knee, he whispered bitterly, "I almost killed them both right here," he exhaled, realizing that it was all just an illusion. The devil's sword appeared in front of him, addressing its owner. The sword informed the young leader that he had received an order to return. "And return immediately," the sword added in an unyielding tone. These words broke all the plans of the young leader, but he was forced to agree and told the sword that it was time to go back. He added with a sigh that he was sick of this hypocrisy. And finally, he expressed his indignation that he was sick of the damned old man as well. Clenching his fist, he said with a challenge, "Let's see how much longer you will behave like this." Meanwhile, the 4 tyrants moved confidently forward along the sunlit path where everything was in full bloom. The sun was deep in thought, wondering if he would have to worry about the Murim alliance now, and all his thoughts were centered on that. He was smiling as he thought about how they were now working with Sadokon, and the rising Dragon Gate disaster had been avoided. Hua noticed this smile, and asked if anything good had happened. The Mad Monk also noticed that Brother Sun was in a good mood today. Song took the sign out of his sleeve, and with a slight smile said that he couldn't help but be happy when he thought of how he could use this thing. They were already standing in front of a merchant, to whom Sun held out the plates for which he could buy the herbs, and said that he would take everything in front of him. When the merchant began to pack up all the herbs, the friends did not understand what was happening and why Sun decided to buy everything. The Mad Monk was the first to run up to him and ask why he needed a giant bag of herbs. Of all the purchases, the most impressive were the elixirs, which cost as much as several castles, and the monk said hopefully that at least one of them should belong to him. Sun replied that if there was anything left over, he would share it with everyone. Huiya and the great swordsman were upset and said they didn't think he was that kind of person. But Sun asked them to wait and explained that he wasn't buying for himself, but was ordering herbs for his family's soldiers. At that moment, a trader ran up to Sun and said that he had heard that he also needed medicinal ingredients. After a while, he led them to a room where an old man was standing, and there were hundreds, maybe thousands of different boxes around. The herbs that Sun was looking for had a very intense and deadly smell coming from these boxes. Sun tried to figure out who the old man was, but he could only guess. He suspected that the divine physician himself was standing in front of him. Meanwhile, the librarian wondered why the prices of elixirs and medical ingredients had skyrocketed. The merchant explained to him that demand had increased significantly recently, and that was the reason for the price hike. The old man said sadly that he was on the verge of poverty. Sun, appearing behind him, promised that he would buy him everything he needed. The boy was a stranger to the grandfather, but he was grateful for his generosity. Looking at all four of them, the old man realized that he knew their families well: Shaolin, Tang, Namgong, and Peng. He then realized that he was facing 4 tyrants. He had heard something about their heroic adventures. However, the old man said that if this help was only meant to get his nameplate, then he had to refuse. The old man's nameplate was a mystery to the monk, and he asked the girl what was so special about it. She explained that the best divine healer in the world was standing in front of them. All the major sects and families, as well as people from the imperial castle, were looking for him because he had healed many people during his aimless travels. When he met poor patients, he personally made medicines from herbs and treated them. He had a good reputation not only among travelers, but also among ordinary people. At this point, the dream told him that he was acting without any bad intentions. In fact, it was because of him that the prices had skyrocketed. It's hard for Sun to see how his good deeds can be ruined through his fault. Grandpa has no doubt that this guy is telling the truth because you can read a lot in a look. In this case, the grandfather decided to accept the boy's help without hesitation. Under the incredibly beautiful sunset, they said goodbye, and the grandfather returned to his house. Of course, Sun hoped to get something in return, but now it seemed that nothing could be done. Hua jumped up behind Sun and enthusiastically offered him something very interesting. She had heard about a tavern nearby that was rumored to be incredibly good. Hua grabbed his clothes and began to shake him, begging him to go there as soon as possible. Sung didn't have much money left, but the monk and the great swordsman were already drooling at the thought of ordering something as expensive as possible. They all went to the tavern in a great mood, laughing, while Sun kept his head down and walked with them. On the way, they felt a very strange energy coming from a group of people. It seemed that these people belonged to Murim, but each of them radiated a wild energy. If they couldn't get through peacefully, the monk suggested that they just break through by force and started to flex his fists. But the great swordsman said that in his experience, in such situations, there is never a fight. They noticed how the enemy's blade was ready to strike, almost touching the man's arm. The man was holding a child, protecting him from enemies who looked threatening but not without good intentions. The old man was protecting the child with his body to avoid tragic consequences. However, the criminal's attention was diverted by the unexpected appearance of a group they took to be a bunch of freaks. They were 4 tyrants. Sun decided to start the conversation first. He turned to the old man sitting with the child and asked if he remembered him. Without hesitation, the old man replied, "Of course, young Master Pong." The great doctor was once again forced to accept the help offered by Song, and the little boy in his arms trembled with fear. Without hesitation, the 4 tyrants began to march toward the enemies who mocked them, considering them to be just a bunch of girls and bald-headed men. But one of the enemies remembered that they were 4 tyrants, and the monk scratched his head uncertainly, trying to remember them. They remembered a question that confirmed their guess. "You bastards, how dare you kill our brothers in Sichuan?" Sun realized that he was facing the Yahello group. The enemy began to rejoice, believing that the tyrants had fallen into their trap. One of them took out a flare and began to pull the string on its lower end. A moment later, a loud explosion sounded in the air, and a red light illuminated everything around. Warriors throughout the surrounding area were scattered to find the divine doctor, and in a few seconds they were to appear here. One of the enemies remarked that the owner should let the girl live because she could be put to good use. At that moment, they started playing with fire, because the girl decided that she would rather cut off their heads herself than become their prey. Her words seemed surprisingly sweet to the enemies, but after these words, she was ready to kill everyone. So much so that even the great swordsman was afraid to stand next to her. It was hard for Sun to believe that these people were going to attack the future leaders of noble families out of fear of the possible consequences. He knew for sure that they were just crazy to say such things. Dream told the girl that he would take on the front enemies. He asked the great swordsman and the monk to take care of the ones behind. Finally, he gave the girl the signal to start the attack. Like a bolt of lightning, she took off from the ground. She was already flying, slicing through the air, straight at the enemy, clenching her fists, holding the scales between her fingers. With a wave of her hand, she released the scales, which can cut through even the flesh of a wild animal directly at the enemy. The scales hit the exact spot that the enemies had been showing off a few minutes ago. Their bodies twisted in pain, and they all fell to their knees. Her precise strike terrified even Sun, who stood behind her and watched what was happening. But she wasn't going to stop and continued to strike right at the men's most vulnerable spots. Calmly approaching the doctor, Sun asked him to step back. He put his hand on the boy's eyes and asked him to close them and count to 10. When the child's eyes closed, Sun decided to put an end to the enemies, scattering them in different directions. The doctor, seeing this with his own eyes, realized that Sun had mastered the extreme energy of Yang. It was the signature chaotic divine lightning strike of the Peng family of Hebei. After such an attack, it was difficult to keep one's shoes clean of enemy blood. He only managed to count to 6 when all the enemies were already on the ground. Sun approached the boy and asked him to remove his hand from his eyes, saying that everything was over. The doctor, bowing before Sun, asked him to forgive him. Realizing that his question might be impertinent, he decided to ask if it was true that Sun had mastered the extreme energy of Yang Nagan. Yes, it's true, Sun answered without hesitation. The doctor was interested in the answer, and he asked Sun if they could talk in private. The demon lord could not understand who this opponent was, and indignantly asked the man sitting across from her at the table how they could lose with such a numerical advantage. These emotions made her literally grimace with anger. Tapping his finger on the table, the man replied that there was nothing to be done. He explained to her that the 4 tyrants had killed everyone. This man was known as the Fist of the Demon Lord. The name 4 tyrants made the Demon Lord angry again, because they were always ruining her plans. Her next question to the Fist was whether any information had leaked out of the main sect. He explained that the Demon Listening House had been rebuilt in such a way that the likelihood of this happening was extremely low. Without holding back her obscenities, she jumped up, hit the table, and said that she was unbearably angry. However, at the same moment, her expression changed, as if she had something interesting in mind. She asked Fist if this meant that the 4 tyrants were going to Hebei, to the Peng family. She thought that when Sun returned to Hebei, she would realize the plan she had long been harboring. The man tried to explain to her that Peng Musong was the survivor of the battle with the 2 demon kings, and her abilities might not work on him. She licked her lips and mockingly asked him what he was talking about. She reminded him that she was the one who had lured the Fire King and managed to package him beautifully so that the young sect leader could destroy him so easily. She suspected that these stupid bastards, as she called them, might have just now learned of the fake message. Dark energy began to appear on her hand. Then she put her hand on the shoulder of the Demon Lord's Fist. She asked his opinion on why their sect was still part of the Exorcist sect. Leaning down to his ear, she said in a gentle voice that she did not fight, but seduced men. She added that she understood that he, even if he had attained transcendence, could not look her in the face, but in response he only told her, "Go away." This caused her to laugh out loud. She turned around and started to walk out, and finally threw a last shot at Kulak. "Can you suck your own finger, or what?" After that, he was left sitting at the table alone. Putting his hand on the table, he began to slowly rise. One thing he could say for sure was that the 4 tyrants were bothering him, and that Hebei was about to get noisy. Meanwhile, the doctor and Song went away to talk privately. They stood on the edge of a cliff, looking at the full moon, which was illuminating the mountains in an incredibly beautiful way. The old man asked Sun to look at him. He said that he would have to ask an immodest question again, and then he asked it. Compared to the Fire King, at what level does Sun have martial arts skills? It was a difficult question, because sometimes it's hard to characterize yourself, and it made Sun think for a moment. Finally, he replied that he could give an accurate answer to this question if he were to fight him once. He then added that he was confident of his victory over the Fire King. The old man could find no other words but, wow. He told Sun that his Nagun was becoming more and more powerful in Yang energy. Sun, realizing this, agreed that it was true. The old man turned to Sun again. He made a very interesting proposal. He asked if Sun would like to save a person with him. Sun immediately realized that he was talking about the boy who had been with them earlier. The old man confirmed this, explaining that the boy suffered from a rare disease. It was a disease that he had never seen even in the books of the Imperial Library. It is called Scattered Pulse of Divine Yin. Usually it hardly manifests itself, but once a month the veins are filled with powerful Yin energy. This disease is similar to the 9 Yin pulses, but slightly different. The Yin impulses can be suppressed by strong flows of Yang energy, but in this case, it needs to be constantly suppressed, which makes this disease much more difficult to treat. Since the boy cannot take medicine every month, he really needs a master with strong Yang energy to help him cope with this disease. Because of this, the old man spent some time in Shaolin, where Yang energy is traditionally developed. But even here it was not so easy, as the yin force becomes stronger over time. The old man was going to find the Fire King who had powerful yang energy, but he had recently died. Hearing this, Sun asked the old man if he had a personal relationship with the person he was trying to save. It turned out that this child was an orphan, and the old man knew a method of treating his illness. This raises the question, why not cure her? Sun, of course, has a duty to become the next heir, but he also can't stay in the Pong family forever, as he told the doctor at the time. The old man returned and asked him what he had just said. Sun answered the old man that it would be difficult to take care of the child from afar and asked if that would be okay with him. The old man sighed and said that when the child reaches the age of 20, he will have to leave him. And wouldn't that be difficult? He asked Sun. The boy is now about 10 years old, and the same amount of time is left until his 20th birthday. It will not be easy to give a lot of energy to Yan every month. Sun had another interesting idea which he voiced. He asked what would happen if he simply passed on the boy's signature chaotic divine lightning strike. Of course, it's impossible to transmit all the movements, but only the first part of the technique. And this will be enough for the boy to receive yang energy. However, it is forbidden to teach a stranger the family technique in Murim. Looking at Sun, the old man asked what he really wanted, because this service came from Sun's heart. Sun set a condition for the doctor. He had to live with the Pang family, and he should not live alone, but with the child. Hearing this, the doctor did not even immediately understand the meaning of the request. The dream did not hesitate to explain that even if the child mastered the new art, it would require yang energy to counteract the dissipation of the deity's pulse, which would avoid a sharp exacerbation of the disease. Moreover, if the child masters another art and the cycle of illness begins again, Sun will be able to saturate him with his yang energy. The doctor was eagerly waiting to hear what Dreams would say next. Sun went on to tell the old man that he had changed the structure of the healing pavilion in his home, and planned to improve the level and quality of the Peng family's medical arts. The old man realized that Song was asking him to teach the people of his family his healing arts. And not only that, Song would also like to become the head of the medicine pavilion, and to have some of the neutralizing and medicinal pills he creates each year donated to the Peng family. In the old man's eyes, Song had exceeded all his expectations. After that, Song said that in exchange, he would receive care from the Peng family. They would cover all the costs of researching and purchasing medicinal herbs. The old man wondered what exactly Song meant by research, so he asked again. Song replied that he wanted to create an elixir that would surpass the great Shaolin recovery elixir, which could restore a person on the verge of death to a state of perfect health. Song also added that if his grandfather became the head of the medical pavilion, he would not be tied to the Peng family. That is, he would remain free and could continue to do good deeds as he had done before. The old man could not believe that he had been offered such an offer at this very moment. Now he will be able not only to save the child, but also to continue his research, which had to be suspended due to circumstances. The grandfather simply could not refuse this opportunity. He had no choice but to come live with Peng's family. Sun also promised that he could leave the family whenever he wanted. These conditions gave the old man enough arguments to accept the offer. He bowed before Pen and was ready to go to Pen's family home. Good decision, said Sun, and they set off together. Soon they were at the Peng family's home in Hubei. They were sitting in the boundless heavenly hall. Sun kept looking at the head of the family. He noticed that he had finally recovered from the chi energy cutoff. His appearance was much better, and now he was speaking himself, not through a deputy. He announced that he was allowing the first half of the Divine Lightning's signature chaotic strike to be passed on to the child the Divine Doctor had brought. Leaning his hand on the table, he stood up. After that, he approached the heir to tell him something important. He said that he had returned with great news. Moreover, even the imperial family had taken notice of the divine physician. But Song immediately brought up the subject of the child, emphasizing that he should also be given due attention. Since a very important guest had joined them, it was decided to organize a celebration. Others reported that everything was already prepared for him to enjoy the evening's festivities. If things continued like this, they might even be able to regain influence on the list of the 5 great families, the chairman thought as he looked proudly at Song. But they had all suffered enough. The chairman had been crippled by Chi's power outage, which was the first blow to the family. The fallen family became a target for other forces, which dealt another blow to their situation. Thanks to Sun, a situation they could not even dream of finally became a reality. The evening came and everyone celebrated. It was a real celebration for them. The 4 tyrants sat at a separate table, and the mad monk did nothing but greedily eat the most delicious dishes. For a moment he thought he was in heaven. The monk enjoying alcohol and meat looked incredible. The dreamer turned to his brother and asked him if it was true that he had become the vice president of the accounting chamber. But his brother asked in surprise, what? And then he replied that it turned out he really had a gift for raising money. He also learned new techniques from the vice president of the Kimjok Trading Group. After that, Sung turned to Chun and asked how things were going at the Great Martial Arts Hall. Chun explained that the level of martial arts skills among family members had increased significantly. He also praised the reforms that Song had implemented, noting their significant impact, to which Song replied that it was a credit to their joint efforts. The other brother approached Sung and started pulling him by the arm, calling him a brat because Sung was younger. He was indignant that Sun was not paying attention to him, and the great swordsman watched, smiling, happy to see the brothers reunited. Someone mentioned that Sun was not getting along with his sister, and Hui asked if he knew what the reason was. She boldly suggested that her sister was avoiding him because she was bothered by his company. The great swordsman noticed the subtle play of emotions between them. He began to ask Hui what was wrong with him, why his company was a burden to his sister. In response to his whining, Hui slapped him across the face and told him to ask his sister himself. With a dent in his face, he approached Sung, and they decided to have a drink, because that's how conversation goes better. At that time, the mad monk, delighted with the alcohol, was already lying face down on the table. He could only be heard shouting, "Let's drink some more!" Meanwhile, a man was standing at the entrance to the cave. Suddenly, the door flew open with a bang, and out of the cave stepped the foot of the head of the dark sect, whose body was covered with a layer of energy whose power seemed incredible. When he came out of the cave, he was met by his son, who said that he had worked hard. "Have you learned anything new?" the young man asked him. And speaking about it now, he was sure that he was ready to fight the rising sword. Hearing these words, the boy congratulated him. And the head asked his son what had happened to the Peng family. He replied that Peng Musong had returned to his family 2 days ago. Hearing this, the head of the demonic sect said that it was time to put an end to the existence of this family. After a while, Song sat in the room and talked to the boy, trying to explain to him the basics of the Divine Lightning's signature chaotic strike. Sun had heard that those who suffer from a scattered pulse have special talents, but the question was whether this boy was one of them. While talking to him, Sun noticed that the boy was very inquisitive, and his physical condition was quite good. If he really has a talent, then having such a student will be even useful. After that, Sung raised the question of whether the boy was an orphan. He recalled hearing this from the divine doctor, and it turned out to be true. Even the name that the boy now bore was given to him by the doctor. The boy was also not afraid to study the art of medicine, although it was quite difficult, but he believed in his abilities. However, there was one problem. He was not very interested in the art of healing. After talking to the boy for a few minutes, Sun noticed that he was much more mature than his peers. Then Sun came up with a new idea. He asked the boy what he thought about learning martial arts. The boy's eyes immediately lit up. His interest was evident at first glance. He looked at Sun's hand with wonder, where a little energy flickered, and the boy wondered if he could do it again if he agreed. Now he looked more like a child. Sun told him about a place where kids like him learned martial arts. When he asked if the boy wanted to join, he immediately said yes, emotionally. Sun added that if the boy came to see the others and didn't change his mind, he should find him right away. And then he could become his disciple. "Does that mean we'll become a family?" the boy asked excitedly. Sun laughed out loud when he heard this question. He came closer to the boy and patted him on the head. Then he said, "Yes, we will be a family. The Peng family of Hebei would become his home from that moment on, and everyone here would be his family." The head of the family came up to them and said that he was now really a member of their family. Therefore, he needed to choose a name for himself. The head offered various options, including Ji and Hyuk, explaining that he would become Penji Hyuk and grow up to expand their family branch in the future. The boy liked everything and bowed before his mentor. However, the fact that the boy called him master did not please the head, and he asked to be called elder. This was a sign of closeness, and the boy immediately responded, "Yes, elder." New members in the Peng family were always welcomed with joy, especially if they were as sincere as this boy. All the warriors were assembled, and they did not understand why they were called. Was it because of the return of the heir? At that moment, the heir passed by them, and everyone immediately paid attention to him. At the same moment, they lined up in columns and bowed to the heir. He addressed the soldiers, noting that they had all done a great job protecting the Peng family while he was away from home as the next head. He also said that he had recently brought many medicines and herbs for their family. He then asked if they all knew about it. The divine doctor, who was the head of the medicinal pavilion and stood behind Song, along with other doctors, will prepare elixirs from these ingredients, he announced to the soldiers. After that, he said that he was going to give these elixirs to the military forces, and when they heard this, all the soldiers were excited because they knew they would receive elixirs. However, he pointed out that the amount of energy they could withstand from the elixirs would depend on their martial arts skills, and explained that the elixirs would be divided into 3 levels: low, medium, and high. One of the warriors asked how he would determine their level. Sun recalled a method he had seen from a divine physician. He took out his sword and said that he would personally evaluate them. He noted that he had heard about the growing strength of the Peng family. Sun gathered a considerable amount of energy around him, wanting to see for himself. He asked the 5 tigers of the Pong family to come forward, and so they stepped forward, with the leader standing in front and the others following behind. He was ready to go first because he was never afraid of challenges. Sun was eagerly waiting for Chulho to take action. Chulho was ready to do his best, focusing all his energy on his sword. He swung his sword sharply and it flew straight toward Song's face, but he easily dodged the attack. Then he counterattacked with one skillful move, knocking Ho backwards. Barely able to stay on his feet, Ho drew his sword and stabbed it into the ground. This helped him to stay in place and not fly even further back. Without hesitation, he took up a fighting stance in front of Sung again. His gaze was so piercing that it seemed like it could cut through Sun. His expression was extremely serious. His very appearance suggested the next step. He would rush at Sun again first, which he did. As he fended off these attacks with one hand, Sun noticed that Ho had begun to use the claw power of a raging tiger. During the fight, Sun told Ho that his strength had become much greater. However, of course, it was still no match for Sun's strength, and after repelling another attack with his sword, Sun ended the fight. After that, the other warriors also took the test. However, Sun was distracted by a boy who ran to him with urgent news.
"What's wrong?" asked Shung when he saw him run up.
"On Jinju's family," the boy said, barely able to catch his breath after running so fast.
Then, after catching his breath, he told Sung that this family had invited him to the sect competition. Unlike the anti-factions, which build a hierarchy of power, the pro-factions organize an event called a sect competition. This is done to solve Murim problems that cannot be discussed openly. This competition is an ancient Murim tradition held to end discord and prevent conflicts that could destroy families or sects. The head of the family angrily held a piece of paper in his hand that was a notice of the competition. What made him even angrier was that the invitation to the competition came from Jinju's family. He asked the deputy if they had informed him on which lands the competition was to be held. The deputy explained that they had only said that they would announce the reason during a meeting with the alliance. This was all discussed at the family council. The head said they would have to go to the Murim branch in Hebai. He also said that he would go personally, and the heir would go with him. Understood. The heir nodded in agreement. Looking at all the members of his family, he had one question. Watching their sour faces, he asked, "Why are you all so upset?" He understood their reaction, however, because the An family had been pressuring them for a long time. Nevertheless, Sun assured them that everyone gathered here should not be afraid of the An family. And if fear is present in you, it will certainly infiltrate other parts of the Peng family. What can we say about An Jinju's family? But it was the King of the Fist who worried Sun the most. And this fear was felt by all the other family members.
With the courage that Sun always had, he said that he would take care of him personally. The others knew who the Fist King was and warned Sun that he would cause him many problems. However, Sun saw the upcoming sect competition as an opportunity. "What kind of opportunity?" asked the Heavenly Doctor. Song immediately explained that it was an opportunity for their family, who were considered the losers of Hebei, to regain their former popularity. He invited everyone to show the hidden potential of the Peng family. After Song's speech, the sour faces of the family members changed to smiles. Song smiled proudly, looking each of them in the eye. The head of the family couldn't contain his laughter either. He noticed and said that the sparkle in his eyes had returned to each of them, and slamming his hands on the table, he announced that he was ready to win. The Murim Alliance, a branch of the Hebei, warriors lined up in a row. Their leader was sitting in front of them, ready to make a speech. He immediately turned to Song and asked him how he was doing, emphasizing that he regretted that they had met under such circumstances. In response, Sun said that they shouldn't waste time on idle talk and suggested that they get right to the point. This disregard for the conversation made the man think that Sung was being impudent, but knowing the man's character, Sung was not going to respond to his provocations. The head asked everyone to calm down and explained that they were here to resolve the competition between the two families. He then announced that the An Jinju family would speak first. The head of the An family expressed his position, saying that the Peng family had seized some of their land while they were in hermitage, and because of this, their family's financial situation had deteriorated significantly. "Conflicts between families looking for benefits are not uncommon nowadays," said the head of the Peng family, adding that the land they took belonged to them from the beginning. The head of the Ong family added that this is not all, and noted that the Peng family's uprising has little to do with them. Despite this, they also suppressed this uprising while in isolation, and asked further if the Peng family was not the initiator of these events. He considered this an outright insult to the An family. Sun listened to his words and thought he was a shameless, arrogant man. However, the man continued to say that the An family wanted to use martial arts to wash away the unfounded accusations and make amends for the losses they had suffered. The branch head listened carefully to every word and analyzed what was said. He then asked what the Peng family's position was on the matter. The Peng family stood firm and had no intention of avoiding this challenge. The representative of the Ong family could not believe that the head of the Peng family took it so easily and had already begun to count on his easy victory, which he thought would come without much effort. The branch head had hoped to end things peacefully if possible, but it looked like he had no choice but to accept the competition. He immediately turned to Chapter 1 and asked if he accepted the competition in the form of sparring. Chairman On smiled and answered, no, adding that he preferred another option. And the other option, he said, was nothing less than war. The head of the branch could not believe what he was hearing and asked again, what do you mean war? Sun stood there and was not surprised, because for him it was predictable. There are two ways to hold a sect competition: a battle, in which 10 masters from each family compete in sparring, and a war, where the forces of the entire sect are used to determine the winner. The head of the branch turned to the head of the On and asked if he hadn't overreached in his interests regarding the Pong family. Moreover, war during a competition, when the demon sect can attack at any time, is very risky. But Chairman On went on to say that the Murim can only act as a mediator, and expressed his opinion that the alliance is not in a position to decide what decision should be made. Even the leader of the alliance took this seriously, and the head of the branch insisted that the head of the On reconsider his decision. However, he continued, stating that the previous head of their family supported his decision, and this was a real shame. He then proclaimed, let's do it. Since the conflicts between the families began long ago, as Sun said, and have not stopped until now, he supported the proposal of the head of the On family. The war was proposed by Sung himself, and he urged everyone to see how it would turn out. The head could not even believe that the young heir would accept this challenge. But Sun asked him not to worry. He assured him that nothing bad would happen, even if he felt offended. The head looked at Sun and asked him what he was up to. Everyone around him was interested in the stability of the Murim. However, being concerned only about the honor and dignity of his own family, it was impossible to convince them. Because of this, Sung promised that he would finish the competition in one day and ask them to trust him. The head looked into his persuasive eyes and nodded his head and agreed with Sun. He then turned to the representatives of the Peng family and said that if the Ong family won, the Peng family would officially apologize and return everything they had taken, adding compensation. Hearing these words, the head of the Ong family only laughed and said that this was the reason they had called them to the competition. The Peng family had formed their own position on the matter. Approaching the head of the On family, he was handed a letter. As he opened it and read it, he thought that it was obvious that the Peng family would do everything possible to win and would think through every detail. But when his eyes dropped to the bottom of the letter and he started reading, his face became angry, and all his emotions were reflected in his red eyes. The reason for this was that the demands for victory were similar to the ones that in Xiong's past life. On Jinju's family had always avoided conflict. At the moment the demon sect struck at Murim, they had only put out a small portion of their troops, and not even the Fist King was visible. Their behavior was unacceptable in this situation, and that's why Song approached the head of the On family and said that regardless of the outcome of the competition, both families must take an active part in the war. If the Peng family won this time, Song promised to restore their status as one of the 5 great Murimas, which had been taken away from them in the previous competition. What did you say? Asked Head On, as he could not find anything meaningful to say to Song's words. In response, Sun asked an even more interesting question. He asked if Head On was afraid of the fact that they had a Fist King in their family, and added a sneer that made Head On even angrier. Soon rumors of the sectarian competition spread everywhere. Because of this, many people came to Hebei and they were pleased that the competition was open to everyone. There were rumors that the rankings of the 5 great families might change because of the competition. The great swordsman mentioned these rumors to Sun, although he had noticed that everyone in Hebei was talking about it. The 4 tyrants gathered and watched the warriors, and the great swordsman noted that they would not be able to help this time, as competition is competition. This is a problem that the Sun family must solve on their own. There were also rumors that the war would start in the North China Plain, which turned out to be true. The great swordsman did not doubt his brother Sun, but still asked him to be careful. This war would most likely not stay within the plains, and some small sects might take the opportunity to attack the family if they let their guard down. But Song took control of this moment and said that they were going to strengthen the rear positions, asking the great swordsman not to worry. He promised that he would keep them informed of all developments. The great swordsman asked them to leave the preparation of the Pan-Tiger squad to them. He advised them not to worry about it and to focus on their own training. Turning around, Sun went to hone his skills. He took training seriously, starting in the mountains. Using rocks on the cliffs, he honed his sword strokes by hitting the hardest surfaces. It paid off. His strokes became stronger and his body stronger. He also struck rocks to awaken his energy. He took a sword and 2 boxes with him. In one of them was a large pill he had received from the head of the family, which he kept and treasured. The second contained a medium-sized healing pill from a divine physician. If he took them together, the original chaotic divine lightning strike would take on a new form. The first pill was disgustingly bitter when he swallowed it, But the effect was not long in coming. The energy around his body began to gather at a frantic speed. It contained even more yang energy than he could have imagined. Next, he took a large pill. After swallowing it, nothing happened at first. But suddenly his eyes felt increased concentration. A new energy instantly began to boil inside him, and he felt an incredible strength that overwhelmed his body. Sitting in a meditation pose, everything around him was illuminated by the red glow of his energy. It flowed through his body in a stormy stream. In his hands he felt a strength he had never had before, and he was going to absorb all this energy because it was an invaluable power. By absorbing it, everyone would forget about the disappointment that the Peng family had once experienced. He did this with one goal in mind, to see himself victorious over the rascal from the On family. And at that moment, his energy began to fade. Touching his hands to his stomach, he felt the fire inside him flare up and his strength grow. After completing this meditative process, he fell back on the ground and laughed out loud, exclaiming, "At last!" At last, his power had taken on a new form. After that, he got up, feeling something strange. Energy of an incomprehensible color began to appear in front of him. It looked quite strange, gradually beginning to take shape. Soon this shape turned into the face of his grandfather, which appeared right in front of him. The smile on Sun's face changed to the sound of a blade as he began to draw his sword. Step by step, he moved forward, knowing that before he could officially end everything, he needed to defeat the Fist King, who now appeared in full force before him. And Sun immediately rushed at him, not hesitating for a moment. Meanwhile, people began to gather on the North China Plain. People came to watch the event. Hua and the great swordsman were already there. Although the Tang family was not involved, the girl was very nervous, and the monk did not even understand why. Because of his inappropriate comment to her, he got what he deserved. The girl was very annoyed by his inability to understand the seriousness of the situation. Meanwhile, the head of a family of doctors, Peng Chunhyuk's maternal relative, asked the owner what he thought about it. The leader of a group of traders, also a maternal relative of Peng Xiuhyuk, replied that from a trader's point of view, Peng's family had changed a lot. But he did not believe that these changes would help them catch up with the On family in a short time, which another agreed with. He also mentioned that he had heard that the dark traffickers had opened a gambling game of grand proportions, betting on sect competitions. The dark traffickers would never miss such an opportunity. Kim Juk also bet 30% of his shares on the Peng family, said another. He's always been so conservative. Why did he decide to get involved in this? Asked one. And another added that he had met the young man by chance among the dark money traders, who had deposited a large sum of money in favor of the Peng family, and following his example, he decided to make the same choice. His name was Kim Yong-man, known as the Golden King. At such a young age, he was so confident in the Peng family's victory, and he must have had his reasons for relying on them. "You have to support the Peng family at least like this," he said, telling us all about it. His immature grandson was finally on a path worthy of a man. Other people also stood in the crowd and discussed who would win. At that moment, Immortal Blade appeared in the midst of the crowd. Ong Ha-hu, whom he considered a greedy pig who always tried to turn everything in his favor. He realized that his opponent would be that child song. If he was defeated, the Immortal Blade was ready to protect him from the shame that would fall on him after his defeat in the sect competition, considering it his duty to save the child and give him a chance for a happy future. Looking at the battlefield, he said to himself, "Please don't cross the line, on Gahu." And then Jinju's family appeared on the horizon, and their fighting spirit was immediately felt. Their flag, red in color, had a picture of a tiger on it. This flag belonged to the Peng family, which was also very serious. Everyone watched as the two families lined up in front of each other, but no one could predict which side would win, the Peng family or the On family, or on the side of the Ong family. The heads of the two families stood opposite each other, locking eyes. The head of the On family shouted at the top of his voice, "Listen, we are members of the On Jinju family." He tried to raise the morale of his soldiers by reminding them that they were one of the 5 great families that had always treated the Peng family with respect. But they received only insults in response, and he motivated his soldiers by saying that they must conquer the Peng family by force. Looking directly into the eyes of the head of the Peng family, he said that he intended to fulfill his duty to the Jianggu. He also turned to Peng Jinyang, reminding him that he had recently recovered from a qi deviation, and even if he had recovered his martial arts skills, it was hard to imagine what level he was at now. The powerful hand of the head of the Peng family reached for the sword. He pulled it out of its sheath and pointed it straight at the enemy. The warriors were already waiting for their time. In excitement, the eyes of the family heads met again. The time had come for the tiger lying in the meadow. Even if the hero hides, he always returns at the right moment. The 3 tyrants watched the Peng family tigers from the top of the mountain. The head of the family, On, ordered his warriors, "Tear them to pieces." And so it began. The warriors, grabbing their weapons, rushed at each other like mad. In the eyes of each of them was a flame of pride for their family. The head of the family. He was amazed to see that the one who called himself the head of the family was leading his soldiers into battle personally. But he was not like that, and he ordered his soldiers to go forward and capture these bastards from the Peng family. From the backs of his soldiers, he shouted that he would tear them to pieces. However, the head of the Peng family was different. He was the first to attack the enemy, cutting them to pieces, leaving nothing behind, and ordering his soldiers to launch a third attack with the leader in the center. The unit commanders were ordered to hold their positions. Each stood firmly on his feet, holding his position and not deviating from the orders given to him. Swinging their swords, they fought to the last, demonstrating their fighting spirit. Only courageous shouts could be heard from the crowd. Blood was inevitable in such sword fights, and with every blow someone went to the other side. You couldn't lose concentration. You had to act and keep a close eye on everything that was happening around you, having a 180 degrees view. Danger awaited at any moment and from any direction. While the commander was fighting, an enemy attacked him from behind, his bald head reflecting the sun's rays. The commander's sword shone with an aura of scarlet energy. He struck at the bald man like a razor blade sliding across his head. The Tiger Squad leader only shouted to his squad that it was time to move forward. More and more members of the On family lay on the ground, unconscious. The Tiger members also had time to discuss whether the On family had always been so weak.
Peng Tiger Squad, what are you doing? Their commander shouted in an angry voice.
He asked them if they were going to stop, to which they unanimously replied no. Then he ordered them to sheathe their swords and march forward. They had to prove to their future leader that the Peng Tigers were powerful. The commander ran, keeping in mind the victory and responsibility for this battle. He wanted the master to see how much they had grown. Meanwhile, Sun was waiting for the sun to rise tomorrow, and the name of one of the 5 great families would be erased.
Hebei Jinju, what is happening in this house now?
The men were not ready because they felt someone's energy, as if someone was approaching. He appeared from the shadows, the one who would show them their place. As always, Peng Musung is magnificent. His face terrifies his enemies and makes girls fall in love with him. A moment later, the enemy raised the alarm, blowing a whistle to gather the others. Those who were nearby rushed to Sun and began to attack. During the attack, they asked Sun where the other scum were. But he didn't want to start a dialogue with them and shut them up with precise punches to the face. His punches were so hard that their bodies flew backwards. It seemed like the time had come for them to realize that Peng had come to the Onjinju family himself. Standing right in front of the entrance, he realized that they were not very hospitable. He decided to enter, using his energy to cause an explosion. When the sign with the name of their family hanging above the door was blown to pieces, he was even more pleased to see it. Step by step, he started walking straight to the entrance. He opened the gate, which he had almost smashed, and a group of soldiers stood behind it. Although he came to them alone, the enemies did not think so. They believed that he did not come alone, and even if he did, it seemed ridiculous to them. Everyone was fussing, which was exactly what Song was counting on, and it was beneficial for him.
I am Peng Musong of the Peng family, he shouted, drawing his sword.
He challenged them, even as he stood alone against the crowd, inviting them to stop him if they succeeded.
Jumping high in the air, he came down to the ground like lightning, slamming his sword into the floor.
His yang flew so hard that everyone around him was thrown back, but they were not going to give up and were ready to capture him at any cost. They jumped on him, trying to grab him with their hands, came in from the side, but their attempts were easily repelled by his kicks, so much so that afterwards they fell to their knees, and then fell face first to the ground. Among the lying bodies, Sun looked very majestic. He managed to pass through the main pavilion, but the other warriors were already waiting for him. They were not waiting for him empty-handed, but with burning torches in their hands. But this seemed ridiculous to Sun. He continued to go forward, despite their numbers. They believed they had the power to stop Sun and prevent him from going any further. He smiled, closed his eyes, put his sword forward, and waited for them to run up. After a while, all of these warriors were scattered around, having been thoroughly beaten by Sun. Looking around and seeing no one else, Sun put his sword back in its sheath. Night walks had become very interesting for him lately. All sorts of gnats would come along that he wanted to deal with, so he got rid of the enemy forces that didn't even leave scratches on him. But around the corner, someone was watching him. It was Master Air, who was furious at Sun's appearance. Behind him were 2 more of his men who didn't know what to do and were asking him. But not only could he not give them advice, he could not even help himself. Turning to them, he asked them to shut up and not ask him about it. He called them a bunch of retards and said that they simply could not let Sun go. And if they couldn't do that, he suggested they should just die, saying they were bastards who only lived here to protect this house like dogs. He continued to order them to stop Sung by any means necessary, but someone else appeared next to him and said to him, "How can this brat who is going to be the next head of the family say such things?" Because of this, Sun could not pass by indifferently. There were loud shouts of Peng Musong as others ran away, but the heir remained and decided to attack, using his killing fist to aim directly at Song's face. Without any difficulty, Sun grabbed his fist with his own hand, and then he threw it so that the air hit his head on the roof visor.
His body got stuck there and hung for a while before falling out. But a much more serious energy began to appear nearby. It was the energy of the head of the demon sect, who was sitting right in front of Song. "Pengmu Song," this rascal said, adding that he did not expect fate to bring them together under such circumstances. This enemy was much more serious, and Song decided not to hold back the energy inside him, just as the King of the Fist did not hold back his. His speed was incredible. He leaped from his seat like lightning right at Sun. But Sun's speed was dominant in this case, and he easily put his hand out, stopping this blow. Like a hurricane, two completely different energies created a wave in this house, almost crushing it. Sun turned to the Fist King and said that it seemed to be getting harder for him to defeat him compared to the last time. Although Xiong seemed shameless to him, the king was willing to admit the truth, but he also warned Xiong not to expect to leave the Onjinju family home alive today. The battle grew more and more intense. They were putting all their strength into this fight, and the Fist King was flying straight at Song with his fists clenched. He had many techniques, one of which was the swinging robber's fist. Sun could have responded with the praying tiger attack, which is more used to deflect attacks. This would have been useful for Sun because the Fist King was preparing new attacks again and again. Swinging with the right and striking with the left was his characteristic technique, and he did just that. But Sun reacted in time and dodged the blow inside. Then Sun pushed back and struck with his hand, but the King of the Fist was also very fast. With both hands clenched, he tried to hit Sun on the head, using a lot of his energy. Sun barely managed to put his hands under the blow. However, it was becoming more and more difficult to restrain him. The pressure was so strong that the floor around him could not withstand it, and fragments of stones flew in all directions. Sun found the strength to throw the enemy away, and they found themselves a few meters apart. It was necessary for Sun to take a fighting stance, but his calm expression did not leave his face. The Tiger King's fighting style, the Blood Lightning Fist, sent a beam of energy straight at Sun. But he was not confused and used the Phantom Shadow Fist's technique. In addition, he performed the Ballad of the 10 Great Ghosts, and their energy was bubbling up on the battlefield. When the dust settled a bit, the Fist King addressed Song. The Fist King asked Sun why he had not yet drawn his blade. He asked, "How dare you underestimate me?" Sun replied that he had created the Tiger King fighting style himself. He was about to test it, and here was the opportunity. The King of the Fist. The Fist King realized that if Sung refined this style a little more, it would become as powerful as other types of fist martial arts. Did this brat really invent it himself? The Fist King thought, gritting his teeth, and told Sun that his technique was not up to the level of real fist masters. However, Sun decided that he had to perfect it to the end. After that, he reached for his sword. He decided to show the Fist King the 5 Tiger Decisive Sword technique. Sun was eagerly waiting to see how the king would evaluate his technique. The king could not believe that, apart from fencing, Sun was almost as good as him in close combat. And Sun's calm expression did not give the king peace of mind. Originally, the Fist King had wanted to demonstrate this martial art for the first time during the battle with the ascending sword, but it seemed that Song had become his first opponent. Sung thought about it, and asked if it was true that the king was aiming for the position of the head of the Murima alliance. "Isn't it obvious?" replied the Fist King, taking on a completely different appearance. He added that Heibai alone would not be enough for him. "You greedy old man, you haven't changed at all," was all Sun could reply. Their powerful energy came out again, overwhelming them, and they stood against each other like good and evil. "Get to know the Phantom Shadow Fists to the fullest," the bastard suggested to Sun. "A martial art created from a mixture of all the techniques of the On family." He threw himself at Sun with all his strength, unleashing all the energy he had gathered in his fist. It was difficult to contain such a blow, because the dark purple energy was extremely powerful. The problem was that this ki that Sun was reflecting immediately stuck to his fist. It was difficult to move, but Sun found the strength to reflect these rays with his sword. Suddenly he saw this purple color on his shoulder. This energy seemed to stick to his body and did not want to come off. "This is an ominous martial art," Sun appreciated and told his opponent. However, there was no time for talk now, as he was focused on his strikes. Everything around him glowed purple. The attacks flew with such force that the ground under his feet trembled, and Sun repelled this powerful dark force with his sword. For a moment it seemed that Sun was dealing with a ghost because the old man moved very quickly, using the ghostly steps of the demon's shadow. Before he could react, the enemy was already behind him. He had to spend a lot of energy to do this, and the purple energy seemed to grab his sword with its hands and pull it. In this way, the enemy distracted Sun and came from the other side to punch him. With shouts of "Die, Penmu Sun!" his fist flew straight at Sun's head. Song clutched his sword harder and harder to keep the energy from ripping it out of his hands. Meanwhile, the enemy was already swinging his fist. Sun had to concentrate all his strength to put the sword right under his fist and stop the attack. Only the ringing of metal was heard from the blows on the sword. After that, it was Sun's turn to attack. 5 claps of thunder. This attack was so powerful that the stones were scattered around as if struck by a lightning rod.
The old man was even thrown back by such a powerful attack. However, this attack was insignificant to him, and he began to accumulate energy on his fist again. His fist, filled with thunderstar energy, flew straight into the hurricane that Sun had created, carrying purple energy. However, something went wrong when Sun found himself in a dissipated field of energy, and behind him was only an empty view of the door. When the purple energy dissipated, Sun swung his sword and performed the pliable elephant conquering lion attack. In response, the King of Fists sent out the Root Judgment Heavenly Dragon attack. This attack formed a purple creature that was rumored to be able to destroy an entire army with a single paw, and this attack flew directly at Sun. The explosion was so strong that Sun was knocked to the street. He just waved his hand to get the dust out of his sight. With a slight movement of his hand, Sun scattered the two attacks that were flying at him from the fog. When the dust had completely settled, his grandfather was standing in front of him in a fighting stance. Song asked, "Isn't this the same as the demon sect's martial arts?" Hearing this, the grandfather became angry and started yelling at Sun, telling him to shut up. He pushed off the ground and flew at Song with his fist, thinking he was about to hit him, but Song stepped out of the line of attack. To meet his grandfather's fist, Sun swung his sword. With a razor-like swipe, his grandfather was behind him. He needed to concentrate, and Grandpa summoned more of his purple dragons to catch Sun by surprise. But the soul capture sword, which connects heaven and earth, dealt with them without even feeling any heaviness. But that was not all. The Fist King, with his fist tightened, flew at Sun. He was running with all his speed, but his entire attack hit the sword that Sun had drawn, and the energy began to lose its power. This whole confrontation led to another loud explosion. After that, the energy around them dissipated. The sleeve on the King of Fists' right arm was torn, and his arm, pumped up like steel, was visible. He also noted that he did not expect such a long fight with such a young brat. Sun also did not expect such strength from King Fist, and began to realize that he was living up to his name. Like lightning, they jumped out of their seats, and there was no one in the place where they had been standing. They picked up incredible speed and spun toward each other like a hurricane. The ordinary warriors from the On family were watching, and could not believe that they were still fighting, which meant that Sun had reached absolute transcendence. They couldn't believe that the future leader of the generation had reached the level of the 10 great masters, and they realized that if the former head of the family lost, it would be the end of the On family. Meanwhile, the Fist King was trying to hit Song in this whirlwind, and Sun demonstrated his speed by dodging his attacks. The Fist King also noticed that Sun was constantly improving and reading his movements. After a few attacks, they stopped and stood opposite each other. The Fist King was curious about what Sun was going to do and asked him about it, but Dormouse asked him to listen to him. He told the Fist King directly to his face that he was not even close to the exalted sword. Hearing this, the king became even more angry. The energy around him reappeared, and he asked Sun to repeat what he had said. Sun did not hesitate, and said that the King of the Fist could only dream of becoming the head of a Murim. After these words, Sun disappeared right before his eyes. Sun had calculated everything and was ready to end this battle. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and plunged it straight into the tiles under his feet. Meanwhile, the Fist King was flying at him with a fist clenched like iron. The energy around the sword began to build up, and it was like an electric current curling along the blade. The blood lightning ray illuminated everything around him. The old face of the Fist King felt the power of this energy coming from Sun. All the buildings around him felt it too, as cracks appeared on many roofs. King Kalaka sat on his knees, unable to control the blood flowing from his mouth. Looking at Sun, he realized that he was giving in to him. And Sun did not hide it, telling him directly that he was giving in, because he did not see the point of spending so much energy on techniques that were barely worth using against the pathetic King Fist. Sun thought for a long time about what to do next. He wondered whether to spare King Fist or to finish him off right away. In his past life and in his present, the Fist King had always been the enemy of the Pong family. He hesitated whether to kill him now to take revenge, or spare him for the greater good. While Sun was thinking, the old man got tired of waiting and asked him what he had decided. Sun's answer was simple. He raised his sword above his head, the hilt firmly in his hands. This action was his answer. A red ribbon, a bright red trail, was left behind the sword after he swung it. With the first stroke, Sun cut off his arm. His eyes almost fell out of their sockets when he saw his severed arm in front of him. It was a pretty good punishment for an old bastard like him. And to humiliate him even more, Sun stepped on his hand with one foot. He told the Fist King that even with only one arm, he was still capable of killing demon sect members. It was only the fact that they both belonged to the same sect that saved King Fist. Only because of this did Sun save his life. However, the old man asked Sun if he really thought he would dance to his tune. In response, Sun told him that he could do what he wanted. Then he asked King Fist to look closely, and asked if this situation didn't seem eerily familiar. Sun brought up what the heir had told him about the past sect competition. In particular, that the Fist King had broken the arm of the previous head of the Peng family. At this point, Song asked him what it would be like to be in his place. In response, the old man only spoke insulting words, calling Sun a bastard. He had been terrorizing the Peng family for years under the name of the Fist King, and now it was time for the An family to return everything to the Peng family. The next day on the battlefield in the North China Plain. As the new day dawned, the battle continued. The atmosphere in the Ong family was far from pleasant, perhaps because their ranks had been significantly reduced over the past few days, and if the Peng family had not retreated yesterday, the battle might have turned in their favor. "What news from the main house?" asked the head of the Peng family Ong. "Nothing new except that the former head of the family has gone through a battle with Peng Musong. He could only hope that his father was alive." He realized that Song had made a breakthrough during his seclusion. A red flag with the image of a tiger was flying in the sky. This flag was held by the Peng family, and their soldiers were standing directly in front of the An family. The branch leader realized that it was simply impossible to complete such a sectarian competition in one day. Suddenly, they noticed someone approaching, and their bodies appeared in the sky. It was the world body technique, and it was definitely an extraordinary master. The sound of their landing thundered right between the two armies, so loud that the ground shook. Under the dust, a silhouette began to emerge. It was Sun, and behind him stood the Fist King. The former head of the family and the heir stood side by side. The head of the family, An, was glad to see his father, but he was standing with his head down right in front of Sun. And behind him, Sun was asking him to say everything himself. But the old man didn't want to be grabbed by the throat again. And of course, the Fist King came here because he couldn't let Sun humiliate him so publicly. Standing right in front of Sun, his body was trembling. He felt very uncomfortable in this situation. In his imagination, Sun's hand was already reaching for his neck. At that moment, he made up his mind and began to form thoughts in his head, deciding what to say. He turned his head toward the An family, where his son was the head. "On Jinju's family, listen to me carefully," he said. He clenched his teeth tightly and spoke through them hard, telling them all that they would admit defeat in this sect competition. From the three tyrants in Immortal Blade to the branch head and the Oni family members themselves, everyone was stunned to hear this. Because of Sun's appearance, which came out of nowhere, all of Jinju's efforts went down the drain. It was extremely difficult for the Fist King to admit this. His army also had a hard time recognizing this, because it was very bitter to hear such words. King Fist's son jumped forward and asked him what he was talking about. He emphasized how important this competition was for them. But then he saw the sleeve that his right hand was supposed to be holding flapping in the wind, as if there was nothing underneath. Sun approached the head of the An and asked him if there was any point in denying reality. After that, all the others noticed the elder's right sleeve, and thought they had imagined it when they first saw it. But it was true. King Fist's arm had disappeared. The tiger blade really brought the master to his knees, and he should recognize this, first of all, himself. It turned out that the new master Musong was now among the top 10. Everyone was surprised and admitted that the heir made a strong impression. Fortunately, everything seemed to end as expected. Peng's brother Hua even blushed a little when she saw this. The mad monk realized that Brother Peng would now officially top the list of the 10 masters, and realized that he needed to catch up with him. But the head of the Ones could not calm down and asked what would happen if he, as the head of the family, refused to admit defeat. Sun was the first to answer him, and said that after that he would take full responsibility for the An family, and they would have to answer for the consequences in the first place. The first to be punished will be King Fist. Hearing this, the head of the An family accepted defeat with pain, clenching his fist. With difficulty, barely able to speak, he said, "We accept defeat." Then he reached for his sword and began to pull it out of its sheath. He turned to his army, to his tigers, raised the sword up, and everyone followed him. In this competition of sects, the victory is for the Peng family, and this victory can be celebrated with a joyful smile. After the stunning victory in this competition, the young master raised his sword, showing his invincibility. He announced that the victory now belonged to the Peng family, and it had gone to their side, cementing their power. The elders and honorable people watched this spectacle from the mountain, seeing the enemy's hand cut off. Having lost his arm, the boy realizes that he will now miss many things in life. Even such great men as the smooth king of the Holy Blade have died, and the king of the Fist has lost his arm forever. Hugging his sombrero, the elder watches as the new era slowly comes to a close. Looking at this young man, he feels bitterness and sadness pierce his heart. However, he feels a sense of relief, wondering if their masters are watching them from the heavens and feel the same way. The 4 tyrants were also watching the battle closely, holding their breaths for the decisive moment. The monk, filled with courage, shouted with all his might, "Long live the King of the Blade!" It was no longer just the Tiger Blade, but the true King of the Blade. And it was now obvious that he had defeated the King of the Fist. This was the beginning of a new era, with dozens of new masters rising. The warriors were happy to have witnessed this spectacle. Looking at this serious battle, it was clear that the King of the Blade was now among the 10 supermasters. The warriors chanted his name, praising the Peng family Blade King of Hebei, and were happy for him. Monsoon felt a little uncomfortable, although he was happy to win, but as if something was missing. Soon his father appeared in the crowd, and he was overjoyed to see him. His eyes were filled with pride for his son. The young master understood all this, and he felt warm at heart because of this family support. The father approached his son, hugged him, and proudly called him "well done." The boy realized that this was only the beginning and accepted his father's warm embrace. The flowering of the Pong family from Hebei is just beginning. The elders were deeply concerned about this event, although they did not show their true emotions. In fact, the competition ended in just one day, and this brilliant result for the Peng family is truly impressive. The warriors couldn't believe that Monsoon had broken into the Jinju family's home on his own and defeated the Fist King. Not only Hebei, but the whole of Murim was shocked. One of the sect's leaders, Murim, was with his girlfriend when he received the news. It was just unbelievable, as he had been elevated to the pinnacle of fame because Peng Monsoon had completed the competition in just one day. It was just unbelievable to him and he couldn't believe it, but anger was overwhelming his heart. The girl who looked like a demon hugged him and began to comfort him, trying to calm him down. It seemed that they had failed to pull off their trick on that young man, and now they regretted it. She was very sorry for this failure, hugging and manipulating the sect leader. The head of the Moran clan ordered that the tongue of anyone who dared to say that the sect competition would last for 5 days be cut out. The servant immediately ran to fulfill this crazy order without asking any questions. The woman rocking the head of the Moran clan gently placed his head on her lap. She was sure that the Peng family had suffered significant losses. Her demonic gaze mesmerized the clan leader, and she asked him if it would be a waste of time if he surrendered without a fight. He listened to her as if mesmerized, like a rabbit, hanging on her every word, and asked what she suggested. The woman suggested striking before they had time to regain their strength, knowing what the Moran sect was capable of in captivity. The Moran clan leader turned her over to the other side of the bed and ordered her not to say another word. He took her hint and thought it was a really good idea. The woman skillfully manipulated him, realizing that every man was just a puppy for her to play with. She believed that Peng Monsoon would be different only when he knelt before her. She planned to make him another one of her toys, manipulate him, and imagined him worshipping her. A few days later, the bright holiday became a real celebration for Peng's family. Everyone was celebrating this momentous occasion, and the alcohol was flowing. The young master was tired of the endless congratulations and celebrations. He remembered the words when he was introduced to his daughter, who was rumored to be incredibly attractive. It was a trap of sorts, and the difference would have been imperceptible if the head of the family had not distracted them. The young master could have fallen into the hands of these scoundrels and been forced to marry that woman. He turned pale at the thought, but the 4 tyrants beckoned him over. The boy approached them and sat down at the table, feeling tired and tense. His face was pale and reflected inner turmoil. He was clearly out of sorts. It looked as if Namgun had kicked him. His face was so exhausted. He didn't explain anything, just gulped down a glass of alcohol, feeling strangely uneasy. It seemed that there was a reason for this. He looked more tired than after the sect competition. Yanghua asked him curiously if he was sick or in pain, because she had heard that 3 of the 5 big families had come to visit them. She apologized for her family because she could not come with them. The young master realized that her family lived very far away, and it would take a long time to get there. The monk, while eating the chicken, asked Warren why she was so worried in the first place. The monk was happy that not only is the alcohol excellent in Hebei, but the meat is top-notch. However, behind him was a group of angry monks who greeted him with serious faces. They hadn't seen Mugak for a long time, and there was a kind of harsh energy coming from them. They asked him if he was having fun in this harsh world. Mugak was confused when he saw these robber monks and began to make excuses, asking why they were here. After all, they were happy for Peng's family, not for him. Monsoon greeted these guys and welcomed them, because they had come from Shaolin to their city. The chief monk was very happy to learn about these events and their consequences. They, as representatives of Shaolin, expressed their congratulations to the winner of the sect competition, as well as to the new master among the top 10 and the young master. They met their old acquaintance Mugak and could not help but to grab his head and hold him tightly as a faithful brother does. Soon they took him by the arms, legs, and head and dragged him off in an unknown direction, promising him that the monks would soon return for a visit. Soman had forgotten that Mugak was a monk and was subject to certain restrictions. Despite this, they had to continue eating. Suddenly, the young master returned and horror seized his heart. It was the very girl he had been thinking about and was afraid to meet. She asked the master to speak to her. It turned out that she was Bailey Seo-hyun from the Yualia family. After that, the girl mysteriously covered her smile. Girls began to pounce on the young master from all sides, all happy to meet him. After a while, girls began to approach him again, eager to join the young master's company. The boy's face turned pale. He was not at all ready for such attention from them. Namgun also began to run away, pulling out a bottle of alcohol, but the crowd of girls did not stop attacking the young master.
No one could believe that the Bailey family was the first to approach anyone. All these ladies they had just talked to were already gathered in one place. One of the men looked at Soman with envy, realizing that he would not be able to get so many beautiful ladies into bed. However, all these girls left them because of the ridiculous rumors they heard. Namgun and Hwaryong ran out of the crowd of girls, noting that they were quite aggressive. But when Namgun looked at Hwaryong, he saw that she was also out of it, and her face looked terrible. She was jealous of young master's attraction to all these girls, and was not happy to see them at all. She was insulted because these girls had nothing special, and she herself had nothing but the status of beauty. Samun, standing in front of the army of girls, decided to speak up and declare that today he would spend time with his friends, and that they should go and have fun elsewhere. The girls understood and began to disperse, but one of them looked directly into the eyes of the young master. She smiled with passion and a seductive look, as if she was trying to charm him. The young master sensed something wrong and realized that something was not right. Nevertheless, he went to his friends, who were shocked by what had happened. Namgun was muttering quietly, and Hwaryong was as angry as a dog. She asked him if he had met his soulmate or found his best girl, but the young master did not understand what she was talking about. Hwaryong noticed that he kept his eyes on that girl, who even she found attractive. Xiaoman was looking at that girl without any hidden agenda, just curious. Hwaryong was furious, so he decided to put pork brisket on her plate, which she loves. However, doubts, envy, and jealousy did not disappear from the girl's face, and she could not let it go. Soon evening came, and the young master was walking along the streets lit by lanterns. He walked without hesitation, but suddenly the same girl appeared on his path again. At first he didn't pay attention, but he noticed that she was standing there looking at him. Avoiding running away, he decided to stay put. This was not the first time this girl had come across his path. He had the feeling that she was stalking him. When she saw the young master walking through the streets, she ran up to him. It was Miss Huan, who explained that she was walking down the street because she had drunk too much alcohol and was dizzy. She apologized to Mr. Soman and, having gathered her courage, decided to ask him a question. She asked if he would like to walk with her through these beautiful streets today, since this was their residence and their first meeting in the Peng estate. The guy pulled a bottle of alcohol out of his pocket, trying to look indifferent. He decided to make a little joke, hinting that he was going to spend the evening alone with alcohol, and asked if she wanted to join him. The girl, without hesitation, agreed to it with great pleasure. They went to the place where they were going to spend the evening enjoying alcohol. During the walk, the girl was behaving rather strangely, thinking all the time about how to get closer to the master. Soon she pretended to have weak legs and accidentally fell on his shoulder. She apologized, claiming that she was really dizzy, and the boy allowed her to hold on to him. The girl reacted happily, perceiving it as a valiant gesture on his part. Soon they entered the room, but something was wrong with it. There was a kind of demonic energy filling the room. The girl asked if Mr. Ping was wearing a bag of incense, as most men would not admit to it. The young master, having been wounded several times during the battle with the Fist King, decided to hide the smell of medicine and blood in this way. She offered to help him if he was having a hard time, but in his opinion, everything was fine, and they continued on their way to the resting place. The girl was amazed by this beautiful place, which she liked very much. The young gentleman had thoughtfully brought a second glass with him, just in case. They sat down near this wonderful place to relax, enjoying the moment. They didn't talk much, and Seo Yoon wondered if she was drunk or if she was just enjoying the dream too much. The owner mentioned that she had gone out with two friends earlier. She replied that they were her younger sisters, nothing unusual. Suddenly the girl was terrified, and she realized what was meant. She began to make excuses, saying that it was all because of the alcohol she had drunk, and she started to get nervous. Soman sensed the cunning and deception on her part, realizing that she had not made a mistake by accident. In fact, what she said was true, and he abruptly attacked her, confirming his suspicions. He put his hand on her shoulder, realizing that she belonged to a demonic sect. He looked her sternly in the eye and asked her what her true intentions were. The girl was amazed at how quickly he figured her out. She threw the glass aside and it broke, and then asked what the young master had put in it. However, Soman was sure that alcohol had nothing to do with it. He pulled a bag out of his pocket and showed it to the girl, saying that this stuff was more useful. It was dope from the Tang family. Our hero thanked her for putting all the cards on the table and pushed her against the wall. The girl realized that she had been discovered and realized that she had no other choice. She activated her demonic energy, trying to seduce the young master. She wondered how he could be so heartless to women, but her charms did not work on him. Soman warned her not to come any closer, or she would quickly get what she deserved, but she relied on her charms. She approached the young master and put her hand on him, confident that he would not do anything to her. But the boy could no longer contain his anger and grabbed her by the hair. Just as he was about to throw her away, Hua-Ren entered the room, not expecting this development, and shocked that her advice had gone unheeded. She turned to Mr. Peng and saw him holding the girl by the hair, not hiding his anger. Soon, everyone was sitting down to dinner that evening,
and they were joined by Namgong, who was also shocked by what had happened. The girl turned to Mr. Namgun, apologizing and tearfully admitting her mistake. Given the way things were going, there might be another demonic temptress in the area, and she needed to be caught immediately. As soon as the young master gave the command to Gawal, the ninja instantly appeared and went downstairs. She confirmed the location of one of the main demons in the pavilion. However, she didn't know anything about the other one. Saman asked Gawal to speak directly without any unnecessary hints. It was reported that the second demoness had just entered the residence of the third young master. Xiaoman realized that things were bad and grabbed his head, thinking of his lecherous brother. He instructed Namgun to check out the pavilion they were talking about, and he went to talk to his brother. Without hesitation, he burst into the room where his brother was staying. A picture appeared before him, his brother and a gorgeous half-naked girl. They hastily covered themselves with a blanket, not understanding why the young master had burst in so suddenly. The third young master, with tears in his eyes, did not even realize that Miss Chan was a temptress from a demonic sect. He shouted at Somun, asking why he was coming to him in the middle of the night and if he was crazy. But Somun came here for a reason. He came to save his naive older brother. He pinned the girl to the wall by the neck, despite the third lord's request to leave them alone. Looking her in the eye, he warned her that if she tried any trick, she would immediately lose her head. Even though his brother kept saying that this was impossible, he could not believe it, because she seemed so honest and sincere. Somun punched the table so hard that it fell apart. He was furious at his brother's frivolity. Somun looked at his other brother, and was glad that at least he had not been touched by these demonic temptresses. The second young master confessed that the mere thought of it sent shivers down his spine, for he had been captivated by one of the girls, just like the third. He also could not believe that his beloved was a temptress. Looking at the tied-up girls, it became clear that the main one had 7 disciples who were tasked with infiltrating the Pong family. Namgun could not understand how the young master could recognize them all, since he had to sense the demonic energy from them. But according to the young master, it was an intuition that he could not explain. His eyes were constantly fixated on them. It was clear that he had a good instinct, or he was just very poorly versed in women. However, something had to be done. And the second master asked how they would proceed, whether it would be better to keep it a secret until the last day of the celebration. It was hard for everyone to decide, but they agreed that it was better to keep it a secret to buy time, because no one knew about it, and on the right day, they would inform everyone. They decided to keep these girls in prison, and then transfer them to the Alliance branch, which was very good, because, thanks to Somun, they were not able to carry out their dastardly plans. The third young master was upset that he did not have a girlfriend that evening. His brother supported him, telling him not to be upset, and mentioned that he had heard rumors that someone even wanted to marry him. The third young master blossomed before his eyes like a little child when he heard these words. Soon after, everyone said goodbye and went to different parts of the Peng estate. Huaren stayed with the young master, and they walked through the evening streets. Xiaomun noticed that the girl was very silent, which seemed rather strange to him. Soon they reached her home, and the young man showed her in, telling her she could go. She turned away from him, but still something was wrong with her behavior. Interestingly, he had recently received a marriage proposal from the Bailey family, although the young master did not even know about it. He did not understand what she was talking about, or what she meant. But girls' conversations often differ from men's, and this added to the mystery of the situation. All Huaren wanted to tell him was that he shouldn't do it. At first, the boy didn't understand, but she shouted to the whole street that he shouldn't accept the marriage proposal. Somun immediately suspected something was wrong and asked her if the proposal was really worth accepting. The girl was shy and thought long and hard about what to say, but she looked very nice. She came closer to the young master and finally made up her mind. She looked into his eyes as if she wanted to say something important, but could not find the words. She just hugged him, no matter what, because she loved him, although she did not admit it. But it was already clear, and the next evening promised to be very significant for both of them. The moonlit night enveloped them, and their relationship began to blossom. Afterwards, Huaryong jokingly said that a hero should have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but that didn't apply to him. Huaryong assured him that she would do everything possible to prevent Somun from living by such rules, because she was a very jealous woman. Somun admitted that he was not attracted to anyone but her, even demonic temptresses, and he gently hugged her head. The girl was amazed by these words, for she had never heard him make such a confession before. An incredible strength enveloped him as he confessed, and it was unlike him. Huaryong laughed afterwards. They exchanged glances again, and she decided it was time to go to bed, because tomorrow was an important day. She rode home in a great mood, humming a song. Xiaomun realized that Huaryong had a strategy after all, although he couldn't guess what it was. Meanwhile, at the demon sect's residence, a pigeon arrived with a message. It landed right on the hand of one of the temptresses and gave her an important message. It was an extremely important message that it brought to her. It was clear that they had some serious problems. She was very angry because all of her sisters had been captured and none of them were free. In a fit of anger, she destroyed the dove. Her demonic energy was so strong that everything around her began to die, and it was obvious that she had no choice but to go in there herself and deal with it all. The flag is raised high above the warriors, and the head is preparing for a decisive battle against a powerful army. He assured the warriors that his speech would be short, as eloquence is not his strong suit. The Pong sect competition begins, and the Pong family regains its status as one of the 5 great families. But they did not do so through their efforts as the head of the family. While he was in a miserable state, the elders or Lesiths were in decline, and the members of the Pong family, including the heir apparent, brought the family up from their knees. And the head is very ashamed of this situation. Because of this, he promises to try to do everything on his own from now on, as the head of one of the 5 great families. He stands by his principles and will not allow himself to be challenged, questioning the discussions in Sanghu. Raising his fist in the air, he asks the soldiers, "Are you ready to lift your spirits and shed blood for the banner of destruction?" As one, the warriors raised their fists, exclaiming that they now had a new Pong family, despite their former position. "Our tiger will bare its sharp claws and not flinch in the face of its enemies," the warriors' voices rang out. At the end of the celebration, the temptress was transferred to another place, and the famous masters from Tianhu also left the Pang family. During the feast, Bailey Soheng wasted no time in proposing marriage to Peng Musong. However, Musong decided to avoid this girl and announced that his only love was Hua Ren. He pulled her closer to him, thus making it clear to the temptress that she did not belong in this room. The chapter reflects on the fact that it seems that these marriage proposals no longer make sense. He puts a lot of scrolls on the table and scatters them all over the floor, and Miss Huariong turns to him. She says that there is no point in looking at all these proposals, because it will only give you a headache, and it's hard to disagree. Looking at Hua Ren, the chairman asks if the Tang family is matriarchal. Huariong puts his hand on the young master's arm and asks him not to worry about it. Even if Musong doesn't consider the family to be matriarchal, she is willing to do anything to compromise. Looking into the eyes of the young master, she is ready to do anything for him. Some people may be stubborn if they don't want to agree, but then they risk losing one of the 10 masters, turning the Tang family into a bunch of senseless idiots. After that, the head plans to contact the head of the Tang family to discuss the situation. Hua Ren tightly hugs the young master's hand, happy that her heart is already taken and her father has also agreed to this marriage, so they will be married in an instant. All this was wonderful, but given the circumstances, the head doubted and turned away from such lovers. Huariong gently pushes the young master away, apologizing for his affection for Samun. The head could not even imagine that the young master was interested in girls, and asked him to make adjustments to his behavior. Ashamed, Musung decided that it was better to refrain from drinking because he was genuinely worried. Huariong didn't stop even if people were looking at him, because in his normal state, the guy resembled a walking rock. This way, he didn't give the other girls a chance, but it happened. Soon, a servant bursts into the room, bringing an important message for his master. Everyone immediately paid attention, as the situation was becoming increasingly tense. The map showed the Moran sect's forces moving south, which was alarming. However, no one knew exactly their numbers or the location of their warriors. It was rumored that they had stopped disguising themselves only a day ago, and there were many more than expected. The Moran sect is one of the strongest sects, and they seem to be trying to suddenly start a war with the Peng family. It was unusual for them to move so aggressively and stealthily without thinking about the consequences, which seemed very strange. The Peng family council did not understand why the Moran sect would attack them, but something mysterious made them doubt their safety, right when they were formulating a strategy for their faction. However, a similar situation had already happened to their family, and the target was similar. The young gentleman, holding his chin, realized that the threat was really great, and Moran was really managing the situation well. He stated this at the Peng clan's board of directors, and everyone went numb, holding the intrigue. It was clear that while the On-Jingle sect was healing its wounds, they wanted to pit the Peng family against the Moran clan to turn the Peng name into an empty shell. The situation continued to heat up, and although it was necessary to act, it was too long to wait for a response from the Alliance and Sandongcha. It was decided to make decisions on our own. The Moran sect moved under the guidance of its leader, and it was he who attracted the attention of the young master, who decided to deal with the situation personally. The leader asked if the young master could handle this task. If we recall how he entered on Jinduji's house, there shouldn't be any problems. The young man will complete the task quickly and reconnoiter the situation there. The warriors with their swords drawn went forward, regardless of the possible dangers. They didn't understand why they were sent to the Peng family, because the Peng family had become one of the strongest clans, and their spirit was only getting stronger. However, they were told that they had no choice and had to complete this task. Their leader, who had been leading them forward for a long time, noticed that someone unfamiliar was standing in front of them. It was a young gentleman who was leaning against a tree and waiting for the soldiers to approach him. Coming around the corner, he introduced himself as Peng Muson, who had been waiting for them for a long time. The warriors reacted to the Blade King with fright, and when they saw that he had come alone, some were already preparing to attack. Their leader stopped his comrades, asking them not to rush and not to draw their swords. The young master noticed who was in charge among them. He decided to inquire about their condition, and the leader introduced himself as the North Wolf, adding that they should not think he could defeat them all alone. Monsoon responded by saying that he would have done so long ago if he had wanted to, and their bodies would have bled out long ago if he had needed to. Hearing these bold words, the soldiers became even more angry. The commander of the wolves said that negotiations with them were pointless, because they had an order, and they would follow it, to attack the Peng family.
But what kind of negotiations can there be? It is the soldiers who need diplomacy, not him.
Hasn't the leader of the Moran sect been acting strangely lately? The young gentleman asked. And are they confident in his actions, not doubting his decisions? After these words, the warriors realized that this was true, and they had long thought that they were going the wrong way.
Looking at them, the young master points his finger and says that they should just set up their squad and wait. Then they will have a chance to survive, while he himself will investigate the strange behavior of the head of the Moran sect.
However, the soldiers decided to ignore his words, and the commander ordered them not to listen to this scoundrel, because some bastard would not tell them what to do. The fierce Cossacks rushed into battle, wanting to show what they were capable of in the face of this scoundrel. However, the young master had not even started giving orders yet. It was just friendly advice. But after the soldiers attacked him, his advice turned into an order, and the soldiers scattered like ashes from the young master's powerful blow. The battle did not end in favor of the commander, and when night fell, he regained consciousness. He saw that he was lying on the cold ground, and frogs were jumping around next to him. At first he didn't understand what had happened and even forgot what he was doing, but when he opened his eyes, he saw Musong tying his squad to a tree. Of course, this sight frightened him and made him feel afraid. Standing up, the commander began to shout at the young master, asking what he was doing. The boy greeted him, glad that he had finally woken up after a long sleep. Standing in front of him, the young man said that the commander would have to sleep a little more. The wolf commander didn't understand what the point was, but Musong said that everything would be over soon and swung his fist at the rascal. Soon we are transported to a place called Mirandi, where evening life was in full swing. A young master was walking along, dressed in dark clothes typical of the Moran clan. Watching the soldiers preparing to strike at the Peng family, Musong noticed that they were completely unaware of the danger. If he had acted according to the old scheme, he would have simply broken in and caused a commotion. But for the sake of the faction, he decided to avoid unnecessary problems and noise. As they walked among the scoundrels, some of them began to pay attention to the guy they didn't recognize, because he was an unfamiliar figure in their circles. The boy waved his hand, ordering them to work hard and not to be distracted, and the soldiers thought he was some kind of superior. Walking on, no one interfered with Musong, and soon he reached the main building. There were a lot of guards there, and at first glance it seemed that it would be difficult to approach unnoticed. Of course, they did not expect the head of the Peng clan to be able to get so close and so unnoticed. Perhaps they even expected it, and prepared for it a little. However, since he had penetrated so deeply, it was time to start the plan to infiltrate secretly. Filled with chi energy which colored his body red, he took off from the ground with lightning speed. Catching the guards by surprise, the young master quickly began to scatter them. They did not have time to realize anything, and were quickly destroyed by his skillful blows. Other soldiers, not realizing what was happening, rushed to the scene of the commotion. When they saw a stranger among them, they immediately realized that the spy had entered right here. With a quick movement, the soldiers began to ring the bells to block all the exits and prevent the stranger from escaping. One of the soldiers began blowing a horn to symbolize the danger and to warn everyone to prepare. However, an incredible red aura appeared near the building, which was in the battle zone, and covered it like a dome. The warrior could not understand why his horn was not working and why no one could hear the signal. The young master turned to him and said that this was ridiculous. He explained that he had surrounded the area with a barrier of chi energy. Looking at each other, the warriors realized that this was real madness, because they were facing one of the strongest masters, and they could not cope without reinforcements. Musong ignored their doubts and confidently moved forward. Using the royal steps of the King of the Mountains, he walked, filling each step with energy that destroyed the ground under his feet. It seemed as if an earthquake had struck the inexperienced warriors, and they were scattered, unable to stay on the ground. These warriors could not even resist the young master. He just kept going no matter what. He asked them not to try to stop him because he was not here to injure the head of the Moran sect. He came for one purpose only: to kill a few harmful leeches on their territory. If the warriors try to interfere, they will face a very unpleasant end. They will inevitably die at the hands of Musong, After such a demonstration of incredible technique, the warriors did not know what to do. It was dangerous to go inside, and it was dangerous to stay there. They realized that the technique, which makes everyone around them literally press down to the ground with every step, was simply incredible. This was one of King Gyerpeng's royal step techniques, but how could Musang penetrate so deeply into their territory? They realized that he was not joking when he said he would kill them all if they dared to go inside. Realizing the danger of the situation, they believed him and did not dare to enter. Soon our hero went inside and smelled a strange odor. It was like the smell of rotten chi energy. Filling his hand with power, the guy realized that something terrible was happening here. Smashing the door in front of him, he met the head of the Moran clan with a sword in his hands. The blow was precise and aimed directly at our hero, but he was not fazed. He came only to meet the leader of the Moran sect. The leader of the Moran sect was in some kind of incomprehensible state, shouting, "How dare you invade my quarters?" The leader looked completely confused. The leader even began to accuse Mu's son of coming to kidnap his mistress. As the young master deflected all the blows with his palm, he saw that the leader of this sect had completely succumbed to the demonic spell and was in a state of madness. The young master effortlessly caught the leader's sword with his hand without showing any physical strain. He did not like the words of the Moran sect leader, and he realized that talking would not bring results. He made the man fall asleep by knocking him out with a knee. The rascal fell to the ground, but the incredible chi energy still enveloped him, and it seemed as if he was rotting before his eyes. As he fell to the ground, the young master was amazed to see that the head of this sect was among the top 7. Soon, a woman came out of the darkness who was also unhappy that the leader of the Moran clan could not even hit the boy with his sword. She looked strange, licking her lips and asking Peng Musan how he was doing. It was the demon lord. Without hesitation, the young master pulled his swords out of their sheaths. He sent out his energy punch, wanting to finally put an end to this demoness. But being no ordinary woman, the experienced demoness opens her deadly weapons before him. The demoness skillfully deflected his blow, directing it in a different direction, an incredible amount of energy wasted, and she stands there as if nothing had happened. Looking at her, Musang realized that if she had created all this chaos, she had relied on more than just her beauty and magic. Hearing these words, the demoness emphasized that he was the first person to see her face and still decide to attack. However, as she examined the boy, she noticed his figure and noticed that he was not a eunuch. She decided to ask him, "Are you by any chance a eunuch? Otherwise it will be much harder to deal with you." The energy of the demon lord enveloped the young master, squeezing him from all sides like invisible chains, preventing him from breathing or moving. The demon girl didn't stop there. She directed her power toward his weaknesses, trying to capture his mind and will, using pink energy to force him to submit. The young master clenched his fists and decided not to give in to these temptations, keeping his mind sober and his inner peace. He instantly realized that the demonic energy of this seductive girl could plunge anyone into heavenly ecstasy, but he was not going to fall prey to it. The demoness was amazed. The guy immediately figured out her insidious technique, but who is he, and how does he know about it? Meanwhile, her servants appeared behind her back, the girls who were supposed to seal all the escape routes. They had gathered here to prevent any secret from leaking out and to destroy those who would try to oppose them. Although the faces of these girls were gentle and sweet, their sharp claws and murderous gazes betrayed their true nature. They appreciated the young warrior, noting his courage, but could not resist trying to flirt with him, testing his resilience. However, the boy ignored their temptations, demonstrating incredible willpower that allowed him to resist their powerful energy of heavenly ecstasy and restrain his desires. It was incredible for the demon lord. She had never encountered such resistance. With one stroke of her pen, she ordered her warriors to immediately attack the boy, giving him no chance to escape. Their magic was supposed to envelop him and force him to drop his weapon, but he continued to fight, deflecting every blow. Despite the powerful attacks, the boy not only defended himself, but also resisted their spell perfectly, not allowing it to penetrate his mind. In a moment, the situation changed. Now, the demoness was forced to defend herself against his strong blow. The boy swung his sword so hard that he almost demolished everything around him, feeling the power that filled him. But the girls were not afraid of this. They themselves had considerable strength, and were ready for such a development. The maids decided to defend their mistress, not believing that anyone could dare to attack their big sister. The feminine energy of heavenly ecstasy enveloped his body, and for a moment he even succumbed to this temptation. But he felt no fear, and with all his will he tried to escape from her influence, determined to continue the battle. The demoness came out of the darkness, and it became clear that she had been hit in the face by the young warrior. She wasn't afraid of him, because it didn't mean that he had the main demon technique, one of the 10 master skills she could use. Their attacks could have already reduced him to death, but the boy seemed to remain invulnerable, as if he were actually a eunuch. The demonesses noticed his reaction and began to mock him, thinking he was weak because he showed no signs of arousal. Their energy enveloped his body, and it became extremely difficult for him to even move his lower body. These words made him lose his temper. He was not in the mood to joke with them, and he sharply asked one of the demons to be quiet. Looking him in the eye, the demoness began to tell him that if the Flame King could not escape her control, how could this guy be any better? Monsoon said that he was different because he knew women who were hundreds of times more beautiful than this demoness. Hearing these words, the demoness burst out laughing because she thought it was complete nonsense. There are no women more beautiful than her. Together with their sinister threads and vicious tears, they decided to attack, completely enveloping the young master in a whirlwind of danger. At the moment when they hoped he was completely enveloped by their technique and unable to move, the demons simultaneously attacked him from all sides. Their large claws began to slide across his face, leaving deep cuts. They harmed him by cutting his skin, which quickly began to bleed. The boy just watched as these cursed witches attacked him, feeling powerless in the face of their cruelty. He was paralyzed, unable to resist their sweet faces, which carried pain and disappointment. One of the witches struck him a strong blow that almost demolished his face, but the boy was able to block it at the last moment. Enveloped in their fierce demonic energy, he still held on despite the unbearable pain. Although he had not expected the demonic seductiveness of their attacks to be so ominous, it was the first time he had ever faced such a challenge. The demonesses were amazed, wondering how much longer this young man could hold out under the onslaught of their attacks. But the young master continued to resist, and it became clear that even the demoness had reached the peak of her transcendence in this battle. And when the time comes, and she reaches the peak of transcendental ecstasy, she will become even more dangerous than the demon kings themselves. This time, despite his previous experience, the boy has to see it through. He has to roast her alive, using the power of his chi energy that fills his sword. Incredible energy explodes in the room, blinding everything in its path. The demon lord saw this incredible power and began to feel anxious. Trying to take control of the situation, she decided to attack the boy, realizing that there was no time to lose. With a swipe of her pen, she made him suffer even more, trying to break his will because something was still preventing her from completely subduing him. She decides to counterattack to finally settle the situation. At this point, she points her hand, about to pierce him with her energy in his most vulnerable spot. The guy breaks out in a sweat, realizing how dangerous it is to be in the sight of this creature at all. She takes hold of her dress and begins to wave it, radiating such powerful energy that nothing seems to be able to resist it. The guy realizes that it is difficult to resist such power, especially since she had many helpers who also enveloped him, leaving him alone in the room with them. Having gained her power, the demon lord placed her feather on the young master's head, as if to seal her superiority. She moved closer to him, looking directly into his eyes, and began to dictate her rules, forcing him to follow certain patterns she had invented for him. Leaning down to his ear, she whispered that he should leave his faction, promising that then they would do what women and men liked, emphasizing how it would look. The demon lord's partners began to smile and laugh at her words, realizing that they already had this poor guy on the hook. The boy listened to her in silence, but finally decided to say that she was a stupid, ugly woman. Hearing these words, the demoness realized that her spell did not work on him, and this made her angry. The boy pushed off the ground and moved to a safe distance, preparing for the next step. Outraged by the insult, the demoness began to radiate incredibly powerful blows towards the young master, trying to destroy him. But everything was going according to the guy's plan. He wanted to bring her out in the open, and when she finally revealed herself, he was ready to act. At this point, he directs the roaring wind of the tiger in her direction to pierce through all her attacks and deliver the decisive blow. The attacks pierced the defense of this unworthy creature, and it had to dodge to avoid being hit. The boy, confronting these cursed witches, was in full control of himself, despite their demonic power. The demoness asked him if he was a real man if he dared to wave his sword in front of the ladies. But it was only a distraction. The scent of the women's chi energy was so alluring that it became increasingly difficult for the boy to maintain his steadfastness, as everything around him was filled with the scent of lotus. In order to resist these creatures, he had only one way out, to try to block all his senses and fight the chi energy. At the moment when he tried to block all his senses, the world seemed to turn black, and the girls began to look not like luxurious ladies, but like black and white creatures. When they thought they had a complete advantage in this battle and rushed at the young master, they did not even realize that he had perfectly sensed their technique and blocked everything that hindered him. Gathering all his strength, he delivered a decisive blow to their vile faces, which drove the men crazy. His blow, like a bolt from the blue, pierced them. The battlefield was filled with blood, which spilled from these unworthy demons to the ground. They were overwhelmed and amazed, watching as they now looked at the victor of this battle, beheaded. Despite everything, his energy began to weaken. But the young master continued to move forward, ignoring the bodies lying around him. He had only one task left to accomplish, and it was the most important one. The miserable witch, the only one left, looked at him, realizing that she was facing her death. It was simply incredible. The Demon Lord was amazed at the strength of this impudent young man. This guy even surpassed the Flame King. He was a real monster in a human body, and it was obvious that she was getting nervous because her tricks hadn't worked on Monsoon. When she saw the sharp blade of the young master's sword, her expression changed dramatically. Looking at him through her chi energy, she saw only a rough human form, devoid of weakness. This young man could recognize facial expressions based on energy alone. The incredibly strong man had defeated her violent technique and dealt her a crushing blow. Facing this powerful energy punch was not an easy test for her. But she was not going to give up so easily and directed the power of her lotus toward her master. He was already used to being enveloped by her lotus energy, and he was getting more and more impatient, waiting for the moment to act. And when the boy waved his sword, all her spells dissipated and went deep into the ground. Waving her fan, she was not going to die. Her determination to fight to the last was unshakable. She still had one more trick up her sleeve, and she pulled out the blades hidden in her fan. Performing a dance of ominous wind, she directed it at the young master, enveloping him from head to toe. Finally, she fully demonstrates all her fighting skills and abilities, leaving nothing in reserve. Since her tricks did not work on the young master and did not give the expected result, she decided to incorporate martial arts into her technique to try to gain an advantage in this battle. But everything she did looked so futile and pathetic that the young master no longer wanted to continue this performance. His cold sword sliced through her attack, and the blade could already be seen flying past her face. However, all it did was leave a sharp cut on her face. After hitting the woman's face, she fell to the ground, but the guy was not going to stop. When she lost control of the situation and was no longer so confident, everything could have been resolved in a few minutes. Feeling a wound on her face, something she had never felt before, she only shouted out the young master's name. She called him a damned fool who dared to touch her beautiful face. With hatred in her eyes, she rushed at him, intending to tear him to pieces. Promising that she would kill him, she waved her fan, trying to destroy everything the boy had achieved. But for the young master, all these techniques were just a game that he didn't even pay attention to. He confidently moved forward, swinging his sword, and his face reflected complete control over the situation. So that his eyes would not be tempted, he did not even open them, striking her with a precise blow. The Demon Lord released the fan from her hands, which immediately broke and shattered into pieces, and all the energy began to spread throughout her body. Sharp cuts covered her from head to toe, beginning to tear her apart from the inside. The powerful flow of blood was causing her incredible pain, but despite this, she was still standing. Her legs are stiff, and her once beautiful body and clothes are no longer as attractive as they used to be. She looks at her disfigured body, covered with scratches and dents, and tears come to her eyes. But her involuntary distraction from the battle leads to inevitable consequences. The young master's sword rushes in to make this battle final and vivid. With his blade, he performs an incredible maneuver that puts an end to this demonic creature. Its arm falls to the ground, forever separated from its owner's body. She falls to her knees, beginning to cry, realizing her defeat. All she could do was cry in front of the young master, and the tears flowed incessantly. She begged him for mercy, pouring all her strength into these requests. But at the same time, she was accumulating energy for the last blow. The guy blocked all his feelings in order not to give in to her requests, realizing that she could not be trusted. She was too cunning. And at that moment, quietly accumulating energy, she tried to distract him in order to deliver a fatal blow. The guy had one important rule that he had followed all his life. There is no mercy for those who have stepped on the demonic path. Her fatal mistake was that she dared to ask for mercy from a warrior of righteous faith who did not spare demonic creatures. His sword pierced her, ending the fate of this unworthy creature. The last thing that this demonic woman saw was that her path ended in this place. Looking around, the young master felt the smell of demonic energy gradually fading. Not far from him was the king, or rather, the head of the clan, who had fainted and did not regain consciousness for a long time. He decided to help him by taking him by the head and began to lift him up. His hand, which was filled with demonic energy, touched his forehead, and the boy put his fingers to remove the demonic influence. The clan leader screamed in pain, feeling the pain pierce his body like an electric shock. When he finally regained consciousness, he did not understand who was standing in front of him, but the boy quickly introduced himself. The clan leader could not understand why he was here, or what had happened, but it was obvious that the situation had left him confused. Looking around, the clan leader saw that there had been a huge battle, and women were lying on the ground, defeated. The young master noticed that the chief was interested in what had happened, and realized that they would have a long conversation. Everything the young head of the Pong clan told him was simply incredible. The head did not remember how it had happened. Everything was a blur, and he could not believe that such a thing could happen. The reason for everything was demonic energy that had penetrated through the blood vessels into the brain. The guy freed him from this influence, and now the head can sleep peacefully. In turn, The head of such a strong faction never expected such an influence. If not for the young master, he would never have been able to recover from this great crisis. The head of the Moran clan expressed his great gratitude to the young master. Now that he knew about this situation, he decided to revise all military actions and regulations regarding the Peng family. The Moransek's army immediately set out on its march upon the head's order. The advance guard also returned without any noise. Walking through the streets, the young master noticed that it hadn't been this quiet for a long time. But suddenly a very important fact caught his attention when he looked at the dungeon. He remembered an important detail that he had once noticed. He remembered the children he had rescued from the basement that day, and casually glancing at them now, he saw them in a completely different light. Now these children of the Blood Tears sect looked quite normal and free, and he noticed that they were doing well now. They are being trained by normal masters, never causing them to suffer, teaching them how to handle swords properly so that they can defend themselves. They raise their morale in the Peng family where the concept of fear does not exist. As he walked and watched these children, the boy wondered how Jimok was doing. He saw this young master training hard with a serious expression on his face. Jimok took his training seriously, striving to achieve excellent results. Watching him, Soman realizes that he has some natural talent. He decided that he needed to support the young man and went to him. The warriors noticed that the young master of the Peng clan was coming to them and greeted him.
The young man did not even expect to be visited by the young master himself.
It was Master Samun who asked Jimok how his training was going. The boy replied that everything was going well, he was trying hard, and asked for a moment of attention from the young master. Hearing the request, Monsoon decided to listen to him. The boy restrained his emotions, biting his lips so as not to give away his excitement. He fell to his knees and begged the young master to take him as an apprentice. Of course, this was not a very nice request for the head of the Peng clan, but he was impressed by such determination. The warriors also reacted quite seriously, because it was a surprise to everyone. And so he took the young master by surprise. What would the head of the Peng clan say? Would he take this boy as an apprentice? Soon, one of the kings was reported to the king about the situation with the king of the waves, who had already been reported to earlier. He replied that if he needed it, then he should bring someone who would be interested. This was the answer given to the head of the Blue Dragon Squad.
These words sounded like an empty excuse because most likely this guy was trying to avoid meeting with him.
The head of the squad promised that he would not let anyone down, apologized for not performing properly, and asked for forgiveness from the head of the alliance, standing with a broken arm. As expected, the head will have to go there personally. The head of the squad realizes that, despite the importance of the case, it is very dangerous for the head of the alliance to take such a step. Although he doesn't know all the details, what else can they do but perhaps ask someone? The squad leader does not understand what the leader is talking about.
But the leader is referring to a new king who has appeared out of nowhere.
The guy sits in Sparta and apologizes to the young master. He realizes that he was a bit hasty and created some inconvenience with his behavior. Monsoon didn't see anything wrong with that, but he wondered why this guy was so eager to get deeper in martial arts. The guy has a goal, to learn what he once saw during training. In the process of learning, he felt an unfamiliar feeling that brought him pleasure. Monsoon asked the boy to give him his hand. The boy gave him his hand, and it became clear that the young master wanted to test his inner energy. After analyzing it, the young master was even surprised by the boy's abilities. After all, he was working hard to reach a level even higher than his own. The fact that Monsoon took him on as an apprentice did not mean that he could be lazy, and it was important to explain this to him. The young master had prepared in advance for such classes, and had already received permission from the head to give him half of the signature chaotic divine lightning strike. However, there was one condition that had to be met.
Was the boy ready to give up his family and take on the name Peng? In this way, he would confirm his loyalty and become a full member of their family. Without hesitation, the boy agreed and showed a sign of respect for the Peng clan.
The young master liked the energy with which he said it. From that moment on, he would call him Peng Jin Mo.
The young man was amazed to hear his new name and reacted with great emotion.
Great feelings came over his soul, and he even felt a little confused. Hearing the new name, he squeezed his hand and rubbed it, realizing how important it was to him.
But their meeting was interrupted by a messenger who said that a man from the Alliance had arrived.
But what does from the Alliance mean? Could he be from the Murim Alliance?
This man came, sat down at the negotiating table, and greeted the Peng family. The fact was that a letter had arrived from the head of the Alliance, and another for the King of the Blade, the head of the 100 Swords. The head, upon hearing these words, could not believe that the head of the Morima military detachment had come in person to deliver 2 ordinary letters. However, the fact was that the head of the Alliance, Morima, had emphasized the need to do so in person, because his request for help was of a formal nature for the leader of Morima. Everything about this situation looked exactly like this. The young master opened and read the letters. He realized that the request was for the Wave King because the Heavenly Group had clashed with a demonic sect, which was not in Murim's favor.
The situation was complicated by the fact that there were significant disagreements within the group between the Heavenly Wave group, who, having sided with the Demon sect, decided to betray their allies. As a result, the Heavenly group, the only one that dared to confront the demonic sect, was completely wiped out. The young master was interested in the terms of the Wave King on which they would cooperate. His demand was to bring a master who had faced him in a duel, defeated him, and thus proved his strength. Since the only one who could compete with the king was the Rising Sword, as far as was known. This request sounded quite shameless to the Peng clan. However, realizing that the king had shown strength against 10 masters, the head was not too categorical. After all, the Wave King was, after all, a vagabond who put money above all else. What sense does it make that he would want someone stronger to raise his price and enrich himself? The Alliance tried several times to appoint and hire him, but no one has ever succeeded. Even the head of the Blue Dragon Squad, having stepped in, could not cope with the failure. The fact is that as a result, he was defeated and injured, which greatly affected him. Because of this, the head of the Alliance, Murim, asks for help from Master Peng. Realizing that the Heavenly Wave group is located in Cholgan, he needs to go there. But will the young master be able to fight at this level when dealing with such a force? However, when he sets out on the journey, he decides not to go alone but to take the 4 tyrants with him. The man thanked Master Peng for his choice, and they exchanged gestures of respect. The young master, even in this situation, still wanted to make it to the festival in mid-autumn. Soon he had to meet with his group, the 4 tyrants. Everyone was impressed with the meeting place, as the river was spectacular in the fall. Namgung realized that the formation of the young master as a blade could finally be celebrated. However, the boy had not gathered them just to talk. He had gathered them to unite their thoughts and restart their 4 tyrants squad. Soon, the monk smelled something and shouted fiercely, "They are here!" People ran into this pavilion on the water, which was used as a restaurant or something like that, bringing a lot of snacks, drinks, and meat, which made the 4 tyrants happy as little children. There were so many snacks that the table was filled with delicious dishes. Looking at this food, everyone was salivating, and they immediately concentrated on it. The monk shamelessly began to eat, and even the young host had to take the food out of his hands, for he even tried to steal it from the rat, who also claimed a share. The girl, seeing her young husband, decided to feed him from her own hands. The guys sitting across the room saw their shamelessness, feeling like they were rubbing salt in the wound, but knew they had to wait a little longer and be patient. Having poured a glass of alcohol, they realized that the Mid-Autumn Festival was very close. The young host suggested they go to Kamgak. Namgunsu mentioned that he had been there as a child, and if they were lucky, they would be able to meet the Empress of Swords. Hearing this name, the monk almost choked on his food and spat it out of his mouth. He was shocked because he had not heard this name for a long time. He realized that she was one of the 8 divine beings and, to his surprise, was still alive. But first they had a task to do. They had to deal with the King of the Waves and then go to Kamgak. Monsoon presented his team with a plan on how they would go to Kamgak. It sounded like a great idea to Namgun. His beloved Huaren was also in favor of it, and the monk felt excited about the mission. After drinking a glass of alcohol, they assumed that from the very beginning, or at the end, they would have to face a demonic sect, which could strike them unexpectedly in the place they were heading to, and so they needed to prepare. Looking at their friends who, as one, supported each other in difficult moments, they laughed, twirled, and despite everything, remembered Namgunso's words about how important Kamgak was to him. After all, it played a big role in his becoming the Emperor of the Sword. And looking at the current situation, he wondered how a visit to Kamgak would affect their organization this time. The road was mountainous, and soon they were passing through Mount Tangma. Walking along the mountain path, Huaren decided to ask her lover, "Is the Heavenly Wave group so incredible that the Murima Alliance approached them first?" But the fact is that the Heavenly Wave group isn't that big when it comes to scale. However, thanks to the Wave King, this group has enough power to stand up to even the Murima Alliance. It's just that these guys have shed more blood than any ordinary martial artist. As for the Ravens, he had heard of them once before. Their main task was to stop Japanese pirates, and although the methods of the Heavenly Sect vagabonds were brutal, one must admit that they were quite effective. As they continued on, they noticed thick smoke from a fire in the dense forest. But where did the fire come from? Namgun smelled the smell of burning bodies in the air. They rushed forward to deal with the situation as quickly as possible. When they arrived at the site of the burning building, they were shocked to see soldiers fighting among themselves. The residents of the Heavenly Waves group had been attacked, and there were many people on the battlefield, all of them fighting without mercy. However, their uniforms were of different colors, and there were many more people than expected. Those who wore a blue scarf belonged to the Heavenly Waves, and the others seemed to be from the Emra group. The young master realized that these rascals wanted to completely destroy the Heavenly group. One of the leaders noticed that some strangers were standing in their midst and asked, "Who the hell are they?" He ordered them to be captured immediately. Savon did not wait to be captured and immediately drew his sword. He directed his gift of energy toward the rascal to show everyone that they were facing the four tyrants. Parts of the bodies of these unworthy warriors flew in all directions as their swords fell to the ground. The man who had ordered his soldiers to capture the strangers realized that he no longer had anyone to carry out this order. Nam Gunso told his brother Pen that Mugak would cover them, so there was nothing to worry about. He took Hua Ren as his partner, deciding to go ahead and stop these scoundrels. He uses his tiger sword to send lightning energy at the soldiers, who shuddered from the ground at the sight of this incredible power. Using her dark energy, the girl complemented the technique and sent a poisonous fog at these villains, which put them on the ground. The commander of the villains' squad was furious that their plan had been foiled. He didn't understand how the four tyrants had suddenly appeared at all, or what it all meant. He had received a report, but he wasn't sure they were coming here and destroying their group on the way. This commander could not miss such a precious opportunity, because he did not even have the King of the Waves in front of him. Why should he retreat? He ordered his soldiers to use demonic techniques, but this was outside the plan, and it was not allowed to use such techniques without permission. The commander shouted, "What permission? We are in a terrible situation, you idiot. If you have learned a few demonic techniques, you should not forget them. Who is the boss here?" His subordinate fell to his knees and begged for forgiveness for his foolishness, for he had accidentally said it. But the commander was busy thinking about the four tyrants, because he realized that these scoundrels felt entitled to make a mess when they were awarded some miserable status. The commander wants them to regret having appeared before him and his eyes. Huaran and her husband found themselves surrounded by demonic subordinates who were about to beat them with their brass knuckles. Looking around, she realized that there were a lot of them. But soon, a man from the direction of the stairs began to shout, "Emra Group, listen up! The head has authorized the use of demonic techniques." Hearing these words, the rascals began to rejoice, for now they had an advantage. Demonic energy began to fill their space. These warriors gained the demonic power they had been dreaming of for so long, and the bloodlust technique was one of the strongest. And the young master, standing motionless like a mad devil, watched in anticipation. He thought the idea of using demonic energy was quite interesting, and the commander seemed to have given the right advice to his soldiers. But he was going to get rid of these bastards. The battle began, and the soldiers, feeling excited and energized, rushed into battle. With their swords blazing with demonic energy, they went forward shouting, "Perish, wretched four tyrants!" But the young master, with a swing of his sharp sword, intended to wipe the smiles off their faces forever. With one precise stroke, he filled the entire horizon, causing great damage to many of the warriors of this ill-fated sect. Looking into the eyes of one of the villains, he decided to use his own technique. This technique was called the King of the Mountain's Royal Steps. With the incredible power of his steps, he began to destroy everything in his path without even engaging in combat. Warriors fell one by one, preventing others from moving forward. The ground trembled under their feet, and no one could move forward. They fell and never rose again. Each step of the young master caused the ground to tremble, and it began to shake under his feet. Pushing off the ground, he flew toward the main core, the king of the sect. The commander, seeing the young master flying, was scared to death. All he could do was to dodge the powerful energy strike because he did not want to die quickly. He covered himself with his cloak, and only dust flew into his eyes. His excitement knew no bounds. When the young fourth tyrant looked him in the eye, it became obvious that the situation was already lost. Monsoon asked the rascal if he was the head of the Emra group. The scoundrel replied that yes, he was indeed their commander. However, he did not want to die so quickly and reached for his saber. He began to pull it out and swung, missing the young master's head. The first stroke missed, but he put all his strength into the second. It seemed to be an incredibly strong blow, but the young master simply dispelled the demonic energy with his hand. The commander realized that everything was under the young master's control, and as expected, his technique did not work. He had to try the power that demonic battles gave him. He raised his sword up, filled with demonic energy, and his body seemed to swell, doubling in size. Demonic laughter filled everything around him, and the rascal shouted that with this power he could do anything. He pointed his dagger at the Blade King and began to tell him how he would destroy him, forcing Monsoon to listen to his threats. But the moment the commander said that he would finish off Monsoon, the young master instantly flew his sword past the body of the scoundrel. He struck a fatal blow that wiped the demonic smile off the bastard's face forever. The commander's head separated from his body, as they say he was beheaded. The soldiers looked around and realized that their commander was gone, but the battle continued. One of the women on the battlefield was stunned by the news, and she got off the ground to tell the others. She tried to encourage her comrades, urging them to hold their breath and fight to the end. But she hadn't expected these warriors to be so pushy, especially the one she disliked the most. He was a white-haired, bearded man who held his sword and laughed at every woman he fought. This man looked at the King of the Waves and noted that he had become better with his sword. In turn, the King of the Waves emphasized that his opponent remained the same fool, and now he would cut him in half. It was one of the 10 great masters, the King of Waves. Standing against each other, they realized that it was time to settle their long-standing dispute. They pushed off the ground to clash with their swords. And as their swords crossed, their gazes intertwined, and they looked at each other with fury. The young master, having dealt with his villains, looked toward the place where the events outside the battle were taking place. The warriors, seeing that the head of the Emra group was dead, began to surrender, and the Brotherhood prevailed, overcoming this invasion and gaining victory. And yet, in the command center, they talked together with the 4 tyrants, recognizing that this was the first time the Emra group had attacked with such boldness and power. They realized their plan at a time when the head of their sect was absent. Thanks to the 4 tyrants, their large family was able to overcome all these scoundrels. The deputy head sincerely thanked the heroes who had saved their territory. The young master was interested in when the King of the Waves would return to his native island, to which the deputy replied that the head known as the Sword Master would appear on the island of Jushan. However, this was not clear enough, so their Wave King made the first move. If they came here to discuss the alliance, they would have to wait a bit. Listening to this, Orin was surprised that there was a martial artist among the pirates who could eliminate one of the 10 great masters, and this alarmed her. Nam, for his part, was once again convinced that techniques should not be taken lightly. Monsoon, on the other hand, realized that it would be better to go and help the king rather than wait here. The fierce monk was excited about the battle, because he couldn't just sit and watch the soulless marauders plunder the island. They were in difficult circumstances and desperately needed help. The deputy was glad to hear the 4 tyrants make such a request for help, as they had wanted to send more forces to help the island more than once. And now, they could go along with these warriors. Some of them were hoping for luck and counted on the 4 tyrants to be a reliable force. The battle was taking on new colors, and the woman with the sword was moving forward. She was fighting for life and death for the sake of her island and her territory. Passing one obstacle after another, she became stronger and stronger, but her strength gradually left her. Her sisters gathered in a circle to consult. However, there were too many people around them, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to breathe. Nevertheless, she persevered, because her sisters had to be watched, and she could not retreat. The Japanese pirate shouted and attacked with fury. "Die, damned girls!" Looking at him with understanding, they knew that he had to be destroyed. They resisted him with all their might, defending themselves. The girl rushed into the fight with this scoundrel and kept her level, opposing him. But suddenly her leg gave out, and she felt that she was losing her temper. And on the battlefield, losing your temper can mean losing your head forever. Because such a mistake could only mean one thing: death. But a miracle happened. An incredible warrior with amazing strength struck her enemy, knocking the sword out of his hands, and stood behind him. He struck him with a stabbing blow that put the enemy out of the fight. This was Nam Gunhak. The 4 tyrants quickly came to his aid. The monk rushed into battle with the 5 ravens, stretching his arms. The tired Mrs. Yen was amazed at the strength of these guys and the fact that they were on their side. Huaren was curious about how Mrs. Yen ended up in such a fierce battle. Holding her daggers in her hands like claws, she decided to help them, and these swords fell on their enemies, shutting their miserable mouths forever. Nam Gung was doing his job, destroying the warriors despite their strength. The monk didn't care about anyone at all. He destroyed everyone he saw, no matter what. Looking at the 4 tyrants, Madame Tang was amazed. What are they doing here? Incredible lightning enveloped everything around her, flooding the evening world. It was most likely the Blade King. He was here too. This was a huge relief for their side, because now there would be no more losses among the sisters. An incredible explosion ripped through the forest, filling the space with its power. The warriors who had been fighting before turned their attention to the man who had come and started to set his own rules. The King of the Waves remembered this energy well, while his opponent even began to retreat. The monsoon moved with incredible lightning speed, destroying everything in its path. If this rascal opposing them has such incredible skills, it is a very good sign for the king. He saw before him the King of the Blade, who came to his aid. Monsoon, for his part, was happy to see the King of the Waves and paid his respects. Their opponent was astonished, most of all by the fact that the King of the Blade had shown up uninvited. Why did he come at all? And who gave him this title? The king. The enemy who stood before them was called the Lord of the Sword, and he was surprised at how confident the young master was. The Lord of the Sword was pleased to be recognized and laughed that even a boy from the Central Plains knew about him. But the young master joked that the name was like pearls on a pig. Bishop Klinka, hearing these harsh jokes in his address, decided to ask what the boy had said. At that moment, the young master, using vibrations, began to communicate with the king, noting that he did not like empty formalities and ego, but appreciated efficiency. Only old and boring idiots care about formality. Wouldn't it be easier to just finish off the Lord of the Sword if there were 2 swords pointed at him? Hearing these words, the King of the Waves was shocked by their meaning. He never thought he would hear such words from a representative of such an important and prestigious family as the Pong family. Calling the young master an idiot, the Wave King decided not to give in to anyone, realizing that the young master was trying to suck up to him. And yet, to prove his influence, the Wave King tells the young master, let him show his abilities. In turn, the Lord of the Blade, looking at the two swords pointed at him, asks if they have any pride as martial artists if they decided to confront him. The King of the Waves laughed, because the old man does not realize that only money is really important to him. However, if they decided to stand up to him, they had a real sense of pride, like martial artists, and they all turned their swords against the pirates. After all, piracy is unacceptable in their world, and they should not allow themselves to do anything unworthy. Lord Blade realizes that things are not going according to plan. After a while, the action moves to another location, previously unknown, where a brutal massacre fills the ground with red liquid. Some villain destroys another with his claws and enjoys the process. He was already so bored that he no longer enjoyed it and was tired of killing. He licks his claws, enjoying the taste of someone else's hemoglobin. And he looks at the beautiful island he sees as his next target. As he is bored with everything, he decides to take a decisive step in his life, to go to that island and drink some fresh water. Devilish energy sparkled in his eyes, and his face, like his hands, was covered in blood. He would be curious to see what would happen next. When the two strong masters brought their blades down on one of the pirates, he was no longer as happy as he had been before. At that moment, there were two of them, and he was alone, and they surrounded him from different sides, trapping him. The Lord of the Sword saturated himself with his demonic energy to resist these scoundrels. Repelling one blow after another, he did not stop and moved forward no matter what. Although he fought to the end, it did not mean that he would lose to these two masters, because his strength was more powerful. The young master pushed himself off the ground and dodged a strong blow from his opponent. But this was only the first blow. He had to go on, and the young master swung his blade. It went for the villain's head, but he dodged it like an incredible gymnast. Since the blow was quite powerful, one part of his body was left open, and he had to use his other hand. Soman struck a second blow with lightning speed, cutting through the air. But the strong sword of the Sword Lord was not susceptible to being cut. It was the first time his opponent had experienced such a strong blow, and although he was able to block it, it seemed like it was more than he had expected. However, the Lord of the Sword skillfully deflected the blow and threw it aside. He counterattacked the young master, dealing him numerous slashing blows. Even though the Lord of the Sword was moving forward in his attack on Monsoon, he had a safety net behind him. It was the King of the Waves, who was rushing with his sword toward this scoundrel. And yet, in spite of this, the Lord of the Sword repelled this blow as well. But what could he do when strong warriors attacked him from different sides, and Monsoon also struck? The sparks from the clash of the swords flew in all directions, and the power grew more and more. The Sword Lord realized that this world is really big, and can accommodate so many martial artists. The boy who opposed him was very young, but extremely strong. He decided to return the blow with his own, and demonic energy began to swirl around his sword. And with lightning-fast cutting power, like a hurricane, the Lord of the Sword rushed forward. The impressive power of this attack did not please Monsoon, and he realized that he had to do something about it. As the blow came close to his face, he used the roaring wind technique to sweep the attack off the face of the earth. The Sword Lord realized that his powerful technique had been destroyed in a single blow. Monsoon cut it in two and sent a counterattack in his direction. The King of the Blade caught the villain because he had spent a lot of energy and could no longer move quickly. But the Lord of the Sword was not going to give up and reached for his second sword, to confront his enemy, who seemed to be about to defeat him. Now he was forced to deflect the blows from different directions, but still one of the swords passed by his body. Monsoon saw that one strike had reached its target and struck it, realizing that it was time to end this fight. Monsoon's next energy punch flew straight at the villain's side, trying to neutralize him. However, despite this, the Lord of the Sword deflected this blow and repelled the attacks of the Wave King as well. He began to get really angry and worried because these damned rascals were crossing all the boundaries. Finding himself in such a difficult situation, the Lord of the Sword realized that he had to escape, because his strength was already at its limit. His wounds were sharp, and these warriors were too strong. To distract them, he used the element of wind, filling everything around with dust and wind. An energetic electric charge passed through the sword, and the young master was filled with power. To prevent this rascal from escaping, Monsoon used the white tiger leap across the river technique, swooping through the wind created by his opponent. The rascal's pupils dilated as he did not understand what to do next, for his opponent's strength was only growing while his own was weakening. He was forced to take blows of incredible strength from both sides. And then he heard a very terrible news that meant his end. One of his swords began to crack, and soon, when he looked at his sword, he saw it breaking into two pieces. At that moment, the King of the Waves caught him. The Sword Lord had nothing to defend himself with. and he saw the Wave King approaching him with great speed. This could only mean one thing. He was about to die, and that was the last thing he saw before him. A purple punch pierced the body of their opponent, taking his life forever. The sun was setting as the eyes of this demonic scoundrel closed. He was neutralized and decapitated, and some parts of his body were lying on the ground, no matter what. The nickname of the Sword Lord was too majestic for him, and they heard rumors that the young master was familiar with the holy blade of Manhwa. The Wave King was sure that the boy had adopted his technique. Despite this, Monsoon confirmed it, saying that yes, he had received proper training from the man. Still, the King of the Waves wanted to understand why such a young man had become a tyrant, and realized that he was not as simple as he seemed. They took the head of their opponent, walked to the battlefield, and threw it in the middle. They decided to draw the attention of the other villains to this head, so that they would turn around and see a surprise. When they looked back, they saw the head of the Holy Blade, who was the leader of their brotherhood. They had finally finished with this scoundrel, and now the battle could be considered over. Monsoon addressed the King of the Waves, saying that he had come here for a reason. He was called here by the head of the Murim Alliance on behalf of the Alliance to fulfill a very important task. The King of Waves, amazed by this information, said that the young master wanted to say that he was here instead of the Rising Sword. To which Monsoon nobly confirmed that he was here for that very purpose. Scratching his head, the King of the Waves was amazed at the arrival of the King of the Blade in his domain. After all, this exceptional young man who had defeated the King of the Fist at such a young age and reached the level of 10 great masters was indeed one of the most famous personalities in Murim. However, it was certain that Song had not shown all his skills in the battle with the previous opponent. The Wave King thought about it, because he just wanted to boost his reputation by fighting the leader of the Alliance. It didn't matter to him whether he won or lost, but he couldn't imagine being sent a young man he didn't know. Monsoon offered to hold a competition or some other test with the Wave King. The Wave King reacted with closed eyes and a cold expression, as he did not fully understand what was wanted of him. It was clear that the competition had to take place, and they had to organize it. Under the evening light of the moon, the King of the Waves set the table, bringing 4 large bottles of alcohol and several glasses from the cellar just for this purpose. He wanted to test the young man and see if he could drink on the same level as him. But for the young master, this was not a problem at all. He had been drinking all his life, without stopping, and in general, all the chapters are spent doing nothing but drinking. That's why he looked at his new opponent with excitement, because he knew that he could outdrink any alcoholic no matter what. Soon their competition began, and the glasses were already filled. The King of the Waves laughed at the young host, asking if he even knew how to drink. All this was happening on the island of Jushan, and a pretty good conversation started between these guys. The young master wondered if his friend, the King of the Waves, was really not going to compete in a real battle. Drinking alcohol, the King of the Waves confirmed that if an old man like him were to fight him, he would most likely lose, and suggested that they do without the fight. After a while, the young owner noticed that his colleague was pouring his inner energy into alcohol. This alerted him, because he was very curious about how it would look like. He saw the energy-charged alcohol in front of him, poured by the King of the Waves, and asked him to pour even more energy into the drink than his opponent after he drank it. This sounded quite interesting, and the guy raised his glass. He needed to neutralize the alcohol, otherwise it would be too easy. The young master raised his glass and began to drink. He easily swallowed all that alcohol, despite the fact that he was full of incredible inner energy. The competition that the young master was thinking about turned out to be much more interesting than he expected. After drinking a glass of this bitter alcohol, he wiped his face. If he did not immediately suppress the energy that this alcohol carried, it would quickly destroy him. Then the young master was filled with incredibly strong red energy and neutralized it. His friend noticed that Nigun, unlike the others, was a more cunning guy and did a good job. In his opinion, it was quite easy, and the guy decided to pour his colleague more alcohol. He wanted the King of the Waves to try his inner energy, which he poured into the glass. The red glass literally glowed with this energy, and the king was curious to try it. When he started drinking this alcohol, he was amazed at the power of this energy. He didn't even think that the energy shock would be so powerful that it would completely take over his body. It was a lightning-fast energy that filled his body. He hadn't felt such a strong tension inside him for a long time, and the competition was getting even more interesting. Now it was the Wave King's turn, and he filled his glass with energy even more. The warriors watched, realizing that today's opponent of the Wave King was the King of the Blade, and this spectacle had to be exciting for them. But who still holds the record? A year ago, the leader of the Restless Sword sect survived 5 rounds, and no one else had survived even 3. People began to flock to see how many rounds the competition would last, and the monk suggested that they go and watch as well. They filled each other's glasses and drank them until their internal organs began to burn. Monsoon shouted that it was extremely tough, but he still suppressed his opponent's energy. The monk was amazed at the strangeness of this event, because it took Brother Pen some time to open his eyes after drinking this alcohol.
But not only Brother Pen, but the King of Waves also needed time to open his eyes afterwards.
And it was not just the alcohol. They began to analyze their condition and situation.
The fact is that they are pouring their inner energy into alcohol. But the question arises, why are they doing this?
The fact is that they are on a completely different level when someone else's internal energy is poured into your body every time you drink a glass. It was very tough because people were literally sick of this energy. And these two rivals, looking into each other's eyes, were amazed at each other's steadfastness and endurance. The King of the Waves began to focus on the young master, but he was already swimming in front of his eyes while the guy kept asking for another drink. They even lost track of which one was the next, because it was already going beyond the limits of adequacy. Monsoon replied that, according to his calculations, it was the 30th shot, but the guy was still in a state, and soberer than anyone else. He drank the shot, and it was so hard for him that it was disgusting. He wiped the saliva off his face, because it was overwhelming him, and the energy was literally storming out of him and the Wave King. Monsoon turned to the Wave King, noting that he had heard that he had accumulated so much money in his lifetime that he had surpassed most traders. He wondered where the king planned to spend all that money, that he had worked so hard to save all his life. The King of the Waves thought about it and realized that he did not know how to formulate his words exactly. However, as he looked into the glass of alcohol, he saw his plans to create an alliance, something like Murim or Sadokun. It turns out that he plans to create a celestial group, but it would be more correct to say an alliance. The King of Waves spoke of an alliance that resembles an organization for Sapa. Although the Sapa live in Miryinhu like wolves, they have needed a place to rest and take a break all this time. This desire of the Wave King was understandable to the young master, because his opponent was essentially going to meet the needs of these warriors. Soon the King of the Waves frowned sharply and looked at the young man. He realized that he had told his great secret, and that now it was known to this young man.
The boy laughed, for it did not matter to him if the king sincerely cared for his people.
When the King of the Waves heard these words, he regained consciousness, but he was sorry. The King of the Waves reached for his glass of alcohol and asked why such a young man had such a loose tongue. As his hand reached for the alcohol, the boy interrupted it with his own. Since it was his turn, he asked the King of the Waves to let him drink the last cup instead. In return, the Wave King asked that the Murim Alliance accept his request. The boy drank the cup right before the young master's eyes. The Wave King breathed a sigh of relief, because if he had waited any longer, he would have been unable to hold back. And now he could fulfill his promise. Thanks to the young master, the king was finally able to get drunk for the first time in a long time. It was a real thrill, and the boy felt the same way. Soon the servant brought the alcohol, and the King of the Waves shouted to him, "Bring it here quickly!" After all, now they would only enjoy light alcohol, without the internal energy of qi, and put the jar on the table. Soon a deep night came, filled with the laughter of the warriors and the joy of alcohol. Morning came with the wonderful feeling of morning dew enveloping the island. The monk held his mouth, trying to keep himself from vomiting. He tried to remain invisible, because he did not want anyone to notice his bad condition, and in this state he was ready to fully understand the true meaning of the teachings. Namgun looked at the monk and was amazed that Brother Sumugaku was feeling sick, because this was a rather rare sight. If he asked where they were going, it was Chinhu, and if you remember correctly, the Empress of Swords lives there. It was exactly like that, and Namgung offered to wet his friend's head, but if the monk took even one sip, he would vomit. This was impressive, because Brother Smugak refused to drink, and the girl suggested using poison to calm his nervous system. The monk did not like the suggestion of using poison, and the girl explained that she meant medicine, but that it was not suitable for him. Amitabha, a man, soon approached them and told them that they would soon be there. Finally, the ship docked at the island where they landed. Finally land! The monk, who had been striving for it for so long, like a small child, began to fall to the ground and rejoiced that he could stand it and not throw up. Monsoon lifted the monk by the skin of his teeth, reminding him to get back on his feet. A young woman appeared in front of the young masters and greeted the four tyrants. She said that they were now on Mount Puto and expressed her joy at their arrival. The young woman invited the four tyrants to follow her and joyfully welcomed them to Mount Puto, known for being the founding site of their sect. Among the common people, it is known as one of the four sacred Buddhist mountains, and is home to temples such as the All-Benevolent Relief Temple, Buddhadhamara Temple, Tsoga Temple, and others. This place is glorified as a pure Buddhist mandala, where the head monk of the three temples has a high art of sutra management, and they need to pay a visit to him, especially the monk Mugaku. Although he does not follow the path of enlightenment in terms of a martial arts master, he must do so. And so, despite this, they needed to move forward quickly, even if it was only for the sake of meditation and Buddhist ceremonies, although the boy was reluctant at first. Soon they passed all the paths and arrived at a place where people were waiting for them. The people thanked the four tyrants for their work, for they had heard that they had killed the head of the Waco, and now they would have a few peaceful days, for no one would dare to attack them again. The woman happily congratulated and thanked the people, and now they could celebrate the Festival of Autumn. As the young master walked forward, he noticed that there were many people in the village who were skilled in martial arts. He turned to his friend Namgun, who must have noticed this as well, because although their skills were not yet very strong, they had a solid foundation. In the village, many people learn the basics of martial arts at the Sword Pavilion from a young age.
If you look into the details, this is because the students are laypeople.
But because the island they live on is a rocky area and is often attacked by pirates, they need minimal training to protect themselves. For this reason, the heads of their sects have set up basic training, where basic martial arts training is provided free of charge. Therefore, people treat the students of the Sword Pavilion with warmth and kindness. The monk greeted the people who greeted him, and admired all these people. Soon they were escorted to the temple, the road to which was quite difficult. At the top of the hill, a woman approached them and thanked the girl for bringing these people. The girl turned to her master, expressing her joy at the meeting. According to her mentor, the girl had done a wonderful job. It was the head of the Hanyun Sword Pavilion. Everyone did a good job and proved to be great. Now it's time to rest, the head suggested. Soon the young master came closer to the head and greeted her, introducing himself as Peng from Hebei. She had heard a lot about him, for the master of Peng's family was a legend. She was also glad to see the four tyrants in Gomgak. Nam Gong hadn't seen the chapter for a long time, and their meeting was long overdue. The chapter recalled a little boy who had once come to their mountain and napped while holding the towering sword. That boy grew up to become a noble swordsman. The reputation of the four tyrants grew steadily, and rumors about them spread quickly throughout the cities. They found shelter and were given a good place near the mountain. The monk, sitting at the table in the room all this time, could not recover. He was so sick that he felt as if he was back in Shaolin. Huaren was right when she said that the Pavilion of Swords is a sect with roots in Buddhism. This brought back memories of the months he spent in Shaolin, but it was clear that he did not like it. Everything would have been fine if not for the food they were served, and they joked about whether they hadn't spent those 4 days in an inn. The monk felt that he had missed something important. But suddenly something caught Soman's attention, and he looked in that direction. There were rumors that the magician still hadn't shown himself, and they were planning to attack during the Mid-Autumn Festival. The young master knew little about this attack, only what he knew. He knew that the head of the Sword Pavilion, the Empress of Swords, had sacrificed herself. Their young disciples miraculously managed to survive the fierce battles. Although the Empress of Swords has retired, she is still a master of the previous generation, and belongs to the 8 Divine Lights. The young master wondered what had happened that he did not know about. Suddenly, a woman broke their existence and addressed the revered four tyrants, asking if they had a moment for her. Huaren greeted Miss N and asked her what had happened to make her come to them. It turned out that the great master wanted to meet them, and their expressions immediately changed. As they walked along the paths leading to the great master, they thought of only one thing: why they were called. Soon they came to her, and this woman was sitting on the ground, leaning toward her. She was in the garden weeding and thanked Qin for her work. She praised her, saying that she was good and could leave whenever she wanted. She was an old woman known for her skill, the Empress of Swords, one of the 8 divine wonders of the world. Her gaze rested on the four tyrants, and it was clear that she was delighted to see them. The four tyrants also did not hide their admiration, for they were facing a legendary figure. The old woman said that she had been having nightmares lately, and last night she hadn't even been able to sleep. But that night, she finally had a good rest, and she thanked the boys for that, because it was thanks to them. Nam Gun greeted the joyful empress, saying that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, as he was the grandson of the Rising Sword. She replied with a smile that of course she remembered him, and was pleased that he had grown up even better than she had expected. She looked at Mugak and realized that he would become her follower in Buddhism. Mugak didn't want to talk about it, but he finally admitted it. Looking at these young people with her weak eyesight, she was amazed that the Ascending Sword and the best disciple had raised such descendants. She couldn't believe how quickly their students had grown up and recognized that time was flying by. The boys were a little embarrassed when she called their grandfathers children, but it was okay. The old lady asked them to sit down and pointed to the right place. As expected, they sat down on the bench, and all four tyrants sat in front of their grandmother and looked at her attentively. It looked extremely interesting, and yet it was clear that they were a little shy. The old woman said that even though Gomgak was located in the far east, near Murim, they did receive news from time to time. She had heard that a magician was again running amok nearby and doing his evil deeds. The young master understood that, although this was only a part of the sect, they were constantly showing themselves. The Empress also heard that they were constantly active and noted that the young master interacted with magic more than anyone else.
She noticed that these boys were working tirelessly all the time.
She had no intention of humiliating them in any way, but rather wanted to give them a gift and show them the power that matched her age and experience. She had heard that magic had created the 9 lords in her image. Therefore, she decided that she would teach all the young people her techniques and knowledge following the path of Chongnap. The 4 tyrants, hearing this information, were amazed and reacted accordingly. They were not even disciples of the Sword Pavilion, but they felt at ease because they would be taught personally by the Sword Empress. Even though she was of an advanced age, she was called the Empress of the Sword for a reason. It was only through the teachings of the Divine Sword that she was able to make her name and reach such a high level of skill. Namgung realized that she was referring to his ancestor, or rather his brother. She had passed on the knowledge from generation to generation, and with each new generation the teachings became deeper and more grandiose.
This is the power and value of the Chongapa function.
She said she would teach them, and she did. And if she understood correctly, the 4 tyrants will stay until the Mid-Autumn Festival.
In that case, she would observe how well they mastered the martial arts, and set aside one day for each of them.
The monk reacted most vividly to this, because he was not accepted. He could not believe his ears. The Empress of Swords had taken 3 of the 4 tyrants, but he was left out and excluded. But the Empress looked at him with a wise expression, and asked him why he was surprised that he was excluded. The monk began to cry out with tears in his eyes that the Empress of Swords had expelled him, and asked why. The Empress approached him and asked Mugak why he was so surprised that she had expelled him. She reminded him that now was not the time for him to practice martial arts, but the boy wanted to apologize. But she interrupted him, saying that great faith, great courage, and great doubt are the 3 necessary elements for meditation, and his training in martial arts would be impossible if he avoided it, because these doubts would stay with him forever. Hearing these words, and the doubts in his direction, Mugak thought about it.
The Empress continued that all 3 chief monks of the temples of Mount Puto were highly skilled in the art of sutra management.
She told him that he needed to acquire their wisdom, and the boy clenched his fist, hoping that he would succeed in doing so, taking her hint. He promised her that he would try to do so and thanked her for her guidance. After that, he left without another word. The old woman looked at the young people she would be teaching today and thought.
She turned to a child from the Tang clan, Huaren.
She asked her if she knew the Poison Dragon Emperor. The girl replied that she had heard a lot about him, because he was a great master from the Tang family, who had risen above all the clans in the 8 deities of Light Era. The old woman saw in the girl the shadow of her old friend. She asked Warren to show her hand. When she took her hand and looked at it, she saw the hands of a martial artist. The old lady had been observing the Poison Dragon Emperor's hidden technique for a long time, and gave her some tips on how to use it. The girl was amazed at how much the old lady knew and promised to work hard to learn from her. Namgun Sung was next, and he was surprised that his turn came so quickly. The guidance received from the Divine Sword was extremely rare, and with all the knowledge she had accumulated as the Sword Empress, she decided to pass it on to this young man. The boy expressed his gratitude and accepted it with great honor. The next one was a member of the Peng family, but he had completely different conditions. The old lady invited him to a private conversation so that no one would interrupt them because they had something to discuss. She told the others to go back first and get ready for training. They went deep into the forest, and the grandmother sat down on a bench to tell the boy some very important information. She saw him as a descendant of a very strong and noble family. Not only did this boy look formidable, but he had gone through many difficulties and trials. His eyes were not those of an ordinary 20-year-old boy. They looked as if he had already lived a lifetime. After a long time of silence, the boy did not understand why she was delaying the affair. He was a little embarrassed by this and felt that the Empress of Swords seemed to see through him, understand his nature, and know about his life. The old woman noticed that a shadow of absolute detachment hung over him. For the boy, it was like a fog that was still out of his reach. The old woman knew that among the 8 divine wonders of the world, there were those who had attained absolute transcendence. They had made themselves the center of their power, and this young man wanted to make nature his center, waiting for it to come into harmony with him. But what does this mean? Curiosity flooded his thoughts. Then he closed his eyes and tried to feel the meaning of her words. At that moment, he felt a fire inside of him and everything around him. He thanked the old woman for her great help, because he felt something he had never experienced before. He needed to get into lotus position as soon as possible. He crossed his legs and began to meditate, sitting in the lotus position, wanting to experience again what he had just experienced. Adjusting his breathing technique, he began to accumulate energy, trying to return to that state. The old woman came up to him and noticed that he had just achieved some enlightenment, but his eyes resembled those of a noble monk who had cognized the truth, or a person approaching enlightenment. If this is true, then he will not only attain absolute transcendence, but he will also be able to attain natural transcendence. But there was one thing that bothered her when she looked at the heavens. The heavens had given this boy talent, so there must be some important reason for him to go forward. From morning to evening, he meditated continuously, and suddenly opened his eyes when it was already dark. The old woman noticed him, but it seemed that it was still unclear where he was going. Still, when the boy stood up, she realized that she had managed to help him. The boy thanked the old woman for her wisdom because she had given him a huge treasure. She waved her hand and wanted to say something very important. She said that the boy had not yet reached full enlightenment, and now she would demonstrate what that meant. The sword in her room reacted to her gesture. It flew out of the room and fell into her hand. She opened the scabbard of this sword, pointed it at the young master, and invited him to fight. For the young man, this was a huge opportunity, a real treasure that he could not lose. Although the old lady used to have great stamina, she is not like that anymore. She would only use the one movement she was capable of. At that moment, her eyes lit up with blue flames. She concentrated, swung her leg, and prepared to strike the first blow, which resembled that of a galactic meteorite. The sky trembled with the sounds of battle and the energy of this woman. Her incredible sword blazed with divine energy, and it seemed that the elements themselves had converged in her sword. She pointed her sword at the long-tailed galaxy, and a sphere of pure energy exploded from her sword. The boy watched and realized that her skill level was far beyond his, especially when she used this technique concisely. He did not expect her to use a basic technique, but the energy attack was aimed directly at him, and he had to do something. He took a stance. Since the Empress had shown her sincerity-filled punch, the boy had to make an effort and receive it with dignity. He smashed this energy with his red energy sword, trying to destroy the technique. But the energy passed by him like bright particles and filled him with incredible power. He looked at these beautiful particles of energy, filled with energy shock. He realized that this was the highest level of skill and harmony with nature that the old woman was trying to pass on to him. This was the true meaning of harmony with nature, to merge with it. This kick was much stronger than any other martial arts kick, and the boy understood everything. But suddenly the old woman, although she was happy about it, began to feel unwell. At some point, something hurt and she had to fall to the ground. The guy was horrified and didn't know how to help her. As he ran to her, he hoped that she would be okay, because she was a great treasure, and had not yet passed on all her knowledge to him to die so easily. It was obvious that it was very difficult for the old woman to lie on the ground, and she was completely exhausted because of this blow. Someone ran to her and began to pick her up, trying to help her. After picking her up, he asked her how she was feeling. She asked him not to make any noise, as it was not necessary. She assured him that she was fine, but noted that having lived for over 100 years, her body was already at its limit. Because she had overexerted herself for the young master, the guy felt responsible for this. He expressed great gratitude to the Empress of Swords for her guidance and wisdom, but she did what she had to do no matter what. In turn, the boy must do what he has to do. He replied that he understood her words and their meaning. She asked that everything that had happened today be kept secret from the other 4 tyrants. Soon after, the boy promised to fulfill this task and the old woman left. After the battle, the young master looked at the moonlight for a long time. He realized that perhaps the Empress of Swords had been struck down by old age in the prime of her life, and this was an important secret that explained where she was at that moment. Because the training from the Empress of Swords for Peng Musong ended on the first day, Tan Hua Ren and Nam Guk Haek have been practicing without letting go of their swords. For the past few days, they had taken turns receiving her instructions to learn new techniques. All this time, the young master had been meditating, trying to merge with nature. And the Mid-Autumn Festival was just around the corner, bringing them closer to the decisive moment. They had to prepare somehow, as a fierce attack was expected. And the warriors from the demonic sect would soon be here. At a time when he was unsuspecting, his beloved Warren approached him. Catching him by surprise, she sneaked up on him like a ninja, giving no warning. Her arms came out of the darkness and embraced the young master. She hugged him joyfully because she was happy to see him. Monsoon was also happy to see her, and she was here, beside him. He asked her if she had learned the lessons she had been taught well. She replied that of course she had, and that she couldn't even imagine how much effort she had put in that had really helped her. Monsoon, taking her by the shoulders, threw her over his shoulder so that she flew to the side. The girl realized that a fierce battle was about to begin when Monsoon jumped up from the tree. They directed their energy chakra at each other, preparing to strike. The green aura crossed with the red one, and they directed their blows at each other. After a strong impact, they landed on the ground, looking at each other. The guy didn't hesitate to attack her, not even the slightest bit. His beloved girl was not quite ready for this, but since she knew Musin very well, the kick had no effect. Then, hiding her hand in her clothes, she pulled out a very important thing that could help her in this fight. She threw her small dagger directly into the young master's face. Monsoon realized that it was just a game, and even though the dagger was small, he caught it. It was the first time he had ever seen her use this technique, and he was amazed. Warren called this technique finger pointing, which is used in cases where it is impossible to maintain a safe distance. The boy was impressed with this technique, assuming that perhaps the Empress had taught it to her. He realized that thanks to her, Hwoarang now uses this technique in this way. Monsoon took her hand and praised her for her diligent training. He was glad that she understood his joke and they had a lot of fun with these exercises. But the girl was not going to forgive him for the unexpected attack and gave him a hard slap. She said that if he had decided to test what she had learned, he should have at least given her a warning. And what kind of man is he to leave his woman anywhere like that? As Hwoarang was shaking him, the guy noticed that someone had made a mooncake that smelled delicious from afar. Hwoarang, in turn, yelled at him not to try to shirk his responsibility. Nevertheless, they soon went to taste this sweet cake, and she happily enjoyed it. The young master, sitting with his girlfriend, told her that if you look at the moon during the Mid-Autumn Festival, you can make a wish. The girl had already made her wish. When Musin asked her what she had wished for, she did not answer. But after chewing on the pie, she said that even if the war broke out, she asked that she could see the moon with him one more time. It was too romantic a wish, she thought. The boy wrapped his arm around her and put his hand on her shoulder, hugging her gently. Monsoon assured her that they should do everything possible to make the moon shine for both of them. The girl, feeling romantic words in her address and in the context of the situation, was a little embarrassed. She asked him if he thought that when they were together for the second time, they would also look at the moon. But Monsoon was sure that it would be great if his brother Mugak was with them. But the girl was happy without her respected brother Mugak. Suddenly Monsoon felt a very heavy energy like a demon. He jumped up from the bench and realized that the magicians were already here. Moreover, the forces were divided into two groups, and he decided to go warn the head of the sword pavilion. Hwoarang understood her husband. These guys should be with their students somewhere here in the village. And while the whole village was enjoying the holiday, the demonic energy was approaching them. Although everyone was happy that the unusual people had successfully celebrated the Mid-Autumn holiday this year, but things came as a surprise to the head of the sword pavilion. When she felt the demonic energy approaching them, she ran to the head of the pavilion to tell him what had happened. Everything happened as they thought it would. The magicians had launched an attack, and everything seemed to be going according to plan. She could feel this demonic energy building up. A large cloud of worldly energy filled the entire forest, and it was clear that these villains were approaching. The elder of the pavilion immediately addressed all the inhabitants. They had to quickly gather and go to the mountains to fight the enemy. The disciples had to prepare for battle immediately, and someone had to inform everyone who remained in the pavilion and help them get out. Hearing this information, the soldiers quickly rushed to fulfill their orders. A huge explosion enveloped everything and a giant demonic echo appeared. Out of it came the messengers of the magicians, illuminated by their demonic energy, which simply flowed out of them at an incredible rate. Standing on the ground, they filled everything in their path, and one of them was quite familiar to Hwoarang. When she saw this demonic bastard, she realized that this face was giving her the creeps. It was the demon sword itself, and it was clearly not in a good mood. They definitely didn't come to the fall festival with gifts. The demon freaks were approaching the village with every step they took. Their energy was so terrifying and insidious that the flowers withered, and the ground turned sandy instead of green. Hwoarang realized that the face that gave her goosebumps was very familiar. Demon Sword looked around the village and noticed a very familiar face. He didn't understand why the four tyrants were following them again, as if they were on the heels of their sect. Drawing his sword, he was not going to be pandered to any longer. Turning to the head of the pavilion, he asked about the sword of the blood heavens they had been searching for so long. But when the leader asked why he thought they had it, he said, Demon Sword looked at her and realized that she wouldn't say anything until they burned down their homes. So he decided not to wait for an answer. In any case, everything around here today would be wiped out by their squad, starting from the foot of the mountain. He looked at his soldiers and ordered them to destroy everything around. The hungry bastards rushed into battle, holding their cold sabers to wreak havoc. The leader of the pavilion ordered her warriors to take up positions and defend the village, standing in the formation of the Galactic Sword. The warriors lined up around and began to create a barrier of light energy. The demonic freaks were not afraid of this, and raising their swords, they rushed into battle. They jumped off the ground and hit the barrier with all their might. The warriors held the barrier with all their might, but one of the demonic enemies jumped up to break the defense. His demonic punch pierced through the barrier and injured the unsuspecting soldiers. They did not understand how he was able to destroy their technical system. The warriors rushed into battle, but the demon squad continued to wreak havoc despite the barrier. One of the bald freaks waved his arms over the soldiers and shouted that he would destroy them. The girl who was in the ranks did not expect such a quick and incredible blow in her direction. She could do nothing but accept the blow, but a miraculous quick counterattack saved her life. Hwoarang's dagger deflected the bastard's sword and threw it aside. She covered their bodies and ordered them to attack no matter what. Hwoarang will not let the lessons of the Sword Empress go to waste, for she has learned a great deal in the interim. Hwoarang's daggers fly into the bodies of the villains who get what they deserve. But one important fact caught her attention and made it difficult to understand why this happened. The warriors who fell to the ground with daggers in their throats were lying there suffocating. In front of her stood a very important and familiar man who, watching her desperate struggle, realized that even if she fought, she would still die. On a large mountain, by candlelight and moonlight, Mugak meditated. He realized that this Lotus Sutra could free all sentient beings from suffering. While meditating, he did not suspect anything. But suddenly, an incredible feeling pierced his body. The monk looked at him and asked him where he was going, if he had decided to leave. Mugak told his mentor that he would have to break the first commandment again, which was to refrain from killing. His mentor accepted these words because the Buddha said that wicked thoughts lead to hell. Opening the door in front of him, the monk said that exquisite things are fragrant, and Mugak's fist would be no exception. "Take your time, think it over, and go right out the window," the mentor said. These words were clear to the young monk. He would ponder the key to truth and the Lotus Sutra after he returned. Saying Amitabha, he quickly jumped out to meet the adventure. At that moment, a fierce bloody battle was raging on the battlefield, and it knew no bounds. The warriors were waving their swords, defending their borders from the dark attack of the mage. Looking around, the girl realized that the number of enemies from the mage was very large, and if it continued, she would not be able to cope. Suddenly, a huge, harsh scream nearly tore the eardrums of everyone on the battlefield. It was a monk shouting that all these demonic creatures were cursed, and now he would show them where to go. He proclaimed that he was the true Buddha, who would decide their fate today. The fist of the monk, Mahabal Vajira, struck the crowd with an incredible arrow, causing a fist of fire that burned all the warriors around. The flames spread throughout the streets, and it was clear that the blow had incredible power. The fiery blaze rose high up, no matter what. The demonic sword saw the monk about to destroy his warriors and decided to strike back. The monk immediately sensed the presence of this demonic enemy, and his eyes met the demon's gaze. The moment the demonic bastard raised his sword over the monk stopped his sword with a simple movement of his hand, or rather, his fist, which he used to strike the sword. At the moment of contact, the monk's fist and the demon's sword shook from the tension between them. The monk looked into the demon's eyes and reminded him that they had met before. This was the same bastard who had run away after being beaten by his brother Nam Gun. The monk laughed as he looked at the demonic enemy and asked if he wanted to be beaten again. However, the demonic sword dodged his blow, even though it was really strong, and decided to counterattack. He took his sword out of the monk's fist and pointed it in a completely different direction, keeping his distance from the monk to avoid getting hit again. The monk used his new renewed strength, which gave him a huge advantage. At that moment, a huge number of clones of the monk whirled around the demonic bastard. They appeared in front of him, and it was unclear where the real monk was among them, which created the effect of a real mystery. This was the wooden rank Lotus Throne technique, and the demon's sword could not understand how it was possible. He knew that only the exalted Buddha could use this divine technique. The monk realized that he had reached a new level in his martial arts training during his meditation. However, he did not expect it to work so effectively. The demon's sword, seeing this technique, was terrified, realizing that the monk had become undoubtedly stronger, and now he would have to show his true power. The monk was just waiting for his enemy to finally start fighting in earnest. Since there was no time to waste, the monk's clones launched an attack on the demonic bastard. Somewhere nearby was a man who decided to take a walk on this moonlit night. As he walked through the forest, he no longer felt the energy of the Empress of Swords. What could have happened? Perhaps they had missed each other, or something else had happened. He was going to find out. But a person he hadn't expected to see came out of the door. It was young Monsoon-san, and his appearance was like snow in the middle of a clear day. However, for the demonic bastard, this meeting was a blessing in disguise, because he had expected to face such a strong warrior. He had known that this guy would come here, and he was glad that he had prepared in advance so that the Empress would not be hurt, Monsoon thought to himself. After all, this bastard had come for the Empress, and since he hadn't found her, he could wait a little longer. It would be much more useful for their sect to get rid of Monsoon. Hearing these words, Monsoon laughed. When the demon bastard asked why he was laughing, Monsoon replied that he probably didn't realize who he was and what he possessed. He was ready to fight the Demon King's wild soul. Even if the Demon King's monster himself came here, it would not be enough. And then the boy drew his daggers. Pointing his incredible sword towards the bastard, Monsoon decides that if he thinks so highly of himself, then today Monsoon will test how good this guy who calls himself a master really is. For the demon bastard, these words sounded very funny, but they both decided to attack each other with determination. It would be a life-and-death battle, and only in the end would it become clear who would win this battle. In the heat of the battle, the demonic fist collided with our hero's sword, generating a powerful flash that filled everything around with crystalline energy. As if nature itself felt this explosive moment, their blows flew apart, pushing each other a considerable distance. The dark claws of the bastard began to saturate with energy, preparing for an even more devastating attack that was intended to destroy the young heir forever. The demonic enemy rushed forward, his rage knew no bounds, and he was ready to wipe out everything in his path. At the moment when this power fell on the hero, he was struck by an unexpected attack from the Dark Freak. The strength and speed of the attacks were so incredible that the hero had to gather all his strength. He did his best to repel these extremely powerful blows and save his life. Despite everything, the young heir was able to repel the attack. He was amazed by the incredible strength that his opponent demonstrated. He was facing an extraordinary demonic opponent who possessed a fist-fighting technique that was awe-inspiring. This demonic bastard had never known defeat, and his fist was filled with incredible power. Power that he had prepared for a young heir named Monsoon, and she was flying to fulfill her devastating mission. Looking into the eyes of the young master, the demonic bastard was sure that he would win, because he believed that this boy would not be able to resist such a powerful force. But for our hero, this was just a small test, because he had already faced much more brutal attacks. Monsoon easily blocked his punch by using his lightning energy counterattack. A lightning shockwave struck everything around him, lighting up the perimeter and throwing the demonic bastard aside. The blast wave pushed him far into the depths of the forest. Barely able to get to his feet, his limbs trembled with fear after the encounter with this tiger. The demon sect warrior could not understand how this young boy could block his fist techniques so easily. Monsoon wasted no time and quickly returned to the battlefield, ready for new challenges. The place where they had recently fought was the sacred garden of the Sword Empire, the treasure of the Sword Empress. Although the garden was slightly damaged, he couldn't afford to completely destroy it and lose it because of this bastard. Hearing these mocking words addressed to him, the demon was filled with rage. How could this kid even care about such trivial things when he was fighting such a powerful opponent? But the boy did not pay attention to these taunts and simply attacked him with his sword. The demonic bastard was ready to take the young heir's blow. However, anticipating how he would attack, the demon dodged at the last moment and ended up closer to Monsoon than he expected. All the demon wanted to say to Monsoon was that he should focus on the battle and be prepared to miss a few punches. And when an incredibly strong dark punch almost reached the young heir's chest, Monsoon was miraculously able to dodge it by pushing off the demon bastard's knee. He didn't just float in the air, he pushed off, did a flip around, and stopped in a tree, keeping his sword pointed at the bastard. After all, it was only his opponent who had to concentrate here, not himself. Powerful strokes sent slashing wounds towards the dark bastard. But that was only the beginning. The moment our hero pushed off the tree, his foot flew straight into the bastard's head despite the fierce wind. When the kick was blocked by the enemy, the guy activated the technique Mountain Descent of the Raging Tiger. The demonic bastard had never experienced such pressure on his legs and arms. He literally felt himself being crushed by this leg, and for the first time in his life, he felt really hard. Monsoon pushed away from him after the kick, leaving his opponent in a strange position. Monsoon expected his opponent to be no weaker than the fierce monster Demon King, but no stronger either. The demon looked exhausted after being struck, but the young master couldn't judge their true strengths just by their appearance. As soon as it opens its mouth again and starts mocking him, he will die. After all, this bastard is ready to beat him to death no matter what, even if it costs him everything. It was funny for Monsoon to hear such threats, because the enemy was not doing anything really dangerous. But let's return to the battlefield, where a huge number of swords saturated with a demonic aura were falling down like a downpour. They were destroying the clones of a young master named Mugak, who was overwhelmed by so many swords and decided to dodge to the side. Although he did not suffer a fatal blow, his shoulder was wounded and he was bleeding. Hwarin decided to help her friend. When asked if he was okay, he said that he was fine and not fatal. And remembering the words of the demon sword, he realized that all this time he had not been wasting time, but had acquired a new state that was impressively strong and incredibly difficult to resist. This bastard was able to break through the row of sword pavilion with just one strike. This was obvious because both sides suffered incredible losses on the battlefield. The leader of the pavilion fought fiercely, destroying these bastards. This was the second time she had rescued her mentor, forcing her to answer whether she was okay. As she assessed the situation on the battlefield, she realized that the demonic forces were not so simple, and these bastards were fighting even harder thanks to the support of the demonic sword. Her disciples were beginning to be exhausted, and she needed to make a decision. The monk grabbed his knee, realizing that he had no choice but to fight to the last. The leader of the pavilion noticed the incredible strength coming from the monk. The demonic sword was amazed that the monk still had strength left, and it was not for nothing that he was called the Mad Monk, for he led the vanguard. He continued to hold on as long as he could, despite everything, and his body was filled with fiery energy. Hwarin watched her brother monk's fighting spirit with admiration, glad to see him in such great shape. The leader of the pavilion noticed the situation and was amazed. The battle took on new colors, and it became obvious that the demon sword had attained transcendence. However, all these students, who were by no means weak, had acquired completely new skills. They did not look afraid, but, on the contrary, were ready to accept the challenge and engage in battle. But the moment the pavilion leader was distracted, she did not expect an attack. A demonic freak with a sword was behind her and was flying to kill her. The disciples looked back, frightened by the shouts directed at the leader with threats like die. However, the demon freak was not as confident as the leader. She quickly knocked all the stupidity out of him and dealt him a fatal blow. The leader decided to fight to the end, buying time until the Blade King appeared. Watching the head of the sword pavilion, the young heir's excitement was ignited inside them. The three of them embarked on the most important mission of their lives, the destruction of this transcendent enemy. As they returned to the battlefield where the graceful blade had fought the demonic beast, a bright flash illuminated the battlefield. Dust, smoke, and debris filled the air, filled with incredible electrical discharges. Our hero was in great shape and looked at his enemy as if he were just a toy. Instead, the demonic bastard was already holding onto his body, covered in blood. He could never have thought that someone other than the sect leader would show up and make him feel like he was fighting against an impregnable wall. And yet he had no intention of giving up. So the young master attacked him again and again. Monsoon, looking at this bastard, declared that this was finally his end as a demon lord. With fear in his eyes, this rascal met the sword of the young master and could do nothing but accept his death. But as the young master's sword approached the wretch's face, a clawed hand suddenly appeared and stopped the blow with incredible strength. No one expected this. Neither the demonic bastard nor our hero. The powerful blow was repelled by an incredible creature whose appearance was a complete surprise to everyone. It turned out that it was a demon monk who appeared out of nowhere, and the guy decided that this annoying newcomer was not just a fiction. It was the Mad Demon King, known for his savagery and incredible strength. The Demon King was amazed that Soman knew about him, because he never thought he would become so famous. The Mad Demon King appeared on the battlefield suddenly. His appearance did not bode well. The other Demon King wondered why this bastard had taken so long to arrive, since the Sword Empress was not here, even though they had been waiting for her all along.
Then this demon bastard asked the Mad Demon King if he had accidentally killed her.
Soman realized that if this was true, things were very bad. But he could not believe it. The Mad Demon King had only said that he had come to see Mount Puto, and that the demon sword would take care of the old woman. Nevertheless, the young master was uncomfortable surrounded by these bastards. Then the Mad Demon King looked at the bright moon shining in the night sky, creating a pleasant atmosphere. He confirmed that the temple had its own shine, which harmoniously complemented the place. His colleague agreed, adding that it was a real demonic madman's delirium. But then the King of Madness grabbed his friend by the shoulder. He told him that this is why they call him that, but he added some fire to their conversation. This fire filled the whole space around them. When Mount Puto was turned into fire dust and then into ashes, it would be a majestic sight for him. But the thought pierced his body and heart. Monsoon realized that the more time he spent here, the more dangerous the situation became. The Mad King decided to tell a funny story. Recently, an exalted spirit had been killed in their sect. To be precise, it was true. He had been killed by the sect's left hand, and both the elder and the young master should have seen the look on his face when the mad bastard killed him. But he would be curious to see the look on Monsoon's face when he died. His colleague decided to silence the madman, because it was not worth talking unnecessarily. However, the madman could not stand such disrespect. With his claws outstretched, the Mad King struck his colleague. He told him to stop whining because it would make him even angrier, and then he would have to kill him. If the hints are not clear, they will definitely get through to him. It was clear that this guy standing in front of them was a real madman, and so he rushed forward to attack Monsoon. This demonic bastard's colleague had no choice but to join the attack. Now the two of them were facing off against two powerful warriors. Swinging his sword, the young master was not afraid of their attack. He was just going to wipe the smiles off their faces and wish they would fall back instead of attacking him. The moonlit night was covered with the blood of the warriors. The battle was incredibly fierce, and soldiers were falling all around. The monk had already taken so many blows from the demon sword that he could not even count them, because each attack was becoming stronger and stronger. However, no one was thinking of giving up, and the monk stood on his feet despite the unbearable pain. It was impossible to retreat, because retreat meant death. The demon sword recognized that no matter how hard they tried, they had reached their limit, and he suggested that they surrender, because death was already hanging over them. But at the moment when the demon bastard raised his sword to take the monk's life, the leader of the pavilion stopped the blow with her sword, so hard that sparks flew from it. The demonic sword, tired of such mockery, wanted only one thing: to end this battle. But he is constantly interrupted by various freaks who stick their noses in, and he decides to solve these problems once and for all. He easily punches the leader of the pavilion so that she does not interfere, and does not interfere with him. With his new blow, he wipes her off the battlefield, taking her life forever. After her, he's going to kill the monk, believing that it will be a good lesson for them. He prepared to kill the monk. bringing his sword to his neck. The monk felt a lump rise to his throat, realizing that this could be the real end. But suddenly a bright light of powerful energy was felt from afar. The demon sword even stopped, not believing what he was seeing. Huaren ran up to save the leader of the pavilion, despite the difficulty of the situation. The monk turned back to the incredible sight that was unfolding nearby. It was their salvation. Brother Namgun had poured out his new technique, and the demon sword was happy to see his old enemy overcome the wall. He now became a heavenly swordsman with incredible energy. Facing his enemy again, the demon sword stopped all his killing. Namgun pulled his sword from its sheath with dignity, piercing the air with the noble energy of just faith, and asked the demon sword if he was satisfied with what he had done. After waiting for this battle for a long time, the demon sword was glad to see the heavenly swordsman again. But despite winning the residence last time, he would have a hard time this time. However, they will find out when they cross their swords again. Feeling excited and superior, the demon sword rushed into battle. He was filled with hatred and a thirst for revenge, which he wanted to bring down on Namgun. But the boy had such energy that his strength was hard to imagine. It was a real battle of good and evil that exploded with its mighty power. Two incredible sides crossed their swords, sparks flying from their blows. It was an extremely strong competition, and the demon sword asked if the heavenly swordsman was too cruel today. But how could it be otherwise when Namgun looked into his eyes, remembering how he had tormented his young warrior friends? An incredible force of explosive energy filled everything around. The earth began to tremble from the strong and powerful impact. Namgun turned to the demon sword, hoping that this time it would not escape. Meanwhile, let's go back to Soman, who was fighting with two demonic freaks. These freaks attacked from different sides, laughing, and the madman was just out for blood. Despite the powerful punch that Soman throws at them, the madman rushes at him with frantic speed. He gladly accepts this blow, enjoying the way it burns and eats away at his body. This reaction can certainly scare anyone. The demonic bastard, having taken the blow, gains new strength and continues to move forward. The guy skillfully dodges this blow, but realizes that a new strategy is needed. And so his sword falls on the madman's back, but the latter stops it with his hand. Although a strong blow cuts his palm, it does not mean that he is going to give up. Pain pierces his hand, he feels it burning, and blood begins to drain from the wound. However, incredibly quickly the wound on his hand starts to heal. And the bastard just laughed, saying nothing else. The young master watched this demonic martial art closely, the level of which exceeded anything he had seen before, even from the vagabonds of the Emra group. This bastard recovered extremely quickly. And as soon as he was distracted by Monsoon, he was met with another provocative strike from another opponent. It seemed that this blow was so sudden that the young master was not ready for it and could have died from it. But we will learn about it in the next chapter. When the gentleman turned his back, the enemy immediately took advantage of the moment and attacked from behind. He also scoffed, pointing out the gross mistake of being distracted during battle. Pen quickly turned around, but the attack was not only coming from behind, but the enemy was also approaching from the front. A powerful blow erupted, fist to fist, so powerful that sparks from their energy scattered all around. An enemy's hand rested on Pen's sword, whose menacing appearance was complemented by long nails. With one hand he held the enemy on the sword, and with the other he repelled the attack with his fist. But this only fueled the lust for battle in the eyes of the enemy, which were darkened with excitement and the desire to kill. Suddenly, lightning burst from the sky and hit the ground nearby with a thunderous crash. The enemy was thrown back by the force of the blow, but Pen remained on his feet without losing his balance. On his hand appeared cuts from the claws of the enemy, which indicated a fierce battle. However, he understood that the situation was getting complicated. He was being attacked by two transcendental masters at the same time. As soon as Peng looked at his wounded hand, another enemy rushed at him from the flank again. It was incredibly difficult to dodge such attacks, but there was no other way out. Pen had to defend and act at the same time, while the enemy's hand was already filled with energy. An ominous laugh was heard from behind. Another enemy appeared. The long-clawed enemy tried to attack from behind, but Pen parried each blow with his sword, preventing him from getting any closer. However, he had to be distracted by other enemies who were also attacking from behind. It seemed endless, and it was difficult to control the attacks from both sides at the same time. However, Pong remained focused, following every move of both opponents. Avoiding the claw strike, he dodged the powerful fist, tilting his head down, showing his flexibility. This maneuver demonstrated his skill and dexterity, especially in moving on his feet. But Ping decided not to stop at defense and demonstrate his strength in swordsmanship. His sword went through the opponent's chest in a flash, leaving a deep mark. However, the enemy was extremely skilled and deftly bounced back from this blow. Focusing on the other clawed enemy, Pen delivered a powerful kick straight into his face. At this point, he masterfully managed to handle both opponents at the same time. But the fact that Peng was a strong opponent only fueled the excitement of his enemies even more. One of them decided to use his strongest technique, the Wild Demon Claw Slash, swinging at an incredible speed. Pen barely had time to react, parrying the attack with his sword at the very last moment. However, the claw passed very close to the body, leaving little room for further protection. And again, another enemy suddenly appeared behind him, trying to catch him by surprise. Their sole purpose was clear, to kill Pen without giving him a chance. But suddenly, the opponent's expression changed as a sword lightning appeared near his neck. All Pen had to do was swipe his sword from top to bottom, completing the attack. Faster than the enemy realized the danger, Pen was already right in front of him. Finally, the enemy realized that Peng is really an incredibly dangerous and serious fighter. A fire suddenly erupted behind them, adding even more chaos to the battle. The flames grew stronger, and Peng realized he had to act fast. The enemy only smiled, admiring the beauty of the burning tongues of flame, which seemed to enchant. The Fistmaster had already delivered over 300 blows, but none of them were fatal, even to the insane Demon King. Pen understood that the enemy could not afford to enjoy the spectacle of flames. The battle does not tolerate weakness. He pointed out to the enemies that he could see how tired they were, having spent too much energy on useless attacks. "Brush your teeth, you bastards!" Pan shouted as he continued his attack. Raising his sword high above his head, he began to emit incredible crimson energy. As soon as Pen uttered the words, "Rail of Crimson Thunder," and struck the ground with his sword, the opponents began to retreat. Realizing the power of his attack, the energy continued to move across the ground, relentlessly closing in on the retreating enemies. They decided to counterattack. One of them used the Black Wheel of Heaven Collapse technique. Another unleashed the Blood Slaughter Demonic Tower technique, adding chaos to the battle. 3 powerful energies converged in the center, causing a deafening crack and incredible power. At this moment, Namgun didn't stop, continuing to fight even though he was deeply involved in the battle. All fighters began to hide from the explosive wave of energy, which forced them to retreat further. Surrounded by a blue glow, Namgun rushed forward again, keeping his sword aimed at the enemy. He delivered such quick and powerful blows that the enemy barely had time to place his sword. Under the flurry of Namgun's attacks, it was almost impossible to parry the blows, and the speed only increased. Avoiding such powerful attacks became even more difficult, but the enemy did everything to evade, and even managed to bounce back, although each time it was more difficult. The enemy was confused by the fact that Namgun had reached a new level of strength and skill in such a short time. He adapted incredibly quickly to the battle, turning into an even stronger warrior. An even more powerful energy began to appear on his sword, causing it to glow a bright blue. Raising his sword, he created an entire net of this energy, the Net Trap Imperial Sword technique. With each swing of the sword, the energy grid became bigger and stronger, capturing the space around it. She rushed straight at the enemy, threatening to finally destroy him. At this moment, Peng showed his skill, and the enemy could barely stay on his feet, but still said, "This is not the end!" Deciding to attack first, he clenched his fist with a force he had never had before. But Pen easily found a counterattack. His sword cut through the enemy's fist in a flash. It's good that the enemy had iron fists. Peng, smiling slightly, asked the Fist Lord, "Why are you still here?" He also added that the insane Demon King, using the fire as an excuse, disappeared from the battlefield. The Master of the Fist also understood this, but could not accept defeat. It was the first time he had tasted defeat since becoming a fist martial artist. He explained that he could not simply run away because he considered his life too valuable. Peng, despite the fact that it was his opponent, admitted, "You are a true martial artist," and he said that a real master should behave with dignity, even in such a situation. However, the opponent's fist did not think of giving up, preparing for another powerful blow. A whole wave of blows passed from him, so fast that it was difficult to recognize them. Pen felt each of these blows on himself, realizing the strength of his opponent. Although Peng didn't have much strength left, his unwavering will impressed even his enemies. As Peng predicted, this was not enough to win, so he swung his sword again, forcing the enemy to jump back into defense. But the enemy grabbed his right hand with his left hand, and an even bigger wave of purple energy appeared, spreading around. Pen wasn't about to lose, and grasping the hilt of the sword with both hands, he began to release all his power. The enemy went on the offensive using their technique, the explosive Ink Fist, but thanks to his incredible speed, Pen easily dodged, bending his head under the enemy's fist. He brought his entire core under the enemy, holding his sword firmly in his hands, ready to counterattack. Swinging his sword, Pen raised it above his head, preparing for the decisive blow. The blow of the sword hit the enemy's neck, leaving a deep wound. This blow was so accurate that the enemy fell to his knees and blood flowed from the wound, creating a pool on the ground. Blood quickly flowed from the severed carotid artery, turning the battlefield into a bloody mess. Pen explained to the enemy that it was too early to feel defeated and asked him to raise his head. A faint smile appeared on the face of the master of the fist, as a feeling of the last pride. But it was his last smile in life. He fell powerless to the ground. Pen felt no sign of the insane Demon King as he looked around. But the threat was still real. He thought about how to find this dangerous enemy hiding in the shadows. However, the first priority was to save the sword pavilion engulfed in flames, since saving people was more important to him than anything else. Pong immediately jumped into action. Tongues of fire tried to consume everything around him, but he ran forward through the unbearable heat. The temperature was unbelievably hot and sweat poured down his face, but Peng didn't stop. He remembered the power of his sword and, swinging it, created a stream of wind around him. This wind made it a little easier for him to stay in this fiery hell. Suddenly, he saw something that made him stop in his tracks. Standing in front of him was his brother, Namgun, which made him incredibly happy. Namgun was also happy to see his brother Peng by his side in this hell. Peng, however, immediately drew attention to his numerous wounds that needed treatment. Namgun explained that the demonic sword had also reached a transcendent level, which made him unable to defeat it completely, and he lost sight of the opponent. He felt guilty, thinking there was no excuse for his loss. But Peng begged him not to say such things. Namgun thanked Pen, and having reached the transcendental level was finally able to see the truth. He realized that Peng was already far ahead in strength and skill, and he would have a long way to go to catch up with his brother. To do this, you will need to make a lot more effort and time. Swinging their swords around, the brothers talked about what had happened to the sword pavilion. The main problem was that due to the iron fire, they couldn't immediately follow it. The fire had to be put out first. After a while, they stood with the people watching the fire. One of those present sat and said that it was good that they managed to extinguish the flames. They thanked God that there were these two, Namgun and Peng, who helped save the pavilion. People discussed watching the figures of the brothers as they put out the fire, and felt for the first time that martial arts were truly incredible. Time passed relentlessly, and a whole month had passed since the events. It had been a long time since Peng had stayed with them, and the grandmother walking by asked where he planned to go next. Peng replied, "To the Heavenly Martial Arts Palace." She warned that if he went there, he might be able to get answers to the questions that remained unanswered. Peng intended to find out without fail why Magyo was so persistent in his search for the Blood Heaven sword. He also wanted to ask the Heavenly Palace for cooperation in preparing for the war against Magyo. Grandma believed that everything would work out for Pen and supported his decision. Meanwhile, guests appeared behind them, which attracted attention. It was the White Dragon leader of the Heavenly Martial Arts Palace, standing in front of the entrance, and bowed to greet them. Peng also greeted politely, gave his name, and asked what brought the White Dragon head here. The leader explained that the people of the Heavenly Martial Arts Palace were currently traveling all over Rome. There was one important thing in his hands, and he explained that this was the reason for their appearance. Wrapped in cloth, the 4 scrolls lay in his hands, and he invited Pen and the 4 tyrants to discuss the matter of the sword in their sect. The White Dragon leader hoped Peng would accept their invitation and honor them with his presence. Peng was somewhat surprised by this unexpected turn of events. At this moment, the young leader of the dark sect was walking ahead, and a young man suddenly appeared behind him. The boy ran after him and addressed him, calling him his elder brother. He was joyful because he had waited so long for his return and finally saw him again. The young head only smiled in response and noted that many people were looking for him. He crouched across from him and praised Namgun, noting that he had become much stronger. He also emphasized that his level of strength does not correspond to such a young age. The boy believed that it was due to the elixir given to him by the head of the sect. The young head just smiled and asked if he really drank the elixir and received the sutras. The little boy began to tell with joy how glad he was to see his older brother. But the men behind the head warned that it was too late. They were confused by the look with which the young leader looked at the child. They were a little scared of what could happen at any moment. The little one apologized to his older brother, scratching the back of his head, and said that it was time for him to go. The young head, smiling, waved him goodbye. He stood watching the little one walk away, glaring after him. After that, he went to the great hall of the Supreme Pandemonium. He went forward. On both sides of him stood men with spears guarding the way. He walked straight to the head, who sat majestically on the throne, waiting for him. As soon as he entered, the young master fell to his knees before the throne. Bowing so low that he was almost on the ground, he introduced himself. "I am young master John Maui, and I greet the supreme pandemonium." The heavenly demon, the head of the heavenly demonic sect, looked at him with an impenetrable expression. After that, the heavenly demon asked Jong Maui to get up. He noted that this time Mavi had lost the demon lord, and asked if there were only 3 demons left now. The demon continued to ask if their demonic powers were that incapable. Mavi began to explain that Murim was no different from their sect. It was a world where only the fittest survived. Because of this, he was convinced that it was time for their sect to conquer Murim. The heavenly demon just smiled and asked if there was any news on the location of the heavenly demon sword. Mavi was unable to answer, only remained silent, not knowing what to say. The heavenly demon reminded them that they must obtain this sword at all costs. As for conquering Murim, that matter will be resolved only after the sword is found. Mavi couldn't believe that the heavenly demon was going to rely on an ordinary sword. About himself in his head, he called him an old pig, hiding his true thoughts. Yuelu Mountain, Changsha Mountain, Hunan Province was the destination of their journey. To get to Mount Yuela, one must go through one of the 8 main entrances surrounding the mountain. Each path represented one of the 8 weapons wielded by the god of war, and was responsible for a separate gate. In Murima, they were called the 8 Commandments of the Heavenly Martial Arts Palace. Peng couldn't believe that he would have to master all 8 weapons, such as sword, spear, blade, fists, flight, staff, axe, and whip. Namgoon explained that he actually possessed 18 types of weapons, but only reached the pinnacle of mastery in 8. The mad monk jokingly called him a monster for this, and so they stood in front of the entrance, where they were met by 2 guards, watching everything around. The guards immediately asked who they were, and the Tyrant 4 explained who they were. One of the guards asked to wait a moment, visibly surprised by what he saw in front of him. He asked, "Are you really the Tyrant 4? At that moment, Pen handed him a light. The guard was amazed that the rumors of their invitation turned out to be true, and even more amazed that they were holding a golden scepter. This was the first time that a future generation leader had been invited. Hua felt proud, and the Mad Monk was also pleased with the way things were going. The gates were open for them, and they were solemnly welcomed to the Heavenly Palace of Martial Arts. The autumn leaves were falling from the trees, and Namgoon realized that he didn't have time to look back as autumn had already arrived. Pen turned to the Mad Monk and asked if he wanted another drink. The monk explained, "If your eyes are happy, your mouth should also be happy. This is one of the teachings of the Buddha." Hua was a little doubtful about this, but the Earth Monk insisted that he was sure. In front of them rose the incredibly beautiful Hall of the God of War, enchanting with its appearance. In a moment they entered the hall and began to examine everything that surrounded them. Namgoon turned his attention to the beautiful sword standing to his right, and was amazed that they were putting such a famous sword on display for public viewing. The Mad Monk approached the staff standing nearby and imagined that if he had one in Shaolin, he would have mastered the highest level of martial arts. The guard accompanying them explained that most of the weapons displayed here were collected by the God of War during his lifetime. He said that the God of War was so impressed with the art of archery in the Dankian school that he raised the bow himself several times. Soon they reached the place where they were invited inside the hall. They were waiting at the table, which stood right in the center of the room, inviting them to sit down. The invitation was from the master of the Heavenly Martial Arts Palace, who was meeting them. However, he was suddenly a little surprised when he saw a familiar face. It was a heavenly swordsman, and he asked him if he had reached the full level of transcendence. Namgoon bowed and replied that he had attained enlightenment in the sword pavilion. The master greeted him and patted him on the shoulder in recognition. He could see that although the Tyrant 4 were strong, Peng the Blade King was particularly impressive. However, each of them was unique in its own way, like sleeping dragons waiting for their time. The master agreed that inviting them with the Golden Witness was a great idea, and invited everyone to sit down. After pouring tea for everyone present, he brought up the topic that without their help, it would be difficult for the Heavenly Palace to return the 5 types of weapons. The 4 tyrants did not think that they had done anything incredible, treating their success modestly. After that, Peng turned to the master, asking about the Blood Heaven sword. He was very interested if the master knew anything about this legendary sword. The master was immediately surprised when the topic came up about the Blood Heaven sword. He asked Pen, "You mean the sword used by the leader of the Blood Heavens?" Peng explained that Magyo was looking for this sword and asked if the master knew why they needed it. The master replied that if Magyo was looking for this sword, they would probably know more about its true purpose, the heavenly demonic sword. Hearing this, everyone present was shocked and began to listen carefully to what the master was telling them. The master explained that the Bloodheaven sword was engraved with mysterious symbols, and even the god of war could only decipher 4 of them. Peng asked, "And what do these 4 symbols mean?" "The ascension of the heavenly demon," replied the master. These words stunned Pen and the Tyrant 4 even more, who could not believe what they heard. They sat in utter astonishment, pondering these words. Hua asked, "If the heavenly demonic sword is the source of evil, can't we just get rid of it?" The master further explained that the god of war in the last years of his life tried to hand over the sword to the Murim alliance for testing. The leader of the alliance tried to destroy the sword, but it could not be broken or melted. It sounded more like a myth to the mad monk, and he asked, "How could such a sword even exist?" Peng pondered, could leader Magyo have obtained this sword in the past? He remembered how that bastard had killed him in his past life by picking up the sword of one of the fallen. However, it was unknown if it was actually the heavenly demonic sword. Magyo seemed incredibly obsessed with this sword. Peng still didn't understand exactly what this sword was, but it was definitely extremely valuable to Magyo. Peng then asked the master, "Is the heavenly demonic sword in the heavenly martial arts palace's armory?" A mysterious smile appeared on the master's face. He replied, "If you really want to know, win the debate and then you can see for yourself." After these words, a confident smile appeared on Peng's face as well. The Heavenly Martial Arts Palace Sword Discussion Reception is held once every 5 years, and the number of invited guests does not exceed hundreds. Simply attending this event guaranteed entry into Murim's top 100 martial arts masters. In the Heavenly Palace, it doesn't matter if you're from the pro or anti-faction, or even just a wanderer. Everyone invited can participate in the discussions, as it's all about martial arts. The winner of the reception gets the right to enter the storage of elixirs, scrolls of martial knowledge, or weapons. The 4 tyrants have already arrived for the reception. They were immediately recognized, and those present began to discuss them as soon as they saw them. According to rumors, all 4 received golden lights, which became another reason for discussion. Namgun was awestruck by the grandeur of this place, as self-proclaimed masters had no place here. Thanks to his younger brothers, he ended up here as a golden light master. Suddenly, the man standing behind Pen turned to him. He introduced himself as an old man called the embodiment of the Sword of Light, and said that he had heard that Pen had received the golden ticket. Then the old man asked Pen for guidance. Peng, surprised, replied, "What instruction? You are the great sage Dancian. I am glad to meet you." But the old man, although he was flattered, still considered himself not outstanding enough. Peng came closer to him and admitted that he had never participated in a sword discussion before. The old man explained that this is primarily a perception of his own actions and the movements of the opponent, and invited Pen to sit down. Pen pushed back his chair and sat down next to the old man. The old man explained that gradually, step by step, you learn your skill. The elder explained that this also includes adding your own combat techniques and powers that expose you to your opponent. These discussions are a kind of prediction, an assumption of the situation. Startsev was uncomfortable calling himself Pen's mentor, but he invited him to start first. Peng agreed, and his first move was the Sun Sword Shot technique. At that moment, Pen realized that this is exactly how this technique works. He decided to play by their rules, closed his eyes, and said that he would respond to the blow aimed at his key points. The old man replied that he would use the tiger's fighting style, specifically the Tiger King's fierce feather technique, to knock the sword out of Pen's hands. Peng said that he would then use the long sneaking tiger technique to strike the solar sword. The elder replied that he would move to the left using divine steps and use the Sun Sword Shot direct technique over the bow. By doing so, he will bring down 8 shadow swords on Pen, creating unpredictable attacks. At that moment, another guest entered the hall, who said that he was very late. He stood in front of the guard at the entrance and asked if the reception to discuss the sword had already begun. The guard took his witness and reassured the guest, saying that he was the only one who was late and that he could not worry. Unfolding the witness, it read, "Tide Spear." The guard did not understand who this man was standing in front of him with a sword. Then the guard asked him if he was the owner of the Tidal Spear witness, and the guest agreed to this, confirming his right. The guard realized that if he had to take the scroll from such a master, then he was hardly a mediocre person, and began to wonder who he really was. However, the guard warned that regardless of the level, the guest must give his name. "I'm just an old man who has been nicknamed the Demon Lord's Ruinous Soul," replied the guest. It was the first of the 4 fierce demon lords, Perishable Soul. Meanwhile, Peng continued to discuss the sword while sparring with his opponent. He used the Flying Furious Tiger Strike technique aimed at Chenmin. His opponent was forced to admit that Peng had cornered him, leaving no chance for a counterattack. They stood up, bowed to each other, and thanked each other for the match. As soon as Peng turned his head, he saw something unexpected. The monk laughed loudly and exclaimed that it was a brilliant victory. He was already waiting for the next opponent, convinced that the clever tongue of the great Mugek is capable of attracting 10 more fighters. This caused everyone around to gasp, but they also understood that the monk was indeed a worthy disciple of the exalted Buddha. This pleased Pen because his brother was really doing great. Suddenly, an extremely strong person who had just entered the hall appeared in front of Pen. It was the same demon lord, Despicable Soul. Peng just silently watched the man walk past him, emitting a powerful aura. He went straight to the master, not paying attention to others. Even the master, noticing him, got up from his seat to greet the guest. The demon lord bowed and said he was pleased to meet you. An unexpected visit. Perilous soul of the demon lord, the master said, bowing in response. The people behind them immediately started whispering, discussing how he had appeared here so easily. Perishable Soul turned his head to the crowd and sarcastically remarked, "A very warm welcome." However, the leader intervened and asked everyone to shut up, reminding them where they were now and that this was not the place for such conversations. Despite this, many remained resentful of his presence. The master turned to the audience asking, "Aren't you ashamed to insult the demonic sect in a place where it doesn't matter what faction you belong to?" He also added that if the demon lord came here to spill someone's blood, it was better not to. The mortal soul, smiling, called himself old and said that he had not yet lost his mind completely. This seemed to calm both sides, at least for the moment. However, Peng, being among people, felt an incredible tension hanging in the air. Death Soul asked the master a question that made everyone freeze in anticipation. The question that the Doomsday Soul asked was about the Blood Heaven sword. He asked if the sword was already in the armory of the Heavenly Palace. Peng felt even more tense when he heard this question, realizing the importance of this information. It became clear that this was precisely why the ruinous soul had come here. The leader answered briefly and clearly, "No!" The mortal soul just remained silent in response, showing no emotion. Then he calmly said, "Sure," accepting the answer without words or emotion. But Pen felt that the perishable soul would probably want to see the vault in person and see for himself. The mortal soul turned and said, "If he's not here, you can't do anything." He also noted that he had not traveled such a long way in vain, and decided to enjoy the reception a little, and then quietly leave. Approaching Pen, he turned to him. "Recently, in our sect, everyone is talking about only one name, yours. I suggest that you join the discussion of the sword together with the old man, that is, with me." In his past life, Pen had witnessed this man kill 3 of the top 10 masters, including the Immortal Sword, who was considered the strongest among them. The Immortal Sword only managed to cut off the enemy's hand before dying. Today, Peng will get a chance to see these terrifying abilities in person. Pen accepted the Doom Soul's offer and agreed to a duel. They approached the table and sat down on chairs, preparing for the discussion. Both were ready for the discussion that was about to begin. However, an incredibly powerful energy was raging around the ruinous soul, which could be felt even from a distance. Peng also noticed that the perishable soul was on his way to absolute transcendence, which made his presence all the more impressive. At first, Ma's techniques were opposed to nature, but in order to achieve Ma's absolute mastery, the ruinous soul had to become almost one with nature. It turned out that Ma's liberation in the demonic sect was also closely related to nature. There was much to be learned from this discussion of swords, and Peng understood it well. They sat across from each other, completely immersed in their ki, and everyone around them watched their actions intently. Many in the audience did not understand who exactly was radiating such a huge amount of energy during the discussion. The Demon Lord suggested that Pen go first. Peng began. "Moving forward with the Mountain King's victory march, I will slice your upper shadow vertically." This move showed everyone that Peng intended to go all out from the start. Doom's Soul replied, "When my blade slips to the left, I will use Phantom Step and hit your Zhongfu Meridian on the left shoulder." Peng counterattacked. "After I step forward with the Mountain King's victory march, I will push your sword away with the first move and perform an unhindered slash." The opponent's next move was, "With the third movement of the demonic Scream Festival sword, I will, like a black orchid, chaotically rain blows from all sides, front, back, left, and right." Pen used the Five Mountains decisive strike Crimson Thunder roll and delivered a frontal sword strike that pierced through the opponent using the White Tiger Leap across the river technique. The opponent countered with Demon Scream's ghostly Flying Knight Ghost Sword technique. This move caused Pen to seriously tense up, and the tension rose to the limit. His friends began to worry if he was okay, as they had never seen such an intense sword discussion before. Peng understood that his right shoulder had been cut by the opponent. Instead, he only managed to cut through the enemy's collar, which was disappointing. He didn't even expect the Blade King's blade to reach him so quickly. The Demon Lord laughed loudly, calling it an exciting sight. Now he offered to fight for real, stating that he would make a long vertical slash using the Extinguished Soul technique and focus on cutting through his weak arm, targeting the Tiantu, Chuanzi, and Zhongfu meridians. Peng realized that Doom Soul's main power is that he controls his left and right hands differently, using a variety of techniques. But in front of him was the strongest of the four fierce demon lords, Pernicious Soul, and it was no wonder that Pen decided to respond by using the Fire Tiger Net technique. This technique allowed him to avoid being hit in the arm. He then attacked with 5 lightning strikes to parry the succeeding Soul Sword. The opponent, if in this position, decided to use Demon Scream Ghost Sword, Extinct Ghost's Nightwalk, to hit the open area on the right. Peng, seizing the moment, would launch a lightning strike to counterattack. At this point in the discussion, the tension reached an incredible level, and their QIs seemed to create a hurricane over the table. Even the tiles under the table legs could not withstand the stress and began to crack. Pen's friends cheered him on, asking if he was all right and assured him that he could win. However, it seemed that there was more to worry about the building because it was almost starting to collapse. The tile beneath their feet was already covered in cracks from their energy. It was incredible. Just a discussion of the sword. But it ended with internal wounds for Pen. The Demon Lord sat there as if nothing had happened, with a light expression on his face, as if this was normal for him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Pen asked, feeling the Demon Lord's gaze. He replied, "Looking back, I thought I'd beat you in 5 or 6 moves." But Peng gradually reduced this gap, surprising the opponent. Looking at the young leader, the Demon Lord noticed his innate talent and dignity. Pen noted that the discussion of the sword was finished, but asked the Demon Lord to take his time in quenching his thirst for blood. Today, the Demon Lord decided to retreat, giving Pen a chance to rest. He picked up his sword and began to climb, preparing to leave. "As promised, we will meet again, and it will be very soon," he said, saying goodbye. He also expressed his hope that Peng would become even stronger before their next meeting. Peng replied, "It's exactly what I was hoping for." After that, the Demon Lord began to leave the hall, leaving behind a trail of power. Peng, tired from the exhausting discussion, sat down directly on the floor to rest. Sitting down in a meditation posture, he closed his eyes and began to restore his ki. His friends immediately rushed to him to guard him, no questions asked. The friendship of the 4 tyrants captivated everyone around, and no one had seen such a sword discussion before. The people, tired from just watching, couldn't believe what had just happened. It seemed as if they had all drawn their swords as well. After 7 days of deliberation at the sword banquet, Ping Musong won one victory after another. Because of this, his right to enter the treasury of the Heavenly Martial Arts Palace became indisputable. However, since the Heavenly Demonic Sword was indeed not in the Heavenly Palace, Peng decided that there was no point in entering the armory. The leader apologized to Pen, explaining that he only wanted to gather a crowd for discussion. Didn't expect that during the hottest moment, the Demon Lord's ruinous soul would appear and start searching for the sword. The leader asked Peng not to take it all to heart, explaining that just like Ping, he had made his choice. However, he couldn't let Pen go empty-handed, as this could negatively affect his reputation as a Heavenly Palace martial arts master. The leader thought about what Pen might want. Peng replied that there was one thing, and asked if the leader could listen to his request. The Tomb of Swords was immersed in the cold and was located deep in the cave. An old man sat in it, holding a sword in his hands as if guarding it. But a real, serious sword suddenly lit up behind him, radiating powerful energy. The old man realized that the Magyo were already approaching. He wondered what would happen if he couldn't stop them. But he clearly understood. If it is not possible to protect the tomb, he must at least move this sword. Meanwhile, Peng asked the leader of the Heavenly Martial Arts Palace to intervene in the future against Magyo, explaining that in his past life, the Heavenly Palace silently watched the horrors and then met his inglorious end. If they join the fight, this can be avoided. The master laughed and asked Pen, "Do you want everything brought to you on a saucer?" Pen laughed and replied that if the master agreed to his request, he would leave the palace in peace. The master himself understood that Magyo would not leave the heavenly palace alone for anything. Therefore, after thinking, he agreed to Pen's proposal. That was enough for Pen to consider the deal a done deal. He now planned to go to Guizhou, even though the place seemed unremarkable. The leader decided to ask what Pen's business was there. Peng received a message from the Heavenly Slayer sect last night. The message said they had the Hellhounds and a group of 10,000 assassins on their tail. This was a kind of consolation for Pen because he was supported by his grandfather. In response, Peng told the leader that it was a simple job to take down a couple of murderers. After some time, he was already there and arrived just in time for the most beautiful sunset in the world. The message also stated that the meeting would take place here. Suddenly, a little boy appeared behind him and started pulling his clothes. "Yay, I found you," said the little boy happily. At first, Pen did not understand who it was and what he wanted to say. But the little boy began to pull his hand. When Pen opened his palm, the boy put something in his hand. "You'll understand when you read it," said the little one, and, without delay, ran in the opposite direction. The four tyrants curiously began to unfold the note, peering into it. Peng smiled as he read what was written. After that, he burned the note and said, "It seems that they have already decided on a place for the night." After some time, they were led to the building where they were to stay for the night. Pen opened the door quietly, carefully looking around. When Pen entered the room, 3 people were already waiting for him. They were glad to see him and bowed, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Peng was also extremely happy to see Jin in attendance. The girl standing behind Jin introduced herself as Smoke Shadow. The man standing next to him called himself Black Shadow. After a short greeting, they went to drink tea. Sitting down at the table, they held a tea ceremony, discussing the latest events. Peng noted that he did not expect to see 3 of the 10 shadows in one place. Jin revealed that the King of Assassins himself had originally planned to come in person, but plans had changed. He discovered the main camp of the Hellhounds while tracking the assassins and decided to deal with them personally. "Looks like Grandpa is very busy," Pen observed with a smile. Jin went on to say that there is a place where the Hellhounds and a group of 10,000 assassins gather together. This place is called the Sichuan Highlands, a rather cloudy and rainy place where it often rains. There is such a dense forest and inhospitable nature that most local residents do not even dare to go there. Namgoon continued the conversation by noting that this place was perfect for setting up camp there. It was very interesting for what purpose they were gathering on the Sichuan Highlands. Jin asked the young king what he planned to do next. Peng replied that they couldn't ignore it because they were outnumbered. So their way was to the Sichuan Highlands. They needed to finish off the enemy in one fell swoop. Jin didn't expect any other answer from his brother, understanding his determination. In addition, he revealed that the 3 of them, along with the Hunan branch of the Heavenly Slayer sect, would support Peng as a rearguard. Meanwhile, it was deep night outside, and a full echo shone in the sky. One man, sitting at the table, puzzled over the decision and finally realized that the circle had narrowed. In front of him lay a map on which he crossed out the regions one by one. And the only place left was the Sichuan Highlands in Guizhou, which he circled with red paint. It was the only place they could hide. Hui, noticing his work, remarked, "Your work is excellent." It was the Demon Lord of Illusion. "And that's all you have to say after making me roam the Central Plains?" asked the young leader. The Demon Lord of Illusions only laughed and explained that he understood the organizational affairs of the sect and the placement of camps better than anyone. However, the Lord of Illusions noted that he had not come to Murim to look for treasure. Hui pointed out that finding a sword that disappeared 300 years ago is not such an easy task. If this sword is not found in the old immortal blade, then everything will have to start from scratch, emphasized the Lord of Illusions. Hui replied, "You don't do anything. An order is an order." The Lord of Illusions understood this perfectly, but was still unhappy with the situation. He then asked Hui what happened to the inevitable grid. Hui replied that he raised the Hellhounds, a group of 10,000 assassins, and also created a fake demon squad. "Isn't it a waste to raise Hellhounds and a group of 10,000 assassins for this?" asked the Lord of Illusions, surprised by such a decision. Hui replied, "The Heavenly Assassin sect is already tearing these groups to shreds. Better to use them for something useful before they disappear." In conversation, Hui added, "It would be great to capture the old immortal blade. It would be a great victory." It was raining, as usual, on the Sichuan Highlands, which created a difficult atmosphere for any actions. These people were here at the behest of the Heavenly Slayer sect, looking for a way to accomplish their mission. Unexpectedly, the 4 tyrants were met by a large number of people who were already waiting for them. The inevitable grid of these people could be seen from above. suggesting that Magio had sent these warriors. The Tyrant Four quickly realized this. Furthermore, looking at the tangled flow of energy, Namgun was certain that this was a strategic construction, and it would be very difficult for them. Hua said she would try to use her hidden poisons and weapons, while the Mad Monk insisted that the best weapon was his fist. Peng pointed out that Tina was told that they would cover them from behind, so they shouldn't worry about their safety. They decided not to wait and rushed into battle, realizing the importance of not getting lost in the construction and not being separated. Meanwhile, the Illusion Lord was reminding Hui that he had heard that this time, the clan leaders had decided to take part in the matter. Clan leaders showing up when the war hasn't even started is predictable, remarked the Lord of Illusions. He also noted that apparently the clan head no longer trusts Hui. Hui just laughed as he said, "That pig never trusted me, but this is a great opportunity to see what the clan leaders are capable of." Afterwards, the Illusion Lord asked Hui to leave him as he needed to prepare thoroughly. "The sword tomb itself will use several constructions," the Illusion Lord added, referring to the complexity of the preparation. At that moment, the Mad Monk was already ready to blow heads and was eager to fight. The Mad Monk did not delay and proved to the enemy who was the boss, destroying opponents with powerful blows. Opponents flew in different directions and fell to the ground, unable to withstand the force of his blows. You could tell by the looks they gave each other that they realized what a mess they were in. The best option for them in this situation was to simply run away, which they decided to do. As they fled, they passed through an energy field. Namgun began to suspect that the enemies might not be going to stop them. Peng also realized that the enemy must have another goal. The Mad Monk talked about feeling as if the enemies were driving themselves into a corner. This piqued their curiosity, and the Tyrant Four wondered what the enemy might be planning. Meanwhile, the Lord of Illusions was drawing a characteristic symbol on the ground, preparing for something important, but they were overtaken, forcing them to hurry. It was the head of the demonic Fist clan, the Mad Monster, the Demon King. Sitting next to him was the leader of the demonic Wind clan, who was also watching the events closely. They had a dialogue, pondering the power of the immortal sword. The Mad Monster emphasized that they would have to use their fists as the only way out. The Mad Monster counted on the fact that they still had a young leader and a demonic sword in their arsenal that could turn the tide. Home match. Another clansman appeared around the corner and Mad Monster asked him why he wasn't with the young master. He explained that he had been ordered to protect the Demon Lord of Illusions. Another asked, "And what are you going to do next?" Mad Monster remarked that he would never have thought that a young leader could have such intentions. Even at the age of 7, Cheong Ma Hui, this scoundrel, was not just called the leader of the next generation. Those who met him saw him as the second coming of the heavenly demon. Meanwhile, the Lord of Illusions continued to draw symbols, even though his back ached excruciatingly. He was cursing the idiot who came up with this stupid build, but at the same time what he was doing was starting to work. They stood in place, ready to move in as soon as the construction was completed. The demonic sword kept a close eye on all the actions and the situation around. The energy wall they created was ready, and it gave them an advantage. The Mad Monk surmised that the previous structure in front of them was beginning to fall apart, and that the demonic bastards must have done something to it. But at the same moment, the Mad Monk felt the energy under his feet change. They guessed that a new construction had been activated, which began to act under their feet. This construction was created by the demonic Illusion clan, and all of their previous calculations now needed to be revised. The demonic Illusion clan was known for its construction prowess, and Namgun had heard that their techniques were on par with the Jagal family in strength. Peng began to concentrate, gradually releasing his chi as he tried to understand what was going on around him. It became more and more, and he tried to feel what dark power lurked in this area. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide as he felt something extremely powerful. He realized that there were 2 pillars to the east and west, 30 zhangs away from them, and proposed to destroy them first, and then head for the Luchuan Highlands. Namgun and the Mad Monk headed east to destroy one of the pillars. Hua and Peng went in a different direction, agreeing to meet on the highlands after destroying the pillars. They separated and, leaning on the ground, quickly moved in different directions. Meanwhile, the old man was still sitting in the storeroom, guarding the swords, keeping a close eye on everything. Suddenly, Allah energy began to gather on one of the swords, filling it with power. The old man turned his head and noticed this sword, but it suddenly flew out of the ground as if out of control. This sword was joined by another, and the 2 fell to the ground together, forming a strange harmony. The old man realized that the building had been destroyed, and this caused alarm. He hoped that the rest of the buildings would be able to stop these scoundrels. However, looking at the most important sword, the old man understood that the Magyo had prepared very well for this attack. A purple glow began to spread throughout the mountain, as the Lord of Illusion pointed his staff at it in an attempt to reinforce the construction. Other members of their sect also did the same, pouring their energies into the process. However, when they turned their heads back, their eyes widened in shock. They saw death waiting for them right behind them. Peng and Hua dealt deadly blows with their weapons, leaving no chance for their enemies to survive. After that, they threw the bodies of the enemies under the ruins of the pillar that they themselves had created. Their opponents were completely destroyed, buried under the stones of their own construction. Although the building was not completely completed, its remains still had considerable strength. At that moment, Peng turned his attention to Hua, who was silent, and this made him anxious. He began to look around but could not find her. Peng then realized that she was probably trapped in a building. The situation was becoming dangerous. Peng noticed something strange flying towards him. It looked like it had tentacles reaching towards him. He immediately released his energy to become stronger and prepare to attack. With a swing of his sword, he chopped off those tentacles, shredding them into small pieces. It was a high-level construct, so powerful that even nature itself began to go mad from its influence. Peng hoped with all his heart that everything would be fine with Hua, and that she would find a way out. He remembered her words, how she had always assured him that he could handle it on his own. However, Peng decided that the best way to find her was to look for the core of the pillar or any demonic opponents that might be holding her back. Meanwhile, the old man tried to divide the demonic followers with the construction. After that, he planned to destroy them one by one. But he felt the pure energy of the Neon and 4 more sources at the same time, which made him start to guess who it could be. The old man wondered how they managed to end up here in such a strategic place, and the swords continued to behave strangely, vibrating and reacting to the presence of these warriors. This made the old man look back where he saw 3 more warriors with equally powerful energy enter the fray. He realized that building swords in the tomb alone would not be enough to stop them. He had no choice but to leave the Tomb of Swords if he wanted to survive. After all, the Tomb of Swords was under protection since the time of their ancestors. However, the old man first took upon himself the duty of getting these young warriors out of danger. He went to the sword, grabbed it, and pulled it out of the stone where it was. After that, he carefully wrapped the sword in a cloth to protect it. Hanging the sword on his back, the old man moved on with the last hope. He hoped that the final construction of the sword tomb would last as long as possible. In fact, he didn't just hope. He prayed that the construction would last, and then he was on his way. Meanwhile, Peng continued on his way, carefully searching for his goals. He kept his attention sharp, scanning his surroundings carefully as the thick fog made it difficult to see. Suddenly, in the fog, the silhouette of a man appeared in front of him, quickly approaching. Peng couldn't believe that the first enemy he would encounter after entering the building would be himself. The fierce monster, equally surprised, might say the same about meeting Pan. He asked Pen, "Did the Demon Lord's fist fall from your hand?" To which Pen calmly replied, "Yes." Peng then asked him if he regretted not killing him back in Sichuan. The blood monster laughed and said he had no regrets. "Only the strongest survive," Blood Monster said, clenching his fist. He added that the Demon Lord's fist he had killed turned out to be a weakling. Since the heir of the demonic Fist clan had died, the monster took it upon himself to avenge his life. Pen could not refuse him this wish, realizing that a fight was inevitable. The blood monster charged sharply at Pen, and he took a fighting stance, preparing to attack. The monster tensed his fist, concentrating all his demonic energy in it. When he punched, these burst from his fist like a tornado, shattering the space around him. It was so powerful that Pen barely managed to dodge, his face scrunched up from the tension. The Demon King's blood monster had become much stronger since their last encounter in the Tang House. He used such fast and unpredictable attacks that it was almost impossible to dodge them. However, even with his demonic techniques, he couldn't completely stop Pen. Pen could barely stay on his feet and, using his sword, tried to fend off his opponent's attacks. However, the monster easily dodged the blows and launched a new attack. His large body moved so easily and smoothly that it seemed as if he was flying like a butterfly. But this butterfly could kill with a single blow, and each of its attacks carries a deadly threat. Meanwhile, Hua ran forward, dodging the attacks. She fought off these strange tentacles that seemed to be part of nature, not understanding at all what this phenomenon was. Her face was surprised as she sensed someone's presence nearby. Immediately, wasting no time, she threw her kunai in the direction of that presence and asked loudly, "Who are you?" The silhouette of a man began to emerge from the fog, against which the kunai struck like iron. It became clear to her that this opponent parried everything without much effort. This was clearly no ordinary enemy, and she had to be careful. However, suddenly she heard a familiar voice say, "It's me, Hua Ryong." The fog cleared a little, and Namgun appeared in front of her, smiling and waving at her, saying that on the way to the highlands he had run into Brother Mugak. Hua also warmed up to her brother's son, and meeting Namgun was a real relief for her. Suddenly something passed over their heads like a whistle. Both felt the presence of basic Qinggong, a technique for training jumps on vertical surfaces from the Chinese martial arts, sometimes called the skill of lightness. It was immediately clear that this was not going to be a simple confrontation. And at the same time, behind her, Namgun's body began to disappear. She turned sharply and began to shout, "Brother!" She felt sick and almost passed out when she saw what was happening. It was the old man and the mad monk who decided to play a prank by drawing Namgun and pretending to be enemies. A dialogue immediately began between them. Namgun only told the mad monk that he was glad to see him in good health, and he began to be indignant, saying, "How could you think that something could happen to him?" The old man, on the other hand, was preoccupied with more serious matters. He had not seen the Blade King. Hua also turned to the old man, as she thought he had already met Pong. She approached the elder and asked if he had been able to find Pen. He replied that he had not yet found him, but he was sure that Pen was somewhere nearby. The old man remarked that perhaps Pen had met someone before them, and that was why he was not there yet. Pen continued the battle, constantly placing his sword under the incredibly powerful blows of the blood monster's fist. He found it hard to believe how much his opponent had improved in such a short time. Pen's hands were shaking with tension, but he couldn't bring himself to let go of the sword. However, the blood monster wasn't the only one to improve. Pen gathered all his strength to show his opponent how to fight. For a moment, he managed to take the initiative as he jumped up and struck his sword right at the enemy's hands. It only created a small gash on his massive and muscular arms. The blood monster was surprised that Pen was able to parry his attack, which he called the Golden Demon Strike. However, the monster believed that the small wound left by Pen would not affect the outcome of the battle. But Peng believed that even small cracks could cause large rocks to split. He continued to attack using this strategy with the hope of victory. Using the White Tiger Leap across the river technique, Pen swung his sword at the enemy. However, the blood monster only laughed and challenged, asking if Pen could split the rock with such blows, hinting at his power. More than 1,000 beats per minute. And Pen managed to place his sword every time, leaving many cuts on the opponent's fists. But the last blow was the strongest, knocking Pen back, causing him to lose his balance. The blood monster recalled their previous battle, and said that they did not finish the duel then, suggesting that they now put an end to it once and for all. Pen was not going to refuse the blood monster's offer and agreed to continue the fight. At this moment, something incredible began to happen to the blood monster. The amount of energy surrounding him was staggering. Pen, remaining calm, prepared for the meeting, drawing his sword to meet him. The blood monster prepared to jump, gathering all his strength. The black wheel of heavens collapsed, and all of its energy flew straight toward Pen in a hurricane. Pen just raised his sword up and swung it, preparing to answer. "Lightning strike!" Pen said, swinging his sword down and slicing through the opponent's hurricane. Incredible sounds echoed in the air, as if the whole earth trembled from this force. If you look at the battle from above, you can see how the fragments of trees, cut down by energy, fly in the forest. Leaves from the trees were blown away by the wind, leaving an empty battlefield. The blood monster's giant knee hit the ground with a thud. He fell to his knees right in front of Pen, exhausted from the impact. Barely uttering the words, Bloodfist admitted that they had traded blows as equals back then. He recognized that Pen had become much stronger since then and named him the Blade King. However, after that, he asked Pina not to get involved, hinting that the battles are not over yet. "Don't give in, for the 4 demons have their master," the blood monster said, before falling face down into the ground. After these words, his unconscious body remained lying, and Pen, folding his hands, bowed to him, acknowledging the power of his fist. He gave his opponent his respect. Realizing how difficult this fight was, another man suddenly appeared, whom Pen stopped with his sword, sensing danger. The stranger begged him not to be afraid, and their swords clashed with a clanging sound. "Don't be afraid, it's just an old man," he said. And before Pen appeared the immortal blade, an elder. Peng was surprised and happy at the same time, not expecting to see him here and not understanding what the elder was doing in this place. The elder explained that in the center of this structure was the Tomb of Swords, the place for which the battle was now being fought. And the rest of the scoundrels are waiting for us, so we have to hurry, added the elder with a smile. They set out together and were soon joined by the others. The three tyrants were waiting for them and were grateful to the elder for his help, as without him, they would have been in serious danger. The elder, however, was in a hurry and asked them to gather to look at something important. He threw the sword that Magyo had been looking for so long on the ground. It was the heavenly demonic sword, the same one their enemies were hunting. The elder explained that the leader of the alliance entrusted him with this sword. Realizing that it was a dangerous hunt, everyone understood that this battle for the sword was of great importance for their future destiny. However, the elder did not expect the Magyo to know the location of the Tomb of Swords, a secret known only to the founder of the Immortal Sword Sect. Peng asked him what his future plans were. At first, the elder had planned to quickly deal with the group of demons that had gathered here and disappear, but that proved more difficult due to the power of the new demons that had recently joined the fray. Gong asked him, "Are they so strong that even you will find it difficult to resist?" The elder explained that the two of them had reached such a level that he wasn't sure if he could defeat them in battle, so he decided to activate a construct that would destroy the Tomb of Swords. Everyone began to worry, realizing the importance of the Sword Tomb to the Immortal Sword Sect. But the elder reassured them, saying that everything was under control, and they should prepare for a long journey without rest. "And what do you plan to do with the heavenly demonic blade?" Pen asked the elders. The elder replied that after the Tomb of Swords was discovered, and there were no safe places left in the central plain, he intended to leave the plain and head to Changbaishan Mountain in the east. There is the mysterious Changbai sect, which his teacher once mentioned, saying that their power was even greater than that of Shaolin. Peng was amazed, for in his 2 lifetimes he had never even heard of this sect, and the fact that it was superior to Shaolin truly stunned him. Since the Immortal Sword Sect and the Changbai sect have long cooperated closely, the elder decided to temporarily hide the sword from them. However, he didn't know how long it would take, as the sect's location was very far away, and he wasn't sure if he would be able to find them exactly. He was also worried if the Magyo would continue their brutal actions and take over the central plain by then. Either way, he'll leave 4 tyrants to protect while he's gone. Peng couldn't imagine how they, the 4 tyrants, would be able to replace the elder in his absence, as he was a key figure in their struggle. Pen understood like no one else the weight of the responsibility that the elder carried, and that this burden was incredibly heavy. It was for this reason that the elder entrusted her to the 4 tyrants, believing in their ability to protect the Tomb of Swords. The tyrants were ready to do everything possible to fulfill this task and justify the trust of the elder. With one swing of the demonic sword, the stone was split in 2. But the demon thought that this construction was just a waste of time. The Lord of Illusion standing behind him said that he had found traces of the immortal blade. The demonic sword ordered him to hurry, not wanting to waste time. He wanted to cross swords with the immortal blade as soon as possible, anticipating the battle. The 4 heroes rushed forward, and the elder warned them that it was very dangerous ahead. Nature began to react aggressively because the enemy was manipulating her power. Pen and the great swordsmen slashed the enemy's tentacles with one swing of their swords. After that they stopped, remaining on guard. Peng asked the elder why he suddenly stopped. In a whisper, the elder asked for silence and asked if they could hear these strange sounds. In the middle of the thick fog, incomprehensible figures began to appear. Their energy seemed extremely powerful and dangerous. Without hesitation, the elder rushed forward and swung his sword. With one movement, he cut open the enemy, and blood splattered in different directions. The enemy fell to the ground, dead, with no chance of escape. The elder turned his head to the foursome, who could not believe his strength. They were amazed that he had so easily destroyed the demonic illusion that the immortal sword clan had created to live up to its name. However, the elder quickly turned to them and said that it was time to move on. Suddenly, leaves rained down on them, which the elder deflected with one movement of his sword. The leaves were sharper than iron and were extremely difficult to handle. The elder laughed, holding his head, and said that it was necessary to pay more attention to what lay ahead. However, they were already under the crosshairs and were closely watched. Enemy men were lurking in every bush, ready to attack. Enemies were also waiting on each rock, watching them. As soon as the order was given, everyone started shooting. The arrows flew straight at them, and Pen was the first to take the blow, fending them off with his sword. The mad swordsman couldn't believe that the enemies were shooting so skillfully, yet not doing any damage to them. It was explained to him that the purpose of the enemies was only to detain them, not to cause harm. The elder warned Pena that they must fight their way through this army and asked them to be vigilant. Wasting no time, He rushed forward against the enemy, regardless of their numerical superiority. Pen and all 4 tyrants followed him, moving forward. They ruthlessly broke through the enemy's strong defenses. Hua saw no threat in mercilessly killing anyone who stood in her way. The Mad Monk tested the strength of his fists, smashing the jaws of oncoming enemies. However, it seemed that the enemy had no intention of dying so easily. Around his neck was an explosive device that detonated after his death. The Mad Monk turned sharply when a pebble hit him in the head. Pen warned him to be more careful, because the enemy does not think twice, whether he kills a friend or an enemy. It does not matter to them. Surveying the enemies, the elder noticed that there was not a single true master among them. None of them was a serious threat that could stand in his way. Although there were many enemies, they confidently moved forward. At a certain point, the elder even began to enjoy the battle, killing enemies. But suddenly they saw something in front of them that did not please them at all. A blue energy appeared in front of them, and the elder tried to cut it with his sword. But his efforts were futile, and he bounced back. The elder didn't want to believe that it was what he suspected. The 4 tyrants also froze at that moment. They all saw the silhouette of a man emerging from the mist in front of them. It was a demonic sword that asked them if they wanted to see its true face. The elder replied, "Do you also want to see me?" The demon's sword said with a smile that he couldn't help but be happy about this meeting. The elder also smiled and said, "Mutual." Demonic sword noticed that the elder was not one, but several, and grasping his chin, he summoned 2 allies from his back. These 2 appeared, and they looked like they were crazy, their faces expressing instability. It seemed as if they were under the influence of some substances. Meanwhile, a whole army of enemies appeared behind the elder and the 4 tyrants. The elder continued to smile and said, "This is a real mess." The demonic sword turned to the immortal sword, asking it to look at it. He pointed to an object hanging behind him. He asked, "Is this the same sword everyone is talking about?" It was easy to understand that the situation was getting worse and worse. The elder grabbed his sword and handed it to Pen. He then moved closer to the enemy, starting the fight, while the 4 tyrants turned the other way. The elder's fight was short-lived as the demonic sword drove its weapon directly into his chest, as it had done in Pen's past life. But this time, the elder began to draw that sword from his back, showing off his power. He confidently looked the enemy straight in the eyes, showing no fear. Suddenly Pen appeared in front of the elder, starting a dialogue with the demonic sword. He asked the elder not to worry, taking it upon himself to solve the problem. The elder almost did not notice something extremely important that could affect the outcome of the battle. It was the hidden value of the sword they were being chased by the enemy's sect. Taking out his sword, he thrust it forcefully into the ground in front of them. The enemy was furious, because they considered it an insult to a valuable artifact, which no one had the right to so disrespect. Sticking his sword into the ground, the elder began to retrieve his own weapon. A smile appeared on Pen's face, because he understood the cunning plan of the elder. Meanwhile, the enemy stood threatening them, never taking his eyes off his sword. The Lord of Illusions approached the demonic sword, entering into a conversation with him. Pen noticed this and overheard their conversation, realizing what they were up to. Hearing this, the elder raised his hand and asked Pen to wait. He already held his sword at the ready, just like the demonic sword in front of him. Their blows were so powerful that the energy from them almost scattered everyone around. They fought like 2 lightning bolts colliding with each other. The powerful energy from the fight almost knocked everyone who watched it off their feet. Pang decided not to wait any longer and enter the battle, sensing that the moment had come. It turned out that the demonic sword was not the only enemy. There was another enemy that had to be fought. This man with huge claws began to rapidly approach them. The others stood by for the time being, watching what was happening. The great swordsman took his sword in his hands, realizing that he could not stand aside when everyone around him was fighting. Mustache saw the challenge thrown at him and decided that he was capable of defeating all the local enemies. The Mad Monk clenched his fists, ready for battle, as always on guard. The elder felt as if he were 17 years old again, fighting against such a strong opponent. In battle, they held a dialogue, convincing each other that they had no chance of winning. Looking back, they saw the 4 tyrants continuing their battle. The demonic sword decided not to give them that chance, and pointed 2 fingers at them. A powerful beam of energy shot out from those fingers, aimed straight at them. Pen managed to draw his sword to defend himself, and the Mad Monk asked if he could do it himself. But the elder interrupted the attack of the demonic sword by using his weapon. The elder decided to show all his strength by starting to collect energy in his hand. A deafening sound rang out, and everyone who was nearby flew in different directions. Only the strongest remained on their feet. However, the demonic sword did not believe that the elder's attack would bring him victory. Pen shouted to the old man that he was in mortal danger. But at that moment, an enemy with giant claws appeared next to the elder. In those claws, the enemy carried powerful energy ready to attack. Pen began to gather his energy on the sword, preparing to strike. He performed the technique 5 tiger bites. His attack sent a hurricane around, damaging everyone nearby. But the demonic sword did not leave its allies and intervened, cutting the attack in half. Everyone around, including the allies, was stunned by such a force. A mist of dust instantly formed after these powerful attacks. A moment later, the dust began to settle, revealing the battlefield. Even the demonic sword's sleeve was torn off by the powerful blow. However, their battle with the elder was not over. Peng and the elder exchanged brief questions about the state, and the elder removed his hat. Pen understood this gesture as a sign that the elder was ready for a serious battle. The clawed enemy was already on his knees in front of Pen. He was clutching a bleeding wound with his hand, his eyes burning red with malice at the injury. Despite being wounded, the enemy rushed at Pen with his last strength. But Pen always kept his sword ready. He thrust it with force straight into the opponent's chest. Blood splattered in different directions, bursting out of the enemy's mouth. Smiles appeared on the faces of many, with the exception of the brothers of the slain enemy. They did not want to admit the loss of their strong comrade. This enemy was strong enough, but now he looked pitiful. His legs buckled, and he no longer had the strength to move on. All he could do was fall on his back with his head thrown back. But he was caught by the demonic sword, holding it in his hands. At that moment, Hui calmly appeared behind them, approaching them with a steady gait. He asked scornfully how they could have suffered such a defeat. Everyone froze for a moment when they saw his figure. The words rang out. "We welcome the leader of the young sect." Pen's eyes were red with rage as he lost himself in his memories. He remembered how this scoundrel in a past life had thrust a sword straight into his chest. The memories of that pain almost pierced his chest again, making him tremble. Hui walked up to the clawed man and held out his hand in his direction. Then he grabbed him by the neck, keeping his eyes on him. Lifting him into the air, he began to squeeze his throat, and the man almost lost consciousness. Pen coldly watched how the demonic sect behaved with its allies. Everyone could see the incredible power that was hidden in Hui's hands. Peng pointed his sword at Hui and asked if he was the leader of the demonic sect. Hui, not hiding his smile, replied as if he didn't care about everything. But his gaze suddenly shifted behind Pen. There, in the ground, was the long-awaited sword he was looking for. A mad monk, a great swordsman, and Hua immediately rushed to his defense. However, Hui asked them to leave for a minute. He said there was something he wanted to check for himself. The enemy warned him that they would not return to the sect just like that, but Hua didn't care. He confidently moved forward. Approaching Peng, Hui said, "I'll be the one to take care of it." Peng held his sword pointed at Hui, while his comrades tried to help him. However, they were stopped by a demon sword that jumped out in front of them with his sword and asked them not to interfere. He then turned to the elder he had recently fought and announced a temporary truce. The appearance of Hui greatly changed the course of events. Even the elder could not believe that the last energy he felt belonged to the young sect leader. Things became much more complicated. They stood facing each other, Pen holding his sword at the ready. Hui's hand pulsed with energy of incredible strength, ready to attack. His strike was called Heavenly Palm, and it gained unprecedented power. Pen did not even blink an eye, as the blow was already in front of him. Hui had a smile on his face and said that no one could kill him. He lunged at Pen with a fist as tight as steel and declared that Pen would soon die. Pen brought out his sword to stop this incredibly powerful blow. He then decided to counterattack and swung his sword straight into the meeting of his fist. The collision of their blows sent a wave of energy flying far around. Both Hui's hand and Peng's sword trembled with immense tension. In this battle, Hui won by knocking Peng back with his punch. But Peng held his ground and was able to put his sword up to defend against the next blow. Although the fight was incredibly difficult, sweat was running down Pen's face. Despite his fatigue, he found the strength to swing his sword again and again, knocking the enemy back. The demonic sect leader's face was beaming with satisfaction, as if he was enjoying the battle, and he promised to show Pen something special. Pen's eyes widened as he saw what appeared before him. Behind the young leader stood a giant figure, a three-headed giant who was called the Divine Hand of Asura. In one fell swoop, he sent all his energy straight towards Pen. More than 100 Asura arms flew out to attack Pen at once. The situation was catastrophic. One could say that Peng was completely trapped, but that didn't mean he could just lower his sword. He used a thousands of lightning strike that flew towards Asura, turning his fists into a tornado of red energy. Breaking through the attack, Pong lunged straight at Hui, sword flying forward. He used his superpower, Quick Attack, but Hui masterfully dodged every attack, and it seemed that the fight was getting more and more difficult for Pong. However, Pong was not going to give up and stubbornly continued to move forward. He jumped high above the enemy and swung his sword again, preparing to strike. Hui raised his fist to block, placing it under the blade of a sword that was as sharp as a razor. He then delivered a palm strike that caused Pen to reminisce again. He remembered how Hui had killed someone close to him with his palms in his past life. But Peng couldn't let that happen again this time, so he began to dodge Hui's punches. Using his sword, he powered himself up by swinging it around and deflecting attacks. With another blow, their weapons collided, and the impact made a resounding sound that sent them both flying backwards. However, Hui immediately stepped forward. Clenching his fist and preparing to kill, Pen stuck his sword into the ground, preparing for the decisive blow. His body began to be enveloped in lightning, and everything around him began to crackle with tension. The young leader of the demonic sect released a whole tornado of energy from his palm, preparing for a decisive blow. A red bolt of lightning cut through the sky, leaving behind a trail of incredible power. After that, there was a loud explosion that blinded everyone around, causing them to lose their orientation for a moment. His companions prayed with all their hearts that all would be well with him after this encounter. When the dust settled, they saw Peng and Hui still standing there looking at each other and holding on to their feet. The young leader's hands were scratched from a recent blow. Peng was also badly battered, blood dripping from his face and clothes. The marks of the battle were obvious. This powerful attack created a huge funnel between them. Peng suddenly remembered another important point. He remembered Jin telling him that he was going to call for reinforcements from the Murim Alliance's Sichuan branch. Pen looked with rage in his eyes at the one he hated with all his heart. The demon was glad because reinforcements had finally arrived, which meant that his dear friend's time was almost up. The young sect leader was joined by reinforcements. They stood behind him, preparing for battle. One of the warriors informed the young lord that the Holy Spear and the Wave King would arrive in 2 hours, and the Sichuan branch had appeared earlier than they expected. Peng, lost in thought, listened to the conversation, not understanding who the two men who had come for reinforcements were. He had never met them in this life, or in the past. How can the young Master Pen endure these 2 hours of battle, when his strength is almost at the limit? The demon lord emphasized that the sect was forced to retreat. This news sounded like thunder from a clear sky to the young master and his warriors. The demonic warriors questioned their leader, not believing what they heard. The lord continued, clarifying that the head of the demonic Wind clan should have heard that the Holy Spear and the Wave King were already approaching. The lord remarked that even if they decided to retreat now, they would at least need to retrieve the heavenly demon sword. It was an inviolable truth that could not be argued with. The leader emphasized it particularly clearly. As the heavenly demonic sword was being protected by the young master, they focused all their efforts on possessing it. The demon lord made it clear to his companions that if they took this sword away, Peng would chase them like a wild dog. One of the warriors asked how they were going to deal with Master Pen's wrath if that happened. The lord ordered his men to deal with the king of the waves and the head of the demonic Wind clan, and he himself would try to take possession of the sword. However, it will not be easy, given the presence of newcomers in the battle. The young master, hearing these words, remarked that the demon lord was a real scoundrel, and trying to take this sword away was a big mistake. No one would give it up so easily. A sinister smile appeared on the demon lord's face. The lord turned to the immortal sword as the oldest in this city, and asked him once again, if they were to give up the heavenly demon sword, then let them end it today. The lord asked if they fully understood that they would have to go against 4 tyrants who had already reached their limit. He also doubted if they were confident in their hands to take a step forward. He advised the young master, Peng Mu Song, to step aside for a while. Hearing these words, Pen clenched his teeth like a mad dog, ready to fight. He was well aware of how important this sword was to everyone. Lord stressed that retreat would be a wise choice, as the odds were clearly not on their side. Observing the situation, it was possible to predict that everything was going exactly to this. And when the 4 tyrants were surrounded by the demonic sect's warriors and were protecting this sword, the demon lord said goodbye to them with a smile, hinting that they were in a very difficult situation. Peng, who was standing behind, couldn't retreat so easily, even with severe injuries. Hate was overwhelming him. He asked the demon lord why he had actually come here. The lord began to slowly turn around, deciding to finally tell the truth.
He came here to understand if he was on the right path to becoming a heaven demon, and this meeting was only to confirm his choice. Xian Mahao, along with the other high-ranking members of the demonic sect, retreated, but the tenets they had created had not yet been destroyed. Only thanks to the meeting with the Sichuan branch and late sectarians. The four tyrants and the immortal sword were able to escape the inevitable trap, although they were seriously injured. The next day, at the halt of the army, there was a conversation. A high-ranking official spoke of the fact that the immortal sword was about to set out, although his condition was terrible. He even had difficulty moving, but there was no time to delay. But should he really make such a difficult journey to Mount Pecto while this sword was still in Murim's hands? After all, even if everything succeeds now, it can lead to a new terror that will make the blood boil in the veins. The future can be even worse, so it will be right if he leaves. And jokingly, they sent him on his way, wishing him a happy journey. The Wave King laughed, sensing that the young man seemed to be supporting the Sea Alliance, but explained his presence here only as a monetary reward. The young host burst into the tent feeling a little better already, and was glad to see everyone gathered. It was true. He still had to work off the money he had earned. The immortal sword was about to leave and noted that Pen's work was simply impeccable. He had a long and difficult road ahead of him. He asked the young master to continue helping people while he was away. Ping expressed his respect to the master and promised to wait for the return of the immortal sword. In response, the immortal sword promised to return soon. Where will Master Pen go now? He hadn't thought about it yet since his condition was still bad. But after resting at the Ta clan, they planned to go to Qinghai. This was rather unexpected news. They certainly did not expect to have to go to Qinghai. The fact is that Emperor Klimka ordered the young master to go to Qinghai. The old man believed that he was a real scoundrel, although back in the Yellow Crane Pavilion his abilities seemed funny. But now he had grown considerably, and the old man could no longer appreciate the true measure of his strength. The old man decided to make this young scoundrel work even harder. Meanwhile, on the training field, the young man hoped to rest, but he was forced to continue training. Time was now turbulent, and they had reached a place where the heavenly sword could already be right in front of them. One member of the demonic sect noted that the sect leader was clearly told to stay behind, but was to report the atrocities later. However, when he returned, he did not expect such a sharp maneuver at all. He tried to stop the demonic sect leader's strike, but it was too late. However, it pierced his body through, and everything around was filled with blood. Pen didn't even have time to blink when a hand pierced his body, and he fell to the ground, powerless to do anything. Passing by, the young master asked if he thought that the protection of the demonic Wind Clan would save him. He raised his head, realizing that what the demonic sect leader had done was treason. The Lord only smiled when he heard the word treason. He held out his hand as he began to accumulate energy and pointed out that his actions had been misunderstood. If he hadn't tried to reach for his sword, it would have been futile, for before him stood one who sought to protect the reputation of the heavenly demon sword. Lord, tired of this nonsense, decided not to give more chances. He grabbed the scoundrel by the neck and began to strangle him, leaving him no choice. The Lord angrily said that if this man considers himself the head of the clan, then let him prepare to die, because no one will protect him from the sword. His demonic gaze took in everything around him, and he prepared for a decisive blow. The Lord began to release incredible power that turned the clan head into black ash. The ashes dissipated into the air, as nothing would now stop the Lord on his way to becoming a heavenly demon. The Lord planned to become a true full-fledged heavenly demon after reaching the pinnacle of power. In this case, he could not allow the spread of any rumors in his team. His next task was to deal with the Poison Demon clan, although it shocked everyone around him. As he turned around, his sinister smile showed that he was looking forward to this moment, but how long would the Poison Demon clan remain neutral? The demonic warrior was at a loss, not knowing what to say. In his thoughts, he understood that he had to go to the side of the leader, because there was no other way. He fell to his knees before the Demon Lord, and bowing down, he said that the Poison Demon clan would follow the young leader. This was good news for the leader. He was glad that the young man quickly understood what was required of him. The leader felt a little sad, because the fierce Demon King standing next to him died at the hands of Peng Musong. If he was present at their organization, everything would be much more fun than it is now. After a while, the demonic sect leader ordered everyone to gather together. In a deep dungeon illuminated by green light, he gathered his council. As he approached the table, being the last to arrive, he asked, "Is everyone gathered yet?" But I did not see the key persons, who did not even appear. He wondered where the demonic patriarch's sword was. Did he not wish to be present? One of the girls replied that the spirit of the demonic patriarch is loyal, although the sword itself has not come.
but it always supports the leader. In response, the young leader emphasized that the situation looked sad, and even though the sword of the demonic patriarch had not appeared, they could do nothing to help. This sword was to become the new general in their army. It was a surprise when he announced that with the death of the strongest demon king, the seat of the first patriarch was also vacant. He felt in his soul that soon this place would belong to him, and solemnly announced that he would become the new patriarch. One of the representatives, the dark demonic patriarch, laughed as he understood what this meant. All of the demonic clans except the demonic wind clan would join the young leader. Some of those present realized in their thoughts that this was a big mistake, but they could not yet fully realize its scale. However, the young lord managed to gather all the patriarchs to his side. It was simply incredible to create such a large influence in a sect where even supreme demons could not predict his actions. Then the head of the poisonous demons asked what the Destroyer Demon King and the Bond Demon King were planning to do, if they had already agreed. He wanted to know what the demon god's intentions were. The Lord thought this was an interesting question because the answer was obvious. If the God of heaven said he didn't care, then they could do whatever they wanted. But if God tries to hinder them or intervene, they will act on a different plan. Now they plan to act solely on this new plan. The demon lords were waiting for new orders. First, they had to take control of the Venom Demon Patriarch, the Phantom Demon Patriarch, and the Demon Illusion Patriarch. The three of them had to deal with the Sword Demon Patriarch as ordered. All these actions had to be limited by time in order not to lose the advantage. They were supposed to visit his younger brother. He was in one of the towers, calmly reading a book. Having become interested in reading, he did not expect anything unexpected because he was acquiring knowledge for the future. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the fact that the door began to slowly open. His older brother entered the room, whose sudden appearance surprised him greatly. As always, the younger brother was engrossed in reading. When he saw his older brother, he was happy and couldn't hold back his smile. He threw himself into his brother's arms, unaware that a dagger was hidden behind his back. With sparkling eyes, he ran to him, glad that his older brother had entered his room for the first time in a long time. He explained that all this was because the leader strictly forbade him to visit his brother, but now he has come to break that order. The elder brother grabbed the younger brother by the neck, his hands filled with demonic energy. He held it up, showing his dark intentions for his younger brother. No matter how he tried to escape from his grasp, it was in vain. He begged his brother to let him go. However, the elder only said, "Don't worry, you're already dead." And he added that it would be better if it happened before his father found out about everything. Demonic energy filled the space, engulfing everything around. Soon, the leader came out of the tower, carrying his younger brother in his arms. High-ranking officials who arrived for the meeting were already waiting for him. He asked if they had followed his orders as intended. Without a doubt, they had done as he had said. Suddenly, a large number of soldiers appeared on the horizon. They came to protect the young master, but they could not even imagine that his elder brother would betray him. The Lord noted that these warriors who drew their swords were not friendly towards him. This could have brought their story to a quick end. But Demon King Bon was standing by, ordered by the leader not to consume them all. He explained that there was no need to kill them all. The elite strike force of 10,000 demons now obeying the leader would soon transfer to the young lord and make a great addition to his army, so he forbade killing them. They had to learn about the new ruler and accept him as he would become their new leader. Now they will have to move forward despite all the obstacles. The lord walked behind, and in front he sent his soldiers. The army protected the main leader, not succumbing to the manipulation of enemies. The demonic woman waved her quill, warning that these warriors were making a big mistake if they went against them. For one of the lords, the smell of blood was pleasant. He felt a strong energy that filled him. The warriors who opposed them were incredibly brave, but they could not withstand their strength. The patriarchs released incredible demonic energy, expanding the boundaries of the possible and the impossible. The young lord watched what was happening, and it warmed his soul. The demonic army couldn't even breathe from the insane power they felt. Lord, passing by them, did not even feel resistance. As he approached the demon sect leader's gate, he kicked the door, and the entrance broke open, revealing a passageway. A lord emerged from the ashes and chaos, holding a junior contract in his arms. The demonic sect leader was in a state of shock at such an unexpected appearance. He, of course, could expect any action from this scoundrel. But how did he appear at such an hour and without warning? The Lord laughed, because the leader did not understand his intentions at all. The Lord stated that he had brought a gift for the leader, and as the smoke began to clear, the leader saw his son in this boy's arms. Rage clouded his heart, and he realized that this insolent fool had gone against his own father. But the Lord only laughed, knowing that the leader of the demonic sect would like this gift very much. Imperial Elder Blade arrived with lightning speed. No one expected him to be the first to arrive. Yang Chong's disciple, named Yang Jin, bowed in front of the others and solemnly introduced himself. He pointed to his mentor, warning him that he was already waiting, and offered to escort them. The hero clearly understood that if his name had Yun in it, it meant dragon, and most likely he is the heir to the secret branch of Kunlun. After that, they went down the slope. Finally, they arrived. The man was sitting quietly and patiently waiting for them. It was one of the three emperors, Yang Chong. A little time passed and everyone sat down at the table. The emperor watched the boy closely, deep in thought. He could not even imagine that the young man had managed to go from the peak of highest perfection to the border of transcendence. At that moment, he heard the words that he had become even stronger. But at the same time, he remembered the rumors that the young leader Magyo had demonstrated unparalleled talent. It is said that he does not hesitate to use the heavenly demonic art, even against his own subjects. The hero confessed that he could not yet accurately determine its nature. Everyone is getting tired of the demonic path, and that's terrible, because stealing someone else's power doesn't make you truly stronger. Everyone has their own way of becoming stronger, but the hero wanted to learn how to achieve this on his own. The Imperial Elder of the Blade advised him to just keep working hard as he had been doing before. Although the Elder himself was elsewhere, he kept hearing about his achievements. He knew that the young man had traveled extensively in Murim, and must have learned a lot from elders like him. At that moment, it seemed that they had stayed too long. Suddenly, he stood up, grabbed Peng Mu-sun by his clothes, and dragged him away. The old man asked the others to follow him. He brought them here with the help of the Imperial Blade to show them this place, the Dragon Head Cave. When they saw it, they all just opened their mouths in awe. Meanwhile, Song and the Elder stood opposite each other. Sun didn't know that no matter how much one's spiritual power has grown, the true extent of it can only be assessed in battle, looking the enemy in the eye. He agreed with his words and drew his sword. The old man told him not to use his inner energy, but to rely only on pure technique. Realizing this, he agreed, and they rushed at each other. Their swords collided, releasing sparks. The blow was so powerful that smoke rose around them. It was followed by another blow, then another, and another. It was like a graceful dance of swords. The elder was doing his best, but Sun kept his balance, realizing that this time the old man had managed to create a perfect technique. Using the same technique, he rushed forward, attacking Sun. The latter put up his sword to defend himself, and could not believe that this was really happening. Suddenly, a fierce hurricane erupted on the battlefield. It was the first heavenly wind sword, the attack that the elder had just used. The boy just watched in awe, looking up. He was mesmerized by the skill with which the old man used his technique. And suddenly there was a powerful explosion. Exhausted but unbreakable, Peng Song remained standing. At that moment, he felt a lightning-fast movement behind him. The sword blade was rapidly approaching his head. And again, a blow. The force of the collision threw them in different directions. The old man rushed forward with incredible speed, as if gliding through the air. But Sun understood the purpose of this fight. This is how he would be able to raise his level. He was not surprised that the Imperial Blade technique was called a blade as sharp as a gust of wind. In any case, he needed to find a gap in the defense to break through and strike the old man. So Peng concentrated, trying to feel everything with his body. He clearly caught the heat of the approaching old man, and saw the direction of his attack. The sharp blade was flying down, but in one precise movement, Peng put his sword out, blocking the blow. And then, with a horizontal swipe, he threw the enemy back. The elder was only more fired up, realizing that this guy had entered a fighting trance. Smiling, he asked if he should push harder, but not a single word was said in response. Only a heavy groan from Peng as he settled down on the ground. The Imperial Blade turned to him. You have a firm grasp of the essence, but your internal energy and mastery of technique leave much to be desired. After these words, Sun pondered, trying to figure out what to do next. Why are you asking if you already know the answer? The only way is to roll up your sleeves and work hard. Ideally, you shouldn't rush things. Everything happens in its own time. But now, the leader of the Magi is able to absorb the power of others. So the elder came up with the following solution. He picked up 2 thin branches from the ground and announced that it was time for morning training. He threw one branch to Pen. Now you will begin a basic but extremely effective training. This method will help you break free of the limitations of technique and reveal your true skills. The elder's eyes lit up with excitement. He was already looking forward to giving his student a few whacks. And Sun just wondered how many lashes he would get this time. But after the first stroke, the stick snapped in half. It was not easy to control the force, so the old man decided to move on to the next stage. He asked Pen if he was ready. He answered without hesitation. Yes. Without further ado, the elder immediately launched an attack. It was a one-on-one fight with only wooden sticks, but suddenly one of them shattered as if cut by a sharp blade. At the same moment, the ribbon holding Pan's hair was cut. The tension in the air increased significantly. The situation began to seem really threatening. Pan tried his best to act correctly. His movements were clear and precise, but the elder dodged with incredible ease. There was a resounding thud, followed by a dull sound. Several fragments of branches lodged in the tree right behind the elder's head. He smiled, realizing that Peng was gradually catching up to his level. But realizing this, he decided to show the boy something new. It was a legendary Sapa martial art technique, the 14-blade revealing snake, also known as the blade revealing snake. Trying to fight off one of the snakes, Peng broke his stick. Meanwhile, several more fierce jaws opened in front of his face, ready to strike. What could he do in such a situation? There was only one thing to do: to get the stick from the elder. Having satisfied his desire, the old man finally admitted that he had had enough for today. I can't say that you tried hard. You need to practice even more. But for now, rest. As soon as they got to the resting place, Pen immediately attacked the food. He was very hungry. The elder didn't have any delicacies, but now even plain rice seemed like a sumptuous meal. At the same time, Peng wanted to know more about the place where the others had gone, the Dragon Head Cave. All I know is that it's a secret cave where the heirs of the Kunlun secret faction are trained. He didn't understand what kind of training was going on there, but he was sure that it wasn't easy for them either. Peng also mentioned a young man who accompanied them, Yang Jin. He looked extremely strong, the heir to the secret branch of Kunlun. I've never heard of him, neither in my past life nor in this one, the elder thought. Although the sect had been on the verge of destruction more than once due to constant attacks by enemies throughout Murimu's history. But thanks to the secret branch of Kunlun that preserved their heritage, even a dying faction could be reborn again and again. What would happen this time? Peng could not predict it. But, according to the elder, he had had enough rest, and it was time to return to training. Peng realized that he needed to focus on what was happening here and now. Over the next few days, the Emperor Blade demonstrated to him all the sword techniques he had ever learned and encountered. Peng Musun learned them incredibly quickly. As the days passed, no one could count the number of branches he had broken during his training. How many times he tried to cut off the heads of snakes. But again and again, Peng kept trying. And every time he did it better and better. Only after passing through the snakes could he reach the elder. Only then did he have a chance to strike. Peng's aura, strength, and movements became sharper and more precise. The mentor noticed this and suddenly stopped. He paused only to say, "Well done. You have nothing more to learn from me." But what Peng could not believe was that the Emperor's blade had openly praised him. Peng folded his hands in front of him. He did this to bow low and thank his mentor. The elder had devoted his entire life to the art of the sword, and had eventually completed his journey to become one of the 3 emperors. But now he raised Peng's sword to tell him that his path would be different. From this moment on, in this world, there is nothing that does not obey his sword. After tying the sword around the boy's waist, he asked again, "Do you understand me?" "Now that I have inherited your sword, I will be the best in the world," Pen replied confidently. "And so it should be. If not, then you will not get away with just being a goldfinch." And that was the end of their training. It was now evening. The elder had called Pen to this place a little earlier today, because it was his first time. He also realized that now all he had to do was restore his inner energy. Anyone not related to Kunlun's secret faction is strictly forbidden to enter. But given the urgency, the elder made an exception and allowed Peng to enter. Seeing all this beauty, the young man stood there, staring at the incredible landscape. In front of him was a giant chain that disappeared into the sky. It was forged from 10,000 years old cold iron, a rare and extremely valuable metal often mentioned in martial arts stories. This chain stretched all the way to the top of the cliff, and the place itself was called the Cave of the Dragon's Head. After this explanation, the elder stepped on the chain and ordered Pen to follow him. But the boy's impressions only grew stronger as he watched the art called the Great 8-Cloud Dragon forms. He had heard that the name came from the fact that the movements of the technique resembled a dragon flying among the clouds. Since there was no time to waste, Peng took the first step. But it was not easy at all. The chain immediately began to swing in different directions. When the elder stood on the chain, he urged the disciple to feel the difference between himself and nature. Suddenly, a warmth seemed to break out in his chest. How can one go against nature itself? The main thing is to concentrate your energy, and then take a step forward and move quickly. The hero did this with surprising grace, almost to perfection. It seemed that he was not walking, but floating along the chain like a light breeze. It was incredibly fast and impressive. The elder guessed that the boy was going to reach the top in this way. He climbed, ignoring the wind, cutting through it with his movement. Originally, this chain was used to teach the art of the 8 great forms of the Cloud Dragon. The elder had caught his students falling off more than once, so it was no wonder they looked exhausted after training. But now something else was more important. What is this incredible mountain? Even the elder, who had lived here all his life, did not know all its secrets. He told the boy to keep an eye out. Something important was waiting for him ahead. They moved forward, and their silhouettes were reflected on the water surface below them. He stopped abruptly, staring in amazement at the premonition of something incredible. The elder only nodded, confirming his guess. He was looking at a rare miracle, the crystal stalactite of the void. The true energy of qi circulates continuously in the heavens, among the mountains and seas. This is its true nature, but in special places it can freeze, accumulating into a drop. People called this concentrated power, which has been gathering for thousands of years, the crystal stalactite of the void. Once upon a time, the mountain's followers would only take 1 or 2 drops of this gift of nature. Peng couldn't believe that he was about to receive this treasure and was confused. But the elder didn't consider it a treasure. It was just a discovery of the ancestors of a secret faction. Since it was a gift of nature, it should be used properly. The important thing was that Peng was finally ready. The elder suggested that we continue. He stretched out his hand toward the water surface, and using his power, he made the drops rise into the air. He only warned the boy that it was not easy to control the energy of the void crystal stalactite. As soon as Peng confirmed his readiness, a few drops gently fell into his mouth. He closed his eyes immediately after swallowing them. Previously, when he took elixirs, he would just feel the energy penetrate his body. But now it was different, as if he had plunged into a bottomless sea. The heat spread inside, making his body tremble as if he was about to lose consciousness. At that moment, the most important thing was not to give in, but to open his eyes. As soon as he did, water rushed into his mouth, making him choke, but he realized that he had to hold on. Should he channel the energy through his blood vessels? Or perhaps use the lone spirit's technique of rolling thunder? This was a crucial question that needed to be answered right now, and he found it, but in a slightly different way than he expected. He realized that instead of resisting, he needed to accept everything, to completely merge with this flow, without drawing a line between himself and the true nature of qi. The elder watched the boy closely, impressed by his concentration. Points began to appear on his back, radiating dazzling energy. Who would have thought that he would reorganize his body so quickly? The elder did not hide his admiration, and the young man continued to shine even brighter. His face became calmer and calmer, gaining harmony with each passing second. And then finally he opened his eyes. Unbelievable. He had attained absolute transcendence faster than all previous emperors. Peng believed that he had achieved everything thanks to the 2 elders, and he was sincerely grateful to them. But the elder noted that he had worked hard, but he should not be complacent. The path of improvement continued. A flag was flying against the background of a partial moon. People with lost lives were kneeling. And he, sitting on the throne, felt nothing, even now. At that moment, he ordered everyone to raise their heads. His gaze was cold, as if he were looking at slaves. And then he spoke a warning. He announced that he was launching a full-scale invasion of Murim, the one that the previous leader had constantly postponed. Meanwhile, Peng listened to the elder's questions, reminding him that he had been practicing channeling his qi for 4 days. Wasn't he hungry? Peng had indeed forgotten about his hunger. He was so engrossed in the process. But that was not all. The elder offered him a sword. Since he was already here, it was time to have some fun. Peng gladly accepted the challenge. As he held the sword out, he heard a suggestion to attack first. He wasn't going to refuse, so he stepped forward and quickly charged. But when he swung his sword, the blade passed the elder as if cutting through a void. Peng did not even realize what had just happened. He only had time to look up and see the old man calmly walking in the air. This was his next trump card, and at the same time a challenge. How would Peng cope with it? The boy did not lose his cool and confidently put his sword in front of him. When the elder approached, he even saw his reflection in the blade. Suddenly there was a powerful explosion. The trees flew in different directions, but this was only the beginning. Another blow followed, and this time the energy in the elder's hand became even more powerful. He swung it again, and it looked like the paw of a giant beast. At that moment, Peng clearly realized that for a moment he had let his guard down. When the crowd heard these words, they were overwhelmed with excitement and joy. They were excited at the thought that their cult would finally make a name for itself around the world. But the leader immediately warned that even before the invasion of Murim, they had lost 2 demon kings and 1 faction leader. The left envoy slowly rose. With him, the leader raised Puna. They both came forward, bowing their heads low before the leader. Since the left messenger's martial skill was superior to the others, it was more than enough to become one of the 4 demon kings of the world. "I give him the name Chaos World and proclaim him Demon King," the leader said. He bowed even lower, expressing his deep gratitude. The Demon Wind faction was left without a leader. All of its demons had died. And now the question arose: who would carry out its will? "From now on, you will be the leader of the Demon Wind faction," came the decision. Hearing this, Poon bowed even deeper, sincerely thanking for the honor. Now everyone was ordered to bow their heads before the one who defied the heavens and yet sympathized with the earth, the demon. The return of the heavenly demon inevitably led to this ending. All demons will submit and fall to their knees. The heavens will shake and the earth will tremble. "Bow your heads before the one who challenges the heavens and shakes the earth." These words resounded over the crowd again. The leader only hoped that those he had appointed would not disappoint him. In the meantime, let's go back to Sun's training. The force of that punch was extremely powerful. He was thrown back. But the elder did not stop, but only accelerated his attack. Diving forward, he found himself right in front of Sun's face, looking him straight in the eye. He closed the distance in lightning speed, but Sun was determined to go all out. The boy swung his weapon sharply, aiming it directly at the elder's shoulder. The energy that enveloped him began to crack. Thin cracks appeared on the surface of the green crystal. Even the elder was surprised, and he stepped back, deciding to keep his distance. At that moment, he realized that after achieving absolute calm, the dream had become much more dangerous than it seemed. "I need to fight with full force," he said, jumping back. He did so because he understood. Sun was preparing to use the 5 consecutive Thunderbolts attack. It was indeed powerful, but the elder only smiled slightly in response. "It's time to finish," he thought, and began to form a sphere. It turned into a real ball, on the surface of which one could see scales. Sun had no idea what had just happened. Where had his 5 consecutive thunderclaps gone? But at that moment, the elder revealed the true technique, the art of the great 8 cloud dragons. And as soon as the dragon took shape, it swiftly rushed toward the boy. But the stronger this pressing sensation became, the more powerful Sun himself became. Smiling, he decided to take the blow and swung his sword. Not to retreat, but to go forward, having his trump card in reserve, the crosscut of the iron wheel. The blade struck the dragon's head with a cross. After that, there was such a bright flash that it was almost impossible to watch. At one point, there were 2 fighters in the arena, and 2 more were still outside. It was a real training session in which my sister threw her weapons at Sun. Her weapon was a kunai, which he easily deflected. The height of the young mistress really made him afraid, because during their first training session, she had easily kept up with his movements. Now she seemed to be dictating her own rules, asking who allowed him to be distracted, and the elders not only watched the fight, but also carefully noted their mistakes. However, they were really having fun teaching these young men. Everyone gave their best, though they did not always hit their targets. Some missed with their weapons, and the monk, for example, with his iron fists. Mugak could not reach his opponent again, but he was not going to be upset about it. Instead, he decided to move on to the next attack, the one he was confident in. 9 steps of the lotus. He began to circle the guy, moving as if in slow motion. He just smiled and said, "Huh, you've only mastered 2/3 of this technique." But the monk didn't even heed his words. He just ordered him to hold on and rushed into the attack. As a result, the 4 tyrants became even stronger than in their previous life. This meant that the future, in which everyone died, could also change. Sun pondered this as he watched them closely. At the same time, there hadn't been any news from the demon cult recently, but it was more like the calm before the storm. And now, in front of the Yunnan clan's gate, they saw flames breaking through into the village. The order was given to immediately warn the martial artists. It seemed extremely strange the fire broke out too early, but one more incomprehensible detail caught the guard's attention. Something was under his feet. He lowered his head to see what it was, and he saw the severed head of another guard, the one who had gone to give the order. What is going on here? He didn't even have time to realize that he had pulled out his sword, but he was not even allowed to make a single movement. In a few seconds he was lying on the ground, lifeless. These bastards were ready to wipe out all sects from the face of the earth. They called themselves the Demon Squad, and their order was simple: to kill every last one of them, to announce the awakening of their cult. Everything around them was in flames. The warriors were desperately defending themselves, trying to keep the demons out of the Muchan pavilion. But the demons just watched, as if waiting to see how much longer they could hold out. The tension grew. There were only 3 fighters left from the entire clan in this place. The demons wanted only one thing: blood. Suddenly, an arrow hit one of the demons right in the head. The head of the Yunnan sect, Hagak Jin Ying, fired this accurate shot. He immediately shot 3 more arrows, but the situation was critical. There were too many demons, and they kept breaking through the main gate. At that moment, another master appeared on the battlefield, holding his sword. He rushed forward, ruthlessly destroying the demons with his sharp blade. But even he did not understand how these creatures were able to get in. Without wasting any time, he quickly devised a plan to buy as much time as possible. After all, the future of the Yunnan sect depended on their resilience, and there were only 4 words in his heart. Take care of the disciples, brothers. Meanwhile, in a quieter place, the elders and son were sitting at a table. Suddenly, they received the disturbing news that the demonic cult had launched an offensive. The entire Yunnan sect was engulfed in flames, and most of the elders were killed along with the leader. While the elders and the leader were holding back the demons, the 2nd and 3rd generation disciples managed to escape. This was truly terrible news, especially for Sun, who immediately began to compare the events with his past life, when the Kunlun sect was the first to fall. It seemed that those demonic cult beasts had changed their plans, and it was all because of them and the Heavenly Blade. Suddenly, the Imperial Blade announced that he had to leave them, but one of the elders asked him to wait until the morning, as nothing would change, and it was late. He also asked him to take Lan with him. The Imperial Blade agreed without objection. With a sneaky smile, he thanked him for his disciple. The night passed quickly. Morning came, and everyone stood lined up before the elder. He raised his right hand up, giving a sign, and then everyone moved forward. Some time passed. Chengdu, Sichuan province. They had already arrived here, and the children, fascinated by the local food, could not contain their enthusiasm. Only Long stood aside, looking gloomy. He had recently been appointed master of the secret Kunlun faction, and at the same time, the defender of the sect. His teacher had warned him that tomorrow he would have to leave with the 4 tyrants, but Long did not want to do this at all. The elder reminded him of all the arguments. If something terrible happened, they had to survive to save others. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he made it clear that this decision could not be changed. Besides, yesterday Lan had already promised to protect him. The Imperial sword suggested that they split up. He would return as soon as he had taken care of the children who remained with him. Lan bowed low and asked, "Please take care of them properly." The elder nodded. "I will." After he left, Sun asked Lan if he was okay. "They will be fine. They are in good hands. Thank you for your concern." After that, Sun decided to go to the branch office. Nam Seok Tai, the head of the Murim Alliance branch, met him there. He greeted the 3 guests, but his gaze lingered on an unfamiliar boy standing behind them. It was Long. Long bowed and introduced himself, Long Zheng. As soon as the head heard this name, everything became clear. He must be Long Tian's disciple. He thanked them for their help and promised to tell them everything they knew. He invited them to follow him. After a while, they were sitting at a giant table, with a map spread out in front of them. The territory of the righteous faction was marked in red, and the territory of the demonic faction was marked in blue. But the black flag was the most interesting. What did it mean? The head confirmed their guesses. The black color meant the destroyed branch of the Murim Alliance. The 2nd and 3rd generation students had barely managed to escape, and were now under the protection of the Sichuan branch. Next, Song wanted to know if the Yunnan branch was attacked by the same demons as the Yunnan sect, but the head doubted it. After calculating the time it took for the messenger pigeons to arrive, he assumed that the sect and the branch were attacked almost simultaneously. Sun guessed that the demonic cult had already established its base somewhere on the mainland. At this point, the girl asked where the demonic cult's army was currently located. However, she didn't get a clear answer. These bastards completely ignored the small groups and affiliates of the alliance, focusing on advancing northward in an effort to gain more victims. At that moment, a man ran into the room with urgent news from a large unorthodox sect. They reported a new attack by the demonic cult. They had destroyed one of the branches of the unorthodox sect and were now moving towards Sichuan. The girl instantly realized that they were moving diagonally, from the east and southwest. Hitting himself on the head with the palm of his hand, the leader realized that they could not just wait until the enemy reached Chengdu. They needed to divide their forces. At this point, Song said he had an idea. The head literally lit up with the desire to hear at least some suggestion. Song pointed to the map and suggested that the troops moving from Guizhou be left behind. But the head immediately noted that it was too risky. They didn't even know the exact number of enemy forces. Then Song started talking about the mountain peaks. The military forces are scattered on 3 mountain peaks. Those who turn around will do so for a reason. After a while, the head understood the plan, but he was worried about whether Sun would be able to implement it. However, the latter, maintaining a calm tone, only asked him not to worry. He was completely confident that they would make it. They stood looking at the only road that ran from Sichuan to Guangzhou. It was here that the people had come, following the great warrior, Peng, whose name was on their lips. He agreed that they were strong enough but asked if they would be okay. After all, this was the first time for Lon that he would have to take someone else's life. His answer was calm, but his heart was still pounding. The monk tried to calm him down by offering him a drink, saying it would make it easier. "I think I'll refuse," Lon said, but it didn't work. The monk simply poured the drink into him. After that, he asked Lon how it tasted. He blushed at the pungent taste, but the monk only encouraged him. "It will be sweeter next time. You'll have to drink it properly after the battle." Lon took the hint, smiled, and looked at him, but suddenly something made them freeze. The enemy came faster than they expected. Peng Musun said he would go first, and asked them to follow him and move only after he had walked 30 steps. Everyone obeyed the order. Some of them could not understand how a great warrior could be sent out alone, and not just anyone, but the king of the blade himself. But the girl just calmly said that everything would be fine. He would undoubtedly cope without letting the enemy even touch him. And then the moment came. He jumped down, landing right in front of them. He had been waiting for them for a long time, and when the demons saw him, they froze with their mouths open. The time had come to undermine their morale, and that was exactly what he wanted. As he swung his sword upward, lightning flashed all around him. The demonic cult's strike team, a squad of demons, continued to advance. They could already see the troops of the Sichuan alliance, which included the Tang clan, Qingchen sect, and a Mei sect, in front of them. The leader of the demon strike force knew exactly what he was dealing with. As expected, the incident with the leader of the great demon squad still caused him concern. Originally, it was their group that was supposed to advance with the leader of the dark demon faction. But due to the actions of the leader of the great demon squad, they had lost their position. They needed to find the enemy and get to the castle as soon as possible. But would the dream allow them to do so? At that moment, the leader noticed that something was going wrong. Everything around them was exploding, flying in all directions, and the attacker seemed like a real crazy bastard. The leader of the group roared, urging his demons not to be afraid of death. Only by dying could they reach the demon's paradise. His words worked. The demons rushed forward, eager to kill the enemy in the name of the eternal demon paradise. Sun just looked up, waiting. He waited with excitement for these madmen to rush forward. And as soon as they approached, he made several lightning swings in different directions. The demon leader immediately ordered the use of the demonic explosion martial art. Purple energy began to fill the space, becoming more and more intense. But Sun was confident that he would be able to destroy them before they exploded. The 4 tyrants just watched, amazed at what was happening. This was not normal. He had gained the upper hand so quickly, they couldn't even find a moment to intervene in the battle. Lon, seeing this, was delighted. Incredible, incomparable power. If he had been in Sun's place, would he have been able to dodge the enemy's blades in the same way? I doubt it. And it was at this moment that he realized that the reason Master had sent him out of Kunlun was not only because of the demon cult's rebellion. The Master wanted to show him the world outside the walls. Gonglao, Sichuan. These 3 peaks are located in the southern part of the province, and Mount Aimei can be reached in just 4 hours using body lightning techniques. It looks like the branch manager has thought of everything well. He had placed people on all 3 peaks. But the old man was closely watching the battle, and realized that if the demons broke through, the monks would soon be wiped out. So he loudly ordered everyone to get up. At the same moment, soldiers began to come out of the bushes. They came down like an avalanche, so many of them that a needle could not pass between them. And that's not even counting the armed men who were still hiding in ambush. However, in each of the man's hands, small balls were squeezed between his fingers. As soon as they reached the target, they dissolved, releasing a thick green vapor. Master Su Hong moved forward rapidly. With a swing of his sword, he could direct this mist at his enemies. It was a poisonous mist. Suddenly, a demonic, overpowering roar tore through the air. The demons fell to their knees, unable to withstand the pain that pierced their ears. It was then that they realized that the time had come. The enemy was still trying to use the demonic art of explosion. But in a few seconds, he screamed out from the pain that engulfed his body. Watching the explosion from afar, the mustachioed man was already making his plan. His goal was to make his way straight to the center, where the head of the Sichuan branch was located, and slit his throat. He ordered those who remained behind to immediately send another strike team. And he and his subordinates had to go as well. He was the leader of the Dark Demon faction. But suddenly, the Heavenly Swordsman blocked his path, and he was not alone, but with a group of warriors, each holding a sword. The leader of the demon faction had not expected to meet him here, and even accompanied by a group that called themselves those who occupy the heavens. The heavenly swordsman only spoke coldly. "This is all thanks to Brother Peng, who predicted your actions. You are nothing. And today, that's the end of it." The mustachio demon only laughed in response. But suddenly his smile disappeared as another explosion sounded behind him. The heavenly swordsman knew that the peak was guarded by the Alliance support unit that Peng had deployed. But he couldn't understand what had happened. The leader of the demon faction only ominously explained that this was where the battle was taking place. "Our cult has been preparing for this for a very long time. There is no place in Murim that we cannot reach," he added. His message was clear. Don't let the enemy think that they are the only ones with tricks up their sleeve. The Sky Swordsman began to realize that the situation was getting out of hand. It would be very difficult to find a place in Murima that they hadn't already reached. The guy realized that the situation was getting out of hand. The enemies surrounded our hero and pointed their swords at him. Everyone was very worried about Master Namgun. The young man's eyes hurt a lot. The enemies were absolutely everywhere. There are so many talented people on the mainland, including the 10 masters, so their cult is under the guidance of leaders. A gray-haired man with a confident smile asks if Namgun wants to join them. A moment later, many knives and swords flew at the protagonist. Meanwhile, the messenger quickly ran to the head to deliver urgent news. He was holding a letter about the battle in Sichuan. The elder was very excited by this news and ordered him to read it immediately. First, the demonic military force that was coming from Guizhou met with 4 tyrants and 20 members of the Xinwen branch. This was not very surprising, because the Blade King and the celestial swordsman who had attained the transcendent world were there. The envoy received information that the celestial swordsman was now fighting in Gangluo, and the King of the Blade was now the sole defender of Xinwen. It seems that the power of the Blade King's martial arts had been underestimated. They felt very relieved when they heard that there was a Blade King there. It seems that he was able to achieve his goal, but the situation changed very abruptly, and both sides suffered heavy losses. They heard that everything ended in a mutual retreat. After that, the room fell silent. The situation changed, because it turned out that there were traitors among the people of the Sichuan Alliance who had turned to a demonic cult. They suddenly caused a stir, and the demonic cult took advantage of their confusion. As expected, this happened because the head was unable to get rid of those witches. But they also confirmed that the group of demonic factions is operating under the cover of the righteous factions. It seems that now they should be suspicious not only of the people of Sichuan, but also of the whole of Murimu. The moves of the demonic cult are very careful. They have killed all the poor and needy in all the nearby places to slow down the speed of the spread of information and to make their whereabouts known. Hangul is very ashamed of this, but he is reassured that it is not his fault. The demonic cult has infiltrated Murim and is active in all directions. Even so, at the moment they have 3 Grand Masters out of 10 in the Murim Alliance, so there is no need to give up. The master orders to tell all the branches in every province about this, to order them to go on alert and report every little thing. The head asks where the 4 tyrants are now. It turns out that they are on their way to Hubei. They are going there with the Yunnan sect disciples who managed to survive. It was already quite late and dark. Someone suggested to the master that they camp right there. Master Dehyun agreed with a smile. They will spend the night here tonight. Each of them has to do everything according to their roles, but they always move in groups. Very soon, the students were able to build several fires. Everyone worked very well together. The food was also ready. Dehyun said that he felt very comfortable with the students and thanked them for that. He could not have imagined that their relationship would be so warm. The boy noticed that the master seemed to have a lot on his mind. Dehyun admitted that he was thinking about the future of the Yunnan Tibetan sect. His older brother should be in his place now, and the man blames himself for not being able to protect them today. But the boy doesn't think he's to blame at all. Daehyun has a lot on his shoulders. Today the young man saw with his own eyes that the master has many talented students. Everyone is worried about the Tibetan sect, regardless of their status, so it would be better to work together. The boy's words seemed to make the gray-haired man think. He thanked the boy. Despite the fact that Daehyun had been studying Taoism all his life, he had learned a lot during his time with the students. Suddenly, a large group of people ran out from behind the bushes toward them. Daehyun saw this man and realized that he was the leader of the Miho group. These people are one of the groups of the righteous faction, and they have very strong relations with the Tibetan sect. After the defeat of the Tibetan sect and the branch, the whole province was filled with demons, so now they are going to Hubei. The man was very ashamed because they now had many problems because the sect did not survive. It was getting very late, so the man asked if they would mind if the group spent the night in a vacant place near them. Judging by the age of these people, they were probably second-generation disciples, but the man did not recognize them. Then the old man smiles broadly and says, "They are ordinary people. It was nighttime. Many were lying down and sleeping, and some were guarding their sleep. Suddenly, the disciples jumped up because of a strange sound they heard. Some strangers were coming out of the forest on horseback, running toward them. They were part of a large, unorthodox sect, so they asked to stay here for the night. It was the Yellow Iron Wind group. They were famous in the guy's past life, because later it became clear that one of the 7 groups was a demonic cult group. The guy is suspicious of them and thinks that they have come to attack them. Hearing about this, the man starts to get a little angry. The boy says that they are people from a demonic sect. The other students were shocked when they heard this. A second later, the head of this group takes a swing at the guy, but he gets away. The master simply does not understand what is happening here. The other man turns to the guest and says that he made them wait too long. The man said that the problem was with the students because they did not attack them first. The master said they didn't want to suffer alone. Hearing this, Daehyun became very tense. He said that they were the ones who destroyed the Tibetan sect. The head mockingly said that they had attacked Gak from behind, so he had no chance. A second later, he shows him a bow that was stained with blood. He was going to kill them. Everyone immediately realized that it was the master's weapon. Master Peng is about to attack, but someone grabs his arm. It was Master Daehyun. He wanted to deal with these bastards alone. Their group is determined to deal with the Yunnan conflict on their own. Master Peng doubts that they will be able to cope with Miho's group, because they have only 3rd-generation students. But the master assures him that there is nothing to worry about. The enemies are being overconfident because they think they can't possibly defeat them with these kids. A second later, the students attack them. They walk slowly but confidently. The enemy feels how the air has changed dramatically and how tense everything has become. Their self-confidence instantly disappeared. A second later, he ordered them to attack our heroes, and everyone rushed forward. One of the guys is now going to show them all his strength. In a second, he rushes at the enemy and hits him hard right in the face. From such a blow, the bastard falls off his horse and spits blood. While the enemies were distracted, other weapons were used on them. Many sharp swords were flying right at them. He could see their group collapsing before his eyes. He could not keep up with this speed, even though he was an expert in transcendence. The head began to think that he was one of the 4 tyrants. But this fool realized this too late. In a moment, his head was on the ground. There was a big pool of blood on the ground. Now the Tibetan sect can deal with them themselves. Only then will their people be able to defend themselves again. The master ordered everyone to take their positions, and everyone obeyed the order. They have now completed the construction of the Taiyi Phantom Sword. The mustachioed man could not help but recognize the uniqueness of his enemies, but that still didn't make him take his opponents seriously. In a second, the enemies rushed toward our heroes again. Then, the students used the awakening technique. This way, they were able to deflect their blows. But suddenly, one of the students was being attacked by an enemy who was going to behead him. Fortunately, his friends came to his aid and shielded him from the blow. The boy would not allow the hands that killed his brothers and comrades to kill these children. A second later, he struck a strong blow to the pea, which cut it in half. All of them are going to show these bastards the true power of the blades of Tibet. They rushed forward and cut their enemies into small pieces. Daehyun recalls the words of the group's leader, Miho, that he would cut down the entire Tibetan sect. But now his confidence has disappeared somewhere because it was quite difficult. A second later, Daehyun rushed straight to his enemy. Now they are fighting one-on-one. Suddenly, the leader grabs his subordinate to use him as a human shield. That is why the subordinate dies from Daehyun's sword. For someone who swore allegiance to a demonic sect, the man looks too scared to die. They may have faltered a bit, but they are still a Tibetan sect. At this rate, their group is going to lose. What is the Yellow Iron Wind group doing anyway? These are not Tibetan martial arts at all. They are more like those used by the 5 great families. Could it really be the 4 tyrants? Daehyun is furious. He is going to finish off this bastard who killed the head of their sect. A second later, the sharp sword of revenge pierced the enemy's chest, taking his life. Finally, it was over. The disciples hugged each other and rejoiced that they had defeated their enemies. It seems that there is nothing to worry about, because everyone did a great job. The boy asks the people who are seriously injured to come over here to get help. Daehyun asks Bojung to come over for a second. The boy comes over but doesn't understand why. The master asks him to hold out his hand. When he stretched out his hands, Master Daehyun put the bow of the group leader who was killed in them. It was the master's weapon. Sadness immediately began to show in his eyes. The young man recalls that Master Daehyun told him that there was a cave in the mountains of Tibet. When the war is over, the boy is going to go there and devote himself to the bow of the Sun Ruler. The master is happy about this because the late Hagak wanted this too. Daehyun recalls how his older brother told him to take the children and run away because they had to be protected at all costs. Their sect was only slightly shaken, but very soon they would get off their knees. The next day, the group was called to the office of the head of the Murim Alliance. Master Peng told the group that he had achieved absolute peace, but it was an accident. Everyone was very happy and praised our hero for this. They had already heard about what happened to the Yunnan Tibetan sect. If we consider the case of Sichuan, everyone did very well. But the situation in Gansu, in the front line of the unorthodox sect's territory, is not good at all. They say that Gansu is now on fire because of a spy for a demonic cult, so the Yellow Iron Wind Group was targeting the same place. As expected, this is hard to predict. Older didn't think twice as he listened to all their words. He asked if this young man was really Long Tian's disciple. It was true. This guy may seem ordinary next to the 4 tyrants, but among his peers, his talent is among the top 10. The old man thought that he should include this fellow in the Faithful Dragon Squadron. The head of the 4th unit has been approved. He is going to select another 50 people from among the youngsters who were sent to the Alliance. This will form the 4th Loyal Dragon Squadron, and I suggest that the boy also take this test. Of course, the young man cannot refuse. This time he will personally observe them and choose who will be chosen. But for now, he suggests that they get along with the Free Dragons. It would be really nice if they could see for themselves how much these people have grown. The young people like this news very much, because it would be fun. Master Pan remembers them and likes the idea too. Soon, they arrived at the pavilion of the Murim Alliance's Loyal Dragons. It was the same place. There was a lot of space. They had come here at the exact moment when the units were fighting each other. The Dragon Loyalists divided into 6 squads and took up attacking positions. A second later, one of them ordered the others to attack. Immediately after that, they rushed forward. It is said that even during the Great War of Good and Evil, their Black Warrior Guard squad was able to withstand the attacks of 3 strike teams of a large unorthodox sect. The red-haired boy told the first squad to push a little harder. A girl told the 5th squad that the formation of the center part was unstable. Another black-haired guy ordered to make a combination of 3 squads. Thus, 6 formations of swordsmen combined into 3. It's hard to believe that they changed the formation in the middle of the battle. It looks like they put a lot of effort into it. Our heroes seem to be very good judges of character. It was evening, and their hard training had come to an end. Suddenly, the head of a mysterious squadron of warriors approached the head of the faithful soldiers. It seems that his leadership qualities and skills as a unit leader have grown significantly over the years. The man really thinks so. These people are really good at motivating their group, and he is looking forward to their next training session. Suddenly, Il-hyang hears a very familiar voice praising him and calling him over. A second later, he sees Master Peng, whom he hasn't seen in a long time, running towards him. Soon they are gathered around the table. It turns out that everyone present here became squadron and unit commanders. At first it was very difficult and unusual, but now everything is stabilized. Il-hyang still has a long way to go compared to Master Peng. Now that his title has changed, the guy feels awkward. Our hero is approached by a guy in a hat who asks him to introduce himself because it's the first time he's seen him. A second later, another guy introduces him as young Mr. Longzheng. This time, he is also planning to take the entrance exams with the Dragon Loyalists, and he is already looking forward to their cooperation. The faithful dragons also kindly respond and say that they are waiting for this moment. It seems that young Mr. Pan will soon become the 4th commander of the unit. But the main character is not quite sure about this. The red-haired boy asks our hero how they have changed since their last meeting. Master Pen concludes that the boy has learned a lot from the Holy Spear. Il-hyun asks if the protagonist plans to stay here for a while. He plans to stay here because he wants to see with his own eyes how much the squadron of faithful dragons has grown. Hearing about this, the faithful dragons were very shocked, but this thought, on the contrary, lit a fire inside them. They were ready to show what they could do. Some passers-by whispered, wondering if Mr. Pan was really sitting at that table. Then, a stranger just decided to come up and ask if it was really who they thought it was. A second later, the protagonist introduces himself to those who approached him. Hearing about this, everyone present began to scream and shout joyfully. They asked him to tell them the story of the demonic cult. Namgun took responsibility for the story. Absolutely everyone present listened attentively, holding their breath so as not to miss a single detail. One guy asks if they can win the war against the demonic cult. This question immediately changed the atmosphere in the room and made it more tense. Master Peng fell silent and thought about his answer. In fact, he didn't know this either. The demonic cult is a powerful enemy. The war will be even bigger than the war between good and evil. Although no one knows which side will win, the 4 tyrants are going to do everything possible to win. Such a speech greatly encouraged the soldiers and gave them a fighting spirit. In honor of this, our hero is going to treat everyone to alcohol and booze at his own expense. The next morning at the training ground of the Loyal Dragon Pavilion, the members of the Loyal Dragons were ready for training. They all fought against our hero, who told them to attack him all together. If you think about it, he can instill fear just by standing there. It makes you breathless. Everyone gets nervous at once. Soon the battle begins. The faithful dragons fall into formation and run to Master Pan. They must be able to cope with transcendent energy. The main character's energy is so strong that it can be compared to a holy spear. It's a little too much, but not enough for them to give up. It's important to think about their training with Mr. Holy Spear. Then the faithful dragons decide to break through. It was hard for the protagonist to believe that he was losing to them in terms of morale. Mr. Holy Spear must have put a lot of effort into their training. He wondered how long they could hold out against our hero. In a second, Master Peng rushes over to them to test their strength, but the warriors are not going to retreat either. Each of them is full of enthusiasm and ambition. When the warriors were about to hit the boy, he disappeared somewhere. In fact, he was right behind them. The red-haired boy noticed this and shouted loudly to the other soldiers to pay attention. Then, the main character started attacking them from above. The red guy runs to their rescue and tells them to block his punch like they usually do in training. Then, the warriors synchronize and do everything as they do in training. It seems they managed to block his punch. It was very difficult, but it was important not to give up the position. The red-haired guy was shocked by the strength. He barely stayed on his feet. A second later, he jumped up and was behind Master Peng, preparing to strike. But the main character noticed it in time and was able to block it. He also managed to hit the warrior, causing him to fall to the ground. It was clear that Mukyon Sa had grown a lot since the last meeting. This time, he managed to block him as well. The soldiers are not going to give up and run towards our hero again. But with 2 precise and light movements, he was able to block their blows. Now Master Peng realized the intentions of his opponents. It was not a defensive formation, but a siege formation. They were surrounding him on all sides. Master Peng did not understand why they had chosen a more sophisticated method. Since Mr. Holy Spear had often destroyed their defensive formations, they had learned this attack formation. In a moment, they all rushed towards the protagonist. But Master Peng knew what to do in this situation. He hit one of them. Then he moved to another enemy and pushed him hard. After that, one knocked the sword out of the girl's hands with a light movement. He realized that the other members of the Loyal Dragons had completed the siege at this time. It was amazing that they had done such a teamwork. In that case, the guy is going to show them something very powerful. After a second, he slams his weapon on the ground and a big explosion occurs. Red lightning flies in all directions. The explosion was so strong that the enemies just flew in different directions. They couldn't even stand on their feet. Finally, their fight came to an end. Now our hero can see all the skills of these people. Master Peng assures them that no matter what squad the demonic cult sends, they will not be able to defeat the squadron of faithful dragons so easily. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They had no words to respond. They were very shocked and happy to be praised by Master Peng himself. In a second, they all bowed and thanked the main character. The elder was watching all this. The elder asks with a challenge in his voice if Master Peng will be able to handle the faithful dragons. The protagonist promises that he will be responsible for them. It is very surprising that they were able to hold out against Peng Mu Sung for so long. Soon, the friends gathered around the table. The news came out that 10 Murimu Alliance soldiers had been killed last night. Judging by the killing techniques, they think that the Hell Lotus is behind it all. It seems that there are still some remnants there. These days, many people are joining the Alliance, so it will be easy enough for the killers to get there. Mugak is very angry when he hears this. He wants to kill everyone with his own hands. Suddenly, young Mr. Peng has some guests over. When they saw them, everyone was frozen in place. The friends were very excited because Chul Ho and his group had entered the room. In front of them stood a man with a friendly smile. It was the young patriarch. Sun got up and greeted him respectfully. He recognized that the boys would have to go through many trials. Then he asked if he was indeed one of the few who had been sent away from their family. When he received confirmation, he heard an explanation. This was the first group to be assigned the task, and 3 more strike teams would arrive in about 7 days. The man put a postcard on his hand. Pen unfolded it, ran his eyes over the lines, and immediately realized something important. But to be sure, he decided to ask what the situation was now. During this time, the Meringue group and the Yang family had been quite active, and the family had firmly established their position. The third young master multiplied his wealth by cooperating with trade guilds. It was profitable, because they had the support of an influential medical family and a divine physician, which was quite satisfactory to Song. Moreover, the Peng family of Hebei was confidently regaining its former glory and was approaching the point of becoming the true ruler of the region. They discussed the details and reached an agreement. After that, they bowed to each other. But the hero still had a question to which he could not find an answer. How did it happen that the head of the union was... The weather was pleasant outside, which was conducive to the meeting. At that moment, 4 tyrants arrived at the place. They greeted the honorable people who had gathered there. They, in turn, were also sincerely glad to see them. One of the elders addressed everyone. Sorry for the sudden gathering. These guys are incredibly strong and really wanted to meet you. So I invited everyone to have a meal together. But during the meal, he had something important to show them. Walking up to the board, he pointed to the position of the forces with his stick. His voice sounded serious. The enemy knows no mercy. They destroy everyone on the battlefield without exception. Sun picked up one of the records and began to study it carefully. His suspicions made him turn to the elder. The elder thought about it and then agreed. He had seen the same thing that Sun was talking about. At that moment, fragrant dishes were brought to them. Just a moment later, the table could hardly stand the dishes that appeared on it. Those who had traveled a long way and were now incredibly hungry were especially happy. She tried to forbid him to eat, scolding him for grabbing everything with his hands. But the host greeted them very warmly, asking them to ignore such trifles. Soon everyone else started eating. Hook, having made a mistake, was only then ready to join in. Suddenly the spoon flew out of his hand and fell to the ground. One of the men suddenly choked and began to cough violently. He was followed by another man who grabbed his throat, trying to breathe in. Panic reigned in the room. What's going on here? The girl immediately grabbed a needle from her clothes. She ran to one of the victims, grabbed him by the throat, and screamed for help. Sun realized that the situation was much more serious than it seemed. His eyes quickly ran across the table. And in that instant he realized the terrible truth about what was really happening here. The elder also realized, it seems that explosives have been planted somewhere here. We must immediately split up and stop it before anyone gets caught in the middle of the explosion. Everyone in the room immediately realized that the situation was critical. It didn't take long for a deafening explosion to occur. Pen moved forward, trying his best to get out. However, they were in a real trap. There was no choice. Each of them used his own signature punch. This helped to slow down the destruction of the tower a little. But the cracks did not stop. They spread further and further. The old man was clutching his head, worried about the building. Suddenly, someone pointed in the other direction, explaining that people there needed immediate help. The monk threw the 2 wounded men on his shoulders and quickly ran. Tan realized that they would have to jump. So they jumped right down the roof, even though everything around them was on fire. They were lucky. They did it just as the flames were about to reach them. Looking back, they saw that the air behind them was covered with a thick red haze. At this time, several students ran up to the master, asking him if he was okay. A girl touched his wrist with 2 fingers. She checked his pulse, but the man's breathing was almost non-existent. Soon, the enemy's true intentions became clear. It seemed to be acting through the Murim alliance. The elder felt trapped, and it was humiliating. His only goal was to find and catch the killer. Peng just smiled, hinting that there was almost no time left. He couldn't wait any longer. The day would soon come. And in the evening, when he was sitting in his room, this man unexpectedly came to him. The old man did not understand why this man decided to come to him. He had heard from the Blade King that the Heavenly Slayer sect was waging war against the Fighter Alliance and the Hell Lotus, which operated in the shadows. It was the truth, and that was exactly what was happening. After that, he addressed them, calling them little friends. These guys formed the alliance, and that's what he was talking about now. But the old man didn't understand what the Heavenly Slayer sect had to do with the Knife King to support the alliance. In response, he asked what their relationship with the assassins would be. On the table were several very important agreements related to the Murim alliance. But the man who was reviewing them was already tired of these matters, because he was the leader. Suddenly he heard something. Looking around the room, he noticed a blade flying straight at him. He barely had time to dodge it, jumping sharply to the side. His fist instantly clenched, tense and ready to strike. The next moment, he aims a punch right at the enemy's chin. But behind him, he noticed several other scoundrels waiting for the moment of attack. All of these bastards were armed to the teeth. Their goal was to inflict serious injuries on him. The initial goal was to weaken him, and the ultimate goal was to kill him with a cold weapon. Suddenly, bloody splashes fly in the air. But the masked man continues to act. He appeared here unexpectedly. It was he who helped the leader survive the trap. At that time, Peng was on the roof. One of his allies came up to him and told him that the situation in the Yellow Pavilion had been resolved. They had captured all the assassins who were trying to plant the explosives. But it wasn't over yet. The Alliance's strike force was now deployed to the training ground, where they were fighting against the cogs caught in the act of obtaining something important. At this moment, Sun is clearly aware of something important. His tension is felt by the other 2. They also notice how he slowly draws his sword. The point is that Peng Musung knows who has to take the next step, and that is himself. He moves forward, promising that he will return in one piece. Meanwhile, the Alliance was dealing with extremely important matters. They knew that their people were in the middle of a battle and needed immediate help. But even more shocking news was that the Holy Spear troops would arrive in about 4 hours. And when he appears, the joke is over. His gaze is full of confidence, and he is clutching a heavy spear. At this moment, the man is standing over a huge map, contemplating his next move. Suddenly, everything is interrupted by a loud roar from above. One of the leaders quickly explains the situation. In short, it's complete shit. The leader understands and lightly taps his foot on the floor. Suddenly, the map on the table starts moving in a strange way. It reveals a secret passage to the dungeon. He claps his hands, calling to the others and warning them to go down carefully. They begin to move down, carefully holding onto the walls. Every step they took had to be as careful as possible. The leader looked up to see if the map would close again. Everything went well. They successfully descended into the dungeon. The place looked incredible. The magical beauty was amazing. Everyone moved forward, looking around carefully. The leader covered his tracks, closing all the passages behind him. As soon as they got inside, someone greeted them. Everyone's faces showed surprise. The situation was becoming a real mess. The elder noticed a strange man standing right next to him. He was smiling with a strange smile and suddenly asked a very strange question. And long, sharp claws appeared on his hands. Without hesitation, he rushed to attack. But one of the boys instantly stood up to defend the head. He leant his shoulder to save his leader. However, the clawed bastard did not stop. He continued his rapid attack. The crowd began to panic. Several more militants joined the enemy. The whole point was that he was hiding under a mask. The next moment, he slowly took it off, revealing his face. It was the leaders of the Fighter Alliance. Then the old man put his hand forward. He turned to his men, warning them of the danger. A tense conversation ensued between the parties. The enemy tried to convince them, while protecting the scientists standing behind him. But at the same moment, the door shook with a powerful blow. One of the enemies turned sharply in that direction. They tried to understand what was going on, and who had dared to come. Suddenly, the door exploded, shattering into pieces. It was Peng Song. As usual, he came in without knocking. But this time, he just had to kick the door down. He was holding it by the neck, laughing. It was the Demon King himself. He easily threw the victim aside, continuing to laugh ominously. The sight before him only amused him, but even he did not expect to see this. Stepping forward, he spread his arms to the side and greeted him warmly. However, it was only a joke. When the old man realized that he was facing a demon, he was seized with fierce anger. But he just waved his fingers defiantly, as if to say, "Come here." In less than a second, the old man rushed at the enemy, grabbing his weapon. At the same moment, Pong stood aside, unable to contain his emotions. He rushed in so fast that he killed one of the scum by simply throwing a piece of stone. A moment later, the other enemy was already lying headless. The elder thanked him for that. Now they could all safely get upstairs. Everyone expressed their gratitude to him, and he just clutched his trophy, the head of one of the bastards, in his hand. The leader was thanked separately, and, having accomplished his mission, he moved forward. It was clear that the Union of the Sea's intelligence network had been completely destroyed. But this time, by joining forces with hired killers, they managed to turn the tide. However, the bloody battle continued, spilling even more blood around. The battle was only gaining momentum, becoming more and more brutal. The Demon King was unleashing the full force of his claws. He was engaged in a fierce battle with a warrior armed with a spear. The demon directed all the power of his attacks at him, and the latter, skillfully twisting his weapon, deflected every blow. The demon's hand grew larger and larger, gaining dark power. Using one of his strongest techniques, he moved forward, cutting through everything in his path and bringing the attack down. But the old man did not hold back either. His spear was strong enough to withstand the blow and pierce the enemy's attack. However, he was well aware that he was facing not just a demon, but an old and experienced fighter. He acted with cold calculation, skillfully retreating back after each blow. Everything happened with lightning speed. He caught his balance and instantly rushed forward. The old man realized that he could not retreat. He had to act clearly and without delay. Gathering all his strength, he rushed forward. There was a powerful explosion that shook the earth. The demon's hands trembled. He was holding the spear with his last strength, and only thanks to his demonic energy could he resist. But he did not hide the fact that all the information they had was true. Meanwhile, the horsemen were rushing forward, leaving swirls of dust behind them. And the protagonist realized that they had just lost control of the battle in Jianggu. The elder confirmed his words. Thanks to the Holy Spear, which left the demons behind, the Alliance forces were not completely destroyed. However, those bastards were doing their best to tear off the hands and feet of the Murim Alliance, so they developed a plan on how to proceed. One of the places the elder pointed out seemed a bit suspicious, but he just shook his head in different directions, making it clear that the decision would not change. Anyway, he ordered them to go there and restore the balance. Soon the boys were leaving the place. However, a strange man was following them unnoticed. After a while, he passed on the information he had received. Kneeling down, he reported who had gone where. Because of this, a decision was made to mobilize the Mara squadrons. Meanwhile, the guys were already on the ship, which was rushing forward. The monk still could not get over the events of the previous evening. Suddenly, Pen looked up and noticed that the bird was flying strangely. There was a reason for this. The bird flew closer and brought them a letter with a message. As a token of gratitude, they gave the bird a piece of meat, which it was delighted to receive. After that, they sent him back. After reading the letter, everything became clear. It spoke of the terrible events that were happening right now and how demons were wreaking havoc. But it could be understood not only from the words. One had only to look up. There they saw several devilish ships. Pen ordered everyone to be careful. But he wasn't going to hold back. He drew his sword and jumped right in their direction. As soon as his foot left the ship, he struck. The sword released an incredible wave of energy, capable of cutting through even water to the very bottom. A huge stream of power was directed directly at the enemy ship. The energy wave passed through the ship, cutting it in half. The enemies tried to escape in a panic, jumping into the water with cries of despair. They saved themselves as best they could, but their ship was completely sunk. The survivors pointed with trembling hands at Ping, who was standing on board. But he didn't even stop. He swung his sword again and again, striking again. He also cut another enemy ship in half while lowering his attack. The men on board, along with Peng, breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the situation was under control. But Peng wanted to know something else. One of the brothers approached him and shared some important information. The monk could not speak at that moment. When they first encountered the demons, no one stopped them on the waterway, and they reached land faster than expected. After that, they fled continuously for 2 days in a row, stopping only for the night to set up camp. However, there was one important detail. At that moment, Pen pulled sharply on the reins. He stopped, jumped down from his horse, and looked carefully ahead. Before him stood a demon, the Soul Killer. He greeted them with a cold voice, and then, without wasting any time, he told them the terrible news. They had destroyed the Tang family, where the girl had once lived, and he had come here with the sole purpose of killing them all. The boys tensed up, sensing the danger. However, the Soul Killer just took out his sword and pointed it in their direction. They realized that they had to be extremely careful, because the enemy was extremely strong. Then the demon suddenly pointed his finger at one of them. Then he pointed behind him, as if inviting him to come closer. And at the same moment, a strange sound was heard in the air. A clear clanging of chains. When everyone finally saw what was there, they were shocked and speechless. Before them stood people completely wrapped in heavy chains. A powerful energy radiated from their bodies. The representatives of the demonic cult undoubtedly possessed great power. But Peng wanted to understand one thing, and decided to ask his comrades some questions. He explained to them the plan of further actions. At that moment, the bastard turned around and ordered them to follow him. However, it was unclear where he was taking them. And what awaited them? They had met before, and now the demon was hinting that Pen had changed a lot since then. Pen, in turn, realized that if the demonic cult was so strong, then he himself needed to change, along with his friends. And they all agreed that they needed to change and become stronger. Hearing his words, each of them approved of this path. Meanwhile, it was a sunny, surprisingly beautiful day outside. Peng Song had a question and voiced it. Was the current cult leader the same young leader he had seen before? His lordship has absorbed the previous lord, the young bastard said. And when he looked into the water, his true face was reflected on the surface. But this time, the main players in the war might not be the demon god and the three heavens, but these two. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded, immediately attracting their attention. Without hesitation, Peng drew his sword and challenged. The person standing opposite Peng understood and accepted the challenge without any objections. At the same moment, they pushed off the ground and rushed at each other with powerful attacks. The enemy even managed to joke, pulling out his sword. At the same moment, weights attached to chains flew into the air. One of the brothers suddenly felt that his sword was stuck. It was twisted by the chains. There were too many enemies. They surrounded them on all sides. He barely had time to put up his hand to deflect the blade that was flying at his back. If he let his guard down for a moment, his brothers would be in trouble. The enemy was holding a deadly weapon capable of destroying everyone here. And Pen was distracted for a moment too, and it cost him. They outnumbered him significantly. He did not have time to react and found himself surrounded. The chains tightened around his body, restricting his movements. But his rage took over, and he used all his strength to break the chains. Pushing off the ground, he flew upward and escaped from the trap. Looking down, he quickly assessed the situation, but he could only hear the enemy's mockery. "You can't get out of here. You will die here." His friends were also under attack from the chains, and this did not go unnoticed. However, he was doing much better. He was moving forward and could move on. But at some point he had to stop and reassess the situation. It was important to remember that there was also a battle going on behind him, where enemies were trying to kill his allies. His eyes became cold and focused, a real fighting spirit. A few words to his friends, a reminder to be careful, a warning not to lose control, and a hidden hint for the monk. The monk instantly understood the sign and activated one of his fighting techniques. Finally, the man raised his sword up and spoke decisively. "We are coming." All the fighters behind him raised their swords as he did. But the demonic cult was not going to retreat. They accepted the challenge. As soon as everyone was ready, they rushed forward into a fierce battle. Their attack resembled an unstoppable river that swept away everything in its path. It was as if the elements themselves were helping Pan as he waved his sword, cutting through his enemies with waves of power. However, the Soul Killer was not one to give up easily. His weapon was his fingers, sharp and deadly as blades. And so they faced off in a duel, sword against claws, with another sword shining in the other hand of the enemy. They attacked again and again, the battle approaching its decisive moment. Pan used one of his secret techniques, but his opponent's technique was no less powerful. Amidst the chaos of the battle, Peng suddenly felt as if he had been pulled into another dimension, where he had to break through the darkness. As he made his way forward, he simultaneously struck out. However, defense was no less important, and he was good at it. It looked like a dance, but a dangerous one. Every movement was accompanied by the glitter of weapons, and the tension was further intensified by the words. They came from both sides: insults, mockery, statements about the enemy's weakness. Suddenly, Peng stopped abruptly, pointed his sword directly at the enemy and said coldly, "You are nothing. You can do nothing." He added that the sword in the hands of the Soul Slayer would have been better suited to an old woman. The furious demon immediately threw away his weapon, but before the sword even touched the ground, he grabbed it again, and activating the Ghost of the Night technique, he quickly rushed to attack. I could see the tension in Pan's eyes, but he did not retreat. He screamed heroically and met the blow, skillfully repelling the attack. This came as a real shock to the Soul Killer. He was forced to retreat a few steps, and only when he found support under his feet did he stop. He stopped to say a few words, and then to laugh out loud. He was reminding Pen that he was no longer young, but over the years he had mastered many techniques gained through experience and bloody battles. The young man gripped his weapon tightly, his gaze tense, standing on the edge of readiness to face the most terrifying blow that could lie ahead. The hero admitted to himself that he was ready for battle and decisively suggested starting the fight without any delay. The moment came when he sprang into action and lunged fiercely at his opponent. He swung his sword, pouring all the determination and strength he carried in his heart into the attack. Two swords, sharp as razor blades, clashed in a single sparkling strike. At that moment, the enemy's assault, glowing with a blue light, suddenly intensified. A powerful wave of force threw the hero back, forcing him to regain his balance. He spun in place like an unstoppable hurricane, pushing back the enemy's pressure. The blue hue of energy gradually shifted to dark green, bringing a new threat. The enemy used an attack they've never shown in battle before, but through his own strength, the hero gained the ability to see a moment into the future. That's why he managed to place his sword under the enemy's strike, and at that point, a terrifying wave of power exploded. The young man began focusing energy in his fingers, creating a new deadly technique. It seemed this attack was so powerful it could cut through even space itself. The sensation of this overwhelming tension gave the man an almost painful pleasure. The boy said that with that final strike, he crossed the line and entered a new level of power. He didn't even hide that he had been waiting for this moment his entire life. The hero remembered their old conversation that ignited a fire in his heart that very day. The young man also longed for this very moment, the moment when everything would be decided once and for all. And at that moment, the hero's blade stopped just short of reaching the enemy's body. Thanks to the incredible power he awakened then, his defense seemed nearly impenetrable, almost impossible to break through. But if we face the truth, all of this is now just a part of the past. The past cannot be revived, no matter how much even the strongest warrior wishes it. At that time, he truly believed he would never have to fight in battle again. With bloodied hands, he begged others to end his life, and in response he heard cold words. No one could help him fulfill this request. And that's when vile creatures born of dark power burst forth from his sword. The guy, looking at it, ironically called what he saw nothing but a cheap spectacle. Although to an outsider it looked completely different, nothing like a performance. for everyone felt the true power and terror of this force breaking free. And only because the hero managed to confront the leader of the demonic cult did he feel he had fulfilled his destiny. That's why he couldn't let his blade break at the most critical moment. This was the reason that made him gather his strength and make one last desperate move. Only after this was he able to speak calmly, having finally tamed his enemy. And even then, I heard in response that I should have tried a little harder. He bitterly laughed to himself, realizing how foolishly he had fallen into the trap they had set themselves. All this happened near an incredibly beautiful place that felt like a forgotten paradise. As a true swordsman, he felt he could calmly accept death here, without any regret or pitiful words. In that moment, he openly acknowledged his opponent's skill and strength. Meanwhile, in another place, a fierce, merciless battle raged, shaking the very heavens. In that battle, every weapon was used, from heavy iron chains to sharp swords, all blending into a chaotic whirlwind. One of the fighters proudly declared he came here not to waste time on petty things like them. It seems he was too quick to speak with such confidence. In just a moment, he had to face the strike team of the young master from the influential Penn family. Those who bore the name Penn took pride in their heritage and never backed down from anyone. They marched forward with fire in their hearts, seeking glory in deadly battles. Elder brother Mugak heard the powerful cheers of his comrades behind him, lifting his spirits. But ahead, his path was blocked by blades falling from all sides. He decided to face this threat head-on with his own sword, never backing down. With a single powerful swing, he broke every one of those iron chains. But the further we went, the more of them appeared, forming an almost impassable trap. Then he realized that breaking free by force would be much harder than it seemed. He has been proud of himself ever since he reached the level of transcendence. Because of this, he believed his opponents would not pose a serious threat to him. And at that very moment, he stopped, lost in deep thought about letting go of everything unnecessary. To do this, he had to make himself and his sword so light that he could move without any restrictions. Maintaining the perfect balance of the blade and the purity of one's thoughts was the only path to victory. The enemy, noticing the change, suddenly grew uneasy as the warrior's sword in his hands became completely different. Then they tried once more to trap him by closing in around him. But now he felt the desired ease he had longed for, the one that gave him the edge. The guys couldn't believe their eyes and wondered if he had always possessed such terrifying power. Then suddenly the man froze, hearing something unsettling behind him. A red lightning bolt struck the ground, and everyone shuddered, wondering why it had such an unnatural color. Meanwhile, the enemies gripped burning torches that cast eerie shadows. He was a comrade who stood by their side in their final battle. Engulfed in flames, they charged forward wildly as if possessed. At this moment, Penn gathered all his strength to help his comrades and leave the enemies no chance to survive. His strikes left his opponents with no hope of escape. Then suddenly, glancing aside, he saw that his older brother Namgun was in serious danger. He was surrounded by these fiery creatures, and no one yet knew what they were capable of. They just screamed wildly and lunged at him like desperate fanatics. Using forbidden force, they tried to reach him at any cost. It was clear they would die afterward, but they wanted to take down such a powerful enemy with them. And at that very moment, a bright blue lightning flashed through the crowd, tearing through the darkness. He wasn't about to let his life end so ingloriously. By saving himself, he gave hope and joy to his comrades. Even the young owner couldn't hide his broad smile when he saw that moment. The older brother, enlightened by insight, took a step toward a new level of his own strength. Despite exhaustion, the guys finally defeated the enemies, wiping them out completely. They triumphed over Maka's extra drill, ending his brutal reign of power. Then the boys turned to their older brother Namgun, seeking his guidance and advice. The young master spoke first, explaining the meaning of the experience he had gone through. He said it's a natural stage in the art of fencing. Anyone who reaches a transcendent state must go through it, because some things only reveal themselves after a trial. He assured that his brother handled it with dignity and is now ready to rise even higher. He sincerely thanked his younger brother for his support and kind words. Then the young host turned to the others, asking how they were doing. They were told that most suffered incurable wounds and 7 sustained severe injuries. But thanks to the Iron Blood Tiger technique, even worse consequences were avoided. When Pen Musen and his army retreated to southern Hunan province, the war flared up with renewed force, pushing them back all the way to Muchon Palace in the northern region. The 8 gates of Muchon Palace, usually open, were closed only during major battles. Now they were tightly locked, symbolizing threat and tension. This was the site of an incredibly fierce battle that decided the fate of an entire region. The fighters, dragging the wounded behind them, saw a chance to break through the enemy gates. The young master of Muchon Palace, Han Bi the Bright Sword, explained that there are enough people near Knut's gates, but reinforcements are needed. Then suddenly an emergency was reported behind him that required immediate attention. He was told that demons had launched attacks on several portals: the blade, the spear, the fist, and were now making their way toward the Axe Gate. When the Bright Sword realized that all 8 gates were under threat of attack from different sides, he froze in deep surprise and doubt. But he still gave the order to keep the enemies as far away as possible, not allowing them to get close. He relied on the fact that the demonic cult lacked the strength for a full-scale assault. However, the attacks continued relentlessly for several days, wearing down the defenders. This meant the attackers should have already been extremely exhausted, and their fervor was fading. Even after intense training behind closed doors, he felt his skills were far from perfect and couldn't imagine defeating such a powerful opponent. But he could never betray his sword, a gift from his father. It was his solemn vow. He was ready to face death only after fulfilling all his duties. Then he turned to his comrades, assigning them the positions they were to take. But he knew well that a great martial arts master stood by the Fist Gate and the Arrow Gate, so he decided to head to the Arrow Gates himself to stop the enemy. The others awaited his return, confident he would defeat the enemy, though deep down he regretted not being able to destroy Pen Musin with his own hands. Meanwhile, although the enemy hated fiercely, they dared not disobey their leader, because he saw its terrible power with his own eyes. Though he held the title of King of Demons in a chaotic world, he acknowledged his master's greater strength and told his people there was no turning back now. By the end of the day, they had to open the Muchon Palace arsenal, and that was an order. Meanwhile, Pen suggested dividing the work so everyone could complete their task. The comrades agreed to his plan without hesitation, and in a moment, everyone moved forward, each to fulfill their purpose. Pen thoughtfully assessed the situation, thinking that soon even the master of Muchon Palace would understand everything. That's when the demoness appeared, known for her crimes. Once a martial arts master, she gave up her dream for love. She lived in poverty, barely making ends meet. One night, she caught her husband with another woman, feeling betrayed and humiliated. Consumed by betrayal, she strangled her lover and his mistress, then burned their bodies at the crime scene. Since then, she left the mainland and headed to Mount Tian, home to a demonic cult. Now she stood before the gates, demanding they be opened. She longed to be allowed to step forward and reveal what she was hiding beneath her clothes, standing before the bright sword. She told him with grim satisfaction that the Gatemaster's copy and arrow were so helpless she quickly destroyed them. She launched an attack, and he immediately realized this demon was a seductress aiming to steal their life force. He explained to the warriors behind his back that her true face was ugly and terrifying. But she just laughed it off, calling it nonsense. She drew a long whip and confessed that for the first time in a long while, she had met a person and a sword that drove her to madness, only fueling her appetite. Around the bright sword, warriors began losing their minds one by one, falling under its control. She controlled their actions and was ready to kill anyone who stood in her way. But at that moment, a girl appeared before her and stopped the attack by striking her whip away. This villain took twisted pleasure in the suffering and death of others. He loved that look in people's eyes when life was slowly fading away. One day, a family set out for Shaolin to collect the temple's harvest given to the poor. But they were intercepted by ruthless martial arts masters who robbed nearby and ultimately killed them cold-bloodedly. A young mad demon begged the villagers to help save his mother, but everyone was too afraid to risk disaster. Before he truly understood sorrow, he only felt hurt and anger. He spent long days beside his lifeless parents, drowning in the darkness of despair. And he accidentally caught the attention of the forces that would later become key to his destiny. Now, on the battlefield, he committed atrocities so brutal they were hard to imagine even in the worst nightmare. One of the monks tried to stop him, firmly standing against him. He jumped aside but kept his balance and continued staring into the enemy's eyes. And immediately recognized this mad demon from Shaolin, not expecting to meet him here. The monk believed his mission was to send this scoundrel straight to hell. At the same time, he wondered whether to kill the monk instantly, or behead him as he had done with others. And in an instant, they clashed in a deadly duel. The demon lunged at him. At that moment, a mustached beast nearby was rampaging, tearing everything in its path. The demon, baring its claws, mockingly laid down the condition. If the monk can defeat him, then he will become a Buddhist himself. But the monk calmly replied that there was no place for scoundrels in their world. And as he spoke these words, he raised a shield against the demon's fierce attack. But the force of the blow was so great that a deep cut appeared on his body. To add insult to injury, the demon called him weak. But even after that, the monk refused to back down and stood firm. Meanwhile, another warrior watched the battle from the mountaintop. He was unsettled by how barely he could sense the energy of other demons through the new barriers. So I decided to go downstairs to figure it out myself. There he came across Namgun and immediately realized, if these scoundrels are already here, the defense has been broken. He asked why you were alone, where Pen Musin, your constant companion, was, and if he was even alive. The swordsman said that if his younger brother had died, he wouldn't be standing here now. At that moment, the demon ordered his subordinate to send word to the main squad, begin the full-scale assault on Muchon Palace. and he took it upon himself to kill Muguk Namgun with his own hands. They engaged in a deadly dance where weapons sang instead of music, and sparks set the rhythm. After that, he decided to find Pen Musin himself, but Mugak warned him to understand that, as expected, he also plans to kill him. This battle will undoubtedly go down in history as one of the most terrifying. The commander ordered his troops to break through the enemy lines, split their ranks, and push toward the center. The warriors obediently carried out his orders, sparing no effort. They threw themselves into battle completely, leaving no room for fear. Even the weapons in their hands seemed to echo this determination. He kept his squad moving, never letting them stop for a moment. He urged them with powerful words to defeat the enemy and led by example to show how it's done. Soon his blade clashed with that of a formidable opponent. He was the first one to defeat in order to clear the path ahead. But behind him, enemies closed in, cutting off his retreat. They thought they had trapped him, but he saw it differently. And at that moment, a red lightning bolt struck the ground. The enemy was confused, not understanding what was happening. This turned out to be a fatal mistake for him. He didn't even realize that his own actions had doomed him to death. The lightning in the warrior's hands surged even stronger, daring the enemies to choose their own fate. Tan struck and destroyed the leader of the demonic cult. The demonic fog lifted, and the bright sword loudly called to raise spirits and destroy the remnants of the cult. Meanwhile, another battle raged near the Axe Gate. There were fewer enemies here, but they remained dangerous. The bright sword skillfully cut through them, slicing the darkness with every strike. In the heat of battle, he remembered his father's words, always praising his persistence in training. And now, with his father no longer by his side, he answered his call to prove his own strength. At that moment, the strike team commander recalled Pen's words, who once asked them to become the strongest unit. And despite the fierce battle, these memories gave the warriors unbreakable strength. Meanwhile, the girl had already completed the task before her. This experience was an invaluable leap forward for all the warriors, strengthening their spirit. Soon, the hero learned that Vuchlin's palace had also taken action personally, shifting the balance of power. It seemed that at that very moment, the tide of the battle was turning. Meanwhile, the elder explained that the connection with the Demon King had been severed, just like with Maradan. Then they asked him if the four Supreme Ones were really as powerful as people said. He replied that it was too early to draw final conclusions, but the Murim Alliance's resistance was much stronger than expected, and although the Sichuan Alliance left Mount Ime and moved north, thanks to support from the heretical sky, the front held near Chengdu. But despite their main fleet's advantage, they suffered heavy losses. It became clear that the alliance had joined forces with the heretic sky, and even the Walkden Palace had started acting openly, meaning the enemies had to be cornered to the limit. However, he explained that although they had some advantage, the first king and the Holy Spear held their ground, and even the revered Buddha, having ended his retreat, joined them. And although the leader's will was understandable, there was still one but. Someone standing outside the door overheard their conversation at that very moment, and these plans quickly started leaking out. Of course, they couldn't ignore the presence of that spy right outside the door. He was ordered to go immediately to the cult leader. He was preparing to head to Anlay province, known as the earthly demonic god. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the warriors couldn't hide their amazement, realizing how incredible everything that had happened was. They sat around a huge table, celebrating their victory. They laughed, talked about events, and shared jokes. It even came down to who got which nickname. And one monk, hearing this, was incredibly surprised that no one had told him before. The girl praised him, noting that he did an excellent job too, since only a mad monk could defeat a mad demon and bring him back to his senses. Overseeing it all from above was the young Master Pen. Suddenly, he felt someone's presence behind him. "Finally, I've been waiting for you," Pen said, turning to the man standing behind him. The girl asked her brother what it all meant. He explained that their mission is to find the demon cult's base. Before heading to Uklun Palace, Pen explained that he had tasked Sang with finding the cult's headquarters, and he succeeded. They received the exact coordinates of the scoundrel's hideout. Moreover, we managed to find out exactly what they do. The map marked the continents and cities already taken over by the demonic cult. Pen warned that although the road to Hanki seems easy, their main headquarters might be there. His brother guessed that 3 places looked suspicious on the map, and the girl added that all of them were in a remote mountainous area, making it difficult to get there. The rocky terrain made access difficult, making it the perfect hideout for the demonic cult. That's exactly what Pen meant, suggesting first to head to the nearest Henshiju to assess the situation, then quickly move to the most likely location. At that moment, King Nang visited them. When he learned they were heading to such a dangerous place, he decided to give them something important before they left. It was a devilish pill used by the cultists themselves. She argued that the owner belonged to a cult, so having her allowed them to avoid suspicion. Pen couldn't even find the words to express his gratitude for this gift. But that was not all. The king had even more in store. He brought out several jewelry boxes and placed them on the table, everyone holding their breath in anticipation. Inside were the double swallows, a demon's weapon capable of shooting down even birds in the sky. There was also jade from the temple, whose glow was said to be visible even through the clouds. And finally, the millennia-old sword of the heavenly dragon emperor, whose energy could be felt for thousands of miles around. The warriors' joy knew no bounds, and the king himself was equally grateful for their life-risking bravery. He also heard that Mugak's sword had cracked during the battle. In response, he promised the king that he would live up to his trust. They all vowed to use these gifts to the fullest to win the battle, and now all that was left was to venture into the demon's lair. The girl was the first to suggest taking this step. Soon their journey led them to the city of Nanning. They were met there by Kan Un, standing on the left, and Pong Muson, who stood on the right. Luan Kvaran forbade them to drink, even when they begged for permission. Mugak, her younger brother, used every argument he could to persuade her to allow at least one glass. He called alcohol sweet, saying if his younger brother could have sweets, why not let him have this? Meanwhile, the others at the table were discussing their sect's victory. That's when a man appeared, ordering everyone to stop, announcing a surprise inspection. He asked why these bandits carry devilish pills from Huixli and still remain in Nanning. The guy explained that they were just taking a short break before joining the troops heading to Anli. To prove his point, he stood up and presented the evidence. Another picked up the coin that had fallen to the floor and cheekily blew on it right in the boy's face. This, of course, sparked his fury. He grabbed the scoundrel by the collar and started threatening him. Then he let go, ordering them to leave immediately. And he warned them, if he sees them here again, they will surely die. The boy immediately realized they intended to return to their main route and decided to follow them. Meanwhile, members of the demonic cult were nearby as well. The cult leader expressed frustration over how many formations the warriors had taken from them. They explained to him that over 200 people had already been sent to disrupt the formation flows. They were simultaneously creating cracks in dozens of cities, and when the chaos reached its peak, they planned to break the barrier for good. Once the signal connects, this area will become a route for the army. Even in the face of failure, he ordered them to keep going and be ready to sacrifice themselves. Then the leader moved forward, ordering his men not to follow but to focus on breaking the formations. He added that he would awaken a tremendous power, the dragon's waste. He stayed here, knowing that only a few could destroy the formation built by generations before him. As expected, the leader was determined to show no mercy to anyone who stood in his way. Even if the heavens themselves rise against him, nothing can stop him. And it was then that the old warrior pointed his sharp sword at him. He declared that as long as he lives, he will fight until his last breath. At the same moment, the younger brother rushed forward. Spheres began to flare on the masked fighter's arms, and Pen dashed forward without hesitation. He looked back and loudly urged his comrades to hurry. Meanwhile, the boy ran to the door and started knocking. A man opened the door, surprised to see him so early. The boy held out his wooden sword, the one he had been playing with and had broken again. The old man asked the boy to wait and promised to bring a new sword. The boy stopped him, saying he had seen strange tracks on one of the paths that wouldn't leave him alone. These were undoubtedly the same warriors who set out with the young master. Using the bracelets as a guide, they realized they had stumbled upon one of the hidden formations. It was hidden among the trees, and it became clear that something was being concealed here. Penn suggested that this formation specializes in camouflage and environmental distortion, as the warriors kept moving, making its area appear larger than expected. There was only one idea: to follow them further, even if it seemed dangerous, with no other choice left. The journey has been too long to turn back now. It would be pointless. So they decided to stay behind and move alongside to keep track of those they were chasing. As they moved deeper, they couldn't tell if they were already trapped in the formation or not. Countless questions swirled in Penn's mind as he moved forward, and something made him tense up. The movement of those they were tracking suddenly slowed down. It could mean the base was very close. And then they saw buildings hidden in the thickets, looking even more massive than the fortifications of the heretic sky. You had to give credit to these devilish scoundrels. Their determination was impressive. But to pass through the gates, at least 6 people and the password were required. And even then, getting inside was nearly impossible. The problem was that they could be mistaken for lower-ranking sect members they were disguised as, and then they simply wouldn't be allowed in. So Penn suggested a new plan: to break one of the formation's pylons, the one farthest from the base. At least it's worth giving it a try. The girl reminded them to keep going a little further as soon as they see the light. Suddenly, Penn sensed a squad of demonic creatures moving about 40 meters ahead. The girl realized they had to destroy the trail early to prevent reinforcements from arriving. At that moment, a man peeked out from the bushes, recognizing the boys they had seen earlier at the inn. They explained to him that his belief about the jackpot was wrong. The silver he saw was actually meant for a journey to the afterlife. and now he must journey to the afterlife himself. The man ordered his men to attack immediately. It was important to understand that their level might not have been low at all. When faced with strangers, he suddenly realized he was standing before 4 martial arts masters with extraordinary abilities. And then he remembered the leader's order. If they encounter Pen Musin, they must capture him alive. And that's when it occurred to him that Pen himself might be standing right in front of him. Because of this, he tried to send a signal to the second group. But by then, it was already too late. Here the guys were finishing off the last enemies. And at that very moment, the aura of the Gates of Life became vividly clear. Pen caught sight of her in the direction ahead and suggested moving quickly that way to get out of there immediately afterward. Suddenly lunging forward, they noticed a man walking straight toward them. Everyone fell silent. It was clear they were facing no ordinary person. At first glance, he was just an old traveler, and it was because of him that the team struggled to breathe. The air thickened, their vision blurred, and they nearly lost consciousness. This bastard turned out to be a high-ranking member of the demonic cult, and judging by the guys getting here, he realized they had reached a new level of cultivation. Pen realized the old man deliberately opened the Gates of Life to lure them into a trap. He wanted to kill Pen himself, not hand him over to the cult leader. One look was enough to realize that as long as this old man stood before them, they simply couldn't move forward. Then he coldly remarked that they talked too much and began to unleash his power. His palm flared as he sought to turn his enemies into a bloody mess, drawing demonic energy from within himself. His brutal strike was stopped by Pen's sword. Withstanding this pressure was incredibly difficult, especially since the enemy controlled storm energy. The old man boldly emphasized that experience cannot be ignored, and then he suggested testing whether they could become unstoppable. It sounded like a challenge, and it was clear he planned to give it his all. But Pen argued differently. Skills don't come from experience alone. His determination to defeat that fiend burned in his eyes. He stood unwavering. Meanwhile, his comrades were rushing through the forest. They were frustrated that they couldn't help Pen in the fight, but they clearly understood. If they could destroy the core of the formation, Pen could handle the rest on his own. They finally reached the place they had been rushing to. Before them stood the tree that was the heart of the formation. Smiles appeared on their faces. All that was left was to break the remaining cores, and the path would be clear. Then they could return to their brother and help him. But damn it, everything turned out to be more complicated. The heavens offered no support. The currents of space suddenly accelerated, and we had to get out of here as fast as possible. Meanwhile, Pen himself was battling a similar horror in his fight with the old man. The ancient demon unleashed the next level of his power. Thunderous energy crackled around him as if the very sky was collapsing. Before striking, he explained to Pen that this martial arts technique was created through his own path and is the result of years of experience. It was clear. His inner energy was on a whole different level. Feeling it was easy, but protecting yourself from such a destructive force was even harder. At that moment, the double formation activated, and the old scoundrel with a cold smile told Pen they would now wander trapped in the 9 heavens, never able to break free. Recalling the faces of his brothers and sisters, Pen told him that defeating them wouldn't be so easy. But the old demon explained further. The divine cult chose this place deliberately, as the rugged mountain ridges and deep gorges made it an impregnable fortress, where even the greatest masters in the world could not escape alive. He warned that the search team has already set out, so Pena's comrades are nearly doomed, and he plans to end his own life. The old man added that no matter how they defend themselves, they won't be able to extinguish the storm energy that fills everything around. And he assured that the force gathered around him would not let Pen take a single step forward. Seeing all this, Pen realized there was no way to avoid the attack. The blue flame grew larger, engulfing everything around, as if the world itself was burning in its glow. The old man's strained face made it clear. He was putting all his strength into this attack, leaving nothing in reserve. "This is a strange object that reveals formations," the man said, clutching the bracelet in his hand. "However, this might be avoidable since the direction is hard to pinpoint exactly." While those scoundrels were plotting to trap the Pen people in the river, he was desperately fighting off the enemy's lightning strikes. But this wasn't the first thunderbolt he had to face. He was fully aware of the risk of internal injuries this fight could cause. Pen gripped his sword tightly, ready to reveal his hidden power. He channeled the enemy's thunderous power into the ground, using his blade as a conduit. The old man saw this, and even for him it was something unusual. He understood there was a reason why the cult leader was watching Pen so closely. And I remembered how some time ago, he came to the cult leader himself, who then asked if this could be considered consent to his proposal. The old man replied that as a hermit from the mountains, he had nothing to decide. This was the business of those who choose to act. The leader saw him as one of the most respected elders of the cult, and wanted him on his side to strengthen his plan. But the old man always believed his duty was to follow the teachings and mentor his students. For the leader, this response was unexpected, as he believed the elder understood his ambitions best. Belonging to a side branch, the elder knew well that the leader was unhappy about not being able to become the head of the family. He even asked directly if he had killed the family head, and why he had come now. The leader responded that he intends to surpass the current head, as the legacy of the divine cult cannot belong to just a direct line. The old man said, "If I were in your place, I would kill myself right now after hearing those words." But the leader only reminded that now is the time when the cult's elite perish, and he feels sorry to kill even the demonic god on the eve of the war with Murim. And the last thing he said then was, "When the war begins, a man named Pen Musin, the Blade King, will appear." And he asked the old man not to kill him. But now the old man decided to ignore the order and wanted to kill Pen to avoid future trouble. But can he defeat such a formidable opponent as Pen? Can he defeat the Blade King? Pen stood with unwavering determination, ready to fight the enemy no matter the force before him. The old man made a sharp move, jumping back, but Pen didn't back down. He surged forward, his sword cutting through the air. And then, unexpectedly, the old man invited him to join the cult, saying he would follow the same path as him. But this path was one of corruption and taboo, and Pen couldn't even think about it. The freak kept coming up with new arguments, trying to convince the guy. Meanwhile, the girl and her friends came across signs of a nearby demonic cult. They decided to break the remaining support pillars of the formation before going to help Pen, knowing full well he was fighting not just anyone, but the one called the demonic god, one of the most dangerous martial arts masters. That girl emphasized that doubting her brother is a big mistake. "Our brother never loses, so don't worry," she added confidently. "But most importantly now is to minimize your presence and stay unnoticed, as devil worshippers could be nearby." And there they were, spotting their enemies in the figures of the boys. Amid the chaos, he stood behind the tree, quietly watching. He fully understood how complex and dangerous this situation was. His bracelet suddenly lit up with a bright glow, and this light attracted unwanted attention from others. Although they managed to hide briefly, it was clear this was just a scouting party. But without her brother, it was nearly impossible to deal with them quietly. So the girl suggested eliminating the threat in an instant. "Better to finish them off quickly," she said, "before Mugak intervenes and it turns into a chaotic fight." The disguised monk was just waiting for the right moment to make those scoundrels pay for their greed. He jumped out from behind the tree and lunged at one of the cultists with his bare hands. But things turned out to be more complicated than expected. It was just as hard for Pen. His clothes were already tearing to shreds from the force of his blows, and from the enemy's powerful energy pressing down on him from all sides. In the moment between strikes, it even crossed his mind. What if the Earth demonic god really moved to Anli? Then the demonic god himself spoke. "Now that I'm here, the 10 great masters of Murim won't overlook this." At that moment, the monk prayed for the Fist King to awaken before him. He understood, perhaps the other foresaw the situation and, sparing his life, took only one hand. The real reason he came here wasn't for Murim, but to protect his own family. And now fate itself seemed mocking. Sworn enemies who once tried to destroy each other now wished each other's survival. He admitted that on his final journey, he was truly glad Buddha was by his side, and asked to be wished rebirth in the Pure Land. After saying this, he fell to the ground, and the monk folded his hands and said, "May your rebirth in the Pure Land be peaceful." Meanwhile, the demonic bastard remained dissatisfied. He knew he was facing one of the 10 great masters, a spear master, but he had not lived up to his expectations. Brandishing his weapon, he taunted, "The light is fading, isn't it?" But the monk replied that he would let him taste the power capable of sealing him. But the demon saw in him only another faction warrior who could only talk. What to do next was unclear. They had to save someone barely standing, and at the same time defeat a fearsome enemy. The monk decided to throw himself forward and take the full impact. The master did not fear death, for he had spent his final years fully devoted to his family. He just wanted his students to keep going, stay committed to training, and move forward. Raising his hand high, he loomed over the enemy, ready to deliver the final blow. The bastard gathered all his strength and lunged at the master. The monk dodged, letting him pass by, but he still didn't want to let him die so easily. His fist struck the enemy's face with full force. Meanwhile, Pina's squad dealt with the enemies they encountered, doing so relatively quietly. But the girl reminded Mugaku that now was not the time for joy. They needed to find the second formation core as quickly as possible. He understood this perfectly and urged everyone to hurry. At that moment, the King Blade's sword clashed with the demon god's hand, lightning against thunder. The demonic god poured all his power into this strike. Pen's body was already badly wounded. He understood that to win, he needed to restore his inner balance. But his enemy sought the same thing. He unleashed a lightning bolt pulsing in his hands. At that moment, Pen remembered them all. The spear god, the honored Buddha, and the King of Fists. And the immortal sword, with which his life was inseparably linked. He couldn't fall now. Not after everything he'd been through. And not at the hands of that demonic freak. His will could not break. He never allowed himself to stop fighting. At one point they wondered if the very core was consumed by the demonic energy of this fiend, as the bracelet on their wrist began to tremble strangely. But still they gathered themselves and moved forward. The brother ahead warned everyone about demons that could appear suddenly. And then they faced what they least wanted to see. But no one intended to delay, there was simply too little time. Meanwhile, the demonic god raged, as everything was unfolding far from his plan. He wanted to take down the guy instantly, but he turned out to be much stronger. So strong, it seemed, he could overcome it himself. The demonic god tried to crush Pen both morally and physically. He hurled words and curses trying to break his spirit. But Pen, with an unshaken, calm face, blocked every strike. He felt much more confident than at the start of the fight. At one point, even the demonic god whispered, "This is impossible." He refused to believe he was facing such a formidable opponent. Repelling dozens of attacks, Pen mastered his energy and the techniques he managed to observe. The demon was about to merge the lightning power with his inner energy. He hesitated whether he could handle it alone, but he decided to try. Pen understood two things. This might be the last reserve and this attack could be deadly. Tension rose, and the best choice was to take the offensive himself. "I must endure and win," he told himself. "Only this way can he reach the enemy. Only this way can we achieve victory over these fiends from the demonic cult." There was no choice left, either death or continuing this story. At the same time, his friends were fending off the onslaught of demonic pawns. More enemies kept coming, and the brothers were starting to grow tired. The opponents greatly outnumbered them. Then something happened that brought smiles to their faces. Before them appeared the one whose eyes brought relief. It was Pen. His arrival stunned everyone. It was clear the Thunder King had defeated the demonic god and emerged victorious. Having swiftly dealt with the remaining enemies, they quickly moved on. Meanwhile, elsewhere, urgent news was being reported to the cult leader. At first, he didn't understand why this visit was so urgent. Then the words came. The vanguard in Angli, where the Holy Spear and the revered Buddha united, has fallen. Even the King of Fists, who came from Hebe to help, was killed. All 10 great masters were destroyed. A demonic god appeared in Angli, killed 3 of them, and vanished without a trace. The leader heard that the power of the demonic god equals that of the cult's head, making it the most powerful weapon of their order. He knew who was the only one capable of that. And yet, thanks to the bravery of the fighters who bought time, some assault units managed to return. But the 3 legends, the Holy Spear, the revered Buddha, and the Fist King, have fallen. The leader, hearing these words, sighed deeply and said the warriors could be free. He knew that just recently the cult leader killed Yongchun in Kunlun, and now the demonic god had taken the lives of 3 more great ones. Just the thought of it drove him to fury. What weighed on him even more was the realization that he could do nothing about it. So he ordered preparations for the invasion of the demon god. It was already known. The cult leader is leading his army to the Central Plains. Reinforcements were sent from Shanxi to Gansu, but it seems it's already too late. If the cult breaks through further, the defensive line will fall before it's even established. And if Gans falls, stopping the advance of the demonic cult will become impossible. The leader was also worried. Had something irreversible happened to the children, now that the demonic god himself was on the battlefield? Meanwhile, the main fortress of the heretics' paradise was burning in flames. The man stood tense, surrounded by enemies swarming like mad bees. He was a member of the Iron Battle Union, the Heavenly Young Master. They faced the challenge of demonic enemies advancing too quickly. Moreover, unlike previous attacks, this time they burned down the Gengaman Gate, the main entrance to the fortress. Although 5 great elders stepped forward to fight, the situation showed no signs of improvement. Although reinforcements were sent, there was no certainty they would arrive in time. "What should I do?" thought the young master. "Will we really have to take drastic measures? But will they save us?" His razor-sharp weapon brought nothing but death. And then he warned, "Don't be arrogant just because you've defeated 10 great masters. I am different from them." "Aren't you really expecting help from the Orthodox faction?" he challenged. In response, I heard, "I'll tear your mouth apart and kill you." But his words only made the enemy laugh. Meanwhile, the cult leader was receiving news. He learned that the demonic god was dead, and that 4 unholy creatures had appeared in the Shawanda Mountains, and it seemed their base had been exposed. His next question was, what is the situation in Hebei, where the offensive operation was directed? It turned out that the Hebei Peng clan is holding back progress. The leader sighed and admitted they would have to revise their plan, as the heavenly demonic god who was supposed to join them had died. So further individual fights lost their meaning. He ordered the troops to be transferred to Gansu and the Kunsei frontline army to be urgently assembled in Guangxi. He was challenged. Isn't there a risk that the Murim alliance will attack their base before the main army descends from the mountains? But the leader had his own plan. If the defense is strong, it's hard to break through. And meanwhile, they need time to rebuild the shattered combat world and strengthen their alliance. Even if the enemies notice the movement, being surrounded from the east and west will make it impossible for them to concentrate all their forces in one direction. So, he decided to gather and reorganize the main sect in Guangxi and crush the martial alliance in Hubei. And only after that turn in all directions and conquer the world. In his eyes, this day seemed perfect for starting the destruction of the world, just as he had planned. Meanwhile, the alliance leader received a letter from the branch in Huani. He unfolded it and began to read, but his companion glanced at the content, apologized, and said the text was nonsensical, asking for a clearer translation. But the leader didn't look away and immediately exclaimed, "This can't be!" He couldn't believe what he saw and immediately asked if something had happened to the 4 demons that were supposed to be on their path. In response, he heard a question about the King of Swords. The leader replied, "My old friend. He killed the heavenly demonic god." He was approaching his own house, which was already engulfed in flames. Inside, in a meditative pose, sat the demonic god, and he heard the man say, "The cult leader ordered everyone to gather in Guangxi, but this incredibly strong warrior decided to bury the enemy's bones right here and rebuild the mansion from scratch." He couldn't stand by quietly while the demon wreaked havoc on his doorstep. But just as they clashed in battle, cries rang out announcing the arrival of reinforcements, and due to severe internal injuries, the demonic fiend decided to retreat. The injured man couldn't chase after him either, so he ordered a message to the cult leader. First he will destroy Sichuan, then move on to Shanxi. And it was then that the news came. The heavenly demonic god from the Shiwanda Mountains had fallen. He didn't understand what could have driven the reclusive elder to die, but he knew the cult leader was aware and had already headed to Guangxi while 4 thieves had entered the fortress. It brought a bitter smile to his face. The real wedding was just beginning in Guangxi. He admitted that at first he intended to wipe Sichuan off the map, but now the plans were changing, and it seemed he would have to head to Guangxi as well. The main army led by Chongma Hui has already begun moving from Qinghai to Guangxi. Pen was heading to Hubei, while the 4 thieves were on their way to Hebei. By order, one of the commanders led his legion south to Guangxi. Meanwhile, the immortal swordsman, who vanished to hide the heavenly demonic sword, arrived at Mount Changbek. An old man was attacked by a demonic cult there. From the very first strike, he knew exactly who he was facing. She was a cruel witch who came with a whole pack of followers. He couldn't believe that this woman was really here. It was the divine warrior of the Northern Sea. But what the hell does the Ice Palace have to do with this? Especially its lord, since she held the highest position. And worse, she has become much stronger since their last meeting. The old man had many questions, but he never got to ask them. She launched her attack immediately. Now his best option was to defend himself, and that's exactly what he did. She was closing in fast, ready to deliver a deadly strike. "It doesn't matter how afraid you are," she said. "Your life is already in my hands. The fact that you dared to enter the North Sea and came back alive was just a stroke of luck," she said coldly. "All this was just to show that the Palace of the Northern Ice will not interfere in the war. Thus, you will tear each other apart, most will perish, and in the end, the Northern Ice Palace will be the sole victor," she said coldly. Now she warned the old man, "It's better to surrender the sword and die peacefully." The old man didn't know whether to retreat or resist, but even with all his energy, he couldn't stand against such an enemy. All he could do was reach for his sword and, summoning all his strength, break the ice that had frozen everything around him. At this time, the boys finally arrived at the Murim Alliance in Hubei. They worked hard and needed to focus on training, Mugak believed, but the mad monk only demanded wine. His sister immediately started scolding him, reminding him that he wasn't allowed. Pen just smiled as he looked at his friends, and now they have gone inside. They were met like a low-level cult they had disguised themselves as. No one suspected who they really were. Only after they had passed did the guards recognize them and freeze in amazement. The leader was overjoyed to see them alive. He wanted to know what had kept them on the road for so long. Pen apologized for being late, but the leader said the important thing was that they were alive. Especially amazed that Pen had killed the demonic god. It was truly incredible. But Pen believed he had simply done what was necessary. He also had important news for the leader about the Shiwanda Mountains. The men were told that the Holy Spear and the revered Buddha, who set out for Anli, never returned. This news stunned him. He didn't know how to react and was truly shocked. Only alcohol could even slightly dull this pain. He shared his drink with his friend. Together they shared the painful conversation about losing their teacher. He remembered being an orphan with no family or money, wandering the world and begging for food. He took up the sword to defend himself from the bandits. And later in the traveler's life, he met his beloved and finally found his true purpose. He was determined. His goal was to protect Murim so his beloved could live there in peace. He even recalled his teacher's words. You don't need a big reason to take up a spear, just the ability to live and protect others. Saying this, he handed the jug of wine to the monk. Today, their conversation boiled down to one shared reason. They both lost very important people in their lives. But the monk still had a family. And these guys became it. They are always there, ready to support you at any moment. Just now, she brought him some sweets and a little more wine. Thanks to them, he could continue to feel alive. He sincerely hoped their master was watching over them from heaven, and he made a vow to become the best student to make him shine with pride. They were already worried. 4 thieves had recently tracked a demonic cult and were strengthening their defenses. What's more, they were the ones who killed the heavenly demonic god. This was all discussed at a special meeting. They praised Pen there and noted how humble he is. He truly accomplished a monumental feat for all of Murim. The leader explained that the Devil King, who was supposed to head north, may have changed course to the south, while the main army led by the cult leader is already moving towards Sichuan, where the demonic god has been spotted again. Their movements were clearly visible on the map. Someone suggested a surprise attack, but pinpointing the cult's exact route and strength was extremely difficult. Moreover, alongside the leader was the illusory demon, a master of formations and traps, known for his ruthless tactics, who could deliberately reveal their routes to lure enemies into ambushes. If the cult changes direction, or joins forces with other troops, it will trap the alliance in a dangerous deadlock. Another said, forces in each region have already suffered heavy losses. We cannot risk further division. But at the same time, he emphasized that standing still without action is also impossible. According to available data, having lost the celestial demonic god and their exposed fortress, the cult is likely regrouping in Guangxi, preparing for a decisive battle. This is their best chance. There was no doubt the demonic cult was determined to see its plans through to the end. Since both sides have already suffered heavy losses, it was proposed to reorganize, gather strength, and launch a full-scale war in Guangxi. Total war is dangerous. If it's a trap, Mount Shavanda might just be bait, and the illusory demon is skilled in formations. We cannot afford to make a mistake, the others warned. Then Pen stood up and said there was no need to worry. The main formation had already been destroyed, and rebuilding their defenses would take a long time. Moreover, according to the heavenly demon, the cult leader was targeting him specifically, which meant they would definitely come to where Pen was. If the cult invades the lands of Murim again, not only noble families and sects will suffer, but ordinary people will also face irreparable harm. This must be stopped. Hearing him, everyone agreed. Whether it's a fiery pit or a cesspool, there's no choice but to fight the final battle. Although everyone understood there were far too many risks involved. The leader declared he would personally lead the assault ahead of an incredibly tough battle. In that instant, he sped through the main entrance so fast that the guards didn't even realize who he was or how he did it. The news that the alliance leader decided to personally take on the fight stunned everyone. But he no longer wanted to put his friends and family in danger. He was ready to destroy the scum who shattered peace in Murim. He announced that their main clan would also take part in the battle, and everyone unanimously decided to join in. Pen still couldn't fully tell if they were really serious. The argument was convincing. Why should I be afraid when my son Huagun, my daughter and son-in-law are moving forward? Of course I have to join them. I have. However, the leader emphasized that 8 out of 10 great masters are gone, and to stand against the cult leader, the demonic god and the demonic king, more powerful warriors are needed. I will meet the cult leader himself, said Pen, emphasizing that even the leader would have to face him. The leader thanked them for their resolve, but warned that the demonic cult has many formidable figures, even beyond its leader. And then the man appeared again, rushing through the yard. Everyone froze in surprise. Could it really have been Salvang? He explained his arrival briefly. I came as soon as I finished my business, though the atmosphere here is quite unwelcoming. But he appeared at the perfect moment. Everyone was relieved. If he took charge of rear security, there would be no more fear of surprise attacks and ambushes. Many wondered why he wanted to take part in this war. He brushed it off as unnecessary talk. When everyone is ready to help, neither he nor his sect can stand aside. Saying this, he smiled broadly, and Pen sincerely thanked him, feeling deep gratitude. In the evening, the guys gathered together to relax and chat. The monk couldn't understand why, after ordering grain tea, he was served only herbal water. Still, they sat here, chatting lightly and enjoying the quiet evening. Pen admitted he still doesn't understand how he can make amends for everything that happened. Maybe the easiest way is just to kill all these demonic freaks, he joked. But the war was too serious a matter to take lightly. Gazing into his glass, Pen reflected that in his past life, he could never have imagined ending up in such a reality. The future he once knew has changed, and even he couldn't predict the outcome. The girl asked him, "What will you do first when the war ends?" Pen knew the answer, but the monk asked for permission to respond first. I will drink all the alcohol I couldn't before and master my mentor's martial art completely, he exclaimed. Then it was Rin's turn, and everyone asked what her plans were. I want to stabilize our main clan first, and then, she began. But she never dared to share any of her dreams. Embarrassed, she passed the turn to someone else, playfully tapping his hand without even realizing it. When I restore my sword, I want to help ordinary people, he replied. No one expected any other answer from him. Then it was Brother Pen's turn, and during his response, he fell into thought and decided it was better to speak after the war. The war was approaching at an incredible speed. Lord of the Ice Palace of the Northern Sea, the god of war Sol Yanhua. Beneath her beauty and refined technique hid a ruthless warrior who had trained in experimental martial arts since childhood and nurtured unstoppable ambitions. She carefully devised a plan to conquer the Central Plains by uniting the 5 factions of the Ice Palace. First, by allocating the liquid resources belonging solely to the Palace of the Northern Sea, she expanded her influence. Her spies even infiltrated the Murim clan's trade caravans to track their movements. She also took a commercial route, aiming to establish economic dominance. Thus, her people, disguised as merchants and travelers, gathered information across the entire world of Murima. And when the immortal swordsman set out on his journey, she, already witnessing the war between Murim and the demonic cult, decided to seize the opportunity. Her plan was simple and terrifying: to conquer Murim alone by uniting the factions of the Ice Palace. Standing on the hill, she told her servant, "We will keep watch here, and when the day of the decisive battle comes, we will immediately conquer Liaoning." Someone asked why she didn't speak up right away, but she believed it wasn't necessary. No matter who won, the losses would be immense. "We just need to wait for the right moment," she said, then asked how the work on the antidote for the heavenly demonic sword was progressing. Her advisor smiled under his mustache and reported that they had gathered all the detox experts from different regions, but it would take time. "Give everyone 3 days. Those who fail must die. And kill them brutally, in front of everyone," she ordered coldly. The only reason the righteous and demonic factions fought for this sword was because it held power and control over all of Murim. "If the righteous win, we will provoke unrest among the demonic cultivators and scattered warriors worldwide and unite their forces," she explained. "And if the cult wins, we will uncover the secret of the heavenly demonic sword and find a way to defeat them. In any case, this sword will become our weapon," she concluded. Meanwhile, the leader stepped forward to address the crowd. He said the Black Fortress of the demonic cult is a natural stronghold, nearly impossible to breach. Moreover, the formations and spells used by the cult are notorious for their cruelty and deceit. Not even the slightest carelessness can be allowed here. Not a single mistake, not a single gap, because otherwise it will cost lives. It's time to show true strength. Pen, hearing these words, paused to reflect. What he had longed for and awaited in his past life was now within reach. 3 flags stood before him, each symbolizing the greatness of power. But this time, the ending will be completely different from the memories and knowledge he had. Events were unfolding at a rapid pace. They have already set up camp right next to the base. Soon, Pen and his people arrived there. He said that during the last visit, the enemy didn't even hide his demonic energy, so without a doubt, he was setting traps. The old man placed his hand on his shoulder and said, "Meet the cult leader, but don't waste your strength. Your entire sword must be aimed only at him." Pen understood this perfectly, but something else was troubling him. "Why aren't the 3 kings here yet, when they agreed to meet right here?" The leader explained that they moved forward to scout the enemy lines. By now they are probably already fighting ambushes, or they focus on destroying mechanisms and obstacles. In short, they had enough of their own work to do. The old man, having dealt with the enemies in his path, decided to find out what was happening inside the Black Fortress. And it was then that one of the boys, sitting on a branch, spoke to him. He had important news about the fortress gates. "They are already open. We checked the entrance," he reported, but found no signs of cultists or traps. Inside were only piles of dead civilians. But the old man was certain some of them might still be alive. He ordered everyone to follow him and moved forward. A thought pulsed in my mind. What cunning plan have these bastards hatched? Could all these bodies really be just bait? One thing was clear. Those who kill unarmed people deserve only death. Looking down, the boy saw a sea of bodies. He also said the tracks lead to the back gate of the fortress, so the enemies likely retreated that way. The old man concluded that all plans for the siege could be thrown out. No wonder this Black Fortress is called a natural stronghold. After his order, everyone moved forward, and behind only a chilling sight remained, a spectacle that only a demonic cult could leave behind. And then, among the pile of bodies, eyes flashed open, and a hand clutching a grenade emerged from beneath them. It was an ambush, and the old man was already being caught up by the explosions. Meanwhile, the leader was informed that the Black Fortress was empty. After a thorough interior search, no hidden cultists or traps were found, only the bodies of civilians. but retreat tracks leading to the back gate raised suspicion. And just then, as they turned around, they saw a massive explosion flash. One by one, explosions rocked the fortress. The flames consumed everything around. The old man ordered to set off immediately for the heart of the fortress. He fully understood how treacherous this situation was. His only chance was knowing how to interact with demonic energy. But not everyone had such knowledge. Only cult fanatics are capable of such tricks. At that moment, Pen was desperately worried about his grandfather, who was caught in the heart of the explosions. It seemed he was no longer willing to follow even the leader's orders and was ready to charge ahead, although the elders clearly understood that ordering the army to advance now would only lead to chaos. And looking in that direction, Pen suddenly felt an incredibly powerful surge of demonic energy. He closed his eyes, elevating his senses to a new level. A purple glow of energy burst forth straight from the mountains. It pierced his mind, making his heart race. And then Pen realized the demonic leader was waiting there. The fire blazed higher as they ran up to the old man. The main question was simple. What is happening here? He explained that the enemies cunningly hid the explosive thunder among the bodies of the fallen. And of course everyone wondered, how could this have happened at all? But even more unsettling was the devilish aura emanating from the back gate. The leader suggested they might be lured into ravines where a new trap awaits, and Pen knew that facing these enemies could come at a great cost. Another voice interrupted. They won't stop at the fortress. They'll do even more. Don't play into their hands. Then Pen spoke up. To prevent a great war, we must be the ones to put an end to it, he explained. He was supported. Stopping now would only lead to another disaster. Everyone understood. Their only goal now was the enemy camp. The old man remembered. From the very first step, it felt like they were already trapped here. And here is the place from which the terrifying wave of demonic energy burst forth. Pen immediately sensed where the flow was coming from. The boys also realized that demonic creatures were filling the entire surrounding space. The leader warned that if they passed through the narrow gorge, the enemy could ambush them and bury them alive. So he ordered to first secure the mountains on both sides before advancing to the center. The warriors were ready to break the enemy's trap, and soon the monk was striking the enemies in the face. He sent them one by one into oblivion, sparing no one. An ambush jumped down on him from above, but it was just as foolish a mistake as deciding to come here. The enemies didn't stand a chance against him. Next time, be born into a righteous alliance, he advised as he defeated his enemies. The old man also showed that even in his years, he had not lost his strength. His sword scattered enemies left and right. And then, a new character appeared. I thought there were only a few monks here. Are you Dochong? Is that what they call you? He asked the old man. He held a formidable weapon in his hands. He was one of the leaders of the cult. The leader of the Dark Demon sect, relying on numbers and his own strength, ordered everyone to attack the old man. But he was ready to show who he really is. And he didn't hesitate to stain his weapon with the blood of those monsters once again. He went forward himself to confront those he believed were hiding in the shadows. As soon as one of his men saw him, he immediately started stammering with fear. People in masks were jumping from trees, trying to surround us. Before his eyes, the bodies of enemies he saw as nothing but trash were flying apart. And this bloody scene strangely satisfied him. Suddenly, she appeared right before him. Just one look at her made him feel a cold lump stuck in his throat. She asked quietly, her voice trembling. Dad, why did you never look for me? Do you know how hard it was for me there? I had no one to rely on. No support like others got from their maternal families. He couldn't believe his eyes. His daughter was standing right in front of him. In despair, she cried out, Daddy! And that's exactly what made him rush forward. It can't be. Could this really be an illusory formation? The leader wondered in surprise. And the old man already realized he was several steps ahead of this scoundrel. Suddenly, sharp invisible threads pierced his body. They tore him into countless bloody pieces. The old man wasn't prepared to witness such vile actions from these bastards right beside him. At that moment, his student ran up, reporting that all the formations here were destroyed. The situation began to grow tense and dangerous, and it was all their fault. Their strength proved to be truly powerful. The pace of the advance was also increasingly felt. But in battle, the stronger always wins. This simple truth remained the main rule of war. And now the power of the demonic cult looked far more terrifying than anyone had expected. After defeating another enemy, he saw a strange creature slowly emerging nearby. He was a half-dead, half-human dragging his feet forward. And the only thing he kept repeating in a chilling voice was, King Nang, King Nang. A bloody scene of a fierce battle flashed before his eyes. The man added in a cold voice, Everything is pointless. In the end, no one will even remember your names. These words made everyone tense up instantly. Then he remembered holding the sign in his hands. And it became clear. This was a demonic poster that once belonged to Hoboksang. The object proved they were true followers of a demonic cult. King Nang. King Nang. The eerie whisper sounded again behind me. He asked, Are you really trying to destroy us all to the last one? And it became clear. Those guys turned out to be traitors. The air grew thick with energy fueled only by a demonic cult. No one expected there to be so many enemies in one place, and they all lunged at him like hungry wolves. Meanwhile, Rin was also fighting fiercely against an equally large crowd. She didn't fight alone, but together with her team. But her weapon was the most dangerous of all. She added crucial strength to the allies' attacks. The opponents tried to neutralize the poisonous fog, but they died by her own deadly weapon. Then she told Pina, "You have to leave at the right moment." He nodded, letting her know he heard her words. After that, he ordered the others to spread out while he prepared to charge straight into the center. Fighting here was incredibly tough, but the guys, gathering their strength, managed to complete their tasks. After fending off another wave of enemies, they caught their breath, knowing this was just the calm before the storm. Pen clearly saw that if the fight continued at this pace, they would lose too many warriors, so he handed over temporary command to someone else. They needed to split up and find a temporary core for the formation themselves. He couldn't hold back and declared he would go find him himself, the King of Swords. And that's when a poisoner from a demonic cult appeared before him. He was able to conquer the inner strength of a person with his deadly poison. It was too late for talk. An old man appeared who gave him no chance to survive. Those bastards also paid for their loose tongues. The entire land around was bathed in red. The color of blood covered everything, and he was badly hurt too. They tried to revive him, but he was barely breathing. The student, leaning over him, said, "Everyone knows the reason you, guild leader, risked your life. It was just for money." As these words, sounding like regret for the past, were spoken, the old man slowly closed his eyes. Maybe those weren't the best words a student could say to a mentor before his last breath. But he definitely couldn't answer him anymore. The student promised to fulfill his dream, to create the alliance. Meanwhile, the King of Swords moved forward. But trouble awaited him. He got lost, damn it. And suddenly, he came across Pan standing amid a mountain of corpses. He remained silent, staring motionless at the terrible aftermath of the battle. And then he slowly began to turn his head. His smile was so strange it felt like something dark had taken over him.